Long ago, this place used to be the residence of a famous blacksmith who owned a shop selling iron equipment he crafted with his own hands. Then one day, his luck turned, giving him the opportunity to sell his weapons to the Cairo kingdom. The endless war during those years was a perfect opportunity for him to elevate his status. When the war ended, he was awarded the title of Baron for his contributions. And that blacksmith is the master of this land, the father of young Master Roman. And Roman, a character in the story, was intently listening to the old man recount the history and origins of his family. Seeing this, Mr. Hans, his personal servant, looked at the Lord helplessly and thought to himself, "Oh my God, why is he listening to a story that everyone already knows?" His face was full of suspicion due to his young master's strange behavior. A few hours earlier, in a room fully displaying aristocratic luxury, Roman spoke with a serious expression. "So you mean to say I am the youngest son of the Dmitri family, and this is the Cairo kingdom, located on the Salamander continent? The world known as Murim does not exist here?" Hans replied, "Yes, sir." But due to his strange expression, he secretly doubted. How strange. He isn't exactly overly intelligent, but this is truly the first time I've seen him this abnormal. Is he on drugs? It seems that habit is quite popular among the rich kids these days, isn't it? That's right. If it's him, that's very likely. He timidly spoke. "Young master, today your fiancée, the young lady of the Lauren family, will be visiting us." Roman had left a negative impression in Hans' heart. That scenario is very likely, because young Master Roman has lived a rotten life for the past 25 years. Unlike his brothers at all, he's even notorious as the fool of the Dmitri family. Thinking so, he still maintained enough etiquette to continue. The young lady of the Lauren family highly values etiquette and polite demeanor in others, so preparing everything in advance is... Before he could finish speaking, he cut...
To me, that young lady is not as important as knowing how to live in this current world. These words made his heart panic into a knot. Why would someone who has lived here their whole life say such a thing? But whatever the case, as a servant, I must fulfill my duty. He could do nothing but obey. "Yes, young master." And now the old man, the oldest in the region, after finishing his story, coughed once. "That is all I know." He calmly replied, "Thank you. You have helped me a lot. I will reward you later." The old man scratched his head humbly. "It is nothing. Just being able to speak with you like this is an honor for me." He closed his eyes and pondered. Roman Dmitri. My real name is Baek Jong-hyuk. The life of a martial arts master like me was always filled with fierceness and ups and downs. After fulfilling every wish in life, I calmly accepted the arrival of death. But for some reason, right now, I have awakened in the body of Roman Dmitri. He frowned. Is this the will of the heavens, or a punishment from the gods because I did not agree to ascend? Suddenly, outside the old man's house, the sounds of a brawl rang out, catching his attention. "You bastard!"
One of the members of the Bloodfang gang sneered. "Ha, you filthy brat." Then they swarmed in and started kicking Kevin. Hans squeezed through the crowd. "Please let me through." Oh my goodness. He noticed the marks on their arms and flinched. "Ah, that sharp fang tattoo is..." Just then, Roman spoke up. "What is going on?" He turned pale and looked up, surprised to see him. "Young master." He answered his question. "It seems the troublemakers are from the Bloodfang gang." Roman repeated doubtfully. "Bloodfang gang?" Hans explained seriously. "They are a loan shark organization. Their scope of activity is not limited to the Dmitri family's territory, but extends to neighboring lands as well. It seems that boy owes the Bloodfang gang a huge sum of money, given that they are making such a big scene." He whispered, "Let's pretend we didn't see anything. Nothing good will come from meddling." But the person he wanted to advise had disappeared without a trace before he knew it. He called out in confusion, "Young master!" Roman ordered clearly, "Stop it!" making the Bloodfang gang look over suspiciously. Hans shouted in panic, "Young master!"
He sneered. "Lord Dmitri here can get lost now, because this is our business." Hans also spoke up to advise, "Young Master Roman, we must leave. The Bloodfang gang is a vicious bunch, so let us..." He interrupted. "Hans, I still don't know much about the laws of this place, so explain them to me." He turned and asked seriously, "Who here is violating the rules, and what punishment must they face?" Hans, though terrified, gritted his teeth and said, "Because that boy owes money and cannot pay the creditor within the set time, the boy is in the wrong. However, people from the Bloodfang gang are not allowed to handle it like that on their own. More importantly, they have shown disrespect to the young master, the youngest son of the Dmitri family. This crime must be paid for with one's life. According to the legal system of this land, they deserve to be executed. The Bloodfang group looked at him with murderous faces. He timidly avoided their gaze. As for Roman, he calmly spoke up. Did you hear that? You have violated the laws of this land. I, the youngest son of Lord Romero Dimitri, will punish all of you right now. He picked up a dry branch and declared with a stern face. The guy from Bloodfang retorted disdainfully. I know you are a noble who doesn't know how the world works, but you're forcing us to act when you dare to speak like that to people bearing the sharp fang tattoo on their arms like us. Roman smiled and said, So it's clear. The man wondered at his unusual attitude. Huh? What the hell are you babbling about? He took a step forward. You are truly a bunch of trash, daring to speak like that to the
The bald guy thrust his dagger at him, but Roman, without a hint of fear, continued to charge forward, making the man's eyes widen. By the time he realized it, the dry branch Roman held had already pierced his throat. The bald guy slumped down, clutching his neck, while another stammered, You! Then the whole gang rushed at him. You bastard! Hans worriedly shouted, Young master! The slash from one of them was agilely dodged by Roman, and he even followed up with a leg sweep that stunned the man. Then, using that same dry branch, he pierced the man's stomach. Hans was astonished. What? Is this person really young Master Roman? He overwhelmed them single-handedly, while leisurely thinking. The first thing I saw when I opened my eyes was Roman's will and countless pills scattered on the floor. The Cairo Kingdom, a territory always submerged in war, had selected a representative from each family, forcing them to serve the kingdom, and Roman, who was designated as the conscription representative for his family, committed suicide out of sheer terror. His life was truly too pathetic. But no matter how he lived before, the current owner of this body is I, the sect leader of the Heavenly Demon sect, Baek Jong-hyuk. As long as I control this body, I will live the way of Baek Jong-hyuk. As he recalled these things, the Bloodfang gang members were disposed of one by one, blood splattered all over the ground, including on his clothes. One remaining survivor hurriedly fled.
I will not take your life, but you still have to pay the price for your disrespectful words. He forced him to lift his head, the blade in his hand striking down to cut the man's head. The surrounding crowd turned pale. He declared loudly, My name is Roman Dimitri. If anyone among you is dissatisfied with the punishment I gave them, you can come find me any time. Introducing a bit about his past life, back then his name was Baek Jong-hyuk. He climbed to the peak of the Murim with his inconceivable power. Hundreds of thousands of martial artists came to challenge him, only to meet a slaughtered end. When their hot blood flowed like rivers, the whole world knew that the heavenly demon cult had dominated this Murim. Returning to the present, Roman pensively looked at his blood-stained hands. To think that now I have to go back and forth several times just to deal with a few street punks like this. The bodies of the Bloodfang gang members lay scattered at his feet. Roman called out, Hans. He started and replied, Yes. He ordered, Call the guard.
As for Roman, he stared at his blood-stained hand and thought, This body is truly trash. There is barely any chi and the circulation is terrible. I must quickly gather information and improve this body's meridians. Suddenly a voice interrupted his train of thought. Young master. He turned his head and saw Kevin, the red-haired young man who had been beaten black and blue, speaking up. Thank you so much for saving my life. Roman silently guessed. That must be the guy who was beaten earlier. He replied coldly, Don't misunderstand. I didn't do this to save you. The Bloodfang gang violated the laws of this land, and I am simply punishing them. You are no exception. Explain your situation in detail. You are not allowed to lie if you still want to keep your tongue in your mouth. Kevin paused for a moment before speaking. I understand. He began to recount. My parents borrowed money from the Bloodfang gang to buy farming land. We should have been able to easily repay them if we sold up produce. Suddenly he became agitated. But those
Kevin shouted in grievance, It's unfair. Although we aren't wealthy, we have never harmed anyone. Tears welled up in his eyes as he looked straight at Roman. I beg you, no, please, at least save my little sister. He calmly observed the other party and silently evaluated. That look in his eyes, it gives me the feeling that I am meeting the Mad Demon, one of the 4 heavenly kings from the past. Now that I think about it, the first time I met the Mad Demon seemed to be in a dilapidated place like this too. He raised his voice and asked, What is your name? The boy immediately replied,
I am Kevin, sir. He turned around, showing his back to the boy, and said, Kevin, I will verify later if what you said is true. The incident today will be handled properly by someone. Kevin loudly expressed his gratitude. Thank you very much, sir. Roman thought again. It was just a fleeting feeling, but something is whispering that I might have a long-lasting connection with him. A luxurious carriage bowled along the road, and a servant's voice rang out, reminding the person inside. Lady Flora, we are arriving at the Dimitri family territory. The blonde young lady heard this and spoke up. I know. She said to herself, I am about to meet him, Roman Dimitri. 1 month ago, at the Lauren family castle, Flora cried out in shock. What? An arranged marriage with the Dimitri family? Viscount Lauren, her father, only turned his back and reminded her. Flora, don't you know that our territory is currently extremely unstable? To survive this disaster, we have no other choice. Flora's mind was in turmoil. Impossible. Is my marriage decided just like that? And with someone from the Dimitri family? Must I spend the rest of my life with a family full of minors like the Dimitri family? She tried to speak. Father, but that is too. The Viscount cut her off. Flora, I am sorry, because this pathetic father of yours is forced to make that decision. And that was the reason she set off for the Dimitri family estate. The servant's voice rang out again. My lady, we have arrived. Flora was helped down while thinking. At least the person I was originally intended to marry was the second young master who possessed a bright future. But even that engagement of mine with him was destroyed.
Flora despised him in her heart. Roman Dimitri, the scoundrel of the minor family, only knew how to live in debauched luxury. Besides, why did they use so much perfume? Although it wasn't that she was unaware of the current situation in her family's territory, he really wasn't worthy. So today she definitely had to make things clear to him. Flora came to meet Roman, and the first sentence she uttered was, Lord Dimitri, I want us to forget about this marriage. Roman looked delighted. Ah, I think that works too. His immediate agreement made her face stiffened. Huh? He acted like a concerned confidant speaking.
Flora was skeptical. What is wrong with him? Is he telling the truth? Just as he finished speaking, he quickly turned around. Since this is a serious matter, I will go tell my father immediately, causing her to be startled. Wait. He stopped and asked, Is there a problem? Flora stammered. I heard that you requested this marriage because you really wanted me. You being willing to break off the engagement without any conditions makes me a bit confused. Hearing that, Roman calmly voiced his question. So, do you want me to marry you? She hesitated. Not exactly. Then he acted quickly. Then let's not cause any more trouble for each other. We have both agreed to break off the engagement, so that's it. I will also take full responsibility for canceling this engagement. He waved his hand. Because for me, someone originally considered the trash of the Dimitri family, bearing the title of someone whose engagement was annulled doesn't matter. Flora was still astonished. This person, what on earth is going on? Is he really the trash that people rumor him to be? Roman went into Baron Romero Dimitri's room. Not knowing what had happened, his voice screamed out. What did you say? Break off the engagement? Roman calmly replied, Just as I told you, father. I have discussed it with the young lady of the Lawrence family. His attitude made him lose his composure. You. Then he raised his voice. You idiot. Even if people call you the fool of the Dimitri family, as a father, I have always tried to create a good living environment for you. The marriage with the Lawrence family is the best way for our Dimitri family to secure a solid position among the high-ranking nobility. You just needed to marry the beautiful noble lady you wanted, yet you couldn't even do that. He closed his eyes and said, I apologize. Baron Romero grabbed the ceramic cup on the table.
But now you are forced to go to the battlefield in 6 months. Do you have anything to say about this? Roman, with blood flowing from his forehead, replied, No. He continued, I also heard you just caused trouble with the Bloodfang gang. Witnesses at the scene said you punished them, but I don't believe it. Surely someone helped you. The problem is that Bloodfang gang is an organization that even I cannot touch. Son, as a child, you couldn't fulfill the duties you should have, so now take responsibility for the troubles you caused yourself. Solve your own problems. I won't help you. While saying these words, he thought in his heart that surely he would start kneeling and crying, begging for forgiveness. But contrary to his expectation, Roman calmly accepted. I understand. I will handle everything myself. Baron Romero was astonished. What? Not letting him say anything more, he turned to leave, not forgetting to leave behind a sentence. This is the consequence of my actions.
Outside, Roman calmly took a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his forehead. Flora's voice rang out. "Are you truly crazy?" He looked over and asked, "You're still here?" Flora spoke hurriedly. "They are Bloodfang. It's Bloodfang. They are the ones who dare to threaten even the nobility. If they think you're getting in their way, they will frantically take revenge on you. What do you plan to do without the support of your family? It's fine to tell him the truth, so please hurry back and beg the Baron for forgiveness, sir." It sounded like advice, but the tone of her words was like an order. He turned his head in annoyance. "Why should I do that?" she asked back. "What do you mean? I explained." He cut her off. "Young Lady Flora, you should know clearly who you are." These words stunned her. "What?" Flashback to the time before Roman, at the Dmitri family estate. Roman had a pile of perfume sprayed on him by Hans, causing him to complain. "This smell is disgusting." Hans coaxed. "We have to bear with it, sir. Your whole body smells of blood." Roman pulled at his collar and said, "This outfit is tight too." Hans was helpless. "Young master," he advised, "because this is the first time you are meeting your fiancée, young Lady Lawrence. So you must show your respect to her." Hearing that, he asked himself, "A marriage engagement? I've just gotten used to this world. Marriage and such will only trouble me more." Hans reminded. "They are arriving soon, so let's wait for them in the lobby, sir." Roman adjusted his cuffs, silently understanding. But Hans is right. I don't need to be disrespectful to a woman who has never harmed me. I must annul this engagement without making her feel too awkward. I plan to do that, but it seems this woman named Flora never thought about respecting me, so I have no reason to respect her. But when I said I would take full responsibility, she started to feel anxious. Flora felt guilty. But not letting her explain, he continued. However, looking as if he saw right through her, he said, "From the moment we brought up the topic of calling off the engagement, you no longer had the right to interfere in my decisions." Flora was stunned. He continued, "From this moment on, we have nothing to do with each other, so let each of us mind our own business." Saying that, he walked away. He had a specific purpose for saying that. As he walked, he thought, "The reason I said I'd take full responsibility is to avoid marriage issues that might arise after I break this engagement, and also because I don't want to be involved with her anymore. So Flora, this is the first time and also the last time we will meet." Night fell. Inside Baron Romero's room, the somewhat worried voice of his wife rang out. "Honey, you've been drinking too much. Shall we stop here for today?" Romero put down his glass. "Lahana, I hit Roman again." Staring at the wine glass, he began to confide. "When we were commoners, I used to beat him frequently. After our family became nobles, I promised myself I would never let my children go through things like that again." She hugged him and reminded him, "Thanks to that promise of yours, our other children have all grown up peacefully."
She hugged him tighter and whispered, "Don't blame yourself too much. Perhaps as a father you still have many shortcomings, but we are the only ones who can correct our children's wrongdoings," she advised. "And the Romero Dmitri I know is not someone who would let his son go astray and be helpless. You still have a chance to set things right." Romero understood his wife's intention. "Are you talking about the Bloodfang gang matter?" Liana held her husband's arm and explained, "Roman is a child filled with pride. At that time, perhaps he was just talking big about handling the Bloodfang gang affair himself, but if we just ignore him, who knows what kind of trouble he might encounter. How about we let Captain Jonathan help Roman?" He was persuaded. "Yes, you are right." Then he raised his voice. "Guards!" A servant entered and bowed. "Master, you called for me?" Romero ordered. "Summon Captain..."
He advised, "The Bloodfang gang could come for revenge at any moment. Let's go back." But his words had little effect, making him feel weary. Suddenly, Roman turned and asked, "Hans, think about it. Since when did the Bloodfang gang possess the power they currently hold?" He replied, "I am not sure either, sir." Roman calmly analyzed. The Bloodfang gang began their notorious streak through merciless slaughters of opponents while crushing those who opposed them. That notoriety instilled fear in others, and that very fear made their rampant behavior even more effective. Hans wondered, "But aren't they still very dangerous?" Roman smiled slightly and admitted, "True, but they are only dangerous when they can make us tremble before their blades." After walking for a while, the two arrived at the Atelier restaurant. The waiter served the special dishes one by one. "Sirs, here's the food you ordered." Hans looked at the food with a beaming face. But instead of sitting down to enjoy it, Roman pulled out his chair, stood up, and said, "You sit here and eat. I'm going out first." Hans was stunned and shouted, "Yes? Why are you suddenly saying that, sir?" Roman walked away. "From now on, I will continue the investigation alone. You stay here, because this matter is too dangerous for you." Hans hurriedly jumped up. "That cannot be. Even if I face danger, I will never let the young master be all alone. The two locked eyes. Then Roman spoke. Hans, are you truly my man? Hans naturally replied, Yes, of course I am your man, young master. Roman spoke firmly. Then do what can actually help me. Don't sacrifice yourself meaninglessly like that. Just the fact that you came out with me is already enough. He left, not forgetting to leave behind a sentence. I will return soon. Hans could do nothing but watch him go and softly call out, Young master. He was inwardly amazed. I never expected the young master to say such things to me. What a surprise. Suddenly he remembered. That's right. Now is not the time to be lost in thought like this. I must let them know about this. Then he quickly ran out of the restaurant, but accidentally bumped into a waiter, causing him to cry out in dissatisfaction. What the hell are you doing? Roman walked alone on the street, thinking as he went. Over the past few days, I learned something about the Bloodfang gang. Their strength isn't that terrifying, but because they act in groups, hunting them all down is very difficult. They must
I deliberately wandered around the streets with Hans. Surely they know where I am by now. Furthermore, today is the periodic training day for the Dmitri family guards, so the number of guards on the streets has been significantly reduced. That means if they plan to take revenge on me, today is the perfect opportunity. While calculating these things, he walked alone into a deserted alley. Just as he predicted, a group of Bloodfang gang members in cloaks were lying in ambush. One of them felt for a knife hidden in his shirt and called out loudly, Roman Dmitri, the Bloodfang gang is here to take revenge on you. He rushed forward with the knife, intending to stab Roman in the back. Meanwhile, Hans ran frantically towards a man in silver armor, calling out loudly, Captain! Jonathan looked over. Hans raised his voice. Captain Jonathan! Jonathan hurriedly approached and asked Hans, Hans, why are you here? He gasped for breath and said, Young master. Jonathan grew impatient. What about the young master? Calm down and tell me. Hans tried to stabilize himself and said, Young master, Captain, you must go find the young master immediately. Young master Roman is in danger. However, the situation was not quite what Hans had speculated. Back in the alley, Roman keenly blocked the sneak attack of the rushing assailant. He even followed up with a punch to his ribs. The man grimaced and cursed. You son of a bitch. Roman grabbed the man's wrist tightly, forcing him to drop the knife. Then he quickly caught the knife and swiftly stabbed it back into the man's throat. Blood splattered everywhere. The man clutched his neck and fell down, while the others were stunned. What the hell?
Over at the Dmitri family nights, after listening to Hans, Jonathan speculated. So Hans, you mean young Master Roman went out for a stroll without bringing a single guard, so you think he went to fight with the Bloodfang gang, right? He hurriedly replied. That's right, exactly. Jonathan and a member of the knights looked at each other and burst into laughter. Jonathan shouted in disbelief. That is too absurd. How could young Master Roman, the weakest person in the world, possibly go fight? Hans hurriedly explained. It's the truth. Why would I lie to you about that? We don't have time to stand around here. Jonathan loved his chin, recalling the words Baron Romero had entrusted to him. There is a small issue between Roman and the Bloodfang gang. Please help Roman and resolve this matter for me. He thought, since the Lord has spoken. What a nuisance. Damn it. Why does he always wander around when he doesn't even know how to use a single weapon? Jonathan scratched his head in frustration, then shouted orders. All troops listen up. Weapons at the ready, immediately. Hans, lead us to the young master. Hans quickly replied. Oh, all right. Jonathan continued.
On Roman's side, after taking down the sneak attacker, the other members of the Bloodfang gang were stunned. What? He urged them on. What are you standing there spacing out for? Come at me. He held the blood-stained knife, provoking them. One of the remaining two gritted his teeth. You! Then both of them went mad and rushed forward together. Bastard, I'll kill you. Roman crouched to dodge a stab from one guy, then quickly stabbed him in the ribs. Seeing his accomplice fall, the last remaining one shouted loudly, Son of a bitch! He rushed forward with his knife. Roman gently sidestepped and delivered a kick directly to his stomach, sending him sprawling on the ground. He walked over step by step. Is it just the three of you? The guy struggled.
Why say that now when I've already dealt with your two accomplices? Are you just spouting whatever comes to mind? He raised his knife and spoke gently. Answer exactly what I ask, or else. Roman gently stabbed the knife into the remaining guy's thigh, making him scream in pain. With an unforgiving look, he asked, Now, who is your leader? Time passed, and he walked to a tavern with a sign of a bright red sun shining.
Inside was a crowd clinking glasses, getting drunk. One of them was speaking enthusiastically, so I then saw him enter the pub, surprising him. Huh? He walked boldly to the counter. The bald man turned. Welcome. The word guest hadn't left his mouth before he realized who had arrived and panicked. Greetings, young master. He sat down and replied, Hello. The crowd whispered, Roman Dmitri? Is that Roman? Why did he suddenly come here? Why does he look like that? The bald man politely asked, What would you like to order? He replied, Don's tier, the kind aged from the 20s. He pretended to say, I apologize, sir, but our bar doesn't have that kind. Shall I introduce you to another drink? He agreed. Oh my, that works too. Get me something really strong. I have work to do in the morning, so I need to get a bit drunk. The words he spoke seemed to trigger something, causing the bald man and everyone in the pub to become alert simultaneously. Rewinding a bit, when he interrogated the remaining attacker who ambushed him, he had confessed. He questioned again. Morning dew? He explained. It's a pub located in the city center. We usually receive missions there. They will assign us work if we recite their special code correctly.
The entire tavern fell into silence until the bald guy broke it. Everyone! He grabbed a kitchen knife and shouted the command, Attack! But he was immediately punched in the face by Roman and knocked unconscious. The rest frantically drew their weapons. You bastard, kill him! The tavern descended into a brawl. The oblivious civilians quickly ran outside screaming, Guards! Call the guards! A Bloodfang member was kicked out the door. Next were two others. He grabbed one by the neck and lifted him up, terrifying them. What the hell just happened? They were shocked. He took down 3 guys in a single beat. Is that Roman? Why is he completely different from what we heard? The greatest ultimate technique in the Marine can elevate a human's strength using purely breath. The heavenly demon had strengthened Roman's physique with this martial art manual in a short period, though his current level couldn't compare to his former self. Relying on their numerical advantage, they rushed in relentlessly. He's all alone, overwhelm him with numbers. But to him right now, those guys were just a swarm of flies. Roman scoffed. A while later, the bald guy who was knocked out first propped himself up on a table, wondering, what the hell just happened? Roman spoke up. You woke up at the right time. At his feet lay several bodies. He calmly walked towards him. I just finished dealing with them too. The guy still feigned ignorance. Young master, why did you do this? He retorted. Stupid question. You were the one who attacked me. Besides, it looks like it's just you and me left here. There are a few things I'm very curious about. Shall we have a chat? He rubbed his broken
A knight hurriedly ran over and called out, Captain. He asked, What is it? The knight reported, A survivor gasping for air on the 2nd floor said that the young master has gone to Lawrence. Jonathan was stunned. What? Why Lawrence? The knight answered his doubt. He said the den of the Bloodfang gang is in Lawrence. 1 hour ago, after dealing with the Bloodfang gang members in the pub, it was the Baldfang's turn. He was currently writhing in pain, his body tied tightly to a chair, his face bruised, and 2 fingers on his left hand had been cut off. Roman spoke in a persuading tone. Hey, shopkeeper, I think it would be better if we talked frankly to clear things up. You have already lost 2 fingers. He stubbornly cursed. Get lost. I don't have a damn thing to say to you. He declared loudly. Kill me. The Bloodfang gang will definitely take revenge on you. Roman.
Since such people often conceal the most valuable information, the look on his face held an excitement that couldn't be hidden. The man retorted aggressively, You're just wasting your time. Just kill me and get it over with. He feigned asking, Really? Roman glanced to the side, then walked over to the shelf. All right then, let's test something out, to see if you really keep your mouth shut regardless of what I do. Things like, he picked up a framed photo. Inside was the man and a teenager, looking very close. He held up the photo and spoke softly. What if I say I will find and kill your son, the person standing next to you in this photo? These words caused blood vessels to burst in the man's eyes, but he stubbornly kept acting. I don't understand what you're saying. That's not my son. He saw right through him. Stop lying. The kid looks exactly like you. Knowing he couldn't hide it anymore, the bald guy gritted his teeth and shouted, You son of a bitch! A noble like you would use my family to threaten me? He brought the photo closer to the man. Recently, I found out something very interesting about the Bloodfang gang. Those in the gang are willing to sacrifice their very lives just for revenge, and I realized that among those guys there was a common point. They are all heavily in debt to the Bloodfang gang, and were not originally evil people. The man flinched as if hit right in the mark. He frankly exposed,
But eventually, they turned into demons. The Bloodfang Gang doesn't hesitate to break the law to force people into debt, and easily turns the debtors' families into slaves for the gang. That is the truth about the Bloodfang Gang. They push people to the cliff's edge, using their families as hostages to threaten them at any time. Do you find this hypothesis reasonable? The bald guy spoke with unclear emotion. Even if you know the truth, nothing will change. The Bloodfang Gang will definitely take revenge. He interrupted again. Hey, think carefully. You must place your bets reasonably. When I said I would kill your son,
and kill him, very slowly, very painfully, he said while stomping on the photo to threaten him. Roman continued, but before doing all that, I will give you a chance. The bald man's eyes welled up with tears. He gently offered him a choice. Will you keep your mouth shut for the Bloodfang Gang and let your son die in pain? Or reveal all the information I need to deal with the Bloodfang Gang? It all depends on your choice. Meanwhile, at a house located in a secluded alley, the angry voice of a person echoed out. What? Is that true? Behind the door was a secret passage. This was the secret base of the Bloodfang Gang. One of them reported, yes, the entire branch was defeated by Roman Dimitri alone. If the Dimitri family guards make a move, we're done for. The bearded man cursed. Damn it. I don't believe it. There's no way Roman Dimitri could do such things. The speaker was Ben Miles, the leader of the Bloodfang Gang. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, we planned to consolidate the gang's position by eliminating Dimitri, yet an entire branch was defeated by someone rejected even by the Royal Swordsmanship Academy?
He clicked his tongue. Is he alone? The subordinate replied, yes. He said disdainfully, it seems he underestimates us too much, daring to attack our lair alone like that. Then raised his hand to order, gather the whole gang immediately. The subordinate stood at attention. Roger, sir. Then he announced, we will kill that Roman before the Dimitri night guards arrive. We must deal with that arrogant brat. His eyes were sharp with determination. Roman Dimitri, you dare to touch our Bloodfang Gang. Today I will kill you, hang your corpse right in the middle of the central square so the Bloodfang Gang's reputation can be revived. At the Lawrence family estate, the Viscount and a group of people were holding a meeting. Viscount Lawrence spoke up. What moves is the Barco family making? I think they have made a decision. A red-haired man wearing a monocle continued. Recently, there are rumors that the Barco family borrowed a large sum from the Golden Bank. The only reason for this action can only be to prepare for war. Next, a brown-haired man with slicked-back hair commented. War breaking out is only a matter of sooner or later. We must mobilize all resources more effectively and speedily than them. Viscount Lawrence remained silent. After a while, he said, it seems war is inevitable. I really didn't expect something like this to happen when receiving news from the Barco house. The brown-haired man hurriedly replied, I also didn't expect the central government to side with the Barco family like that. At this rate, our territory will be snatched away by the Barco house. An impatient white-haired old man chimed in. We must keep our territory at all costs. Our Lawrence family has
But even the central government, Viscount Lawrence suddenly raised his voice to interrupt. They must have secretly done something behind our backs. Do not argue about this matter anymore. The crowd calmed down and looked at him. He continued, no matter what happens, we must not hand over our territory to anyone. The other families will come hunting us like hungry hyenas if we reveal even a single gap. Since the Barco family did not want to compromise with us, we will do our best to fight against them. That is right, and that is exactly why I have arranged a marriage with the Dimitri family. The crowd, appearing to hear good news, rejoiced. Ah, that's right, we still have the Dimitri family, although they originated.
I hope so. That is why I sent my only daughter to that fool of the Dimitri family. The servants, pretending to care for the family, said, it is all for the sake of the Lawrence family. As a lord, you have made a very correct choice, so please do not blame yourself too much. He listened and agreed. I understand. Outside the meeting room, Flora was hesitating, thinking to herself, how should I explain this to them? She kept pacing back and forth, muttering to herself, oh no, I have already called off this engagement. How can I have the face to see father? Why am I worrying about something that is already done?
No, Flora, this is your life. You cannot be sold off to a person like that. But at this rate, Father's plan and the family's future... Then she silently made up her mind. Fine, I must tell Father right away. She spoke out loud. I cannot marry someone for whom I have absolutely no feelings. Suddenly, a guard rushed over, shouting loudly, "My lord!" Flora looked over in surprise. The guard stood before the door and shouted, "My lord!" But when he saw her, he lowered his voice. "Greetings, young Lady Flora," making her stammer. "Huh?" He called out again. "My lord! There is an urgent report." At this moment, outside the city gates, the horse squad of the Dmitri family knights was having a fierce argument with the gatekeeper. "I said open the gate, you bastards." The dissatisfied gatekeeper shouted back, "I already told you, lay down all your weapons and follow the proper procedure." Jonathan retorted, "But young Master Roman is in danger. If anything happens to young Master Roman, I will not forgive you people." The gatekeeper was helpless. This guy is really... Just then, a Lawrence knight ran over to report.
Jonathan, overhearing from below, also spoke up vigilantly. "Don't tell me." He didn't wait any longer and declared, "I'm breaking the gate, you bastards." Within the Lawrence family territory, the citizens were witnessing a scene where someone was being dragged along the road. The places dragged across left behind large bloodstains. What the hell? Oh my God, what is happening over there? Should we stop that person? At this moment, Ben Miles, his face swollen, hoarsely begged, "Please, please spare my life. I beg you." When he extracted information from the bald guy and sought out the Bloodfang hideout alone, they were already armed and waiting. At that time, Ben was still very confident, thinking the matter was extremely simple. The opponent was just a stupid noble, just a single person. It couldn't even be called a fight. His side had many people, fully equipped with weapons. They certainly couldn't lose. No, winning was absolutely obvious. He laughed as if he was a fool coming to throw away his life. But things turned out differently. That was how it was supposed to happen. He knelt in stupor, looking at the corpses piled up crisscross, all caused by a single culprit. Watching his footsteps getting closer and closer, he had only one thought left. I'm about to die. His body couldn't budge even an inch due to the terror he radiated. At this rate, I'll die. I'll really die. Deep inside, the one considered the leader of the evil Bloodfang gang could only struggle. No, I don't want to die. I'm about to die.
"Please, at least spare this dog's life. Please, sir." He turned a deaf ear and continued to drag the old man to a suitable spot before dropping him. The old man knelt humbly begging, Just spare my life. I will do anything you ask. I will become a dog serving you for the rest of my life. Please have mercy." Roman laughed with lifeless eyes, repeating the old man's words. "You will become my dog? You should have said that before revealing your fangs." Finishing his sentence, he stomped heavily on the man's head, smashing his face into the ground. He boldly announced to the fearful crowd observing, "This man is the leader of the Blood Fang Gang. Surely you all know what kind of scum he is. His Blood Fang Gang even reached out to harm the people living in the Dmitri territory. They used dirty methods to deceive others and even wanted to kill me for standing in their way. All the crimes of the Blood Fang Gang are crystal clear. Therefore, right here in front of everyone, I will tear apart the seed of evil within them." He raised his leg high. The people's faces turned pale, and Jonathan panicked, riding his horse over and shouting loudly, "Young master!" And under the terrified gazes of everyone, he stomped straight down with full force on Ben Miles's head. Blood splattering everywhere was the sign of the old man's departure. Later, at the Lawrence family estate, a voice asked, "Is that truly the truth?" The guard briefly explained, "Yes, we allowed Roman Dmitri to enter our territory because he is young Lady Flora's fiancé. But about an hour later, Roman dragged a man and appeared right in the middle of Lawrence Square. After identifying the man he dragged as the leader of the Bloodfang Gang, Ben Miles, he executed him right in front of everyone." The people sitting in the meeting room began to whisper, "That is simply absurd. Is that really Roman Dmitri? He captured the leader of the Bloodfang Gang and even executed him? More importantly, he murdered a citizen without the Lord's permission. We cannot overlook this matter." Viscount Lawrence heard this and only frowned slightly, thinking, "Permission? No, that doesn't matter at all. The man who was about to become my son-in-law managed..."
When the Viscount saw the two of them, he surmised, "Captain Jonathan, so he has the assistance of the Dmitri family's night guards."
He spoke up to greet him. Roman Dmitri greets you, Viscount Lawrence. The Viscount spoke. Skip those cumbersome formalities and get to the main point. Why did you come all the way to the Lawrence territory to commit such violent acts? He began to explain seriously. It all started a few days ago. The Blood Fang gang was assaulting an innocent citizen in my territory, and I executed them right on the spot. Flora pointed at the meeting room and asked, "The person you just brought here is Roman Dmitri, isn't he? Why is he here, and why did he go into my father's study?" He replied, "It seems the young lady is not yet aware of the situation." She looked bewildered. "What do you mean?" Roman, after finishing his story, concluded, "So I decided I would not stand by and watch them run rampant like that anymore. I went to their lair and killed their leader. That is roughly the gist of the incident." Viscount Lawrence frowned. "What I want to ask is, who gave you the right to do that? You do not have the authority to execute anyone here in Lawrence." Roman calmly said, "I know, but I was extremely skeptical about whether the Lawrence territory could handle the Blood Fang gang thoroughly. The leader of the Blood Fang gang was not a stranger or anyone mysterious. He was extremely infamous in Lawrence for countless heinous crimes, and he had been bailed out of prison countless times in the past, which is why I handled him with my own hands this time, because I could not trust the Lawrence family." A person present in the meeting room exclaimed in agitation, "How dare you?" Jonathan was also terrified. "Young master," he put on a bored expression, "honestly, I am a bit disappointed. I thought I would be praised, not dragged out for questioning like this, because I was forced to stain my hands with blood over a problem that the Lawrence family has always ignored. I want to ask you one question, Viscount. Did I really do wrong?" The person being asked pondered. He did not accuse him, but turned to ask the brown-haired man, "Do you know Ben Miles?" He hesitantly replied, "He is a criminal, but I really didn't know he was the leader." Viscount Lawrence heard this and spoke up. "Fine, I understand. We do not need to discuss this issue any further, because this would not have happened in the first place if the Lawrence family had handled it more reasonably and thoroughly. I will reward you later. You may leave now." Roman and Jonathan bowed their heads slightly in unison. "Yes." The two left the study, and Viscount Lawrence's laughter gradually spiraled out of control. The brown-haired man called out in confusion, "My lord?" He leaned back in his chair and praised. "He is quite something. So that is Roman Dmitri?" He suggested, "My lord, we cannot just let this slide like this." The Viscount cut him off. "Of course we can, because he is about to become Flora's husband. He needs to have guts like that to achieve great things." He persisted. "But
As dusk fell, the Dmitri Knight's horses escorted him back. Jonathan spoke up. "Young master, did you really have to mock the Viscount like that? We might have escaped safely for now, but if he flies into a rage..." He calmly replied, "The Lawrence family won't take responsibility for what happened. What I did only clearly proved that everything was due to their carelessness and negligence. Besides, it seems he still doesn't know anything about the broken engagement, which is why he didn't punish his daughter's fiancé like that." Hearing this, Jonathan was startled and thought to himself, he had planned this all along. He felt skeptical. What is this? The person in front of me is nothing like the Roman Dmitri I used to know. Speaking a bit about when he lived under the name Baek Jong-yuk, at that time he was just a young boy thrown into a place full of dangers by his father, while his father stood above the cave cliff and looked down with disdain, saying, "You are the son of the heavenly demon. If you have enough ability to succeed me, then prove your worth from that cold, hard ground and survive to rise up. I have 12 children. Even if you die, it won't affect me at all. If all my children die, I just need to have more. So remember..."
He was beaten until he coughed up blood by another child, one with a physique twice his size. As he was beaten, he had to listen to their taunts. "I thought you were something special, since you are dignifiedly the son of the heavenly demon, but it turns out you are just an arrogant brat." He refused to yield and raised his fist to resist, but it was useless. He was still punched flying under the scornful gazes of the other kids. Truly a fool. He continued to be beaten repeatedly because of his rebellious attitude. Throughout his childhood, while most children were protected and loved by their parents, he was thrown into a world where only the strongest could rule over everything. Back in the present, night had fallen, and Roman was comfortably soaking in a bathtub. He closed his eyes and thought to himself, "I'm so tired. It seems that in Roman's body, I get exhausted much more easily." Since waking up in this world, he had experienced many new things. He glanced at his right hand. Most of those experiences were related to the Bloodfang gang. To destroy them, he had destroyed everything standing in his way. But deep down, he didn't feel a shred of regret, because he had always been that kind of person. A person ready to tear apart and torture anyone who stood in his way, using every method to eliminate those who held killing intent toward him.
That was the life he had
I still haven't fully figured out the laws of this world, and my current power has diminished significantly compared to before. What should I do now? Thinking about it, just then a call interrupted his train of thought. Young master, the Lord wishes to see you. He opened his eyes and replied, I understand. I will be there shortly. In Baron Romero's study, he repeatedly tapped his hand on the table and asked, Did Roman really do those things? Jonathan quickly responded, Yes, young Master Roman has changed a lot. He stroked his chin in suspicion. Roman changed? Jonathan voiced his opinion. The young master right now is certainly no longer the person we once knew, my lord. Romero looked at his hand and confided, Jonathan, Roman is my special child. He is the only son who has nothing impressive, and also the only one who lived through the time when I was still a commoner. The Baron recalled the past when Roman was just an innocent child, constantly calling him, Father, Father, this is for you. The little boy placed a candy into his large hand. His younger self asked in surprise, What is this? The boy hurriedly replied, It's candy. He knelt on one knee and told his son, You came all the way here just to give me this? I told you it is extremely dangerous here. You must stay away. Little Roman smiled politely and answered, But father has been working hard all day, so I wanted to give you a really delicious candy. Please eat this candy.
And that is why I spoiled him, giving him plenty of pocket money so he wouldn't be teased by other children as being from a poor family. But I never expected that very thing would lead him astray. He clenched his fist tightly. A part of me had already given up hope on Roman. Jonathan didn't know what to say other than calling out to him. Lord, Romero continued. But after hearing that Roman destroyed the entire Bloodfang gang, the hope within me ignited once again. Just then, Roman's voice came from outside the door. Father, I, Roman, have arrived. He thought to himself that he didn't care what method Roman used to fight against the Bloodfang gang, and spoke up. Come in. As long as Roman truly achieved something on his own. He pushed the door open and entered. Baron Romero looked at his son, secretly determined that he was ready to do anything for the boy, to fix the mistakes of a father full of shortcomings like himself. He clasped his hands and asked softly, Is that Roman? I heard you handled the entire Bloodfang gang by yourself. Is that true? He looked at his nominal father and speculated. Baron Romero. It was clear that he was extremely hopeful about what he was about to say right now. If he told the truth, the man would look at him with completely different eyes. But an achievement exceeding expectations like this would one day come back to bite him. If he hid his talents a bit right now, he would have more time to develop further. Seeing him not respond for a long time, the man wondered and called out, Roman, and he was still immersed in his thoughts.
That brat punched and taunted at the same time. Is that all you've got? Keep straining yourself against me, you bastard. Little Baek Jung-hyuk resisted. He grabbed a nearby stone and smashed it straight into the head of the child sitting on top of him. That brat clutched his forehead and cursed, Son of a bitch! And he didn't stop there. He continued to smash the stone repeatedly into that kid's head, blood splattering everywhere. His hands were stained with blood, and the other children watched in pale-faced horror. The child who beat him was beaten to death by him. Throughout his childhood, while most children were protected and loved by their parents, he was thrown into a world where only the strongest could dominate everything. After dealing with the kid, he spoke up. You guys said this guy is your leader, right? Then pass this message of mine to those inside that cave. The one who smashed your leader's head is me. Little Baek Jung-hyuk, with eyes full of chilling intent, killed a person just like that, and he dominated that dark place by clearly asserting the superiority he possessed. Thinking it through, the current Roman did not humbly admit it. Yes, that is correct, because he thought that I am the heavenly demon, one who does not know how to hide his superiority. The next morning, on the Dmitri family training ground, the knights gathered for training. Suddenly, a voice shouted out an announcement. All troops, stop training. Footsteps approached, and the voice continued to resonate. The Lord has arrived. The knights bowed in salute. Greetings, Lord. Glory to the Lord. Chris, the vice captain of the knights, saw Roman's appearance and secretly wondered. Roman Dmitri, why is he here? Jonathan paused, turning his head to look back at something. Then he announced.
Chris wondered in confusion. Why did it suddenly turn out like this? Are we going to duel with that fool? An hour ago, he acknowledged Romero's question. That's right, it was me. Saying that, he smiled calmly. Romero couldn't help but be astonished. How could you defeat the Bloodfang gang? Roman thought, I must answer reasonably so he doesn't suspect anything. Then he started making up a story. Actually, I have always been secretly practicing swordsmanship all this time.
Romero immediately asked, "Why did you hide it? If I had known, I would have supported and helped you." Roman replied, "I have gone down the wrong path for too long. I can't hide under the protection and
Even so, the swordsmanship I taught myself shouldn't have been enough to single-handedly defeat the entire Bloodfang gang like that. He explained that the Bloodfang gang was an organization infamous for illegal lending and maintained its operations through threats and intimidation of debtors. Therefore, I thought that I only needed to defeat their leader for the organization to collapse immediately. That is why I had people spread false information to lure out their leader, Ben Miles. Romero was astonished by his rash action. "You lured out the leader of the Bloodfang gang?" He replied briefly. "Bloodfang is always ready to take revenge on weak nobles, so I used myself as bait to draw them out." The Baron worriedly raised his voice. "Impossible. That is too dangerous. If they were serious about revenge, they might have just ignored the leader and killed you instead." Roman interrupted him. "But I was certain that an organization maintained through oppression and threats like them would never risk their own lives to save their leader, especially when they knew this could be an opportunity to regain their freedom." Saying this, he silently added in his heart, "And everything happened exactly like that." The room fell into silence. Romero closed his eyes to reflect. Carefully,
It was unexpected that Roman was the one who achieved such an extraordinary feat. He spoke up. "Son, may I ask you a favor?" Roman replied, "Please speak, father." He made a request. "I want to witness your swordsmanship with my own eyes. I want to see how much my son has changed." His face could not hide his excitement. "I am truly eager to know how much the boy has improved." Back in the present, when asked to spar with him, all the knights remained silent. Jonathan asked again, "Is there no one?" Chris answered inwardly, "Of course not. There's nothing to gain from winning, and losing might get you kicked out of here. Who would want to participate in this nonsense?" Jonathan looked at the knights present and pondered. There had to be someone talented enough to completely subdue Roman, to both maintain the prestige of the knight order and affirm the young master's talent. Thinking so, he declared, "If no one volunteers, I will choose someone myself." He continued thinking, "I really want to step up to spar, but as the captain of the knights, I cannot draw my sword for something like this. Now there is only one suitable person." Then he called out a name. "Chris, step forward." Chris, the vice captain of the Dimitri Knights, was surprised. "Yes, sir." He recalled the first time he met Roman last year, when he went out to handle a drunkard causing a disturbance and obstructing business at a restaurant on the street. At that time, he rushed into the restaurant and shouted loudly, "Guards here, what's going on?" He and another person stood frozen, watching a drunken Roman cursing everyone around. "Are you bastards kidding me? I only touched her a little, and you treat me like trash? Do you want to close down the restaurant today?" The waitress and the owner spoke fearfully. "We apologize. We truly apologize to you, sir. We really didn't mean that." But Roman interrupted and continued to harass them. "Shut up. Who do you lowlifes think you are to talk back?"
At that time, Chris spoke up to intervene. "Young master, that is enough." Roman, having lost his senses, cursed, "Who the hell are you guys? Get lost." Chris stepped forward and grabbed his wrist. "If you continue causing trouble, even if you are the young master..." Roman slapped Chris straight in the face. Chris was so shocked he whispered, "Young master." But Roman continued arrogantly, "You lowly knights dare to touch me? Huh? And you still dare to glare at me?" From the moment I took that slap, I knew this guy had never trained a day in his life. His strength was only average. No, even worse than a normal person. It was truly pathetic. He really was a pathetic man. I couldn't believe someone like this was the Lord's son. I completely considered him trash, a waste of space. And now I have to fight a duel with that trash Roman? Jonathan raised his voice again. "Chris, step forward." Chris said awkwardly, "Captain, I don't think I'm suitable to participate in this sparring match." Jonathan explained, "Young Master Roman was able to face 3 Bloodfang members alone. He is a rare talent, and to make the match fair, you are the most suitable."
Jonathan spoke up. Then both sides. Before he could finish, Chris interrupted. "Please wait a moment. I have a request." He asked, "A request?" The young man said, "I was taught that once a sword is drawn, even in a sparring match, I must fight as if stepping onto a real battlefield, and no matter who the opponent is, I must not show mercy. If you accept this request, I would be honored to spar with young Master Roman here." He said that, but in Chris's heart was an attitude full of contempt. Surely that guy could not have wiped out the Bloodfang gang alone like that. "Roman,
Taking this opportunity, I will teach you a lesson you'll never forget. Jonathan looked at Baron Romero, then at Roman, as if asking for his opinion, when suddenly he smirked. This infuriated Chris. You can still smile. He pursed his lips. Jonathan saw his attitude and spoke up. It seems the young master has accepted your request, Chris, he declared. Then both sides, get ready, start. Both men assumed their attack stances. Chris looked at Roman with some tension, while he smiled confidently. Chris opened his eyes wide in vigilance looking at him, and his gaze also grew heavy. A shout rang out. Start. As soon as Jonathan finished the sentence, the first one to rush forward was Chris. Roman frowned in vigilance. A powerful, direct slash was swung by him, but Roman gently raised his sword to block it. Those watching from the outside were also panicked by this strike of his. Too fast. Chris is fighting with all his might. Jonathan was stunned. He blocked it. Roman blocked Chris's attack. On the field, after the surprise attack failed, Chris retreated due to inertia, while Roman stood there calmly, his feet not moving even half a step. This made Chris start to be
Chris frowned. He truly hadn't expected this situation. But so what? Right now, only beating this brat to a pulp would satisfy him. Thoughts spurred action. The next second, he gripped his wooden sword tightly and charged a second time. Roman stood in place, effortlessly dodging to the side. Thinking the attack had missed, Chris quickly observed his position and swung a reverse slash. However, Roman blocked it once again. Just as Roman flicked his sword to deflect Chris's move, Chris had already spun around. Gotcha! He swung a horizontal slash, but Roman, as if anticipating it, ducked down. Roman glanced up. Chris also just realized he had missed. Roman maintained his posture and swung his arm upward from below. Thanks to his experience and intuition, Chris leaned back slightly. Although this move didn't hit him, it sliced off a few strands of Chris's hair. He quickly retreated. Chris, lost in confusion, thought to himself, that was dangerous just now. Baron Romero, watching from the sidelines, widened his eyes and shouted, impossible! The other knights also couldn't believe it. Are you kidding? That was close. Chris, with a scowl on his face, questioned himself. Is this really Roman's ability? He gritted his teeth. From defense to dodging, he isn't weak at all. Did he really wipe out the entire Bloodfang gang by himself? At this rate, I will. Chris couldn't understand why a person could change so quickly. His heart was full of doubt. Damn it, what the hell am I thinking? My opponent is the fool of the Dmitri family. I can't lose to him in front of so many people. Suddenly Roman spoke up. It seems the warm-up is enough, don't you think? Chris didn't understand immediately and asked, what? Roman said, this time, I'll make the first move. By the time he uttered the sentence, he had already closed in on Chris. Chris realized it in shock and quickly raised his sword to block. Roman's strength was not small at all. Chris gritted his teeth and thought, what the hell got into this guy? Why is he scarily fast? It didn't stop there. Roman took a step back.
Chris frowned as he blocked, but due to the overwhelming power he cursed inwardly. Damn it, I have to struggle just to defend against his attacks. If this keeps up, I'm in big trouble. I need to find an opportunity to. While he was lost in thought, Roman lightly swiped a line across his body, then raised the sword high with both hands. Chris couldn't keep up with his actions, his mind frantically searching for a way. Bad, I need to take a step back first. Huh? Because the stance of holding the sword high with both hands unintentionally created a huge opening at Roman's chest. Chris sharply noticed. He just widened his movements, creating too many openings. Chris didn't hesitate to thrust his sword into the gap at his chest, but Roman leaned back to dodge. He looked down, smiling as if Chris was a fish taking the bait, while Chris realized only then, did he do that on purpose to lure me into attacking? He dared to trick me. Taking advantage of the moment Chris hadn't stabilized his body yet, Roman just needed to swing his sword down. At that moment, only one thought was in Chris's mind. Am I really going to lose to Roman? His arrogance didn't allow him to lose. Chris released a violent source of chi. This power enveloped the wooden sword, causing it to change shape. Jonathan shouted loudly, Chris, stop! But it was too late. He swung down with full force, causing dust to billow out. People outside the court discussed. What the hell just happened? Baron Romero worriedly called out,
Chris froze. He quickly swung his sword, delivering a chop to the neck, and he fell down. Everyone was stunned. The person still standing on the field at this moment was Roman. Going back to an earlier time, Chris and Jonathan were training passionately in the training ground. Outside, the conversation of two guards could be heard. Who was just appointed as the vice captain of the Night Order? You don't know? It's the captain's student. The other person wondered. He looks quite young, doesn't he? Hearing that, another replied, but he is already a 2-star Aura Knight. The other was amazed. Already 2-star at that age? That's what they say. They say that after only 2 years of training, he could already sense mana. It only took him 3.5 years to become a 1-star. In such a short time? Not just those 2 guards, but everyone who knew about Jonathan or the Dimitri Night Order was buzzing about Chris. Rumor said his swordsmanship was superb. What is his name? Back at the training ground, after a bout of sword fighting with Jonathan, Chris tiredly knelt on one knee, supporting himself with his sword. Seeing this, Jonathan spoke up. It seems we should stop here for today, Chris. He was drenched in sweat, unable to hide his exhaustion, but still stood up and said, It's fine. I want to practice one more time. Chris's face showed determination, and Jonathan silently remarked at that time,
Creed lay unconscious on the training ground. Baron Romero spoke in disbelief. Captain Jonathan, what on earth just happened? Didn't you say Vice Captain Creed is the most elite 2-star Aura Knight in the Dimitri territory? The person being questioned was also in a state of shock. That, Jonathan thought to
Those moves must have been honed for years. How could he have matured so quickly? After a moment of thought, he voiced his conclusion. Lord, please do not be too surprised. It seems the young master is a swordsmanship genius. Roman, after defeating Chris, stood still on the arena looking at him. He recalled Chris's attacks throughout the battle. He knew how to take the initiative and fiercely confront the enemy. His combat concentration was also quite sharp. With this level, he could easily handle the entire Bloodfang gang on his own. No wonder Jonathan was so proud of him. By their standards, he was already quite an elite warrior. However, by his own standards, he was the weakest. Even the guys in the Demon Tower were stronger than him. He recalled Chris's final strike when he unleashed a strange power. But that last move just now surprised me quite a bit. There was something... Romero, standing on the sidelines, began to laugh. At first, it was soft, but gradually he laughed uncontrollably, stunning those present. Roman glanced over, and he frankly remarked, Truly too interesting. His face beaming, he praised, My son, I never expected my eldest son to be such a swordsmanship genius. Knight Captain Jonathan, are you sure about this? Jonathan replied, As for why your son could improve so quickly, I cannot say. It seems that before I did not realize the true potential of the person standing before me. Romero said proudly, Is that so? So, that is it. He raised his voice and called out, Son, come here. I will grant you a truly worthy reward. Tell me, what is your wish? Roman curled his lips. Then he tentatively mentioned, Father, you once said I have to go to the battlefield within the next half year, correct? Since we are no longer on good terms with the Lawrence family, he asked back, Do you mean you no longer want to enlist? He immediately denied it. No, Father. I want you to allow me to choose my own people. He was surprised by this request. Baron Romero tried to advise, You still have plenty of time. You just need to reconcile with him. He cut in, Father, I will go. Roman looked straight at him and spoke with determination. Baron Romero was stunned for a moment, then closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he said, I understand. I give you full permission to manage your own affairs. Roman added, I have one more favor to ask of you, Father. He was ready to listen. As long as you continue to show such excellent performance as you just did, I have no reason to refuse you. Roman glanced at the unconscious Chris and said, In that case... Time passed. The moment Chris woke up in bed, he pointed at himself and raised his voice. What? You want me to teach Aura to young Master Roman? Jonathan stood opposite him and calmly replied, That is the Lord's command. I understand what you mean, but... He spoke with some frustration. Sir, no, Master, don't you think that's too much? Look at me. That brat, I even used Aura to fight that young master, yet I was still defeated by him. Right now, I just want to find a hole to crawl into, yet you want me to teach him Aura? Chris held his head in depression. He spoke ominously. Even if I get beheaded for insubordination, I will... Before he could finish, Jonathan interrupted. Chris, I want to make a deal with you. Chris froze. Huh? I feel like I've heard this somewhere before. Jonathan stated his request. I want you to teach the young master and observe.
Creed began to calculate. If he did this, the teacher would reveal the secret to becoming a 3-star Aura Knight. The reward was too tempting to pass up, but he still spoke up in annoyance. Damn it, you have to keep your word. Night fell. Inside Roman's room, Hans called out, Young master?
he reported, "I heard that you showed outstanding performance in the duel earlier today. The rumors have already spread throughout the castle. The vice captain of the Knight Order is a 2-star Aura Knight, yet you still managed to defeat him. It is truly extraordinary." Roman lowered his head to adjust his collar. This seemed like a new concept to him. 2-star Aura, huh? Hans, do you know what Aura is? Hans replied, "I don't really know either. Isn't it the power used to manipulate mana?"
However, their way of utilizing energy is completely different from the people in my world. Regarding what they call aura here, there is something quite inefficient about it. I really don't understand why they use energy like that. It seems the people here need to learn more about the power they are using. I will verify it with my own eyes during tomorrow's practice session. And the person assigned the task of instructing him on aura was sitting on the bed, grinding his teeth. Ah, damn it. Was I too agitated? The next morning, Roman and Creed met on the clearing near the mansion for the aura training appointment. Both faced each other with cold expressions. Suddenly, Roman smirked. Creed, seeming to understand the meaning, silently cursed. "This bastard," he told himself. "Calm down," then spoke up. "Before we start practicing, I will explain to you what aura is. Aura is a way of utilizing mana, specifically the form in which knights use their mana. Magicians use mana by storing it in magic spheres, while knights store mana throughout their bodies. The pioneer of this aura concept was Emperor Alexander. Unlike magicians who store mana in different objects and forms, he was the first to discover that storing mana throughout the body would strengthen one's physique. Aura is the act of releasing this internally stored mana outwards. Mana usually flows throughout the body, and humans can absolutely increase their strength by concentrating and releasing that amount of mana. However, learning about the history of mana isn't that important. Only a chosen few can use mana in this way. Out of 1,000 people, only one chooses the path to become an aura knight, and out of tens of thousands, only one can follow the path to become a magician. Therefore, checking whether one has the aptitude for mana is the most important thing. The minimum requirement that aura knights must achieve is the ability to sense mana. Most people fail at this step. As for me, although sensing mana took about half a year, typically for humans to achieve that, it would take more than a year. This is what people call
Chris replied, "Of course." He looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze and thought to himself, "Roman Dmitri. After winning one round against me, he must be feeling very proud and arrogant. But unfortunately, this won't be as easy as you think, because talent in swordsmanship is completely different from talent in mana. Face reality, and you'll see soon enough." The training session began. Roman placed both hands in front of his abdomen, closed his eyes, and sensed. The premise of this training was incorrect from the very start, because I already know how to sense mana, and thanks to my experience as the heavenly demon, I can store mana, albeit only a small amount. However, relying solely on what I already know will only lead to stagnation and decline. Although I cannot comprehend why they follow such methods, I must learn their way first. Chris clasped his hands behind his back, pacing back and forth as he instructed. Focus on your breathing and concentrate your mind. Sensing everything connected to your body is extremely important. Once you get used to using mana, you will be able to manifest aura. Try to concentrate the mana flowing through your body into a single point. That is how you manifest aura. Orange specks of aura began to condense on Roman's hands. Not noticing this, Chris continued speaking. And manifesting aura means you have become a 1-star aura knight. There are many ways to utilize this aura manifestation. You can infuse it into your blade to increase its effectiveness, or apply it to your own body. As he reached this point, the orange aura gradually enveloped Roman's entire
Chris was stunned, thinking to himself, "It can't be. Is he manifesting aura?" Roman opened his eyes. He already had the answer in his heart. It was exactly as he thought. The method of utilizing chi has absolutely no effect in this world. Chi in Morum eliminates all impurities in the body, aiming for the ultimate goal of storing chi inside a cleansed body. However, this world has a completely different energy system. They focus mana and expect it to flow naturally through the body without restriction or control. The chi of Morum is scarce and dry, yet powerful, while the mana of this world is abundant and gentle, allowing it to leave the body more easily. He looked down at the stream of energy flowing over his left hand. If one had to distinguish, their method of utilizing aura is similar to physical cultivation in Morum.
There is no need to waste effort comparing these two methods. Physical cultivation helps the body elevate and become stronger. However, it only helps physically, not aiding the practitioner in storing mana inside.
Chris loudly interrupted his train of thought. What? How could you do such a thing? That was aura just now, wasn't it? He replied calmly. You should have realized that yourself. This statement made him even more agitated. That's why I'm asking. It took me years just to be able to manifest aura. Tell me the truth right now. Did you trick me, pretending not to know how to use mana? Right, it's all clear now. No wonder I lost to you like that in the beginning. If you had that power, why did you 2 years ago? Roman didn't let him continue his speculation and cut him off. You've misunderstood everything. Me hiding my power? Chris asked, tears welling up in his eyes. If that's not the case, then this is all too absurd. It took me 10 years just to become a 2-star knight. Roman let out a laugh. Chris froze and questioned. What's so funny? Are you laughing at all my efforts? As he said this, his fists clenched, as if suppressing his anger. Roman calmly spoke. Let me ask you this. In the arduous process of achieving that goal, have you ever questioned the training method you were using? Hearing this, Chris started and stiffened. He asked, feeling a bit guilty. What are you trying to say? Roman interrupted. Surely everyone assumes it's obvious, assuming that an old training method passed down is the correct approach. When I learned aura from you, I had this thought. I wondered why people were so fixated on this method, when clearly there were issues with it. He posed 2 questions. Is it out of ignorance, or because your faith in Captain Jonathan is too strong? The reason is very simple. He answered for him. Teaching that way is easier. If they only teach you things they learn themselves, no one has to face loss or criticism. He faced Chris and said bluntly, I don't deny that your 10 years of training were very important, but during all that time, the fact that you never once doubted that method is the reason I laughed at you. Saying that, he walked past him. There is no perfect answer in this world, even if the path you decided to follow was created by someone longing for a successor. After saying this, he thought, this longing is exactly what causes suffering in life. Facing problems when encountering failure is the moment one must deal with criticism from others and one's own despair. However, even if that's the case, change is still essential, just as
He asked sincerely, please tell me, what should I do from now on? Upon hearing this question, Roman recalled an opponent defeated by his hands in his past life, a man coughing up blood. Under the twilight, Bok Jong-hyuk stood still, looking down at the miserably defeated opponent at his feet. At that time, he had asked, do you intend to continue? The man replied, no, I admit my defeat. The Blood Demon sect will obey Bok Jong-hyuk of the Heavenly Demon sect. Then suddenly the man shouted, wait. He put aside his pride and said sincerely, this is the first time I have seen someone as strong as you. What must I do to become as strong as you? I have decided to dedicate this body to you. If I become stronger, both of us will benefit. With a determined look, he said, so please tell me. Back to the present, the act of seeking the opponent's opinion by that man was reenacted by Chris. What should I do from now on? Roman gave an unfathomable smile. He had thrown away his
That person had a huge influence on the Marim, and when the war between him and Baek Jong-hyuk broke out, after a persistent battle, he tasted defeat. But that brat back then chose to accept that humiliation to be taught. Choosing to throw away his pride to become stronger, this guy is quite similar to the Blood Demon. He put on a dangerous expression and spoke. Very well, do you want me to show you how to become stronger? He said bluntly, I cannot teach you yet. Hearing this, Chris became impatient. Then what do you want me to do? He explained, I just want to say that you don't need to keep following the way you were taught. If I have to guide you by hand, you'll be no different from the choices you have made until now. However, if you want to find out for yourself, follow me and observe what I do. Chris was startled, and he continued frankly, in the next 6 months when I enlist in the army, observe how I fight against different enemies and become stronger. Observe the diverse fighting styles I use. If after 10 years you can still persevere, I am sure you will find the answer. Chris fell silent. Night fell. He sat on his bed, bowing his head in contemplation. Chris recalled every word of praise he had ever heard. You must learn how to sense mana. You were able to sense mana after only half a month. To release mana, you became a 1-star aura knight after only 3 years. Truly a genius. He recalled Jonathan's words. Chris, you are now a 2-star aura knight. And finally, Roman's words. I won't mention the fact that you spent 10 years training, but the truth is, you never asked how they trained, and that is why I laughed in your face. Chris frowned in unwillingness. I will. The next morning in Jonathan's study, he widened his eyes and asked, What? Chris, what did you just say? The person being asked answered straightforwardly. I want to go to the battlefield with the young master. After last night, he had thought it through. He wanted to become stronger. Jonathan probed,
Perhaps something happened. Chris admitted. That's right. The two silently looked at each other. After that, he didn't make it difficult for him. All right then. Perhaps that is reason enough for you to push yourself onto this path. He crossed his arms and said, from now on, you will no longer be a part of the Dimitri Knights, but I hope that while you are out there, you will still pursue the goal of protecting the young master. Having achieved his wish, Chris spoke.
Chris was just a child back then, a boy with teary eyes clinging to the cold body of a woman. Jonathan leaned on the table, stood up and said, thanks to you, I can now confirm that if you are ready to follow the young master, then I won't have to worry about him being called a fool anymore. He opened a door in the study. Follow me. I think you need some extra equipment. Chris was confused. Pardon? He turned his head and smiled. To survive on the battlefield, you will need your own secret weapon, won't you? At this moment, Chris understood. His face brightened up. Thank you, sir. Somewhere in the town, the event of Roman fighting the whole gang alone was being buzzingly discussed by the people. Have you heard the rumors? That young Master Roman actually destroyed Bloodfang with his own hands? Do you think that's true? He's just a useless royal half-blood. From the sources I heard, it seems to be true. Come on, that can't be true. It must have been arranged by the Dimitri Knights or something. These words reached the ears of
He was able to wipe out a group of them with just a tree branch, so he definitely could have handled the Bloodfang gang with his own hands. Did he do that just to keep his promise to me? Tears welled up in his eyes. But then Kevin denied it to himself. No, there's no way he would do that for someone like me, but he really did destroy those hooligans. Seeing him slacking off, a man shouted a reminder. Kevin, what are you doing? If you want to go home early, focus on your work. He replied, oh, all right. Kevin carried the box of goods, walking and thinking. I want to be like the young master, someone strong enough to protect those around him when needed. There are still many dangerous people like the Bloodfang gang out there. I have to become stronger to protect my family. But how do I get stronger? If I had the chance to meet the young master again. But never mind. How could a guy like me be that lucky? A call cut through his internal monologue. Kevin.
Kevin hesitantly asked, why are you here? No, before that. He suddenly knelt down and spoke loudly. Thank you so much. Thanks to you, my family was able to survive this incident. Roman replied, it's nothing. But how have you been lately? He looked up happily and said, because the Bloodfang gang is gone, our home has been peaceful, and I even found a job thanks to Mr. Hans's help. You don't know how grateful I am to you. Roman interrupted. As a way to repay me, you can listen to my request to know your future goal. Kevin was confused. A request? Roman continued, I promise if you accept, you will no longer have to worry about family circumstances. You will have shelter and food and enjoy a luxurious life instead of doing this job. I will give you those conditions. He said seriously, so serve me. If you promise to be loyal to me, I will improve your life without regret. Kevin's eyes widened. Then he pursed his lips, then slammed his head hard on the ground and declared, I swear loyalty to the young master. If you want me to die, I will die under your command, and if you order me to kill someone, I will kill regardless of who it is. Kevin, with his forehead bleeding profusely, looked up at him firmly. As long as you promise to protect my family, my life is yours. Roman revealed a dangerous look, thinking to himself, he swore by his blood? This guy reminds me of a madman. Just under one command, he would fight against an army of hundreds. He wouldn't fall until the mission was completed. What a madman. And surely this guy will be the same. It was worth my effort coming all the way here. All right, from now on, thinking that, he said out loud, you are my person. The next morning, Roman took Kevin to the Dimitri family estate. He gave instructions. Well then, Hans, I leave Kevin to you. Please help him get used to life here. He happily obeyed. Yes, I understand. He turned to the red-haired teenager. Kevin, I will come visit you later, so take care. Being cared for, he replied radiantly. Yes, young master, thank you. He turned around, leaving a sentence. I'm going to the library. If there's anything, just come there to find me. Hans replied. Yes, young master. He and the two split into two directions. Hans asked, do you want to go look around? Kevin asked back happily. Is that okay? At the library, Roman laid out a pile of books on the table. He opened a book, and the content inside was about Oranites, the path of an Oranite.
When becoming a 3-star Oranite, you surpass common understanding and receive special treatment within the kingdom. Currently, on the Salamander continent, there are 6-star knights, but to this day there have been no legends of anyone reaching the 7-star rank. Even among the top 10 knights, not all have reached the 6-star level. Reading this, Roman thought to himself, knights in the 6-star rank. I've already confirmed the strength of a 2-star knight with Chris. Even Jonathan, who is currently a 3-star knight, is only as strong as a second-rate warrior. The book continued. Those who reach the 6-star rank possess abilities surpassing ordinary humans. The flames they can project from their blades have a range of up to 10 meters, and their destructive power is on a completely different level. Currently, only 12 people are believed to have reached the 6-star threshold. They are treated like royalty, regardless.
The fact that they could reach this level without knowing how to use chi efficiently proved their talent. There are even magicians here. The book states that those who have reached the 7th circle will be granted the title of Archmage. They are considered demigods, able to walk through battlefields and disasters, waiting for an opportunity to strike. A single spell of theirs can level the ground, cover the sky, and when fighting in numbers, they are even more dangerous than 6-star Aura Knights. Roman pondered. Magic is an ability that did not exist in Morim. Now I know what I should do. I must confront these people to fully understand the situation, although it is quite rare for that old man Dimitri to take such risks. He closed the book and crossed his arms to continue thinking. The fact that he couldn't predict what would happen next made the situation even more dangerous. However, I will never stand still like the others. I must gain experience and ensure I can live a fulfilling life. This is going to be interesting. Roman revealed a dangerous look. Let's start getting ready. A while later, Hans led him to a wooden house. He opened the door and said, "Here it is." Roman asked, "What was this place used for in the past?" Hans introduced. "This used to be a workshop used by the previous count. He forbade outsiders from entering so strictly that not even air could get through." Roman entered with a cold expression. This place would be very suitable for training. He looked around and instructed, "Hans, I will spend the entire next week in this workshop. I don't need any food or drink. However, you are not allowed to let anyone enter. Remember this clearly. Unless my people are in mortal danger, no one is allowed."
Although I appreciate his thoughtfulness, this actually only makes the flow of chi more erratic. He bent down to move the pile of straw aside, and then sat cross-legged to regulate his breathing. Roman recalled that until now, he had only awakened a small amount of mana. To use the Heavenly Demon Practitioner's techniques perfectly, he had to start from the very first step. He chanted, "Heavenly Demon Practitioner, first step, human." Immediately, streams of orange aura radiated from his body. Roman seemed to endure pain to the point where veins popped out on his face. "I must eliminate all impurities in this body." Blood streamed from his mouth, eyes, nose, and ears. The stream of mana that should have flowed freely inside Roman's body was stagnating. This body had far more impurities than other ordinary teenagers. However, because Since I have decided to live my life here, I must obtain the power to protect what I have. Entering the human stage is just the beginning. 1 week later, the Dimitri family estate welcomed Viscount Lawrence and his daughter, Flora. A servant opened the door to a room and gestured invitingly. "Please wait here for a moment. I will go prepare some tea and refreshments immediately, Viscount Lawrence and Lady Flora." The two entered the room, and he turned to ask, "Where is Roman?" The servant replied, "The young master is currently busy with some matters." The father and daughter were left alone in the room. He spoke up. "Well then, it is true that I made a hasty decision to visit without thinking it through, but as expected, they do not want us here." He sighed. Then Viscount Lawrence sat down on a chair. "It seems we have no choice but to wait." "All right, sit down, child." She replied, "Yes." After settling in, he suddenly called out, "Flora." She fidgeted nervously. "Yes, father?" He instructed. "I decided to come here to apologize to them for the mistakes we have caused. So be careful with your words and speech." Flora obediently listened. "I understand." Earlier, at the Lawrence family estate, an argument had broken out between the father and daughter. The angry voice of the Viscount echoed out. "You went and announced the annulment of the engagement?" Flora confessed honestly. "During the last visit, I decided to tell him my thoughts. I really wanted to follow your words, father, but the more I thought about it, the more I felt I could not marry someone I do not respect at all." He raised his voice, cutting her off. "Flora, it was a waste that I actually thought you were a smart child. I never expected you to do something like this. Do you know what is happening in our territory? The Barco family has decided to borrow a massive amount of money from the bank. Do you know what that means? It means they are just preparing to start a war. Arranging a marriage with the Dimitri family was an
Flora stubbornly argued. Our Lawrence family isn't weak, is it, Father? Even without the Dimitri family, don't we still have a chance? He explained dejectedly. If it were just the Barco family alone, perhaps. But the fact that the central government approved their shady documents and orders, along with lending money to the Barco family without any demands, proves one thing. This is no longer simply a war between two families. Those handing power to the Barco family are the ones who want our family to collapse. Now that they have a legitimate reason, they will do everything to arrange and annex all of our territory, our honor, even you, the one called the flower of the Lawrence family. Upon hearing these words, she was stunned and could say nothing. Back in the present, Flora clenched her hands tight, thinking, I already knew the current situation of our territory and Father's thoughts when he made that decision. I knew it all, yet I still decided to push everything aside for my own selfish reasons. She closed her eyes, reminding herself, wake up. If I keep clinging to the pride of the Lawrence family,
His heart was in a tangled mess. Viscount Lawrence and the young lady had been waiting here since morning, and now it was already dusk. Hans unconsciously muttered to himself. They looked extremely disgruntled, but since the young master had said no one was allowed to visit him for any reason whatsoever, then it wasn't possible. But still. Suddenly the door opened, and Hans called out joyfully, Young master, here you are, young. The next word stuck in his throat as his face turned pale. Young master. Hans stammered as if he had seen a Rakshasa. Young master. In the living room, where the Viscount and Flora were waiting, the atmosphere sank into a terrifying silence. Viscount Lawrence sat with his eyes closed, fingers interlaced, thinking to himself, I have resolved to do this, because it is all Flora's fault. For the Lawrence family to survive, I must ensure this marriage takes place. His hands trembled. But even so, this is unacceptable. Viscount Lawrence, having been made to wait, lost his patience. He was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet. Flora called out softly, Father! He walked towards the door with a grim face and growled, I will go find Baron Dimitri myself. In Romero Dimitri's study, he was focused on writing something on paper. Just then, Viscount Lawrence burst through the door without a word of greeting, shouting, Baron Dimitri, what are you doing keeping your guests waiting so long? He immediately unleashed a torrent of frustration. If you are displeased with us, just send us away. I did not expect the Dimitri family to be this cruel. Romero stopped writing and looked at him silently, then placed his quill back into the inkwell and asked calmly, I understand your point, but did you make an appointment with the Baron beforehand? Viscount Lawrence continued to speak arrogantly. I know we decided to come without notice, but we discussed the intention to meet him a week ago, and we had no other choice because he refused our request and then went completely silent. If you intended to refuse our visit from the start, we wouldn't feel so insulted. But this... Romero cut him off. Do you think I can refuse the visit of a viscount? But is that...
Baron Romero clenched his hands and recounted that on the day Flora Lawrence visited the Dimitri family, Roman had expressed his intention to call off the engagement to him. Although he had no choice but to scold him, even a 3-year-old child could tell what had happened, that Flora Lawrence was the reason the boy wanted to annul this arranged marriage. I knew, but I didn't question him. When I thought about the reason he wanted to do certain things, I had no choice but to remain silent and ignore the words he said to me. We are all victims of an unwanted arranged marriage. Viscount Lawrence listened miserably. Romero continued speaking, implying that the one who wanted to arrange the marriage first was the Lawrence family. Yet you, Viscount Lawrence, still think your anger is justified simply because you have waited for quite a long time. He clenched his fists until the veins popped. Finally, he was no longer gentle. He slammed the table and raised his voice. Even though from the beginning we didn't want to meet and you forgot your own mistake, yet you still decided to come here to complain. The father and daughter of the Lawrence family were at a loss for arguments, unable to do anything but bow their heads and accept his anger. Pausing for a moment, he calmed down and spoke.
They would give us a chance to connect with the central government and give us a portion of the Lawrence territory. Even so, I still decided to refuse the Barco family's offer. Do you know why I did that, Viscount? The inkwell strolled onto the table due to his slam. Viscount Lawrence, not understanding, asked, Why did you refuse that offer?
From your perspective, accepting the Barco family's offer would be more beneficial. Romero frankly gave him the answer. The reason is very simple. Because Dimitri already has enough power, I decided to choose according to my own will, simply because the son of the Dimitri family likes the flower of the Lawrence family. For that sole reason, we decided to oppose the Barco family. At this moment, inside Viscount Lawrence's heart, only regret remained. It was a mistake. I should have been calm, but I made a huge mistake because of my anger. What should I do now? Romero continued. The flower of the Lawrence family and the fool of the Dimitri family. We know the two are not a match, but you should remember what the Dimitri family signifies. When the name Dimitri was added to Roman's name, its value changed. He frankly exposed. Above all, the ones longing for this marriage are not us, but actually you, the Lawrence family. Romero questioned. Am I wrong? Suddenly, Flora recalled a memory from her childhood. When I was little, I remember the days at the academy. That was where children of noble families came to learn and build relationships. There was a family so small that their value was questionable, a family that only had a name, the child of the Joel family. In a world where children thought they were treasures born into this world, Joel was an exception. One day, Joel made a small mistake. While children from other prestigious families wouldn't face much trouble, they opened a disciplinary committee for him. When I saw the teachers scolding Joel for his mistake, a man who appeared to be his father appeared and apologized. He begged them to forgive him and promised to discipline his son. Meanwhile, as I watched from behind, I thought, how pathetic, I thought so. And in the present, the current events made her secretly mock herself. Thinking back now, I find it ridiculous. Viscount Lawrence suddenly bowed his head in apology. As the head of the Lawrence family, I have
I should have apologized from the very beginning. I hope you will forgive my arrogance and understand me. She realized this is a world where the weak must bow to the strong. Then Flora also bowed her head. Baron Dimitri, I apologize for... Suddenly, a servant's voice interrupted. My lord, young Master Roman has arrived. Both father and daughter looked back in shock, and there he was. The moment the door opened, Flora realized one thing. When she finally realized the truth, it was already too late. He walked in, but Roman was now in a different appearance. His hair had turned pure white. Even his eye color had changed to light purple. He spoke. Roman Dimitri, I have come to see your father. Baron Romero was shocked. Have you finished your training? He replied, yes. The Baron continued. All right, we will talk about what happened to you later. He explained the current situation. The Lawrence family had come to discuss the arranged marriage. Roman frowned. Since this all started with your decision, I will listen to you, as the patriarch of Dimitri, and as your father. He glanced at Flora and then spoke. I understand your point, father. Roman reached into his coat. I understand what result the alliance between our two families would lead to. In the situation where the Barco family is threatening the Lawrence family, the power of the Dimitri family would ensure the safety of the Lawrence family. He took out a handkerchief and placed it on the table. Noticing this, Romero asked, So, do you still want to continue this marriage? He replied, Back then, I thought such a decision would have value. However, on the first day I met her, after she spoke her mind about this marriage, my thoughts also changed. He used that very handkerchief to wipe up spilled ink. They must have heard rumors about the fool of the Dimitri family, and she surely thought she couldn't marry someone like that. The rumors decided the final outcome. Flora listened.
Therefore, the Viscount and his daughter silently waited for the final result. He glanced gently and said, I don't want to change anything, and I want to end this marriage, so I don't want any changes. He glanced again and continued, and this engagement will end right here. The moment he spoke the answer, the entire study fell into silence. Viscount Lawrence bowed his head and thought to himself, It's really over. This arranged marriage was the final pawn that could
No, if Dimitri and Barco decide to cooperate with each other, we won't even have the ability to fight against them. If I can at least prevent that. Thinking this, with a desire to protect his daughter and family, he bowed and admitted his fault. The things that have happened and are happening now are all due to the Lawrence family. The Lawrence family will certainly not demand anything from those mistakes. Although this small amount of money means nothing to the Master of Iron, I hope that this will partly serve as an apology for the incident between our two families. Baron Romero spoke up. There is no need to do that. As a member of Dimitri, I will not mention your choice when discussing issues that may arise in the future. Announce to the public that Flora Lawrence had to break off the engagement for personal reasons. If you do that, there will be no reason for Dimitri to cooperate with Barco anymore. Viscount Lawrence spoke gratefully. Thank you very much. Truly thank you. The study door opened again, and the father and daughter left. But before disappearing, the Viscount glanced at Roman, who had a new appearance, and thought to himself, Roman Dimitri, if I had known your value sooner, I would have been more careful in telling Flora not to make a sudden decision. He cleared his thoughts, withdrew his gaze, and left. I too have made a big mistake. The door closed politely. Only Roman and Baron Romero remained in the study. He spoke. Son. He looked over.
Training his body by eliminating all internal impurities to enter the mortal state, Roman bared his upper body and focused on regulating his breathing. In the mortal state, steps must be taken to prepare the body to become a heavenly demon magician, although this is not considered impressive in Marim. With the absolute amount of energy existing in nature in this world, the amount of impurities in Roman's body is very important. As time passed, his hair gradually turned white. Even preparing the foundation for this body had a significant impact. The changes in his appearance were proof that he was completely different from before. But it was hard to explain, so he opened his mouth to answer. I gained knowledge while training by myself, although I don't remember the specific details, but I believe that energy has started to circulate throughout my body. Romero was stunned. Did you just say energy circulation? It is a phenomenon of circulating energy from nature within the body to enhance physical abilities. He pondered. It was something that only happened to a very few people. Roman, the fool of the Dimitri family, had accomplished incredible things, including taking down Bloodfang. He was starting to develop beyond human understanding. Even so, it could not change the fact that he was his son. Having thought it through, he calmly spoke. You are indeed my son. As your father, I will definitely lend you a hand whenever you need it. So never forget the fact that your name is Roman Dimitri, and I am Romero Dimitri. I will always be behind you, supporting you. This sentence made him somewhat surprised. He recalled his previous life. His father was the heavenly demon. The old man looked at him with contemptuous eyes and uttered harsh words. Stupid brat. He closed his eyes. Having a father who was neither cold nor cruel and who supported his son unconditionally. It's not bad at all. Pausing for a moment, he smiled. Thank you, father. A while later, he left the Baron's study and saw Flora waiting outside. She hesitated and spoke. I am truly sorry for hastily judging you and causing so much trouble for both families. He brushed past her coldly. No need to apologize. In his heart, he coldly added, because I have no intention of continuing with this arranged marriage. She chased after him to explain. I understand why you are angry. Even if it was an arranged marriage that neither of us agreed to, I still broke my promise not to discuss it with others.
Flora began to recount that at the social gathering hosted by the noble families of the Northeast, something seemed to have happened there. There used to be rumors that I would get engaged to a member of the Dimitri family. Those rumors started spreading fast, becoming even worse than usual. During the party, a girl approached and whispered in Flora's ear that Roman Dimitri was actually, she bluntly said, a drug addict. Drugs erode a person's sanity and intelligence. I thought.
But he was somewhat gentler, so she didn't need to worry anymore. Flora didn't chase after him, but just quietly watched his retreating figure. Night fell. He sat in his room pondering. They said, drugs? I don't feel any drugs circulating in this body. Although there were signs of using drugs to end his life, that amount completely left this body after I finished the training process. Roman suddenly spoke up. Hans? The old man replied, Yes, young master. He calmly asked, Have you ever seen me doing drugs, or any situation that made you suspect I was doing drugs? Hans was horrified. What? He said seriously, I'm not joking with you. I'm just trying to use this time to reevaluate the choices I've made up until now. The old man looked at him with a face full of concern. He added, Not according to your own memories, but from an outsider's perspective. The old man looked helpless. You want to go that far? Hans held the tray and tentatively spoke. About that, although I've never witnessed it with my own eyes, there was a period of time when I thought your actions were quite strange. He hurriedly asked, And when was that? The old man replied, About a month ago. You had just returned from a social party. It wasn't anything noteworthy, but when you returned, you seemed to be in a very strange state. The original Roman's face was pale, as if he had seen a ghost. Right after that, you looked like you had lost the will to live and just stayed in your room. And every night, you requested a large amount of alcohol. That's why I thought you had touched drugs at that party. As for you using drugs now, that seems quite far-fetched. Roman reflected on what Flora had said. The social gathering hosted by the noble families of the Northeast.
He grasped the main point and asked, "Do you know who hosted that party?" Hans replied immediately, "The eldest son of the Barco family. His name is Anthony Barco." He closed his eyes, starting to arrange the puzzle pieces in his mind. Roman was arranged to be engaged to Lawrence, was invited to a social party organized by Barco, which suddenly changed his mental state, leading to his decision to end his life. His eyes exuded sharpness and danger. Roman Dmitri thought, there were some things bothering.
However, when it came to Roman, he was already betrothed to Flora, and there were quite a few ways for married nobles to avoid being sent to the battlefield. But did he choose to end his own life just because he feared the war? It seems something was overlooked. He spoke up. "Hans, it seems Anthony Barco and I are very close." Hans replied, "No one spends time exclusively on you, young master. However, it seems you've been having a hard time lately, haven't you?" He frowned. Just around the time the marriage with Lawrence began to be discussed. The arranged marriage between Dmitri and Lawrence was a major obstacle for Barco, who wanted nothing more than to control the Lawrence family's territory, and the easiest way to solve that problem was to stop the marriage before it began. He speculated. They must have done everything they could to Roman, regardless of the consequences, and that led to Roman's suicide. Hans spoke up. "Young master, actually, a few days ago we received an invitation from the Barco family." He asked back. "The Barco family sent me an invitation." He held up the letter while speaking. "That's right. Unfortunately, it coincided exactly with the time you were in seclusion. What should I do with it?" He smirked and silently despised them. Shameless as hell. No, they just understand me too well. Whichever it is. Roman glared. It really is troublesome. He asked him, "When does the party take place?" Hans said immediately, "Exactly 2 weeks from now." He crossed his legs, smirked, and gave the order. "Tell the Barco family I will attend that party, at the Dmitri estate." Hans was leading Kevin inside. "The young master is waiting for you over there."
The door burst open, and Kevin stammered, "Young master, you called for me?" Roman glanced at him. Kevin. Kevin was startled. "Young master!" He thought to himself, so this is what he meant when he said the young master's aura had changed. Roman asked him, "How have you been lately?" Kevin replied politely, "Ah, yes, young master. I've gotten used to everything, all thanks to Hans's help." He stammered, "But, Roman asked, "But?" He explained, "I always ask myself what my role is here. I'm not sure if there's anything I can do for you anymore, young master." Kevin continued, "I understand what you meant when you told me to keep living for you, but I just don't understand how a normal person like me can... Is there anything I can actually do?" Roman looked at him and explained, "Your role will come to you. I will use you as my sword." Kevin asked back in shock,
First is to give up on being used as a sword. If what you fear is holding a sword and shedding blood, you do not need to become my sword, but you will become my hands and feet. You can learn from Hans and do as he says. That will become your role. Second is to become my sword and protect my side. Kevin asked back in confusion, "But young master, I have never touched such a sword before." Roman replied, "The situation is inherently so, which is also why if you choose the second path, I will test your will by using methods to torture you." Kevin repeated with a confused look, "Torture?" Roman explained bluntly, "Bone crushing, a method causing extreme pain as if your bones and muscles are being crushed." His face was bewildered hearing Roman explain. "It won't just be empty words, but those words will support your willingness to prove your worth." He drew his sword and continued, "And the last one," Roman threw the sword down in front of Kevin, "is to take this sword and cut off your own arm." Kevin's eyes whitened at his words. He glanced at the sword and listened to Roman. "In a situation where you harm yourself, having to endure it to the end, you can become stronger at a speed unmatched by anyone." He recalled old memories. Even the mad demon, a wanderer on the streets, could become one of the heavenly kings solely through his own will. Roman's gaze sharpened as he observed Kevin. "Now what about you?" he spoke up. "No matter what your choice is, I will definitely make you..."
Thanks to the guidance and help whenever I needed it, I was able to learn how to do everything. However, my life is still marching in place. No matter how much effort I put in, someone will always take that effort away. That is the life of the weak. That is the reason I dare not let myself forget what I have seen, that incredible power. He slowly picked up the sword while thinking, cutting off his own arm. He didn't understand how that would help him. As long as he could become stronger, if he could even learn the power that the young master had demonstrated, he thought to himself as his breathing became more rapid. If he could escape the life that had taken everything from him, he declared, "I will do it." Roman gave a faint smile, his gaze never leaving him.
Kevin raised the sword to his wrist, glared, and swung the sword high. The hand gripping the sword tightened until veins popped out. He shouted out loud and chopped down. Roman thought to himself, "Sigh, is he serious?" as he slowly approached him. Meanwhile, Chris was walking and wondering. He had finally decided to leave.
Chris continued, "I heard the young master has finished his seclusion. Where is he now?" Hans replied, "The young master is currently speaking with Kevin. He ordered me not to let anyone in while they are talking." Chris asked in confusion, "Who is Kevin?" He collapsed, blood splashing onto Kevin's face. Tears welled up in the corners of his eyes, and he cried out in pain. Kevin fell to the ground, unconscious. Roman looked at him, his gaze profound. Hans hurriedly spoke up, "Wait, young master." His face turned pale when he saw the blood on the sword. "When were you injured? There is blood on this plate." He replied, "That is nothing to worry about, but I am fine." He smirked. "That is not my blood." Roman thought to himself, "At the moment Kevin was about to cut off his own hand, I placed him into an illusion, the allure of the demon shadow. When I tried to test him by putting him in the illusion for a short time, Kevin had already swung the sword down at his wrist before entering the illusion." He smiled with satisfaction. That ruthless kid. If the spell had been just a little weaker, he might have actually chopped off his own hand. 2 weeks until the party, 6 months until the war, there were many things that needed to be taught. Roman instructed, "The mana reinforcement technique I'm about to teach you is very dangerous." Kevin asked, "You intend to teach me a mana reinforcement technique?" Roman nodded. "That is correct." He thought to himself, "That is not an ordinary technique. It is the technique that the mad demon used, an ancient martial art hidden in the treasury of the main house. The soul spirit holy art, a dangerous technique that corrodes the user's soul and allows them to unleash power under extreme pain. Even if the user has their limbs cut off, they must never lose their will. The mad demon was extremely useful to me, and he mastered this technique while enduring that extreme pain." He calculated, if he is willing to cut off his own hand, then he has the potential to learn it. He spoke, "As this technique develops, you will have to endure increasingly intense pain. However, there is a reason I am teaching you this. This is the fastest way to teach a teenager who doesn't even know the basics of..."
He stammered, "Young master, I cannot express how grateful I am for what you have done for me. But, young master, why do you trust me? I swore to dedicate my life to you, but I haven't shown you anything yet. I could run away after learning this technique. I want to know why you trust me so much." Roman smiled. "Just because." "Just because?" Kevin asked back. He walked past him without answering that question. "Tomorrow we will start training. Rest a bit today." Roman thought to himself, "The reason I can trust him? Come to think of it, the mad demon asked a similar question. I only have unconditional faith when I decide to trust someone. But Kevin, you will never betray me, because as you get stronger, you will realize just how dangerous it is to betray the heavenly demon." The next day, Kevin began his training. Roman stood by his side, instructing him. "Foundation is the key to every action. Each movement must be executed precisely. Do not lose focus." He shouted loudly, "Yes." In another corner, there was someone else. Chris let out a long yawn. He muttered, "I don't understand. Why is he teaching swordsmanship to that stranger? Furthermore, why isn't he teaching me anything at all?" He rested his chin on his hand and thought, "I thought I would find a way to get stronger quickly as long as I followed him, but he treats me like I don't exist." He tilted his head back, continuing to lament.
Chris was furious. "Screw this!" He approached Roman and spoke. "Young Master Roman, it has been 2 weeks since I decided to follow you." Kevin also looked at him as Chris continued. "The first week was wasted because you spent time training. Then you pushed me aside to train Kevin. If you were doing this because I was rude to you initially, then I sincerely apologize, so please teach me as well. I am confident I can learn anything you can teach me." Roman did not reply. He looked at him for a moment and then spoke. "Didn't I already tell you? Just watch me and learn." Chris asked again, "Do you mean literally watch and learn?" Roman walked away while speaking. "Everyone has a different way of learning. Kevin knows nothing, so until he..." Chris asked again, "So you want me to continue observing?" Roman replied briefly, "No." He threw a wooden sword to him. Chris wondered, "What? Why a wooden sword?" Roman explained, "You need results to accept the truth." He suggested, "How about this? Fight a match with Kevin." Roman quickly arranged the arena and explained the rules. In this match, even though Kevin is your opponent, I will instruct him on how to defeat you. Basically, Kevin is my copy. If you still think you are behind this match, I will teach you myself. Kevin stammered, I'm fighting a knight? Chris also felt insulted. You want me to fight this apprentice? He gritted his teeth at this insult. That bastard, what does he take me for? But he had to agree. I understand. Fine then. Right here, I will show you. I am not someone easily fooled. Kevin and Chris went up to the arena. Kevin was still worried. He turned to Roman and spoke. Young master, fighting a 2-star knight is a bit, Roman explained. I know you are at a disadvantage, but if you lose, what do you lose? Kevin replied, nothing, sir. He continued, there are countless people in this world stronger than you. Bloodfang, those who oppressed your family with force, and Chris, who is eager to defeat you, are no different. Do you intend to do nothing every time? He awakened and made up his mind. I will try. Chris observed his opponent and thought, this is annoying. I didn't expect to have to fight this rookie. Why do his eyes look like he has a chance to win? Does Roman think he can completely tame me with this match? Roman signaled, get ready. Chris was on guard. Sparring or whatever. The command was given. Start. Chris quickly rushed forward, closing the distance with Kevin to attack him. He was convinced. No way I'm losing.
Roman Dmitri gave instructions to Kevin. Defend your front with your sword. Chris will strike with a surprise attack. Kevin was astonished hearing these words. Roman signaled, start. As soon as the words ended, Chris suddenly rushed forward. Kevin hurriedly used his sword to block, but there was still a disparity in strength. Roman continued instructing, take a step to the side, then aim for Chris's chest when he tries to kick you. Kevin tried to follow. One step, Chris immediately struck. Kevin was hit, thrown back, and cried out in pain. Roman instructed, stand up, Kevin. He realized only now, this voice, young master. Roman explained while he scrambled to his feet. This is sound transmission, a method used to transmit sound through mana. I will guide you this way. Kevin's jaw dropped in amazement, trying to absorb what he just heard. Sound transmission. You can do even this with mana? Roman continued instructing. Throw yourself to the right. He immediately glanced over, his body hurriedly moving to keep up with Chris's attack speed. Chris seemed a bit incredulous. Kevin didn't stop there. Listening to Roman's words, he spun around and aimed for his left chest. Chris misforced to dodge. He kicked Kevin, forcing Kevin to retreat. He clutched his body, breathing heavily, and recalled the situation just now. Damn it! He definitely had an opening earlier, but I swung my sword too slowly. Roman's voice rang out again. Block the attack from above.
He took a knee straight to the face and fell to the ground again. Kevin gritted his teeth, blood streaming down from his nose. Chris thought in disbelief. This kid is resisting better than I predicted. Roman was also calculating. He is no match for him. His body cannot keep up with my instructions. But isn't this situation quite interesting? He remarked as he saw Kevin smiling. Kevin was thinking, young Master Roman holds absolute authority. Although he is a 2-star knight, he moves exactly as young Master Roman says. The main problem is my body. If I followed the young master exactly, I would have defeated him already. The young master acts as if he is controlling a puppet. He is just toying with Knight Chris.
He looked at Kevin with annoyance. I'm trying to defeat him, but he keeps dodging at critical moments in the nick of time, and even counterattacks. Is it just a coincidence? Kevin was in pain, but remained lucid enough to calculate. Even Chris, considered the most outstanding genius of the Dmitri family, cannot withstand the true ability of the young master. This is the level of young Master Roman. He is the person I will forever honor as my master. Even if it seems unreasonable, I must blindly follow his words. Kevin gripped his sword tighter, thinking to himself, if someone like me can become his sword, the only answer is my willpower. He steeled his resolve as he swung his sword up. Another blow was struck. Kevin's mouth was full of blood. Chris threatened in a cold voice. I will say this one last time, he warned. If you intend to continue fighting, a part of your body will be deformed. Kevin just laughed, a very crisp laughter that made both Roman Dmitri and Chris look at him. Even though Kevin was injured and his mouth was spurting blood, he still smiled and suggested, let's fight to the end. Chris spoke uncomfortably. You! He was so angry his face turned red. Despicable wretch. Chris took his stance as he continued, if that is truly your intention, he rushed forward shouting, then I will give you what you want. He aimed for Kevin's left arm. From now on, when you look at your deformed arm, you will regret this. Kevin was vigilant, fully focused on his opponent. He tried to move faster to keep up with Roman's instruction. Step forward. Kevin did not doubt for a moment. He just rushed forward according to Roman's words, attacking with all his might. He swung his sword, forcing Chris to dodge to the side. Chris looked at Kevin, gritting his teeth in disbelief, not expecting him to step forward. Roman gave a faint smile and reminded, "It's not over yet. Continue. Turn around and attack." Kevin immediately followed, swinging his sword and rushing to attack Chris. He charged in even though his opponent was defending. Chris thought in disbelief, "You think I'll be hit by that wide and slow attack? You're full of openings." He froze. Roman was still
Chris sighed, stooped down and dodged Kevin's attack. Then, gathering his strength, he struck upwards, knocking Kevin back again. Kevin was down for the count. Roman stood on the sidelines. Both he and the two combatants were silent. Roman spoke up. He noted how the fighter swung his sword to dodge, having predicted that the second attack was a feint. Kevin lay on the ground, breathing wearily. Chris exclaimed, "What an annoying guy." Roman spoke as he walked over. "You won. As promised, starting tomorrow, I will personally teach you if you wish. This is your choice." He continued speaking while picking Kevin up. After returning to his room, Chris sighed and curled up on his bed. He blamed himself. Why did I decide to fight? Recalling the match, he felt angry. Winning that match gained me nothing. Not only was it a waste of time, but at the last moment, I felt like I lost, too. That final move was exactly like when he sparred with Roman, the day he had recalled hundreds of times in his head. He thought to himself, if I didn't have that experience with Roman, could I have defeated Kevin without using aura? He thought for a moment, and then burst into laughter. "Ha ha." Chris muttered, "Have I matured just from that one experience?" The next day, Roman asked Chris, "So what will you do?" Chris replied, "I don't need any teaching. I will find a way to get stronger by following you." He pondered and came to a conclusion. I improved after just one sparring match. Every single one of Kevin's decisions was correct in those situations. I thought Roman wasn't guiding him, but thinking that was a mistake. Just by trying to understand Roman's decisions, my mind was filled with teachings. Thinking carefully, it's as if he was teaching me while instructing Kevin. Roman,
The observe and learn he mentioned means enlightening myself while watching him. Chris, stay focused. If that's the case, then until I surpass you, I will observe and learn everything. Roman gave a faint smile, satisfied with Chris's expression. He spoke up. Then, let's continue.
One week before the social party, the streets were buzzing with gossip. Have you heard? About what? About Roman Dimitri. I heard his engagement with the Lawrence family has been broken off. It was clearly the Lawrence family's fault, according to the Viscount's report. Another person chimed in. That's just an excuse. He probably felt sorry for his precious daughter after seeing that fool Dimitri. The nobles also discussed this, but breaking off an engagement when the war with Barco is imminent just means the eldest son of the Dimitri family is even worse than the rumors. The servants of the families also gossiped, but I also heard rumors that he took down Bloodfang. Oh, please, another retorted. You actually believe that? That's probably just a way they use to save face after being rejected. The conversations all ended in laughter, and the Barco household was no exception. Anthony Barco spoke excitedly as he read the news. I can't believe Roman actually broke off this engagement. He's so easy to manipulate. He continued asking, has Roman accepted the invitation to the upcoming party? The servant reported, yes, we have received the acceptance letter from Dimitri. He was satisfied. Good, good. Everything is going smoothly. Anthony sipped his wine while murmuring, I'm really looking forward to next week. It's been a long time since I've been this excited about a party. The day of the social party, Roman rubbed his chin and thought, Hans, do I really have to wear this outfit? He spoke proudly. This is the first official meeting party since you broke off the engagement. I can't let you dress casually. Let me tell you, followed by a stream of his rambling. Then it ended with disappointment when Hans asserted, but I'm sure you won't wear this masterpiece. He glanced over. Hans continued to put on hairs, and I haven't even poured all my effort into it yet, have I? Roman smiled wryly at this attitude. Running out of words, he had to agree. All right, I'll wear it. Hans was as happy as could be. I knew you would say that. Outside, Chris was sighing. He stood next to Roman's carriage, muttering to himself, why is he so late? At this rate, the young master will arrive before us. Kevin ran out from the distance, calling after him. I'm sorry. He moved clumsily. I'm still not used to wearing armor. Chris looked at him, not knowing what to say. Why do you look like that? Kevin explained with a bright smile. That's because there isn't any armor that fits me, even
Chris spoke seriously. Listen carefully. Both of us are the Lord's followers and also the face of Dimitri. It is no exaggeration to say that his reputation will be decided based on our actions. Insolence is not allowed. You must be very cautious with your words. Kevin replied, Yes, I will keep that in mind, Sir Knight. Chris seemed amused by the title Kevin used for him. He rubbed his chin. All right, just ask me if you are unclear about anything. Kevin smiled gratefully. Thank you, Sir Knight. Chris reminded Kevin again, Hey, your helmet is tilted again. At the Barco estate, the tables were filled with delicious food. The guests chatted and enjoyed wine against a backdrop of music. A lavish scene was created under the name.
Knowing that Barco is targeting Lawrence, what on earth is he thinking? Another person chimed in. That's why everyone calls him a fool. If he had a brain to think, he would have clung to one of the two families. They mocked. The Dimitri family's status is shaky, all because of Roman. Even though Dimitri is the most powerful family in the Northeast, they were a bit greedy, wanting to maintain a relationship with the Barco family. But at least he's participating to make up for his mistake. Truly a ridiculous fellow. A girl listening to those words couldn't help but ask the person next to her, what kind of person is Roman Dimitri? The person laughed. You'll know when you meet him. He leaves a terrible impression, and there's not much to look at since he's so short. And the way he's smug about being the eldest son of the Dimitri family. Another interrupted. Even I would find every way to break off this engagement if I were a woman. Someone spoke up, interrupting the laughter. Ahem. The person announced. The eldest son of the Dimitri family, Roman Dimitri, is entering. Roman walked in, with an appearance that made everyone stare wide-eyed. They couldn't stop gossiping. Is that Roman Dimitri? He's so different from before. This is absolutely impossible. He used to be shorter than me. What happened to his hair? The girl, curious about him earlier, couldn't take her eyes off him. She followed him, then boldly spoke up. It is an honor to meet you. She curtsied while introducing herself. I am Sophia of the Griso family. You probably have never heard of our family, although we are not an outstanding family. My father, Baron Griso, dedicated his life to the Cairo kingdom. Roman warmly replied to her. I know very well about the Griso family. She was surprised. You really know the Griso family? Roman smiled and explained. How could I not know a family that has existed for centuries? A few days ago, Hans placed a stack of books on the table and spoke. This is the information on all the families in the Northeast region that you requested. He was curious. But why do you suddenly want to see all of this? Roman.
To win the hearts of others, one must put in a corresponding amount of effort. That is especially true for me, the one called the Fool of the Dimitri family. Isn't that the family that has been stationed in the Northeast for quite a long time? The wood of the Griso family is famous for its high quality within the Cairo kingdom. I heard your brother has successfully managed to sense mana. I sincerely congratulate your brother on that achievement. Sophia was surprised by his knowledge. The atmosphere around them made others jealous. They were surprised and wondered, what is this? Another person also struck up a conversation with him. Greetings, young Master Roman Dimitri. I am Manga of the Vol family. He replied, Oh, I know the eldest son of the Vol family. Didn't Baron Vol achieve illustrious feats in the recent war? I was very moved when reading about it. Manya was surprised. I am very grateful that you think so. Other nobles also plan to approach him.
How is your mother? I heard she hasn't been well lately. Dimitri has benefited greatly from our agreement with the Heroes family about 10 years ago. I am also grateful that you have shown goodwill towards us. The conversations were endless. The nobles had a completely different view of him. Lord Roman, it seems I was mistaken about you. I always thought you were difficult to talk to because you were always drunk. Roman smiled. Oh, I was just wanting to have a drink, but it seems I'll have to abstain from it. A servant of the Barco family approached him after a moment of chatting. Lord Roman, he continued when Roman looked in his direction. The young master invites you to the back room. Roman thought to himself, it seems it's time for me to find out who is provoking me. Outside, the escort knights of the young masters and ladies were talking to each other. Chris taught Kevin a few more things. Other families have many retinues who are knights. Kevin looked at them wondering, Sir Knight, what is a social party? Chris explained, we will never have a chance to enter there, so don't pay any attention to it. Hey, your helmet is crooked again. Kevin exclaimed, Ah, this helmet is too big. Chris scolded, Take it off.
Chris repeated, Put it down. Kevin was confused. Huh? But these guys over here are being loud. It's hilarious. They started insulting them. I heard rumors that Roman Dimitri is the abandoned eldest son, but I didn't expect him to bring along a guy who can't even hold a sword properly as a follower. Chris warned, Ignore them.
What did you expect? Dimitri's level is just that. This remark touched Kevin's sore spot. Some time ago, Roman Dimitri was captivated at a party, a girl with blonde hair and a blue dress and a beautiful face. Anthony put his arm around his shoulder and spoke. Who are you looking at so intently, Roman? Roman glared at him. Anthony continued. Do you know that blonde young lady over there? He replied. What do you mean? You don't know her? That young lady is Flora Lawrence. Dimitri fell in love right from that moment. Back to the present, he was following the servant's guidance to the meeting place. Just as he turned past a corridor, he heard a voice. Over here, Roman. Anthony Barco smiled broadly at him. What have you been doing during the time without me by my side? He looked at him and thought to himself. So this person is Anthony Barco. He continued. I heard people say that you changed, but I really didn't expect you to change this much. Hurry, sit down and tell me everything. Roman looked around. There were still some traces showing that people had been here. The real reason he chased them away before I arrived is he has some secret he wants to tell me. If that's the case, I should make him feel more comfortable. Roman spoke up. I'm not sure myself. He threw himself into the chair and quickly blended in. I spent a ton of money to change myself, and now I'm still changing every day even though I'm not doing anything. But anyway, I'm very happy to be able to meet you again. Anthony looked at him for a moment, then spoke. I guess I can't think of it in a positive way. Honestly speaking, I don't know what you were thinking back then. Roman raised his wine glass. Back then? Anthony continued. Back when you were pushed into a situation where you had to choose between a political marriage with a Lawrence.
So, do you accept the invitation to this party as confirmation that you have agreed to my proposal? I will keep this matter a secret. He smirked as he made the offer. So let's discuss the marriage between you and the Barco family. Roman thought silently with a pensive look. A marriage with the Barco family. He paused as he recalled the past. This memory. A massive door. Although I betrayed Anthony Barco and begged father to arrange a political marriage with the Lawrence family, I can't avoid them forever. I will take this opportunity to mend the relationship between our two families. Carrying that thought, he pushed the door open and walked in. Inside, Anthony Barco, who was waiting, spoke up immediately upon seeing him. You're late, Roman. Hurry over here and sit down. He continued. Let me introduce you. This is Emily Barco, my cousin. The girl bowed politely. Pleasure to meet you, Lord Roman. He replied to her. I am Roman. Anthony suggested. It's fine if she drinks with us, right? This is her first time here, so she would just be wandering around alone otherwise. Roman replied warmly.
You bastard! He shouted. Are you showing off the fact that you're about to get married? Roman, flustered, wanted to explain. Anthony, about that, he cut him off. Don't worry. From now on, the Barco family won't touch the Lawrence family anymore. Roman's face lit up. Really? He smiled slyly and continued. Yeah, so you don't need to force yourself. Just drink to your heart's content. Roman, completely off guard, downed it in one go. And he woke up in a daze. My head. Where is this? Beside him was a woman. Roman thought in disbelief. Huh? Wait, no. What is this? What the hell is going on? Just then, Anthony kicked the door open and shouted, Roman! He stammered upon seeing his furious expression. Anthony, he grit his teeth, enunciating every word. You! What have you done? Roman stammered. No, this thing, I can't remember anything. Anthony threatened him. Listen carefully, Roman. Whoever you mess around with is none of my business, but you have touched a young lady of the Barco family. Roman trembled as he listened to him continue. I cannot let this slide. He proposed. I will give you a choice. 1, I will expose this entire truth, and then you'll be free. 2, you must marry a descendant of the Barco family to restore the relationship between us. He smiled slyly. What you just did makes me very angry, but if you become a member of Barco, I will quell my anger and forgive you. Now then, which option will you choose? The memory ended there. Roman, in the present, had grasped the situation. He glanced around and thought to himself, so that is everything that happened. All the puzzle pieces have fallen back.
The two of them had received enough criticism from the public. Roman seemed to lack the confidence to face his father's wrath, but he also couldn't choose the other option because he truly loved Flora. He didn't want to give up the marriage he had forced into existence, nor did he want to tarnish Flora in this situation. He deduced. So this was the reason he committed suicide while making a choice. He wanted his own death to resolve everything.
A weakling who had never accomplished anything on his own in his life, he thought while drinking wine. That was Roman Dmitri, truly miserable and pathetic. Anthony urged, "Why do you hesitate, Roman? The alliance between our two families could shake the entire Northeast." He invited, "No one can oppose us. You can also utilize the power of the Barco family in the Northeast. There is no reason for you to—" He cut him off. "Is that all?" Anthony froze. "Huh?" He continued. "I have to accept a political marriage just for a reason like that?" Anthony, annoyed, pointed at Roman and continued, "You must
Think carefully if you want to live with your head held high. He hadn't finished speaking when Roman placed his foot on the table, expressing his displeasure. Anthony gawked as he spoke up. How many times do I have to say it for you to understand? The Dmitri family does not need to accept the Barco family's proposal for such a pathetic reason like this." Outside, the crowd was still chatting. Sophia saw Roman and spoke up. "Lord Roman, where have you been?" He smiled. "I just needed to attend to something. It seems I'll have to leave early because of it." She felt a bit disappointed, but still maintained her politeness. "What? Is that so? The party has just started. It would be better if you stayed a little longer." He continued to smile and apologized. "I'm sorry. This is an urgent matter." Others also expressed their regret. "Lord Roman, really? That's a shame. I still have so much I want to talk to you about." "Me too. Let's talk again later when we have the chance." He headed outside, and as soon as he stepped out the door, he heard the sound of an argument. "Take back what you just said, you bastard."
Kevin was being bullied by the Barco family knights. Those knights said, "Wow, what are you expecting? The level of Dmitri is just this much." Chris warned, "Endure it, Kevin." He listened to Chris. "Yes, sir." Seeing that, the group advanced in unison. They continued to mock. What was he thinking letting a kid like this be his guard? Look at his helmet. It doesn't even fit his head. They put their arms around his shoulder in a friendly manner. Seems like the kid just picked up some random helmet that fit him and claimed to be a guard. How sloppy. Chris retorted, "Are the Barco knights trained in running their mouths instead of swordsmanship?" A guy named Benson laughed. Who knows?" He rubbed Kevin's iron helmet. "I am very confident that even without training, my way of holding a sword is still better than this kid's. This is why everyone calls your Dmitri young master a fool." Kevin demanded. "Take back those words." Benson asked. "What?" He continued. "Young Master Roman did nothing to be called that." Kevin grabbed his wrist and flung it away while shouting, "So take back what you just said, you bastard." He angrily threw a punch. "How dare you?" Kevin was hit. Chris touched the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it, but he stopped, considering the situation. That man is a Barco knight. The Dmitri family is currently in a conflict of interest with the Barco family. If I cause a scene here, it won't just cause trouble for the young master, but also entangle the entire Dmitri family in this issue. Kevin slowly stood up while repeating, "I am a knight of Lord Roman. I do not—"
His arm was blocked. Anthony froze. Kevin and Chris reacted the same way, speaking up, "Young master." Roman glared at Anthony. He was about to speak but was slapped painfully before he could form a word. "Roman? Dmitri?" Anthony was shocked at being hit. He looked at him, thinking to himself, "What on earth? Was I just slapped? Did I not even have time to react?" "A fool like you," he shouted, only to be slapped by Roman again. Anthony was even more astonished. "Huh?" He spoke up once more. "You?" Roman slapped him again. He raised his head to look at him, only to be slapped outright once more. Anthony clutched his stinging cheek, looking at him with hateful eyes. "You?" Roman said coldly, "Lift your head up." Anthony was left cornered in the room, trembling as he muttered, "Damn it, what the hell just happened?" Roman spoke up. "I am speaking to you about taking responsibility for laying your hands on our young lady. Isn't proposing marriage to a descendant of the Barco family much better than having to mortgage your assets? This is the final consideration I can offer you. If you don't accept it, you have committed an irreparable mistake." Roman sneered and replied challengingly, "Just do whatever you like. I'm already called a fool anyway. Even if I have one or two more rumors about my hypocritical wickedness, nothing will change. Besides, perhaps you need to behave more properly." Anthony asked back, "What?" Roman continued, "I chose to break off the engagement because I wanted to, not because of your threats. More or less, you have achieved your wish, since Dmitri turned its back on the Lawrence family. But now that you are baring your fangs at me, how should I react properly? Should I help the Lawrence family hinder the Barco family to relieve my hatred towards you?" Anthony's face went pale at these words. I have researched the Barco family. Their connection with the central government and the influence that comes with it are undeniable. However, their power only comes from that connection. If strictly considering wealth and power, the family with true power in the Northeast is Dimitri, not Barco. Roman continued speaking while observing Anthony's trembling state. Now what will you do? Anthony had to be the one to concede. If this matter is resolved, you won't interfere in issues related to
It wasn't just his face, his actions, his gaze, and his tone all instilled fear in those facing him. He was no longer the fool I once knew. He had completely become a different person. What on earth had happened to him? The servant spoke up. "Young master," but he shouted back, "Do not disturb me right now." The servant continued, "But Lord Roman and his knights are." Anthony Barco hurriedly ran out. Kevin spoke up. "Young master, I think you've beaten him enough." Chris also chimed in. "He's right. Please consider the relationship with the Barco family and end this here." Roman replied coldly, "I am the one who decides if he's had enough. Even if he dies, that is the price he must pay for his own words and actions." They wanted to say more, but Anthony Barco shouted, "What is the meaning of this?" He pointed at Roman and began to criticize. "Roman, even if you are the youngest son of the Dimitri family, I will not forgive something like this unless you apologize for your rude behavior just now." Roman glared at him and asked, "Why should I apologize? You're defending Benson? This guy slandered me and touched the people of the Dimitri family. Anthony Barco, do you really think I am the one in the wrong here? Even so, you've gone too far." "Too far?" he asked him. "Didn't I tell you? My personal grudge could destroy the relationship between us as well as our two families." Anthony Barco's face twisted at Roman's words. "So from today on, you better watch your behavior. I don't have any patience, so decide what you're going to do now." Anthony recalled his words. "Should I help the Lawrence family cause trouble for the Barco family?" He gritted his teeth and cursed silently. "Bastard." Then spoke up. Thinking back on it, you were right." Roman smirked upon hearing this. "I will let him receive the appropriate punishment." Roman turned around and smiled. "We truly are good friends, aren't we?" He turned to Benson. "Now then." Roman swung his hand. "Clench your teeth." The Roman of the past was a fool, unworthy of respect. Even if he was a member of the Dimitri family, the most powerful
Chris and Kevin remained silent, their expressions tense. Kevin was the first to speak. "I sincerely apologize. It is entirely my fault that you were insulted by them like that." Chris continued, "I am also to blame. The honor of the Dimitri family was trampled upon, and Kevin was beaten, yet I was unable to do anything." Roman remained silent. A moment later he finally spoke. "Having to swallow your pride like that must have been very unpleasant for both of you, right? Thank you for enduring it until I arrived. Impatience only leads to trouble, so your decision actually saved them from the worst possible outcome. However, that is not the answer I want. Because in this entire northeast region of Cairo, no one has the right to touch the people of the Dimitri family. Even if you must endure humiliation, you must clearly remember that person's face. Never forget your own anger. I cannot stand the feeling of being underneath anyone else. If you wish to follow someone who lives a life above the masses like me, you must adapt to
According to the report from the Black Moon Guild, the Barco family's recent actions have been very unusual. Roman studied the provided information. Barco is a family that has settled in the Northeast for over a century. After a few members of the Barco family started working for the central government, their clan began to rise into a powerful family in the region. He flipped through the pages and remarked, "Just as we found out ourselves, their military strength isn't very great." Hans replied, "Honestly, I'm quite surprised too. I thought their military power would be as strong as their social status." Roman continued, "That proves the power they hold comes mainly from the central government. There are 2 empires and 6 kingdoms on the Salamander continent, among which the Cairo kingdom is the smallest and weakest nation. Cairo's border runs along the northeast mountain range and connects to all other kingdoms, so this country has undergone many invasions. Being a delicious prey always eyed by powerful enemies, the Cairo kingdom has no choice but to ally its military with the central government to survive. The central government has thus gained more strength. They also hold supreme power on the continent. If a noble family refuses their duty, they will immediately be considered rebels and be captured by soldiers right away. After the rebels are subdued, their land will be confiscated and turned into national property. Part of their land will be given to the lord of the neighboring region as a reward for helping to quell the rebellion, and the rest will be given to new nobles willing to submit to the central government." Roman commented, "It is this system of influence that has given the Barco family invisible power
If the Barco family borrowed this amount on credit without any collateral, then perhaps that money was invested in the Burge Mercenary Corps. The Burge Mercenary Corps is a collection of hundreds of A-rank mercenaries from all over, with the Corps based in Burge. This group mainly makes money from combat fees in continental wars. Considering the number of troops the Barco family has been mobilizing recently, they probably intend to attack Lawrence within half a month. Hans presented his analysis, and Roman responded, realizing the Barco family had already completed all preparations. Hans continued to wonder, regarding the battle, the Lawrence family didn't seem likely to win. Roman clarified that even if they held out against the siege, it would probably only last a month at most. He calculated, I told Anthony Barco that I would no longer interfere in matters related to the Lawrence family, but if Roman Dmitri wants to continue living, I must eliminate the threat to myself, which is the Barco family. No matter how mighty an army the Barco family possesses, they will never stand a chance against the Dmitri family. If I borrow the power of the Dmitri family, causing the decline of the Barco family would be a trivial matter, but doing so would be pointless. Indeed, Dmitri was one of the first great families in Cairo.
Now is the time I must spend money on the promise from last time. On the street, the townspeople were startled and frightened, for a soldier wearing blood-stained armor was passing by. He slowly took off his helmet. Then he remarked with exhaustion, Dmitri really hasn't changed at all. He is Lucas, a B-class mercenary, arriving at a smithy. The owner there had to exclaim, God, look at you. He laughed. Was the battle this time that arduous, Lucas? Lucas sighed. Don't mention it. I was almost killed by those reckless bastards with brains the size of crepes. The owner examined his weapon. The quality of this spear is too poor. Where did you buy it? Lucas lamented. At the first shop I saw. It's because of it that I almost met my maker. The shopkeeper scolded. If you buy ironware and weapons, you must come to the Dmitri family shop. Who would be foolish enough to skip a top-tier production place like this? Lucas lifted himself from the chair and replied, That's exactly why I'm here. I'm counting on you. The owner promised him, I'll make you a full set of gear, but it will take a while. Lucas headed towards the door while answering, It's fine. I'll probably go back to the Dmitri estate to rest in the meantime. The battlefield has exhausted me. Outside, dozens of people were gathering around a notice board, which piqued Lucas's curiosity. He thought to himself, What's happening over there that they are gathering so vaguely? Did a battle just break out? I don't intend to take on any more jobs, though. He continued thinking as he approached, I can't help but be curious. Excuse me, let me through. Lucas got closer and read the words on the board. Recruitment notice? Recruiting soldiers. Prerequisites, healthy, ambitious to become stronger. Recruitment quota, 30. Salary, 8 silver coins per month. Lucas calculated silently. On average, a family only needs 5 silver coins a month to live, so considering all the risks, this job isn't bad. If only it didn't have this condition. Special condition. You will work only for Roman Dmitri, not the Dmitri family. Keep this in mind and only apply when you are ready to dedicate your entire life to Roman Dmitri. A person beside Lucas spoke up. Don't even think about registering. You can't compete with
Lucas paused as he thought of something. Wait, he asked again. You said there were hundreds of applicants? The man nodded. That's right. He asked again, is this job really worth that much? Lucas continued, even if the conditions are good, it's not working for the Dmitri family. It's for the fool of the Dmitri family, Roman Dmitri. Who knows what kind of trials one has to go through in becoming a soldier under his command? Lucas's words made everyone look at him. He himself could sense the unusual atmosphere. The man continued to explain. Ahem. You are an outsider, so you wouldn't know. Lord Roman is no longer the fool he used to be. Not only did he wipe out the Bloodfang gang, but he also treats everyone very well. Lucas asked in disbelief. What? The man added. At first we didn't believe it either, but after hearing Clark speak, I started to rethink it. Lucas was curious. Who is Clark?
Kevin asked in confusion, Excuse me? A vacation? Roman nodded and replied, Yes, starting tomorrow I'm giving you 3 days off. Resting is also a form of training. As he walked, he added, You've worked hard, so rest assured and go home to spend time with your family. Kevin replied, Yes, young master. The next day, Kevin put on his ordinary clothes while muttering, A vacation, huh? He thought to himself, I'm a bit unaccustomed to this. Back then, if I didn't work, I would have died instantly. He stepped outside, still deep in thought. Since entering the castle, haven't seen my family yet. I wonder what they are doing now.
Hans called out from afar. "Kevin!" Kevin greeted him back. "Oh, Mr. Hans." The man happily approached and shoved a bundle of items into Kevin's hands while instructing. "Leaving for so long, yet you intend to return home in that state. Lord Roman has prepared a few sets of clean clothes for you to wear, so go change into them." He placed a pouch of money on top while continuing. "You also need money to buy gifts for your family, right? From now on, you will receive 30 silver coins every month. Feel free to enjoy yourself. It's okay to buy gifts or splurge a little." He returned home in new clothes and carrying a lot of food. Kevin muttered, "I can't believe clothes can be this soft. Just wearing them makes me feel happy." He thought happily to himself, "I also bought a lot of bread for my family. The hot bread smells so good. I'm sure Mary will be very happy. That little girl once said her lifelong dream was to eat cream inside a freshly baked loaf of bread. Every day she would complain about it. Why do we always have to eat old bread?" He gave a faint smile. Back then, he couldn't afford a single loaf of toasted bread for her. A freshly baked loaf cost twice as much as old bread. Furthermore, Kevin recalled the memory.
I must definitely become stronger under the young master's guidance. Waiting for Kevin at home was a completely different scene. He stared wide-eyed. Huh? His mother, father, and younger sister were all happily together. Kevin thought to himself, what is going on? It was truly strange. It felt as if he had been asked to go to the outskirts of the castle instead of the slums. His younger sister saw him and exclaimed, "Big brother!" Immediately his parents looked over as well. "Son!" they cried out, and all three quickly ran over to hug Kevin tightly. "Oh my God, how long is it?" "Okay, it's really Big Brother. It's really him." Kevin curiously asked, "Mom, Dad, this house?" His father explained, "Mr. Hans came and gave us this house to live in. He even gave us a piece of land to farm on."
Kevin realized, "Oh, I understand now. Lord Roman." He was moved to tears. "Thank you so much." His father noticed something and spoke up. "Son, your cheek. Did Lord Roman hit you?" Kevin hurriedly explained, "What? No, it's not like that. This is..." His mother comforted him. "You can tell us the truth. If they treat you like that, we are ready to..." Kevin frantically explained, "Lord Roman is absolutely not that kind of person." They asked worriedly, "Then what happened to your face?" He recounted, "Mom, Dad, the truth is..." The townspeople asked in disbelief, "Are you seriously telling us to believe this?" Kevin's father continued, "Come on, then how else do you explain our new house and land?" Others had no argument but to agree. "That's true. Don't believe those rumors." They gossiped. According to Kevin, he slapped that damned knight from the Barco family to protect his own knight. Is there any noble who protects their subordinates like that? Everyone was in disbelief. Unbelievable. Did that foolish young master really do that? 1 told 10, 10 told 100. The story spread quickly through every corner. You've seen the current life of Clark and his family, haven't you? I heard Lord Roman gave them those things because their son Kevin became his subordinate. I also heard he gave them a house and land, and even slapped a Barco knight, all because of Kevin. Clark's close friends heard it from his own mouth. Just yesterday I felt sorry for the kid every time I saw him, but I saw him making a fuss in a shop before. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? I heard Lord Roman treats his servants very well. I want to be like Kevin too. I just need to gain Lord Roman's trust.
That explains why so many people submitted applications to become his soldiers. The man recounted almost everything to Lucas. He thought to himself in disbelief, what is going on here? Destroying Bloodfang and then the incident at the social party? Did Roman really do all of that? The Roman Dimitri I know wouldn't do such things. I even saw him causing a scene in a casino after losing all his money 2 years ago. He crossed his arms and muttered, "It's only been 2 years. What happened to this world?" Lucas smiled. "This is getting interesting. I want to verify it myself." At the Dimitri estate, the testing phase was proceeding quite smoothly. Jonathan reported, "We only need to provide the minimum number of soldiers for recruitment. The entire remaining process will be handled by Lord Roman." Baron Romero asked, "Haven't we spent too much time already?" Jonathan explained, "This is the last chance for you to reclaim everything. Are you okay with this? Establishing an army for a single individual is too dangerous. At the very least, you should ask about Lord Roman's intentions first." Jonathan warned Romero, but Romero spoke up. "Jonathan, when I heard Roman would attend the Barco family's social party, I thought the boy was preparing to ally with the Barco family to drive away our family's second-generation faction. But Roman stood before all those nobles and slapped the Barco family's knight, even resisting Anthony's intervention. Even though Anthony could have joined forces with my second-generation's forces to apply pressure for a fatal blow,
As a father, I am completely happy for him. Jonathan nodded. I understand. Romero continued to ask, so how many people have applied? 50? 100? With his reputation, getting over 50 people would be a cause for celebration. Jonathan replied, it is estimated that there are over 500.
Chris approached and reported, Young Master, the testing process is complete. 1 day before the recruitment test at a certain pub in the Dimitri territory. Lucas downed his beer in one go and exclaimed refreshingly, Dimitri's dark beer is truly #1. He looked around and thought to himself, still, I can't believe so many people have gathered before the recruitment like this. The number of applicants is even higher than I predicted. Not only that, looking around, judging by the identification tags on the belts of the 3 men laughing loudly at the corner table, they were definitely C-rank mercenaries. As for the 3 at the bar counter, they didn't look like mercenaries, but they were definitely experienced fighters. Aside from this place, there are very few inns in Dimitri. Seeing the scene where there are 5-6 people packed per square meter like this, the actual number of applicants is even higher than my expectations. But why? If they have enough combat experience, shouldn't they find a better job elsewhere? Surely not everyone is here just out of curiosity like me. I give up. I can't understand it, he thought to himself as he slammed the glass down on the table. Just as he lifted his butt off the chair, a conversation rang out from the other side. Is that Henderson? Why are you here? Didn't you say you were going to enlist in the Lawrence family's forces? Lucas paused to listen. The man named Henderson replied, Originally that was true. After all, Lawrence is my hometown. But after seeing Lord Roman Dimitri destroy Bloodfang in Lawrence, I changed my mind. Those who weren't there wouldn't believe it. But that day, I saw him in the square. Roman Dimitri, covered in blood, dragging the Bloodfang leader by the hair. Can you imagine that? A young master of a noble family.
People keep doubting and denying the incident in Lawrence, but I was the one who witnessed and felt it with my own eyes. Roman Dimitri is not weak as the rumors say. He slammed his hand on the table and loudly affirmed, he is truly a capable leader who can fight for his people. The people in the tavern watched him as he spoke, and this enlistment is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to become his subordinate. I will pass the selection round, receive residency rights in Dimitri, and live as a subordinate of Lord Roman Dimitri. Lucas thought to himself, Roman Dimitri is someone worth entrusting my life to. I get it now. This great commotion is likely not a coincidence. The recruitment day arrived quickly at the Dimitri training grounds. The applicants excitedly chatted and joked with each other. Let's go for a drink after the selection ends. Oh, so drinking to console those who fail? Did something like that really happen? Lucas pondered. If everything I heard is true, then how should I choose? He looked around and observed. Everyone here shares the same thought as me. People full of doubt applying after hearing all the rumors. The moment of choice will come when we see the real Roman. Lucas felt strange. Although he lowered his head without being asked, everyone else here unconsciously bowed to make way for him. Those rumors were true. Roman walked up the stairs. He spoke. Raise your heads. Only when permitted did the others look up. Roman continued. As stated in the notice, today I will select 30 warriors to fight for me. But before we start, I have a few things to say. I, Roman Dimitri, have no intention of living hidden in a remote territory. I will continuously fight to achieve a higher status than I currently have. In that process, risking your lives is inevitable, so those unsure about following me can leave immediately. The thing you should think about when your head is chopped off on the battlefield should not be resentment towards me for bringing you there, but regret for not being able to stand by and witness your leader standing at the top as the most powerful figure in the continent. The applicants gawked at him. Lucas felt astonished and thought, what is he saying? Forget about the most powerful figure in the continent part. Isn't his status within the family threatened? He should be less arrogant. But for some reason, perhaps he can actually achieve that. Chris followed up Roman. All right, now I will guide you through the first selection round. The selection is simple. Participants will stand at the designated spots, and this archer will shoot 3 arrows towards you. The arrows might graze you, they might hit the target behind you, or they might strike you directly, causing a sudden death. Only those who do not flinch when the 3 arrows are fired will pass the first round. He announced, the selection will proceed in the order of names called. Dusk, move to the designated spot. Next is Morrison, stand next to Dusk. The named ones quickly took their positions. Morrison thought anxiously. He said it all, but are they really going to aim at the people standing there?
It lodged right into the left side of the contestant's neck. They were convinced, all right, this is a psychological battle. Just stand still and trust. Everything will be fine. I'm sure the arrow will miss. Just as the thought popped up, the next arrow shot straight into the contestant's leg. Morrison was astonished, and the other participants wore the same expression as Dusk fell to the ground screaming in pain. Chris acted quickly, shouting an order, "Bring something here to carry him away, fast!" Dusk was carried away on a stretcher by others. The remaining people were terrified. Was the preparation to be hit by arrows that he mentioned earlier actually real? It was too crazy, truly unbelievable. Chris signaled, "Next, Morrison." Morrison was terrified. The arrow had lodged straight into that boy's thigh earlier. If it had hit his head, he would have died instantly. He muttered, damn it all. This is too insane. I only signed up for a chance to become a knight." Chris observed their expressions and thought to himself, this is exactly what the young master said. He spoke up, "I will say it again for those choosing to give up. If you feel afraid of being hit by the archers, then quit right now. If you can endure to the end, even if hit by an arrow, you will have the honor of receiving confirmation that you have passed the first selection round."
For the first selection test tomorrow, you will be hit by an arrow. The archer is a veteran of this region. He will only aim for non-vital areas. The archer standing nearby added, "I won't miss, so please don't worry about a thing." Roman added as Chris brought out their reward. "This is your reward." He opened the chest, revealing it was full of gold. The participants' faces lit up upon seeing the money. Roman clarified, "You won't suffer much pain because a healer will be on standby, but you will still be hit by an arrow. Do you still want to do this?" They answered in unison, "Yes." Roman continued, "If there is nothing else, you may leave." They replied, "Yes, young master." Chris asked after the others.
Although the chance of being hit by an arrow is 1 in 100, most applicants will be defeated by the fear of that 1% chance. Chris continued to ask, "Then what conditions must they meet to become your subordinates, my lord?" He spoke without his expression changing. "I want someone with a strong mentality. In other words, one born with the heart of a beast." Chris asked again, "Heart of a beast?" Roman replied, "That's right. Those born with the heart of a beast will quickly become strong even if they start from zero, and only those with that quality can walk alongside me." Back in the present, after witnessing someone actually getting shot, the participants exclaimed, "What kind of crazy recruitment is this?" Others worried, "Are you going to take responsibility if I die? He is not a noble holding a position in the imperial court. I don't want to risk my life for Roman Dmitri." They left in droves. "I give up. Me too." Chris observed that about 100 people gave up. He looked at Roman and spoke, "Young master." He was also observing with the goal of finding what he wanted, the heart of a beast, which is an innate talent, like Kevin, who did not hesitate to swing his sword to cut off his own wrist at my command, or Chris, you, who asked how to become stronger from the one who defeated you humiliatingly. Those types of people can be said to be born with the heart of a beast. Those with
Henderson panted heavily as his turn arrived. Lucas, observing from the sidelines, remarked, "That guy from the inn. So he didn't give up. I guess he was telling the truth back then, even though he's shaking like a leaf now." Henderson bit his lip, breathing rapidly in fear, thinking to himself, "This is my chance to pledge loyalty to Lord Roman. I can't give up without doing anything." The first arrow was fired right next to him. Henderson glanced at the arrow just inches from his head. He wavered. "No. Should I give up? If I die, it will all be meaningless." The second arrow was fired. "I still have time," he thought, then spoke up. However, the archer's arrow was faster. It struck the target right between Henderson's legs. Chris announced briefly. Henderson passed. He collapsed to the ground, gasping in terror. On the side, Lucas chuckled to himself. Just one more second and he would have quit. Consider him lucky. And so the selection process proceeded smoothly. Excluding those who gave up, there were about 400 applicants. The number of applicants who passed the first round, 120. Roman looked around, thinking to himself, "I have selected those who might prove useful through the first selection round. There are those who passed while trembling, as well as those who passed without any fear. Both groups are not much different from my standards. They are all brave enough to suppress their fear. I must identify the gems from the gravel present here. For whatever conditions or ulterior motives, I must distinguish those who will look at me with respect rather than fear." Roman Dmitri spoke up. "You have all passed the first round. This selection round proves you are warriors.
Lucas was curious about those words, the life of a predator. Roman walked down the stairs while explaining. Now, let's begin the second round of selection. The rules are simple. As you can see, various types of wooden swords have been prepared for you. Type or quantity does not matter. Choose the sword you like and prove your worth by dueling with me. The applicants whispered in skepticism. He intends to duel? Just him alone against all 120 of us? Roman looked at them, clarifying the rules. You don't need to win. Those who can last 1 minute against me will pass and receive even better conditions than those stated in the notice. One person spoke up. I will go first. It was Voken, his face unwavering as he made the offer. Both quickly got into stance. Roman asked, What is your name? He replied immediately, I am Voken. He continued asking, Are you okay with that wooden sword? He gripped the sword tightly. No problem. He observed him, thinking to himself, Roman Dimitri's confidence is overblown. Are the rumors that he subdued Bloodfang true? Even so, there is no way he can take me down in under a minute.
Chris flipped the hourglass and spoke, Start. Vulcan wanted to use this 1 minute to impress upon his mind what kind of person he was. He swung his sword with all his might, then widened his eyes in shock. As Roman easily dodged the attack, his legs got tangled and Vulcan lost his balance. His face immediately turned bewildered. Huh? He looked back, surprised to find himself lying on the ground, Roman's sword held against his neck. He said coldly, Next. Lucas, watching from the outside, also commented in amazement. He is on a different level. He dodged the attack with an extremely fast and gentle movement. I didn't expect one could move like that. This selection round will be 100 times harder than the first one. The moment Vulcan lost to Roman, everyone thought of one thing. Roman is too strong. But as the duels continued and time passed, they thought it would become easier to fight back against him because his stamina would gradually deplete. 1 hour passed since the start of the second selection round. 60 matches, 60 losers. Roman spoke up. Next. Roman showed no signs of exhaustion. Henderson recalled what he said before the selection round. If you pass this selection round and become my subordinates, he thought to himself, I think I finally understand what he meant. You will be able to live the life of a predator. Roman is a predator who can live the way he wants in a world where only the strongest survive. When I look at him, it feels like his words will become reality. Right now, while Roman is still considered the fool of the Dimitri family, this might be a once-in-a-lifetime.
Lucas spoke up. Fine, I'll go. He stepped forward and grabbed the sword. Then he introduced himself. I am contestant number 61. My name is Lucas. A monster. Lucas remarked simply, Roman Dimitri is a monster. Besides his superior martial arts, to think he could create such a pressure-filled atmosphere. Roman Dimitri is completely different from before. Just as he said, he won't stay in this remote place forever. He will conquer this entire continent. I am certain of that. Lucas took his stance while continuing to calculate. I don't care about the 8 silver coins. I will know if what Roman said is true or not in just 1 year. Chris flipped the hourglass to start the match, signaling to do just that. Start. Lucas immediately rushed forward with determination. I must pass the selection round first. Chris observed from the side, thinking to himself. He didn't hesitate to charge in. Aside from the first person, no one else struck first. Not only that, his attack tactic involved swinging the sword at the head while stabbing the dagger at the heart. Lucas attacked relentlessly, but Roman gently parried the blows.
Lucas thought annoyedly, it seems the still isn't enough. Usually there would be openings when moving fast continuously, but Roman is like an impregnable fortress. Even so, I can't stop. He cuts the dagger at his side while calculating. If I hesitate for even a second, I lose immediately. To hold out for 1 minute, I must keep the initiative. Roman smirked, amused by his attack style. Lucas, not bad at all. He remarked, it's not a good method for the battlefield, but suitable for a duel. He knows how to seize the initiative. But my intention isn't simply to let you hold out for a minute. 1 minute is a wall to show them just how strong the lord they will serve is. He parried his strike, then dodged when Lucas swung down. Roman calculated. The purpose of this recruitment round was to imprint fear into their minds from the very first meeting. Roman rushed forward with the intent to end it. Let's end this match. Lucas was alert, hurriedly backing away. He twisted his body to dodge the attack. A B-rank mercenary could only go so far. A normal person can reach B rank if they work hard and risk their lives, but if they can't use mana, they will never reach A rank. A rank possesses power that can subdue anyone, and the prerequisite for that is awakening mana. Therefore, I have reached my limit. No matter how hard I try, I cannot surpass B rank. Even so, I survived. On battlefields where countless people died.
Chris was surprised by this action. He threw sand in. Lucas calculated. He only said to hold out for 1 minute. There are no other rules whatsoever. He immediately rushed forward to attack, sword in hand. But Lucas froze before he could even touch Roman. He observed him. Roman's gaze did not waver in the slightest. His eyes, bloodshot from the sand, were looking straight at me. Lucas laughed bitterly. Ha 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 ha. The short sword in his hand fell to the ground. Lucas shamefully admitted defeat. I surrender. The Heavenly Demon Sect. Before the sect began to show the goodwill of teaching martial arts to its disciples, the first thing they had to learn was how to keep their eyes wide open. In the event of a slight change, even just a blink, it would be enough to get killed. That was a strict requirement because when breathing, internal energy circulates. A blink is also an action that needs careful consideration. Therefore, we were trained to always keep our eyes wide open. Even when the image of an enemy holding a knife rushing straight towards the eyes appeared, we felt no fear in any situation. The current Roman did not waver when sand got into his eyes. Lucas spoke ruefully. I surrender. Under the blazing sun, Chris handed Roman a water bag and said, Here is water. He poured it into his eyes to wash away the sand. Lucas stood silently to the side observing him, thinking to himself, if I knew things would turn out like this, I would never have used the sand. I tried to use every trick necessary until the very last minute to pass the qualifying round. Yet, what a terrible result. He must be looking down on me. No, perhaps from the beginning he didn't expect anything from me anyway. Will he get angry? I should be punished. I wonder how I will be punished. While Lucas was still lost in thought, Roman spoke up. Next person. Lucas was surprised. Others shared the same thought and wondered. Not even angry? He didn't even bother asking why the opponent played dirty. Roman just walked on, thinking to himself. I knew Lucas's plan clearly. I saw him reach for the pouch when leaning back to dodge the sword strike, but I ignored it so he could fight with all his might. The hell that Lucas has been through. I don't know how much bloodshed he has seen, but I no longer have any doubts. An image of a sea of blood appeared. Roman continued thinking. The amount of blood I have seen under the name Baekjeongyuk is enough to form an ocean. That is how a heavenly
Chris observed everything from the outside and thought to himself, Lucas had set a precedent, and now all the participants in the selection were using every single trick they had up their sleeves until the very last minute. As the man who had just thrown a stone rushed forward, Roman kicked him straight in the face. Lucas was shocked, thinking that playing dirty was not against the rules for disqualification. Lucas wondered, if he didn't surrender, he would surely end up just like them. The sound of wooden swords clashing rang out. Lucas thought to himself, in any case, what is this situation? It's so meaningless. This was already the 100th match. The qualifiers had been going on for 2 hours, yet aside from a few drops of sweat falling, his breathing remained perfectly stable. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. On the brink of death, no enemy would show you mercy just because you tried your best. Movements would falter once your breathing became unstable, and that was when you would become part of the mountain of corpses beneath your feet. That is why one has no choice but to become a master of combat, Roman told himself, inhaling and exhaling. Natural energy could be obtained through the sequence of actions. It circulated throughout the body to recover accumulated fatigue. Coupled with ideal body management and the process of bone reinforcement, his body had reached an optimal state. He swung his sword, taking down yet another applicant. Roman rushed forward while recalling old memories, returning to the time when he was conquering the martial world. Back then he had fought for 3 days and 3 nights. His gaze remained steadfast as he looked ahead, thinking, that is why my stamina could never be depleted. Chris continued, however, it is not that no one will proceed. 30 out of the total 120 people here will be selected. The list will be announced later. Everyone did a great job. Dismissed. Night fell at the Dimitri estate. Roman handed a piece of paper to Chris and said, this is the list of those who successfully passed the selection. From now on, these 30 people will be trained by you. Chris reached out to take the paper and spoke. I understand. He bowed his head, looking over the names, and thought, so these are the successful recruits. Vulcan, the first man to challenge the young master. He must be very brave and respectful of the young master. In Henderson, he has no outstanding features. Did the young master find some highlight in him that I couldn't see? Apart from them, the others are understandable. Chris's eyes suddenly widened when he saw Lucas's name. He asked in confusion, Lucas was selected as well? Roman replied, yes. Roman asked back, is there a problem? Chris explained, I'd admit that Lucas has talent far superior to other B-class mercenaries, but he also played dirty during the qualifier match, and he even decided to surrender the moment he realized he couldn't win. He didn't fight until the very end. Chris spoke firmly. Someone like this will only bring harm to us on the battlefield.
Disregarding honor, he is the type of mercenary who would abandon his comrades and do anything to survive. If I am the one responsible for these soldiers, I truly cannot accept this. Roman cut him off. That is exactly why I chose him. Holding the paper in his hand, Chris asked again in confusion. What do you mean, sir? Roman continued. Just as you said, Lucas might be a coward who doesn't value his own honor. But while others didn't even think of playing dirty, he had the practical mindset to step up in front of me and act that way. That type of person usually shines on the battlefield. They constantly find ways to survive and find ways to escape, no matter the cost. Roman continued to explain. In return, let me ask you this. How can you be sure that Lucas will abandon his comrades just because he played dirty? Chris was startled and didn't answer. He recalled Jonathan's teachings. Chris, the survivors on the battlefield are not knights like you and me who can use aura. Only those who always keep a calm face in every situation and act according to what is happening are the ones who can survive to the end. So remember this. No matter how strong a knight you are, you can never escape the fact that you will be killed by those hiding in the dark waiting for a chance to strike. Chris's face darkened.
It is still 5 months before you have to go to the battlefield, and nobles are not forced to go to the front lines due to the enlistment order, so why are you summoning soldiers so early? Roman replied, I will announce it soon. Official statement from the Barco family. We have always been waiting for the Lawrence family's decision regarding the treaty signed in the past. However, they have betrayed the honor of a noble as well as the pact with us.
They also arrogantly declared that their family would not give up the land that was put up as collateral. Therefore, we issue this notice to the citizens of the Cairo Kingdom through this indictment. If the Lawrence family does not pay off their debt or return the land considered collateral within 1 week, the Barco family, with the permission of the central government, will initiate a territorial war against the Lawrence family. Chris seemed to understand the issue. He spoke up in confusion. Young master, don't tell me. Roman confirmed directly. That's right. Starting now, we will prepare to enter the war between the two families, Barco and Lawrence. Young Lady Flora, we must part ways now, so we have to decide our own affairs. The Barco family has borrowed a huge sum of money from the Golden Bank. Do you know what that means? It means war is the only thing left for them to do. The ones who will suffer despair from a political marriage are not us, but the entire Lawrence family. No matter how society judges Roman Dimitri, I still want someone to trust and follow what they personally see and experience. Therefore, I want to escape this binding engagement without any further complications. This is your fault, Flora widened her eyes in panic, saying, you are the one who caused this family to collapse. Flora woke up with a start from the nightmare. She panted, looking around, then sat up, clutching her head, and muttered, what have I done? The sky gradually brightened, and the servants gossiped incessantly. Is it because of the annulment? The young lady has locked herself in her room since returning from the Dimitri family. I heard the broken engagement is young Lady Flora's fault, right?
Flora sat dazed in her room, blaming herself. I thought I was extremely smart. I completed an advanced course at the academy with excellent grades. From the bright smiles Father always showed me, I thought I was a good daughter. But in reality, I am nothing without my family by my side. No different from flowers in a glass case. The child of the Dimitri family. How ridiculous. That child is actually me. Flora's face darkened with sadness as she thought to herself, I no longer have the confidence to face Father. She frowned, remembering Roman Dimitri, asking herself, what would that man do in a situation like this? Thinking back, Roman was completely opposite to her. Absolutely no one depended on or felt any desire for anything from him. He conquered Bloodfang with his own strength and committed such a terrifying act against his own family. Flora was curious. Could he really do that without asking for help? Since when did he become that strong? How could he do such a thing? Flora thought to herself. No, put the possibility of doing that aside for now. The truth is, he could find a solution. She lowered her head, biting her lip in self-reproach. Compared to that, I am. Servants pushed a food cart over, while another knocked on the door and spoke politely. Young Lady Flora, your meal is ready. No.
Flora thought to herself, Father is trying his best to seek help from other families, but I am certain that in this situation, no one will help. Flora thought of Roman Dimitri's image and mused, just like how Roman Dimitri conquered the Bloodfang gang, we must also find a way with our own strength. In the meeting room, someone spoke up.
My lord, the person presented, the Martel family has rejected our proposal. Lawrence replied, then we will sign with Vacha. Another person spoke, the Vacha family has also refused our offer. Flora's father was astonished. Even though we agreed to establish the distribution system they always requested, they made it clear they would not help us with this matter. He continued flipping through the papers rapidly. The person next to him continued urgently, my lord, no matter how we look at it, seeking help from neighboring territories is very difficult due to the suppression by the Barco family. The people around were all worried, and another continued, there are rumors that they will retaliate against anyone in the northeast who interferes.
Flora closed the book. She sat dazed, burying her face in her hands, lost in thought. There was only 1 week left until the battle. She calculated the best action Lawrence could take in this situation was... Flora's father lost his temper, slammed his fist on the table, and cursed. Damn it, every single bastard. In the end, they were just people sucking up to us before this happened, and now they treat us as if we never existed. He turned to a subordinate and asked, any contact with the Golden Bank yet? The other person hurriedly replied, yes, sir. They said they would investigate the issue regarding the land collateral, but it seems the investigation won't be finished within a week. Considering the huge amount of money they have invested in Barco, I think they have decided that the Barco side would be more profitable. Viscount Lawrence rested his face in his hands and said, so after trying every possible way, do we have no other solution? In the silent atmosphere, someone suggested, perhaps it would be best to surrender. All assistance from neighboring territories has been blocked by Barco, and the difference in our forces is clear as day. Therefore, I think surrendering and giving them what they want will protect our innocent soldiers, as well as protect as much land as possible, rather than letting them take everything. The others, though silent, tacitly agreed with this proposal. Lawrence himself was silent. He paused for a moment and then spoke. You have a point. Someone from outside announced, my lord, young Lady Flora requests to see you. He replied, I am currently busy, so... But before he could finish, Flora pushed the door open and walked straight in. Lawrence looked at her. Flora? She spoke. Father, I have something I want to say. He responded, What? What do you want to say? Roman continued, that is exactly what I want to say. He told his father, I intend to personally participate in the battle between Barco and Lawrence under the name of Roman Dimitri. Romero held the teacup in his hand and asked back, do you know what that means? Yes, I do. He angrily slammed the teacup down on the table. You know, yet you still say that? The battle between Barco and Lawrence is a legitimate battle approved by the central government.
The central government might send troops to subjugate us. Romero held his head and sighed, then continued, if you plan to help Lawrence just because of a small wavering in your heart, then don't. Do it for our benefit. I thought you had matured. He replied to him, well, do you want me to live like that from now on? Romero gritted his teeth and asked back, what the hell are you suddenly saying? He explained, I am not intervening in the battle just because of a small wavering in my heart. To tell the truth, I was recently threatened by the eldest son of the Barco family. He took that action because the engagement between me and the young lady of the Lawrence family could hinder their plans. I don't have any evidence to prove what actually happened that day. However, I just had a thought. Everyone says Dimitri is the true power of the Northeast, but the Barco family thinks we are beneath them, and you do nothing with the power and wealth you possess. I'm sure you are satisfied with the current situation. Romero froze. Roman
Just like the Barco family declared war by fabricating a non-existent reason, a reason that was merely a child's game among the powerful. A new life, yet it feels like still struggling in an endless ocean. But one thing is certain, the identity of Baekjong Yak is changing. Roman thought to himself, I must live a life of domination. He muttered, I am not asking you to lend me the family's power. I will only intervene in this battle with Roman Dimitri's own abilities, so watch me. One's birth origin cannot be changed, no matter how great that person becomes, no matter how many achievements one attains, how incredibly wealthy one becomes, or even if one becomes a lord ruling a territory, the truth that I am just a commoner never changes. Lihanna spoke up upon hearing her husband's words. I guess something happened with the other nobles when you went to the royal palace. Romero laughed. It's nothing really. You just need to observe their eyes to know. The way they look at me is not the way a noble looks at another noble like themselves. Lihanna smiled gently and said, So, do you want to change that? He laughed and replied, No, I am satisfied with my current life. I don't want to destroy it just to gain a few more benefits, but I hope our sons will be different. Different from me, who is content with ruling a small, remote land. I want them to cross the boundaries of their origins and reach higher places. Roman was still looking at him seriously, awaiting his father's approval.
The child who always worried me has grown up so much without me even realizing it. Romero spoke up. Do what you want, and tell me if you need help. Romero clenched his hand into a fist, pressed it against his chest, and declared, You, Roman Dimitri, are my son, and I, Romero Dimitri, am your father. No matter what trouble you cause, you don't have to shoulder the responsibility alone. The next day, Roman arrived at the blacksmith's workplace. He looked around and muttered, So this is the place. Roman marveled. It seemed they weren't exaggerating when they said the Dimitri family smithy was the largest in the Cairo kingdom. Facilities where many blacksmiths could work simultaneously. There were about 30 such facilities in this blacksmith district. Roman calculated. All doubts about the Dimitri wealth were answered just by looking at this district. The iron mines behind the palace possessed the largest reserves in the entire kingdom, and the Dimitri family smithies were able to sell the iron mined here at exorbitant prices. For that reason, the nobles of the northeast region of Cairo never dared to go against Dimitri. Besides fearing Dimitri's wealth, if they couldn't receive the weapon supply from the Dimitri family across the kingdom, it would
He recalled the conversation with his father. I plan to resolve this matter with my own strength, but I truly need your help, father. Essential equipment for the army. Romero crossed his arms in thought. Armaments, huh? He placed his teacup on the table and suggested, Go see Hendrik. I used to handle all affairs at the smithy myself as the owner, but Hendrik, who used to work beside me, took over that job after I was granted a title. As the family's master craftsman, he manages the entire iron equipment production process. If you say you came at my recommendation, he will provide you with what you need. Roman nodded and smiled politely, saying, Thank you, father. Romero reminded Roman, However, there is one thing you must remember when you go there. The blacksmiths of the Dimitri family are extremely arrogant. They are not the type to show loyalty just because you were born with the name Dimitri. Only those who can distinguish the quality of iron and have the ability to handle it can win the trust of the blacksmiths. He walked past, and the blacksmiths all watched him with looks of disdain. Roman glanced around and thought to himself, I understand. It is just as father said. And considering the foolish actions of Roman in the past, it is not surprising that they behave this way. Hendrik sneered. Well, look who's here. He furrowed his brows, hand on one hip, and said, What brings you all the way here? Roman observed the man before.
Hendrik sneered. I thought you came here to steal because you ran out of pocket money. He pointed to a pile of scrap metal thrown in the corner and said, Just take whatever you want from that pile over there. That much is more than enough to arm 30 soldiers. Roman asked back, You were telling me to take those, is that right? He continued asking, Is this the best you have, Master Hendrik? The old man crossed his arms in annoyance and replied, Best my ass. If you are not satisfied, get out of here. Roman drew a sword while speaking. Master Hendrik, it seems the praise that Dimitri's ironware is the best in Cairo was just empty boasting. I didn't expect you to call this equipment for soldiers. Hendrik felt the pressure. He broke into a cold sweat while Roman continued asking, I will ask one more time. The old man gritted his teeth and listened. Is this truly your best, Master Hendrik? The old man shouted. Dimitri's ironware prides itself on being the finest in Cairo, but you, someone who has never shed a drop of sweat in front of a forge, dared to judge the equipment of the Dimitri family. If not for Romero's request, I would never give you anything. While your younger brother Rodwell spent years as my assistant to inherit the family, you, the eldest son, spent your time flirting with women on the streets. Do you understand what that means? Compared to things on the ground, you, Roman Dimitri, are non-recyclable trash. Hendrik pointed at his face and insulted him. You are just an eldest son who knows nothing. No, you are trash who can't do anything. Roman sighed. It was this scene again. He spoke up to respond to Hendrik's accusation. It's not that I don't understand your anger. However, this sword was not adjusted with even hammer force during the casting process, to the point it changes color just by sunlight shining on it. It must be the product of an inexperienced blacksmith who hasn't mastered the use of the hammer. Therefore, this thing does not deserve to be called equipment of the Dimitri family. And because you, Master Hendrik, cannot deny that truth, did you really look down on me instead of calling it trash? Hendrik frowned in annoyance and asked back, What are you talking about? Roman swung the sword and said, Master Hendrik, just a moment ago, one of my soldiers died because he couldn't cut his opponent with this trash sword. The blade was so blunt it couldn't cut through flesh cleanly, and because He tried his best to survive, but had no choice but to die because his trash master equipped him with trash. Hendrik snapped back angrily. What the hell are you talking about? Roman picked up a piece of plate armor and asked, Master Hendrik, why do you think soldiers wear armor? If it can protect the body from an opponent's attack, even just once, the weight of the armor is worth enduring. Roman threw the plate armor hard onto the ground and said, but another soldier wearing the plate armor I gave him was betrayed by the very thing he trusted and lost his life. He believed that the steadily
Hendrik shouted in anger. What the hell are you talking about? Roman asked back. Do you still not understand what I am saying? He thought to himself, I can understand his anger when the eldest son, who only shows up when he needs something, starts judging the iron equipment despite having no interest in forging. I understand your thoughts and feelings well, but you have crossed the line. If I hadn't realized that the things thrown carelessly on the ground were nothing but scrap, the soldiers under my command would have entrusted their lives to this trash without knowing any better. This issue is not simply your revenge against me for personal feelings. It carries the weight of 30 lives. And even knowing that, you, Master Hendrik, turned your back on the truth. Do you really call yourself a proud artisan representing the Dmitri family? Roman gripped the sword tightly and said loudly, because of the scrap you intended to give me due to personal feelings, those who did nothing wrong would have to face death. The old man stammered. I didn't intend that. Roman cut him off. Your intention doesn't matter. The purpose of weapons and armor is extremely clear, and I specifically requested you under the honor of Baron Romero, my father. But you responded by giving me this trash. Your action, Master Hendrik, can I view it as insubordination against my father? I know that you didn't intentionally disobey my father's order, and you just didn't want to give any items to me. However, this action looks like you are opposing him. This is not just my personal request. This is an order from the Lord to make good weapons and armor for me. Hierarchy. The moment the boundary between master and slave becomes blurred, the class system will immediately collapse. A loyal slave and a slave you consider a friend, the moment they cross the limit of a slave, they
Old man Hendrik stammered, denying it. Absolutely not. The other blacksmiths were also drawn in by the commotion here, while Roman asked again, if not, then explain it. Why did you give me this trash? Someone else chimed in, and Roman's eyes immediately glanced at that person. Too noisy. What is happening? The blacksmiths cursed at him. You bastard, what are you doing to Master Hendrik? I don't know what's going on, but I can't watch this Dmitri scumbag challenge the master any longer. They raised their voices. That bastard is still holding a sword. The blacksmiths pointed at his face and shouted, Hey you, what are you planning to do to Master Hendrik? Hold him back. Roman glared at them. Hendrik was the one who spoke up. Stop it. They hurriedly looked at the old man in confusion. Master? He repeated with annoyance. I said stop it. He bowed his head, his voice softening. I apologize. This matter is entirely my fault. He recalled an old memory. His blacksmith teacher had shouted in his face, Hendrik, you bastard! How dare a useless person like you stay here? Didn't I say it was too soon for you to make swords yourself? The teacher slapped him while scolding. Throw that trash away immediately and get out of the smithy right now if you want to do something like that again. Hendrik cursed silently. That pig. Hendrik angrily chopped wood while cursing that blacksmith teacher. He doesn't teach me anything even though he's the master of the smithy. He just makes me run errands and punches me at the slightest provocation. When will I ever become a blacksmith like that? The shouting from the other side attracted his attention. Do you think we are a charity or something? I know that this is not nearly enough to buy a sword. The man pleaded earnestly. But this is all I have, and I promise to pay you back if you agree to give me a sword. For someone with nothing but good health like me, I really need a weapon to make a living. The owner of the smithy replied with annoyance. If you just want to look around, then leave.
Hendrik chased after him and called out, Hey! The man was curious. Huh? He held the sword and asked back suspiciously, Are you giving me the sword for free? Hendrik replied, I heard about your situation in the shop. If you need a sword, take this one. The other man said joyfully, Thank you so much. Please take this silver coin. The old man flatly refused. No, I said I don't need money. It was going to be thrown away anyway. I just want the sword I made to be useful to someone. The man smiled with a joyful face. Ah, thank
Hendrik felt nauseous and hurriedly left the place. The gossip echoed in his ears. Heard he died while escorting a merchant? Tsk, poor guy. If only the sword hadn't broken when fighting the bandits. The others are fine, right? That's why we need good weapons. What will his wife and children do? Hendrik knelt on the ground, blaming himself. It was no different than if he had killed him himself. Old Hendrik clenched his fists and thought, that day I swore I wouldn't let that happen again. Hendrik, what the hell have you done? I can't believe I almost made that happen again just because I didn't like him. How could I be so wicked? The old man spoke up. I will pay the price for my actions. Roman replied to him, and his words astonished Hendrik. If you want to atone to this extent, then I won't pursue this any further. He continued, let's get back to work. I know you are a skilled blacksmith, Master Hendrik. Therefore, I will entrust the preparation of equipment for my 30 soldiers to you. As I said, I don't think you intentionally disobeyed my father. Perhaps it was just your annoyance towards me, and I completely understand that. So I think we should both forget the mistakes on both sides. I just want weapons and armor to protect my soldiers. Hendrik was surprised and thought in disbelief. After punishing me so much, are you finally giving me a way out? I've heard the rumors, but really, how can a person change to that extent? Old Hendrik exhaled and thought, I understand now. He is no longer the Roman of the past. Hendrik spoke. I will repeat it again. I am truly...
The old man exclaimed, Everyone get back to your stations. I will start immediately. Yes, master. The forge fire blazed brightly. The smiths of the Dmitri family meticulously perfected the items Roman requested. Meanwhile, he was surprised by the information he heard. I stole Master Hendrik's sword? A worker continued, You don't remember? That makes sense. You were wasted at the time. Roman asked back, What are you talking about? He recounted, That was about 3 years ago. Because you desperately needed money since the Lord stopped providing for you, you snuck into the forge, stole Master Hendrik's sword, and sold it to some merchant for a dirt cheap price. The sword you stole back then was Master Hendrik's masterpiece. It was a masterpiece that took 6 months to design and another 3 months to complete without leaving the forge for a single day. Something like that was sold for a pittance. You will never understand, young master, how it feels to have a masterpiece you made with your own hands sold off, never to return. You crossed the line, you old Roman, he thought to himself. Roman left the forge, but Hendrik called him back. Roman Dmitri. He turned to look at the old man. The old man spoke. I still haven't fully forgiven you for that incident. I accepted your request because I was wrong this time, but I still cannot accept that the eldest son of the Dmitri family completely ignores the forge. Remember that the foundation of the Dmitri family is this forge. If one day you can create even a single trash sword by yourself, I might look at you with different eyes. Roman smiled faintly and replied, Then it won't be long. I'm going now. I'll be back when I'm done. Roman arrived in front of a door and opened it. It was an old forge. Roman Dmitri smiled and murmured, It's been quite a while, the place where I trained by myself.
Back when the heavenly demon sect had not yet achieved victory and the brothers were constantly in discord, I had to sleep with one eye open to guard against assassination. My 11th brother, Baekchang Yen, ambushed me. It was a close battle. However, my sword broke, leaving me unable to counter Baekchang Yen's attack. He rushed in, both our eyes widened as we looked at each other, and the winner was Jang Hyuk. When I slashed across my brother's face with the broken sword and narrowly escaped death, I thought, I need a sword that will never break in battle and can exploit my full potential. I need a sword made specifically for me. Since that day, unlike my brothers, I visited the smithy and learned to forge swords myself, and before every decisive battle, I would forge a sword suitable for my situation. After hundreds of thousands of battles, my swords continued to change, and the 39th sword I created was called the Heavenly Demon Sword, a priceless treasure. And now, to prepare for the upcoming war, it is time to make a new sword for myself. The fire in the forge burned fiercely. Roman continuously hammered the iron, repeating a single motion, using the same rhythm and strength. It was the moment when a person is completely captivated by an objective object.
Because I was originally the heavenly demon and became the one considered the strongest after overcoming countless hardships that fell upon my head. I never thought of it as a bad thing. Even now, I only live true to my own reality. However, my current state is not enough to cope with every change, so I need to train to become tougher. The world of Roman and the powerful forces within it, I still do not clearly perceive them. The loser does not deserve mercy.
He breathed fire, using the Blaze Divine Art, a martial art created by a person once called the Flame Demon, using burning power to quickly accumulate mana. It is the most optimal ability for a useless person like me at present. My lungs and other internal organs will be damaged if used too frequently. His eyes focused on the sword in front of him, but right now I yearn for the power to confront all variables. On the other hand, at the Lawrence family estate, Flora spoke up. We have currently reached a dead end. The surrounding people have refused to help, and the disparity in military power is too obvious. She continued to present before her father and the people of the Lawrence family. There had been talks about surrendering to preserve at least a small part of the family's territory. Her eyes shone with determination. But I believe that is something we cannot do, no matter the price. Her father slammed the table. He stood up and cut her off. Instead of sacrificing the lives of innocent soldiers for a war destined,
The others quickly whispered among themselves, "How? Impossible. Unsecured loans usually have very high interest rates. Barco is not the only one benefiting from this battle." Flora explained, "Barco is the borrower, and the Golden Bank is the lender looking to receive a reward from which both benefit. They will carve up this land the moment they invade Lawrence." The entire room fell into silence. Flora's father spoke up after a moment of thought. "So what should we do?" She maintained her standard posture and replied seriously, "There is only one measure. Resist to the end. That is the only way for us to survive." Her father's hands clenched tightly, trembling incessantly. "Resist," he thought to himself, in a fleeting moment looking at his daughter. I expected a speech from Flora. I thought that Flora, who can understand any situation thoroughly, would tell us a brilliant countermeasure. He closed his eyes, but it turns out to be just ordinary words. He responded to her with questions. "Is closing the castle gates the only way to survive that you are talking about?" She steadfastly replied, "I am not saying we just defend. Give up the entire year's production and burn the fields. We will also stockpile as much food as possible to sustain ourselves. Until winter comes." Viscount Lawrence was stunned. "We just need to hold out until winter?" Flora continued, "Right. Although Barco can borrow
The power holding immense strength with influence spread across the empire, the Golden Bank. If the war drags on instead of ending quickly, they will pressure the Barco family with interest rates. Flora continued to persuade the clan members as they began to waver and value her proposal. The Golden Bank is not a force that can be easily threatened just by connections with the cabinet. Traveling merchants need money, and that money comes from the Golden Bank. When winter comes and the siege strategy is no longer advantageous, they will inevitably offer themselves up as dessert. Viscount Lawrence realized something. People at the meeting table began to buzz with discussion, unable to believe there was such a way. Very reasonable. I think so too. She's right. This is a battle against time. Flora's father was the only one silent. He pondered over the past. Because of the incident with the Dmitri family, I thought I had raised my daughter to be immature, but that's not the case. When did my daughter become this mature? He slammed the table and stood up again. Viscount Lawrence declared, "Flora is right. From this moment on, we will prepare for a defense." The clan members looked at him seriously. "We will endure and protect the bloodline of the Lawrence family. Even if the walls collapse and we all perish, we will fight in humiliation until the very last moment." Flora looked seriously at those present. Elsewhere, Roman was also straining himself to forge a sword. He quenched it in water, completing the final steps. Outside, the sky was blue and the wind was calm. He stepped out holding the sword. Regardless of anything, it was the first time for a very special
Surrender is the only way to preserve the lives of all of you. Second, local war with us. We will have a fair and equal battle in a desolate open area. Under the witness of a judge from the central government, you can also choose to fight one-on-one. The form of warfare will depend on the choice you make. We will follow whatever decision you decide. Lawrence quietly listened to his words. He lowered his face and replied, "We do not believe in Barco's justification." He spoke while walking. "When declaring this war legal, the documents recording our ancestors' debts are fabricated. Furthermore," he angrily retorted, "I also have no intention of gambling with the lives of the Lawrence people. So tell Viscount Barco that Lawrence will never—" The man continued reading as if he hadn't heard Lawrence speak. "The third option is to abandon your honor as a noble family and continue a hopeless resistance inside the castle." He
The soldiers of the Lawrence family trembled in fear. Even Flora's father himself stared wide-eyed in astonishment. The war had begun, and the order was issued from the Lawrence family. Fire. The soldiers drew their bows, advancing, not permitted to retreat. The Barco troops rushed forward, despite the rain of arrows overhead, following orders from their superiors. Old man Anthony Barco gritted his teeth and cursed, angrily throwing his helmet to the ground. Damn it, those insolent bastards! Barco had summoned a force 3 times larger than that of Lawrence. However, the general beside him thought helplessly. I used to think the war would come to a conclusion within an hour, but the tide of battle is going against expectations. He spoke up. It seems Lawrence has completed preparations for this war, my lord. They dug a trench to prevent soldiers from approaching the castle walls, along with the number of arrows fired without hesitation right from the start. Perhaps they have arranged a relatively large amount of war aid. The Barco man angrily clenched his teeth, raising his fist. What the hell happened in that 1 week? I can't believe Lawrence chose to defend. According to our calculations, Lawrence would surrender to keep as much territory as possible, no matter how little. But in reality, he sweated before the opponent's boldness. They risked being wiped out and closed the castle gates. Where did the situation go wrong? The commander continued to ask. What should we do, my lord? He scowled and asked back. What else can be done? Then he ordered, use that.
He sold his precious child to the Dmitri family when he couldn't withstand the pressure from Barco. He smiled smugly. He's the type of person who would cowardly retreat into his shell if faced with a difficult situation. Lawrence's soldiers moved according to the Lord's orders. Move it quickly. Yes, sir. He shouted commands. We don't know when Barco will continue the attack. Raise your guard and have weapons ready. He turned to his daughter and continued speaking in a gentle voice. Flora, you were right. Barco was probably confused and withdrew his soldiers. How could you even think of that? She walked closer to her father in her brand new armor while replying. I realized that I myself must become strong. Instead of waiting for problems to be solved, that is the path I will take in this life. He was moved to tears. Flora, I apologize for forcing the marriage between you and Dmitri. Back then, I thought it was the only way for our family to survive. But Viscount Lawrence faced his daughter. From this moment on, no matter what situation we fall into, I trust you will make the right choice. Flora responded emotionally. Father. However, her eyes quickly widened. An explosion appeared on the city wall, leaving a gaping hole. She immediately looked towards it and judged the situation. The wall has been destroyed. Could it be flare? The Lawrence soldiers exclaimed. This is crazy. The Barco.
Each shot costs a vast amount of gold, and because it is a strategic weapon, it cannot be used without the permission of the cabinet, regardless of how much money the owner has. Flora was annoyed, clenching her hands while thinking. Putting aside the money they borrowed, she couldn't believe the Barco family had enough connections and wealth to borrow the flare. There are only 2 ways to stop that thing. Counterattack with a magic weapon of the same rank, or go outside the castle and destroy it. Both options are impossible, yet we cannot give up. A maid approached to inform her. Young lady, we have just received a magic call. Flora repeated in surprise. Magic call? The maid continued. Roman Dmitri told me to pass this message to you. I have a way to help, so pick up the call. Flora was stunned. What? Roman Dmitri? It can't be. Flora spoke to Roman. Exactly how do you intend to save the Lawrence family from this danger? He replied to her. Allow me to be blunt. I have a personal grudge to settle with the Barco family. This is something I have decided on, and revenge is only a matter of time. If the Lawrence family complies with my plan, I will speed up the process and deal with the Barco family for you right now. Roman's words left Flora stunned, and she asked, Then what is our role in that plan of yours? Roman replied, Very simple. He explained, If the Lawrence family agrees to set the stage for me first by acting as a sacrifice for a bit, then I will use all my strength.
Even if he is shamelessly asking us to sacrifice like this, she replied to him, I promise you, as long as my family is protected, I will do whatever you want. Roman continued, and one more thing. Give me an excuse to intervene in this war. Since our engagement has been broken off, I will need another excuse. She was curious. What kind of excuse? Roman spoke. Anthony Barco. Say that he harassed you. His words made Flora turn pale. He clarified his intention. She just needs to say that although nothing actually happened between the two of them, she had no choice but to break off the engagement with Dmitri because she was harassed like that. Her value in the nobility will drop to 0, and her beautiful title, Flower of the Lawrence family, will shatter. However, if she gives up everything that being a noble daughter has granted her, she will gain a vital excuse indispensable for resolving the danger facing the Lawrence family. He continued, "That is exactly the excuse I need to intervene in this war." Flora trembled as she absorbed his words. Roman seemed to see her hesitation. He replied, "If the time you were harassed was before you broke off the engagement, then at that time you were still my person. I never forgive anyone who touches my people." She bit her lip, thinking about those words, my person. Outside, flares continuously struck the Lawrence city walls. The soldiers exclaimed, "The wall has collapsed. Prepare the barricades." Flora replied with difficulty, "I will satisfy every condition you have set." Her next words came out like a plea, "So please, kill all those Barco bastards." Outside, the soldiers were moving. "The enemy is approaching. Do not let them get close to the city walls." Lawrence's father commanded, "We must protect the city walls. Keep holding out." Barco's assassins had climbed up onto the city walls. One jumped at Viscount Lawrence with the intent to assassinate. "Master, be careful." Lawrence's eyes went wide, but suddenly a blow struck the attacker.
He asked back in astonishment, "What on earth are you talking about? Open the city gates?" Flora continued, "Roman Dmitri promised to help us. If we distract their attention by opening the gates, Roman Dmitri can lead his troops to destroy their cannons." "Roman Dmitri? But why?" Flora went on. "I don't have time to explain, but I know for sure that Roman Dmitri is a man of his word." On this side, the communication crystal was disconnected. Roman looked at it, his gaze deep. Chris spoke up from behind. "Are we going to attack them right away?" "No," he replied. Chris continued to remind him. "If we hesitate any longer, the Lawrence family will lose. Cannons are powerful siege weapons. If you truly intend to stop the Barco family's plan by aiding the Lawrence family, we must attack their camp immediately." Roman asked back in a cold voice, "And why must I do that?" Chris stared wide-eyed. "Huh?" He continued, "Whether the Lawrence family loses or not is unimportant to me. Chris, instead of the deaths of hundreds of strangers, ensuring that not a single one of my people sheds blood is what matters to me. Lawrence will lose many people because of this, but that is partly because they chose to serve an incompetent master, and unlike them, I do not intend to force anyone who swore to assist me to become a meaningless sacrifice." Chris found it hard to believe, but could only reply, "Yes, I understand." Lawrence ordered, "Open the city gates. We must punish those wicked Barco bastards. Troops, assemble." Viscount Lawrence commanded. The soldiers stepped forward boldly, lining up to confront the Barco forces. On this side, Burgess smirked. "You guys seem to have forgotten your place, haven't you?" He swung his weapon, slaughtering.
Flora commanded the archers on the city wall. They had to hold out to the very end. Retreat was not an option. She thought to herself, if we don't act as proper bait, he won't show up. On the other side, Roman Dmitri was approaching the enemy camp. The Barco commander wondered, what is that? The soldiers led by Roman were rushing in. War, the moment when his soldiers had to bet their lives sooner than expected. The hesitation and anxiety of reality were things they had to face. If you survive as my soldiers, I promise to let you live a proper life. But in the end, your strength and will are what decide whether you can survive or not. Roman and the soldiers charged forward. A few hours earlier, he had disseminated his plan to his subordinates. Our main priority in this march will be to attack the Barco family from the rear and destroy their siege weapons. It is possible that Lawrence will not be provoked by my actions, so I do not expect too much from you in this march. I will take the vanguard myself, he declared. I will slaughter
The commander gritted his teeth and muttered, "Do they really think they can pull this off with just a few soldiers like that?" He ordered, "Immediately prepare to welcome these crazy guests." The soldier replied, "Understood." Shields were erected, but Roman had no intention of slowing down. He charged straight ahead. Then, with salamander in his hand, he slashed down, opening a path for his soldiers behind him. Those from the orthodox Murim factions used to say, "The heavenly demon is always the vanguard of the heavenly demon sect. The heavenly demon is invincible. Facing him alone is no different than committing suicide." People used to wonder why he took on the most dangerous role himself, even after becoming the heavenly demon. And now the reason was always the same, because the strongest must be the vanguard to completely destroy the enemy's morale. The Barco family soldiers trembled in fear before him. He spoke up, "If you won't step forward, then I will." Kevin trembled and gritted his teeth. Then he shouted, "Charge! Follow the Lord closely." Chris was surprised, and the other soldiers had the same expression. They rushed past the crowd together, cleaning up the Following closely behind my lord, he slaughtered the enemy, his eyes turning manic. Chris shared the same determination. He gripped his sword tightly, channeling mana to confront the enemy. Just a little more. Just need to get a little closer to the Lord. The Barco soldiers formed a line, each with sword and shield, shouting with determination, "We must stop this monster." However, Roman easily destroyed their defensive line. His gaze was fixed straight ahead. In his mind were his own calculations. That right there is the objective of our march this time. A flare went up, and Roman charged forward menacingly. Burge trembled in fear and spoke up. "What is that? Is that Roman Dimitri?" He recalled the mission request. This mission came with a huge reward, but was full of risks, because the fate of his mercenary corps was at risk of bankruptcy. "I must kill him with my own hands," he thought to himself, as he channeled mana and drew his sword. Roman shot forward, rushing towards him at super speed. Burge, an A-rank mercenary known throughout the Empire, clashed swords with him. Unlike B-rank mercenaries, those who reached A-rank knew how to use aura. Burge was a 2-star aura knight. He sweated in astonishment as he looked at Roman and thought, he didn't even budge? Roman smirked, his sword gradually pushing back the other's blade, and
That was the amount of time an A-rank mercenary could persist against Roman. The others in the mercenary corps were astonished to see their captain beheaded. One of them stammered, Captain? In contrast, Roman soldiers were visibly excited. The Barco man shouted, "Kill him! Kill that bastard for me immediately!" The soldiers rushed to stop him. "That is too dangerous, sir. We must take you to safety first." Roman looked around without saying anything else. He thought to himself, flare, a product of magic that did not exist in Merim. Roman stood before it and utilized heavenly art, heavenly demon sword art, first form. He swung his sword, easily slicing the flare in half. Under the astonished gaze of the Barco family members, Roman destroyed the flare and loudly announced, "Listen here, Lawrence. I, Roman Dimitri, have destroyed Barco's siege weapon." The news was immediately conveyed to her. Flora wept with joy. She spoke in disbelief. He actually did it. With the collapse of the flare, Barco had lost their key weapon and had no choice but to retreat. They raised the white flag and left, yet still shouted, "Just you wait." In this battle, Chris used aura differently than before. He tried his best to compress the aura as much as possible.
He smirked and thought to himself, "I have no choice but to admit it. My liege's method is indeed correct." He opened his eyes wide, looking at his comrades who were gasping for breath, thinking, "I understand now. All of them. To avoid being isolated, they chased after the liege in frustration. They are clearly exhausted." He was even more astonished as he observed. And even so, not a single soldier among the 30 was left behind, nor were there any serious injuries. That is the reason the liege chose them. There is only one reason why we could be safe, a monster that defies logic. Roman walked towards them, looked at them, and spoke. "Everyone did very well to survive. It was all thanks to Roman Dimitri. We have completed the mission." The gates of Lawrence Castle opened to welcome Roman Dimitri's troops. He walked inside and observed. The people of Lawrence cheered for him. "Hero of Lawrence, Roman Dimitri, thank you so much. Lawrence will never forget what Lord Roman Dimitri has done for us." Viscount Lawrence thought to himself, "What a pity. I knew he wasn't ordinary from the moment we met, but it's hard to believe he could lift the siege by himself. Talent beyond imagination. Dimitri has birthed a fierce tiger. If nothing had gone wrong, that fierce tiger would have been my son-in-law already." He clenched his fist. "It is truly unfortunate, but that is in the past now." Viscount Lawrence warmly welcomed him. "Oh, the hero from Dimitri." He smiled and
She continued speaking as he turned to her. "We didn't complete the decoy mission properly, but you still didn't turn a blind eye and helped Lawrence until the very end, so I want to thank you sincerely." He replied, "I just fulfilled my duty according to the promise. Lawrence has done as much as I expected." Flora politely continued, "I understand, but regardless, I still want to repay this favor. You may not need any words of gratitude, but as the representative of Lawrence, no matter what, if there is anything you want, please speak up at the meeting." She gave him a promise. "Whatever it is, I guarantee you will get it." Roman smiled faintly, satisfied with Flora's words, and spoke up. "If you are so insistent, then I won't refuse." He pushed the door open, then continued, "Let's go into the meeting room. The people of Lawrence are waiting." They discussed the battle with Barco. "This is our chance. If we propose to end this, they should accept it." Agreed. Because Barco still has many soldiers. Instead of continuing to fall into danger and trouble, we should put the past behind us and look towards peace. Roman thought to himself, the Lawrence family really are a bunch of herbivores. Viscount Lawrence spoke up. "I agree with everyone's opinion. Although we were able to block their attack thanks to assistance, the time we can block Barco's attack with just Lawrence's strength is limited. Therefore, I will send a message immediately. Roman interrupted him. May I interject? The whole room went silent, and when someone signaled, go ahead, Roman did not hesitate to present. Thank you, he began. Barco is currently facing economic
Roman continued his presentation. Soldiers are still dragging corpses outside. Do you feel empty watching that scene? Barco cannot be forgiven. I must show everyone in the world how I take revenge on the beasts that dare to touch Lawrence. Viscount Lawrence replied, It is not that we are unaware, but what can we do with such meager strength? Roman replied curtly, Just one. He smiled cunningly as he suggested, There is only one way. Lawrence turned pale as he understood. Herbivores had no other choice but to become prey for the predators. On this side, the Barco commander was furious. He slammed his hand on the table while shouting, Roman Dmitri, for what reason is he interfering in this matter? To reverse this disadvantageous situation, there is no other way but a duel. Roman also reached a similar decision. You must organize a duel. A duel is a battle to find a winner between the representatives of the two families, and at most 3 swordsmen can participate. It is a sacred ritual blessed by Valhalla that the 2 participating families must obey the final result. The rights of the organizer are very important, and the central government will send a judge once both sides have agreed. The match will take place according to the judge's orders. A representative battle? Viscount Lawrence spoke up. Representative battles
I don't know what kind of expert he will invite, Roman continued. I understand. From now on, we will give you a guarantee. The room fell silent. He asked back, A guarantee? Roman spoke seriously, even though his mouth carried a hint of a smile. As long as we guarantee that we will win, there is no better way than a great death match. First of all, he is a 3-star swordsman. Perhaps this is the first time he has participated. I will represent Lawrence and participate as the first combatant. I assure you, whether the opponent is a knight of Barco or an outsider expert, I am confident that I will secure the first position. He continued, I don't know how strong the people in his hands are, but if we win the first time and lose the second, it means nothing. In the third match, my man Chris will finish the fight. Although he is only 2-star, he has the aptitude of a genius, capable of facing a 3-star swordsman and still winning. Roman persuaded them. Then this match has a lot of promise, right? If we win the great death match, Lawrence's reputation will be restored. He looked at Flora expectantly. Roman smiled. Please make your decision. Flora quickly grasped the situation. She recalled her own words. If you want something, say it in the meeting. Then she thought to herself, could this be what he wanted? Is he going to participate in the great death match? Is he implying that Lawrence will have to take responsibility for unforeseeable variables? He really is a dangerous man, she thought, but had to agree with him. I agree to participate in the great death match. With the consent of both parties, the great death match was decided. The battle would take place in just 1 week from the Regardless of the outcome, both families must acknowledge the results. If either side violates this, the Cairo Kingdom will adjudicate the matter with its honor at stake. He continued, Now I invite both families to designate 3 swordsmen and submit the match list. The Barco group was leisurely pouring wine to celebrate. Roman observed them, thinking to himself, then said to the person beside him, Perhaps we need to change the fighting order. The man asked back, What do you mean? We already decided this a week ago, didn't we? That 1 week is precisely the problem. As time passes, he should be under more pressure from the interest, but it seems the Barco family intentionally stalled for time. Now they don't look rushed at all. The man quickly understood the issue. Did they find a powerful outsider during that time? Over there, a chair was rocking with a swordsman sleeping on it. Roman looked at him. The man agreed with Roman and wondered, Then how should we change it? Roman thought to himself, Originally, I was supposed to fight first to secure the first victory. The second would be a knight of Lawrence, and finally Chris would go out to finish things off. He spoke up, But Chris will fight first. The father and daughter were astonished. Roman continued, I will fight second and confront the card that Barco has prepared. The plan was changed at the last minute, causing the spectators to buzz with discussion. The first 2 combatants were on the arena. The guy on one side introduced himself first. I am Ianson of Barco. The young man replied, I am Chris of Lawrence.
He disregarded the gossip. He thought, to become stronger, one must feel danger. That is the reason I escaped the well and followed my liege. The referee signaled the start, and both fighters immediately rushed in. Terrifying slashes were unleashed by the opponent. He thought to himself, fighting the liege for the first time, I realized a truth. No matter how strong the aura is, one must avoid a direct clash for it to matter. I just need to seize the opportunity once. The guy shouted in annoyance, You coward, how long do you intend to run? Die! He was surprised by this attack. Wide-range aura? He gaped in astonishment, worried for himself. I can't dodge this. What should I do? Roman's voice echoed in his head. Chris, abandon your conventional logic. He immediately complied. Understood. Pouring mana recklessly won't maximize the aura's potential, just like how the liege displayed power with only a small amount of mana. From this side to that side, from this flow to that point, concentrate the power of the aura into a single point. He successfully beheaded the guy. Hansen's head fell to the ground, blood splattering across the floor. The arena exploded with praise for him. Crazy! Chris! Chris! He thought with disbelief while panting. A 2-star swordsman like me has defeated a 3-star swordsman. Roman smiled with satisfaction. Now, next. The crowd cheered ceaselessly. A 2-star won against a 3-star? Impossible! Oh my God! Anthony Barco clenched his fist in rage, muttering, Hansen lost?
Because I spent a large sum of money to obtain this sure win card. The dozing man was woken up by someone. He scratched his head and muttered, Humph, is it my turn already? He stepped onto the arena, yawned long and hard, and then introduced himself. I am Homerus of Barco. Chris and the Lawrence father and daughter all turned pale at this name. Homerus. Others also whispered about him. Is that the wandering swordsman? Why is he here? To think one would live to see a swordsman of this rank with their own eyes. Rank 49, he thought to himself, if it weren't for the guildmaster asking. The swordsman ranking originated from the Valhalla Empire. It is a holy land where swordsmen fight and die with honor. They trade their lives to reach Valhalla and prove their strength. The results of victory are recorded, and the names of the strong are preserved in documents. This is the origin of the swordsman ranking system. Ranking used to be a culture unique to Valhalla. After the Valhalla Empire expanded its power, it spread across.
No one in Cairo is unaware of his identity. He travels throughout the kingdom, enjoying the thrill of dueling with the strong, so everyone calls him the Wandering Swordsman. The spectators gossiped. I heard he once fought a 4-star swordsman who was the leader of a bandit group ranked 30th. He only recently reached rank 4, so he'll probably have to forfeit this time. They finally won a match. What a pity. Roman sneered. He listened to the gossip while calculating inwardly. A 4-star swordsman? Through the guild's information, I investigated Barco's movements, but what I gathered was only superficial information. Is the information Barco was hiding actually this big trump card? Truly something to look forward to. Just as the opponent hides his strength, they cannot guess what kind of person I am either. This is an opportunity for them to witness a battle of the strong that only exists in books. She grabbed his hand to stop him. Are you crazy? Just forfeit. The opponent is Homerus, ranked 49th. He is a powerhouse predicted to climb to rank 30 in the future. She continued to persuade him. Do you really think you can defeat a swordsman of that level? Just give up and save your life, and pray that our team wins in the next match. Homerus looked at him, his gaze deep. He remarked on Roman, eyes full of unwavering self-confidence. I don't like it one bit. She spoke again. With such a large variable, we have to forfeit. Let's just skip this match. She was so worried that her voice grew louder. There is no reason for you to trade your life in a match with no chance of victory. Roman yanked his hand away from hers, coldly reminding her, I don't like having to explain myself to anyone. Stop interfering. Roman stepped onto the arena. I am Roman Dimitri. He drew his sword, and the other man drew his as well. Roman thought to himself as he observed his opponent. Compared to my abilities, he is too insignificant. A 4-star swordsman is considered high tier across the continent. Let's see what his actual strength is like. The man, however, was
He wrapped himself in mana and rushed in to attack. Everyone present was amazed by that speed as he slashed down, but Roman blocked it. He stared at the man's sword while dodging it. The man spun around, approaching from behind. He thought to himself while fighting, look at this, quite an interesting brat, isn't he? Roman followed the man's movements with his salamander. The man smiled wickedly as he spoke. How were you able to block my sword move? Roman thought disappointedly. I expected a proper duel, but he is looking down on me and not fighting with his full strength. The man used a skill, the third form, Extreme Sword. He spoke while bursting with mana. Interesting. I will fight you seriously in this match. He flared his power up high, frightening the spectators. The power was truly terrifying. Hold on tight. Roman thought otherwise. He was directly mocking the man. Someone like this is ranked 49th? What nonsense. There is no reason to drag out the match. He slowly walked towards the man while saying, "Hey." Roman released pressure as he suggested. Try blocking this move of mine. Heavenly Demon Sword Art. Traceless and shadowless. The man cried out, "Oh, this sword path?" He stared wide-eyed, as if witnessing a new horizon. He executes swordsmanship like this? Truly an unyielding technique, a sword move that isn't named. It is only called by its order. The man collapsed dead after that strike. Roman walked away without turning back. That technique is the Heavenly Demon Sword Art, third form. Homerus, I know you are looking forward to the match with Fernando, but this time please consider our position. The guildmaster continued, this is a representative battle between border families. Just think of it as a chance to rest. He clasped his
He sneered, having no excuse to refuse. However, now that blood had spilled on the arena, she was speechless with shock. The spectators below were also completely astounded by this. He was a strong individual who climbed the rankings even before achieving the 4-star rank. He sat comfortably at rank 49, yet he was taken down instantly. Roman looked at him with eyes full of killing intent. A man unable to reach the peak, yet so arrogant, truly deserved to die. This was not
It's as bad as a dump in here, he reminded the referee. Otis was still too stunned to react when Roman urged, declare the result already. He announced it like a machine. The winner of the second match, Roman Dimitri. The Barco side was even more surprised. What is going on, they stammered. Homerus is dead? Am I hearing this wrong? Chris clenched his fists tightly. He was someone who had felt inferior to Roman from the very beginning. Is this exactly his true strength? Has his strength reached this level since I fought the young master? If not, did he improve so drastically after fighting me? The young master back then clearly couldn't be someone capable of taking down Homerus. The time was so short, it's unbelievable. How could this happen? He thought to himself. In the first match, I defeated my opponent in 2 moves. I thought it wouldn't be long before I surpassed him. My thinking was too narrow. With Roman's victory, the Great Death Match had decided the winner. There was no reason to waste manpower, and changing the roster was unacceptable. The outcome between the two sides was decided. Barco trembled in rage, thinking in horror, it's over. After all, Homerus has failed. Homerus was a 4-star swordsman. He was different from the lowly ones of the northeast region. He thought to himself, unable to believe the reality, he was a rare swordsman in the entire kingdom. Could the mercenary guild have sent a fake Homerus?
He had lost Barco's honor at the social party when he trembled and begged Roman, please let this go this one time. This battle was the chance to salvage that. Benson, a nameless knight, turned out to be sent to his death. He had no choice but to follow orders. Yes, he trembled. I am Benson of Barco. The spectators below whispered, who is that? It's the first time seeing this knight. Chris and Kevin were surprised. Kevin was the first to speak up. He knelt and pleaded with Roman. Young master, I will face him. He bit his lip, his face showing determination. Roman looked at him, thinking to himself, in a world where the big fish eats the little fish, the defeated are destined only to die. A nameless knight would still be quite difficult for Kevin. Did he want to prove himself? He gave a faint smile and instructed, be careful. Kevin replied respectfully, yes, I will not let you down, young master. Benson trembled as he held his sword. Why am I being punished in this situation? I thought I was safe and worry-free thanks to my father being a knight. Even if I am a nameless knight of Barco, I would try my best for Barco. But is the price of this loyalty to be in a great death match? Damn it, he cried out when he saw his opponent. Huh? Kevin slowly stepped up, and Benson thought, is he my opponent? He laughed savagely, telling himself, oh gods, thank you. The two sides looked at each other. He couldn't hold back a long burst of laughter. He spoke up. Hey kid, want revenge? Whether you volunteered or were forced, we have both been abandoned by our lieges. He grinned broadly, thinking, however, for me, this is lucky. Kevin spoke up. I am a sword protecting my liege. He shouted as he rushed forward. Arrogant brat, go to hell. Kevin
Chris was worried. The difference in strength was truly significant. He glanced at Roman, wondering what the young master was thinking letting Kevin join the battle. The opponents slashed again, and Kevin cried out, "Bastard!" He was furious, and something strange began to emerge. Voices rang out in his head. "Kill, kill, kill, kill. He wants to kill you. Take revenge now." Kevin had become different since the day he cut off his own arm. The demonic soul art had taken root and awakened the demon inside him. He unleashed his power. Kevin growled, a voice echoing in his mind. "Hush, be careful." He obeyed the voice, dodged the attack, and retreated. The voice kept bombarding his mind. "Almost got your head smashed. I'm going to tear that bastard apart." He muttered, "My head, why is it so noisy? I want to become a capable sword for my liege, even better than Chris." Inferiority complex, loyalty to his liege. The emotions in his heart were chaotic, like a violent whirlpool. The demonic soul art, the voice in his head rang out again. "Keke, kill." He rushed forward without hesitation. Benson retreated in horror, thinking,
He wept, thinking in fear, "Is he not going to stop? You bastard, have you gone mad?" His blade pierced through the man's body. Chris was astonished, and Benson's group was equally stunned. He was like a demon skewering his prey. He laughed savagely, pulled the sword out, and continued to stab. The horrific scene terrified the Lawrence father and daughter. Kevin sheathed his sword and walked down the steps. Returning to Roman's side, he knelt. "I have returned." Roman smiled with satisfaction. "Kevin, you've worked hard." He smiled. The representative battle between Lawrence and Barco ended with 3 wins out of 3. Lawrence won overwhelmingly, and at the center of it all was Roman Dmitri. Like a heroic legend passed down for generations, with rumors mixing truth and fiction, everyone began to praise Roman's achievements everywhere. In the tavern, they gossiped. "Have you heard the story? Ah, that representative battle? Barco must be furious. They made such a big fuss, only to be defeated by Lawrence in the end. You know my relatives are all Lawrence natives, right? Roman is truly the savior of Lawrence. He could slaughter hundreds of rearguard soldiers all by himself at once." They continued to discuss. Furthermore, even the Rancor was defeated with a single attack. If Roman hadn't appeared, they would have planted their flag on Lawrence's land long ago, right? The red blood of the Cairo Kingdom's 49th Rancor, Homerus, dyed the sky, marking the end of the representative battle. Roman Dmitri is a hero. Children mimicked him, pretending to be him. I am Roman Dmitri of Lawrence. The Dmitri family is It's really over. The dispatch urging principal and interest from the Golden Bank. Homerus from the Mercenary Guild must take responsibility and compensate for the manpower. He slammed his hand on the table in anger while shouting, "That damn beggar!" He thought to himself, all this time when the Barco family had influence in the Northeast region, those nobles never stopped fawning over him. Now they pretend not to know him like this? Stop. Before we begin talking, I sincerely thank the nobles who have come to Barco. Thanks to you, I feel the future throughout this Northeast region is still bright. A few people urged, "Get straight to the point." Then allow me to speak frankly. Just like how Barco used a legitimate status to attack Lawrence, reputation in the noble circle is also an extremely important matter. This battle is to repay a debt for the ancestors. The central government considered this the right thing to do, and even sent a supervisor. But Roman Dmitri does not have any status, yet he interfered in this war. Because of his surprise raid, Barco lost its representative. He harshly accused Roman with his own arguments, stating that not a single warrior from Lawrence remained in the representative battle. He raised his voice eloquently to list the crimes. Does this sound reasonable?
To Lawrence, Roman Dmitri was essentially an outsider. He had no status whatsoever. He concluded that this action crossed the line. The other nobles were easily led by the nose by his monologue. "You are right, Roman Dmitri has no status at all. That is correct." He chuckled inwardly, his mouth curving into a triumphant smile. "All right, just this much is enough. Pushing all responsibility onto the Dmitri family and receiving a hefty compensation will do. The debt to the Golden Bank will also be resolved." At that moment, footsteps were heard outside. Roman Dmitri arrogantly pushed the door open and walked in, speaking up. "So everyone is here." He glanced around and continued. "I heard everyone is very dissatisfied with me. If so," he turned pale. "Roman, what is he thinking showing his face here?" Roman finished his sentence. "I will speak personally with Viscount Barco." Chris worriedly tried to stop him. "Are you really planning to go to the Barco estate? Doing that is no different from suicide. There is no way Viscount Barco would let my liege be." Roman cut him off. "Chris, have you thought about what the relationship between me and Barco will be like in the future?" Chris paused, silently listening to Roman's teachings. He thought for a moment and then replied, "In Barco's mind, my lord is a sworn enemy.
It is a very clear fact that he holds a grudge against me. He mounted his horse in a decisive motion and continued speaking to the young man's astonishment. If so, this is the perfect opportunity to take revenge on them. He sneered, confidence evident on his handsome face. I will go alone. The young man could only call out after him, My liege. That is why Roman was currently in this room, speaking up. I am also curious as to what status Barco is using to create this position. The Barco man gritted his teeth and repeated, Barco. He silently cursed that Roman was just a brat from a baron's family who hadn't even inherited the title yet, so how dare he look down on his rank? He mocked him. So you've arrived? Perhaps due to your humble background, you do not understand the laws of the nobility. Then let me tell you. He put on the air of an elder and lectured Roman. Daring to intervene in a war without any status is an action not permitted in the Cairo kingdom. We are granted status according to noble laws, and only after receiving approval from the central government do we work and declare a territorial war. He continued, speaking harshly. Do you think nobles are stupid to have created such procedures? It is to preserve honor for one another. He slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, Saying you don't understand noble laws is just an excuse. He shouted in Roman's face, Do you know now how stupid an action you have committed? Because of you, the Dmitri family has encountered serious trouble. Because of the sins committed by the son, the nobles of the northeast have blamed him. The entire room fell silent after he finished his speech. Roman waited for a moment before asking,
Roman began. The Lawrence and Dmitri families originally had an engagement, but now I have become the fool who destroyed the engagement between the two families. What do you think is the reason I broke off the engagement? Is it my reputation or my romantic history? All those rumors are wrong. The truth, he pointed at him, it is precisely because of the eldest son of the Barco family, due to the coercion of Anthony Barco.
Engagement with Lawrence. I fell into his trap. When I woke up, I found myself in a room with Emily Barco. Anthony used that to threaten me and demanded I call off the engagement with Lawrence. This was the perfect trap to eliminate Lawrence and Dmitri. The other nobles immediately whispered, Threats? So that means it was the Barco family's policy. The time has come for the weakness to be revealed. It will no longer be a weakness. He slammed the table and stood up while shouting, Do you think I will listen to that nonsense you are saying? We all know you lived a life like a piece of trash. To hide the truth, you dare to say any disgusting words. Roman sneered and cut him off. I knew you would say that. I will state one more reason that caused me to intervene in the war between Barco and Lawrence. He gritted his teeth in anger. Another reason? Anthony Barco has crossed the line. My fiancée, Flora Lawrence, was harassed by him. Because of the impact of that event, Flora decided to choose to break off the engagement.
If that were the case, I would have done exactly the same. Roman clenched his fist and said, That is why I intervened in the war using only my own strength, without involving the family. That was the only revenge I could take for her sake. I want to ask Viscount Barco, and everyone present here, do I truly lack the justification to intervene in this war? And thus, Roman twisted Barco's argument and secured his justification. The Viscount collapsed completely. There was no way out. Disputing the truth of the justification was meaningless now. He thought to himself, I must stall for time. For now, I need to escape this situation to find a solution. Thinking this, he spoke up. I don't believe what you say is true, but I will verify if it is indeed the truth. You may leave for today. Roman did not let up. He continued his attack. Viscount Barco, make your choice now. Will you choose for Anthony to pay the price for a personal issue with me to end this, or will you cause trouble for the entire family just because of this matter? If you do not make a choice right here, right now, I will return home and tell my father everything.
He clenched his hand into a fist and cursed silently. What a ruthless man. He spoke up. I don't want to blow the matter between you and Anthony out of proportion into a problem for the whole family. With my authority, I will make my eldest son Anthony kneel before you to apologize to you. Is that acceptable? Roman was dissatisfied and directly interrupted him. When did I say Anthony had to kneel before me? He was furious. What do you mean? Roman explained again. In this world, how can there be such a thing as the perpetrator choosing their own punishment? I will decide the punishment. Anthony Barco, after hearing the news, frantically cried out begging his father, Father, Father! He could do nothing else for the son of his other than say 3 words. I'm sorry, son. He screamed, Absolutely, absolutely not. A judgment duel? Are you really handing my life over to someone else, father? Anthony wept, kneeling and begging him. He will definitely kill me. Please, father, refuse Roman's proposal. Barco angrily shouted in his face, "Wake up! You are the eldest son of the Barco family. From the moment you became the heir of the family, your life has been tied to the family's destiny. He coldly abandoned this son of his. So face reality. Don't forget this hell, and accept that you must give up an arm." He finished speaking and
Viscount Barco watched his son anxiously, unable to look away. Anthony Barco and Roman Dmitri stood facing each other. The eldest son of the Barco family was trembling. His face turned pale as he spoke. "Lord Roman, you know I really like Flora. When I heard the news that you two were together, I must have lost my mind back then." Roman's face remained ice cold, devoid of any emotion as the other continued. "I apologize for everything I did to you." Anthony Barco tried to use words to mitigate his punishment. "I didn't have bad intentions. Aren't we friends?" When he saw Roman draw his sword, he immediately screamed, "Roman! No! Lord Roman, please spare my life this time. If you spare me, this Anthony Barco will spend the rest of his life paying the price." The nobles whispered among themselves upon seeing Anthony Barco begging his opponent like a dog. Truly unsightly. His own father also thought with annoyance. The barbarian. Roman spoke. "The rest of your life? Pay how?" He stepped forward as he continued. "Are you going to borrow money from the Golden Bank? Even your relationship with the central government cannot erase your atrocious actions." Roman swung his sword and declared, "The Barco family is finished." He stepped close to him and said, "What reason is there for me, someone you despise to that extent, to fall for this plan of appeal?"
Roman's face did not change color in the slightest. Anthony Barco spewed blood. Bok Jung-yuk had once been in a life-or-death battle with his own brothers. Every night he had to be wary of assassination attempts from his brothers, until one day he stabbed them straight in the heart to end their lives. "Jung-yuk, do you know where your problem lies? It is that you do not know how to compromise at all." Baeko Gyeon spoke while observing him with a smile. He continued, "From the moment you view someone as an enemy, you always want to destroy them immediately. You do not even have any sympathy for your enemies. One day that problem of yours will come back to stab you." Jung-yuk observed Ho-gyun and thought to himself, "He is truly amazing, not only possessing terrible power, but also the altruism to subdue enemies after defeating them." Jung-yuk replied, "I understand what you mean, but crushing anyone who hates me is the way of life I have chosen. That is also how I survived from the bottom of the demonic sect, and I will continue to live like that. Death is the only way to silence all living creatures forever." Roman withdrew his sword. Anthony Barco's death was an outcome no one desired. Viscount Barco rushed over screaming, "No!" Barco hugged his son's corpse and cried out. Roman glanced at him and asked back, "Is there a problem? Dying in a duel is a common occurrence, isn't it?" Barco was both furious and astonished as he shouted, "What are you doing? How dare you kill the eldest son of the Barco family, killing without blinking like that?"
Roman glared at him as he replied, "I have not lived under the same sky as the Barco family from the moment that Anthony Barco treated me like that," he declared, "and this is his end." He looked at each of the nobles whose faces were turning pale and continued, "If anyone cannot cut ties with the Barco family, then I am the one you must face." The Barco man screamed, "Do you really intend to just leave so easily?" Roman Dmitri asked back, "What is the point of saying such meaningless words?" He continued, "From now on, I will watch very carefully how the Barco family lives and continue to attack until you fall." He headed towards the gate after leaving a few words. "I'm leaving now." The Barco man was horrified. "We have messed with someone we shouldn't have." A few days later, Viscount Barco, unable to pay his debt to the bank, tried to run away, but later he was found dead on an unnamed hill. The Barco family, which once expanded its power in the northeast, died miserably like that. Moonlight shone into the window of the Dmitri house. Hans spoke up when he saw him. "Young master, where have you been coming back from in the middle of the night like this?" Roman smiled, his face and clothes covered in blood. "The moon was so bright, so I gazed at it for a long time." Hans was worried seeing him covered in blood. He immediately prepared new clothes for him to change into while saying, "Everyone is very worried. I am very happy if you are known by many people, but you keep putting yourself in danger like this. It makes me unable to stop worrying. Please be careful." Roman Dmitri looked at him and replied, "Hans, didn't I say it before? You are my person." Hans responded, "That's right. I still remember, young master." Baek Jung-hyuk slaughtered so many enemies that blood flowed like a river, but there was one rule that allowed him to become the heavenly demon, which was to protect his subordinates. He looked at him and thought, one of his own people is more important than hundreds
Even though the incident with the Barco family was still causing quite a stir, the Maloke family still hosted a party. The lady of the Maloke family, Helena Maloke, thought to herself with satisfaction. Even the ladies who supported Barco and always fawned over them were present here. She was certain that from now on, Dimitri would be the central family of the Northeast region, and this was the perfect opportunity for the Maloke family, who had always stood by Dimitri's side. She spoke up when she saw Roman's mother. "Oh my, welcome. I was waiting for you." Liana smiled. Helena couldn't stop praising her. "My goodness, how do you get more beautiful by the day?" Liana smiled gently. "Thank you." Others quickly gathered around her. "I prepared a specially brewed wine for you, Liana. It is truly an honor to meet you here, Lady Liana." Liana Dimitri, wife of Baron Dimitri, smiled and responded to each one. "The pleasure is mine, madam." She often interacted with noble ladies to build a support base for Dimitri. She possessed incredible political aptitude, to the point that sometimes even Baron Romero had to yield. If Liana hadn't built the foundation beforehand, the Dimitri family would have collapsed when Barco intervened before they could even step into the noble class. She began to speak. "Thank you everyone for joining this gathering. The reason we are here is that I believe those of us in the same region need to understand one another and start getting acquainted from now on. Of course, not everyone has walked the same path before, but the situation
Lahana, a lady at the tea table, spoke up. "What do you think about our Veronica?" She tried hard to make a match, causing the other ladies to hurriedly attack. "I think the girl would be a great match for Roman. Roman is already 25. He needs to get married and start a family soon." She laughed and suggested, "I'm not saying this because she's my daughter, but Veronica would be very suitable for Roman." Another person chimed in. "Come on, isn't Veronica already engaged to another family? You're being too greedy, Helena." Lahana remained silent, sipping her tea, while the other ladies tore at each other to win Roman. Those women. That's right, Roman's marriage partner must be chosen carefully. "Come visit us next time." She set the teacup down. The conversation hadn't ended yet. "My daughter just mentioned that she fell in love with Roman at first sight.
She thought to herself, for the past 6 years, Roman had always been seen as a nuisance in the noble circle. The fact that he was the eldest son but not the heir held him back, but his potential as a 4-star knight was enough to promise a bright future, and if he were to inherit the title, there would be no son-in-law more worthy than him. This was the moment the boy turned from a nuisance into a standout figure. Liana finally responded, "I am very happy that you all think so highly of my son, but Roman has been deeply hurt before. Instead of following the wishes of 2 families, I want Roman to find someone he truly loves." The other ladies immediately understood her hidden meaning, "So let's not discuss marriage anymore." In other words, the girl who captures his heart first wins. Power is essential to survive in this world. Flora was reading a book and thinking. In reality, Lawrence had lost in the battle against Barco. I thought that if we could hold out until winter, there would be a chance. But reality came fast like a flash flood, with too many variables. Yet Roman predicted all those variables, dealt with them bravely, and saved Lawrence. She felt shy when thinking of him. How can I become someone like Roman? Flora realized she was having presumptuous thoughts. She shook her head vigorously. "No, I hate that Roman Dimitri. Why am I blushing? He is an arrogant and Thinking to herself while looking at the surrounding scenery, "I need to get some fresh air." That's right. Even if I am curious, we no longer have any connection with each other. The engagement has been broken off. I have no other choice, because I will surely never meet Roman again. A voice rang out, interrupting Flora's train of thought. "Sister!" She was surprised, as the other girl spoke cheerfully. "Long time no see, Flora!" Flora exclaimed in astonishment. "Sylvia!" She thought to herself, "What the hell is she doing here? The branch family of the Lawrence clan, Sylvia Lawrence." Flora stormed into her father's study and called out loudly, "Father! The Lawrence family is going to hold a party at the Dimitri estate? Why didn't you tell me?" Viscount Lawrence turned to look at her and spoke. "Flora, I have gained many things through this incident. You showed me your ability to judge right from wrong, while I could do nothing. And thanks to you getting Roman Dimitri to join the battlefield, we were able to win the war. I will not undervalue you anymore. I will support all your wishes, and I will not pressure you to do anything for the family anymore." She was surprised when her father placed his hand on her shoulder and expressed, "Flora, live for your own dreams." She thought to herself, "A very touching speech, but I want to be the one attending the party." Then she asked, "Why did you invite Sylvia to the party? I'm sure you have some other purpose, because she came all the way here from the capital." He replied,
Flora replied, "If that is the case, then I understand. Since we have to repay Roman, I will go with Sylvia and guide her." Lawrence hurriedly stopped her. "You don't have to do that. I will make sure you have nothing to do with Roman anymore." She glared at him and articulated every word. "I said I will guide her." In the capital of Cairo, at the Cairo branch of the Valhalla Temple, a person holding a scroll in his hand read while asking again, "Is this true?" He muttered, "A mere 25-year-old son of a noble family in a remote region killed a 4-star knight with just a single sword strike? That is truly impossible. But if this isn't just a baseless rumor, then a terrifying prodigy has been born." The evaluator priest of the Valhalla ranking, Willa, smirked and thought to herself, "I must verify this personally." The party was scheduled for the evening, and young ladies from noble families had arrived to visit the Dimitri estate beforehand. The girls were dressed in lavish dresses on the street, everyone covered in jewelry. Sylvia spoke up. "This is Dimitri?" She openly criticized. "It really is as gloomy as the rumors say." She led a few others along, looking around and commenting, "Wow, this place is really something. After all, this is the land of miners. I don't understand how one can live near a place like this. In the capital, even commoners care about basic aesthetic principles." Sylvia covered her nose.
Flora, standing behind her, silently remarked that compared to the capital, Lawrence and Dimitri were merely countryside areas. They continued, "Oh my, are those people miners?" The miners chatted noisily amongst themselves as they walked past the young ladies, and they whispered, "Oh my beautiful dress is getting dusty. Is a miner strutting down the street?" They looked down on the miners. This was the reason Dimitri had issues. Someone brushed past Flora, and her eyes widened. She hurriedly turned back to look. Is that really him? Roman Dimitri. Hans ran over from a distance in a panic, his face pale, calling out loudly, "Young master, I couldn't stop you from entering the mine, but can't you take care of yourself while working?" he said while wiping Roman down. "Look at this. I wiped just a little bit, and the handkerchief is already filthy." Roman replied, "That's enough." Hans continued, "Every day you are covered in dust. I think Hans's heart is about to break." The young ladies were delighted to hear this conversation. "That person, Roman Dimitri." Sylvia smirked. "He is even more handsome than I thought," she observed. "Oh, his body is so hot." There were rumors that the second son was likely to lose his inheritance rights, but what noble family would let their son work like a miner? He is definitely the successor. She was
She boldly spoke up. "Greetings, Lord Roman Dimitri. I am not mistaken, am I?" Sylvia smiled and introduced herself. "My name is Sylvia from the Lawrence family. Thank you for helping us. I wanted to express my sincere gratitude to you." Sylvia smiled and began to praise him. "You truly are an extraordinary person, just like the rumors say." Roman replied indifferently, "Oh, yes, I know." He ignored her, not deigning to look back a second time, and said to Hans, "Let's go, Hans." Flora, standing behind them, burst into laughter. Hans chased after Roman and asked, "My lord, you still have to attend the party. Can't you rest for a bit?" Roman replied, "I will socialize with those who are worthy, but those people mock the mining work of the Dimitri family." Hans continued to ask, "How long will you work in the mine? Although the Lord did not order it, you have been toiling away in there for many days." Roman explained, "The root of Dimitri lies in blacksmiths. Furthermore, it is an iron mine. Iron ore that miners have excavated with blood and sweat, melted in the furnace fire, and turned into iron. This is the essence of Dimitri." He continued, "Empty words cannot coexist with the people of this region. I just want to experience and empathize with them." Hans watched as he left, marveling at how much the young master had matured. He was deeply moved. Then he called out after him, "Hans will not cause trouble for the young master anymore. I will make everything perfect." At the training ground, the soldiers of Dimitri were training. 1, 2, 1, 2. Chris commanded them. Again. Roman Dimitri thought to himself, "My prestige in the recent battle with the families has aroused loyalty and boosted the morale of the soldiers.
I can awaken the potential of the soldiers, helping them become battle-hardened warriors on the battlefield. Such knowledge is truly as valuable as a treasure. And so I have an army of my own, but that is not enough. The new soldiers only have a little combat experience. I need an elite army of my own." He observed them training while calculating. "The problem is that to establish an elite force, we need financial resources and manpower that I am currently unable to provide." He spoke up. "Chris?" Chris hurriedly walked over to him. "Did you call for me, sir?"
Roman asked immediately, "How is the training going?" He smiled with satisfaction and presented, "They are all passionate and learn very fast. I think we can expect their progress soon." Roman continued, "Chris, now I will teach you a new sword technique." His face immediately became serious. "A new sword technique for me?" He noticed his confusion and spoke, "You are different from the beginners. You have made progress and gained experience after the recent family war. That is the foundation for you to absorb advanced sword techniques. Although it is very difficult, I think you can do it." He continued to explain, "I think you are ready to learn something new now." Roman seriously instructed, "The sword technique I am going to teach you is called Thunder Flash Break. It is a sword technique with high damage and extremely fast execution speed. Its master was the one known as the Sword Saint." That was the next step for Chris. The party took place in great luxury. A member of the Dmitri family announced, "Young Master Roman Dmitri has arrived." The girls in the banquet hall immediately turned their eyes to look. As Roman walked in, everyone blushed. They immediately surrounded him to strike up a conversation. "Why did you leave so early this morning, Lord Dmitri? We wanted to chat with you a bit before the party." Roman smiled and replied to them courteously, "I had just finished my work at that time, so please
She smiled, making admiring gestures as she continued, saying she couldn't believe the heir of a noble family would work alongside minors like that. She asked directly, wondering if she could become a better person if she married someone like him. Roman smiled, gracefully dodging the flirtation. "Haha, you flatter me too much." Roman conversed with one person after another, constantly raising his glass with them. A while later, he went out to the balcony to get some fresh air. A voice came from behind. "You really are a good actor, aren't you?" Roman glanced back. It was Flora. Roman replied briefly, "It's what needs to be done." She approached him, speaking as she walked. "That's surprising. I thought you didn't care about social relationships." Roman explained, "Usually I don't, but at this party my parents and their guests were invited. It's very different from everyday parties. And the first time we met was just like this, so it's nothing surprising either." Flora paused, then laughed at his words, realizing he was right. "Actually, I was the one who acted rudely." She thought to herself, "He is always so steadfast. That's why I'm getting more and more curious. What kind of life has he lived to maintain such principles?" She continued asking, "But why do you work in the mines? Besides blacksmithing, there is no reason for an heir to do such work." Roman asked back, "How do you think the Lawrence family reached this position?" Flora paused at his question. "Huh?" Roman explained, "People think Lawrence reached where it is today thanks to fertile land." Flora opened her eyes wide, looking at him and thinking, truly amazing. He knew something she had only recently learned with absolute precision. She asked back, "So what does that have to do with mining?" Roman explained, "The origin of the Dmitri family lies in the iron mines. If it weren't for the miners digging up iron ore buried in the earth every day, Dmitri would not be where it is today." He continued, "I am sure that spending time working in the mines will be useful for understanding and sympathizing with them. I believe that is the duty of someone bearing the Dmitri name. I have been standing here for quite a while. I'm going now." Flora replied, "Oh, all right." Left alone, Flora looked up and made a decision. "I have made my decision." She smiled. Her mind, still dusty after the recent battle, was finally orderly and clear again. "I knew meeting him would be the right decision." And a few days later, Flora went to the capital. That was the moment the flower in the greenhouse of the Lawrence family left the clan to explore the world. Meanwhile, at the iron mine, Jacob, the mine foreman, was drinking. "Ah."
Even if the Dmitri family digs for another few decades, the iron mine will not run dry. I am certain of that as someone who has been digging my entire life, Old Man Hendrik continued. There are many rumors that Roman started working in the mines half a month ago. Why has it been so quiet lately? Jacob laughed with amusement when Old Man Hendrik mentioned Roman. "Oh, Roman?" "Half a month ago, the miners were gossiping among themselves. I heard Lord Roman will start working at the mine from today." "Huh, why?" "I don't know, probably just putting on a show." Morgan, a veteran miner, was dissatisfied with this decision. "Lord Dmitri has gone senile. If he wanted to teach his heir, he would have done it long ago. He only treats the blacksmiths well, and always neglects us miners," he said indignantly. "The 3 heirs of Dmitri learned how to forge iron at the smithy from a young age, but they never learned how to mine." He continued, "This is clear proof that Lord Dmitri discriminates against us." Others replied, "Isn't that saying a bit too much?" Morgan shouted, "What are you talking about? The foundation of Dmitri lies in the iron mine, yet the blacksmiths get to enjoy all the glory. I'm sure he was forced to come here, but I won't bow and scrape before him. Let's show Roman what mining is really about."
Jacob continued instructing. Always remember that in the mine, priority number 1 is safety, number 2 is safety, number 3 is safety. The miners responded in unison. Understood. The commander shouted, now move out. Roman thought to himself, they are completely ignoring me. I won't mind their attitude. The mining city of Dimitri, how the Dimitri people live, how much power they have, and what I can do for this place for my future plans, I will find out every issue of Dimitri. The miners were busy working. All right, hurry up. We are still far from today's quota. Roman also worked, he remarked. Really disciplined. Work is distributed very evenly, and the safety aspect isn't bad either. The reason Dimitri's ironware is so famous, a miner wiped his sweat while explaining to Roman, not just because of the blacksmith's skill, but also because the iron ore already has the highest quality, so it can have such high value. Other places suffer heavy losses due to having to buy back iron ore, but because Dimitri can be self-sufficient, they can make huge profits. He continued, what other reason could there be? Roman absorbed his words. Because they are self-sufficient in raw materials, and this is also a forging city, they can gain more profit than any other family.
Morgan made a snide remark at him, saying if he didn't want to work, he shouldn't bother others. He coldly demanded, get out. Roman looked at him. As he looked back, Roman replied, I apologize. I will focus on working. Having said that, he immediately shouldered the sack of iron and walked away. Morgan did not take his eyes off him. 1 week later, during a meal, Roman thought to himself while eating, we've been working together for over a week, yet they still don't talk to me unless I ask a question first. Perhaps this is their way of marking their territory. Suddenly someone stood in front of him. Morgan sat down and solemnly spoke. May I ask you something? I've been observing you all week, and I'm curious about a few things. He was straightforward. Why did you come here to work? Even second young Master Rodwell, the most successful successor of Dimitri, has never once visited the iron mines. Eldest young Master Roman putting on a show coming here for training after all this time. I actually thought he was looking down on mining work. That's why I've been watching him. But he's more hard-working than I thought. No, he works even more enthusiastically than the other miners, and always meets the quota. The other miners discussed among themselves. According to my friend who works as a servant in the castle, the family head never ordered the young master to come to the iron mine to work. They were surprised. Did he come here voluntarily? Morgan looked seriously at Roman. Roman replied, an ideal answer or a realistic answer? Which one do you want to hear? Morgan responded, can I hear both? Roman looked straight at him and smiled. If so, let me give the ideal answer first. Morgan asked, do you really need to do that? Roman replied curtly, I do. As long as my name is still Dimitri, it is necessary for me to do so. Morgan thought in astonishment, truly an ideal answer. That is what the people want to hear from a ruler, and it is also the image of a noble that everyone admires. Roman looked at him and continued, as for the practical reason, I am not the family head of Dimitri. Even though Dimitri has a vast amount of wealth, it belongs to my father. That is why I came to the iron mine, to find something I can contribute to Dimitri and find a justifiable reason to demand my share. Morgan laughed and exclaimed, so that is the reason for demanding a share of your father's fortune? I didn't think of that. I thought you came here just to compete for the succession. He thought to himself, Lord Roman is building his foundation in the iron mine, not the smithy. That means he knows the importance of mining. In that case, he suggested, I will answer all your questions. Morgan honestly answered my long string of questions. I obtained some unexpected information from him. The size of the Dimitri iron mine is the widest in the kingdom. Saying it's the widest on the continent wouldn't be an exaggeration, especially the nameless land on the edge of the kingdom next to Dimitri, the endless lands. If those things there could be developed, Dimitri's assets would increase infinitely. Morgan continued, actually, compared to Dimitri's assets, the product output isn't very good. He explained, mining speed is reduced due to dangerous working conditions, and when speed decreases, output decreases as well.
He was speaking when a tremor occurred. Roman became alert as aftershocks appeared around them. Morgan exclaimed, what is going on? Another person reported, Brother Morgan, shaft number 8 has collapsed, and someone has been crushed underneath. What? Good heavens! What should we do? He thought to himself as he stood before the collapsed pit. It might collapse again. Don't make any rash moves yet. Roman spoke up. I will go. Morgan hurriedly stopped him. You cannot. You are the eldest young master of the Dimitri family. Even if you are a knight, it will be very dangerous if it collapses further. We should confirm the situation first.
Roman cut him off. Then it will be too late, Morgan. Morgan froze upon hearing the gravity in his voice and seeing the look on his face. Roman continued, I told you, those who bear the name Dimitri must fulfill their responsibilities. He stood before the pit and added, I will return. Prepare to dress the wounds. Having said that, Roman Dimitri immediately jumped down. He dashed past the rock faces, searching for the injured person. A moment later, he climbed back up, to the astonishment of those present. Young Master Dimitri has saved him. Bring a splint here immediately. They shouted urgently. The injured man was quickly given first aid by Roman himself. Morgan was surprised. First aid is not easy at all, yet he understands it so well. Roman looked at them and said, I have finished the first aid. Take him to the physician. If there are medical costs, I will pay. Understood. The workers quickly carried him away. Hurry up. Roman addressed everyone. Listen to me, everyone. You must accept that today's accident is the fate of a minor. No matter how
No matter the cost, it won't take much time. Romero looked sternly at Roman standing before him and asked, Are you hurt? He replied, No. He growled, What the hell were you thinking, daring to do something so dangerous? Even if you are an aura swordsman, you cannot withstand such a natural disaster alone. You were lucky this time. He slammed his hand on the table in anger. But because of your reckless bravery, I almost lost my beloved son. I am not saying this because you are the eldest son of the Dimitri family. If it were anyone else, his face darkened, brows furrowed tightly. I would never forgive two people willing to throw away their lives just to save one person. Roman eloquently retorted, I only did what I had to do. Romero shouted in anger. Roman! He continued, even if I could turn back time, I would not change my mind. An accident occurred at the iron mine, and as a member of the Dimitri lineage, I believe I made the right decision. He spoke with annoyance. Stop working at the iron mine. I never asked you to work there, and I don't understand why you made that choice. If you said you were working at the smithy, I wouldn't have stopped you like this. He lowered his voice. Father. His eyes shone with determination. I think I need to work at the iron mine to better understand the Dimitri family. Although Dimitri
Romero was slightly stunned. All right, he stammered, asking, So what did you learn there? Roman immediately replied, I saw the hardships that everyone has to endure. Romero looked doubtful. Hardships? What are they? Roman extended his hand and spoke eloquently. And I also learned that you care deeply about the safety of the workers, Father. Even the people at the iron mine respect you very much. Romero immediately retorted, But even so, mining cannot be dispensed with. You don't know when an earthquake might happen. What if the mine collapses? If you've forgotten, let me remind you, that place is very prone to landslides, just like what happened yesterday. Romero reminded him seriously. I haven't forgotten. I told you, such disasters cannot be avoided no matter how well we prepare. Roman interjected. There is still a way, that is, to use magic artifacts. Romero thought to himself. Magic artifacts, then continued. Using them for the safety of the iron mine is good, but do you know how much those artifacts cost? Protecting the mine entrance with artifacts would be very expensive. Roman interrupted him. I know. Moreover, using an air shield isn't always guaranteed to be effective. Romero asked skeptically. You mean we still need to use them despite that? Roman explained. If we install the artifacts, not only will iron ore production increase, but we also won't need to limit the
Furthermore, what if we assign a team of workers specifically to ensure safety to minimize risks, and then use the increased profits to pay their wages? He was satisfied, seeing his son speak so clearly, assuming he had calculated everything. Romero smiled at him. So, how much do I need to invest? If it doesn't turn out as you say, you'd better watch out. In the world of Mudem, where only the weak and the strong exist, there were two groups famous for their ability to gather intelligence, the Beggars sect and the Ha-Moon. The Beggars sect gathered news through beggars all over the world, listening to everyone's stories. Meanwhile, the Ha-Moon gathered information through the marginalized groups in society, always keeping their ears open to hear the affairs of the world. Roman closed his eyes and pondered for a while. I chose to work in the iron mines instead of the smithy. Thanks to that, I will be able to grasp all the news in the Northeast region. All right, with Father's money and manpower, I will establish the Ha-Moon. His eyes opened, sharp and determined in this world. But that was still not enough. Roman spread a map on the desk. The guild specializing in gathering news, or the Information Guild, could not be limited to just the Northeast. Moreover, when information from across the continent is collected, Roman fell into deep thought. I need someone to organize it, because the guild members won't be able to process the news professionally. Someone who can organize
Chris stood before everyone and announced, "From now on, I will teach you how to use mana and swordsmanship." Lucas looked at him in astonishment. This was a gift from their master. "So, you must practice with all your heart and strength." They all shared the same thought and screamed internally. It was absurd. What is this mental mana technique? It is a systematic arrangement of unique mana handling methods. Told me to go laze around at the market or something. No matter how loyal we are to Lord Roman, we certainly aren't trustworthy enough to be gifted such a treasure. Chris continued, "The name of this technique is aura. It also means Ashura, the name of a ghost on a battlefield in a distant land." Lucas was suddenly panicked. It was crazy. He could feel the mana. He was terrified. In just a few days, he felt his body's senses becoming incredibly sharp. He could even feel the gentle breeze passing by. This is the light sword technique, synthesized from 108 ways of fighting enemies, a perfect move to utilize the power of the mind. He gathered mana in extreme skepticism. What kind of person is Roman Dimitri? If I knew that aura and light sword were dominating this world, I would keep it a dead secret even from
Lucas stood in Roman's study and spoke up. "I apologize, but I want to fight by your side, my lord." Roman looked at him and thought to himself, "You can't refuse. An experienced former mercenary with a vast network of connections, high adaptability, and who has experienced all of life's ups and downs. He is the perfect fit." Lucas continued uneasily, "If I have to manage the information guild, then I won't be able to stay by your side anymore, my lord." He was so worried that he flailed his limbs wildly. "During the war with Barco, I bet my life for you, didn't I? Please don't send me away." Roman smiled inwardly. Good acting. He spoke up. "Let me ask you something. Why do you think I taught you aura in the aura blade?" He stammered. "I don't know." Roman replied immediately. "I gave you that gift in exchange for the loyalty you dedicated to me." His gaze was sharp and triumphant. "Lucas, what kind of person do you think I am? Do you think someone named Roman is willing to do anything just to buy the loyalty of soldiers?" Lucas seemed to realize something. "That means," he continued, "I don't expect absolute loyalty from you. This is just the price I have to pay for you following me onto the battlefield and risking your life." Roman observed Lucas's expression and said calmly, "So what do you think I would give to someone who is more than just a soldier to me?" He panicked. "Is there something even greater than aura?" Lucas
Truly the leader of the Halmoon Information Guild. Over at the iron mine, the workers immediately stopped their work. Seeing his silhouette, everyone cheered. "Lord Roman has arrived, my master." They gratefully approached to thank him. "You really care about improving our safety. Thank you so much." An old man spoke up emotionally. "Young master, thanks to you, my only son survived." The old man knelt down before Roman and shouted, "If you ever need us in the future, I will surely dedicate my life to you." He happily replied, "Thank you, I look forward to your cooperation." From that day on, the people's affection for the Dimitri family shifted to Roman, and that made Baron Romero extremely angry. A month has passed since the battle with Barco. During the regular meeting of the Dimitri family, Romero announced, "The Barco family has collapsed. There is no longer any force in the northeast that can oppose Dimitri." An elder spoke up. "The forces supporting Barco have also expressed their desire to ally with Dimitri. And as for your orders, we have directly refused to negotiate with those who stood on Barco's side and caused tension with us. How do you want to handle them?" Romero seriously ordered, "Making peace with those who have seriously hurt us is not noble. It is arrogant. Do not negotiate with them."
Even though Barco and we have clashed, they remain a major danger thanks to variables like Flare and Homerus. That is why I want to increase military strength to counter these variables and purchase more magic weapons. Romero pondered deeply. Military power. Nothing makes us safer than that. He continued, "Thanks to young Master Roman, we have a lot of funds, even though we spent quite a bit installing the artifacts in the mines." He pointed at the report on the table. "Because of this, the amount of iron ore has increased by 30% in a very short period." An elder said excitedly to the person next to him, "If this continues, I am sure it won't be long before we increase it to 100%. He asked doubtfully, "What about the cost of the artifacts?" A person immediately replied, "It is still very stable if we count the increased profits." He continued, "Roman was right. By working in the iron mine himself, he identified the problem and came up with the most effective solution." Everyone's evaluation of Roman, something that was always changing, was finally concluded in this event. Jonathan stammered, "My lord, what are you thinking? Is it about the succession?"
His eyebrows furrowed. It has begun. Jonathan immediately explained. 3 years ago, you chose young Master Rodwell as the new lord, because at that time young Master Roman's actions and the little young master's personality were not suitable for this important position. But things have changed. The war with Barco, the safety issue of the iron mine, and his swordsmanship talent. Young Master Roman's current actions show the character of a ruler. A person chimed in. That's right, we think so too. The elder's eyes were sharp. Since there has been no official announcement yet, I think fair competition is obvious. The succession war between Roman and Rodwell, a ripple in the quiet Dimitri family. Romero had a headache thinking.
Romero decided to de-escalate the situation. He would continue to observe matters first. Returning to his office, Romero gripped the armrest of his chair tightly, making it creak. He silently organized every matter one by one. The succession required the consent of a few key individuals, the vassals, the mine foreman, and finally Hendrik, the master blacksmith. Only with the consent of those 3 parties would participation in the competition be allowed, no matter how chaotic it might be. Feeling stifled, he immediately ordered, "Summon Hans." Hans stood before him, confused. "I do not understand your meaning, my lord." Romero repeated, "I am asking you if Roman is suitable for the position of successor to the Dimitri family." Hans fell into deep thought for a moment, then voiced his opinion. "If you had asked me that question 3 months ago, I would have said no, but young Master Roman is very different now. From what I have seen while by his side, he has become someone suitable for that position." Romero spoke up. "Explain." Hans continued, "Young Master Roman told me he went to work in the mines to understand the people of Dimitri. He lowered himself to understand their feelings and face the reality of Dimitri by interacting with them directly. The current young Master Roman is," his voice was full of eloquence, "someone who cares about the responsibilities of bearing the Dimitri name." Hearing this, Romero ordered, "I understand. You may leave." He continued to summon others. "Summon the mine foreman immediately. I want to ask him about the mine collapse incident." Seeing the people enter, he asked suspiciously, "Who is standing behind Jacob?" The man bowed cautiously. "I heard you wanted to hear about what happened, so I brought someone who was present."
He then recounted the incident that occurred when the young master had been working at the iron mine for a week. A shaft collapsed and pinned down a worker. When we wanted to implement the safest plan to avoid further collapse, young Master Roman said he could save that worker. Despite our objections, he entered the site and rescued the man. He explained, "Honestly, at first, I didn't have a very good impression of the young master, but now I realize how foolish I was." Morgan looked up anxiously. During that accident, the young master said that he had the responsibility to solve everyone's problems as the eldest son of the Dimitri family. It was he who wanted to save that worker. An image of Roman appeared, steadfastly telling them, "I will go." He bowed respectfully. "If you want to ask for my assessment of the young master, I will say that he is the successor I will trust and serve with all my heart." Romero frowned. "Everyone says Roman is suitable to be the successor, but I am still hesitant. The most important decision
Hendrik immediately replied, "Take it." He was confused. "Huh?" The old man shouted annoyedly, "Are you deaf? I said take it." He awkwardly replied, "Yes, sir." The old man sighed, his hands never stopping swinging the hammer. "Honestly, I wanted to refuse, but after hearing what happened in the mine from Jacob, I felt guilty for treating him badly." Looking at the pile of armor and swords scattered on the floor, they lamented, "It's truly chaotic. How much training did they do to end up like this?" Within the scrap pile, a dazzling sword revealed itself. Someone shouted, "What the hell is this?" Hendrik picked up the sword and silently evaluated. The blade is so sharp. The weight is also very fitting. The grip is light. It is truly a masterpiece. He looked at the sword with surprise. This is an excellent sword, difficult to find even in the Dimitri forging land. He immediately asked, where did he get this thing? Seeing the fire flare up on the blade, he panicked. Its mana conductivity is excellent. Watching the sword connect mana with the forge, he was frantic. If it's like this without even infusing mana, then Aura swordsmen will go crazy for this thing. I consider myself the best in the continent regarding iron forging, but enhancing mana conductivity is a completely different story. I have to ask him myself. Looking at the shiny pile of swords and armor in front of him, Chris asked in surprise, "It's done already? I thought it would take at least 2 weeks. The haggard delivery person muttered, "Me too. Usually it takes about 2 weeks, but Hendrik is having some..."
The old man asked urgently, "Who made it? Tell me everything you know." Roman, pleased that things were going exactly as planned, smiled and said, "I didn't get it from anywhere." The old man was confused. "What? What do you mean?" Roman continued, "That sword, I made it with my own hands."
Hendrik shouted angrily. Do you think I'll believe that? Lord Roman, the person standing before you is the master blacksmith of Dimitri. He growled. Knowing that, are you still mocking me? The rumors that Roman Dimitri has changed must be false. He calmly replied. I'm telling the truth. The name of the only sword of its kind on this continent is Salamander. The old man screamed irritably. Even now you still... Roman immediately interrupted him. I'll show you. If you see it with your own eyes, you will believe. I trust that the master blacksmith representing the Dimitri family will have the proper judgment, right? Roman led Hendrik to a small house. As he walked, he explained, while preparing for the war with Barco, I realized that I needed a truly good sword to which I could entrust my life, so I tried to endure the scorching heat of the forge and worked hard. It felt like the forge was my hiding place. These words made Hendrik freeze. Roman turned back to look at him. I think you understand my feelings, Hendrik. I need to...
Hendrik looked at him taking off his clothes, puzzled. Is he not even going to wear protective gear? The old man crossed his arms and sighed. I bet he knows nothing about blacksmithing. I have no choice but to stand and watch. Powerful hammer blows struck the iron block, surprising the old man immediately. The standards for metal processing between the Muram world and this world were very different, because people in this world did not have the ability to completely control mana. They invested more in effort in the ability to use the sword. On the other hand, martial artists focused more on the speed of chi flow. The sword's chi density was increased. Only swords like this were considered superior in Muram, and because he had lived a life of war, he created worthy swords for himself. The forge fire seemed to heat up his body. Decisive hammer blows continued to strike, entering a trance. Hendrik was horrified. Impossible. Is that really Roman Dimitri? The metal processing ability, the hammering speed, the sound of the hammer, and even the welding ability. Everything was perfect. Hendrik stared at him without taking his eyes off. This scene reminded him of Lord Romero when he was in his prime. I believe this feeling cannot be mistaken. The sun had begun to set. Hendrik bowed his head sincerely before Roman. You really are the one who made that sword. I honestly apologize. He wiped his sweat, smiled at the old man, and spoke. I will give you Salamander. The old man looked up in surprise. He continued. You saw it yourself. I just created a new sword. Moreover, before I sold your sword. Roman handed his sword to the old man. So now I want to give you Salamander as a gift. 3 years ago, at the Dimitri family villa, Hendrik's scream echoed through the mansion. Please come to your senses. The old man shouted angrily. Is your eldest son so important that you would give up the future of the Dimitri family? He continued to question. If someone asked what kind of person Roman is, surely dozens of people would describe him as a bastard. Do you really want to let Roman be the heir to this family? It's not like there isn't an alternative, right? Romero.
Isn't that enough to prove the value of this young master? Romero gripped his wineglass tightly, lost in thought. After 3 years, Roman had changed, but he was still worried that Hendrik would not accept him. Hendrik smiled brightly and cheerfully. Of course I agree. Lord Roman is fully capable of becoming the successor. He looked at the old man with suspicion. Are you serious? The old man calmly replied. How could I lie to you, Lord Romero? Recalling the scene of Roman forging the sword before his eyes, the old man became even more excited. Even though no one was watching, he worked extremely hard. The old man looked sorrowful. To be honest, when you asked me to give him a few weapons, I only gave him old ones because I didn't like him. But do you know what he said? He said that the act of giving those weapons to our soldiers was no different from murder. After the days I thought ill of Lord Roman, I started to rethink things. It is true.
Working with such intense passion, despite having to endure the heat from the forge fire, I cannot help but acknowledge his talent. The old man held out a gleaming sword. This is a sword crafted by his own hands. Surely, just by looking at it, you will recognize its value. He took the sword and observed it for a moment, puzzled. How could Roman create a sword like this? Hendrik solemnly continued. As a master blacksmith, I think I need to reconsider my decision from 3 years ago. Romero opened the cabinet containing the letter. He read it seriously. Father, it is Rodwell. I have now promoted to S rank at the Royal Academy in the capital, Cairo. I will be exempted from theoretical classes and focus solely on accumulating experience as a family manager. I will graduate with the highest scores in this academy. Romero stood up and left his desk. So that you can be proud of this son, I will open up a new future for Dimitri. He stood before the window, the moonlight casting over his contemplative figure. Both Roman and Rodwell were revealing their talents, but Rodwell, who was considered a genius, could not compare to the current Roman. Roman was talented enough to be famous not only in the Cairo kingdom, but across the entire continent. Romero's face turned serious. As soon as Rodwell graduates, Roman will take on the responsibility of managing the defense force. At that time, I will declare the start of the succession war. A few days later, Willa, a priest from Valhalla and a high-ranking official, rode through the gates of Dimitri with another person. Romero personally went out to welcome them. I am Romero Dimitri. Are you from the Temple of Valhalla? One person immediately introduced himself. My name is Jalus, a priest of the Valhalla Temple in the Cairo region. I heard that Roman Dimitri has defeated Homerus. Willa took off her hood and smiled. My personal visit here to confirm whether the ranking reflects reality is just a coincidence. Even
So I hope you rest today and meet him tomorrow, he suggested. Why don't you spend this time touring Dimitri? He immediately agreed. That sounds good, he replied. There will be a guide shortly. Hans led them along the corridor, explaining. The Dimitri family is famous for being the largest smithy in the Cairo kingdom, as well as for its incredibly high-quality metal products. Walking around, you will see that the interior is all made of metal. Even the gates are no exception. The shouting of the soldiers outside attracted Willa's attention. 1, 2, 1, 2. He asked curiously, Can I go over there and take a look? Hans smiled. You can observe from here as well, he replied politely. Thank you. 2 wooden swords clashed powerfully.
The man laughed loudly. All right, bring it on. Auras radiated from the two of them, shocking Willa. Watching their strikes, he panicked. No, are those new recruits aura swordsmen? Among the 30 people chosen as Roman soldiers, not a single one was an aura swordsman. Roman crossed his arms, looking sternly at Bucky. It seems you have an innate martial physique, don't you? Bucky scratched his head apologetically. At that time, no one understood what he meant. But one day, even before a month had passed, Bucky was able to manifest aura. After that, the soldiers' attitude towards training changed completely. To become stronger, to overcome that wall, they were ready to risk their very lives. 2 streams of aura clashed against each other. Bucky gathered his strength, provoking. Try blocking this! His aura radiated, overwhelming Kevin. Kevin furrowed his brows, refusing to yield. The man panicked. Damn it, your eyes are too scary. Taking the opportunity as the man swung his sword, Kevin ducked and aimed straight at him. The sword tip stopped right in front of Bucky's eyes. He cursed under his breath. Damn it! Kevin's aura erupted, knocking Bucky far away. The man panicked. Did you have to go this far? Kevin kept a serious face. Be serious. His figure suddenly vanished. Kevin used his sword to subdue Bucky, growling. If this were a battlefield, your head would already be rolling on the ground. Willa was terrified. What on earth am I witnessing?
He silently affirmed that they were definitely not ordinary warriors, but knights that Dimitri had focused on nurturing. He looked at them in confusion. Since when did Dimitri possess such power? It was true that Dimitri was the main resource of the Northeast, but this kind of power far exceeded the capabilities of a rural family. The person beside him asked in fear, is Dimitri really just a mining city? Willa, he was also suspicious. He couldn't believe his eyes either. Willa frowned and asserted, the one thing I can be certain of is that they are not ordinary warriors. They must be the Dimitri Knights of Baron Romero. Hans heard this and immediately denied it. They are not Dimitri Knights. They don't belong to any organization. He smiled cheerfully. They are simply young Master Roman's private soldiers. Willa repeated in shock, just private soldiers? He grabbed Hans' shoulder and asked in confusion, how can aura swordsmen be mere private soldiers? Hiring them must cost a fortune, right? Or are they just trainee knights? Hans was puzzled. I don't know why you ask that, but if you were talking about Bucky and Kevin, they weren't aura swordsmen before. Kevin was a commoner the young master specially invited to join, and Bucky was just a C-rank mercenary. They only matured thanks to the young master's teachings. Hans chuckled. Amazing, isn't it? As the successor of the Dimitri family, young Master Roman has an excellent eye for talent. He truly is a blessing for Dimitri. Willa was utterly shocked. Who the hell is Roman Dimitri? The next day, Willa placed his teacup on the table and muttered, finally, I can meet him. Roman Dimitri. Could he be a
His gait was leisurely, his eyes confident yet not arrogant, his attitude calm and relaxed. He was used to the life of the strong. Roman smiled and greeted him. "Nice to meet you. I am Roman Dimitri." Willa, sitting opposite him, immediately asked, "Did you really defeat Homerus in the martial duel?" He agreed. "That's right." He seemed flustered. "It seems you still don't realize what you've achieved, do you? Homerus isn't simply the person ranked 49th, but also someone expected to become even stronger after reaching 4-star, and you defeated such a person at the age of 25. He then asked, "Do you know what that means?" "It means it is no exaggeration to say you are the greatest genius in the history of Cairo." Roman chuckled. "No need to beat around the bush. What I did was only theoretically impossible. Why don't we get straight to the point?" Willa frowned. "I will explain the ranking procedure to you after verifying the truth. A ranking match is divided into official and unofficial matches. In an official match, one must defeat an opponent under the observation of an observer authorized by the Valhalla Temple. The result of an official match will be displayed on the ranking board, and you will be provided with a ranking confirmation ID. However, in an unofficial match, when defeating a ranker, that person's position will be replaced, and the current rank only upgrades after a year. Regardless of the situation,
Roman smiled and thought to himself, "In other words, I will become the 100th ranker if I can prove my strength." Willa continued, "Valhalla Temple only trusts their own eyes." He took out a sphere and placed it on the table, saying that to verify the strength of winners from unofficial matches, they use the aura measurement sphere. And the verification method is very simple. If you surpass the standard we have selected in the aura measurement sphere, you will be considered qualified and take the lowest position in the ranking. In such cases, unlike official matches, we also try to delay the process because the 100th ranker will sooner or later become prey for challengers anyway. Roman doubtfully asked, "Why go to such lengths just to put a name on the ranking?" Willa replied seriously, "So that your name becomes known to the world as a swordsman, even though there is no special reward." He scoffed. "Is it necessary to take such risks just for fame? If that's the case, wouldn't it be much simpler to just defeat a high-ranking person in an official match?" Willa was panicked. What does he think an official match is? He stammered. Of course, participating in an official match is the simplest way to prove one's ability, but starting an official match is not that simple. There are many procedures that need to be prepared for an official ranking match. Moreover, the Northeast has never had anyone enter the ranking, so arranging an opponent is impossible in itself. Roman calmly replied, "I know, it's truly shameful." Willa sighed. "Let's start the test then. It's simple enough. The color of the
You have defeated a 4-star aura swordsman, so your power must be at least at the 3-star yellow level. Roman immediately interrupted him. "I understand." He placed his hand on the sphere. "Unlike Morim, the development of this world relies mainly on mana, a tool that can determine the skills of warriors and magicians. What kind of existence is it? Are they like the witches in Morim, or extraordinary humans who have attained godlike power? I cannot overlook the power of magic." Willa signaled. "Please, begin." He calculated silently in his head. The logic of the two worlds was completely different. What would happen if I used this world's method to infuse mana? Roman smiled wickedly. "If I want to know, I just have to try." The aura sphere immediately emitted a powerful purple light. The purple light enveloped Roman's entire body. Willa panicked. What the hell is this?" The aura sphere went from deep purple, gradually shifting to red. Willa watched and backed away, astonished. Red? No, orange, even though the measurement time usually takes up to 5 minutes. The sphere turned yellow again. He panicked. Now it's yellow. Even for a 4-star aura swordsman, changing colors this fast is too. Roman raised an eyebrow. "I guess this world's methods can only measure me this far." What is the aura measuring sphere? It is an item created from the culmination of the greatest minds of the continent. It is a perfect product, with durability created from mana infused by a 6-star swordsman. The highest color it can display is green. Even when the energy exceeds the threshold infused into it, the aura measuring sphere will still function without complications. Roman wondered, is it malfunctioning? Willa stammered, "Impossible." His voice trembled. "There has been no precedent for this before, so I cannot give you a clear answer." But he thought to himself, before it shattered, the aura measuring sphere definitely emitted a green light. He looked at the cracked sphere on the table and fell into deep thought. Roman Dimitri was a 4-star swordsman. Willa looked at the pressure radiating from him in fear. He was not some dragon not yet strong enough to fly, but a fully grown monster. It was unbelievable that such a massive monster existed within the Dimitri family.
With the appearance of a ranker with the potential to reach 6 stars, the Cairo Kingdom, and above all the Salamander continent, would be overturned. He pushed up his glasses, his voice serious. Unfortunately, this is the first time this has happened, so I cannot make any rash judgments. I will send the results to you soon. Willow was certain. He had to complete the goal of finding out why the Empire built the Valhalla Temple in Cairo. He took the sphere and left. I apologize. Roman Dimitri, I must find out more about him. He sat before his desk in deep thought. What was wrong with that Roman Dimitri? He was completely different from before he turned 25. Could a person really change that much? The submission of the Baron family, the bloody henchmen, and the war against Barco, he even handled his own affairs perfectly. A person possessing nerves of steel, ready to risk his life for his own goals and make them a reality. The more he looked at the report, the darker his expression became. Not only did he possess monstrous strength, but he also had the intellect to use it effectively. The aura
He stood up and muttered, "As I thought, I must report this immediately." Looking at the communication crystal glowing before his eyes, he said, "This is Willa from Cairo. I want to raise Roman Dimitri's status to a recruitment target." The Valhalla Empire, they were not just savagely battle-crazed. They realized that the higher their empire's status rose, the more cunning they had to be. And they knew how to utilize their country's tradition of the ranking system to steal the prospects of other nations. Because all talented people yearned to one day rise and seize a position as a ranker. Although the number was very small, Valhalla still found them easily. The person from the temple side replied to him, "He must be someone worth expecting. Raise Roman Dimitri's evaluation to grade A and find a way to recruit him. I repeat, the most important factor when recruiting talent from other countries is confidence. You must be as natural as possible to gently manipulate him into coming to Valhalla." Willa placed his hand on his chest seriously. "Understood. I would tell Dimitri that the aura measuring sphere was broken. Roman Dimitri will be classified as a 3-star swordsman instead of 4-star. This mission will be completed after we place him in the unofficial 100th rank. It's just that his entry into the rankings will cause a stir in Cairo." The next day, Willa's announcement completely overturned the order of Cairo, the birth of the youngest family head. In the capital of Cairo, inside the palace, a hand holding a pen paused. "Is that true?"
However, outside, people are still gossiping that Homerus only lost because he let his guard down and couldn't use his 4-star aura power. The Marquis's face hardened. He immediately asked, "How old is Roman Dimitri this year?" The servant respectfully replied, "Sir, 25. He was surprised. Only 25 years old and already reached 3-star? It seems an outstanding potential has appeared in the outer region. He frowned. "How are the other great powers reacting?" The servant immediately replied, "The other great powers have started acting very quickly, especially the 2 empires." The Marquis shouted angrily, "Those damn bastards from the empires! How dare they contact him before us when he appeared in Cairo and nowhere else?" Currently, Cairo is divided into 4 factions: the royal faction supporting the king, the noble faction centered around Marquis Benedict, the pro-Kronos faction, and the pro-Valhalla faction influenced by the outside. That is the situation of the small nation of Cairo. The Marquis gritted his teeth and ordered, "Send someone immediately to pull Roman Dimitri to our side, before the other factions do." He stroked his beard. "Especially the royal faction. We must do everything to prevent him from falling into their..."
It was the birthplace of Emperor Alexander, a nation that has tirelessly demanded Cairo's annexation to become their subject state, launching attacks around the border for many years. Cairo's soldiers fall every day on the front lines, while Cairo's citizens surrender to the enemy, allowing themselves to be imprisoned and following Kronos, creating pressure from within to force a surrender. Staring at the corpse in front of him, a man gritted his teeth. "Those royal scumbags." He lamented, "I can't believe we aren't even allowed to hold funerals for those who fought for this country." He looked at the person next to him. "Are you okay, Rodwell?" Rodwell calmly replied, "I'm used to it now. It's no longer like the first experience." The man silently sighed. "I never thought the front lines would be this terrible. Every day I think about giving up my diploma from the academy and returning home." Rodwell threw a torch onto the corpses, and the fire blazed violently. His gaze was stern. "This is the reality of a small and weak nation like ours. The Western Front doesn't have a single peaceful day because of those threatening to target Cairo from the outside." The person next to him seemed to suddenly remember something and said, "Have you heard the news? Your brother Roman has become a ranker." Rodwell's eyes narrowed. "Roman?" His hand clenched tight. Did he really reach 3-star? No, the brother I know couldn't possibly do that. Rodwell
Hans's voice rang out in the villa. "Young master, you have a guest looking for you." Roman was puzzled. A guest? He immediately ordered the servants. "Everyone, leave." Bete sat in the chair and spoke directly. "I'll get straight to the point. I serve under the King of Cairo." He smiled politely. "The reason I came to see you, Mr. Dimitri, is to appoint you, Roman Dimitri, to become a royal knight of the royal family." His eyes were gentle, but full of calculation, aiming to recruit Roman Dimitri, the dragon hiding at the border. The 4 factions of Cairo had begun to make their moves. Royal knights. Because royal knights directly serve the king, it has become the most noble position a knight can achieve. Bete explained. Actually, directly nominating someone to become a royal knight rarely happens. Usually you would have to go through a grueling selection round established by the royal family itself to have the privilege of serving in the knight order. A smile of goodwill remained on his face. However, you are an exception. If you come with us to the capital right now and swear loyalty to the king, you will be inducted without undergoing the selection process. Roman pondered for a moment. Then he exclaimed, "Is that all?" The man's gaze immediately wavered. "Are you refusing?" Roman sat opposite him, dignified and calm. "Isn't that obvious? I am the eldest son of the Dimitri family. I am not weak or cowardly in any way, so why must I go to the capital to become a royal knight?" The man trembled as he retorted, "Once you become a royal knight, you will be granted a private mansion, and the Dimitri family will be granted a higher title." Roman was skeptical. "Is that the best the royal family has to offer?" Bete was stunned. "The best?" He angrily slammed the table. "You are making a huge mistake. The reason the king wants your service is because the king values your future potential more than your current ability. You can become a royal knight, gain a new position, even a new mansion right in the capital. Those rewards are too great for you." Roman's sharp, cold gaze cut off his words. "You are the one who is delusional, not me." They offered to gift me a mansion in the capital, land spanning thousands of square meters, and gold and silver. Furthermore, they want me to join their family through a political marriage. He panicked, thinking to himself, the bastards from the Kronos territory have acted first. From the Denver family 3 days ago, they wanted to become my sponsor. Bacter became even more angry.
"Next month I will govern the Dimitri family myself." The words struck like lightning, causing him to furrow his brows tightly. "It's over." Bate trembled, clutching his pants. "We arrived too late," he shouted. "Even so, there is no reason for you not to choose our side. As you said, they are traitors plotting to swallow the entire kingdom. Thanks to the captain of the Royal Knights, the best swordsman in Cairo, he prevented the rebellion and has completely controlled them. However, governing the country is difficult for the royal family because their eyes and ears are limited." His gaze darkened. "As you know, Cairo is truly a small country. Even the previous offers faced opposition from the nobles, so all I can guarantee is the title of Royal Knight for you. However, I sincerely beg you, can you contribute your strength to the king?" Roman curled his lips in contempt. 4 factions in just 1 kingdom. "I am used to this situation, for I am the 12th son of the heavenly demon." Roman spoke up. "The 3 previous offers and the one from the royal family do not persuade me, so I do not intend to accept any of them. However, for now, I will not reject everything." Bate rejoiced as if grasping a lifeline, thinking, he hasn't refused yet, there is still hope. Roman stood up to dismiss the guest. "So you should return for today." He stammered. "I understand. I will wait for the day you dedicate your loyalty to the king."
At the training grounds, a strange voice rang out beside him. "Hello." A polite man bowed respectfully. "I am from the personnel department of Valhalla." He was suspicious. Valhalla? But the man was wearing the servant uniform of the Dimitri family. His eyes hardened. "What is it?" Murderous intent surged, aiming straight at the person in front of him. "Didn't I send a message through the Denver family a few days ago?" He smiled, trying to defuse the situation. "I apologize for approaching you so rudely." Inside, he was full of suspicion. What is with this person's eyes? He continued. "At that time, because there were too many eyes and ears, I couldn't act properly. But now you can consider this the sincere wish of the Valhalla family. Valhalla is completely captivated by your potential." He confidently proposed. "However, your background is a difficult issue to resolve. Moreover, leaving a wealthy family like Dimitri is also a difficult matter. We are here to bestow upon you a title and a metal mine. We will also gift you a fertile territory to help you solidify your position in the family as someone with real power." Roman looked at him with suspicion. "The survival of my family? What a strange offer." The man's eyes revealed cunning. and the most important thing for a swordsman, power. Valhalla will specially allow you, Sir Roman, to use first-rate secret manuals. Roman wavered slightly and sighed. Valhalla specialized in things like mental cultivation methods, sword techniques, and kept all records from their ancestors. They stored them in the family library. Mental cultivation was defined closest to breathing methods, meditation, and mental management related to Taoism and Chinese martial arts. Those records were classified based on content level. Except for special records, which were the highest level, the rest were all stored in the first rank. Finally, Valhalla would organize the main ruling apparatus after conquering the entire continent. If he agreed to follow them, glory, wealth, and power would be achieved quickly. So join Valhalla, where a glorious future belongs to you, he thought with overflowing confidence. The rhythm of his speech was persuasive, striking at human psychology. Any smart person would accept the offer. Roman let out a simple breath and replied, I refuse. The man was surprised. Huh? His eyes showed disbelief and unwillingness to accept it. Are you serious? He calmly explained.
The way to increase one's own value by not choosing any faction is this. If looking at the current situation of Cairo, the kingdom's royal knights, Marquis Benedict, Count Gregory, and Count Denver, dedicating my loyalty to a force is not a simple matter, so I need to calculate my future steps. I am at a crossroads in my life. Therefore, it is not just about the offers. I want to carefully consider what is worth my sacrifice. Hearing him say that, the guy stood. Thus, to make any faction desire his service, Roman had to somehow convince everyone that once he pledged his loyalty, he would dedicate his all to them. He gave a strange smile, and Meccan was moved by that display of sincerity, unaware that it was merely a calculated pretense. He cheerfully replied, I don't know how long it will take for you to realize the value of Valhalla, but we cannot wait too long. Be careful not to realize it too late, so please answer our offer by then. Roman calmly accepted. Fine. The man turned to leave as if suddenly remembering something. I will give you a gift as a symbol of our upcoming collaboration. His eyes flashed with cunning. Be careful with your southern defensive shield. It is like a bomb that could explode at any moment. His parents saw him off. Romero was a bit sad. So you are finally leaving. Roman reassured him. Father, I will return in good health. He replied. All right. Lihanna constantly reassured him. Don't worry too much. It is not the northern front where we share a border with the Kronos territory. She looked at him gently. He is being sent to the safe southern front. He will definitely return safely. Romero's eyes never ceased to worry. I know, but... Watching Roman's back fading into the distance, he sighed. I guess worrying about one's children is inevitable. He stepped out and ordered, Let's go. His troops also shouted loudly, Yes, my lord. They did not yet know that Roman's appearance at the southern front would bring consequences as soon as he returned.
Everyone worked together to move their belongings into the inn, rejoicing that he had rented the entire inn for them. As expected of our lord, I heard that other nobles make their soldiers camp outside. A loud noise from the room attracted Roman's attention. An arrogant voice boomed aggressively. Who the hell are you bastards? Do you know who I am? He pointed at himself. I am the eldest son of the Albeck family, Henry Albeck. Roman opened the letter in his hand and read every line. I have heard that you are on a mission to protect the nation. I understand your contributions to this kingdom. However, I cannot let a potential member of our faction suffer damage to his eyes and health by staying in such a barren environment. I have pulled some strings to have you sent to the southern front. Remember this, the Benedict family always awaits you. Looking at the pile of letters on the table, he thought to himself, over the past few months, he has continuously shown his goodwill. The Marquis who leads the noble faction certainly does not want to lose me. Besides me, there is no better talent to counter the royal knights. Roman pondered. The southern front... Contrary to the Marquis's belief that it is safe, information from Valhalla states that it is a ticking time bomb waiting to explode. I will surely find out once I get there. A tiny man shouted proudly, I am the eldest son of the Albeck family, Henry Albeck. He yelled furiously. A descendant of one of the holy clans of Cairo wants to use this inn. How dare a lowly life...
The subordinate stammered. He ordered us to leave because he wanted to use this inn. I told him we had booked the whole place, but he was very stubborn. Roman's eyes flashed. The Albeck family. He was wallowing in past glory, while they weren't even a renowned family anymore. Regardless, that didn't matter. Roman walked up to him and spoke. Why must we leave? Henry pointed at him suspiciously. Are you their master? Roman replied. That's right. Henry immediately snapped. Then learn your place. I don't know where you came from, but do you realize that offending me will ultimately be very disadvantageous for you, considering we are all heading towards the Southern Training Center? Henry growled. I'll give you 10 minutes. Take this trash and get out of my sight immediately. Roman thought to himself, so this is how they treat a member of a small family like Dmitri. He retorted, I will not leave this inn. He immediately drew his sword. There is a very simple way to solve problems in situations like this. He pointed his sword at Henry. Draw your sword. If you can beat me, I will happily leave this inn. Henry was furious. You dare. A servant of his seemed to realize something and ran over to intervene. Stop immediately, master. Henry was confused. What? The servant replied, That is Roman Dmitri, the swordsman who recently became famous for being the youngest ranker in history. Hearing that, his face turned pale. That bastard is Roman Dmitri, the young ranker of Cairo. In the battle with Barco, he killed their eldest.
Seeing the killing intent in his eyes, he was like a turtle retracting its head, thinking that if he drew his sword, he would be done for. Henry immediately dodged the issue. Excuse me, I forgot I have an appointment. He continued to beat around the bush. Let's end this here. Just consider this my fault, and consider everything resolved. You better be grateful. Roman watched him performing his own monologue, remaining silent. Henry's face was now pale as he muttered, I want nothing more than to punish you for being disrespectful to the Albert family, but... Seeing Roman standing in front of him, he still started in fear and screamed aloud. He was so scared that he ran out and disappeared. The guard behind ran after him, calling out, Master. Roman silently evaluated. So this is what the Southern Front is like. That day, 3 similar incidents occurred, and all 3 of them ran away in fear after hearing Roman's name. The shopkeeper complained to him, That sort of thing is too common here, isn't it? Compared to the Western Front, this Southern Front poses no real danger, because we have quite good relations with the Hector Kingdom. That is why the children of nobles, those
This is a perfect location for nobles to fulfill their duty of protecting the nation. Roman unfolded the map. He silently calculated. Exactly 48 days ago, an expedition team from the Hector Kingdom had crossed the border, although they only confirmed the movements at the Southern Front and then returned immediately. However, they had checked the Southern Front 3 more times since then. It wasn't certain if they were preparing for war, but just from those small scraps of information gathered, it showed that the Southern Front was currently no sanctuary. Roman smiled. War. I smell a familiar scent of blood lingering in the air. Bale stood majestically before them and introduced himself. I am Viscount Bale Frank, the commander. The Southern Training Center is where basic training is provided for soldiers sent to the Southern Front. After 3 weeks of training, you will be added to the Reserve Corps and will spend the rest of your service time there. The nobles, listening to the speech, yawned repeatedly. Forget whatever titles you held before enlisting. Here, you are simply soldiers fulfilling your duty. If any of you commit actions that violate the rules, you will receive the punishment of being deployed to the Western Front. Roman scoffed. The punishment is simply being sent to the Western Front? Who would even... Looking at Henry standing next to him, he was surprised. The man continued. This evening, you will be notified of the training schedule. Go arrange your belongings in the assigned areas. A soldier stepped forward to block his path. Lord Roman, the commander wants to speak with you privately. In the office, Bale welcomed him warmly. Welcome, he smiled brightly. Was your trip to the south comfortable? He called.
Roman Dmitri, the youngest ranker in Cairo. Just the news of a hidden dragon appearing in Dmitri has me excited. Roman replied coldly. Is that so? The man went straight to the main topic. To be honest with you, I called you here to confirm something. Is it true that Marquis Benedict pulled some strings to get you transferred to the Southern Front? Roman calmly took a sip of tea. That's correct. I didn't ask him to do it, but I heard he used his influence to make it happen. Bale's eyes gradually revealed his greed. He calculated inwardly. Is that so? Marquis Benedict is investing a significant amount in Roman. If I build a relationship with Roman first, I might get an opportunity to enter the central government, he said happily. Then I'll be straight with you. I want to make a good impression on the Marquis. The Southern Training Center isn't bad, but it can't compare to the luxurious life of a member of the central government. Therefore, I will do my best to support you during your time here. In return, in the future when you meet Marquis Benedict, simply tell him that Viscount Bale Frank made my life at the Southern Training Center easier. That is all I ask. Roman smiled, thinking to himself,
He really speaks blatantly. There's no reason for me to refuse what he's voluntarily offering. Henry's voice echoed through the hallway as soon as Roman stepped out. Found you, you bastard. He stammered, out of breath. You messed with the wrong person. Do you hear what I'm saying? Do you know who my maternal family is? It's the Frank family. He pointed at Roman triumphantly. Viscount Bale Frank of the Southern Training Center is my uncle. Have you realized your mistake yet? Roman paused for a moment and then spoke. And what do you hope I will do with that information? Henry was confused. Do you really not understand how screwed you are? He heard.
Henry tearfully asked, Uncle, if my life were threatened by someone from a tiny baron family, what would you do? He shouted angrily, What? What bastard dares to threaten my nephew? He rushed out aggressively following Henry. How dare they touch my nephew? Even if I die, I will trample them underfoot. Henry said smugly, All right, he is right behind that door. Seeing Roman's figure standing there, Bale's blazing anger was immediately extinguished. He furiously slapped Henry hard across the face. His tooth fell out, and he screamed in shock. Flashback. Young Henry happily ran over. Uncle Bale! Bale happily responded. My nephew! I have been close to Uncle Bale since childhood. He always indulged me. He lifted Henry up, laughing happily. There were times I loved my uncle even more than my parents. Bale angrily punched Henry right in the face again, leaving him stunned. He trembled with tears in his eyes. Uncle...
I should have taught him better. I apologize on his behalf. Roman, with his hands on his hips, compromised. Then, out of respect for you, I will let it slide. Excuse me. The man smiled wryly and replied, Thank you. Bale angrily pointed at his God-forsaken nephew. You idiot. Roman is someone Marquis Benedict has his eyes on. What were you thinking going against him? Henry retorted resentfully. Even so, why did you hit me, uncle? He knelt down to comfort his nephew. Oh, Henry, when will you ever grow up? If you keep behaving like you do back home, I won't be able to protect you. As if suddenly realizing something, he joyfully said, Roman probably harbors some ill will towards me, so from now on I will have you pair up with him at all times. Bale rambled on while Henry looked confused. No matter what, you must build a relationship with Roman. Remember, if you don't listen to me, I'll send you to the Western Front. Do you understand? Henry's face instantly turned pale. A private room had been tidied up neatly. Roman looked around with satisfaction. A private room, indeed. Viscount Bale is truly dedicated. Someone who openly displays their ambition is very easy to control. My time at the Southern Training Center won't be too bad. At the dormitory building, McBurney's sigh could be heard from outside. He looked at the pile of documents on the table in frustration, unable to believe he had to organize war games for these nobles. He recalled, 3 years ago, I was a veteran officer at the Western Front. I volunteered to fight on the Western Front out of loyalty to the kingdom, and through countless battles over 10 years, I protected Cairo. I started as a regular soldier and became a commander leading hundreds of men, but then one moment shattered everything. In a battle on the Western Front, I lost my right arm, my sword-wielding arm. That moment wasn't painful because of the injury, but the thought that my life of combat had ended was what caused me agony. The command center had issued an order. To recognize your contributions at the front, I will appoint you as an instructor at the Southern Training Center. You will have to leave the battlefield, but from there you can still contribute to protecting the motherland. His eyes gleamed with sadness before he resigned himself to his fate. Though painful, I accept reality, he replied. I understand. But the training system at the Southern Training Center was a disaster. Theoretically, everyone had to
But it is meaningless if the noble commanders do not participate in the training. Then what is the point? He turned around. At the very least, they should pretend to train. Outside, an idle noble kept showing off about himself. Really, next time you come to my place, I'll show you what true pleasure is. I promise. I will always welcome you all. He walked past them, sighing inwardly, unable to believe how relaxed they were. He couldn't take it anymore. The scene before him left him stunned. In front of him was Roman's army, standing in perfect, orderly formation. McBurney looked over in panic. Standing in line at the Southern Training Center? And the commander is there too? Do they know nothing about this place? McBurney approached Roman and spoke. Lord Roman, the Southern Training Center does not require nobles to undergo training. He smiled awkwardly. If you wish to rest, you can go sit over there and watch others train like them. He glanced over. Like them? McBurney immediately replied. That's right. Roman spoke up. The enemy will not distinguish between classes when attacking, and not every battle takes place on a plain. Mountains, rivers, lakes. A commander must always complete the mission in every terrain, so they must have good stamina to keep up
McBurney's body trembled. He actually understood the true significance of the training very well. He continued, "So you don't have to smile falsely like that in front of me. I am ready to accept any form of training." The man clenched his fists. This was the first time I had heard a noble say such words. I heard that people might risk their very lives for those who acknowledge them. I had intended to just compromise to start the training session, but that won't do. He turned around and stepped onto the platform, affirming his determination. "During these 3 weeks, I will do my absolute best." McBurney took a deep breath, then he shouted loudly, "The first week of physical training begins." After that, the gates of hell opened. Roman's group had to carry heavy loads and cross the mountains. Chris's face went pale. His voice echoed, "This exercise is to prepare for the harsh battlefield by training everyone to be flexible at all times and in all places. Everyone will climb over this mountain no matter the weather." The group left behind panted heavily. These guys, what the hell is wrong with them? At dusk, they began practicing swinging their swords.
Those who dropped out halfway had to train more. Even if they were sleepy, they had to struggle up. Night fell over the training camp. A lazy group gossiped amongst themselves. "Ha! So comfortable? What a load of bullshit. They said training at the Southern Training Center was supposed to be easy. Why is the first day so grueling? I think I know who caused the difficulty to increase." Someone shouted, "Hey, keep it down. Have some consideration for others." An annoyed guy replied, "Yeah, compared to you guys, we're just amateurs. If we had prepared beforehand, it would have been a piece of cake. But since we haven't trained as long as you, naturally there's a gap." Henderson stood up and asked back, "Is that so?" He stood blocking the guy's path and asked, "So how long have you been training?" The guy was startled and stammered, Just under a year. Of course we'd be weaker than those who have trained for years like you guys." He immediately retorted, "You're mistaken. We've only been training for 3 months. You say you didn't have time to prepare?" He looked at the guy mockingly. "Stop making excuses. You just aren't trying your best."
So surely one doesn't need to have overly special abilities to be recruited, right? However, that was a huge misconception. Veteran mercenaries like Lucas, Bucky, and others gathered under Roman's command were all notorious figures. Henderson quickly became a lamb surrounded by a pack of fierce wolves. His face turned pale with worry, wondering if he could even survive here. Henderson approached Chris to explain. "It is unfortunate, but I don't think I have the right to serve Lord Roman." Chris asked in confusion, "Why do you think that?" He stammered, "I'm sure you know, I am nothing but a useless person who can't even swing a sword properly." He bowed his head low in self-deprecation. "I, a person who spent my whole life hoeing the earth and planting vegetables, now coming here claiming to serve Lord Roman. It is truly an act of arrogance." He raised an eyebrow. "You mean you're going to give up just because you are inferior to the others?" Henderson whispered, "Yes." Chris began to tell him, "The first time I met Kevin, he was just a brat with nothing but eyes full of hatred. Honestly, even I didn't understand why his lordship accepted a kid like that in here." Henderson looked at him in confusion. Chris continued, "Even so, do you see Kevin now? In just a short period of time, he has become a warrior that no one dares to look down on. I myself used to be very arrogant. With my stupid ego, I challenged his lordship the first time we met and ended up almost having my front teeth blown away. I used to be a frog in the well, just like that, and then his lordship's guidance changed who I am, just like Kevin." Chris said sternly, "Listen clearly. His lordship personally selected you as a subordinate, which means right now you may be pathetic, but you have the potential to develop just like Kevin and me, and the liege we serve will be the one to help you do that." These words from Chris struck straight at Henderson's will. He clenched his fists. "Honestly speaking, I'm not that confident in myself. But surely there must be a reason why his lordship chose me among countless candidates out there. I don't know how a farm..." I threw myself into formal training for the past few months without caring how difficult it was. Even if I vomited or fainted, I poured all my strength to keep up with my comrades. And finally, I have become who I am today. Henderson's body had become muscular through the training sessions. He rested his hands on his hips, looked down, and asked in a gritty voice, "Do you guys even know what war is?" The eyes of those resting suddenly filled with shock. Then he continued, "Are you just going to sit there and complain that you can't fight because you didn't have enough time to prepare? At the boundary between life and death, where killing is the only way to survive?"
He frowned, his eyes full of anger. Instead of trying to recognize and overcome your own weaknesses, you try to drag others down to your level. They looked as if he had hit the nail on the head, bowing their heads in silence. Henderson turned to leave and dropped one last sentence. A pathetic bunch. Roman's army was in a state of combat.
They gritted their teeth, trying to pursue their training to the very end. A group from the Albert family sat resting leisurely under a tree, discussing among themselves, unable to understand how those people could try so hard. If this were the Western Front, things would be different. But wasn't the Southern Front outside the war zone? One of them sneered. Those innate commoners, they're just wasting their effort. Is there any other way for those people from Dimitri to get attention than to bury their heads and try their hardest? Another cheerfully chimed in. Well said, Henry. Henry glanced in another direction, puzzled. How can I approach someone like him? Looking at Roman's figure in the distance, still continuously swinging his sword in practice, he was confused. Doesn't he realize it would be better to talk and build relationships with other nobles? He frowned. Is this a problem between commoners and nobles? Henry yawned and began to drift off to sleep, thinking to himself, screw it, everything will work out eventually. At King Hector's palace, Captain of the Guards Jackson knelt respectfully. Permission to report. In the past year, the Guard Corps has infiltrated and investigated Cairo's 5 defense lines on the southern front a total of 48 times. Through preliminary investigation, we have determined that their defensive capabilities are heavily skewed towards the western front. Due to the war against Kronos, their southern front has become lax in defense. Therefore, conquering the southern front will no longer be a major issue. As his words ended, King Hector's eyes fell into deep thought. The Hector kingdom was once a great power comparable to the Kronos.
And now it remains a kingdom not too different from the other 5 kingdoms on the continent, so the path of harmony is the only choice. Edwin Hector, the prince of the Hector kingdom, interjected. Our Hector kingdom has endured too much since the heaviest prop failure in over 5 years. The money we borrowed from the Golden Bank to solve that problem has left a massive interest that strangles us every day. Our kingdom truly cannot afford to go any further. At this rate, Hector will have nothing left to be called a kingdom. King Hector held his head in sadness. It is not that I do not know this. It is the consequence of wars left by our ancestors. He continued, our kingdom lost so much in the war, so we tried to separate ourselves from warfare and that painful past, doing our best not to repeat the mistakes of old. However, everything must come to an end. We have been preparing ceaselessly over these years. The king listened helplessly as his son explained. He said sternly, for the suffering people, as well as for this kingdom, Royal Father must make a decision right now. The king thought silently. War, a word I haven't had the courage to utter for a long time. My son seems not to be as weak as his father. His eyes
He immediately declared, from this moment forth, I entrust all authority regarding the war into the hands of the first crown prince of the Hector kingdom, Edwin Hector. Edwin bowed his head to accept the decree, his eyes emotionless. I shall obey. Meanwhile, at the Southern Training Center, the 3 weeks of training had come to an end. Bale Frank smiled brightly at Roman. You will become a member of the Reserve Corps of the 5th Defense Line starting today. He cleared his throat lightly. I'm sure you already know, but that is a place everyone hopes to go to. I had to use a bit of my authority to get you assigned there. Roman replied sincerely. Thank you, sir. Bale continued happily. No need to be formal. If you need anything, feel free to let me know. At the gate of the training camp, McBurney bowed solemnly. Thank you for everything, sir. He continued sincerely. I realize that I have come further thanks to you, and perhaps I can now train soldiers with all the passion I have. He handed Roman a folded piece of paper. This isn't much, but I think it will be helpful to you. Roman looked intently at the paper in McBurney's hand. The man specifically advised, this is a summary of information and terrain characteristics of the Southern Front. I am certain it will be useful if war ever breaks out there, though I think you will likely spend 2 peaceful years there. I will pray for your safety. Roman smiled at him. Thank you. McBurney bowed his head with a touch of sadness, thinking, my emotions are urging me to follow him. The Roman Dimitri I have met over the past 3 weeks is the Roman Dimitri I want to serve for my entire life. However, his eyes turned toward the disciplined troops behind Roman. Lord Roman already has many talented people under his command, so there will be no place for a man who lost an arm and can't even swing a sword like me. I would only be a burden to him.
He smiled. That man's goodwill was indeed something worth respecting. At the southern front, first defense line, a sentry standing guard on the ramparts with his eyes fixed on the distance suddenly panicked. He immediately shouted, "Enemy attack!" In the distance, the silhouette of the Hector Kingdom's army surged forward like a tidal wave. Recalling the reminder from the Marquis gave Henry goosebumps. "Henry, I have specially arranged for you to join the reserve corps of the 5th Defense Line, where Roman will be. Swear to me, for the next 2 years, you must win Roman's favor at any cost." At the military zone of the 5th Defense Line's reserve course, Henry led a small squad trailing behind Roman's team. He pouted in annoyance. "Why do I have to get close to that bastard?" Well, at least I got into the 5th Defense Line. A deafening explosion rang out, startling him. Urgent announcements continuously echoed through the military zone. "Emergency! Emergency! The Hector Kingdom has declared war. All forces prepare for combat." Henry frowned in panic.
The 1st Defense Line would be the first combat unit after Hector declared war, but the 5th Defense Line was the area facing the risk of collapse following that event. The city gate was smashed into a gaping hole, and the voice of an officer screamed incessantly, "They've breached the city gate, stop them!" Enemy troops poured into the city like a waterfall, and the screams of soldiers echoed everywhere. "Stop them!" The enemy continued to scale the walls with ladders. "Stop them!" The commander of the 5th Defense Line, Baron Brooks, trembled and stammered. This place was born to... The 5th Defense Line was regarded as the paradise of the Southern Front. This place had lost the essence of a battlefront from the very beginning. Middle-ranking nobles participating in military service were provided with a luxurious life instead of fulfilling their duties as soldiers. All of this was due to a man who had accepted bribes to fill his greedy, hungry belly. That was the rotten Baron Brooks. The supervisor here, he looked at the glittering gold coins on the table with great satisfaction. Reality slapped him in the face painfully. He panicked, his face turning pale. Defending the 5th Defense Line now was no different from suicide. The Baron rushed to the city wall and shouted down, "Hold your positions. The lives of innocent citizens will be in danger if we let them pass." He shouted majestically, directing the troops below, "No matter what happens, do not falter." Then his small body ran away. A soldier panicked. "Commander, where are you going?" He screamed, "Buy me some time. I will..."
They moved quickly out of the forest, heading toward the 5th Defense Line, he thought to himself. The southern front lacked too much defensive capability. There was only a mix of degraded equipment, rotting will, and incompetent commanders. He looked forward seriously. The army's strength had now become extremely weak. From the position of the reserve corps to the defense line was a long distance. They had stationed the reserve corps 2 hours away from the front line as a precaution for emergencies. He clenched his fist. "We must get there within an hour." The fat figure of the Baron jumped up and waved at him. "Oh, you guys must be the reserve corps." The old man ordered loudly, "I will tell you the details. Are you the commander of these soldiers? Escort me to the rear first. The safety of the commander must be prioritized over reinforcing the forces at the 5th Defense Line. I must report this urgent situation to the royal family immediately." Roman looked down at the short man in front of him and evaluated silently. "This guy is Baron Brooks, the commander of the 5th Defense Line?" He spoke up. "Why are you here without any soldiers accompanying you?" The old man pointed at him angrily. "You insolent brat! How dare a member of the reserve corps speak to me like that?" He clicked his tongue in annoyance, his voice cold. "I've done enough talking." Roman directly grabbed the old man's fatty neck. The old man was caught off guard and couldn't react in time. He applied more force as if wanting to pierce through the old man's thick skin. "You being here means..." His eyes were cold and sharp. "The person claiming to be a commander has abandoned his soldiers and fled for his life." His icy face leaned close to the old man's face, full of pressure. "Do you understand what that means? Deserters can be executed on the spot, regardless of the situation." The old man trembled. "You wouldn't..." Before he could finish his sentence, his head was clean cut off by Roman. "I will. If you had retreated with your soldiers, at least you wouldn't have had to die by my hands." The old man's head hit the ground, his eyes rolled back. His voice boomed. "Advance!" They immediately responded. "Yes, sir." At the 5th Defense Line, the bodies of soldiers lay scattered on the ground, blood flowing out, staining an area red. Stephen cursed silently. Damn it! His body was full of injuries, yet he struggled.
A powerful sword thrust pierced straight through Stephen's abdomen. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and pain, his heavy body collapsing onto the battlefield. Clutching his wound tightly, he watched the enemy soldiers rushing toward him and muttered to himself, "It's over." Powerful slashes from out of nowhere killed the two enemies rushing toward him. Their limbs fell scattered onto the ground, blood spurting everywhere. Roman's familiar cloak shielded him. He spoke up.
You are Stephen, right? He looked up at Roman in panic. Roman spoke solemnly. Baron Brooks is dead. You will be the one in charge here from now on. Looking down at the man's stunned expression, Roman recalled. Stephen, he was one of the names Lucas had sent me. Lucas looked at the list in front of him and said, the only useful person at the 5th defense line is Stephen. Roman continued, since you have been at the 5th defense line for several years, I will trust your judgment. Tell me how we are going to defend this place. If you say this place is beyond saving, then I, Roman Dmitri, will order the entire reserve corps to retreat. Stephen looked at him in surprise. So this is Roman Dmitri. He quickly reported, in truth, the battle situation right now is very tense. Retreating would be a correct decision, but then the enemy would secure a vantage point. If Hector captures one of the 5 defense lines, they will have a route to receive reinforcement units, and in that case, the war will drag on forever. His eyes resolutely met Roman's cold gaze. Then there is only one way. We must use barricades to block the enemy and force them to go through the gate.
He shouted worriedly, this plan is too dangerous. The enemy troops are increasing right now. You will die if you are isolated out there. A quick, murderous figure rushed straight at Roman. He calmly replied, I know what you are worried about. Stephen looked at him in surprise. He nimbly dodged the enemy's attack, reassuring him, however, I am not a fool who risks his life for a plan I think is impossible. Roman drew his sword and slashed at him without hesitation. Stephen gaped. Did he just dodge without looking at the attack? Chris led the reserve troops running towards him. Commander! He looked at Chris and ordered, we will open a path to the city gate. All troops follow me. They agreed immediately without hesitation. Understood. Stephen could not believe his eyes staring at them. They didn't have a single question. It was unbelievable that such a master-servant relationship existed. Roman turned to him. Now do your job well. He stammered in reply. Understood, sir. He reminded. This is just the beginning. Looking at the eyes of the people in the army, he said to himself, now I understand. Their loyalty to him all starts from
War, after all, is just a place where the weak are used as sacrificial pawns to pave the way for me, the one valued by the Cairo kingdom. Roman's face remained cold as ice. What I possess is the privilege of the strong. There are many ways to avoid war, but in reality, for a small nation with no power or wealth to speak of, it only makes my blood boil even more. Yes, he laughed uncontrollably in excitement, having wasted his own life on the battlefield. The entire Dmitri army shouted in unison, charge! Chris slashed a sharp sword strike toward the enemy. Kevin also frantically stabbed continuously at the enemy. Wherever Roman went, death followed. When Roman killed 10 people, the actor troops still attacked recklessly. When Roman killed 20 people, they finally realized their opponent was far stronger than they had imagined. The silver sword in Roman's hand reflected the red blood dripping.
They scrambled in panic, fleeing and retreating. Hector's commander, Baron McCleary, was astounded. What the hell is this? The Baron thought in terror. They only needed to breach the wall for his army to win, so why did the entire army suddenly retreat like that? He bewilderedly cast his gaze downwards. What is that? Roman projected a killing intent that seemed to pierce McCleary's heart. The Baron's heart skipped a beat in panic. Could he make eye contact from such a distance? Roman fought more vigorously, continuously advancing towards the enemy soldiers. McCleary turned pale, unable to believe his eyes. He is charging in all alone to take my head? Arrogant. He raised his hand and shouted orders. Kill him immediately. Don't let him advance any further. He is all alone. Stop him. Roman glared with his cold purple eyes. The commander had let his guard down. As he rushed forward, he told himself, the war has reached its conclusion. Until now, I have participated in countless battles. Therefore, I know very well that once the snake loses its head, the small fry around it will also disintegrate. Roman looked seriously at McCleary. He had to kill that commander. Hector's soldiers, burning with spirit, swung their swords to slash Roman. Move aside, leave him to me. Roman immediately gripped the sword in his hand and executed. Heavenly Demon Sword, second form. He decisively dashed past each soldier, slicing them in two, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Roman stood calmly before the ground that had been cut open with a large hole. Hector's soldiers trembled and collapsed to the ground. McCleary looked dull-witted, his eyes filled with dread. The Baron, out of instinctual fear, hurriedly ran forward. He drew his sword and swore, I am Baron McCleary of the Hector army. I will... But before the Baron could finish speaking, his head suddenly fell off.
Roman coldly caught the head and raised it up. He declared with majesty, "Soldiers of the Cairo Kingdom, listen to me. I have severed the head of the enemy commander, but if we spare the lives of the rest, one day they will return and point their spears at us. Better to bathe in blood today than to shed blood tomorrow. Brothers, fight with all your might and annihilate them all." Henry was terrified. "Oh my God, what is this? Now I understand why my uncle said that at all costs one must not touch Roman." After Hector's army lost its commander, they fled in all directions. Roman and the soldiers successfully defended the 5th defense line. Report. Among the 30 soldiers, including myself, no one was killed. "Very good," Roman ordered sternly. "Use the magic potions to heal." Stephen was surprised, feeling a bit doubtful deep down. Supplying magic potions
Not only was he both wise and brave, but he was also very generous with his subordinates. Therefore, even if they had to climb a mountain of blades or jump into a sea of fire, his soldiers were always ready. Suddenly, Roman called out, "Stephen, you watch over the battlefield here and prepare for the next attack. Oh, and one more thing. I need someone familiar with the terrain of the southern front." Stephen swallowed hard and asked, "Do you intend to go straight there?" Roman replied firmly, "Yes, the war is not over yet. He is very familiar with this area. He will surely be of help to you," Stephen introduced. Kobe seriously raised his hand in a salute. "My name is Kobe, sir. This is the map of the terrain in the southern region." Roman asked, "Which is the fastest route to approach the rear of the camp?" Kobe pointed to the map. "How about this route, sir?" "That route takes 2.5 hours. I need a shortcut that can get there in just 2 hours." "If that is the case," Kobe suddenly stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Wait, he looked at Roman and wondered inwardly. How does he know that traveling by the mountain road will take 2.5 hours? Travel time is not that easy to estimate. Clearly, he already has some understanding of this southern terrain. I didn't expect him to be so knowledgeable about the geography here. Then what does he need me for? Roman calmly explained. "When Stephen came to find you, you probably thought that I was completely unfamiliar with this terrain. That is not the case. It's nothing. Anyone would think that. To prepare for any contingencies, I investigated this terrain somewhat beforehand. But having said that, I cannot know everything, which is why I need the help of someone familiar with the terrain like you." Kobe nodded inwardly. He was
Chris reported formally, 30 soldiers, including myself, are ready to depart. Roman suddenly glanced over, noticing slow footsteps and pink hair. Henry Albert. "Why are you here?" Roman grated out again. "I asked, why are you here?" Henry carefully thought of his words to reply. "If I say I came here to befriend him, he'll probably tell me to get lost immediately, right? Stand aside and watch. I await your orders." Roman frowned. "Whether you want to follow me is your decision, but let me make one thing clear. If you hinder my plans even a little..." Henry puffed out his cheeks, gasping for breath. Too fast. Suddenly, a groan caught Kobe's attention. Kobe froze, looking at the wounded soldier collapsed on the ground. "Huh? Over here. A soldier from the Southern Training Center?" Roman calmly asked. "What happened?" The soldier painfully tried to recount. "The Southern Training Center has been attacked." He pleaded in agony. "Please help us, please." Roman dusted off his clothes, deep in thought. The location under attack isn't the front line, but the Southern Training Center near the edge. A soldier from the Southern Training Center managed to escape all the way here, meaning the attack must have started at least 30 minutes ago. In that case, the Hector Kingdom must have attacked all 5 defense lines and surely used a fast and mobile army to strike simultaneously. Roman suddenly realized the situation. "Don't tell me. Let's get to the Southern Training Center first." Hands trembling uncontrollably, blood seeping out from gripping the sword hilt so tight. 2 Hector soldiers sneered.
"Do you think I will die alone? Even if I have to trade my life, I will kill at least one of you. Come on!" McBurney cursed silently in his heart. Damn it. If only I still had my right arm. He gritted his teeth in anxiety, wondering how things were with Lord Roman, the only person who did not let his guard down on the southern front when I heard he was transferred to the 5th defense line. I'm certain he will achieve something. I can't believe that standing on the brink of death, the person I think of is him. That must mean I still have a lot of work I want to do on the battlefield. The sturdy wall behind the 2 Hector soldiers began to crack. That stone wall then crumbled into many pieces, large and small. They panicked and turned back to observe. What is that? Has Cairo sent reinforcements already? A black boot appeared on a large slab of stone, frightening the enemies below. Who the hell are you?
Reinforcements? How did you know to come here? His massive silhouette blocked out the sunlight. That person is Lord Roman? Roman frowned, looking down, and thought to himself, McBurney, is he still alive? Chris waved his hand to command the entire army. Quickly destroy the enemy and rescue the survivors. Hearing the order, the whole army charged forward together. They rushed at the enemy without a moment of hesitation. The 2 Hector soldiers, cornered, leaped forward, swinging their swords to slash Roman. Attack that bastard. Roman agilely turned his body.
The remaining one was terrified and ran away in panic. Damn it, I need to report this to the superiors quickly. Just a few steps later, he was grabbed by the collar and yanked back. Didn't I tell you? McBurney, furious, tightened his grip on the man's neck. I will kill at least one of you. The Hector soldier, unable to breathe, trembled violently. His face turned black and he fainted from lack of air. McBurney, exhausted, let go and gasped for breath. Roman looked solemn and praised. You held out well. Leave the rest to me. Take a rest. McBurney closed his eyes and smiled slightly. Thank you, my lord. We had dealt with 12 soldiers from the Hector kingdom, saved 5 survivors, and based on what the survivors recounted, Viscount Bale was injured while fighting Hector's soldiers and retreated into the mountains. Hector's main force attacked the southern training center and left for somewhere else. The main force must have at least a few hundred soldiers. Where are the Hector soldiers? Chris answered seriously. We have tied them all up in one place. From now on, no one is allowed to enter without my permission. That is an order. Hector surely used distraction tactics for a reason. Roman glared and walked into the room. Now I will find out what that reason is. Roman spoke coldly. I will give you 3 minutes starting now. If you give me the answer I want, I will let you die painlessly. Otherwise, you will experience agonizing pain until I let you die. They were still loudmouthed and fearless. Kill us! Just kill us! Question number 1. Roman looked at them with a murderous gaze. What is the goal of the Hector kingdom? One of them sneered. Find out yourself. Question number 2. Why did you stay at the southern training center? I told you, just kill us already. Roman immediately extended his finger and struck the acupoint of the first man. 3 minutes are up. Instantly, pain surged.
I am certain you have received torture training, but this is unlike anything you have ever experienced. The man next to him watched in fear as his compatriots screamed in agony. He shouted helplessly, Do you think doing this will change anything? Even if I told you Hector's tactics, it is already too late for you to stop them. Roman leaned down close to his face and smiled gleefully. I was waiting for that answer. I never thought you would tell the truth. I just wanted to see your reaction. It seems I guessed right. Your true objective lies on the outskirts. Having said that, he coldly pointed his finger to kill him. It's time to die. They are using diversionary tactics, attacking the southern front to confuse me. Roman calculated seriously. If their plan succeeded, the southern front could be considered defeated. Roman stood by the bed, arms crossed seriously. Tell me exactly what happened at the southern training camp. McBurney replied. Yes, sir. McBurney recounted with difficulty. About 2 hours ago, we were attacked by the Hector kingdom. At that time, we were just preparing for training as usual, but Hector's soldiers suddenly appeared and attacked. We quickly gathered to counterattack. However, due to the overwhelming difference in numbers, only our side suffered casualties. We don't even know if the training commander, Viscount Bale, is still alive. Roman frowned. Did they carry anything special? McBurney shifted his gaze and replied. They only...
That statement left McBurney in astonishment. The commander of the Hector Kingdom's Guard Corps had a face full of scars from the battles he had been through. He viewed them as glorious medals of war. McBurney still had some doubts. But I don't understand why they attacked the Southern Training Center. If they wanted to occupy a more advantageous position, shouldn't they have preserved that place instead of destroying it? Roman explained. They came from the rear and attacked the training center. That is because the Southern Training Center lies on the path to the rear camp. They had no other choice but to attack you all. McBurney gradually understood. You mean currently the Hector Kingdom is executing a smokescreen strategy. Attacking the frontline defense line is just a diversion. Their true objective is, Roman coldly deduced, the Warp Gate. McBurney was startled upon hearing about the Warp Gate. The Warp Gate, the highest form of magic capable of manipulating space and allowing for instantaneous teleportation, making the struggle for it a fierce war. It can not only block the enemy's reinforcements, but the combination of gates can also move troops for coordinated attacks. Because a warp gate can self-destruct if the enemy uses it to attack the owner, the Hector Kingdom is incredibly determined in this war. If their plan succeeds, they will surely win. It seems their plan is to occupy the warp gate inside the rear camp. McBurney shouted in panic. If so, shouldn't we quickly go to support them?
Roman firmly replied, "No." "What?" "McBurney, have you received a request for support from the rear camp yet?" McBurney clenched his fists. "Not yet." Hector's Guard Corps left the southern
Roman seriously reminded them that from now on they had to survive on their own without the kingdom's help. At the Hector border, a soldier reported, "Our troops have passed the southern training center and are approaching the rear camp. The Cairo kingdom has poured all its forces to stop our attack at the defense camp." The soldier knelt down to report, unaware of what their true plan was. Edwin calmly reminded, "We cannot let our guard down yet. Ensure that our soldiers at the Cairo defense camp stall for as much time as possible. The important thing right now is to destroy the wall in front of us immediately. Once this plan succeeds, the South will naturally fall into our hands. Security is the core of this plan. We spent a whole year investigating the security of the southern front, and Jackson's troops have also invaded that place. Even if we attacked them with full force from the beginning, destroying everything within 4 hours would have been feasible. But the important thing for us right now is to pay attention to that gate. In the worst-case scenario, we must be prepared to destroy it. If the plan fails, we must destroy the gate and initiate the second plan." The subordinate soldier watched with eyes full of admiration. An incredibly reasonable assessment. Truly.
Jackson urgently told himself, "From now on we must make haste. Before the enemy discovers us, hurry up, we must successfully establish the connection." 1 year ago, Edwin sat opposite Jackson and proposed, "The interest on the Treasury debts is piling up day by day. Under pressure from the Golden Bank and bad debts, if we face another difficult harvest next year, even the Hector Kingdom's reserves will be completely exhausted. That is the reason why I'm making this proposal. Do you want to destroy the front lines of the Cairo Kingdom with me?" Rumor had it that the Hector Kingdom suffered continuous crop failures because it was cursed by the gods. In a situation where Hector could collapse at any moment, Edwin Hector, revered as the greatest genius in history, appeared like a saving hero. Thus, Hector sent soldiers to scout the south of Cairo 48 times a year. Then, using spies to dig a tunnel connecting to the rear camp, the Guard Corps finally excavated a secret tunnel and tampered with the warp gate. The brown-haired soldier reported, "Connection established." Just like that, the magical flow of both gates was connected. The soldiers there all bowed their heads. "Greetings, Prince Edwin." Edwin turned his head and called out, "Kellen, you are in charge of the first troop. You must exterminate all remaining soldiers. Furthermore,
Jackson shook his head. "We are still investigating, but I don't think we need to worry too much. The Fifth Army is notorious for being troublemakers. Even if they have half their forces, we can still defeat them." Edwin's voice sounded slightly disappointed. "But I told you not to commit too many troops, didn't I?" "Yes, that is correct." Edwin clenched his fist in determination. "As soon as this is over, I will definitely punish Baron McCleary, regardless of the outcome." Edwin's plan was perfect, but he didn't know that 2 unforeseen events had occurred. At the first defense line, screens constantly echoed throughout the city. "Reinforce the walls before the enemy attacks again." Rapid footsteps approached. "Commander, we have received communication from the southern camp." Count Donald was surprised. "The southern camp?" "Count Donald, I am Roman Dmitri from the 5th Reserve Defense Corps." Donald was puzzled. "Why are you contacting me in this situation?" Roman seriously announced, "I'll get straight to the point. I have grounds to believe that the Hector side is creating a smokescreen and has already captured the warp gate of the rear camp. Before we are isolated by the Hector army, we must abandon the castle and retreat behind the mountains, then gather the remaining forces to the south of that mountain range." Donald grimaced, thinking to himself, "The southern mountains are very dangerous. Is that his advice? To prepare for a surprise attack?" Donald waved his hand in refusal. "We will decide for ourselves. I'm cutting the connection." On Roman's side, did he just cut the connection on his own? He turned and left, ignoring that guy Donald. "Things have come to this. I have to abandon the remaining defense lines." Roman sternly ordered the entire army. "Pack your things," he said confidently. "We will head to the mountain range starting today. We cannot contact the outside barracks." Donald bit his
no, if we can hold out in the castle until reinforcements arrive, there is still a high chance we can win. 4 hours later at the first defense line. How can this be? We are completely isolated. Denver shook like a leaf. Damn it, they actually seized the warp gate and sent more troops here. Our forward and flank defenses have all been blocked by Hector's forces. No, I need to calm down. We can still repair the castle walls perfectly.
We have also prepared all the weapons in advance, so we will not repeat the mistakes of the first battle. We can hold the fort, Denver shouted orders. All forces prepare to attack. 1st Defense Corps, listen up. Hector has occupied the warp gate, and so we are now completely isolated. Do not expect reinforcements from the kingdom anymore. However, just like in the first battle, trust in me, Count Denver. We will hold out until reinforcements arrive. Suddenly, a violent sound rang out. What is that sound? Denver hurriedly asked. What the hell is going on? The soldier next to him was too terrified to speak.
The edge of the city wall exploded, sending everyone flying. Unlucky soldiers were burned alive by the flames. The maddening screams of the soldiers made Donnan cry in fear. Before the front lines and the outskirts are completely isolated by Hector's army, we must abandon the city to take shelter in the mountains and gather the remaining southern forces there. Donnan's eyes were filled with despair. Roman, you are right. Suddenly, a Hector soldier swung his sword at Donnan. He solemnly held up Donnan's head and announced, Your general has fallen. Thanks to using the fire formation to gain the upper hand from the start, we were able to capture the city without serious losses. At this rate, I think we will be able to occupy the entire southern front perfectly. Edwin looked calmly at the soldiers. Time is on our side. Round up all the surrendered soldiers in one place so that no one can take advantage of our negligence. To gain an advantage in negotiations with Cairo, we need as much ammunition as possible. Depending on the situation, we might even use hostages to reach an agreement. Jackson knelt down and replied firmly, Understood. The plan is perfect, but why do I feel so uneasy? Edwin stood in the cool breeze, asking himself, Did I miss something? Suddenly, a soldier ran up. Big trouble! He stood at attention and reported, Baron McCleary has died on the battlefield, so the communication gate has been cut off. Edwin's face immediately darkened. Who sent the message? Bring him to me immediately. After a long while, the soldier recounted. At first, the 5th defense line didn't seem ready to receive any attacks. As soon as we started attacking, we managed to get inside the city, and Baron McCleary ordered us to destroy the city immediately. He held his head in terror. Right after that monster appeared. Even Edwin couldn't believe it. A monster? He was so strong that even though I witnessed it with my own eyes, I still couldn't believe it. That monster single-handedly cut down countless Allied soldiers. Dozens of soldiers disappeared.
He kept muttering, Monster. Edwin nodded. A monster, huh? Come to think of it, I heard that Cairo's youngest ranker was deployed to the southern front. Although we spent a year preparing thoroughly, an unexpected variable has appeared. Roman Dmitri. Jackson, report the current situation. Yes, sir. We checked the 5th defense line, but not a single Cairo soldier remains there. It seems they have retreated into the mountains. I will organize a pursuit team immediately if you wish. Edwin raised his hand to refuse. No, we already have the upper hand. Since we have captured the southern front, it is time to negotiate with the Cairo kingdom. At the Cairo royal palace, shouting rang out continuously. What took you lot so damn long to get here? Please forgive us. As everything happened so suddenly, it took everyone some time to arrive. The king of Cairo, Daniel Cairo, was so furious he slammed the table. The king of Cairo could not make decisions on his own. He needed the permission of the nobles in power to mobilize troops. Whispering outside the room caught Daniel's attention. The leader of the noble faction, Marquis Benedict, smiled and explained, We arrived late because the carriage had some trouble on the way here. From left to right were the pro-Kronos factions, Count Gregory, and the pro-Valhalla factions, Count Denver. Gregory began to question.
Benedict narrowed his eyes. So we cannot send reinforcements now. Daniel cursed silently in his heart. Shameless old man. Then he said aloud, If that is the case, then I assume I have your agreement to send reinforcements to the southern front immediately, right? Benedict exclaimed in astonishment. What? They have captured the warp gate? The result of the command system being divided into 4 parts had become a huge problem. Daniel slammed his hand hard on the table. How do you intend to take responsibility for what has happened? If you had allowed me the decision-making power a king needed from the very beginning, the southern front would not be in such danger right now. Daniel pointed his finger, shifting the blame. It is all your fault. A soldier hurriedly ran in. Your Majesty, Hector has just sent a magic communication. Edwin calmly negotiated. What we want is war reparations. Send the amount of gold you deem worthy to ransom back the southern.
I will give you exactly 3 days. If by then you do not meet our demands, your southern front will become part of Hector. If you plan to try any cheap tricks to buy time, not a single soul from the southern front will return alive.
Finishing his sentence, Edwin immediately cut off the connection. Hector's national reserves were running dry due to continuous crop failures, and they were also late on interest payments to the Golden Bank. For the sake of the commoners living in starvation, even if he had to lose his reputation as the Star of Hector, he would become the devil of this era if necessary. He would do anything to save his people. Daniel reluctantly agreed. Now that the enemy has advanced to our gates, we have no other choice. Compensating as the Hector kingdom demanded is the only way for us to reduce the damage. Benedict frowned. But if we let them trample over us, they will never stop making demands. Daniel shouted angrily. Do we have any other choice? If you have a better plan, speak up now. The atmosphere suddenly... And now, in the midst of this crisis, they appear helpless. If there is no other plan, then just accede to Hector's demands. Denver suddenly raised his voice. I object! The entire room instantly fell silent, not making a single sound. Denver spoke calmly. Roman Dmitri is at the southern front. According to the reports I received, Roman Dmitri has successfully defended the 5th defense line. If he can turn the tide in our favor, we will have a chance to win this war. Daniel choked up. I agree that he is an excellent swordsman. Being a 3-star knight at only about 20 years of age, that is a great blessing for the Cairo kingdom. However, he cannot possibly have any influence in this battle. Benedict also agreed. That's right. Roman Dmitri is the future of this Cairo kingdom, so we cannot lose such a talent just on a gamble. We should prioritize devising a strategy to minimize damage. Denver rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, I see. These people don't know the full extent of Roman's potential. After all, I only have this information because I am a high-ranking member of the Valhalla faction. He is actually a 4-star talent, or even higher. He is the hidden factor that can turn the tide in this battle. But there is no need to reveal that to these people. Denver nodded awkwardly. If that is what everyone thinks, then I have nothing more to say. Denver held up 3 fingers. But just give it 3 days. If there are no changes at the southern front within 3 days, then let's accept Hector's demands. Is that acceptable? Daniel replied firmly. Very well. For the time being, the Cairo kingdom will prepare to negotiate war options with the Hector kingdom. Henry's face darkened. Good heavens, the 1st defense line has already been captured. It's all over. Cairo has lost. Henry retreated in panic. We must retreat towards the mountains. Who cares about becoming a war hero? I don't need those things. Henry hurriedly ordered the soldiers. Move quickly. Yes, sir. The frantic footsteps of Henry's troops echoed in the forest. They were running for their lives in terror. I must survive first. Suddenly, something jumped out from the bushes, leaping swiftly to block Henry's path. The figure held a knife close to Henry's throat. Chris put a finger to his lips, signaling, Be quiet. Chris walked ahead, leading the way. Follow me. Henry felt a bit suspicious. What are Roman's knights doing here? Shouldn't they have returned to the rear?
Chris didn't hide anything and recounted immediately. My commander predicted beforehand that the rear camp would fall. This is the base he prepared for this situation. Henry timidly shouted, If the rear camp fell, you should have run away. Why make a new camp here? Chris's eyes sparked with killing intent. The war isn't over yet. We stayed behind and sneaked into the mountains to wait for an opportunity to attack and protect allies like you. If you were on Hector's side, you would have been dead by now.
Chris answered decisively, saying that his lord was currently wiping out the enemy troops all by himself. Understood. Henry finally realized that for Roman Dmitri to be able to lead people like this, he himself must truly be a monster. The slaughter by the Hector army had not yet ended. They were frantically cutting down every single person from the Cairo kingdom. Brent, the vice commander of the 1st defense line, struggled to hold his ground. We must get the remaining soldiers back at all costs. Donald, that bastard, it was only because of his stupid arrogance that the soldiers here were being massacred. Brent finally could not hold on any longer and fell backward, disoriented as his body hit the ground. Brent resigned himself to his death. Is this the end? But strangely, before the enemy could kill Brent, his head was severed. The silhouette of Roman loomed behind each enemy soldier. They panicked upon seeing Roman. Enemy! Kill him! Not giving them a chance to make a move, Roman gracefully swung his sword, severing their bodies one by one. Brent was terrified, unable to believe his eyes. Am I in hell? What is he doing? Who are you? Roman coldly turned his back. I'm from the 5th Defense Line Reserve Squad. I am Roman Dmitri. Brent's pupils dilated in surprise. Is that the Roman Dmitri who advised us to retreat? Did he come to save us instead of running away? Brent struggled to prop himself up. The front line has completely fallen. The Hector army is preparing for the next step to attack the 2nd defense line, and the 2nd defense line won't be able to hold out much longer either. Roman immediately retorted. Are you saying we should surrender?
Brent hurriedly denied. I acknowledge that you are a very strong swordsman, but this is a war between kingdoms. You cannot fight against the Hector Kingdom's legion all by yourself. Famine, disease, war. This was not a move suitable for Hector's current situation. If that were the case, then Hector's intention was, the reason why the Hector Kingdom is rushing to attack the south is that they cannot wage war for a long period of time. Brent wondered, what are you talking about? Their intention is to use this war to stabilize the very crisis within their own kingdom. To be able to negotiate favorably with the Cairo royal family, they must capture the southern front.
Every word he spoke was like a fireball launched to shatter the city walls. Smoke and fire billowed as if swallowing everything inside. According to his plan, Baron McCleary should still be alive. The 5th defense line was supposed to be the weakest link on the southern front. As for Roman Dmitri, if he is even stronger than what the deserters described, can the entire Hector army defeat him? Since we have endured so many hardships, we cannot let this ruin everything. Hector's army is not so weak that it would be defeated by just one person. A soldier hurriedly ran up. Prince Edwin, it's a disaster. We have lost contact with the first squad sent to deal with the enemy's remnants. He trembled and spoke hastily. Not only that, but there was no movement from the 2nd and 3rd squads either. Edwin sank into deep thought. No wonder he had a bad feeling all this time. Was it because of Roman Dmitri? At the main camp of the Hector army, Jackson reported the situation.
Given how contact with all 3 squads was cut off one by one, it seems they have been killed by the enemy. Edwin's face immediately grimaced. How many soldiers did we lose? About 300 soldiers. My worries have become reality. This is definitely Roman Dmitri's doing. Instead of crossing the mountains and fleeing, he chose to stay at the southern front to fight. If we leave Roman Dmitri alone like this, there will be big trouble later. Jackson bowed. But Your Highness, Roman Dmitri is just a small variable. If we fail to besiege the fortress because we are concerned about him, we cannot guarantee our plan will succeed anymore. The problem is not that Dmitri rat, but destroying all the remaining enemy defensive camps is what is important. No, Edwin sighed. The important thing now is to eliminate that rat. Edwin angrily snapped, the one who interfered with our plans. Order the warriors at the 2nd defense line to retreat immediately. Yes, Your Highness, Jackson pondered. Why is he so obsessed with that Roman Dmitri? Just like that in the night, from what he heard, he must be hiding in this mountain. Since Edwin had checked the plan countless times over the last year, he could sense it accurately by instinct. Roman Dmitri is a dangerous factor. Edwin stood before the soldiers and spoke. I know what you all are thinking. However, as a commander, I need to prepare immediately for the worst-case scenario. Fighting all the remaining enemy defensive forces that we haven't conquered yet is only the second worst thing. The worst-case scenario is the presence of Roman Dmitri, the one creating unpredictable variables for us.
Now, it's time to hunt down the rat that ruined our plans. The southern mountains are vast. If we search the entire area, we'll lose the enemy, so the army will spread out from the foot of the mountain and gradually narrow the net as we ascend to the peak. Commanders of Squad 2 and Squad 3, give the order. The moment the enemy is spotted, blow the whistle to signal. If we corner the enemy, we can wipe them all out without suffering heavy losses. Yes, sir. After a moment of silence, the commander puffed out his cheeks. He turned around and asked, how is the left side? Nothing unusual. After the reply, that subordinate was suddenly pounced on by a black shadow. The commander, remaining completely unaware, asked, how about the right side? Nothing unusual. Finally, the commander sighed of relief. Good, everything is still fine. A cold wind blew past, making the commander freeze. He realized in horror, there's no one here. I need to blow the whistle quickly. Unfortunately, before he could even blow it, a figure was already behind him. Roman gently snapped the commander's neck in an instant. He died instantly without even understanding what was happening. Roman looked around, calculating inwardly. Hector made a bold decision faster than I thought. I was planning to reap as many benefits as possible while he attacked the defensive camp, but he stopped attacking the 2nd defense line to intercept me. Their commander is definitely a very excellent person. The Hector
The soldier had barely finished his sentence when he lost his head. Roman was filled with excitement. It had been a long time since he last felt this sensation. The 12 children of the heavenly demon lived in the harshest and most dangerous environments. They were constantly tested to survive because they were the children of the heavenly demon. Baek Jong-hyuk,
From now on, you will live like a night demon. His first mission was to track a low-ranking heretic who had caused trouble within the sect, and then retreat. He successfully killed that heretic in just 3 days. However, his mission became increasingly difficult, and eventually he had to face an invincible enemy. As the missions grew harder, he had to devise various ways to cope. Fortunately, he found the martial arts manual of the Night Demon King in the secret room of the evil sect. The Night Demon King was once a notorious thief, proficient in moving through the darkness. He committed many thefts and destroyed numerous gangs that opposed him, spreading his fame throughout the Zhonghu. In the end, the Night Demon King was miserably killed when the orthodox factions of the Zhonghu organized a siege in Bianjing City after he caused a massacre there. But the name of the Night Demon King continued to circulate in the Morim long after. Baek Jong-hyuk mastered the skills of the Night King, which helped him complete even the most difficult missions. A year later, he had killed 38 martial arts masters from various factions during his missions.
The Hector soldiers were still in chaos. Where is that bastard? A pair of hands gripped a sword tightly. We will go first. The commander of the Hector capture squad charged forward. Everyone stay back. Roman laughed maniacally. Hector, I will make you regret stepping into this mountain. This implies that the darkness here is ruled by me. Sir, the commander of the first squad is dead. Just like that, the soldiers fell one by one. The surviving soldier clutched his head in terror, unable to believe such an absurd thing was happening. I must report this immediately. Thinking this, he urgently made contact. Commander, a ghost just appeared. At this rate, we will all die. Please. He wailed and begged for reinforcements. The scream echoing from the communication device stunned Edwin. Edwin tried to calm his ally. Thompson, calm down. The enemy is only using the darkness. Thompson was terrified. We can't see them at all. Soldiers are dying off, but we don't know where the enemy is attacking from or how. Thompson grew increasingly panicked. Commander, we cannot fight against formless ghosts. Hearing this, Edwin was also extremely suspicious. Thompson was an aura swordsman. It was unbelievable that someone with senses sharper than an ordinary person like him could not identify the enemy. It shouldn't be possible. Edwin gritted his teeth.
Don't let the darkness distract you. I'm leading reinforcements there right now. Thompson gritted his teeth in frustration. That's right. What is there to be afraid of? Allies have already surrounded the camp. I just need to hold on a little longer to secure this place. Just need to wait for the prince to arrive. Thompson decisively gave the order. First Corps, listen up. The enemy is out for my life. Get into defensive formation and counter their attacks. Saying that, Thompson calmly drew his sword, closed his eyes, and activated his aura. All right, let's do this. Suddenly, Thompson opened his eyes. Sensing the opponent, he rushed forward and swung his sword to attack a shadow. Then he was shocked and cursed under his breath. Damn it! Did they use my own ally as a trap? The stabbed soldier muttered in pain. Captain! Roman laughed with amusement. I used to hide in the darkness and hunt my enemies. After a while, they all shared a single thought. Thompson, furious, slashed his sword wildly. Don't skulk around like a coward. Come out! In a brief moment, Roman and Thompson's swords clashed. Roman gracefully delivered a slash across
Roman's voice muttered softly. It is useless. I have used mana to block all sound. No one can hear you. Saying that, Roman decisively stabbed Thompson once in the back, once in the heel, and then added another slash. Thompson trembled in agony, collapsing into a pool of blood. Roman quickly reached out and took the enemy's communication device. He growled, Can you hear me? I know what you are thinking. Your people are starving right now due to the most severe drought in history. Why did the Hector Kingdom occupy the southern city, and why must you risk your lives? There is only one reason. To solve the nation's problems through war. You tried to occupy the southern city to blackmail Cairo. The problem is, I know everything. You are out of time. From the beginning, you couldn't possibly last 3 months due to a lack of military force. I have been interfering with your plans this whole time. I have achieved my goal. They will no longer be able to ignore my presence. Suddenly, the communication device rang. Are you Roman Dmitri? Roman smirked, secretly rejoicing in his heart. Here it is. Edwin's face hardened, not denying it. I will not deny what you said. The Hector Kingdom is indeed suffering from a severe drought, to the point where we have to borrow from outside. To escape this cycle of debt, we have no other choice. Do you expect me to sympathize with your situation? No. Edwin sighed. I just want to explain our desperation. The fate of the Hector Kingdom depends on this war. But as you said, we have no time left.
However, that does not mean we will back down. Our comrades cannot die in vain like
I am Edwin Hector. As the prince of the Hector kingdom, I will do whatever it takes to save my people. Roman Dimitri, what is your decision? Will you join a Hector that is hanging by a thread, or will you negotiate with us? This decision drags all of Cairo into it. Edwin Hector, the name I've heard so many times when investigating the South. Unlike his father, he is outstanding and talented. A man born to shoulder Hector. People both inside and outside of Hector acknowledge him. Furthermore, he is leading this war. Roman pondered. Even though I acknowledge that he is very capable, how dare he threaten me? Suddenly, Thompson screamed frantically. Edwin was startled. What are you doing? Roman's face remained as cold as ice. I just stabbed my sword into this guy's thigh. Edwin shouted, just kill him already. Even if he's an enemy, how can you torture him like that? Roman frowned. How touching. I have no interest in your misery. Do not be mistaken. Finishing his sentence, Roman immediately stabbed Thompson a few more times. The war has begun. Someone who crossed the line first, like you, has no right to demand that I be kind. I will do what I consider right, so don't try to rely on me. I will not spare a single one of you. Even if you raise the white flag to surrender and flee, I will chase you down and stab my sword into the back of every single one of you. I am Roman Dimitri. If you want to resist to the end, then we will meet soon. Edwin swallowed in horror, listening to every word from Roman. Roman Dimitri. He is far more dangerous than I thought. Jackson asked Noli, what do you intend to do next? Mobilize all forces immediately. Create a siege circle around the location of the communication device. Edwin declared firmly. For the soldiers who died in pain, I will personally carve off every piece of your flesh, Roman Dimitri. All soldiers, continue climbing the mountain. Even if your comrades fall, we must cut off the enemy's retreat. Roman planted a small stick into the ground. Now you won't be able to see it, because for humans, this is a very small amount of mana. But every rock and branch naturally possesses mana. If one can control this amount of mana, it is possible to bend space. Just a passing
A Hector soldier shouted, risking death to destroy the enemy. As soon as he finished his sentence, his head was sliced off by Chris. He thought to himself with amusement, just as the commander said, Hector soldiers couldn't detect us, so this is a visual trap? Chris immediately ordered to attack the enemy. Hector soldiers were startled and couldn't react in time, wondering where these guys came from, trying to regroup and counterattack. After just one battle, Chris had been reborn as a completely different person. He trained extremely hard to become stronger, because he wouldn't be able to absorb all of Roman's teachings if he was distracted even for a moment. He gently used his heels to stop. We have taken down all enemies as ordered by the commander. Before Hector's soldiers could arrive for support. Retreat, Chris shouted. Retreat immediately. We need to move to the next location. At the same time, a battle was also taking place in another land. The enemy is here. Stop him. Kevin smacked his lips. Oh, Kevin's friends say that he is a monster developing extremely powerfully and quickly. Kevin staggered while thinking to himself, I observed how the commander personally dealt with the enemies. I will do exactly what he did. Kevin laughed frantically with delight, because the commander's path was absolutely correct. At the same time, Baki was also fighting with all his might. On another volatile front, Baki and Vulcan had completed their mission. They split into 4 raid groups and attacked at the same time. The plan was successful. A Hector soldier said fearfully, I am certain the Cairo side has a magician. Even in the light, Cairo soldiers appear and disappear like ghosts, attacking our troops. Jackson also speculated, it seems we have fallen into the enemy's trap. Edwin narrowed his eyes suspiciously. No magic can transport that many people. It could only happen if magic scrolls were used, but high-tier magic scrolls are strictly controlled by the magic tower. There's no way the Southern Front would have such things. If so, the only possibility is that they have a magician, but a high-ranking magician, not in the The magic tower is operating across all continents with the hope of recruiting everyone with a talent for mana. Since the magic tower possesses a treasure trove of knowledge, magicians have no choice but to join the magic tower. Therefore, since then, every kingdom has had very few free magicians. This isn't magic. I can figure out what kind of trick this is if I go see it for myself.
The soldiers are risking their lives to fight the Cairo army. This isn't the time yet. I need to wait for the right moment. Wait until Roman Dmitri falls into my trap. The silver sword pierced right through the body of the Hector soldier. The soldier trembled and groaned in pain repeatedly. He grinned demonically. I finally caught you. Suddenly a blue light flashed, exploding and sticking to Roman for a moment. Just like that, the forest lit up, illuminating the dark night. Roman immediately ran deep into the forest. Roman Dmitri is here. He's over there. Surround him quickly. When the artifact explodes, it shoots rays of light everywhere. These rays cover the entire body, and Roman's position is revealed like a firefly. The Hector soldiers quickly communicated with each other. Roman Dmitri is moving north. He ran to the opposite side. Team 2, that rat is heading towards you guys. Upon seeing Roman, the soldiers shouted and charged. Kill him. Avenge our comrades. Roman instantly turned his sword and executed his ultimate technique, Heavenly Demon Sword Art, second form. Roman panted, leaning on his sword, thinking to himself, I've reached my limit. The Hector soldier muttered, Do you think you can leave here alive? Thousands of soldiers are surrounding this place. No matter how strong you are, you will still die by our hands. Roman sneered, Do you think I didn't know this was a trap? The soldier, coughing up blood, was confused. What? Roman cheerfully explained. Countless soldiers are I can play with you whenever you want. After all, there is still plenty of time before dawn. Suddenly, a voice cut through Roman's words. It's over. Roman quickly turned around. In the light, a scarred face appeared. He must be the captain of the guards. This energy is definitely 4-star. It seems Hector has concealed his information. The two of them quickly released their powerful aura, looking at each other with cold eyes.
Only knows him as the commander of the Guard Corps, but precisely because of his prominent reputation, no one knows how terrifying his true strength is. Jackson glared in astonishment. He took my hit but wasn't pushed back. We have severely underestimated Roman Dmitri. The report that he is just a 3-star swordsman is a lie. Opening by destroying 4-star swordsmen, a true walking disaster. Now I understand why the soldiers became so useless. Roman used force to knock away Jackson's sword. Jackson strained to block the sword return, for he was too strong. Roman didn't hesitate to raise his sword in front of his chest. He slashed 2 lines.
Jackson decisively jumped back. No matter how strong you are, you won't escape. He quickly grabbed the signal whistle. Jackson used all his strength to blow it. Over here! Surround Roman Dmitri! Support Captain Jackson! In no time, Roman was surrounded. Surrender Roman Dmitri. Roman gave a faint smile. Surrender? Ha ha, how interesting. It seems you still haven't realized your situation. You people are mistaken about a few things. First, how can these crumbs fight against my will? Jackson watched in horror as glowing fragments fell from Roman's body one by one. Second, I am completely confident that I can escape any encirclement, even if you block me from all sides. Suddenly, Roman stomped his foot and vanished from the spot. That number of people isn't enough to take me down. Jackson was drenched in cold sweat, thinking in fear. He moved behind me already. But Jackson, to have you, the captain of the Guard Corps and one of the strongest in the Hector Kingdom, come all the way here, that proves Edwin Hector currently has no one by his side, right? Jackson shuddered immediately. Could it be? When he turned his head, Roman's figure had disappeared without a trace. Damn it! Chase him immediately! Prince Edwin is in danger! Roman moved swiftly while thinking. The only way to end this conflict when outnumbered by the enemy is to take the enemy general's head. If I follow the flow of communication mana that Edwin Hector is using, I can find his current location. At the foot of the mountain, Hector's main tent was quiet without a sound. Suddenly, a rustling noise broke the silence. Roman leaped out in front of the Hector soldiers. What? Roman Dmitri! Roman gracefully slashed down 2 soldiers on the spot. Then he immediately leaped into the air. Caught you, Edwin Hector. Edwin sneered mockingly, as if he had predicted the situation. Roman realized in astonishment. He changed his method of mana usage? Is he a magician? Edwin extended his hand forward, causing
The ground cracked open, revealing a golden light. Then massive binding vines surged up from beneath the earth. Roman snorted and slashed through the bindings. This cheap magic, how could it possibly stop me? Suddenly, a streak of swordlight flashed before Roman's eyes. How dare you have the audacity to tail Prince Edwin? He unleashed a terrifying aura, knocking Roman's body flying. Do you arrogant fool not know your limits? Roman carefully observed the man before him. This man possessed such powerful aura. He certainly wasn't an ordinary person. Who was he? The man lifted his hood. Ranked 2nd in the Hector Kingdom. Royal Knight. Captain of the Discipline Unit. 5-star swordsman. Butler. Roman Dmitri. Even if you wanted to, you can no longer escape.
Roman gradually understood and thought to himself, "You must have laid out every scheme to take me down, haven't you, Edwin Hector?" Edwin steeled his resolve. "Roman Dmitri, no matter what tricks you pull, you cannot survive against a 5-star swordsman and a 4-star magician. This time I will definitely send you off with my own hands." Cutting off his thoughts, Edwin whipped his hand, creating a wind as sharp as a sword. "Go." Butler also quickly made his move. "Go to hell." Roman glared. He was being pressured by attacks from both sides. Roman strained, causing aura.
The entire foot of the mountain was flooded in Butler's aura light, exploding and shaking the heavens and earth. Roman knelt on the ground. Although he had anticipated a trap, he did not expect that Edwin Hector was a magician, and that he brought along a legion of soldiers, led by a 5-star swordsman disguised as a commoner. Roman involuntarily smiled in excitement. This is getting interesting. Only when standing on the brink of death do I truly feel alive. Butler was slightly astonished, not expecting that he was at a level where he could withstand both attacks from himself and Prince Edwin at the same time, and he was only in his early 20s. Where did this monster come from? Fortunately, he isn't at the same level as me. Otherwise, Edwin panicked and shouted, "Butler, what are you doing? He's exhausted now." Before he could finish speaking, Roman had already rushed right next to Edwin. Roman curled his lips in amusement. Heavenly demon sword art.
He anxiously asked, "Prince, are you all right?" Edwin hurriedly replied, "I'm fine." Roman spat out a mouthful of blood. To think he blocked that strike of mine? A 5-star swordsman really is on a different level. Using the heavenly demon sword art twice has made it difficult for my stamina to hold out. How unlucky. I have to leave here. Remember this, Edwin Hector. Hearing Roman speak, Edwin's face turned pale. He pointed his finger and affirmed, "Next time we meet, don't dream of surviving after what you did today." Having said that, Roman blended into the darkness and disappeared. Just because of one person's error, the Hector army had to bear a great disgrace, even almost losing their commander. The truth was so harsh that even though it happened right before their eyes, they still couldn't accept it. Edwin clenched his fist in frustration. "This is all my doing. I was too arrogant to think I could deal with Roman Dmitri in the blink of an eye." The decisive moment in a war is when one side suffers the worst consequences they could never have foreseen. This is the defeat of the Hector army. No, it is my own defeat. Let us bury our soldiers together, praying for their souls to rest in eternal peace. Standing before the desolate fire, Edwin's heart tightened in self-blame. "I apologize. This is all due to my hasty decision." The soldiers there hurriedly reassured him. "Why do you say that? How could this be your fault?" Jackson calmly added, "He is right.
He looked at each soldier who had fought alongside him. "Yes, Jackson is absolutely right. All right then, but from now on, if anyone feels that my decision will bring defeat to the entire army, you must stop me immediately. Do not stand on ceremony. From this moment forth, before the Cairo army arrives, we must quickly stabilize the encampments at the front lines. We have 10 days left. Once everything is arranged, we will station ourselves on the outskirts and prepare to defend to the death." Edwin turned and asked, "Butler, how do you intend to deal with Roman Dmitri? Although he is indeed a strong enemy, if we engage in battle in the mountains, where we have significant terrain advantages compared to the plains, things will be completely different." Edwin replied without hesitation, "I will utilize that advantage. I may have lost, but the Hector army has not." Jackson spoke up, "If we strengthen our defenses, can we really go tit for tat with Cairo? We won't just reclaim what was lost to the Cairo army," Edwin declared with determination, "but we must also reclaim everything from the Kronos Empire as well." At the Cairo royal court, "In the past, we poured a lot of money into the eastern border due to the provocations of Kronos. Count Azur of the Cairo kingdom objected, but with the current budget situation, we cannot possibly meet all the conditions that the Hector army has put forward. If we meet all their demands, the remaining budget will hit rock bottom." Daniel had a headache. "What about raising taxes? We just raised taxes half a year ago. If we raise them again now, the people will riot." Daniel pondered. "Now the only way is to use the money of the Cairo nobles. But if I do that, I am creating conditions for them to look down upon the royal family's dignity. However, I have no other choice. Quickly notify the nobles and the government. I want to organize a meeting to—" "Your Majesty," the soldier outside the door hurriedly reported, "there is news from the southern border. We have driven out the enemy." Daniel was stunned. "What?" Gregory asked in amazement. "Really? Hector has up to 10,000 troops. How could we drive out the Hector army with such a small number of troops? If this news is true, then we have lifted a heavy burden." Denver frowned, thinking to himself, "Did Roman Dmitri really achieve victory against such a major obstacle? I will contact the south immediately." The communication crystal instantly caught a signal. Benedict nodded approvingly. Ah, the Albert family, once the origin of many outstanding figures, and also once a great family in the central government. Henry hurriedly nodded. Yes, that is true. Benedict asked, but even so, why are you answering on Roman's behalf? Henry explained. I have joined Roman's army. Strictly speaking, Roman should be the one answering, but he said he wanted privacy. Since I am the only noble here, I took the liberty to stand in for him. I was personally trained by Lord Roman and received the mission to deploy defenses at the 5th defense line. I went there and received intelligence that the Hector army would attack the southern border. Although I was a bit scared at first, I still
Henry happily calculated. I bet that once Roman Dmitri wins for the Cairo kingdom, his name will be honored throughout the continent. I must seize the opportunity to befriend him before those people realize his true value. This victory is entirely thanks to Lord Roman. Henry recounted. He anticipated that the Hector army would attack the southern training center and that their true target was the warp gate. Therefore, he immediately climbed the mountain to build a secret camp. If the commander in the south had listened to Lord Roman from the beginning, the border would not have fallen so quickly. Just like that, Albert pushed all the foolish ones into the abyss and elevated Roman to the peak. Albert was sure that Roman subordinates nearby would hear this. To be even more certain, he shouted as if afraid everyone around was deaf. We stood side by side, and Lord Roman led us to the light of glory. He stood right on the front lines, when the army had only 200 troops, far fewer than the enemy's numbers, and he won a glorious victory. So I and the warriors here are currently still in a posture, ready to engage the Hector kingdom. The room suddenly fell silent. We have been too soft, Daniel praised. Despite being in such a disadvantageous situation, Roman Dmitri still resiliently defended, while we, the brains of the Cairo kingdom, only worried about finding a way to surrender. Benedict continued, Your Majesty is right. As soon as the Hector army captured the warp gate, we all thought we had lost. However, Cairo's flank has proven to us that they are not at a disadvantage. The hero of Cairo, Roman Dmitri, is currently at the southern front. Our job now is to take advantage of the leverage he has just brought to counterattack. Gregory slammed the table. Send more troops to the southern front immediately. We must teach those Hector scoundrels a lesson for daring to infringe upon our territory. We will no longer negotiate with Hector. From now on, our job is to reclaim the pride of the Cairo kingdom. Quickly gather all the vassals and inform them of the situation at the southern front.
I am certain that after this discussion, once the war is over, Roman will be promoted to the central government. If I take this opportunity to become close to Roman, my life will also flourish. Saying that, Henry held out some premium beef jerky. Chris, hey, you must be hungry, right? Eat this. No need. Henry stuck to Chris like a leech. Come on, just eat it. It's really delicious. Suddenly, Chris turned around. Do you think I don't know your intentions? If you really want to be acknowledged, stop pretending in front of us. Instead, become someone we can trust on the battlefield. Henry was finally enlightened. Trust. Oh, so that's it. You are Kevin, right? Want to eat this? The forces sent by the royal army to the southern front were ordered to buy Roman more time, stalling until Cairo's main forces could arrive there. The commander of the 3rd defense line, Baron Vasily, said, with only 200 men he was able to defeat Hector's army. Could it be that they are too weak? His subordinate thought the same. I also heard rumors that Hector is facing a severe famine, so it seems their army is nothing to be afraid.
Gather all troops for me. I will conduct guerrilla warfare to teach the Hector kingdom a lesson they will never forget. Hector had divided its forces to attack individually in order to regain control of Cairo's defense lines as quickly as possible. Among those defense lines, the army attacking the 3rd defense line had about 3,000 soldiers. Driven by a frantic ambition to achieve merit, Baron Vasily launched guerrilla warfare to attack Hector's army. However, he was stopped because Hector's army was not as weak as he had imagined. Vasily's mouth twitched as he cursed involuntarily. Damn it! After a period of passivity, Hector's army had regained its composure and taken control of the situation. Meanwhile, Baron Vasily's troops, who had always been defending inside the fortress, living a leisurely life, could not withstand Hector's army. The Hector army realized that they could win the battle in this canyon. They had only been at a disadvantage when Roman Dmitri was present. A Hector soldier slashed down, cleaving Baron Vasily's body in two. Baron Vasily, who commanded the soldiers at the 3rd defense line, has fallen in battle against the enemy, Your Majesty. The 3rd and 4th defense lines are both under attack by the enemy. The 2nd defense line is in a critical situation that needs to be reported. The situation is very dangerous. The 2nd defense line cannot defend for 10 days in this state. I beg Your Majesty to send reinforcements. Daniel asked worriedly, Do you mean that all our defense lines could be taken down in a few days? Daniel's face darkened as he realized it wasn't that Cairo was strong or Hector was weak. The overwhelming victory before was solely due to the presence of Roman Dmitri.
Our military has been too complacent. Roman Dmitri, where are you now? There are still many things on this continent that I do not know about. Magic. If Muram in the past was a place where one absorbed energy from nature, like trees using their roots to absorb nutrients to grow,
My power has not yet fully recovered compared to before. When I was still the heavenly demon, if I made hasty decisions, I could have fallen into a miserable situation immediately. Edwin Hector, he predicted that I wanted to assassinate him and set up a cunning trap to lure me in. Roman's eyes lowered. It really was an unwanted start. I need to think about countermeasures for the future. If I continue to attack recklessly, in that moment, Roman used lightning to gamble. Just when I thought victory was within reach, it was blocked by Butler's sword. He tried his best to slash through, but couldn't. Butler, I still can't win against a combination of a magician and a 5-star swordsman. However, I have always looked forward to a battle where I have to put myself at risk to achieve the most thrilling victories. That is a completely new challenge with the toughest opponents. That's right. I am someone who cannot live a comfortable life, satisfied with what I currently have. Again, more and more. Until I can defeat Butler and make him fall, only then will I be satisfied. Roman's eyes gleamed with determination. I am ready.
Chris replied, stubborn as a rock, stating that from now until he comes out on his own, no one can see him. Henry felt a sudden wave of anxiety. What was he doing in there, and what exactly had happened? It seemed like a silhouette was emerging from the cave. Wait, Roman stepped out valiantly, but why did he look so wretched? Just as he had predicted, the 3rd and 4th defense lines were taken down in just a few days, and the 2nd defense line had also recently fallen. Yesterday, after looting all the military supplies in those defense lines, Hector's army gathered in the rear behind those lines. As I see it, that rear area is where they will defend to the death. Henry spoke up, mentioning that the Cairo royal family is currently in chaos, eagerly waiting to re-establish contact with him. Your army has achieved such great merit. Perhaps your main force should handle everything from now on? Roman let out a breath. Connect me to the royal family. The connection was successful.
All this week, I have been preparing thoughts for my own strategy. A counter-strategy of your own? I do not want to blame you for the failure of the Southern Front, but within a week, all 4 Southern defense lines have fallen into the enemy's hands. Daniel lowered his head and questioned, "Did you not help them at all?" Roman calmly replied, "To be honest, it was thanks to luck that I escaped a life-and-death battle with Hector. The royal army was too subjective and underestimated the enemy. I could not help them in that situation. As for Hector, he has wagered the entire nation's life and everything on this battle. I also confronted Butler, the 2nd strongest swordsman of the Hector Kingdom in the past battle. I can also tell you that Commander-in-Chief Edwin Hector is an extremely powerful magician." Daniel was startled. "You mean both Butler, a 5-star swordsman, and Edwin Hector is a magician? Surely everyone knows that on the battlefield, a magician possesses superior power capable of turning the tide. In my opinion, we should only confront their army when Cairo's main forces are deployed to the southern front." Marquis Benedict nodded inwardly.
Gregory frowned. "It seems the Hector Kingdom has bet everything on this war. Your Majesty, I think that is enough. We do not necessarily need to interrogate our hero any further." "I agree." Daniel rubbed his head. "I will not ask anything more. Roman, I have already deployed the main military force to the south. The Hector side seems to have retreated slightly behind the defense line to establish a base and defend to the death there. I want you to join our main offensive force to support them in attacking Hector's army. The Hector side will not give up. If that happens, their efforts to negotiate favorable terms with the Cairo royal family will fail. What is the best decision we can make, and what is the worst-case scenario our army might face right now? I apologize, but the current time is very disadvantageous for us." Daniel narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" "We have at most 3 days after Cairo's main force arrives at the southern front. From now until then, if we cannot attack to defeat the Hector army's rear base, they will certainly drag in more allies, such as the Kronos Empire, to participate in this war." Daniel blinked in horror. "In such a situation, how should we deal with it?" Roman smirked. "There is only one way for us to escape this situation. Attack their army head-on.
We must defeat the Hector army within those 3 days. A voice spoke up from the other side. Cross the southern gate of Cairo? The man was amused by the new information. That's an attractive offer. It was Count Hadit of the Kronos Empire. Interrupting, he continued, however, it is currently difficult to accept Hector's proposal. Holding the southern border is good, but wouldn't we then have to face the wrath of Cairo? Therefore, Hadit immediately made a demand. If you can hold the rear for the next month, I will accept the proposal with Hector. Facing this infinite greed, Hector had to evaluate. Unexpectedly, even in this situation, he still sought to profit. Hadit asked, well, pushed to this step, knowing it was very troublesome, but we had no other choice. Thus, Hector reluctantly spoke up. I accept. Ending the conversation, he ordered, Jackson, contact the Hector family immediately. He further reminded, we must preserve our forces and supplies throughout the duration of the warp gate. Jackson obeyed the order. Understood. He calculated. Hector's warp gate has a connection duration of at least 3 days. If we can hold out, we will definitely survive. I will definitely bring hope back to Hector. An elite army was standing before Cairo City. A voice from within the city spoke.
At the military camp on the mountain, Commander-in-Chief Viscount Theo of the Kronos Kingdom stood majestically. On the other side was Commander-in-Chief Baron Brahim of the Valhalla Kingdom, brimming with momentum. The two were playing an extremely tense game of chess. Sitting at the table was also Pacius. Sitting in this tense atmosphere, he couldn't help but evaluate. He hadn't expected such prominent figures in the government to participate in this fruitful.
Badius heard this and spoke up to welcome him. Please come in. It is an honor to meet the hero of Cairo. You look much more handsome than the rumors say. Roman replied perfunctorily. Is that so? On that day, Benedict coldly denied it. Whatever happens to the southern front is not my concern. First, we must reel in Roman Dmitri. If our side loses to Hector, all responsibility will fall on the royal family's head. If we let other nobles recruit Roman, Benedict revealed the crux of the matter, then the balance of power will collapse. Roman Dmitri, the eldest son of the Dmitri family, a person with great influence in the northeast. Badius mused in a daze. Aside from the fact that his family is of commoner lineage, he is only in his 20s. If I can recruit him, I will surely be promoted by the Marquis. Snapping out of his thoughts, he spoke up. Please sit. Roman replied politely. Thank you. Badius briefly introduced himself. I am Badius, a subordinate serving under Marquis Benedict. I heard the Marquis personally contacted you, Lord Roman, at the southern camp. Then he put on a cheerful demeanor. He cares about you very much. He told me to pass on the message that he regrets that things turned out this way. Roman indicated, it's fine. No one could have foreseen this. Hearing this, Badius exclaimed, is that so? Then he continued, do you have time now? I have specially
Brahim didn't want to be left out and joined in. Count Denver even sent his own family members as reinforcements, hoping they would be of help to him. Theo, wanting to compete, cut in. So what? My family? Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Roman's cold, deep voice. What the hell do you think you were doing? Intimidated by this aura, Theo stammered in fear. You mean? Showing no regard for anyone, Roman spoke bluntly. I know exactly why you all came here looking for me. Roman made his stance clear. However, in a situation where the enemy's flag is proudly raised high on our territory like this, I do not think this is the appropriate time to discuss rewards. He briefly outlined his own plan. After destroying Hector, I will challenge the top experts and become the first swordsman of Cairo. Thus, Roman proposed to them, wait until then. I will prove myself, and at that time my sword will serve only one person. So for now, why don't we focus on the problem right before our eyes? Roman's proposal resolved the tension, and the strategic meeting officially began. This was a war where each side had to bet their castles. Everyone had their own proposals, but could not offer a solution. Someone briefly briefed them on the situation. Currently, Hector is using the connection at the warp gate. You have at least 3 days, as they also need some time to counterattack us. Padius thought for a moment before speaking up. But if that's the case, Hector's troop count will only fall around 10,000. Our forces are all here now. Wouldn't a frontal attack give us a higher chance of victory? If we have your support, plus the numerical advantage, we will certainly gain the upper hand. But once Edwin Hector has magicians on his side, we cannot say that we are completely overwhelming them. That being said, it's not like there isn't a way. His eyes lit up. The soldiers who had been standing
The enemy general stepped majestically toward the city gate. Roman shouted loudly, declaring, "Hector's army, prick up your ears and listen clearly. I am Roman Dimitri, the representative knight of the Cairo kingdom. I propose a one-on-one duel with Butler of the Hector kingdom." Edwin Hector looked down from the wall in surprise. "Roman Dimitri, what are you plotting?" Yet Roman continued his announcement. "I do not want anyone to sacrifice themselves in vain. I am sure you want the same." Roman made his offer. "If you win, Cairo will accept all of Hector's conditions. Conversely, if I win, all of you will immediately get out of Cairo." Hector was filled with doubt. Dimitri's current ability could not possibly defeat Butler, yet he still wanted a one-on-one duel. Could this be a trap? Roman remained full of spirit. "If you do not accept my conditions, even if I die, I will crush this encampment. I give you 10 minutes to think. I hope you will make a wise decision." Hector's face looked troubled. Every path seemed to have problems. Before he could make a choice, Butler decided, "I will fight." But Hector objected. "I do not allow it." His eyes filled with determination as he assured, "Please trust me this time, Prince. I will cut off Roman Dimitri's head and find a way for the Hector kingdom to survive." This time, Hector resisted fiercely. "It is not that I do not trust you, but we just lost 700 troops after his recent attack." That fact still haunted him, to the point where the smell of cremating those soldiers' bodies seemed to linger in his nose. I trust you, but Roman Dimitri is definitely plotting something." Even so, Butler affirmed firmly, "I can certainly crush all his schemes. I have been by your side all my life. Does the prince think I would be so afraid of a trap that I dare not face him?"
Butler walked straight to the door, his steps steady, telling himself that he would definitely return. He stood proudly in front of the city gate and raised his voice. "I have met many madmen in my life, but this is the first time I have seen someone on your level." Butler began to channel his mana throughout his body. "I don't know what kind of scheme you have, but I will fight with everything I have." Roman stood opposite him and confessed, "When my sword clashed with yours on the mountain, I truly wanted to fight to the bitter end. There is no trap. I want to fight you with my own strength. My eyes are like a demon ready for battle, so you better fight with all your might. If you can kill me, you can have whatever you want." Butler, filled with extreme indignation, shouted, "Madman!" And then the two rushed in.
The general unleashed his explosive aura, for the fate of the Hector kingdom was now hanging by a thread. He had no intention of dragging this battle out from the start. Butler stepped forward with determination. "I will end this right now." Roman's ability was not to be underestimated. He immediately blocked the attack. The magic power was so strong that it shook the ground. Hector, watching from the sidelines, dropped his jaw in amazement. Theo and Patius were equally surprised. Butler's sharp blade was reinforced with magic power. He rushed towards his opponent, his momentum higher than ever. The sound of footsteps landing signaled that it was time for the decisive strike. The loud noise made Roman pause. In a flash, Butler was right behind him, his face full of killing intent, as he raised his sword to attack. He used all his strength to slash powerfully at Roman, the blade slicing through the earth itself. Bolts of lightning flowed along the cracks. Seeing this, Patius anxiously cursed, "Damn it! I agreed to let this battle happen even though I didn't want to at all, just to curry favor with Lord Roman. But if he loses now, all my efforts to recruit him will go down the drain." Theo's face turned red with disbelief. Would he lose like this? Roman had not yet fallen and was gathering his strength to block the attack.
This time, Roman did not defend anymore, but launched a counterattack. Roman's mana was stronger than before. He was gradually catching up to his speed in every strike. He was not only blocking those attacks, but also gradually reading his sword path. Don't tell me. Butler realized the reason unfolding before his eyes. Was he really just testing him? On the other side, Roman continued to pressure his opponent, clearly seeing where his strength stood in this new world. He connected the dots from previous battles. Although he could easily cut down Homerus, a 4-star level individual, instantly, he could not win against a 5-star swordsman. That was why Roman was determined. His current self must fight the general to fully understand his own strength. Roman was putting more and more pressure on his opponent. His legs decided to step forward, and he felt no fear at all. His momentum was now overflowing. Break that limit right here and advance to an even higher realm. Butler did not expect this scene and shouted in anger, "You brazen little brat!"
The two swords clashed, creating pressure across the entire arena. An aura explosion. The weakness of indiscriminately exploding aura energy was extremely obvious. Aura Knights did not focus on controlling the flows of aura. Instead, they let them erupt like an explosion. This meant that not every position on the sword was enhanced equally. If a sword carried 120% aura, the blade edge would only be able to use 80% of that power. Calculated based on that, Roman planned to read the flow of aura and attack the exact weak point. Then he thrust his sword toward Butler's position. It suddenly rushed forward, making it difficult for the older man to defend. His eyes flashed with a purple glint. It's time. He quickly unleashed the move, Heavenly Demon Sword Art, third form. A massive flow of mana overwhelmed Butler. Even a 5-star knight was pushed back. Everyone from both sides was immersed not only in surprise and disbelief, but also in shock. The soldiers were stunned, unable to believe it. How is this possible? Isn't Roman Dimitri just a 3-star swordsman? How can he fight on equal footing with the general, a 5-star knight?
He was worried. That would be the worst-case scenario. Not only would we lose the core of our combat force, but we would also have to retreat to the edge of the camp. Now I can only trust in the general. That's right, he hasn't unleashed his full power yet. Butler's hand propped his sword against the ground to steady himself. He looked at the aura of the person before him and assessed. This guy is truly insane. Butler spat out a mouthful of blood. I thought he had some scheme in this battle to use as an excuse, but he really wants to defeat me right here. The reason the plan we thought was perfect is starting to collapse is because a madman like him exists in the ranks of the Southern Front. Butler was burdened with so much right now. If I let Roman Dimitri escape here in one piece, the Hector Kingdom will sooner or later face a monster they cannot handle on their own. He risked everything to channel all his remaining mana. Therefore, I must personally finish off this monster right here. At this moment, Butler declared, "I will fight you with everything I have." A surge of mana swept through his body, proving his strong determination. Butler raised his sword high, accumulating energy into a sphere of fire.
Butler's voice echoed across the battlefield. It's over. He unleashed his move, the secret technique, Sun Descending Slash. The giant fireball, obeying its master, inched towards Roman. He focused on the sight before him to determine the best course of action. If I block that secret technique with only my current skills, I will definitely die. If so, I will focus entirely on defensive skills. Roman did not hesitate to confront it either. If that is the general's strongest weapon, then the strongest shield that the heavenly demon Baekjong Hyuk possesses will be. This time, it was his turn to unleash a move, the heavenly demon Iron Shield technique. Butler's attack rushed towards his opponent. The heat of the orb threatened to scorch the very earth. Hector watched with bated breath. Roman was ready in a defensive stance, just waiting for the fireball to arrive. Come on! Far from being afraid, he was extremely excited. Let's see who is stronger. Butler's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at his opponent. Roman was looking forward to seeing it. Your spear, or my shield. Finally, the attack arrived and exploded violently. The billowing smoke was the trace left by the attack. Roman's feet shifted slightly on the ground. Hector stared in shock at the scene before him. How is that possible? Roman was unharmed by the attack. On the contrary, he was completely unscathed. He looked at his opponent with arrogance in his heart. Even a 5-star swordsman could not.
Even so, Butler's mind did not waver. He could not give up here. He rushed at Roman, instantly appearing before him to swing his sword. Roman blocked in time and countered immediately, causing Butler to lose his balance and fall backward. He looked at the opponent before him with a heart full of doubt. How could such a hellish thing happen? I, who have survived hundreds of life-and-death battles, am being pushed back by a 20-year-old brat? Butler rose again. He could not give up, even if it meant death. Roman had already grabbed his face tight. He ruthlessly slammed it into the ground. Butler was in pain, but told himself, I must take this monster threatening the prince down with me. Then he released mana throughout his body, and a light flared up.
Meanwhile, Roman's gaze remained cold and unchanged. Hector couldn't take it anymore and hurriedly intervened, stopping to unleash an ancient firestorm. The magic distracted Roman, forcing him to look up, but he reacted quickly and dodged in time.
From above, Hector shouted orders, "Save General Butler," and the soldiers rushed forward upon command. That inhuman devil, get away from the general. Hector had broken the rules of the duel. They had abandoned their honor before both armies to choose saving Butler. Roman, furious at this betrayal, calculated in his mind. To do that, they must open the city gates. I must not miss this opportunity. Batius, sitting before the map, spoke up. "Even if a miracle happens, what will we do next?" Roman replied. "After confronting Hector on the mountain, I observed from afar. Based on the situation," he explained, "even though they had to fight all night, they still carried all their comrades' bodies before descending the mountain." Roman had watched everything from above, the remnants gathered at the southern front. In a situation where they needed to retreat urgently, he continued to outline, they still cremated the bodies and held a memorial before leaving. To spend time for soldiers to mourn and memorialize their comrades like that, one could say Edwin Hector is truly a benevolent commander. "I intend to exploit this weakness of his." Batius immediately understood the intention. "Don't tell me." He revealed his plan. "Butler can cause his judgment to falter. He is exactly what I need right now. I will fully utilize his mistake." Roman was extremely excited. "If I defeat Butler, that is enough to proceed with the first step." Not stopping there, he added, "I won't finish Butler in one move. I'm thinking of rendering him unable to fight anymore. The moment Edwin Hector decides to save Butler, that is when we proceed to the second step." The above was the entire scene of the meeting regarding Roman's plan to defeat Hector. Returning to the present, the soldiers were still rushing in. "We must buy enough time to save the general." Roman had waited a long time for this moment. "Edwin Hector, you are certainly a good king, but you really aren't suited for war."
Padius was admiring the outcome in astonishment, unable to believe everything unfolded exactly as Roman said, just like a miracle. It compelled him to praise that Roman Dimitri is the most outstanding talent Cairo has ever had. That is the reason why Marquis Benedict wanted to recruit him. I have understood why we must have him at any cost. The moment we possess Roman, we won't need that weak monarch of this kingdom. We can sweep away everything in the two neighboring empires like mere trash. At this moment, Padius decided to order, "Attack Cairo army." The entire army obeyed the command and rushed forward. Hector looked down and realized his mistake. "My stupid decision has led to this situation." His eyes turned red, blaming himself in his heart. "Camaraderie, you fool. As a general, I should have remained calm until the very end, but," he sighed wearily, "I lost my judgment the moment Butler collapsed." Hector could not accept this and immediately pulled his spirit back together. "No, it's not The soldiers below understood the cue and provided support, aiding the prince. Fireballs and flames rained down aggressively, like a barrage of fireworks. Padius also immediately shouted orders to spread out and speed up the advance, warning that if they missed the opportunity while the gate was being opened, their casualties would only increase further. Hector's knight Kellen looked at the situation below and cursed. Damn it. He watched with urgency in his heart, thinking they needed to close the city gate immediately. Faster. They needed to be faster. A soldier below announced, "Sir Butler is here. Close the gate quickly, right now." Roman Dimitri watched as the gate began to close and roared. "No!" Kellen screamed in panic. "Stop him!" It turned out Roman was charging rapidly toward the city gate. Soldiers immediately surrounded the front of the gate, activating defensive magic the moment it started to shut. "Roman Dimitri!" he roared, his scream echoing across the battlefield. A powerful source of mana burst forth, clashing with the soldiers, leaving behind only aftershocks. Roman officially declared, "The city gate has been breached. All Cairo soldiers, advance!" Padius shouted loudly, "Everyone, deal with the remaining remnants of the Hector army." Hearing this, the troops charged straight forward, and both armies rushed to attack each other. Some soldiers revealed expressions of shock mixed with fear. Blood splattered on the ground as a figure emerged with a thought. "The city gate has been opened." Roman thought coldly, "Now we only have one target left." He walked out of the city gate with his sword in hand. Standing opposite a red-haired man, Roman thought, "Edwin Hector, now it is just you." Edwin bit his lip, unable to understand. Where did I go wrong? He assumed that everything he had done, attacking and occupying the enemy's rear camp, was
He burned with anger and affirmed, "That's right, it's all because of him." Remembering a person fighting, Edwin thought, the plan to capture the 5th defense line was Roman Dimitri's doing. Then, recalling the image of a red-haired man sweeping through the battlefield, he thought, because of the guerrilla actions in the mountains, I have lost 1,000 of our army's elite soldiers. Along with the image of a dying soldier, Edwin seemed to want to say, if God is here, I really want to ask,
He wondered, why did you create me, a shining star bearing the hope of Hector, and then why did you send Roman Dimitri to the Cairo kingdom? At this moment, Roman spoke first. We finally meet again. Edwin replied, that's right, we finally meet again. With eyes full of rage, he said, if I die here today, I will certainly haunt you in the next life. Edwin gathered power in front of his chest, and with that he used magic release. Edwin screamed, Roman Dimitri. He gathered white energy in his hand and then used the technique.
At this moment, many people rushed over, saying, we must protect the prince. We must stop Roman Dimitri. As they jumped to attack Roman, they shouted loudly, die! Roman's eyes flashed with a purple light as he said, trash. Then Roman swung his sword, slicing them in two. Right then, Roman noticed something sharp rushing towards him. From the ground, roots entangled and rose up, followed by its name, entrapment. At the same time, Edwin formed a seal to use blazing fire, and the flames quickly advanced to burn the root stake. Just then, a sword blade gradually emerged from within the flames. It was swung down to the ground to sever the fire. Accumulating blue energy in his hand, Edwin thought, I knew you weren't someone easily defeated. How about this then? Try blocking it. He launched the energy toward the silhouette as he used light blade. With joy on his face, Edwin thought, have I defeated him? A voice rang out, Edwin Hector. Following that, a foot stepped out from the smoke. Roman appeared behind Edwin and said, I admit you are quite strong. Thrusting his sword straight at Edwin, he continued, but now it is time to end this. While Edwin was still stunned, drops of blood had already splattered onto his face. Though stabbed through the chest, Kellen still struggled to call out, Prince! Crying, he said, run away! Edwin could not hold back his tears and screamed, Kellen! Looking at the body in front of him, he exclaimed in disbelief, no! Then Edwin looked up to the sky and wailed. A sword blade was brought close to his shoulder, along with the words, how pathetic! Standing there, Roman said, but I will soon send you to follow him. At this moment, someone was rushing over. Soldiers brandishing swords charged at
Jackson shouted loudly, Prince, snap out of it. Do you really want to die here? As he ran, he said, even if you were branded a cowardly loser, please do not let the sacrifice of those who died for you become meaningless. He shed tears and screamed, you must survive. Inside the fortress, an order was also given. We must abandon the castle. Everyone, retreat. At this moment, the group surrounding Roman shouted, stop him. We must buy time. One person said, Prince, you must live. Another also spoke up, Prince, you must survive. A purple explosion sent them flying. Edwin tried to open his eyes, looking towards where Roman swung his sword, cutting his soldiers in two. Seeing that dangerous gaze, he concluded, he is a demon. An injured man spoke up, you have won this battle. Please stop. I beg you. Can you withdraw your troops? Roman replied coldly, didn't I warn you already? The next time we met, I would kill you? Standing amidst the corpses, he said, this is a war you started first. Roman continued with a cold gaze, so do not whine and cry like you were a victim. Then he swung his sword and finished him off.
Pattius and Theo were astonished by the scene before their eyes. Looking at a red-robed figure standing atop a mountain of corpses, they thought about the existence that had reversed a failing war, an unprecedented achievement, the reputation of Roman Dimitri. They were certain that after this battle, it would skyrocket. At this moment, Roman, covered in blood, smiled and said, everyone has finally arrived. Cairo's great victory. This was before the news of the victory reached the capital, Cairo. In the capital, whispers echoed. Did you guys know? Know what? The incident where the Hector kingdom crossed the border and attacked our southern front. In a pub, someone spoke up. According to the merchants from the south, the situation is pretty bad. Someone felt afraid. That's really worrying. I'm afraid they might force men to enlist to fight. Another person immediately said, impossible. Even when the Empire attacked us, nothing happened. So why would they force people to enlist just because Hector attacked? The gossip increased. One person wondered. Another replied, they won't raise taxes to fund the war, will they? I really hope not. A sigh rang out. Why can't this district ever have a peaceful day? Someone lamented. Being born in this tiny country, I am truly unfortunate. What is the central government doing, for heaven's sake? Seriously. At the Cairo Royal Academy, Class D, a voice announced, next will be William Castro and Lauren Dimitri. He appeared with confidence after the introduction. Class D student, William Castro. The boy held his sword with anxiety after the introduction.
Class D student, Lauren Dimitri. The referee shouted, "Start."
With a face full of anxiety, he screamed and closed his eyes as he rushed forward to attack. The opponent dodged the strike, raising his sword to retaliate with a sinister look on his face, sneering, "You idiot." He swung his sword, slashing the boy's back, causing him to cry out in pain and struggle to prop himself up. The opponent stood there, smiling, amidst the cheers of the whole class. "William is the strongest," someone called out. "Lauren Dimitri." Asher spoke up to question him. "You are the one who wanted to join this Cairo Royal Academy to learn swordsmanship, yet not only can you not look straight at the enemy's blade, but you also close your eyes," he scoffed. "What a pathetic thing." The boy was anxious and tense as he heard the man continue. "If you continue to perform like this during the exam, prepare yourself to be demoted to Class E." He thought, "Class E? I'll definitely be laughed at. That class is for 15-year-olds, and I'm already 18. He bowed his head, sitting on a bench in the schoolyard, when the opponent led a group of people over, speaking mockingly. "Here is our dear Lauren." He looked at him while leaning on his hand and said, "How interesting. So interesting that even Rodwell of Class S would probably be amazed." He continued, "When I was younger, I used to think the Dimitri family was so amazing, but look at this." Recalling Rodwell's appearance, he said, "Clearly I didn't understand back then. Some people are just born that way. The fact that Rodwell was born into such an ordinary family is a miracle." He added with contempt, "And how could a miracle happen twice in the same family?" After a moment of silence, the boy thought, "It's always like this. That name Rodwell haunts me like a ghost." One of the two people accompanying the bully spoke up. "I don't know what this thing is, but it's truly sad." "That's right," the other one added. "I wonder if Roman really defeated that guy Homerus." The bully immediately said, "I can guarantee you this. It's definitely a rumor spread by the Dimitri family, because they have to do something to help that famously stupid eldest son." He looked at the boy and said, "Looking at Lauren makes it all clear, doesn't it?" He continued with a scornful voice, "The good-for-nothing third son of the Dimitri family." Someone walked away quickly.
He tensely assessed the situation. Anyone listening would understand it was a blatant lie. Sighing, the commotion caught his attention. Looking at the crowd gossiping in front of the city gate, he thought, "What is happening over there?" A woman asked, "Is that true?" Another replied, "I told you, didn't I? It is true." One person spoke up, "My relatives in the south said the same thing. The furthest layer of the southern border fort was completely occupied by Hector, but it was suddenly retaken thanks to a surprise attack. And do you know what is even more unbelievable?" Imagining the powerful figure of Roman, that person continued, "In this process, Roman Dimitri played an incredibly unbelievable role." Someone asked, "Is it the youngest person who defeated that guy Homerus?" One replied, "It is him. There are even rumors that he defeated Hector with only 200 troops." Visualizing the scene of Roman easily cutting He thought in horror, "Are they really talking about that brother Roman that I know?" He continued to think in confusion, defeating the Hector faction with only 200 soldiers, and even defeating Hector's Aura swordsman? Those people are lying way too much. At this moment, a soldier shouted loudly, "Make way! The hero of the South has arrived!" Accompanying Roman's appearance was the shout, "Make way!" People standing on the ground looked up at Roman on horseback. He was filled with questions when hearing someone call out his name loudly, "Roman!" Daniel, sitting on the throne, spoke first. "Roman Dimitri, we finally meet." Roman knelt on one knee in greeting. "I greet your majesty." Daniel expressed his gratitude. "I want to represent this entire nation in sending you my heartfelt thanks. You have truly shown the whole world what the indomitability of Cairo looks like." He smiled and said, "What do you want? As long as it is within my power, I will grant it to you." Roman frowned slightly upon hearing Daniel's words. Actually, Cairo's strongest swordsman, the captain of the
And I will also release you from the remaining time of your mandatory service at the border. What do you say? Kneeling on one knee, he thought, the king has finally revealed his fangs. He pictured a scarecrow wearing a crown and continued thinking. The late king passed away too soon, and the current king ascended the throne at a very young age. The puppet king of Cairo, Daniel Cairo. At this moment, Daniel clenched his fists, thinking tensely, if I can bring him to my side, the nobles faction won't be able to threaten me so easily anymore. Thinking of the scene where he was constantly watched by a crowd, he thought, even though people always call me a weak king, I can't stay like this for my whole life. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Your Majesty,
It was Marquis Benedict of the Nobles faction. He said, "There is no one in this world who rewards someone by giving them more work." He continued, "Doing so to a talented young man with such a bright future? Clearly, Your Majesty is forcing him to sacrifice himself. Please withdraw your proposal." At that moment, the entire palace was filled with voices. "He is right. We can agree to let him enter the royal territory, but we cannot just let him become the captain like that." Then Daniel's words startled him. "Marquis Benedict, I have already stated the reward I wish to bestow. From this moment," he pointed at Roman kneeling on the ground, and continued, "the decision to accept that reward or not is the decision of Roman Dimitri." The people there were startled in disbelief. Roman thought, "It seems he still has royal blood flowing in him after all. However, there is no reason for me to help the Cairo royal family." Roman spoke up. "This position in the royal guards is truly an honorable one. However, before deciding my future, there is one thing I wish to say." Daniel asked, "What is it?" Roman remembered the world map and replied, "After the war ended, I realized that until now, I was truly a frog in the well, leaving this nation."
Roman's entire body radiated a purple energy. He smiled and said, "Your Majesty, I request permission to participate in the open ranking battle challenge of the Cairo Kingdom. I want to challenge everyone from rank 99 to rank 1 to truly test my own limits." At this moment, Daniel asked in puzzlement, "An open ranking battle?" Roman, standing below, replied, "Yes, an open ranking battle means it can include an unlimited number of challenges. Each individual can fight until they are defeated or until their opponent falls. If the challenger wins, they can take the position of the person they defeated. Furthermore, if something happens, people could even lose their lives in the ranking battle. It is not something we can easily discuss right here and now." Roman replied, "I understand." Daniel worriedly thought to himself, in a situation where he could have chosen to pursue immense wealth or fame, he chose to give them up and accept a new challenge instead. He is indeed extremely confident. The people around them also started whispering because of this. He truly is the hero of Cairo. What a righteous decision. A ranking battle? I'm already looking forward to it. He is the one who defeated the commander of the Hector army after all. Who could possibly...
Both Denver and Gregory stood by in contemplation. Roman was still in his 20s. Through the ranking match, they would be able to see through his true strength. With a steely and confident voice, Roman declared, "Your Majesty, in the near future I will prove myself before everyone. Once that happens, only then will I decide which course of action to take." He thought to himself, "When the ranking match ends, I, Roman Dimitri, will not become anyone's sword. Instead, I will become a new player in this game." A while later, in a room, Marquis Benedict slowly poured a bottle of wine into a glass. Sitting in his chair, he gently lifted the wine glass and said, "Life is indeed full of surprises. I sent someone to the southern front thinking of your own benefit, yet Hector declared war at that very moment. And yet, you became the hero who stopped Hector." Roman calmly replied, "Thanks to you, I had a fun time." Benedict asked back, "A fun time?" Roman responded, "Of course," he continued. "Through the battle with Hector, I realized that the world out there is much larger, and so I will participate in the open ranking match to test how strong I am within the Cairo Kingdom. Once there is no one stronger than me in this place, I plan to travel the world and become the strongest." Hearing this, Benedict said, "The strongest in the world? There was a time when I dreamed of that too, but when I realized how vast the world truly was, I chose to be satisfied with my current life." He lowered his voice and recounted, "I have a daughter. Since her mother passed away very early, I poured even more heart and soul into raising her. I will give her to you." Hearing this made Roman slightly startled. He added, "I heard from Patius that you are not a naive person either, and even today, witnessing you propose to join the open ranking match, you reminded me of the monsters of this world, the ones I met when I was young. Although I did not possess incredible..."
"I know about you breaking off the engagement, and I have no intention of forcing the girl to marry. However, I will arrange for you and her to meet. What I am trying to say is that if, after meeting her, both of you have a good impression of each other, then I will accept you." He slowly reached out his hand and continued, "I will not force you to meet her immediately, but I hope you can remember this truth, that both in the past and in the present I have always been the rear guard watching over you. Whenever you make your choice and say that you want to walk with me, you will be able to receive anything you desire within this Cairo Kingdom. The existence that has broken the balance of power.
Whoever holds him will be the one wielding the ruling power of the Cairo kingdom. The 4 ruling forces of Cairo all desire to possess Roman. After that, Count Gregory and Count Denver also made unexpected proposals.
At Roman's residence, a voice suddenly rang out. "Young master!" Hans, who had rushed from the capital out of concern for Roman, suddenly grabbed him, shaking him back and forth continuously, asking frantically, "Are you all right? You aren't injured anywhere, are you?" He shouted sorrowfully. "After hearing news of you from the southern front, my heart practically stopped beating. I am truly overjoyed that you are safe." Roman calmly replied, "I'm fine." Hans hurriedly asked again, "Are you sure?" A few days later, in Roman's room, a steaming cup of tea was placed on the table. Roman gently lifted the teacup, while Hans, standing nearby, stammered, "Young master, I might be overstepping my bounds, but have you by chance met young Master Lauren?" Right after Roman moved to the capital, at the Dmitri family's capital residence, Hans suddenly widened his eyes, exclaiming in surprise, "Young Master Lauren!" Seeing him, Lauren called out his name, "Hans!" Afterwards, the two had a cheerful conversation. Hans thought, "I, who have raised both young masters since they were little, can tell at a glance that young Master Lauren is in trouble. That is why I waited for him to speak up." Lauren suddenly called his name awkwardly. "Hans!" Hans replied joyfully. "Please speak freely." He asked curiously, "Did something happen to Roman? Not long ago, I saw him returning to the capital, surrounded by people protecting him. Everyone says that
The engagement with the Lawrence family had been called off, the battle with the Barco family, defeating Homerus, and recently he played a huge role in the merits at the Southern Front. Lauren looked as if he had received bad news. His face darkened in thought. Was it not a rumor, but completely true? Hans continued, noting that thanks to the change in young Master Roman's behavior, the Baron has been very happy recently. But instead of discussing him like this, why don't you go meet him yourself? I heard he will be coming here tomorrow night. Lauren became panicked. He waved his hand and said, "No need, it's fine. Thank you, Hans." Hans thought to himself, the 3 brothers of the Dmitri family were born with completely different personalities, and among them, young Master Lauren had the most fragile and sensitive heart. He voiced his speculation to Roman. "I think young Master Lauren is being bullied at the academy. It seems he wants to ask for your help, but I don't have the right to ask him about it." While Hans was speaking, he calmly drank his tea. Roman thought with a serious face. Lauren Dmitri is the youngest. He put down the teacup, continuing his thought. "I don't need to take care of him just because he is my younger brother." He turned to Hans and said, Meanwhile, elsewhere, a person was plotting as he walked with somewhat hurried steps. The recruitment of Roman Dmitri had been postponed indefinitely. However, that person was none other than Padius. He thought that there was still a way to win the Marquise's favor. He revealed a scheming smile. "I am certain he will be pleased." Padius thought to himself that while everyone usually only paid attention to Roman, the truth was that the subordinates following him were also outstanding talents. If he could acquire them, Marquis Benedict would certainly be delighted. He thought of one person in particular, specifically the one named Chris. He was a talent that any noble in the capital would open their doors to welcome. Well, if I hadn't personally come to the Southern Front, I probably wouldn't have known about this. Those people are truly worth recruiting. If I can pull Chris and all of Roman's other subordinates to my side, I will perhaps gain the Marquise's trust even sooner. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chris was swinging his sword in practice while thinking to himself. When I first met him, he was clearly still within my reach, so I thought
He sighed softly, then continued thinking. Even so, following him and watching him from behind, in just 6 months, I have achieved incredible growth, to the point where even I can't believe I could do it. I can't stop now. I am still very serious about fulfilling my goal of surpassing Lord Roman one day. Suddenly, Padius stepped out from somewhere, approached Chris to get his attention, and laughed loudly, saying, "Oh, Chris, you're here. Then I'll get straight to the point. I want to recruit you. If you join our side..." Padius was cut off mid-sentence as Chris interrupted, replying coldly, "I refuse." Padius shouted in astonishment, "This opportunity could completely change your life. How can you refuse before hearing the full offer? What is the problem? Is it money? We can give you so much money you couldn't spend it all in a lifetime. Fame? The position we offer is honorable, serving Marquis Benedict, the one who holds real power in the central government. Whatever it is in the Cairo kingdom, there is nothing we cannot give you." He emphasized,
If you're worried that this looks like betraying Lord Roman, there's no need. He will eventually switch to joining the Marquis faction anyway, so what does it matter if you go first? Chris asked back.
Chris thought to himself, he still doesn't understand anything about Lord Roman. From what I've witnessed so far, he is someone who will never bow to anyone. Chris calmly replied, no matter what offer you make, I have no intention of leaving my liege's side. No one can replace him. Padius bowed slightly and said in a low voice, fine, I understand. Chris continued, if you're thinking about recruiting my other comrades, you should just give up right now. He concluded firmly, no one will choose to serve anyone other than the liege. Padius immediately turned to leave, thinking to himself, this is ridiculous. How could anyone throw away a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity like this? A while later, also at the training grounds, Kevin said angrily, his voice gritty, the liege is my life. I'd rather die than follow someone else. Padius thought in shock. What? Then even Baki awkwardly replied, so have you finalized any agreement with my liege yet? If not, I'll pretend this conversation never happened. Another soldier also stammered to Padius, if I hadn't met the liege, I would still be a nobody. How could I dare betray him? Padius thought furiously. I clearly said it wasn't betraying him. Suddenly, footsteps ran past. The person accidentally saw Padius and froze for a few seconds, and Padius seemed to recognize him. But just a second later, the young man covered his ears and ran away screaming, leaving Padius speechless. He was bewildered. Why are they so loyal to him? That afternoon, elsewhere, Lauren was tirelessly swinging his sword at a wooden dummy.
He gritted his teeth, thinking, what exactly happened to Brother Roman? He went from the fool of the Dimitri family to the youngest knight, and finally the hero who defeated the Cairo invaders. If Brother Roman could change so much, why am I still marking time in one place, always this pathetic? After unleashing the decisive strike, Lauren tiredly lay back on the grass, closing his eyes and panting heavily. Suddenly Roman appeared behind him, asking coldly, what are you doing here? Lauren stammered, oh, Brother Roman. Roman turned his face slightly to the side and continued, I heard Hans say you were looking for me. If you have something to say it now. Lauren scratched his head awkwardly and said, it's nothing. Roman replied coldly, pathetic. Then he turned to leave. Seeing him leave like that, Lauren panicked and shouted, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Hearing this, Roman stopped. A moment later, Lauren began to explain. When I first heard those rumors about you, I didn't believe them at first. You, in my memory, were someone who never cared about swordsmanship and would even ask
He clenched his fists and said, everyone is calling you the hero of Cairo now. What exactly happened for you to change so much? He cried out, in the past, neither you nor I could meet the expectations of those around us. I also want to be like you. I also want to become a son that makes father proud, not a son who always pretends to be fine, to be okay, only able to force a smile when meeting him. I truly want to show him my own achievements. Witnessing him like this, Roman thought, the boy is still young, not even 18 yet, still not strong enough to accept this heavy reality. What should I do with him? The people here have accepted a new Roman. They decided not to cling to the image of the old Roman, but agreed to give Roman a second chance. I should do the same. Whether with Lauren or Rodwell, I shouldn't judge them based on old memories, but should assess them based on things I have personally experienced. He called out, Lauren. The boy replied softly, yes. Roman said, I also don't wish for someone bearing the same surname as me to be looked down upon. That would affect the honor of the Dimitri family, and me. The answer to your question is that you are qualified enough. Go prove yourself in the academy.
At the academy, the instructor shouted before his students, now will be the swordsmanship test. First up is, Lauren, witnessing the students sparring, thought to himself that his brother had said that to get an answer, he had to prove himself in this swordsmanship test. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Next, Lauren Dimitri stepped forward. Lauren immediately responded, yes. The voice continued, and William Castro. William muttered, this is getting interesting. He revealed a sinister smile and said, you keep wanting to go against me, huh? This time I'll show you what I'm capable of. Asher instructed, winning or losing isn't important this time. I only want to observe your progress, so do not strike beyond the limits. As soon as Asher shouted, start, William immediately charged forward. He swung his sword at Lauren, yelling, Lauren, you weakling. Fortunately, Lauren managed to block it in time. Seeing this, he continued to swing his sword many more times, then shouted, "Let's end this." Finally, William smiled and launched a decisive strike. The wooden sword was right in front of Lauren's face in an instant, and he thought, so this is it. Lauren recalled the words Roman had reminded him of in the swordsmanship test.
Lauren, remember this. Now is the time to prove yourself. You can do it, just like brother. Just like that, both Lauren and William continued to clash. William shouted loudly, "Damn it, you bastard!" As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged his sword towards Lauren. Lauren immediately dodged the attack and let out a shout. He swung his sword while thinking, "I will definitely be able to do it." A moment later, Lauren opened his eyes wide in surprise and exclaimed, "Huh?" Asher praised, "I see you have improved. The moment William attacked a second time, you managed to hit him. If you hadn't deflected that attack, you wouldn't be able to sit up right now." He emphasized, "You did very well. I have been watching you all this time. It's not that you lack talent, but because you always carry fear, you keep shrinking back. You haven't realized and unleashed your full potential. It was like that before, but with today's test against William, I think you have overcome that." Lauren asked back in confusion, "Master, are you telling the truth?" Asher continued, "There is no reason for me to lie to you. You should trust in yourself. I see that the difference in ability between you and William is not much, so don't be afraid anymore." Hearing this, Lauren was already tearing up. Asher crossed his arms and said loudly, "If your mentality isn't strong, you won't accomplish anything." Lauren shouted in response, "Thank you, Master." On the other hand, William walked away while grumbling angrily, "Damn it." His group of friends heard him and tried their best to comfort him. "Calm down. That's right, just calm down first." William gritted his teeth and cursed, "That dog Lauren Dimitri. I spared him the last few times."
William's two friends asked in panic, "Do we really have to go this far? Don't you know who Lauren Dimitri's older brother is? He is Roman Dimitri, the hero of the Cairo kingdom. If you take this too far, it will lead to a conflict between the families." William retorted, "Hero of Cairo, so what? I am the eldest son of the Castro family. What is he going to do to me? My father is very close to Marquis Benedict. No matter what I do, no one in this Cairo dares to touch me. Hero or not, I will show him that he is useless against true power." He ordered his two friends, "Hey, drag that Lauren guy over here for me. If he dares to resist, knock him out immediately." Suddenly, Roman appeared out of nowhere behind William and said in a cold voice, "What did you just say? Say it again." The whole group thought in terror, Roman Dimitri." Roman asked again, "Say it again. What were you planning to do to my little brother?" William trembled and replied, "If you want to hear it, I'll say it. Before true power, you were also—" William was speaking mid-sentence when he was cut off by Roman grabbing him by the collar. He choked him and asked with a growl, "Do you know what your mistake is? I won't mention the fact that you bothered Lauren, but I heard every word you said, daring to bully Lauren and looking down on..."
William, resembling a turtle retracting his head, immediately clutched his neck and knelt down, responding, "What?" Roman, radiating killing intent, said, "Isn't it said that if the child is foolish, the parent bears the burden? I also want to know what that so-called true power looks like." At the Castro family estate, a voice suddenly rang out. It all failed? Podius began to complain. The road to success was wide open, yet they refused to take it. That is why I hate dealing with them. The man in front of him was from the nobles faction, Count Castro. He laughed loudly and replied, "Those lowly commoners have very narrow vision. You need to be patient, sir." He asked Podius, "Is that Roman Dimitri really that important?" Podius responded, "Of course. Marquis Benedict has poured all his efforts into recruiting him." He lowered his voice and added, "I will tell you a secret. The Marquis wants Roman to become his son-in-law." Count Castro revealed a scheming smile and replied, "Is that so? I must meet him sometime. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will go with you." Suddenly, a noise attracted Count Castro's attention, causing him to exclaim, "What is that?" William quickly rushed in, screaming, "Father!" Following him was Roman Dimitri. William explained, "Father, do you know what this Roman Dimitri did to me? A mere commoner dared to threaten the eldest son of the Castro family?" Count Castro frowned slightly, thinking to himself, "So it is." William was still speaking. "Now, father, please," when Count Castro suddenly stood up and shouted, "Shut your mouth," leaving William stunned and stammering, "Father." Count Castro grabbed William by the collar, lifted him up and warned, "William, do you know who you are messing with? Roman is the hero who saved all of Cairo. How dare you speak like that?" Then he threw him to the ground. Immediately after, he bowed slightly to Roman and said, "Please forgive me. My son has been insolent to you. I will definitely punish and discipline the boy strictly."
Unexpectedly, I have the opportunity to get close to Roman so soon. Surely he won't refuse my goodwill. However, the response was Roman's voice, cold as ice. What are you doing? Except for the apology, everything is decided by me, not you. Roman spoke sternly. This incident was caused by your son. William harassed Lauren, my younger brother. He broke the boy's arm right in front of me. With a face full of rage, Roman warned, hearing and seeing how he treated my brother, I cannot sit still. Count Castro asked, so what do you intend to do? Or do you want to break my son's arm like he did to Lauren, your brother? He spoke softly. Let's sit down and compromise. For the future of both families, tell me what I can do to resolve this. Roman replied, simple. I want your son, William, to come before my brother Lauren, kneel, and apologize to him in front of everyone, and then he must voluntarily withdraw from the Cairo Royal Academy. I don't want to see this trash lurking in the academy.
You can choose to go to war with the Dimitri family or follow my request. His words made Count Castro panic. Roman emphasized, the choice depends on you, Count Castro. Count Castro sighed softly and replied, I understand. Truly a nuisance caused by some brats who just got a little power. A lowlife wants to cause trouble with me? Do you think just because you have some merit with the royal family, are being courted by the Marquis, and have the king's favor, that you can have whatever you want? He shouted loudly, that won't happen. You cannot lay a finger on the Castro family. Wake up. Taking this opportunity, I will show you what the true power of a noble in this kingdom is really like. He turned to ask Padius, Viscount, you have observed everything from the beginning. Please bear witness for me regarding his provocative and contemptuous actions against the Castro family. Count Castro gritted his teeth and screamed, Roman Dimitri, he has crossed the limit of my endurance. I am forced to punish him appropriately. Padius, sitting in the back, calmly said, Easy now, Count Castro. As I see it, it was William who was at fault first with Lauren, his younger brother, from the beginning. Count Castro exclaimed in surprise, What? Among the nobility in Cairo, Viscount Padius's nickname is the Raccoon of Cairo. In the kingdom, there are many people with extraordinary abilities. Like Viscount Padius, they are very wise and can survive.
Count Padius's family was not particularly outstanding in the kingdom, but he had to be wise enough to secure a firm foothold in the royal palace and among the nobility. On the other hand, Padius pondered while observing the situation. Count Castro came from a prestigious family in the Cairo kingdom, and the two of them had a close relationship since they were very young. However, Count Castro's opponent now was Roman Dimitri. It was a difficult situation to choose. Perhaps he should stand by Count Castro? The Marquis was someone ready to discard and trample on everything, even his closest friends, to achieve his benefits. If there was any exception, it would probably only be those related by blood to him. Roman was currently very likely to become his son-in-law, so perhaps the answer now was clear. Snapping out of his thoughts, Padius spoke up. Count Castro, your son was in the wrong from the beginning. That is too simple to see. You also do not need to be ashamed of the actions your son caused. Punishing the boy a little to make him more obedient is not a problem at all. Count Castro thought to himself, Damn it. After a moment of calculation, that Cairo raccoon, Count Padius, had his answer. In the current situation of the empire, standing on the side of Roman Dimitri, a man with rising fame, was much more beneficial. If a war were to occur and he had to confront the Dimitri family, the result could only be death. He could not let the family fall into ruin just because of self-esteem or a bit of pride.
I am truly sorry, young Master Roman. It was my son's fault for disturbing your younger brother. Because the situation happened so fast, I behaved improperly. I sincerely apologize and hope you can forgive me. William witnessed this scene and screamed, Father! Roman pondered. In the noble world, they always consider themselves the best, standing above all. Now that his status in the kingdom had skyrocketed, it would be accompanied by the jealousy and envy of those wretched nobles. At that time, his family might have to suffer dangerous actions targeted at them. Therefore, from this incident, he had to go all the way to punish them as an example for others. Through this, it could be seen that this Count Castro was not too stupid. He knew how to think and did not act based on emotions. Count Castro trembled and said, I will do as you requested. William will have to go kneel and apologize to your brother. He will also have to withdraw and leave the Cairo Royal Academy.
William cried out in fear. "Father!" Count Castro continued, "Please overlook his mistake, for the sake of a father's heart like mine." Hearing a satisfactory answer, Roman smiled slightly. He turned to leave, not forgetting to say, "Fine then, we will end today's matter here." Count Castro responded, "Thank you very much for your generosity." William, standing beside his father, watched Roman leave in terror. Who exactly had he messed with? At the academy, a voice rang out, attracting Lauren's attention. "Lauren, there's big trouble." He vaguely replied, "What?" He realized the owner of that voice was the friend who usually followed William. This was definitely William's fault. The friend shouted in front of Lauren, "Your brother Roman fought with William. William was beaten up by your brother, and now he has gone to talk to his father. Did you know?" Lauren was momentarily surprised. "What?" The friend continued, "That's what happened after you left. Perhaps your brother is talking to Count Castro about that incident right now." Hearing this, Lauren hurriedly ran off, thinking, "Brother, this isn't good. Count Castro might harm you. This situation is too dangerous. If you get hurt because of me, I will never be able to forgive myself."
But it seems he has already been taken to Count Castro for punishment. Romero slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "That bastard Castro!" He trembled as he thought. Lauren was a careful child. He always thought before contacting the family, and every time he did, he never wanted to burden them with his problems. But this time he was crying while speaking, so surely something bad had happened there. He turned Liana raised her voice in response. "How can you say that? Our son Roman is in danger right now. Considering everything at this moment isn't right either. Our relationship with the royal family isn't bad. Furthermore, our Dimitri family isn't so weak that we can let others bully us." Romero gently wrapped his arms around his wife and said, "Thank you." A second later, he issued a command. "Summon all the family's vassals here immediately. No one is allowed to be absent." In the meeting room, Romero spoke up. Roman, the eldest son of the Dimitri family, is facing an extremely dangerous situation due to a feud with the Castro family. According to what Lauren reported back, it is possible that Roman could be escorted to the Castro family for punishment. Now, our opponent is the Castro family. In this situation, we cannot stand by and watch. Therefore, I have called everyone here because I need your help and your agreement. He pondered deeply. The situation was quite serious, having to confront the Castro family, so everyone would likely object strongly. Suddenly, the captain of the Dimitri Knights, Jonathan, stood up and shouted, "I agree." He explained, "Confronting one of the major families in the kingdom like the Castro family is extremely dangerous, but that is the eldest son Roman of
Summarize and tell us approximately how much weaponry and equipment this war requires. Young Master Roman is the future of our family. Whether it is the Castro family or anyone else, touching young Master Roman is absolutely unacceptable. The miners in the iron mines, the blacksmiths in the forges, everyone in the Dimitri family, not a single person opposed this decision. Baron Romero listened to everyone's opinions with great satisfaction. They were all united in heart and mind for Roman's sake. The Dimitri family had always desired peace, but from now on, perhaps we must shift our attention and defensive focus gradually towards the northeast. At the mining forge, a voice rang out. Really? They dare to touch our hero of Dimitri? Mine foreman Jacob shouted loudly, "Gather all the miners here. Even if we cannot fight directly in this war, we can support those on the front lines with the necessities for this battle." Miner Morgan also agreed. "Those nobles daring to touch young Master Roman is unforgivable. We will strive together to mine more iron ore. We must work even harder and complete our tasks more quickly so that we can help young Master Roman return to the family safely." Hendrik and everyone else exerted themselves forging weapons. He called out, "Everyone, give it your all. We will not stop until the young master returns." The entire population of the family did their utmost to save one person. Lauren stepped out of the room, thinking as he walked, "I've already informed father. Surely he will send someone. But what should I do until then? No, I must go find my brother first." Suddenly, he saw his classmates gathered together, discussing something excitedly, making him wonder, why are they here? A second later, Lauren's eyes widened in astonishment. He saw Roman dragging William towards him. Brother Roman," Roman said, "so you are here." After saying that, he threw William forward. He sternly warned William, "Now apologize to him immediately, or else your family will pay a heavy price." Count Castro
Therefore, please accept my apology. I will take a leave from the academy and never appear before you again." Lauren thought in confusion, what on earth is happening? Count Castro also awkwardly chimed in, "Please accept our apology. I promise this will never happen again." He bowed down before Lauren and said, "I sincerely apologize to you." That evening, Lauren approached Roman and asked, "Brother Roman, what was that about earlier? What exactly happened?" Roman replied, "Listen here, Lauren. What I did today wasn't for your sake. They dared to insult the Dmitri family. As the representative of the family, I had to punish them. If you keep bowing your head to them all day and continue to let yourself be looked down upon, others will not respect the Dmitri family at all." Lauren sheepishly responded, "I'm sorry." Roman advised, "Live with your head held high. Your name is Lauren Dmitri. I hope you won't have to go through things like today again. What is your strength? Determine with certainty what you can do in the future. If the Castro family knew the potential power within the people of Dmitri, they wouldn't have dared to treat you like that." Lauren looked at his brother with eyes full of admiration. "Brother." Then he made up his mind and said, "Yes, I will remember your words. From now on, I won't endure."
He exclaimed in panic, "Brother, we must call Father immediately. With us being here like this, there's no telling what Father has done back home." Meanwhile, on the other side, Count Castro punched William straight in the face, shouting angrily, "You damn fool! You're this stupid and you call yourself my son? Do you know what kind of disaster you've caused today? Roman Dmitri, the most powerful people in Cairo, are all eager to recruit him. You could say he's like a god, a saint in this Cairo, yet you dared to touch his younger brother." From the moment the eldest son of the Castro family knelt down, his father's words made William even more terrified. Count Castro screamed, "Our family has been brought low. In the future, people will say the Castro family has no dignity left." He cried out in shock, "Oh heavens, how can I face the Marquis from now on?" Suddenly, the butler pushed the door open from the outside and reported, "My lord, the Dmitri family has just contacted us." Count Castro asked in confusion, "Dmitri? Really?" Count Castro stammered, "Baron Dmitri." On the other end of the line, Romero replied sternly, "Count Castro, it seems we have been too lenient with the Castro family. You dared to touch the bloodline of the Dmitri family? The Dmitri family will not let this pass easily." Count Castro thought in panic, What is this? Was that not enough? Why is Baron Romero bringing up a matter that was already resolved?" Romero continued, "Early tomorrow morning, I will apply for approval for a territorial war from the central government. From now on, I will seek out your hostile forces. The Dmitri family is ready to sponsor and join hands with them. To defeat the Castro family, I will not say more about what methods I will use now, because I will make the Castro family collapse by any means necessary." Count Castro felt as if he had fallen into the abyss of hell, thinking in fear, "No, this cannot be." He gritted his teeth and thought, "Why treat me like this? Truly like father, like son." Romero added, "I repeat for the last time, release my son immediately." Hearing this request, Count Castro looked at him in confusion. Count Castro hurriedly explained, "Baron Dmitri, it seems you have misunderstood. We are not holding your son. William has already knelt and apologized to your son. I don't understand what you were talking about." Romero awkwardly replied, "Is that so?" Count Castro responded, "That's right. After Roman stepped in, everything was resolved. In the future, I will not let something like this happen again." Romero muttered, "I understand." And then the two ended the call via the communication crystal. A leader has been born, from artisans to blacksmiths or miners of the iron mines. Since when did Roman completely capture the effect?
Everyone drink and eat to your fill, as if today were our last. At the pub, the locals began to gossip excitedly. I saw it with my own eyes. Count Castro is one of the most powerful people in Cairo, yet his eldest son knelt down and apologized to the second son of the Dmitri family. The balance of power in Cairo is shifting. Only a few hours have passed, but merchants doing business with Dmitri are saying they are trying to cut ties with Castro. Do you know what that means? The Dmitri family is gearing up to go to war with the Castro family. A family from the outskirts waging war against Castro? But more importantly, after that incident, the advantage has tipped completely in Dmitri's favor. Lucas chimed in. In a situation where a capital family conflicts with a peripheral family, I think Dmitri's winning odds are higher. This time, the Dmitri family's position of power has completely changed. Meanwhile, at Roman's residence, he was deep in thought. Dmitri is a family that strictly avoids war, yet they made such a decision because of me? Baron
In his previous life, he had lived as a monster under the name Heavenly Demon in a world where nothing was impossible. Having witnessed too much death, he had changed. Roman smiled slightly as he continued his thoughts. However, this life was different from the last. At the Hector Kingdom, Butler and Jackson simultaneously looked down and shouted concernedly, "Prince, how are you?" Edwin, covered in bandages, opened his eyes wide in startle and asked the two, "How much time has passed?" In Edwin's mind right now, the obsession remained. Roman Dimitri was truly a devil. If he could turn back time to that moment, could he have defeated him? Roman Dimitri. It might be absolutely impossible. He could not possibly win against him. Edwin recalled that time. It was he who had plunged the Hector Kingdom deep into despair. If he hadn't personally caused this war, perhaps the Hector Kingdom would have existed for a while longer. Kellen had died for him in that battle. It was all because of him that the Hector Kingdom faced its current dangerous situation. Now there must be a way to find a path to survival for the Hector Kingdom. All the people of the Hector Kingdom were counting on him. He couldn't just collapse like this. That's right, he must. Butler and Jackson looked at Edwin with worry and asked, "Prince, how do you feel about your health?" Edwin opened his eyes wide and asked again, "How long have I been in this state?" About a week had passed. All officials in the Hector Kingdom were silent, but news still spread from the Cairo royal palace that the Hector Kingdom was falling into despair. The people discussed among themselves. According to the chaotic war situation, a devil had appeared on the battlefield and single-handedly defeated thousands of Hector soldiers. Furthermore, he had
On this continent, there are still many people, many demons that we do not know about. At the palace, King Hector asked solicitously, "How is your health?" Edwin replied, "Royal Father, I am fine." He sighed and said, "It is all my fault. It is precisely because of my poor reign that the Hector Kingdom has reached this state. Therefore, you had to do everything to shoulder this kingdom on the brink of destruction. Through the recent battle, I have realized many things. I do not want you to trade your life for that battle." Edwin sadly replied, "It is all my fault. I apologize." He added, "Royal Father, have you read the report submitted by Jackson?" King Hector responded, "I have read it. Unusual signs were found in a village outside the city, the first village to discover crop failure. But now things are even more complicated. The land has turned Edwin continued, "Crops failing, living creatures dying, these events have greatly affected the kingdom. All of this was created to bring our kingdom to the brink of collapse. Furthermore, it seems this situation is spreading more and more. No matter how hard we try, we cannot salvage it. Everything is caused by the dark arts." The king of Hector asked, "Does this mean there is an external force targeting our kingdom? Are they just waiting for the moment we can no longer hold on to jump in and tear us apart?" Edwin replied immediately, "Yes, indications show that those dark forces are hiding in the shadows, waiting to reap the benefits. Since we have to wage war against other kingdoms, our strength will gradually deplete, and that is when they will achieve what they want." The king of Hector said sorrowfully, "So it is clear, a dark curse has been deliberately cast upon our lands to drain our kingdom. We must quickly find a method to counter this dark curse. Our kingdom is already on the brink of destruction and cannot hold on any longer." Edwin recounted, "Royal Father, do you remember? When I was young, inside the Tower of Heaven, I was told that if I renounced my title of prince and joined the forces of the tower, I could receive whatever I desired. Now I may have to follow through with that." Hearing this, the king of Hector exclaimed in shock, "How could you?" With a face full of determination, Edwin said sternly, "Just for 1 year, Father. That is the only way for the kingdom to escape its current situation. Meanwhile,
But what about this arm? In this reality, can I even fight? Suddenly, footsteps approached where he sat, and someone gently said, "McBurney, long time no see." It was Roman. He said he would speak plainly. He proposed to McBurney, "Do you want to follow me to the Dimitri family?" McBurney thought in astonishment, "Roman, what is he saying?" He placed his hand on his chest, bowed, and replied, "Thank you for looking after me, my liege, but as you can see, I only have one arm. What can a cripple like me do? How can a worthless piece of trash like me follow you? I would only be a burden to you." Roman said, "From your words, I sense sincerity. It wasn't exactly a refusal. Am I understanding you correctly? McBurney, have you ever heard the story of the left-handed sword? The left-handed swordsmanship. He was a royal guard who lost his right arm in a battle protecting the king. The king bestowed upon him wealth and titles to compensate for his contribution. Song Baek, a man accustomed to fighting on the battlefield, could not get used to a peaceful life. He resolved that if he were to die, he must die on the battlefield. He trained his swordsmanship with sheer effort for many years until he truly got used to using his left arm, and when he mastered it, that was the left-handed swordsmanship, a miraculous technique created. From a major physical defect, through his effort, he created his own uniqueness. With that left-handed swordsmanship, he continued to fight and achieved many more merits. Later, he met a man named Bak Jong-hyuk, and although he had to face death, Roman proposed, "If you follow me now, I will pass on that left-handed swordsmanship to you. Furthermore, I will train you to become a swordsman more valiant than anyone else." McBurney thought to himself, "Is it possible? He would be the savior of my life. I will be able to continue fighting even with only one arm, fighting and dying on the battlefield as I have always wished. For that, I can do anything." Snapping out of his thoughts, McBurney knelt down and swore an oath. "I, McBurney, will follow you to the Dmitri family. My life now belongs to you." That day, McBurney regained hope.
Henry was riding his horse when he looked up and thought, "Roman, you really are too much. After all, we fought together on the battlefield. Why couldn't you take me with you?" He sighed and mumbled, "Truly, in the end, living with those who help me is better. Anyway, just avoiding being conscripted again and returning safely to the family is already a huge achievement I've attained." Countless banners appeared before Henry's eyes. "Welcome back, Lord Henry Albert, the proud son of the Albert family." Henry Albert had returned safely, but in truth, during the war against the Hector kingdom, Henry Albert hadn't done anything at all. The people standing above kept chanting his name. "Henry Albert! Henry Albert!" As long as everyone knew he had participated in the war with Roman on the battlefield and returned victorious, that was enough. His status in the family had completely changed. This is
Now I need to say more to flatter Roman even further. That way I also benefit. Henry Albert spread the word and exaggerated what he accomplished in the war, along with Roman's unimaginable achievements, to raise the reputation of both. That was the moment Henry Albert felt most proud of himself, a major turning point in his life. A few days later, the people kept shouting, "Goodbye, Lord Roman, goodbye." Roman turned his head, thinking of Daniel, then looking towards Marquis Benedict, thinking that when he returned to the capital, he would have to make a decision to fight against the faction of nobles and build his own power. He would do everything to seize control of all forces in the entire northeast region. Roman and his group of knights were moving forward. Suddenly, a voice rang out, attracting the attention of him and the knights. "It's considered over. This year's harvest is completely lost." Roman looked over and saw farmers lamenting on a barren field. "Oh heavens, how are we supposed to live now?" Roman curiously asked, "Who are those people?"
Chris explained, "Sir, because our Dmitri family does not have much arable land, some farmers had to move to the Conrad territory to rent land for farming." Hearing this, Roman fell into deep thought. Immediately after, he turned and told Chris, "Chris, bring them to see me. I want to hear the full story from them." The farmers began to weep and explain, "Sir, we signed a contract with the Conrad family to rent and cultivate this land for 1 year. But who would have thought that with only 1 month left until the harvest, the Conrad family would force us to clear everything and return the land to them? We couldn't just leave like that when the crops hadn't even been harvested yet. But they gave us no time and just sent people to destroy all our crops." The farmers shouted in frustration, "We are so aggrieved, young master. You must seek justice for us. If we harvest nothing now, how are we supposed to survive?" Chris turned to Roman and said, "Young master, you can see their situation is truly pitiful, but this matter is not simple or easy to resolve. If we step in to seek justice, many troublesome issues will follow. The problems with the Conrad family have existed for many years. Currently, the Conrad family is doing their best to consolidate their power and expand their sphere of influence. They are now allying with other families in the Northeast to expand their alliance. The Council of Northeast Families consists of a gathering of many small families. To gain strength and a voice, they have banded together to protect themselves against other forces, much like the habits of bats." Roman spoke up.
Chris thought to himself, if the young master was determined to resolve this matter to the end, then as subordinates they would obey his orders. He then bowed and replied, "As you wish, young master." A while later, Roman and his knight order entered the Dmitri family territory amidst the jubilant cheers of the people. "Roman, our hero, the hero of Cairo, the pride of the Dmitri family."
The moment his feet touched the ground, Romero shouted from afar, "My son has returned!" He rushed over to hug Roman and joyfully said, "You have worked hard, Roman." Roman asked, "Are you still in good health, father?" Romero laughed loudly and replied, "I am fine. Everything is truly unexpected. I have prepared a feast to celebrate your return. Today our whole family shall rejoice comfortably." Roman spoke seriously. "Let's leave that for later, father. First, I have something I need to discuss with you." Moments later, in Romero's study, he spoke calmly. "About those farmers? I am aware of that matter. But what else can be done? I cannot stop the Conrad family from reclaiming their land. If I deliberately stop them, conflict will erupt between the two families. Then what will become of the farmers renting land from the Conrad family in the future?" Roman coldly responded, "I understand what you are saying, but do you think if those were farmers of the Benedict family, would the Conrad family dare to do that to them?" This made Romero slightly stunned, not knowing how to respond. Roman continued, "Marquis Benedict's absolute power within the royal family is known to everyone. No one dares to touch what belongs to him. So where do you think the Dimitri family stands in this entire northeast region? Regardless of other matters, the fact that the Barco family is on the verge of collapse is indisputable. So is there any force in this northeast region stronger than our family?" Romero replied, "What you say is certainly true, but just because we are strong doesn't mean we can arbitrarily cause conflict with the Conrad family. If we touch them, there are many other small families behind them providing support. Whatever we do, we must think and calculate carefully." Roman stated his point of view. "But as I see it, our Dimitri family is currently developing and has the greatest strength here. However, the Conrad family and other small families are showing an attitude of
It is because of those wretched thoughts that the Conrad family dared to overstep their bounds with us like that. This cannot be allowed to continue. The Dimitri family is now stronger than before. I just want to affirm to them that it is time we let them know who the real masters of this land are. They need to understand that if they touch our people, they will not be able to live in peace." That night, Romero held a glass of wine in his hand. He recalled the words Roman had said. "Now that we have power, how can we let our farmers suffer like this? We cannot just stand by and watch. We must punish that damned Conrad bunch. Give me a sword if you agree with my opinion. My hands will be stained with their blood. I will show them who the real master is." Romero leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. "My son has truly grown up. When he was young, he had to live like a commoner, working hard with his own hands. People often called him an outcast of the family, but perhaps it was that difficult life in his childhood that made Roman as strong as he is now. That is the strength and decisiveness."
The nobles of the Northeast were also invited. They gradually surrounded Roman and chatted. "I am from the Bond family. I am Sophia from the Griso family. I represent the Heron family to congratulate young Master Roman on your victorious return." Although they did not acknowledge the Dimitri family as the leader, they were nonetheless aware of the Dimitri family's mighty power at the present time. Among them, a girl named Sophia suddenly spoke up. "Young Master Roman, do you remember me?" Roman replied, "Sophia from the Griso family. Of course I remember. We met at the party last time." Sophia shyly said, "You still remember me?" She thought to herself, "He really is very different from the past now. I wish I could be engaged to him." Suddenly, a man approached Roman and introduced himself. "I am Viscount Conrad. It is an honor to meet a hero like you, the one who defeated the mighty army along with Prince Hector." Roman pondered. "So this person is Viscount Conrad." Then he smiled with amusement and said, "I am Roman Dimitri." Viscount Conrad praised, "I heard that during the war you defeated a 5-star knight from Hector's army. It is truly hard to believe that you are only 20 years old and have already achieved such greatness."
Viscount Conrad thought to himself as if he had struck gold, thinking that he finally spoke up. Although of commoner origin, he was quite sharp. He nodded and said, "Please, speak." Roman gritted out each word, questioning. "I heard that you unilaterally took the agricultural land of the Dimitri people. Can you tell me the reason why?" A single question from Roman caused the hall to become extremely tumultuous. Viscount Conrad awkwardly explained, "I plan to use that land for a purpose that would bring higher value to the people. It's really nothing." Roman smirked and said, "Is that so?" Viscount Conrad reminded him in a low voice, "Lord Roman, we came here to congratulate you. Why are you bringing up that issue? I came with good intentions to congratulate Lord Roman, yet why do you make me lose face in front of so many people? Since it's come to this, I will never return to this place again." He concluded with the sentence, "I'm leaving," then turned to walk away. However, Roman shouted angrily, "Stop right there." He raised
Conrad frowned. What are you saying right now? In the middle of the hall, Conrad shouted, I chased the farmers of the Dmitri family away, but that land originally belonged to my family. Conrad said angrily, Do I have to report every single thing to the Dmitri family just to reclaim my own land? Conrad's face was scowling. We are not subordinates who have to listen to you. Roman remained silent amidst the chaotic atmosphere. Viscount Conrad is right. Baron Ramiro should have been the one to directly resolve issues between families. After all, what right does Roman have to discuss this matter? Furthermore, using such a tone with those who came here to congratulate him. Viscount Conrad is the head of a family, not someone who can be treated casually like this. Roman frowned in thought. If it were the Barco family, would they dare to react like this? He denied the thought. No, they absolutely wouldn't dare do this. An ancient map surrounded by swords pointing inwards. The local nobles originating from the northeast were in existence that could stab a knife into the Dmitri family at any moment. Whether I have to cut them off completely or turn them into obedient dogs, I need to make a firm choice. Roman spoke nonchalantly. I will ask straight to the point. Since when in the Cairo kingdom could you casually touch the subjects of another family like that? He looked straight at Conrad and questioned, Viscount Conrad, the farmers you touched are people of my family. The people laughing and talking happily, they are my loyal people. They live in Dmitri, pay taxes to Dmitri, and are loyal to Dmitri. Roman's face darkened. Even so, you dare say they were rude to you? Conrad could not hide his worry. You touched
I have been entrusted with full authority to handle this matter by my father, and I have no intention of letting this slide. Conrad was horrified. What did you say? The people around were in an uproar. He said, It seems you still have no intention of apologizing to those people. Everyone listened closely. Roman announced, From now on, if people from other territories commit errors within the Dmitri territory, I will hold them accountable 100-fold. He smiled a devilish smile. Now, among those of you scolding me, let's wait and see if anyone can say it's a trivial matter when the time comes. Everyone worriedly thought, if what he says is true, aren't we the ones who will suffer heavy losses? Conrad sweated profusely, thinking, Roman Dmitri is not merely skilled in swordsmanship, but is also a wise old fox. To prevent us from escaping this trap, he is crushing us with his power. Conrad tensed up. Even so, we cannot just back down like this. Now is the time for the alliance to gather our strength. Viscount Lawrence appeared and said, This time it truly is Viscount Conrad's fault. Lawrence reasoned, In the process of handling affairs, the consequences that follow are a very important issue, especially concerning the people of the Dmitri.
Lawrence thought, when we opposed Barco, these people didn't give us a shred of support. The Northeast Association? They are all useless. Lawrence will follow the Dmitri family from now on. Lawrence spread his arms and stepped forward, saying, Don't you all think so? Conrad fell into a dilemma. Everyone urged him, That's right, apologize to Lord Roman immediately. After all, what noble could laugh in this situation and just let it slide? Conrad looked around anxiously. Here, the forces of Dmitri have united to criticize me? Conrad thought, I need to retreat for now. He bowed his head and said, I will be more careful next time. Roman's father asked him, Is it really okay to handle this matter in such an extreme way? His father sat at the table, arms crossed, and said, The Northeast Association definitely won't just back down like this. Roman replied, Father, to rearrange the hierarchy here in an orderly manner, we have no choice but to face them with full force. Angry eyes. They will band together and unite, using every brutal method to overthrow Dmitri. Roman said with a serious face, but sooner or later they will realize their own powerlessness and be forced to accept the disparity in strength with the Dmitri family. Only then can my plan be completed. An angry man slammed the table and shouted, That arrogant brat, the one who was once called the trash of Dmitri, just because he got a little recognition in the capital, he treats everyone like nothing. Everyone agreed. That's right, truly an insolent
Conrad continued, Honestly speaking, I feel skeptical. I don't know what the meaning of the Northeast Alliance's existence is. Imagining Roman and his soldiers, Conrad narrated to himself, speaking casually, The military power of the Dmitri family has already overwhelmed us. Moreover, Roman Dmitri defeated Butler in the recent battle. Conrad's face turned serious, which is to say, with conventional methods, we cannot possibly overthrow them. A person suggested, So what do you think about us contacting the central government of the Cairo royal family, the royal power that covers everything? Conrad said,
You mean we will pressure the Dmitri family using the power of the royal government? Yes, exactly like that. Since the Barco family collapsed until now, we haven't been able to have any relationship to mend with them. Now is the time for us to seize this opportunity. The three people sat on their chairs. We will use the power of the royal government to create an advantage for our side. The man replied, All right then, let me contact them. Conrad smiled warmly at Padius. I have a favor I would like to ask of you, Viscount Padius. Padius replied, All right, go ahead. Padius smiled. Since Viscount Conrad has made a request, I suppose I have to agree. Conrad laughed. Yes, thank you, my lord.
The space suddenly fell silent. Conrad shouted, What is wrong with the signal connection? Reconnect it quickly. We cannot keep Viscount Padius waiting. Conrad stammered, Apologies, Viscount Padius. Our transmission signal is not very good. Padius replied, Truly, Viscount Conrad, you are not sharp at all. I tried. Conrad was tentative. Yes? Padius looked stern. You live in a remote countryside, and although it is far from the capital, have you not heard any news at all? How could you do such a thing? Do you want to put pressure on the Dmitri family? Conrad was stunned. Padius continued, There is something you do not know. After the war with the Hector kingdom, with his glorious victory, Roman Dmitri is considered a talent and is highly regarded by Marquis Benedict. The Marquis even wants Roman to become his son-in-law, so I cannot fulfill your request. Padius's voice emitted from the signal pillar. Instead of trying to wage war against the Dmitri family, I think you should get close and build a good relationship with them. Conrad's pupils contracted. Marquis Benedict wants Roman to marry his daughter? Someone spoke up. Sir, given this situation, why don't you apologize and make peace with them? An apology letter was read before the people. Thus the land dispute with the Conrad.
Everyone bowed and thanked him. Thank you so much, young master. The people were grateful. We heard that you worked very hard because of this matter. In the future, if there is anything, please just order us. Roman thought. Just as I predicted, their alliance had to give up and submit. He smiled and replied, It's nothing. I only did what needed to be done. He pondered. They intended to drag the royal central government into this, but they didn't think that the government is now on my side. The people of the Northeast administration are in chaos. The Northeast administration right now is like a colony of bats. Although they are currently obediently making peace and submitting, they will definitely rise up to rebel in the future. Roman left. First step, I have successfully provoked them. Second step, I need to attack directly and crush their alliance. Roman stood on the upper floor and announced, I have news I want to tell everyone. The Dmitri family will organize a swordsmanship tournament for everyone, and the prize will be 100 gold taels. The people buzzed with excitement. He continued, To ensure the tournament is fair, I, Knight Captain Jonathan, and the soldier captains will not participate in this tournament. 6 figures stood in a circle, he said. Furthermore, those participating in this swordsmanship tournament will be divided into 6 groups, from which the top 6 individuals from the 6 groups will be chosen as winners. Roman continued, Everyone already knows, I fought on the southern battlefield and defeated the Hector Kingdom's army. All the warriors who followed me have experienced this war, and now they have become much stronger than before. He declared loudly, Now, through this swordsmanship tournament, I want to let them and you demonstrate your abilities. Those soldiers will be distributed evenly into the 6 groups, along with all of you. If any of you win in this swordsmanship tournament, besides the gold reward, I will also grant that person a wish. A commoner asked, Sir, are people from other families allowed to register for the tournament? He replied,
Conrad sat on his chair and said, A swordsmanship competition organized by the Dmitri family. This is a rare opportunity for us. His hand rested on his chin, his eyes sharp and calculating. If a swordsman in our alliance wins, we can obtain the winner's wish. He thought of the scene where Roman knelt and apologized to him, thinking that by then, instead of accepting the apology, he would overlook everything in the past. That way, we can reverse the relationship with Dmitri and restore our lost reputation. The candle flickered in the wind, but the question here is, can we win? The man sitting opposite sighed. Besides us, there are many people interested in the competition. Is defeating everyone and winning feasible? Conrad continued, thinking of Chris and Kevin. Right. Aren't there still Chris and Kevin? Those who dueled with Barco in the past? The 4 members of the alliance thought about the upcoming confrontation. Yes, they will also participate. Victory will not be easy. Conrad frowned. However, this competition will be divided into 6 groups. Chris, Kevin, it doesn't matter. We just need to get one winner in that group. They thought about the battle layout. If we utilize all the strongest people of each family and split them up, wouldn't we get at least one victory in some group? The 2 men took turns giving their opinions.
It seems feasible. A single winner sounds not bad at all. Conrad admonished. Everyone remember, the competition will take place in 1 month. Conrad thought of the alliance standing in the shadow of the Dmitri family and said, if we don't seize this God-given opportunity, in the end we will just be nobodies before the power of the Dmitri family.
He crossed his arms and continued, in the coming month you will compete against each other, and from among you I will select 6 warriors to represent the Dmitri family. Previous evaluations do not matter. Your current positions only reflect the results of this month. Everyone thought in surprise. Compete against each other? Roman pondered. Although they had left the battlefield, seeing the young men grasping sharp swords reminded him that their war was not yet over. We must be like a sharp sword that can be drawn at any time. To keep my soldiers always hungering to become stronger, I will ceaselessly offer challenges and worthy rewards. Roman announced, those who solidify their reputation under the name of the Dmitri family will be rewarded. When one of the 6 selected swordsmen wins the entire competition, I will pass on a high-level technique to that person. Whether in close combat or swordsmanship, it will help you climb to a higher level. Bucky smiled and thought, just possessing his knowledge is enough to increase strength dizzyingly. Everyone silently evaluated. He is on a completely different level compared to us. If I can learn a high-level technique from him, this is definitely a wonderful opportunity. Roman mused. This competition had 2 purposes, to make the nobles of the Northeast face reality, and to perfectly train his subordinates. He smiled mysteriously. By the time this competition ends, the situation in the Northeast will be very different from before. Roman announced. From now on, training for the competition will begin. Everyone shouted in unison. Yes, sir. He held his sword and thought. Next month is also the time for me to train. Roman thought of his past self, having been the heavenly demon Baekjong-hyuk, one born on
Lucas asked, You summoned me, my liege. He said, I plan to go into seclusion to train for a month. Lucas replied respectfully, Yes, my lord. He handed the sword to Lucas and said, During this time I will not receive any reports unless there is a problem in the family. Also, sell this sword. Lucas thought, This is... Roman explained, Its original name was Salamander. Sword. Why does he want to sell it? First, I have to find a place to sell it. He said I could sell it by any means, so I will sell it via anonymous auction. Lucas smiled and thought, That's right. If someone knows the true value of this sword, they won't hesitate to exchange a large sum of money for it. The lavish and prosperous city of Elion, a city in the northeast, developed to the highest level in trade thanks to the warp gate. The staff member read the number. Guess number 23. A response rang out. Yes. The staff member brought the holy artifact before the sword and said, Allow me to appraise.
Putting away the artifact, the staff member asked, How would you like to proceed with the auction, sir? Lucas replied, I want an anonymous auction. The staff member continued, With free entry, we cannot guarantee the bid price as promised, and there will be an additional 10% fee. Is that acceptable? Lucas answered, Fine, no problem. The staff member pointed forward. Then we will proceed with the appraisal. Please come this way. Mori introduced himself. My name is Mori, the manager of the Adalian City Auction House. Nice to meet you. The appraiser judged. Of course. With such power and a sharp blade like this, its price will be very high. It's rare to find a sword forged this well. Thinking about the blacksmith, the appraiser said, Furthermore, its weight is also reasonable. I believe this sword was created by a skilled craftsman. The market price for products like this is at least 30 gold coins. Now we will check its reaction to mana. Mana reaction is divided into levels from 1 to 10. Just reacting at level 3 is enough to achieve the title of a true swordsman. The appraiser exclaimed, Impossible! Mori asked anxiously, What? What's the matter? The appraiser replied, Sir Mori, the mana reaction has reached level 10. No, the difference between
At the auction area, the auction house of Adelian City, the host said, Clearly, you all should attend this auction. Throughout the history of the auction house, an item like this has never appeared before, the host thought. From local nobles to the wealthiest people in the capital, everyone has gathered here after hearing the rumors. The introduction sound rang out from the host. The main character of today, the sword appeared. Allow me to introduce to you the famous sword, Blaze. Everyone was amazed. If it were just a good sword, it wouldn't be the main character. The sword shone with light. Blaze's true ability lies in its reaction to mana. Over the past year, the host introduced, a sword named Needle with a mana reaction speed of 7 was sold for the incredible price of 300 gold coins. Now, I tell you not to be surprised. Blaze, the host's eyes flashed with astonishment, has a mana reaction of up to level 10. And not only that, everyone listened intently. It also has the ability to amplify the power of mana. The host's pupils contracted. Although I have participated in auctions of many famous swords, I have never seen a sword like Blaze. The host shouted, "And now, may the auction begin. The starting price is 10 gold coins." People started bidding. Number 12, 10 gold coins. Number 29, 20 gold coins. Number 18, 30 gold coins. The host said, "From this moment, the bid will increase by at least 50 gold coins per turn." Everyone competed. Number 39, 100 gold coins. Number 41.
The sound of the auction rang out steadily. 400 gold coins, 500 already, and number 12, 600 gold coins. Paddle number 53 went up. The auctioneer shouted, "Number 53 doubled it. The price has been raised to 1,200 gold coins." The woman at number 12 was furious. The auctioneer said this price had never been seen in history. This is a man who possesses massive wealth thanks to managing a merchant guild across the continent. He is someone who always maintains a neutral attitude in political infighting, but in the auction room, he is a savage fighting cock, ready to kick anyone to get good goods into his hands. Valentino calmly rested his chin on his hand and smiled. A VIP at the Adelian auction house, a scene of underground struggle within the ruling class. What storms this auction will cause for the kingdom, no one knows the answer yet. The auctioneer shouted, "Number 53 has doubled the price. The current price has reached 1,200 gold coins." Everyone looked towards Valentino. This was an unprecedented auction in the history of Adelian. Valentino smiled mysteriously, thinking that the true value of the blaze sword was not merely in its mana reaction level. Valentino thought of the sword. It could also help the user step into the rank of a 10-star swordsman.
To utilize one's full strength, one must have a suitable sword. Aura swords have higher utility value. Swordsmen who cannot use aura swords will choose to use magic swords simply because they are easier to handle. However, for swordsmen who wish to achieve perfection, as well as rise to the top of the continent, they will use aura swords, as it helps maximize their power. A swordmaster always wants to prove their worth. Valentino smiled confidently, thinking that even if he had to spend his entire fortune, he must obtain this sword. If the blacksmith who forged this blaze sword can create more similar swords, then the value of this particular blaze sword will be even more affirmed, because it is the
Everyone fell into a nervous silence. Marquis Valentino was a greedy sword collector with a mad obsession for unique blades. He was also the kind of man who would do anything to get what he wanted. If anyone dared to openly oppose him in the auction, they would have to think twice. Thus, no one present dared to make any rash moves. The host shouted loudly, 1,200 gold coins. That is the final price for the blaze sword. Guest number 53 is the winner of this auction. Immediately after, Mori asked, "Sir, how would you like to make the payment?" Valentino replied, "I will pay you directly right now. I am eager to possess that blaze sword immediately." Mori bowed respectfully. "As you wish, my lord." Inside the chest, bright gold coins were neatly arranged. "There are 1,300 gold coins here." Mori looked confused. "Sir, the value of the sword is only 1,200 gold coins." Valentino laughed heartily. "I know. Those extra 100 gold coins are a tip I usually give you people. You don't need to overthink it. It's just..." Mori sighed in relief. "I understand now. Thank you very much, Marquis." Valentino suddenly asked, "But I have a question." Valentino's words were filled with intent. "Can you tell me who forged this blaze sword? I want to meet that blacksmith in person, to thank him for creating such a masterpiece." Mori awkwardly refused. "Sir, it seems I cannot fulfill your request. I am very sorry." Valentino said, "Fine, I understand the auction house's principles, but if any other items from that blacksmith are brought to the auction house..." Mori hurriedly responded, "Thank you for your understanding."
On the way back, Valentino pondered. Truly a fine sword. It was not just a sword, but a flawless work of art. The mana reaction capability was maximized, accompanied by a sharp blade. Valentino smiled triumphantly. "My collection implies no lack of excellent swords, but this sword is truly far superior," he said. "At all costs, I must find out who forged this blaze sword."
Valentino said to his servant, "Based on my knowledge from the first transaction at the Autoleon auction house, you must have people check all the master blacksmiths in the Dmitri family first." The servant replied, "Yes, my lord." He lifted the sword to admire it. What the Marquis wished to discover in finding this master blacksmith was just a pure desire. He simply wanted to meet and learn more about the precious works that person had created. Valentino held the sword out in front of him. Chris watched the sword pass right by his face. During the month of training without the young master here, many things had happened. Henderson stumbled. Chris said, "You attack without paying any attention to defense?" Henderson fell flat on the ground. Ugh! Henderson's pupils constricted.
You only know how to act on instinct. Once you fight on a life-or-death battlefield, you must think before you act. You only have one life. He replied, "I understand." Chris shouted, "Next." He thought among the 6 people there would certainly be himself and Kevin. As for those like Vulcan or Baki, they might have a chance. Chris looked at everyone training enthusiastically and thought, the remaining 2 cannot be determined yet. Everyone's strength is about the same, nothing outstanding. Chris suddenly noticed something and looked up at the sky. The ground was moving. What is this tremor? Roman thought about his time forging the sword, 15 days ago. The first time I fought Butler. If he had fought with his full strength back then, would I have been able to defeat him? The reason I won was that he was complacent and focused on protecting his prince, Edwin Hector. A 5-star swordsman of his caliber is indeed still too difficult to deal with. I cannot be arrogant or complacent just because I won once. Roman frowned. Even though I have been in the identity of Roman Dmitri for quite some time, truthfully, I still haven't gotten used to this new identity. In my past life, I was a heavenly demon who roamed unrivaled, confident in taking down any opponent. But right now, that is not the case. In the battles I will face in the future, there are still too many experts across the continent who have not yet appeared. Therefore, I must be careful not to take risks in any action. Facing strong opponents.
As a hero holding a sword standing at the peak, if one wants to survive and achieve great things, one must know where they stand. Only then can one continue to stand firm and move forward. What I need to do is quickly regain the strength I had in the past. From sunrise to sunset, I ceaselessly train my body in this smithy. My skin feels as if it is burning in the blazing forge. He gritted his teeth and exerted force. My body has nearly reached its own limits. Roman's eyes burned with fire. No matter how difficult it gets, I must still step firmly into the future. He shut up, his mind still thinking. Where there is destruction, there will be rebirth. I always strive. This new sword will accompany me on the journey ahead. His mouth breathed fire. I will name it the Blaze Sword, a sword as powerful and brutal as a ferocious flame. Roman's entire body seemed to be on fire. With the arduous forging of the Blaze Sword this time, Roman Dimitri's body had nearly reached the extreme limit of its endurance. His body seemed to scream fire, undergoing a second transformation, his skin tearing apart. Everything would gradually be reborn to create a new, healthier form. It was a necessary change for his future plans. Roman stepped out of the smithy. Currently, his entire body was muscular. I have almost completely shed my skin after the sword forging session, and the power within me has undergone many changes. He exhaled softly. Phew. He imagined the previous battle. So let's...
Two butlers advanced towards him. To reach the power of the heavenly demon from his past life, one must undergo 3 stages. Roman stood still, thinking. The initial stage, the middle stage, and the final stage. He gripped his sword. He felt his strength was currently only in the first half of the initial stage. Roman raised his sword to block the attack. However, transitioning to the middle stage would cause his power to skyrocket, and reaching the 3rd stage would mean his strength had ascended to its absolute limit. Roman's gaze was resolute. By then, no one on this continent will be able to match me. The image of the heavenly demon from his past life appeared, with the arrogance befitting a heavenly demon like himself. He slashed at Butler. After this powerful transformation, his strength was enough to defeat 2 butlers simultaneously. Roman pondered. However, in this life, is following the path of a heavenly demon like in my past life truly the right choice? Butler's body emitted a golden light. This continent always held new things compared to his past life. The existence of swordsmen using aura was a new realization for him. These swordsmen possessed truly non-trivial strength. Having witnessed many such swordsmen, he realized this was something novel that the martial arts of the old Zhonghu could not compare to. He gripped his sword tightly, maintaining a defensive stance. That was also his new perception of this world. To advance his power, he had to change. He would have to accept and learn these new things. Roman's eyes turned eerie. By relying on my understanding and perception of this new world, I can achieve unexpected breakthroughs by truly combining the two cultivation methods of martial arts and aura. Roman swung his sword, a strike that seemed to tear through everything. Only by relying on that could he...
Roman's back was strong, his hand loosening its grip on the sword. Roman pondered deeply. I had been brought back to life once more, following the path of my previous life, thinking that this life had nothing special. He smiled slightly. It is actually very interesting. Before him looked like a deep crater from a fresh bomb explosion. The heavenly demon sword art was now completely different from before. Roman thought, this meant the heavenly demon sword art could be much stronger than in the past. He looked up at the sky. There are still many things in this world that I do not know. Roman calmly inhaled the passing breeze. Show yourselves. Challenge me. Threaten my life. His gaze was steadfast. The challenges this world brings to me will be the motivation for me to continue living. Those who are trying to climb to the peak under the name of Roman. I started again at the bottom of society, but I will climb to the highest position. Chris hurriedly ran over, shouting, Commander, are you all right? Chris's eyes were filled with shock. In front of him was the image of Roman standing above a deep pit. He thought, What? How? Roman turned around and replied, It is nothing. Chris thought, creating a crater like this without using magic? He reassured him. I'm fine. Go. Chris bowed.
He gritted his teeth. The commander has already taken a step forward, so what the hell are you doing? Seeing the image of Roman leveling up, constantly training to develop himself, what were you thinking daring to show such complacency while following him? He squeezed his eyes shut and bit his lip. It comes down to you alone. Chris looked up. In this swordsmanship tournament, simply winning isn't enough. I must demonstrate an overwhelming gap in power and crush every enemy. Chris and the others left, determined to become even stronger. 1 month later, Roman raised the sword. It's beautiful. He smiled, deliberating. What should I name it? Roman smiled as he thought. Salamander, Blaze. If the swords I used to wield represented a new life, then this sword is meant to embody my current self. Roman stood on the precipice of despair, the heavenly demon sword, an existence that plunges the opponent into despair. His eyes glowed purple as he smiled and said, All right then, your name will be Night Sword. Chris stood before Roman and reported, Over the past month, as per your orders, with a match held every 3 days, we have selected those with the highest win rates based on the results. He handed the list to him. Here is the list, sir. Roman held the list and thought, Chris, Kevin, Vulcan, Bucky. His pupils contracted. McBurney, Henderson. I predicted the first 4, but these 2 are outside my expectations. Chris asked, What do you think, sir? He replied, Good, let's proceed with this list. However, Roman turned his head and said, Failure is not allowed to exist in this world, so prove your strength in the competition organized under my name. Chris nodded. I will remember. He smiled and said, Don't expect too much. Everyone discussed excitedly. 1 day before the competition. What? You're participating in this competition too? Of course, it's 100 gold. Do you know how fast I turned around? A purple-haired young man said, I'll show you how terrifying the sword of a mercenary from the front lines is. Watch closely. A green-haired young man replied, Mercenary, huh? Try beating Chris then. The purple-haired youth retorted, You crazy bastard. The image of Kevin radiating murderous intent. Then what about Kevin? Hey, that Kevin guy is like a demon. The image of Vulcan and Bucky. By the way, have you seen Vulcan and Bucky? Those 2 are no joke. In this competition, we just need to avoid those 4.
Conrad held his head. Huh? Why do I have to face Chris? Baron Conrad, of the Northeast Alliance nobility. The person sitting opposite Conrad reassured him. Baron Conrad, there is no need to despair like that. That's right, the swordsmen of the Baron's family are also excellent. Conrad laughed. Don't give up so soon, sir. He thought, McBurney, I didn't expect that one-armed man to participate as well. His eyes narrowed as he thought, someone from my family will definitely win. Conrad clasped his hands together and said, Gentlemen, this competition will decide the existence of the Northeast Alliance. My family will definitely win and lead our alliance. Conrad sighed. I cannot give up because of the Alliance's gaze. He advised Max, don't push yourself too hard. You don't have to face every danger. Max replied,
So there is no reason to be afraid and retreat. Conrad was moved. Max, I understand.
Try to face Chris without any regrets. I will surrender if you are in danger. Max broke out in a cold sweat. Chris's face was full of killing intent. Max stammered. Why is the killing intent so intense? The referee shouted. Group 1, start. Max screamed and attacked. He did not waver. 1 second. Chris rushed towards Max. 2 seconds. Max was terrified. Chris attacked swiftly, and Max lay sprawled on the ground. 3 seconds. The referee's voice rang out. The first round has ended. Chris of the Dimitri family has won, confirmed to advance to the second round. Conrad trembled in fear. No, I can't believe the gap is this big. The referee's voice continued to announce Kevin's battle. Kevin of Dimitri has defeated his opponent and is confirmed to advance to the next round. Swordsman Vulcan of Dimitri and Bucky from Dimitri also won consecutively. People thought fearfully, those rumors are all true. We can't beat those four. Now our only hope lies in McBurney and Henderson. We just need to beat McBurney and Henderson. The crowd was in an uproar. After announcing the groups, Henderson will represent Dimitri and
Born as a mediocre peasant, how could he possibly represent anyone in a swordsmanship competition? 6 soldiers, 6 representatives for Roman, each with their own reputation. Chris and Kevin are the Flash and the Demon of Cairo. Many have seen their strength, so everyone avoids confronting them. Vulcan and Bucky, with their mercenary backgrounds and superior physical conditions, also instill fear in those who see them. In contrast to those 4 are McBurney and Henderson. One is one-armed, the other comes from a farming background. Very few people know about them, especially the name Henderson. People whispered excitedly, "Did you hear that? Rumor has it that Henderson guy almost peed his pants when he was recruited for the competition. What a coward. Anyone who gets matched with Henderson must be really lucky." During the first round match of Group 4, Roman's father suddenly spoke up. "Son, what is the reason we went through the trouble of organizing a competition just to establish a ranking for the Northeast region? Even if we open the competition with good intentions for friendship, the nobles of the Alliance won't sincerely support us." He replied, "But this is necessary, father. The Northeast Alliance has the strength to confront Dimitri. However, I am confident that if we let them see the reality that they can't even surpass the barrier of the Dimitri family, let alone win, then their spirits will surely be subdued." His gaze darkened. Everyone sneered, noting that he had encountered a swordsman capable of using aura right at the start. He was done for. How could Henderson possibly defeat Taylor? Taylor smiled and said, "Long time no see, Henderson." Henderson replied, "Long time no see, Taylor." Taylor continued, "The last time I saw you, you were helping out during the farming season, weren't you? Yet here you are, having abandoned your farm tools to appear before me as a swordsman." Taylor raised his sword and advised, "Henderson, since we share a past, I will give you one last piece of advice." Taylor's expression remained calm as he said, "Recently, I achieved enlightenment and advanced to the 2-star rank. I will give you a chance. After all, I don't want to see blood spilled needlessly. Just surrender." Henderson's pupils constricted, and he replied indifferently, "Erase all memories of the Henderson from the past." Pointing his sword forward, Henderson added, "If you are so kind, why don't you give up and let me defeat you?" Taylor sighed. "I hope you won't regret this." A rapid attack commenced. He lunged forward as fast as lightning. Taylor grimaced, thinking, "So heavy, this level is not..."
Henderson thought about his past self. Back then, unlike those who grasped aura from the very beginning, he had struggled immensely to use it. That was why he always trailed behind everyone else, just like a turtle. But he shouted. No matter how slow he was seriously making progress. Taylor gritted his teeth. Taylor unleashed his power. He couldn't lose to Henderson like this. He stepped back. Taylor thought and shouted, although he didn't want to use aura against Henderson, but, "Sorry, I have to end this here." Taylor rushed towards him. Reflecting in his eyes was the image of Taylor. He remembered the past when the two of them knew each other. "The first time you sought me out, you were just a weakling, but now you have changed." He persisted in training. Last month, when everyone else accepted failure, only he hungered for victory. Henderson was stunned. If he hadn't challenged himself back then, but gave up instead, his life would likely never have been able to change. Chris was firm. "Henderson, you are qualified to stand beside the liege. I guarantee that." His eyes sparked with electricity, his posture ready to receive the attack. Both sides used their full strength to fight, and Taylor fell to the ground.
He gritted his teeth, intending to rise, but a sword was pointed before his eyes. The scene of defeat was clear. Lost? Did I lose? The referee spoke up. Group 5, the winner of round 1, is Henderson. Everyone was in an uproar. Is it really Henderson? Henderson actually defeated an Aura swordsman? How could a farmer like...
The people from the Northeast looked at him astonished. Why did the situation suddenly turn like this? Didn't you say Henderson was the weakest in the 5-star group? A doubter asked. Are you sure Henderson's victory in Group 5 won't happen again? Conrad said. Everyone stay calm. Conrad's hand gripped the armrest tightly. Trust me, the ultimate winner will be our Northeast Alliance. Stepping onto the stairs, next was Kevin of Group 2. I was 5 seconds slower than Chris. Roman stood behind Chris. If anyone asked whose sword was the fastest under the lees, everyone would say it was Chris. Kevin's eyes burned with determination, but I will use my own way to prove my worth to my liege. The sound rang out. Group 2 started round 2. Everyone screamed, Go Miles! Miles looked hesitant, thinking, is my opponent the demon of Dimitri? Miles attacked powerfully. I must use all my strength from the start. Kevin delivered a thunderous strike to Miles. Miles hissed, You cunning bastard. Both sides fell into a stalemate. Miles thought, Please let me catch him just once. Blood gushed from Miles' nose. Kevin smiled triumphantly. Miles thought, that impact was too terrible. I must dodge quickly. Kevin attacked continuously. Miles hissed, How can I beat this monster? Everyone was horrified. Truly a demon. Miles trembled, kneeling at Kevin's feet, saying, I surrender, please. Kevin had won, without taking too much time. Kevin of Group 2 was victorious, confirmed to advance to round 3, and proved himself by crushing the opponent's will.
Observe the one who went before and ask about his way of winning as a knight of the Dimitri Corps. Everyone responded in unison. As you command, sir. Chris stood proudly amidst the cheering. Chris of the Dimitri side had won, advancing to the second round. Whispers erupted from the stands. Isn't that too overwhelming? Jonathan thought. Chris has matured in his fighting style. His eyes were deep. He is the commander's sword. Chris walked majestically. No matter who the opponent was, he still demonstrated his overwhelming spirit. He truly has the qualities of a commander. Chris attacked swiftly. Group 1, Round 2, victory. He thought, it's still not enough. Chris launched an attack that sent his opponent flying. Must win. Win more. The opponent screamed. Round 4, he stood majestically. Round 2, 5 seconds. Round 3, 8 seconds. Round 4, 10 seconds. Jonathan thought in amazement. Since when did Chris become this strong? Jonathan looked at Roman's back in the distance, silently questioning. Just how did you help him, Lord Roman? People gossiped. They should have surrendered. Our side is so strong. It's better to surrender from the start than to go up there and lose humiliatingly. Farron's back was massive. Can Farron beat Chris? Of course not. Our Chris is so strong. People started commenting. I wonder if he can last 10 seconds, or if he'll surrender even faster than the last guy. No way. I bet it.
Farron told himself, just 1 minute. If I can just last for 1 minute, that's enough for me to shine. The shout rang out. Final round of Group 1. Start! Chris struck a fatal blow. Everyone was stunned. Jaws dropped in amazement. Whispers spread through the crowd. What? I didn't even see Chris swing his sword. Farron lay motionless. With this victory, Chris topped Group 1. He calmly walked down the stairs. Everyone, please give a round of applause. Throughout 5 rounds, Chris's total combat time was only 12 seconds. That alone was enough to make the Northeast wary. Chris walked away coldly. Group 1, Chris won in a flash. In Group 2, with amazing strength, Kevin claimed victory. In Groups 3 and 4, Vulcan and Bucky took down their opponents with their robust physiques. In Group 5, Henderson amazed everyone by winning all 5 rounds. McBurney stood silently. This was now the only hope left for the Alliance, as McBurney of Group 6 had 1 arm missing. Conrad smiled and said, Gabriel, how do you feel? Gabriel smiled back. Very good. The Knight of the Northeast Alliance, Conrad Gabriel. Conrad thought, he is a secret weapon, trained by the Conrad family since childhood. Conrad said, of course, it must be so.
Conrad thought, you were lucky to make it to the 3rd round.
But it ends now, McBurney. No, rather, Roman Dimitri. Conrad said sternly, remember, the Northeast swordsman may lose, but you are not allowed to. Gabriel fell into deep thought. Conrad continued, don't go easy on him just because he has one arm. Teach him a lesson, Gabriel. Gabriel replied, as you command, my lord. How could I lose to a one-armed cripple? Gabriel grimaced, thinking he must have lost his balance just for missing an arm. Both took their stances. Gabriel thought, does an ordinary swordsman like him really hope to become a knight with just one arm left? Participating in the qualifiers with only one arm? McBurney let out a shout. Start! Gabriel attacked immediately. You shouldn't have come here. I'll show you reality. McBurney dodged the attacks. Gabriel smirked, thinking, dodging! You can only dodge to the left. McBurney ran to the left. Gabriel thought, since you only have one arm, that side is your weakness. Gabriel raised his sword high, intending to stab down. McBurney frowned as he heard Gabriel say, let's end this. McBurney blocked the attack with his sword horizontally. Gabriel thought in astonishment, what?
Gabriel gritted his teeth, thinking, this guy didn't make it to the third round by luck, nor does he show any signs of imbalance. He has tried to use the imbalance caused by his missing arm to his advantage. Roman had once said, the most important thing in swordsmanship is body balance. Losing an arm is a fatal weakness for a swordsman, but your left hand can create unique movements from that very imbalance. McBurney was astonished. Did the creator of this left-handed swordsmanship also have only one arm like me? How could that person create this kind of swordsmanship? Is there something special here? He stood before many crossroads. No, that person was not like him. That person could create left-handed swordsmanship because they were always striving to find a new path. His hand clawed at the ground. Being one-armed was not a big deal. McBurney sat there, gasping for breath, and I am not someone who gives up easily. His eyes were full of determination. I will win this in the name of a subordinate of Lord Roman. McBurney swung his sword with all his might. My life as a swordsman will not end here. Gabriel screamed. Gabriel fell. McBurney smiled, thinking, Roman Dimitri, thank you for giving me a new life. McBurney curled his lips arrogantly. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. The results of the competition were announced. In the end, the Dimitri side won the tournament. The Northeast Alliance had failed. Now the Northeast belonged to the Dimitri family. His hands clenched Conrad
Conrad's face darkened. Are we facing monsters? Even though we borrowed power from the central government, we still couldn't defeat these monsters. A servant asked, Viscount Conrad, what should we do now? Conrad replied, do you even have to ask? Conrad walked away, saying, the alliance has been defeated, so what's the point of staying here? Leave quickly. People murmured amongst themselves. They definitely weren't this strong in the beginning. What exactly did Roman Dimitri do? It's unbelievable. Taylor replied, for a family to be powerful, its leader must always be strong. The image of Roman directing his subordinates, only someone strong enough can turn the tide of the continent, and one must have brilliant leadership skills to enable their subordinates to rise. Taylor said solemnly, Roman Dimitri raised the family's ranking with his own strength. Do you know what that means? In Taylor's mind was the image of Roman. This meant that the strongest leader who helped the Dimitri family become prestigious was none other than Roman Dimitri. Now the path for the warriors of the Northeast is clear. If you want to become powerful, you must be loyal to Dimitri. Roman crossed his arms and said, everyone has worked hard. Here there are some who need my power and others who admire me. He continued, and the rest are forced to be loyal to me. His voice remained steady, because they have no other choice. I don't like complicated relationships. Roman's face turned serious. Specifically, relationships formed based on emotions. But I believe that a relationship both sides want to build is an ideal one.
Henderson pursed his lips as he listened to him. You are the ones chosen by Roman Dimitri myself, so have faith in yourselves. Everyone smiled confidently. I believe you will be victorious. Roman laughed generously. I will reward each of you with 3 gold coins and 3 days of leave. I hope you enjoy yourselves. Everyone chorused. Thank you, my lord. Serving you is our honor. We swear our loyalty to you. Lucas spoke up after observing the changes in the alliance, noting that just as Roman predicted, they had completely surrendered to the Dimitri family. Lucas's face was serious. Perhaps they will temporarily cease their opposition against the Dimitri family for a while, to wait for another opportunity. Roman replied indifferently. There is no government that is perfect in this world. No matter how strict a country's rules are, there will always be factions rising up against it.
We cannot know when a conflict with the central government might arise, so we must minimize sacrifices in the Northeast. Therefore, fighting against the Northeast Alliance right now is unnecessary. Lucas hesitated. So? Roman's eyes darkened in thought. We must push the Alliance and show them the reality of the current situation. And finally, he smiled mysteriously. Divide and conquer. Roman ordered, Lucas, go execute it. Douglas shouted, still haven't found those rats? The force of northern Cairo, Count Douglas. The servant bowed his head in apology. We deserve punishment. Although we dealt with the recent ones, we still haven't found where that gold is. Before the war against Lawrence,
but in the end he was defeated by Roman. While attempting to escape, Viscount Barca was killed in the night. Thus, the person who knew the details of that gold was dead. Douglas suddenly remembered something. The Barca family's slush fund was still unknown to anyone. Count Douglas was the only person alive who had a clue about the gold's location through a banquet with Viscount Barca. He had hired the Black Moon Group to find that gold, but during transport, bandits had stolen it. Douglas thought he couldn't let bandits have that gold. He roared, "You must find them, even if you have to turn this entire Northeast region upside down." Douglas shouted angrily, "That gold must be mine. It must belong to me. No one can take it from me." A servant ran in to report, "My lord, Black Moon has reported that there are clues about where the gold is hidden." He stood up abruptly. "What? Tell them to come here immediately." Nergra said, "After that gold was robbed, it was hidden in the black market, and finally your subordinate discovered the identity of the people holding that gold. It was the Black Moon Guildmaster, Nergra Donovan." Douglas asked eagerly, "Who are they?" Nergra replied, "The ones holding it now are not the bandits, but the Northeast Alliance." He was astonished. "What did you say?" At first, that gold was stolen by bandits, but then soldiers of the Northeast Alliance found the bandit gang and attacked them. After defeating the bandits, they loaded the gold onto wagons and escaped. Nergra added, "They should have realized that it was Count Douglas's gold wagon."
A man looked around anxiously, and the ones holding them at the black market were the henchmen of Viscount Conrad, a member of the Alliance. Douglas roared, "Damn it!" Nera thought, if he hadn't revealed that matter, they would have successfully pocketed all that gold. Nera smiled mysteriously. However, opposing his master was the biggest mistake they had made. Northeast Alliance, Count Douglas, you will never know the truth about the changes within the Black Moon Guild. In reality, Black Moon was the most reputable guild in the northern region, but it had been taken over by Lucas, so now they had sided and obeyed Roman's orders. Douglas angrily ordered, "Contact the Northeast Alliance right now. Those rats who stole my money must be torn into 100 pieces." A voice echoed in the closed room. "Count Douglas is a monster in the north. I worry about what will happen to our relationship if this gets exposed." Another person spoke up. "You all know Count Douglas's personality." Conrad questioned, "What did you say?" Conrad replied, "The Barca family's slush fund cannot belong to Douglas alone. We also lent money to the Barca family, so we must have a share." Conrad continued, "Isn't Douglas trying to hog it all for himself? Therefore, we shouldn't lower ourselves first." Everyone hesitated. "Is that really okay? I don't know if it's safe." That didn't matter. Without that gold, how would they make money? Conrad pointed his finger. "When that time comes, we will have a say. The key point here is that Count Douglas touched that gold first without saying a word to us." 3 hands went up. "Then our opposition to the Count cannot be blamed. I support Viscount Conrad." "Then let's do it. I agree." A servant ran in to announce, "My lord, Count Douglas has requested a magic call with you." Conrad
continued, "That slush fund cannot belong to any single individual. We can share it fairly, yet you quietly kept it all to yourself first." Conrad thought, "I have diverted the focus to a different issue. That is also a stratagem." Douglas screamed, "You stole my gold, and now you're spouting what kind of nonsense? That is my gold. Is that clear? From the moment I knew about that gold of the Barca family, it was already mine." Conrad waved his hand. "Count, please calm down." Douglas shouted, "Shut up. I announce this. Listen carefully. I will contact the central government and request a permit to initiate a terrorist..."
Conrad panicked. I think we're done for." Inside the room, a conversation was taking place. Lucas reported everything to Roman. "Just as you predicted, Count Douglas has declared war on the Northeast Alliance." Roman calmly picked up his teacup and replied, "If it's Count Douglas, he does what he says. So far, everything is proceeding exactly according to plan." He stared intently at the tea. "However, Viscount Conrad is not the type to act rashly without assessing the situation," Roman speculated. "If Count Douglas pushes too hard, he might swallow his pride and surrender." Finally, he laid out a strategy. "To prevent this from happening, starting now, we must spread that rumor quickly.
Only then will the war between the two sides continue. Roman smirked, extremely confident in his plan. Only when people fall into despair can they cast aside their arrogance. In northern Cairo, the people were buzzing with gossip. "What did you say, sir?" an old shopkeeper said. "The situation is very tense right now. The Northeast Alliance is preparing to fight against Count Douglas." People around them chimed in. "Is what you're saying true?" A woman covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Oh my God!" The old shopkeeper continued, "So now we have to close."
I heard a relative of Conrad say so. After the conversation with the Count, he went crazy smashing furniture. The man trembled and said, "Impossible." The man in the black hat ignored him. I heard that this time he is determined to crush Count Douglas. "We have no reason to interfere in that matter," he asserted. These were rumors that Viscount Conrad would wage war against Count Douglas. Merchants and servants, people from the lower classes of society who spread the rumors, were all commoners. A hand slammed onto the table, followed by a furious shout. "I will destroy them! How dare those rats do this to me?" Douglas pointed and shouted orders. "Send a petition to the central government immediately. I, Count Douglas, will never forgive you bastards." Conrad tried to explain. "Count, there must be some misunderstanding. I don't know what is going on either. We have reviewed the situation and decided to bring that goal to you, hoping you will overlook our incident this time." He sweated profusely, begging before Douglas's screen. "Please calm down, sir. Those rumors are not true." But it seemed all efforts were in vain. Douglas said coldly, "Viscount Conrad." He frowned and questioned, "Don't act as if I'm blind." Douglas's face, veins bulging, declared, "I contacted you this time not to reconcile. This is a declaration of war against greedy rats like you. You all just try to struggle." He left a final provocation before leaving. The nobles of the Conrad family were endlessly worried. "We're doomed. Count Douglas is determined to go against the alliance." A blond young man spoke up. "Now how can we possibly defeat him?" A black-haired young man suggested, "Let's contact the central government for help quickly." Conrad tried to reassure them. "Everyone, calm down and listen." Patius responded on the screen. "Yes, I understand your situation is very difficult right now, but this time the central government cannot interfere." The government blamed Conrad's side. "Everything was caused by your alliance, so solve it yourselves." That statement threw everyone into despair. Well, it's over. This
He calmly said, "I heard the Northeast Alliance is facing a problem." Conrad closed his eyes and thought to himself, "Clearly you called to mock us." He continued, "I contacted you because I want to confirm the situation clearly, so there won't be any misunderstandings." Facing his attitude, Conrad suspiciously wondered, "What is this? What is with that attitude anyway?" Conrad cautiously replied, "We also very much regret it. The truth is, a few days ago." After listening for a while, Roman crossed his arms and asked, "So what do you intend to do now?" Conrad stammered, "That..." He looked at them and said, "You cannot sit idly by and watch the Northeast territory fall into the hands of the Northern forces." Realizing the intention behind Roman's words, Conrad asked in astonishment, "Don't tell me you are going to help us?" Roman calmly explained, "Even if there are some issues in the relationship between us, the Dmitri side cannot ignore what is happening to the Northeast Alliance." Roman sneered inwardly. "Don't you have any doubts? You lot from the Northeast Alliance. If the two sides fight, who will be the beneficiary? Wouldn't it be us, Dmitri? This matter, he truly is a monster."
Conrad spoke up in response. "It is true that we did not have a friendly relationship in the past, but the truth is that we really need your help right now." He promised, "In the future, we will do whatever you want, as long as you can forget past grievances and help us now." Conrad reminded himself that now was not the time for arrogance. Although reluctant, he reflected that if they had more forces, his side would minimize the damage caused by the war. Roman spoke up, "Honestly, deep down, I don't really want to help your alliance that much, but I also don't want to tarnish my image over a small matter." He continued, "Considering the current situation in Cairo, the only way is for us to cooperate. Dmitri and the Northeast Alliance will rule the Northeast region together." Roman affirmed. Conrad was skeptical. "Don't tell me." His face darkened as he pondered. Would he keep his word? Seeing him hesitate, he continued, "My proposal is very clear. I hope you will sincerely repent and be ready to cooperate with us in the future. As promised,
I certainly will not turn a blind eye to your difficulties. Conrad and everyone carefully listened to every word Roman.
Now on the verge of becoming the great leader to head the Northeast region, he clenched his fists until the blue veins popped out. After a moment of contemplation, Conrad replied, "I will contact you again after discussing with the other members of the Alliance." A few days later on the march, someone spoke up. "Count Douglas, after this war ends, you must ensure fair benefits for us." Douglas replied without hesitation, "That is a matter of course." He turned back to question, "Why do you mention such trivial matters to a northern lord?" With a cold attitude, Douglas said, "After the crisis, the Northeast region has lost its power, just like a crumbling sandcastle." He calmly stated, "Isn't now the time for us to take over that fertile land?" The soldiers heard this and discussed excitedly. "That's right. Hearing that makes me feel excited." Douglas pondered deeply. Unconsciously, people regarded Douglas as a monster, but he never attacked an opponent blindly. He could use any means necessary as long as he could win the war, which is why he has survived until this moment. He immersed himself in his own thoughts. Previously, they could not act because of the central government, but now the northern nobles could ally with each other. Now standing in front of Douglas were the opposing soldiers. He told himself that the Northern Alliance
Conrad loudly responded from the other side. "This is not the time to discuss that anymore. Just wait a little longer." He impatiently shouted, "It seems you have all arrived in full force. Then let's pour all our strength into this decisive battle." Conrad calmly said, "We don't need to do that." Suddenly, from behind Douglas, someone urgently reported, "Report, another army is approaching." He froze, wondering to himself, what is the meaning of this? A red flag was raised, leaving Douglas too surprised to speak. "That flag belongs to Dmitri." The Dmitri army had appeared, led by Roman. Douglas was confused. What is happening? Why are Dmitri's soldiers? Roman observed the battlefield with a stern face and shouted, "Why have you appeared in this northeast battlefield? You are the lord of the northern region." He stated clearly, "I am leading reinforcements for the Alliance." Douglas thought anxiously, "Damn it, a lord of the north bringing troops in has become an excuse for Dmitri to join the war." Douglas's soldiers began to panic, causing internal strife. "Why is Roman Dmitri here? Didn't you know about this beforehand? If I had known Roman Dmitri was participating, I wouldn't have come." Conrad looked at Douglas and said, "Count Douglas, we are ready." Douglas gritted his teeth and cursed silently. "Bastard." Roman loudly proposed, "Now I will give you northerners a choice." With a provocative attitude, he coldly asked, "Do you want a duel or an all-out battle between armies? Which method of warfare do you choose?" Douglas's face darkened as he thought,
Although our numbers overwhelm the Northeast Alliance, the Dmitri soldiers are a powerful army that pacified the Southern War. They are a fearsome opponent. He concentrated on his thoughts. What should be done in the end? Suddenly, Roman spoke up. "I have a proposal. Let's conduct a duel. I will face 3 swordsmen simultaneously. What do you think?" He continued, "If you are still hesitant, you can increase it to 5 people. Douglas exclaimed in panic. "What?" He was extremely surprised by Roman's proposal. "I admit he is very strong, but I didn't expect him to make such an arrogant proposal." Roman maintained a very cheerful attitude and said, "I hope to end this war as neatly as possible. What do you think?" Douglas hesitantly replied, "I need time to think." Douglas aside began to confer, and he gave his opinion. "Let's agree to this proposal." He analyzed, "No matter how strong he is, we have 5 people. Can't the elites of each family defeat 1 person?" Despite knowing that, the soldiers still seemed very worried. It was still too dangerous. The fact that he had defeated Butler meant he could potentially defeat 5 people. Douglas replied, "Do you think I don't know that? But there is no other way. No matter the method of battle, we have to face that monster." To be more persuasive, he said, "My subordinate twin swordsman once joined forces to attack and defeat a 4-star swordsman." He affirmed, "He is certainly as strong as the rumors say, but this is a reckless choice, an opportunity to demonstrate our force." Douglas explained, "While he doesn't know the full extent and is still acting arrogantly, if we kill him, we can completely take over the entire Northeast region." After hearing Douglas's explanation, the soldiers gradually understood the strategy. "I understand. I follow the Count's opinion. Excellent choice." Douglas promised himself, "I will definitely make you regret your arrogance, Roman Dmitri." The representative supervisor from the central
Berthe and I will rush in from both sides and aim for his blind spots. While we draw his attention, you guys attack him.
They provided information about Roman to the other swordsmen. Even if he is an excellent swordsman, the moment he tries to counterattack, there will be an opening. Berthe continued, "Leave the deciding blow to us, brothers. If you support us, we can all gain fame and fortune together." All the soldiers shouted in unison, "Understood." The supervisor shouted loudly, "Everyone into position! Begin!" The older brother, Burton, stepped forward and signaled, "Charge, Berthe!" Berthe understood and rushed forward with his brother. "Let's go, brother!" Facing the incoming attack, Roman did not budge. He stood still, his hand ready to draw his sword. They rushed straight at Roman simultaneously, screaming.
In an instant, 2 people were taken down. Douglas could not believe the scene before his eyes, taking down the twins one by one in a single strike. Roman, covered in blood, coldly said, "The Count declared war, so I suddenly remembered this matter." He recounted that when the Barco family was still prosperous, you all always tried to resolve things through dialogue. Roman cast a sharp, cold gaze at Douglas and questioned, "So why didn't you say a single word to us?" In conclusion, the Northern Lords and the Count completely disregarded the existence of my family. Every word he spoke made the soldiers tremble in fear ceaselessly. Roman gritted his teeth, and to me, that truth is very unpleasant. He stepped forward and indifferently suggested, "Now I will give you a chance to end this duel. How about determining the victor one more time through an all-out battle?" Douglas was stunned. Hand-to-hand combat? If an all-out battle broke out, countless soldiers would die. It was better to sacrifice these 5 men. Finally, he tremblingly said, "Rules are rules." Douglas closed his eyes tightly, not daring to face the soldiers, and made his choice. "Since we agreed to determine the victor through a duel, let's just end it that way." Roman smirked at his choice. "If that is what you want, I will proceed with the duel as intended." He agreed without hesitation. Suddenly, a soldier of Douglas spoke up. "Wait," he anxiously said. "The determination of victory is already over, isn't it? How about we just end the duel like this? What do you think, my lord?" Roman mocked the cowardice of the soldiers on Douglas's side. The northern warriors had waved the white flag like cowards. He stuck his sword into the ground and gently said, "From now on, I will not use a sword." Roman took off his cloak, having no weapons left on his body, and asked, "Now,
But in their hearts they cursed silently. Damn it, if we backed down even in these conditions, it would truly be a disgrace to a swordsman. They had no retreat left. Now they could only charge forward. Damn it, I don't know anymore, but even without a sword, it's worth a try, right? The soldiers shouted loudly to build momentum and charged. "Let's go!" Immediately a sword tip thrust straight at Roman's face, but he just smirked, and with just a single punch, Roman shattered the sword. Seizing that opportunity, he rushed in and punched the opponent squarely in the chest. Another soldier charged up, only to be knocked down by Roman with his bare hands. One guy, his teeth and lips mashed together, lay on the ground looking at Roman, trembling as he begged, "Surrender." Before he could finish his sentence, Roman leaped up and stomped straight down on him. The man's head was now crushed beneath his foot. Roman's eyes coldly looked at Douglas's men and asked, "Any other opinions?" They dared not face his deadly aura, only whispering back, "No." The battle ended, and he walked over to Conrad. He and his entire army bowed respectfully before Roman. "You have worked hard, my lord," he calmly replied. "Happy cooperation." In that moment, Conrad thought to himself, hypothetically, if we had chosen all-out war with Dmitri, the ones being slaughtered wouldn't be them, but us. Roman turned and walked away, a triumphant expression revealing itself on his face. His everything had gone according to his plan. Roman sat at the center position and spoke sternly. "I have been given full authority over this meeting by my father. I wonder if anyone still finds this inconvenient?" Everyone bowed their heads in silence, offering no objections. He cheerfully said, "In that case, from now on, I will announce the new agenda to everyone." Roman raised his voice. "Do you all think that the Cairo kingdom is heading in the right direction?" With the demeanor of a leader, he calmly presented, "During Hector's invasion at the southern front, what exhausted me was not fighting against Hector, but the internal enemies. The commanders there did not trust me, and while the southern front fell, the central government only knew how to fight for power among themselves. If it weren't for me and my soldiers, Cairo would likely still be at war with Hector." His statement left everyone listening in astonishment. Roman looked at everyone coldly.
If Cairo is controlled by the government and has to suffer war once again, the government will certainly mobilize soldiers from the regions to use as stepping stones. He continued to explain. And in contrast to the local nobles who lose troops and suffer great damage, the power of the nobles in the central government will certainly become more solid. We must face the truth of this matter. Roman's voice lowered, emphasizing that Cairo was not fair at all. Therefore, I realized that there needs to be a new change. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat, focusing on every sentence he said. Roman proposed, just as the nobles in the capital enjoy power under the name of the central government, why don't we join forces to protect each other in this northeast region? In that case, the central government won't be able to act rashly. Everyone began to argue about Roman had just proposed. Clearly, we can speak out against the central government if the nobles in the northeast combine forces. They were concerned, but there was a problem. Apart from Lawrence and other areas, the environment in the northeast was too harsh. Most families in the northeast imported necessities from outside. Confronting the central government could cause losses to trade. Roman replied firmly, I know. Everyone opined that trade was directly linked to the central government. If that link couldn't be severed, they feared the local nobles would also be dragged into this. He looked at Lucas and said, but if you decide decisively, there is at least one way to solve the food problem. Lucas immediately produced a plan, introducing it. This is the future development plan. Roman presented his intentions to everyone. The northeast region has more mountains than other places. Especially behind Dimitri are endless mountain ranges. This is a favorable structure for preventing enemy attacks. First, I think we will build a fortress to evacuate the people. He continued, and I plan to reclaim the mountains so that later we can be self-sufficient in food. Conrad wondered, is that possible? Reclaiming mountains is not a simple task. It is, Roman affirmed immediately. He recalled that in his previous life, the heavenly demon god sect was a perfect fortress that could withstand attacks from other sects for many years, located in the 100,000 Great Mountains, Shiwandashan. Reborn within these mountain ranges and a blacksmith family similar to the 100,000 Great Mountains, Roman wondered.
But if we succeed, even if the central government threatens us, we won't have to back down. We will have enough power to do that. Looking at the plan, everyone had to exclaim, truly wonderful. One person picked up the plan and couldn't help but think in astonishment. From the land reclamation plan to the fortress blueprints, everything was very clear. It wasn't just offering abstract directions, but very specific details on how to proceed. A person from the Lawrence family spoke up first, saying the Lawrence family would follow the opinion of the Dimitri family. Conrad also placed his hand on his chest and bowed in agreement, implying the Conrad family would do the same. One by one, the other families also agreed to deploy according to Roman's plan. I agree to follow. Me too. Roman smiled with satisfaction and declared, from now on, our alliance will be the Dimitri Alliance. He laughed inwardly. Finally, the Northeast had fallen into Dimitri's hands. In a certain room, someone was enjoying wine in the night. It was Roman's father. He stood sipping top-quality wine, his heart filled with pride. Dimitri, led by Roman, was heading in the right direction. He remembered Roman's younger brother, Rodwell. You have worked hard all this time, but now no one can replace Roman. Standing before the window flooded with moonlight, Romero casually uttered a sentence. The moon is so bright. Last month, Marquis Valentino had to go through days full of discomfort. He stared intently at the letter, which read, I have
The letter sent to Valentino stated, this is not a sword I made. No one in Cairo could craft a sword like this. You wouldn't find a second sword like it even if you searched the entire continent. Damn it, he cursed silently. Suddenly, a servant burst through the door and announced, someone says they have seen a sword with a shape similar to Blaze among the items owned by the Dimitri blacksmith, my lord Marquis. Disbelieving, Valentino stood up abruptly and shouted, what? To Dimitri, at once. Standing before Valentino now was Master Blacksmith Hendrik. The old man asked in a serious tone, do you have business with me? Valentino frowned slightly and then spoke, I will speak plainly. A month ago, I acquired the sword Blaze at the auction house in Adelion. Hendrik immediately replied, yes, you mentioned that in your letter. Valentino looked at him, smiled, and said, to me, Blaze is a treasure. He continued, I am certain that the creator of this sword, the one who infused it with mana, is the best in Cairo. Valentino opened the box containing the sword and said solemnly, here is that sword, here is Blaze. Hendrik was slightly startled upon seeing the sword. Observing the old man's reaction, Valentino immediately realized, as expected. He looked straight at Hendrik and asked, you recognized it. I heard that you, Hendrik, also possess a similar sword.
Hendrik thought that someone like Marquis Valentino would surely recognize the value of the sword. He took out his sword and introduced it. The name of this sword was Salamander. Valentino opened his eyes wide to admire the sword, sparing no praise. Just looking at the blade is enough to send shivers down my spine. Surely this sword and blaze were created by the same person. Hendrik immediately replied, Salamander and blaze were forged by the same person, just as you thought. He explained to him that Salamander was the first sword, and blaze was forged after Salamander. Hearing this, a desire to possess it rose within Valentino. Salamander is the first finished product? Ah, I want it. Thinking meant doing. He immediately spoke up. I am a very fastidious person, but could you sell this sword to me? As soon as he finished speaking, Hendrik bowed in apology. I apologize, but this is not for sale. He expressed his dilemma. This is a gift I was given. I think you will understand my thoughts on being unable to sell it, as a fellow collector. Valentino's voice trembled as he asked back, Did you just say it was a gift? After understanding, he reflected. This wasn't a sword forged by Hendrik, but a gift? So Hendrik knew who that person was. He speculated.
Valentino was utterly surprised by the old man's answer. It was Roman Dmitri, Cairo's youngest ranker, who had created the kingdom's finest sword. He was stunned. All masterpieces contain a story within them. If a blacksmith created it, people would consider it a normal result. But what if the youngest genius swordsman was the one who created it? Valentino concluded that it is the person who creates the special meaning and value of the sword. Rarity alone cannot determine its price. He clenched his fists, telling himself, Now, I want to meet Roman Dmitri, now. Valentino looked up, his face beaming with faith and hope in the young man named Roman. At this moment, Roman was sparring with Chris, who aimed straight at Roman to attack. Roman's feet moved swiftly and nimbly across the ground, maintaining a solid stance. Chris attacked relentlessly, but Roman skillfully blocked everything. Just as the fight was getting intense, someone arrived at the door, causing Roman to lose focus. Seizing this opening, Chris told himself, Now is the time. Then he thrust his sword straight at Roman, causing him a moment of surprise. Immediately after, there was a massive explosion, with lightning illuminating a part of the sky. The knights present stared in wide-eyed amazement. They thought Roman had lost this round, but he held his sword firmly in hand and praised, Good technique, Chris. As the smoke and dust cleared, it became clear that Roman was pointing his sword straight at Chris, who was sitting on the ground, and offered him advice. However, if you release a burst of power instantaneously, it will certainly create a gap between attacks. Therefore, you must have a surefire card to break your opponent's balance. Chris nodded and listened. Yes, I will keep that in mind. He continued explaining. Next, Valentino stood frozen in a corner witnessing the scene just now. He was utterly astonished. Is this the level of Roman Dmitri? Valentino recalled the topic that had been trending in the kingdom recently, the person who defeated Hector's rank 2. He wondered where he would rank within the Cairo kingdom. He bowed his head in contemplation.
He looked at Roman and commented, wondering if this was the greatest talent on the continent. Just then Hans announced, Young master, the guest has arrived. Roman turned back and replied, I know. Valentino looked at him and smiled slightly. He immediately walked over to Valentino, politely extending his hand to introduce himself. I am Roman Dmitri. Valentino excitedly looked at the hand extended in front of him, thinking to himself, is this the hand that created the blaze? Then he happily shook hands, stammering, I am Valentino. Roman led him into the living room to talk. Valentino opened the conversation. The reason I came here is because of the blaze. He silently looked at the sword, thinking to himself, so it's the blaze I gave to Lucas. The Marquis continued, to find the craftsman who made this blaze, I have mobilized all the manpower and resources of my family during the past time. Valentino looked at Roman expectantly and asked, Are you really the one who made this blaze? Marquis Valentino, the wealthiest tycoon in the Cairo kingdom, was known as an ambitious collector. Being the most powerful figure among the neutral forces, his wealth was acquired by monopolizing the business rights of Cairo. Although he possessed enough power to break the balance of power,
He smirked and emphasized, I made this sword. Valentino couldn't help but exclaim in excitement. As expected of Roman, it is truly an honor for me. I've wanted to meet you for a long time. He happily recounted, the first time I witnessed this blaze sword at the auction house, I was so shocked, it felt like I was struck by lightning. Valentino expressed, since Dmitri is the holy land of blacksmiths, you must have inherited Baron Romero's talent, right? Also, if possible, Valentino probed,
could you let me see the sword you were holding just now to fight for a moment? Roman did not refuse, and immediately said, yes, of course. Holding Roman's sword in his hands now, he gasped and asked, what is the name of this sword? He immediately replied, I named it Darkness. In his heart, Valentino thought, both Blaze and Salamander were excellent swords to the point of being shocking, but this Darkness sword, filled with the power of darkness, is on another level. He held the sword, trembling as he exclaimed, every time a new sword is made, it shows a tremendous growth. A sword made by a monster like this? How terrifying will it be in the future? Thinking this, he immediately made a proposal. Can I make a special suggestion to you, Roman? He put the sword down and said in a serious tone, the conditions are simple. First, if you sell swords, you must give me the opportunity. Valentino continued. Second, if you make a new sword, I want...
He looked at Roman with absolute certainty. As long as you promise me these two conditions, the Valentino family will support the Dimitri family with all its might. Roman was extremely surprised by this promise and wondered, does this mean abandoning neutrality? Valentino continued to persuade. You know what this means, right? The Valentino family will give up the neutral stance we have maintained until now. Roman's eyes looked at him sharply as he asked, I want to hear the exact reason. He sincerely expressed, honestly speaking, recently the four factions have been exerting great pressure. Given the situation, we cannot remain neutral forever. He scratched his head and replied, so I was hesitating about which power to support. Valentino added, in the meantime, I heard the news that you, Roman, had established the Dimitri alliance. Moreover, now that I have confirmed the truth that you are the craftsman who made the sword Blaze, there is no reason for me not to like and support you anymore, Valentino presented. Of course, I know very well that the Dimitri family does not lack wealth or material goods, but Valentino looked at Roman with a gloomy gaze and said, isn't it true that the more money, the better? Saying that, he admitted to himself that he was attracted by Roman Dimitri's talent. Facing this proposal, Roman stood up and replied, the nobles of the Dimitri alliance have sworn loyalty as members of the alliance. He clasped his hands behind his back, standing majestically looking at him and questioned, is the Valentino family ready to follow the Dimitri family? Valentino smiled slightly. Understanding the implication in Roman's words, he immediately bowed respectfully before him and pledged on his honor. Even if you tell me to carry straw and jump into a fire pit, as long as it is your command, the Valentino family is ready to obey. Hearing the satisfactory answer, Roman smiled triumphantly. It was indeed an unexpected destiny. He politely replied, I hope for your help in the future. Valentino still bowed his head and asked, can I make it public that the blacksmith who made Blaze is you, Lord Roman? He didn't quite understand. He immediately said,
In the morning at the Valentino family estate, he was introducing everyone to the sword he had acquired. Everyone was buzzing with discussion. Is this the rumored sword? Valentino smiled proudly and said, this sword is even better than the rumors. A 1-star aura user wielding this sword can block the sword moves of a 2-star swordsman. Is that true? Everyone asked skeptically. He replied, have I ever lied about the value of a collectible? Moreover, consider the identity of the blacksmith who made this Blaze. Valentino enthusiastically announced, it is the hero of Cairo, the one who repelled the Hector Kingdom's army, none other than Roman Dimitri of the blacksmith family. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was shocked. That can't be. Is this a sword made by Roman Dimitri? He affirmed, yes, this is the very sword he used when he defeated Butler. Valentino proudly recounted, Roman Dimitri has made 3 swords. This Blaze is the second one. People called the 3 swords the Roman Dimitri collection. With Roman's reputation, the Dimitri smithy had prospered to the point where they couldn't keep up with demand. In the evening, Roman was striding down the hallway when suddenly someone in a black cloak behind him spoke up softly, repelling Hector and defeating Butler's group. It turned out to be Meccan from the Valhalla intelligence department. He said, I underestimated you, Lord Roman. Recently you have united the entire northeast region and created an independent force. Suddenly, he offered him a choice. The Valhalla Empire cannot simply ignore a factor that poses a danger to the future. Now make your choice. Will you follow Valhalla or become
Roman immediately reminded him, please speak correctly. The one who threatened me first was you. He clarified his own ideology. I have no intention of forcing myself to be loyal to anyone. Roman pondered silently. The Cairo kingdom is the prey that the Kronos Empire has spent decades putting effort into. If Valhalla were to attack Cairo, the Kronos Empire certainly wouldn't stand idly by and watch. Thinking this, Roman spoke coldly. If you don't want to turn me into an enemy, then please continue to wait. Meccan clenched his fists, suppressing his anger, and growled, "You truly handle matters boldly." He dropped a sarcastic remark. "If you continue to keep such a stiff neck, one day it will be broken." Meccan added, "Butler of Hector, the 5-star swordsman you struggled to defeat. His existence means nothing in Valhalla. The continent is vast, much larger than you imagine." Before disappearing, he told Roman, "I will give you more time. I hope you will make your choice carefully." With the beginning of the Dimitri alliance, the 4 factions of Cairo successively contacted and urged Roman to make his decision. At a mansion, an aide asked, "Do you intend to just overlook Roman Dimitri like that?" Marquis Benedict replied cautiously, "If he chooses me, then the events of the past will be written off." However, he paused abruptly, then said, "If he chooses someone else other than me, then I will definitely have to deal with him." Roman stood contemplating by the window where the moonlight streamed in. Exploiting the balance of the power system now was also a limitation. He recalled the cruel battlefield scenes and worried, if he did not make good use of this final year, sacrifice in the future war would be unavoidable. Roman calculated, "First, to be able to deal with magic perfectly, I must research it thoroughly." There were 13 magic towers on the continent. Among them, a black association presided over the Sky Magic Tower, the first and most powerful magic tower on the continent, where representatives of each magic tower stood up to prove their ability. The reason the Phoenix Magic Tower received such cold treatment was because fundamentally the Phoenix Magic Tower was weakening. The Phoenix Magic Tower had lost its status. A magician there assessed that the rumors of the Phoenix Magic Tower losing its heirloom magic book were indeed true. The current Phoenix Tower master, Felix, was also having a huge headache over this issue. 3 years ago, amidst the chaos, he had become the Tower Master, but now he had reached his limit. He clutched his head in despair. "Master, the whereabouts of the true owner of the Phoenix Magic Tower are unknown. I cannot perform the supreme magic, heavenly fire, and now the number of magicians leaving is just too high." Felix sighed, leaning back in his chair and thought. The support from the Frank Kingdom had also been cut off, and he didn't know how much longer the Phoenix Magic Tower could sustain itself. He uttered wearily, "How depressing." Suddenly, he noticed the writing on one of the letters on the table. There was a letter sent by a man named Roman Dimitri. Felix immediately opened the letter to read. "If you choose to leave the Magic Tower and come to the Dimitri family, you will receive many benefits." In the letter, Roman wrote, the condition was simple. "You will be my opponent for 6 months, and each month I will pay you 1,000 gold. Felix was momentarily stunned. 1,000 gold a month? He considered it. That place was truly too far away, but now was not the time to be picky. Circumstances forced his hand. Finally, Felix decided that he had to go there. On the carriage, he took the opportunity to read a book to research. The Dimitri family. Apparently this is the territory of blacksmiths in the Cairo Kingdom, isn't it? I don't know what this place is like, but magicians don't.
The remaining magic towers were located in other nations, mostly playing a neutral role. Kronos, home to the most magic towers, was considered the holy land for magicians. He judged that Cairo was simply a desolate land, a kingdom that magicians paid little attention to. The Dimitri family was situated at the far end of the northeast. If he hadn't received this offer, he probably would never have set foot there. Felix pondered deeply. According to the letter, he didn't have to do anything much, just act as a sparring partner for him to train for 6 months. This was something he could do, and in return, he would receive 6,000 gold. Standing before the city gate, Felix stared in astonishment at the scene before him, wondering to himself, is this really the Dimitri family? Before his eyes lay a solid, magnificent, and majestic fortress, with guards everywhere. Seeing Felix approach, the guards stopped him. "Halt, state your purpose for coming here." He presented his documents and replied politely, "I am Felix, Tower Master of the Phoenix Magic Tower. I am here at the invitation of Roman Dimitri." Observing how everything worked here, Felix silently remarked that it all seemed quite organized. The guards were numerous and worked skillfully and agilely. Defensive weapons were plentiful, and the walls were solid. Felix mused. This seemed like excessive defense for a border family. Seeing the guest arrive, Roman happily extended his hand in welcome. "I am Roman Dimitri. Very pleased to meet you."
Felix spoke cautiously. "Let's get straight to the point. Is everything you mentioned in the letter true?" Roman smiled and replied, "Of course, I will pay you as stated in the letter. What you need to do is spar with me for my training over the next 6 months. 1,000 gold a month. 6 months makes 6,000 gold coins." Felix wondered, "I really don't understand. With so many magicians out there, why did you choose me? Is there something special about me that you need?" He explained, The magic of the Phoenix Magic Tower is primarily fire magic, and their spells focus mainly on powerful attacks. Roman continued. Furthermore, it seems the Phoenix Magic Tower is also facing financial difficulties, so I can hire you, Sir Felix, more easily than usual, with an offer that is reasonable for both parties. That is why I chose you. Roman added a note. During training, please use your full strength. Whether I get injured or lose my life, it will be my fault. You will not be held responsible for anything. All you need to do is fight me with all your might. Felix stared at Roman and asked again. You won't regret this, right? He assessed that Roman seemed very serious about this training. It appeared the boy had not yet fully grasped the power of a fire magician like himself. At the training grounds, Roman spoke first. Please attack me first. Seeing this, Felix did not stand on ceremony and replied, very well. Felix created a fireball, planning in his mind to unleash a powerful fire spell to see how the boy would withstand it. Felix closed his eyes, focusing to create fire spears, preparing to attack. The flaming swords rushed towards Roman, but he showed no fear. A loud noise rang out, and smoke and fire blazed where Roman had just stood. Quick as lightning, he appeared behind Felix, startling him. Felix quickly
Felix attacked consecutively, confident in his abilities as he silently sneered. Roman, with this move, your arrogance will surely be defeated. He deployed Fire Tide along with explosive fire. Instantly, a giant flaming sword rushed straight towards Roman. Ending the attack sequence, Felix frowned and thought, I only unleashed some mid-tier magic. After all, he is the one hiring me. If something happens to him, no one will pay me. Suddenly, Roman appeared from behind and said, That was only 4th circle magic. What about 5th circle magic? Don't you intend to cast it? Roman was still unscathed, standing behind Felix talking, which shocked him into freezing. Felix retreated backward to dodge Roman. Despite that fire, he was still unharmed. Roman was about to reach out to touch Felix when he used blink magic to disappear. Felix told himself, First, I must get away. Roman turned around, a light flashing in his eyes. It seemed he had detected Felix's position. Without wasting time, he rushed like the wind to Felix's location, making him extremely surprised and cursing inwardly. Crazy! He's right in front of my eyes already. Felix used a binding spell to block Roman. He speculated his legs were tied, which would buy him 10 seconds. Then Roman bent down, gritting his teeth and straining his body to break the cage. Felix panicked and cried out, asking himself, He's here already? I'll pay you 1,000 gold. Immediately, Felix deployed the incomplete formula, Incinerate, attacking Roman directly. Roman calmly leaped up to dodge the attack, his body moving softly like the wind in the air.
He smiled confidently at the dazed Felix, arranging to meet him again at this time tomorrow. After the match, Felix lay on the ground panting, deep in thought. Roman Dmitri had accurately predicted his magic and prevented his teleportation. He looked up at the sky, wondering. There is no such thing as a magic prediction system, so how the hell could this happen? Felix sat up abruptly, pondering. If they fought again, could he win? His face frowned in worry. No, if things continue like this, I will never be able to win. I must consider and think carefully. When the tower master of the Phoenix Magic Tower went missing, the lifeline of burning was severed, and everyone said that the Phoenix Magic Tower was finished. But Felix stubbornly pursued his research and succeeded in deploying a part of burning. People like Felix are called a vicious breed. The next day, at the same location as yesterday, Roman and Felix were ready to practice. Felix was still the one to attack first. He silently calculated, if the opponent can predict my magic usage steps, then all I need to do is make
Felix told himself that the strength of this magic was that it didn't require precise aiming at the enemy. He then immediately used Fire Wave. The ground beneath transformed into a surging stream of fire flying towards Roman. Roman also flew up to dodge the attack. Felix seized the moment. This is it. He used Fire Cannon to attack Roman directly. Immediately, Roman deployed a technique for the fence. Felix instantly recognized this magic as an aura shield. Felix frowned and thought, Ah, it's an artifact. But then he realized, no, this is due to his own ability. Lost in thought, he didn't notice when Roman had appeared right in front of him. Roman didn't use his sword, but just threw a straight punch at Felix. The punch sent him flying backward, cursing silently in his head. Damn it. While Felix was still dazed, Roman said to him, Lord Felix, this cannot continue like this forever. Standing over the exhausted Felix lying on the ground, he reminded him, From now on, I allow you to use any method you want. Roman added, Summon more magicians from the magic tower or continue fighting one-on-one. It doesn't matter. We will also change the conditions. If you defeat me even once, the reward of 10,000 gold will be paid immediately.
Felix's eyes widened in shock. He panicked, thinking, 10,000 gold, enough to feed 40,000 people for a year? Felix suddenly realized that from the beginning,
I must make him concede defeat wholeheartedly, Felix promised himself. I will empty Dimitri's pockets. Felix recounted the training process. In the first week, after a series of failures, he diligently studied Roman's patterns. Starting from the 8th battle, movement restriction magic began to be used. He successfully unleashed slowing magic, then fog, followed by magic traps. However, Felix clutched his head and asked himself, why? Why does he still notice all my attacks? 30 battles, 30 losses. Felix rested his chin on his hand, dejectedly admitting, now I must admit one thing. Don't be too obsessed with pride. He assessed that he couldn't defeat him alone. The communication stone on the table glowed, and 3 magicians from the magic tower appeared on the screen. A 5th circle magician named Note exclaimed in surprise. What? You mean now we have to gang up on the weak? He continued. Magic implies hard-to-control power. Why call it an alliance? Moreover, what is the acting tower master doing in this place? Note reproached. We almost injured Dimitri's eldest son. I can't bear the consequences. Felix tried to explain. I understand what everyone is saying, but this match has a huge reward of 10,000 gold. He continued, if we join forces and take down Roman Dimitri, I will give you half of that. Hearing about the reward, Note immediately asked back, is that true? He said with a serious expression. Does that mean we only need to win once? Felix affirmed. Right, but this is not something to be taken lightly. He provided information to him. He is like a natural enemy of magicians, so we must discuss the strategy fully. Note assured, no problem, don't worry, we will arrange it. Time passed quickly, and a few days later arrived.
Felix leisurely watched the chaotic scene before him and silently evaluated. The boy had been following him for a month now, and the result was not unexpected. Everyone was lying sprawled on the ground under Roman's hands. Roman looked at the group of people he had beaten until they couldn't get up, feeling extremely smug. After completing the second transformation, he had achieved a body invulnerable to heat and cold. Normal temperatures could no longer cause him injury. At this moment, even Loth was lying on the ground, bruised and groaning. The other magicians lamented, Lord Felix, there really is a sky above the sky. What on earth is this guy? What kind of monster did he fight against? Felix looked at everyone helplessly and said, wait a moment. He turned to leave, not forgetting to instruct, I will go talk for a bit and then come back. Arriving in front of Roman, he carefully presented, Lord Roman, to be honest, I don't have enough confidence to defeat you, but I'm too curious to hold back. Felix asked, how are you able to predict and destroy the magic? Please, at least explain it to me. Roman voiced out, all right. Felix didn't quite understand. Roman solemnly said, let me tell you how I prepared for the battle. Felix immediately straightened his face, focusing on listening to him. Felix looked at the massive bookshelves around him, unable to help his astonishment. This place is... Could it be you have read all the magic books here? Roman did not hesitate to present his understanding of magic. Magic is a resonance originating from the mana circles in the body with nature. Fire resonates with fire, water resonates with water, wind resonates with wind. The moment magic in the body combines and resonates with nature, a type of sign and pattern will appear for identification. He explained to Felix. Which type of magic the opponent will use depends on the amount, form, and attribute of the mana grasped. If you know for sure which
Thirdly, making quick judgments based on the information received. Hearing Rowan speak, Felix's eyes widened in astonishment. Could he really perform these 3 things simultaneously? Roman Dimitri was a monster. Calling him a genius was simply not enough. Through this, Felix reevaluated himself. This monster never stopped striving to become stronger. Meanwhile, he had only used his master's disappearance as an excuse to run away from reality. As the acting tower master of the Phoenix Magic Tower, he hadn't been able to accomplish anything. He promised himself that in the remaining time, he would prepare with all his might to duel Roman Dimitri. Over the period of 2 months, Felix began to feel the difference in Dimitri compared to the standard of a baron family in the border region. Their soldiers were exceptionally strong and possessed absolute loyalty, making him even more curious about the young man named Roman. In the morning, when asked, a person replied,
Are you asking about young Master Roman? The man continued while carrying a crate. We run into him occasionally. When forging swords, he uses a private forge. Receiving this answer, Felix replied with a hint of disappointment. Is that so? Then the man leaned close to Felix's ear and whispered, I heard this from the master blacksmith. When young Master Roman works, the fire in the furnace wraps around and envelops his entire body. He described it in detail as if Roman were a fire god. Felix was stunned and asked himself, fire wrapping around his entire body? Felix suddenly remembered the advice of a certain person. That person's voice had gently called out, Felix, approach and observe the fire every day, and find your own way to fully
That person's voice seemed to untangle the knots within him. When the intense fire circulates around your body, yet you do not feel any agony, then you can be reborn and become the incarnation of fire. Recalling that teaching, Felix realized that Roman Dmitri did not fear fire. He did not even show the slightest reaction to the intense heat. He was certain that coming from a family familiar with the fire of the smithy for generations, they must know how to accept the flame. A voice spoke up from behind. Lord Roman. It was Felix. He went straight to the point. About that, I heard that when Lord Roman worked in the smithy, you accepted
And he immediately affirmed, that's right, I have accepted the fire in my own way. He rejoiced inwardly. Sure enough, the boy knew what he expected. Felix took a deep breath, clenching his fist to gather courage. Let me be straight. Then immediately after, Felix bowed deeply and said loudly, the Phoenix Magic Tower needs that technique of yours, Lord Roman. Please let us know. In his heart, Felix thought, the past 3 years have been like a nightmare, a time of suffering. Finally, I found a thread of hope. Felix bowed in anticipation, but in response he received only Roman's indifferent attitude. He replied coldly, why should I help to that extent? Felix was so anxious that he broke out in a cold sweat, asking himself, why? Roman stared at Felix and questioned, I think paying gold coins to you, Lord Felix, was enough. What else can the Phoenix Magic Tower offer me? Felix understood Roman's point. The thing we can give him. Afterward, he immediately went back to discuss with the people at the Phoenix Magic Tower, expressing his opinion. I wanted to hear your opinions. That's why I gathered everyone here. Suddenly, Note spoke up. I'll say it straight. Roman Dmitri is definitely the natural enemy of magicians. He continued to present his thoughts. There is no reason for us to oppose such a person. If we cannot win, it is best to be allies. With certainty, Note said, therefore, I think gifting the Phoenix Magic Tower to him is not a bad idea. Don't you all agree? Felix was extremely surprised by Note's opinion. He asked back, what? And then everyone smiled at him, showing their agreement. We have all agreed on that. Felix frowned in contemplation. Among the 13 magic towers, there has never been any magic tower associated with a family before. But now, are we...
One morning, there was the sound of someone rushing in to announce, Tower Master, Tower Master. Felix also hurriedly replied, what is it? The other person spoke loudly, look, sir, this is the operating budget that the Dmitri family plans to spend on us. Looking at the notice in his hand, he was momentarily stunned. He had thought the budget would be reduced because moving the magic tower had already cost so much. 24,000 gold coins per year? That is an enormous figure. He suddenly thought, usually magicians are called money-eating monsters. A powerful magician is someone knowledgeable in many spells, but high-level spells are extremely expensive. The assistant added, it really is impossible to believe my eyes. They even said that if this operating budget is not enough, they can add more funds for us. He called Felix. Tower Master, you should also go outside and take a look for a moment. Felix widened his eyes, not understanding what was going on. He immediately followed quickly, and Felix froze when he saw his tower being renovated. He wondered to himself, what is this? Chris, standing nearby, spoke up. The tower has been expanded quite a bit. Now it can hold up to 1,000 people. Felix looked at him and continued, I am still dazed. I didn't think the Dmitri family would treat us this well.
In the corridor, Hans was instructing his assistant. Hey, Murphy, I will be away for a few days, but the work the young master assigned must not be delayed or interrupted. He instructed in great detail. Bring towels and warm water to wipe off sweat and prepare the necessary items. After that, every word he said, Murphy, Hans's assistant, noted down very carefully. Seeing Murphy like that, Hans felt somewhat reassured. I was a bit worried when I had to leave, but he graduated from Adelian Academy excellently, so the work should be fine. Looking at the dog carefully packed in the box, he happily thought, my granddaughter will surely love this gift. When Hans stepped outside, someone stood there bowing politely to greet him. Uncle Hans?
Wait, he asked in confusion, what are you doing? The young man smiled and said, Uncle, please get on the carriage. He was still bewildered and said, Are you waiting to pick me up? The young man immediately replied, Yes, this is the young master's order. Hans was stunned for a moment when he heard that Roman himself had arranged this for him. Meanwhile, at a house, a teddy bear was dropped to the ground. Harrison, Hans's only son, looking at the scene before him, asked in extreme confusion, What is this? His entire house was being set up with extreme
Servants were seen everywhere in the house, causing Harrison to wonder why he had sent them here. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Mr. Harrison. Lucas politely bowed and introduced himself. I am Lucas. Lord Roman sent me here to express his gratitude to Uncle Hans for what he has done for the family. Please let us help with the preparations for your daughter's birthday party. Harrison was still very surprised. I don't understand this. My father is just a servant of the Dmitri family. Lucas immediately replied, The young master values your father very much. Have you not heard anything? Harrison's face suddenly turned pale. He recalled the things his father had gone through in the past. Roman Dmitri, some time ago, was called a bastard within the family. At that time, he didn't care about the dedication and effort his father had put into the Dmitri family, yet his father always believed and worked his hardest. Harrison remembered his father explaining that the young master was currently just undefined in his purpose, that he was still lost in his thoughts, that he needed time to change, and that he was essentially a good person. His eyes tearing up, he said, I used to think that father's efforts would be meaningless, but Harrison bowed his head and cried, whispering, Father. He realized that his father's dedication was not in vain and was now being rewarded. Hans' family members exclaimed in amazement, Oh, what is happening here? They took turns expressing their surprise and disbelief. We seem to be mistaken somewhere, right?
His family exclaimed in surprise, Father, is that really you? Hans was also teary-eyed. My children. Hans's son hurriedly ran to his father. Father! The father and son hugged each other in mixed joy and sorrow. Son, I have returned. Very quickly it was time to open gifts. Let's open these gifts together. Harrison picked up a gift, happily speaking to his daughter beside him. Let's see what this gift is, shall we? The little girl delightedly hugged a doll, exclaiming, Oh, this is a wonderful doll. I have always wished for a doll like this, Father. Thank you, Father. Harrison continued, Then let's open the next gift to see what it is. It was a ring set with an incredibly precious ruby given by Viscount Conrad. Everyone present was sweating with astonishment. Viscount Conrad? Why would he care about the birthday of a little girl he doesn't even know? They found it even harder to believe after each gift. And this is a gift from Count Adelian and Viscount Lawrence. I don't understand why those nobles sent birthday gifts here. All these precious gifts were carefully prepared to gain favor and establish a connection with Hans. He was the butler closest to Roman, always by his side through happiness and sorrow. No matter what anyone said, he always cared for and looked after him. Therefore, Hans had become an incredibly important person in the eyes of the nobles when they wanted to build a good relationship with Roman. This was exactly why they did this, to establish a good relationship with him. This is truly a joy for my granddaughter, but I also have some concerns. Hans worried incessantly, but his granddaughter was visibly delighted. Amidst the excessive friendliness of the nobility, Harrison picked up the gift sent by Roman.
Harrison tremblingly read the contents of the letter. Young Master Roman had written a letter of recommendation for his daughter to be admitted to the Royal Glory Academy of Cairo. That was the academy that all noble children dreamed of. Even with money, admission was not guaranteed. The Royal Glory Academy. He turned abruptly to his father, unable to contain his joy, then was so moved that he was speechless. Thank you so much, Father. Thank you, young Master Roman. Making his daughter worry. Well, back to the Dmitri family estate before Hans left. He spoke up. You have given me too many things. Hans confusedly explained to Roman. You just need to treat me well. That is enough. How dare I accept such precious things? Your doing so might make it difficult for me. He looked at him, then remembered his old subordinate from the Heavenly Demon era. Baek-jong-hyuk at that time had asked, Hey, do you regret following me? The other person knelt and asked back, Regret. He smiled while continuing. A subordinate's trust in their master is everything. How could this subordinate regret following you, my lord? The connection between him and Hans was just like with that subordinate from the Heavenly Demon era. The current Roman spoke. Hans, you know I have lived with you since I was small. It can be said I spent more time with you than with my parents. Although our statuses are different, I always consider you as my own flesh and blood. You are a relative and also a friend of mine. Roman's words moved Hans. Young master, he continued, you deserve what Willa was watering plants in the garden, sighing, so boring. Willa remembered Roman. After returning from the war on the Southern Front, Roman had mentioned challenging the ranking of the strongest swordsman. This was unprecedented in the history of Cairo. The best swordsmen had all heard this news. They had stopped competing and started training to prepare for a duel with him. He thought, Roman, he truly is a swordsman with immense strength and fierce will. When facing Homerus, who was ranked many tiers above him, he simply took him down. Next, on the Southern Front, he defeated Butler, the number 2 swordsman of the Hector Kingdom. Those 2 feats alone speak volumes about his overwhelmingly domineering power. But that was when problems began to arise. Ranks 1 through 99 could all become targets he could defeat. Willa calculated, then laughed. At this moment, when Roman makes his move to compete,
the schedule for the open ranking battle had been determined. Willa quickly changed her expression upon hearing this information. Is that so? Benedict's side had also received the information. It implies that he has already made his move. He calculated silently. Recently, the situation in Cairo has not been stable. The Phoenix Magic Tower had left the Frank Kingdom, and following that, several magic towers in Kronos had also disappeared. That incident caused Kronos to suffer too great an impact. They believed that there must certainly be some massive force pulling the strings behind the scenes. With such indignation, the king of the Kronos Kingdom declared that he would find the culprit and punish him by starting to conquer the neighboring kingdoms. This forced the small nations right next to them to face a very dangerous situation. Especially since Cairo shares a border with the Kronos Kingdom, war between the 2 kingdoms is unavoidable. To counter this situation, we need a stronger army along with a solid royal authority. But with a weak king like the current one, the situation does not seem very optimistic. As it stands, if Roman could join the nobles faction in Cairo, the situation could be stabilized for a while, and then the royal power would be consolidated. He held the glass, continuing to think. But if Roman did not have an answer that could satisfy the royal family as desired, then... And he crushed the glass in fury. Benedict raised his voice, anger evident in every word. Where is Roman Dmitri right now?
At the same time, Willa was officiating Roman's duel. He announced, the official ranking match begins. His opponent was Jaden, the rank 99 swordsman, who thought to himself, he wants to reach the highest rank among swordsmen, yet he asks to fight the last ranked person? If he is as strong as the recent rumors say, why target the lowest ranked one? Or perhaps he plans to secure an easy victory first. Roman slowly entered the arena, and his opponent was already on guard. Roman's expression showed that he did not underestimate this battle at all, but doing so would require him to expend more energy. Looking at him, he was still too young. Both opponents quickly readied themselves. From what Jaden knew, Roman seemed to have already started researching the next opponent after him. Jaden calculated while channeling mana. Now I must fight with all my strength right from the start. Roman immediately rushed forward, his hand gripping the night sword. He quickly drew it and struck his opponent with the hilt. Jaden only managed to cry out in pain before falling. The battle was truly simple, nothing worth mentioning. Willa continued, I have a question. Why do you have to make everything so complicated? You could have challenged swordsmen with high rankings from rank 30 and above. Roman smiled and explained, it is not as simple as you say. Everyone in the kingdom acknowledges my strength, but I myself always doubt whether my strength has truly reached that level. This is now also a challenge. Only when I defeat all the swordsmen on this ranking board can I verify my skills and strength most accurately. Willa thought to himself in amazement. Interesting. He smirked. Right, it needs to be like this. This is the arrogant Roman Dmitri, always displaying the strong ego that I wanted to see. With Roman starting by challenging swordsmen from rank 99 to rank 1, this task appeared incredibly arduous and difficult at a glance.
However, in just under a week, his actions caused all doubts and gossip to completely vanish. His next opponent was knocked out. Willa announced that Roman had defeated the 98th ranked swordsman Deli. Now Roman Dmitri has ascended to rank 98, replacing the defeated swordsman Deli. Roman coldly spoke. Next person. The 97th rank was knocked out in a single blow. The crowd discussed. How was that possible? In just one short day, he defeated 3 swordsmen at the bottom of the ranking board? I really didn't think he could do such a thing. Even though those 3 were the weakest in the top 100 swordsman ranking, their strength had reached 3-star. They weren't weak at all. Even more terrifying, none of his opponents could withstand a single move. In total, he defeated those 3 in less than 10 seconds. Finally, to everyone's surprise, Roman climbed to rank 91 in just 2 days.
The physician beside him spoke up. You've woken up, haven't you? Zayden asked immediately. Why am I in the infirmary like this? The physician explained. You must still be a bit dizzy, so you haven't remembered yet. After you participated in the match with Roman in the swordsman ranking competition, you were defeated in just one move. After that, you fainted and were brought here. You've been lying here for a day already. Arranging items on the shelf, he continued. I also couldn't imagine that Roman had such powerful strength. Among those he knocked unconscious, you were the first to wake up, Zayden replied. So as you say, Roman has defeated many swordsmen, hasn't he? He recounted. That's right. I heard he defeated 5 swordsmen in a row in just one day. That is truly something no one expected. He remarked. Do you know what that demonstrates? It can be said that from the beginning, he wanted everyone to know that in this ranking of the top 100 strongest swordsmen, he could take the top spot whenever he wanted. You guys are completely no match for him. Zayden exclaimed while trying to move. That's unbelievable. He quickly felt the pain, and his breathing became more rapid. In just a split second, I was knocked down by him. Now my body still feels incredibly painful. The physician warned. Don't be in a hurry.
Almost all of your muscles as well as your internal organs have been affected. It is fortunate for you that you woke up early. Jaden thought in disbelief. It can't be. How can it be like this? He mumbled. I have to stop the other swordsmen. I cannot let them suffer injuries like me. Afterwards, Rank 99 Jaden wrote a warning letter to all other swordsmen. The letter mentioned, Roman, he is truly a monster. His strength is too great. We cannot possibly stand against him. In the match, in less than a second, with just one move, I was defeated by him. With just that simple move, my entire body suffered serious damage. I passed out for a day and then was told by the doctors that it would take at least a month for me to recover and walk normally. Even now, that match still haunts me. Therefore, I wrote this letter to everyone. Those who lack the strength should not face him, unless you want to suffer defeat like me, accompanied by wounds, as well as an obsession in the mind that cannot fade away. Roman defeated rank 85, then rank 84, rank 83, gradually reaching rank 72. After just 1 week, with Roman consecutively defeating so many swordsmen, the doubts about his strength completely disappeared. From then on, all swordsmen ranked from 31 to 39 declared they would forfeit and accept defeat. Many higher-ranked swordsmen, realizing they were not skilled enough to face Roman, also voluntarily.
How could you recklessly accept a duel with him? He continued. Judging by the recent matches, I estimate that Roman has reached the level of a 5-star swordsman. Unless it's someone ranked in the top 10, no one stands a chance against him. The rank 23 ranker next to him also agreed. Fernando replied indifferently, It's fine. This is my choice. The two shouted back angrily. Truly stupid. Why would you choose to do such a thing? If you fail, aside from physical injury, all the reputation you and we have built up will be considered ruined, won't it? Fernando asked back, How can you say that? To be precise, my agreeing to fight him, even if I fail, does not ruin your reputation. It is you who have ruined your own reputation in a cowardly way. You dare not face fear, and could not face the truth that you are too cowardly. Therefore, regarding what I have decided to do not stop me, and do not force me to surrender in a cowardly manner like you. He turned angry out of shame and left with the other person, not forgetting to leave behind a few curses. What a stupid bastard. Let's see how miserably you fail. Fernando had already made up his mind. A swordsman's reputation might be precious, but for him right now, what he needed most was experience fighting against those with higher strength. Through those battles, he could learn things he didn't know yet. From there, he could accumulate more experience to help improve his strength and overcome his own limiting wall. The audience buzzed with discussion as the two competitors took the stage, wondering if this match would last a bit longer or end quickly with a victory for Roman. Not necessarily. Although Fernando doesn't have a high rank and his strength is only mid-tier, he has his own strengths. With his inherent experience and power, which are the foundation for him to reach rank 30, this match might be worth looking forward to. I know that, but I guess Fernando only has the strength of a 4-star swordsman. It's a bit difficult to go against Roman, who is evaluated to have reached 5-star. The clearest proof is that it took quite a long time for Fernando to reach rank 30, and he has been stuck at that rank for too long. Fernando was controlling his mana while thinking
I might be able to learn something from you, thereby helping me take a step further to overcome the wall that has limited my strength, gradually approaching the world where you stand. Willa signaled the start, and he immediately rushed forward. I will take the initiative to attack right from the beginning. I cannot stay on the defensive.
Roman gently sidestepped to dodge the attack. Fernando strained his body to redirect the path of his sword. His eyes focused, he swung his blade, but Roman ducked to evade the strike. Fernando continued his downward attack. Roman tilted his head, and the sword stabbed right next to him. He sprang up immediately. Fernando was behind him, gasping for breath while he gritted his teeth, accepting the bitter truth, and told himself, "Fine, no matter how useless you think I am, I don't need to care about dignity. Once I chose to face you, I had already accepted that. What I need is experience to continue improving my strength, and to achieve that, your disdain for me means nothing." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Fernando, I feel that you have shown a great desire to learn. From this moment on, circulate the mana in your body exactly as I tell you." He was astonished upon hearing these words. His eyes widened as he tried to deny it. Impossible. Is he actually talking to me? Is this an illusion he created to shake my will? Roman continued, "Although I know you have reached the level of a 4-star swordsman, your true strength is still too weak. It is merely as if you have just stepped into the 4-star realm. You have been stuck here for too long. The reason you cannot advance is that you have not been able to utilize mana in the most precise and correct way. Therefore, if this situation continues, you will never be able to improve further. Regarding the way mana is circulated in your body, as I understand it, normally swordsmen keep mana moving chaotically in the meridians without any direction. They let it flow freely like that until they need to fight an opponent, at which point they concentrate mana at a single point to unleash their power. Almost all swordsmen in Cairo do this. Not only that, but I also see that across the entire Salamander continent, this method is quite common and followed by everyone." Roman continued to instruct Fernando. "Fighting does not necessarily mean following a beaten path like that." He replied in disbelief. "What are you saying? Before now, haven't all swordsmen always circulated mana according to such a method?" He asked himself, what the hell is he talking about? Circulating mana in different ways is impossible. Every swordsman, once understanding the nature of infusing mana into a sword, almost instinctively understands that they transfer the necessary mana to where it is needed and then unleash it.
Fernando repeated in astonishment. "Manipulating the flow of mana? Isn't there only one way?" Roman continued to explain. "Manipulating and understanding the flow of mana is naturally a difficult task, but isn't that an opportunity well worth trying once?" Fernando gritted his teeth, half doubting yet half believing Roman's words. "I don't know what he's thinking, but let's try this new method of manipulation just once. After all, I don't care about others' opinions or thoughts on the matter. Even if it's the whisper of a devil, I will trust and follow it." He rushed forward, while Roman continued to instruct. "Suppress and restrict the energy flow of mana inside the body. Then when needed, mana will naturally spread out like waves of water. I will show you how to manipulate mana through a new path that no one has ever known before. Try to sense the direction of the wave's movement, then choose a stance to ride along that mana wave." Fernando silently sensed with his eyes closed tight. "Mana. I can feel it. I have sensed the wave." He exclaimed in disbelief upon realizing it. "Can this really be done in this way?" Roman smirked, satisfied with the result, and then continued.
Fernando lay on the arena floor, listening to the murmurs from above. Tisk, such a miserable defeat, just as expected. They say he is rank 30 too. This proves just how powerful Roman is. He sprang up to a sitting position as he came to a conclusion. That was the difference in class between him and that guy. Fernando called out, "Roman Dimitri! Roman, wait!" The people in the stands watched curiously. What is it? What's going on? Why is he suddenly chasing after him? He went up to him and spoke. "Roman, may I ask how you knew about the bottleneck that has been holding back my development? I just thought I didn't have the ability to wield mana as I wished. I didn't think I had a problem related to releasing mana in necessary places like that." He explained, "The fact that you can use your aura at the level of a 4-star swordsman means you have reached a certain level where you can sense mana. However, unlike how mana is used in swordsmanship, the mana you emit is abnormally weak." His face looked astonished as he listened to him. "So if that's the case, it is highly likely that there is a problem with the channel releasing mana outwards." Fernando clenched his hands into fists. "To be honest, I found hope in Lord Roman's words, but I only found a small clue. I think it would be difficult to develop on my own with just my understanding." He pleaded, "Could you please tell me how to discover my potential?" Roman replied seriously, "Revealing that method is not a problem for me. However, I do not like transactions without anything in return." Fernando bowed respectfully. "Please ask for whatever you need." Roman crossed his arms and proposed,
Fernando, follow me and live for me, he thought to himself.
At this time, the nobles faction was holding a meeting about Roman. Roman Dimitri's recent actions were very unusual. If this continues, isn't it actually possible for him to defeat Count Nicholas? Benedict frowned and retorted, "That is still a hasty judgment. I heard that Roman Dimitri had a record of defeating Butler. However, Count Nicholas, who is ranked 80th on the continental ranking, is on a completely different level. Nicholas, a royal knight and the first swordsman of Cairo, is considered by everyone to be an untouchable figure. But Roman's actions bring about new possibilities never imagined before." Owen added, "If that's the case, what happens when Roman Dimitri defeats Count Nicholas?" Benedict continued, "The reason the royal faction has been able to hold on until now is due to the presence of Count Nicholas. If Roman Dimitri manages to defeat Nicholas, a new power structure in the Cairo kingdom will be established. That must be absolutely prevented. We cannot let that happen." He angrily clenched his fists. "If you do not accept our offer, regardless of the means or methods, we must eliminate Roman at all costs." He spoke up. "Everyone, secretly bring the troops of each family to the capital. No matter what choice Roman Dimitri makes, he cannot escape our grasp." Back at the arena,
the crowd, confused, murmured, "What is it? Why all of a sudden? Huh?" Roman continued, "A year ago, I announced my participation in the open ranking battle with everyone. I hoped that the famous names, the people with ability in Cairo, would be ready to fight me. But I realized this after defeating Jaren, the 10th ranker. Aside from Count Nicholas, there is no one in Cairo who can give me even a little difficulty. Therefore, now I will skip all the meaningless steps. 3 days from now, from the 9th rank to the 2nd rank, right here, I will deal with each person one by one. After defeating all of you, I will challenge the first swordsman of this Cairo." All of Cairo shook before Roman's declaration of war. The 9th ranker, Bruno, was the first to speak up. "I will forfeit," he explained. "Jaren and I have similar skills. Didn't Roman defeat him overwhelmingly?" The 2nd ranker, Oscar, belonging to the nobles faction, retorted, "Even so, we cannot give up." Another person immediately interrupted. Oscar continued, "Roman Dimitri publicly disparaged Jaren when he said his ability was not worthy of the 10th rank. He declared war, saying he would take down everyone in a single day. If we retreat like this, we will be mocked by everyone as cowards." He slammed the table and declared, "That is why I have summoned you, the high rankers of this Cairo. Teach that Roman a lesson, and as a reward for that, Marquis Benedict will grant you what you desire." He stated firmly, "I will risk my life to defeat Roman Dimitri, and in front of everyone,
he smirked as his objective had been achieved. 3 days later, the referee announced that from Bruno to Oscar, everyone ranked from 2nd to 9th had appeared. The crowd was amazed, excited, and buzzing with discussion. They hadn't expected the rankers to stand up and answer the challenge. It was truly hard to predict who would win or lose. Roman observed his opponents. This was the reality. When a crisis occurs, the nobility unites. He thought to himself, "Cairo won't give me any more time. From now on, it is merely a division between prey and predator." The first to fight was rank 9, Bruno. He thought to himself, "Roman Dimitri will try to win quickly right from the start. The 8 of us will persist and endure to turn this into a prolonged battle that drains his stamina." That was the theory, but in reality, Roman took down one opponent with one slash. Bruno only had time to let out a cry of pain. Roman glanced at them and said coldly, "Next." Rank 8 shared the same fate, and Roman used the old line, "Next." Rank 7 was defeated in one strike. Next. Rank 6.
He muttered, "Unbelievable." Roman looked at them with the eyes of a predator. "Come on, next. You are the last one, right?" The soldier knelt and reported, "It was an overwhelming victory, Your Majesty. In just 1 day, Roman Dimitri defeated all rankers from 9th to 2nd place. Now there is no reason that can stop him from challenging the top position." The king of Cairo heard this, felt weary, and spoke, "So it has finally happened." He turned to the person beside him, Count Nicholas. This was Cairo's first sword, captain of the Royal Knights, Nicholas. Daniel continued to ask, "Do you have any way to avoid confronting Roman Dimitri? I trust you, but in the current situation, if even the best swordsman of Cairo is defeated, my position will shift, and eventually I may become prey for the nobles faction."
Richard Nicholas replied firmly, "No, Your Majesty, that will not happen. Please trust me. I will prove why I am named the first swordsman of this Cairo." He left, leaving behind a promise. "I will definitely return in glory." The door slammed shut behind Nicholas. Waiting for him outside was the envoy, Bete. He spoke up. "Are you really sure of victory?" Nicholas glared at him and asked back, "What do you mean?" Bete calmly replied, "Yes." Nicholas asked further, "What kind of person is Roman Dmitri anyway?" Bete explained, "He is a man born with the instincts of a predator even before being acknowledged by the public. He always has faith in the path he has chosen, so please be careful." Bete reminded, "If you fail, the Cairo dynasty will end." Nicholas cut him off. "Don't worry about anything," he declared loudly. "I will definitely protect the Cairo royal family." The next day in Cairo, the capital, the people present buzzed with excitement when they saw Roman. "That person is," they whispered, "just walking, he exudes majesty." Roman Dmitri, sword in hand, raised his voice challengingly. "Come here." Nicholas took his stance, shouting loudly, "I, Cairo's first swordsman, will teach you some manners." Roman smirked.
The two sides clashed in an instant. The crowd buzzed with exclamation at the pressure emitted by the two of them. The arena shone brightly with the mana of both. It was terrifying. Every time the two swords collided, the atmosphere trembled. Willa smiled excitedly while thinking to himself, "That's it. I've lived my whole life just waiting for a duel like this." He wasn't the only one enjoying it. Nicholas was also smiling, thinking this was truly an interesting opponent. Roman responded to him. "As expected, the nickname Cairo's first swordsman is indeed not just a rumor, huh?" Nicholas slashed down a strike. The spectators up there had to use their hands to shield themselves, discussing amongst themselves, "Is that truly Cairo's first swordsman? Amazing!" Roman didn't blink at all. He swung his sword to counter, causing Nicholas's feet to sink into the ground. He was pushed back a few meters, thinking in disbelief. "I was pushed back? That guy withstood my power?"
Nicholas spat out blood, thinking to himself, "This isn't going well." He was gradually losing ground, astonished as he observed his opponent. "Who exactly is this guy? He is too strong. If he defeats me, he won't stand on the side of the royal family." He raised his sword, channeling all his power into it, intending to unleash a killing move. "Therefore, I absolutely cannot lose." Roman watched with wide eyes. Nicholas's mana flared up, illuminating the entire area. He swung his sword down, yet Roman didn't blink an eye. The technique he used was the sword-breaking form. A pillar of light was created, and Roman quickly parried with the heavenly demon sword art. He used the first form, Infernal Flow, unleashing dark mana to counter that brilliant light. Dust flew blindly, and the one who collapsed was Nicholas. He thought to himself, "You think you've defeated me?" Roman did not relax his guard. Nicholas propped his sword against the ground, standing up with difficulty. "Don't dream. Let's continue." Roman wondered, "Why must you go to such lengths?" Nicholas smiled, even though his mouth was bleeding. "Why, you ask?" he declared loudly. "Because I am the first sword."
Nicholas swung his sword. Even though the strike was staggering, he was truly a remarkable man. His sword fell from his hand as Roman delivered the finishing blow. Nicholas let out a cry of pain before collapsing. Cairo's first swordsman, Richard Nicholas, had fallen. That was the end of a legend that dominated an era. The crowd gasped, 100 people sharing the same expression. Willa calmly announced that with this, Roman Dmitri had taken the #1 spot in the Cairo kingdom's ranking. He looked at him with wary eyes and turned to leave while thinking to himself, "Did we underestimate Roman Dmitri? No, in any assessment, that monster would surpass all my predictions. He didn't care about the invitation from Valhalla. He is an entity with absolute power that must not be allowed to exist in Cairo City." Roman and his subordinates were marching. The crowd buzzed with discussion as they observed them. Is that Roman? To become the kingdom's strongest swordsman at such a young age? Did he really defeat Count Nicholas? The strongest swordsman in Cairo is now Roman Dmitri. Benedict suddenly blocked his path and spoke up. "Roman Dmitri," he continued, "in such a short time you have already claimed the top spot in the rankings here in Cairo. His soldiers lined up, surrounding Roman and his people as he spoke. The fact that you defeated Count Nicholas is actually something I had considered before. Given what you accomplished previously, this was a possibility. I also understand why you needed a year to prepare.
He got straight to the point, but now the time had come for him to make his choice. Will you join the nobles faction, or will you make another choice? He offered. If you side with the nobles faction, there will be benefits for your family that you cannot even imagine. But if you choose to oppose the nobles faction, be careful, because that is a path to death for the Dmitri family. Think carefully before making your choice. Roman remained silent in thought. He was recalling a bit of the past, when the heavenly demon sect leader Bekhogian made him a similar offer. Now your choice will decide what our relationship will be. Make your choice. Stand by my side to obtain glory and wealth, or oppose me and face death as the outcome. Surrender or fight. That is the choice I must make. Jung Hyuk slowly walked up next to that sect leader, while thinking, what should I do? He reached his side and spoke. Sect leader, I apologize. Bak Ho-gyen's face turned unsightly. He glared at Jung Hyuk as he swung his sword and coldly declared, I am a person who pursues my goals to the end. That is something that cannot be changed. Benedict shouted loudly, You have made a foolish choice. He secretly looked down on Roman. All the kingdom's power was currently in their hands, so even if he wanted to resist, there would only be death. Benedict declared, From this moment, in the name of the kingdom, I, Marquis Benedict, officially order the purge of the Dmitri family, those who intend to rebel.
As soon as the words fell, Benedict's eyes widened in shock as his soldier's blood splattered onto his face. A soldier was instantly killed by Roman, causing Benedict to scream. How dare you do that? You really want to rebel? He calmly replied, You are incorrect, Marquis. If there is an order from the Emperor, my family will obey. But what right do you, Marquis, have to order us? The one who wants to rebel and seize control of this kingdom is actually you. Benedict shouted back, What are you saying? That is slander. The entire nobility is the representative force of this Cairo kingdom. We always follow the emperor's will and have no intention of seizing power. He continued to accuse him. By taking this action now, you have chosen to send your Dmitri family to their deaths. Roman responded, You are wrong. The emperor is the one who decides who is right and who is wrong here. He then issued a command. Chris, Kevin, move out and clear a path. As soon as the order was given, the two men immediately rushed forward, responding in unison, Yes, sir. They slaughtered Benedict's soldiers, leaving him both frightened and furious, only able to curse under his breath. This madman, how dare you oppose the noble army within Cairo? Roman stepped forward, swung his sword, flicking the blood off it. Benedict ordered, Attack, all-out attack. Whoever takes down that Roman Dmitri will be heavily rewarded. One of Benedict's soldiers threatened the Dmitri troops. Stop right there. This is the Cairo kingdom. Do you think you can find peace after doing this? Those were his dying words, as Roman beheaded him while declaring, Come at me, all of you. I will teach you some manners. It is time for me to show you my true strength. Meanwhile, at the Cairo royal palace, someone was reporting the situation outside to King Daniel. Your Majesty, there is rebellion inside the capital.
Summon all the royal soldiers here immediately. Hurry up. We need to suppress that guy right now. We cannot let him do whatever he wants in this capital. Daniel clenched his fists, thinking to himself, he didn't think that boy could commit such an act. Suddenly, news came from outside that astonished Daniel. Roman Dmitri requested an audience with Your Majesty. He knelt down to perform the ceremony before him. Greetings, Your Majesty. Daniel frowned at him. Skip the formalities. Tell me, what is the situation? He explained. After I took the top rank in the swordsman ranking, Marquis Benedict blocked my way and wanted me to submit to the nobles faction, but I chose to follow Your Majesty, and thus had to confront Benedict's nobles faction. That is the cause of this incident. I am here precisely to follow Your Majesty's words. As long as Your Majesty gives the order, the Dmitri family will not hesitate even as it means death. The nobles faction is now seeking to seize real power in the kingdom. If Your Majesty wishes, I can punish them. Daniel was surprised by his words. Did he want him to eliminate the nobles faction? He asked back, Are you wanting to make a deal with me? Roman continued, When the Hector kingdom invaded our land of Cairo, we predicted it and should have had plenty of time to prevent it, but we failed to do so. All the border defense lines collapsed quickly. That is due to the factional division within our kingdom, led by the nobles faction. If your majesty had full control of the military power, that would not have happened. He continued, within the past year, our kingdom has not seen any major changes, while the entire salamander continent has made distinct transformations. In other
If you cannot do it, your majesty will certainly be deposed. Bay, standing to the side, also turned pale at Roman's crude but truthful words. He had demonstrated his actions and thoughts. Bay looked at him in astonishment. Was he saying this to intentionally pressure his majesty? Roman continued, "These are my sincere words. The Dmitri family will always be loyal to the royal family. Now you need to have your own opinion." Daniel spoke up. "I understand your meaning. So for you to be able to do this, what do you want in return?" Roman frankly stated his condition. "I want the Northeast to be separated from the kingdom to become an independent nation, but will always remain a support for Cairo. I will never forget my origins. Whenever Cairo is in danger, we will do our utmost to help your majesty." Daniel was shocked by Roman.
Daniel bit his lip, weighing Roman Dimitri's proposal. "So now I must make the choice that is most beneficial for Cairo?" He spoke up. "I fully understand your point, but if Count Denver and Count Gregory are captured, how do you think the nobles faction in Cairo and the figures behind them will retaliate?" Roman replied, "I understand your majesty's point, but you need not worry too much about that yet. Although other nations are preparing for war, we are quite far from the Valhalla border, so they cannot react in time. As for a major power like Kronos, they still have to deal with the alliance of small southern nations, as their conflict has recently become more intense than ever. Therefore, our Cairo will not be their top priority for invasion. Kronos needs to quell the unrest in the south before thinking of other actions." Daniel continued, "You have a rather complete scheme. Dealing with multiple forces at once is relatively difficult. The nobles faction, along with spies and lackeys of the great powers, have rooted themselves very deeply in our Cairo government machinery. If we eliminate them too quickly now, the void in the positions of power they hold will be too great, and it will be difficult for us to run this country." Roman stared at him intently. "Your Majesty, you are worrying too much now. If you want perfection, it is almost impossible. You can only choose the best option available to you. Every choice contains risks. There is no perfect choice. You will just have to accept those risks." Daniel looked at him calculating. Roman had already planned ahead to take specific
He truly is a man of many talents, a genuine asset to the nation. Simon, standing beside the king, finally interjected with a harsh, critical tone. "I have something to say, your majesty. What Roman is saying and what he wishes your majesty to do is solely for the benefit of the Dmitri family. Fighting against the nobles faction and dealing with neighboring countries is far too dangerous. Therefore, your majesty needs to reconsider carefully." Roman retorted with a question. "Say what you will, but can you offer any solution to the kingdom's current situation?" Simon shouted back in annoyance. "What did you say?" Roman explained. "When the nobles faction quietly rebelled and seized real power, as their authority grew stronger by the day, what did you do here? We, on the other hand, had to stand up against them with our own strength. This is no simple task. Many soldiers will fall. We have made such great sacrifices to regain real power for your majesty, so we only wish to be compensated according to our true value, nothing more. Once your majesty recognizes Dmitri as a small duchy, independent in both politics and finance, we will still continue to support Cairo. After all, we in Cairo are lands with a history and destiny tied together." Simon gritted his teeth, speechless, unable to say anything more, only able to look at him and curse inwardly. This guy is too cunning. All his words sound like excuses. He wants to separate into an independent nation, yet all his reasoning sounds like he wants to help Cairo escape its current predicament. But allowing him to deploy troops to take back real power from the noble clique, this proposal is not entirely wrong. Currently, as the king, I am completely helpless against their power anyway. Sooner or later, this throne will no
The war for royal power in the capital has become uncontrollable for me. Where would I even find the forces to quell the rebellion? Now choosing the best option available is all I can do. Daniel gritted his teeth, accepting the truth. The current reality is too chaotic. If I sit still and do nothing, I cannot escape death. Giving up something I cannot control to regain something I have gradually lost, thereby creating a completely new Cairo kingdom, is that a good choice for me? If I do not choose this path, then with this status of a puppet king, I will never be able to do what I want, forever living in shackles. Now my only choice is to join hands with Roman, the one who stepped forward wanting to reclaim power from me from the nobles faction, although his conditions also cause me endless pain and regret. He waved his hand and spoke. I understand. As you wish. With the honor of the head of the Cairo kingdom, I promise that the entire northern region, with the Dimitri family at its center, will be separated into an independent duchy in all aspects. I will now bestow upon you the title of Duke. You may hold supreme power over the Dimitri duchy. He glared, declaring loudly, in exchange, on the condition that you punish the nobles faction, punish Marquis Benedict, and reclaim power from the nobles faction for me. At the location of Count Denver of Valhalla, he was reading new information and commented, Roman, he truly
Now the situation is set. Either Roman or the nobles faction must fall for the internal war in Cairo to cease. Roman has calculated this move. He must be plotting something now. Perhaps he wants to borrow the power of the royal family after defeating the nobles faction, then rely on his own prestige to accomplish something greater. I haven't fully calculated that yet. But the current situation is all too clear. The royal faction and the Dimitri family. He smirked and continued thinking. They will join forces to confront the nobles faction. This is excellent. No matter which side wins, they won't have much strength or wealth left. At that time, our side, Valhalla, will seize this opportunity to kick them out for good. A guard rushed in bearing bad news. My lord, there is an urgent matter to report. He asked immediately. What? What is it? The guard reported in fear. Roman has let his troops in here. You must run quickly. Before he could finish his sentence, he was choked by Roman, who slammed him straight onto the ground. Then he spoke. Count Denver, if you do not obey... He quickly stood up while telling himself to calm down and deal with the situation carefully. Denver spoke up. What is your intention in coming here? I have always been loyal to His Majesty. Roman replied. Well said, but according to the investigation, you have colluded with the forces of Valhalla to manipulate power and cause chaos in Cairo. Therefore, I have orders from His Majesty to arrest you for interrogation. He glared at him, his words full of threat. Orders have been handed down that if you intend to resist, it will be considered treason. In that case, one strike will undoubtedly sever your head from your neck. Denver clenched his hands into fists and retorted, How can you say that about me? I haven't rebelled or usurped any power. Inside, he thought, the fact that I follow Valhalla is known to everyone, but now that he's here with this excuse, Denver loudly declared, I am also a person of status in Cairo. Do you think I will stand by while you act so arbitrarily? Even if I am captured, Valhalla will not let Cairo off easily. Roman drew the knightsword. Well said. But if you open your mouth to mention Valhalla again, be careful or you'll die instantly. I really hate traitors like you. Denver was so angry that veins popped on his face as he asked Roman, How dare you act like... Roman pointed his sword at his throat, cutting him off. Shut up and don't say another word. Since I'm already here, do you think I fear the forces behind you? You are still very clueless about the situation.
Denver broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing Roman's threat. To weed out the grass, one must pull up the roots. They cannot be allowed to cause chaos in Cairo. Just you wait. There are still many interesting things ahead that you cannot even imagine. A similar scene was unfolding with Count Gregory. He shouted loudly at the royal soldiers as they surrounded him. You bastards, how dare you treat me like this? He then turned his shouting towards the captain of the guards. Simon, do you know what this action will lead to? If you touch me, the great power of Kronos will use this as an excuse to launch an all-out attack on Cairo. Do you think Cairo can withstand the great power of Kronos right now? Simon thought to himself as he approached Gregory. What he said wasn't entirely wrong. The great power of Kronos had indeed begun harboring intentions to invade surrounding countries as a stepping stone to conquering the entire continent. But to make this decision, His Majesty had already calculated carefully. Once the step is taken, there is no turning back. Everyone must make a choice, and whatever the consequences of that choice, they must be borne. Gregory smirked as he saw Simon approaching him. It seems you understand what I'm saying. Simon then forcefully pushed his head down and shouted, You talk too much. Shut your dog mouth. This is an order handed down by His Majesty. No resistance is allowed. Even if those Kronos bastards march on Cairo, we will teach them a lesson. And of course, your head will be displayed to the public then. He trusted his liege. His Majesty and Lord Roman had already calculated everything, so he could not
Now my plot to seize the throne in Cairo can no longer be executed simply. I didn't think this situation would unfold so quickly. I still hold the power of the nobles faction. If I concentrate all power and pull the armies from every fortress back to this capital, I can still defeat His Majesty's faction. Roman, he glared with indignation when thinking of his name. Even though you have become the strongest swordsman in Cairo after defeating Count Nicholas, and I admit your strength is very great, do not think that combining with His Majesty will simply defeat our nobles faction. He ordered his servant, summon all the forces of the noble armies back to the capital immediately. Yes, a soldier stuttered as he reported. Marquis, there is an issue. Viscount Patius has refused the call to summon his army as ordered. He shouted angrily before the soldier could finish. What? Connect me to him so I can speak with him right now. Benedict shouted straight at Patius's face. Patius, what is the meaning of this? How dare you refuse my order to summon the army? He screamed. Do you intend to choose to oppose us? Patius rubbed his chin and explained. The current situation is clear. You and I should also speak plainly. Based on my sources and predictions regarding Roman, in this war he might defeat the noble forces. Therefore, I have refused to join the nobles faction as well as your summons. Don't look at me so crossly. Benedict, his face dark with rage, asked back, Are you sure your decision is correct?
Patius continued, I have always been on the neutral side in the past, never following any faction. But now I have chosen to follow Roman's side and help him. You surely haven't examined the current situation fully. You probably don't even know what benefits those who follow him will receive, do you? Even though you are the head of the nobles faction, the information you possess is too meager. You cannot possibly deal with Roman if you remain in such a vague state. The nobles faction is no longer what it used to be. Everyone has wavered. There will be many more who choose to follow Roman just like me. If you don't even know this, what can you possibly do? Marquis Benedict was shocked by this news. Had the nobles faction wavered? At the same time, Valentino announced, Our Valentino family will support Lord Roman and His Majesty. Furthermore, the nobles in the neutral faction had also made their own decisions in this power struggle. After the Valentino family, who had turned from a neutral stance to support Dimitri, made a move to hire many mercenaries throughout the kingdom. This consistent action by the neutral faction and the Valentino family forced the nobles faction to be wary. They could not attack the Dimitri family immediately after they had expressed their stance in the struggle for power. In the council chamber within the palace, Roman stood calmly before the king and said, A few days ago, this Count Patius, who was once a member of the nobles faction, switched sides to follow us, dragging along a number of weaker nobles who also turned around to do the same. The king of Cairo thought.
After all, having money without a life to spend it is useless. In this power struggle, Roman did the right thing. He handled everything very decisively. Roman's long, slender finger pointed at the model of the city wall as he continued. If it were before, the nobles faction could have gathered their entire army and marched on this capital, but currently they seem to have no intention of doing so. The situation is very favorable for our side. The nobles faction is internally divided. They are no longer united as before. The opportunity for us to wipe out their power in one go has arrived. Daniel Cairo also responded in agreement. Regarding this matter, Roman, you can rest assured. I have given you full authority to decide. All of Cairo's soldiers will be under your command in this war. I will always stand behind and support you. For any decision, you can act first and report to me later. He placed his hand on his chest firmly. Thank you, Your Majesty. In Marquis Benedict's conference room, he sat in the middle of the large auditorium and spoke. After Roman took command of the army, it seems he has prepared a general offensive against us. At most, in about a week, they will arrive here. Currently, our military strength cannot face them head-on, because our forces are quite divided. Therefore, we will have to hold our ground here and wait for an opportunity to counterattack and push them back. A worried man added, The biggest trouble in this war, previously Marquis Valentino, who always maintained neutrality, has now dragged many nobles to join Roman's forces. This is something I never thought of. With the power reinforced by the royal family, do we have any chance of winning this war? Hearing his words, Benedict's face
If we face them alone like this, it will surely be difficult. Or perhaps we should contact external forces, like the factions of Kronos and Valhalla. If we have the support of those two nations, we can counterattack. Right now, those two factions within the country have been suppressed by Roman to a dead end. If we offer proposals along with significant benefits, they will have to agree. Marquis Benedict interrupted him.
That is also a good idea, joining forces to fight against a common enemy. He pondered. But time is running short. I wonder how long it will take to persuade them to support us. The noble worriedly replied. According to estimates, since those two factions are mainly concentrated in the capital, contacting them won't be difficult, but gathering all their forces will be quite hard. In this situation, it is estimated to take more than 2 weeks. Marquis Benedict sighed. So be it. Better late than never. Then I leave the task of contacting those two factions entirely to you. He agreed. Very well. Wait for good news from me. He raised his voice, declaring to the room. This war is a large-scale war involving our very survival. We have prepared for it before. Now is the time our forces must achieve that goal. All power in this Cairo must belong to our nobles faction. Cold light shone into the small room. Richard struggled to open his eyes, wondering, where am I? He sat up in bed, holding his head as he retraced his thoughts. Ah, I remember now. I was injured after that duel. Richard was shocked. The wound doesn't seem that serious.
Richard looked around anxiously, not knowing what the situation in the capital was like right now. Someone rushed over to him and shouted, "Oh my God!" Simon looked at him in panic. "I thought you would never wake up. It truly is fortunate." Richard reassured him. "You have worked hard. Thank you, Simon." He then asked, "How is the current situation in Cairo after I fainted?" Simon replied sadly, "It is complicated." He reported, "I am currently under the command of Roman. He and His Majesty have joined hands to link their forces to attack Marquis Benedict's nobles faction, along with the noble forces aligned with the two nations of Kronos and Valhalla." Richard pondered. "I understand. Take me to the barracks." His eyes were resolute. "I need to be there to grasp the situation." Roman walked majestically, stepping towards Richard. The old man solemnly held his sword and handed it to Roman. He was a bit surprised, never thinking that one day the most powerful person in the royal army would directly hand over power to him. Roman stood there and thought, the man who was once the strongest swordsman in Cairo, Count Nicholas, in this chaotic situation, still loyally stood by His Majesty's side. Roman stomped his foot hard, declaring to the entire army, "Currently, Cairo is in chaos, and everything needs to be resolved quickly. We in the nobles faction will soon have to face each other in a life-or-death struggle." His voice turned stern. "This is unavoidable. This is truly a senseless war where many civilians and soldiers will fall, where relatives and compatriots will have to slaughter each other." Everyone listened attentively to his words, but to regain stable power in the future, there is no other way. We must defeat the nobles faction and eliminate this seed of disaster. Furthermore, Roman pointed his sword forward and shouted loudly, "In this war, I will be the vanguard leading the way. You only need to obey orders and join me in heading towards the final victory." The army below seemed to be energized, chanting his name. Roman, Roman, Roman. The war for royal power, a fierce final battle, had officially begun. The blue sky covered the Cairo kingdom. Roman stood solemnly before the city.
His eyes were sharp and cold as he gave the order. "We will attack quickly. The soldiers need to rest for a moment. Then we will launch an all-out assault to crush their army." Looking at the catapults in front of the city, the defense captain smirked complacently. So they are indeed going to use catapults to lay siege. He thought to himself arrogantly that this city wall had been enchanted with an extremely powerful defensive magic. Did they really think they could simply use catapults to attack? As long as we use our magicians to slowly replenish mana for this magic shield, it will automatically regenerate. Looking at the army in red robes ahead, he was suspicious. But besides the catapults, what are those magicians doing? What kind of trick are they planning now? A person shouted loudly, "Squad 1 is ready. Squad 2 is stable." Simultaneously, the magicians reached out their hands to cast magic. Roman looked ahead and assessed the situation. To prepare for this siege, the Phoenix Magic Tower had sent people to support him. These magicians, with their fire attribute attacks, would shatter the defensive shield of the city wall. Tower Master Felix stepped forward, spread
The catapults were enchanted by the mages. Felix gave the order, and they all gathered their mana to launch a simultaneous attack. A mage shouted, "Enhanced fireball magic." The enchanted catapult fired a massive fireball straight at the castle. Its power was so immense that it nearly destroyed the protective barrier surrounding it. The guards holding out on the walls of Cameron were in a panic. One screamed, "It's not good, Captain. The protective shield has weakened significantly. We must replenish the mana quickly or the shield will shatter." The captain was panicked. He couldn't believe that he had recruited the mages of the Phoenix Nightmare to join this siege. Looking down in alarm, he saw that the number of mages was quite large as well. He immediately ordered, "Quickly activate the defensive shield and replenish mana for the wall's barrier. Protecting the wall is the top priority. We cannot let it collapse." Simon looked around in surprise. "I didn't think we would have so many mages helping us. I wonder where they came from." Hearing this, Chris replied, "They are the mages from the Phoenix Tower. That magic tower is now located in the Dimitri family's territory." He was shocked. The Phoenix Magic Tower is located in the Dimitri territory now? The young master smiled triumphantly. They have sworn loyalty to the Dmitri family. In the future, they will join us in any battle. Watching the mages continue
Simon looked at Roman in surprise, unable to believe that Roman could secure a magic tower as his own private force. This was something no other force had ever achieved. The power of one of the 13 magic towers was indisputable. His face darkened and he broke into a cold sweat. The Dmitri family would become even stronger. Roman Dmitri stood with his arms crossed, calmly observing the battle. Simon was terrified, wondering just how powerful they would become after separating to form an independent duchy in the future. He silently exclaimed that His Majesty had made an extremely correct decision in siding with Roman. This war was surely theirs to win. Roman's eyes were sharp and cold as he ordered all magicians to focus on destroying the city walls and burning everything. Simon looked up and could only utter a single word. Oh. The harsh sunlight shone down on Roman, promising a brilliant future. This was truly a large-scale war that would reclaim all power from the nobles faction and create a new future for Cairo. As the sun set, the battle paused, and soldiers from both sides rested, while sounds of pain resonated. Meanwhile, in a room, Marquis Benedict and the others were discussing how long they could hold out. If it continues like this, our troops can only hold out for another 10 days. A voice replied, 10 days? Is that all? He looked at Owen and asked, Viscount Owen, how is Baron Winston? He replied, right now the nobles faction's army is on its way to the northeast region. Benedict frowned and asked, what is the probability of failure when we attack Dmitri? Owen stated firmly, our side will definitely win. In the noble circle, no one is unaware of Baron Winston's capabilities. He continued boldly, those Dmitri bastards, barring any
I entrust full authority to Baron Winston. Marquis Benedict's eyes turned serious. They must return victorious. At the base camp, the red-haired man slammed his hand on the map and declared loudly, a little further is the territory of Count Adelian. I just contacted the main force. They said they can only hold out for 10 days. Within these 10 days, we must defeat Dmitri. That is extremely difficult, Baron Winston replied coldly. Meaningless battles will only cause us more damage. Winston raised a pin and continued. Therefore, we need to change our strategy and reduce the frequency of attacks. He pinned locations on the map. To do that, we will have to pass through 3 places on the map, Adelian, Kolo, and Conrad. These 3 do not follow Dmitri. These 3 regions are hostile to Dmitri because of the previous battle. They are northeast territories. Adelian is a commercial district. They are not linked to the central government and are neutral. Baron Winston rubbed his chin, looking at the map, and continued. More importantly, Baron Kolo and Viscount Conrad still view Dmitri as an enemy, a thorn in their side. So contact the 3 of them now, Winston said loudly. Tell them
Redhair looked at him. Commander, can we trust those northeast nobles? I'm afraid they might set a trap for us. Winston replied to him. I have considered that as well, but even if it is a trap, the forces in the northeast are nothing but weaklings. The elite forces of Dmitri are all concentrated at the barracks reserved for the main force. He sweated profusely as he continued. So do you think they can defeat our elite army? The subordinate quickly answered. Of course that's impossible, sir. A gentle breeze blew the leaves, and voices echoed in the air. In such a vast land, even if the northeast army attacked, they could still hold their ground. Hearing this, Redhair thought to himself as if enlightened. As expected, he has calculated every possibility. Truly someone who came from the Western Front. Just then, a flash of fire flared up, extinguishing Redhair's train of thought. Before them now were countless soldiers. Jonathan rode his horse forward and shouted loudly, Baron Winston, the noble faction of Marquis Benedict are traitors. You would better surrender before you are punished for treason. Redhair was speechless upon hearing this and gasped, Commander?
Then he swung his sword. If you insist on resisting, I will fight a life and death battle with you right here. Jonathan remained silent for a moment, then said, Lord Note, I leave everything to you. He clasped his hands. Understood. Then he created a vortex of fire, attacking towards the enemy. Fire cannon. Blinding light incinerated the crowd. Jonathan ordered his soldiers, Everyone, charge! Soldiers from both sides rushed into battle, blood splattering everywhere. Looking around at the bloodbath, Baron Winston thought helplessly, Impossible. Fighting on the Western Front for so long, I have never encountered such a mighty army. Seeing the imposing figure of Jonathan approaching, he couldn't react in time and just stood there staring. Jonathan, with a single strike of the Asura sword art, slashed straight down at him. He was stunned.
How could someone like me lose to trash from the border region like you? A week later at the Benedict Castle walls, explosions kept occurring one after another. The wall has been blown up. Find a way to rebuild it immediately. Upon hearing this, Benedict angrily slammed the table. At this rate, we won't be able to hold out much longer. What is the situation with Baron Winston's army? Why is there still no news at this hour? A person entered, his voice trembling. I just received news from the vice commander. The army on that side has been annihilated, and Baron Winston has fallen in battle. Hearing this, he felt like he was struck by lightning, freezing in place without saying a word. It was over. Baron Winston's army was completely defeated, and soon the Benedict stronghold would imply collapse.
He shouted loudly, "Have you forgotten everything? All this time, how miserable Roman Dmitri has made us." Then he turned to look at him. "Marquis, why don't we join hands with the Imperial faction and ask them for some help?" He asked back, "What do you mean?" He impatiently replied, "We are about to die. We cannot just sit and wait for death, so it is better to find a way to survive, even if we commit treason." That sentence affected his thinking. After pondering for a while, he spoke, "Contact Kronos. I will negotiate with them." A person from the Kronos side picked up the phone and said annoyedly, "Apologies, my lord. We have already joined hands with Count Gregory, not Marquis Benedict." This person was from the Empire faction, Baron Chalong. Chalong continued, "We have no reason to join hands with you." He replied, "The royal faction has made their move. Count Gregory and Count Denver have now been arrested." Benedict's eyes became sharp. "By siding with us, Kronos will lose nothing. Regardless of whose side you take, the one who benefits the most is still the Empire." Chalong, on the other side of the screen, laughed mockingly. "Sounds interesting. All right, tell me what you need. How can we help you?" He did not hesitate to answer when the proposal was accepted. "Please send troops to attack the western front of Cairo." After Kronos agreed, within 12 hours, 2 of the 3 defense lines were breached. Daniel Cairo called him, only to receive mocking words. "Long time no see, your majesty. How do you find the gift we prepared for you?" Daniel Cairo shouted in anger. "What is the meaning of this? This is a domestic issue. Why did you drag the Kronos army into this?" He smiled faintly. "No matter what, I must find a way to survive. Please continue being the great king of Cairo." His eyes suddenly looked like a predator overwhelming Cairo. "Let's see if you will ignore Cairo's safety to kill me, or if you will protect Cairo by sending more troops to defend the western border. Now, please consider carefully. As the king of a country, I hope you make a wise decision." Daniel's face darkened, intertwined with unspeakable fear. Cairo stood there in a daze, thinking, Marquis Benedict, the person I used to call uncle, now he is blinded by power.
Now I must stop attacking the nobles faction and the war with Benedict if I want to protect the Western Front. Only then can Cairo continue to exist, he told himself. But then the nobles faction will also escape this battle. Afterwards, with the backing of the Kronos Empire, who knows what actions they will take next. Thinking this, he called out, "Simon." Simon immediately stepped forward and responded, "Yes, your majesty." King Cairo said solemnly, "No matter how weak, incompetent, and useless a king I may be, I cannot let history The first and second defense lines on the Western Front have completely collapsed, and the third defense line can only hold out for a little longer. Daniel Cairo's eyes remained steadfast as he continued. "Exterminating the nobles faction is extremely important, but right now we cannot let the Kronos Empire do whatever they please." Roman frowned on the other end of the line and replied, "If we cannot resolve this civil war in one go, we will leave behind extremely serious consequences." Daniel Cairo replied to him, "I understand that, but the fear in the West will spread and eventually drown all of Cairo." Roman lowered his voice to encourage him. "Your Majesty, since we started this war with the nobles faction, we have been ready for every possible situation. Neither Count Gregory nor Marquis Benedict is the main issue. The main problem here is how we will deal with it if they coordinate from inside and out. Your Majesty is thinking that we have to take a step back for now." Daniel Cairo felt as if he were sinking into a dark quagmire, his feet gradually lifting out of it upon hearing Roman's words. "But later, to be able to retake that step, we will have to sacrifice a lot of people. Does your Majesty know this?" His eyes looked a bit sad as he continued. "If born in a peaceful and prosperous era, Daniel Cairo could have been a good king, but to overcome a difficult situation like this, he must face the current reality." The Kronos Empire's army is launching a rather hasty attack, therefore they certainly cannot unleash their full inherent power. Thus I hope your Majesty will trust the generals of Cairo.
as long as they can hold off the Kronos army, giving me a little more time. Within 3 days, I will completely wipe out the noble faction. After that, we will turn our full force back to the Western Front to confront the Kronos Imperial Army. Roman's eyes became firm and determined. The King of Cairo also understood the issue and agreed with him. I understand, so within 3 days, that rebellious clique must be completely destroyed. That night, predicting that the noble faction would be off guard due to complacency, Roman ordered the army to march through the night. They blocked all retreat routes from Benedict Castle and waited until the castle's defensive magic reached its limit. Roman stood before the soldiers and issued commands. The castle's defensive barrier has reached its limit and is no longer effective. Tomorrow will be our final assault. A man stepped forward and called out to him. Commander, Padius, along with his soldiers, approached Roman. Please let me be the vanguard in the attack on the castle. He looked at Roman and thought to himself, from what I know, Roman is very clear in rewarding and punishing. He recalled the time before, when he was a member of the noble faction, but he had refused Marquis Benedict's summons and joined Roman's side. Thinking this, he said, please give me the opportunity to prove my loyalty. Hearing this, Roman smiled. They seemed quite similar. In complete
He always survived into the very end, and standing beside Baek Jong-hyuk, he was the one who achieved the final victory. There is no need for a fake smile in front of me. Roman coldly continued, if you want to prove yourself useful, then do not concern yourself with your own past. He gave an enigmatic smile and pointed at Padius. You will command the vanguard to ignite this war. I will let you do as you please. The traitor of the nobles faction, Viscount Padius, his eyes glowing as he gave a bewitching smile. I, Padius, am willing to sacrifice this life to complete the mission. The next day, believing they had the backing and support of the Kronos Empire, the noble soldiers seemed nonchalant and very relaxed while defending the city walls. A footstep stepped forward in front of the city gate, revealing Felix's back. He looked at the gate before him and judged, now is the time to repay my master's trust. His eyes burned like fire, and behind him was a majestic phoenix. It is I, Felix, the master of the Phoenix Magic Tower. Today I will show you my power. Divine fire. Stephen still hadn't realized the imminent danger and smiled complacently. A second later, a powerful source of magical power erupted, and the soldiers panicked, saying, What? What is that over there?
Explosions occurred one after another. Stephen ordered, activate the defensive magic. A voice quickly responded, the defensive magic has been broken. Felix continued the attack, splitting the castle wall in two. The castle wall had collapsed. Padius then raised his voice to order, soldiers, follow me to attack. He commanded as he galloped forward, punish these traitors. They began to rush in and slaughter each other. Die! Padius also quickly unleashed his own technique, accelerating. Padius dared to step up and take responsibility where others shied away. He was someone willing to accept risks to prove his own worth. He was no longer young, but precisely because of that, he possessed a wealth of combat experience. He risked his life for this battle. No matter what happened, no one would be able to look down on him in the future. His attacks became increasingly decisive, eliminating enemies one by one, even though he could have done the simpler task of standing behind the battle lines. Padius trembled, breathing wearily, thinking to himself, so my part is done. From now on, it is Roman's time. That is Roman Dimitri, voices rang out. That Cairo devil. Stop him immediately. We must take him down at all costs. Roman smiled with amusement upon hearing others call him that. Devil, is it? I like that name. Chalong stood high above, looking down and exclaiming, is that the devil Roman? A devil. Watching the way Roman destroyed countless people in such a short time, he continued, he truly is a monster. It's unbelievable. Through a sphere emitting an announcement sound, there's big trouble. The defensive wall has been destroyed by Roman. The magic barrier has been neutralized. The soldiers are fleeing in disarray, and the few remaining soldiers are
I certainly won't let anyone live in peace, so try to fight to the bitter end. No matter how much you kneel, confess, and beg, I will exterminate 3 generations of all you traitors scum. Hearing these words, Benedict could not help but feel terrified. Roman's eyes seemed to speak all his anger. Just you wait. We will meet soon. 10 years ago, when Marquis Benedict had an audience with King Cairo, the king rejected his request. We cannot trigger a war with the Empire, because the ones who suffer the heaviest consequences are the people. He was unwilling to accept this. But, Your Majesty, before he could finish his sentence, the king ordered, you may withdraw. Previously, Cairo could not make quick decisions, because the king was incompetent. Therefore, supporters of the Empire sided with Valhalla and Kronos. They expanded their influence and successfully surpassed Cairo's power. And during the funeral of Marquis Benedict's younger sister, whispers about her death circulated. I heard she got sick because it was transmitted from the Benedict family, right? However, in this small kingdom, no one could save her. Every word was like a thorn piercing the Marquis's heart. If the Empire
He gathered the nobles and declared, "I can no longer trust the Cairo royal family. It is time for me to build power for myself, to put Cairo in its rightful place." He raised his hand enthusiastically, calling out, "Nobles of Cairo, follow me." This was the beginning of the formation of the Nobles' Alliance, and over time, the initial goal gradually went astray. Marquis Benedict began to crave the throne. He reached back and held his head. Where exactly did I go wrong to have to bear these consequences now? He lowered his head helplessly. Roman Dmitri, he now controlled everything. Cairo had become meaningless. He gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept it. If this continues, my end will only be death. He stood up abruptly. First, we need to retreat to preserve our lives. Then ask the Kronos Empire for a hand to turn the tide. Hasty footsteps of escape. Hurry up and do it. The Nobles' Alliance will end if we are caught. Suddenly, his face was covered in cold sweat as he stared ahead. In front was a sword with blood still dripping down. Too slow. A young man with a fierce appearance was blocking his way. He spoke up. "I've been waiting for you for a long time, Marquis Benedict." He immediately ordered the soldiers, "Charge! Kill him for me!" A soldier wielding a sword rushed forward as the vanguard. He shouted, "Protect the Marquis!" immediately taking a sword strike to the arm. The next one took a strike to the chest. Another decisive slash cut across a soldier's body. The unattacked soldier widened his eyes, watching his comrades being
The Marquis witnessed the scene, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. With just a few sword strokes, 3 soldiers had lost their lives. He immediately turned and fled. He reached out desperately, but Gustav appeared instantly, blocking his path. "Where do you think you're going?" The Marquis panicked. Truly a bunch of useless fools. Gustav swept his sword past him, and another soldier lay in a pool of blood. Within mere moments, all the soldiers protecting him were dead. He fled quickly, thinking, "I will definitely make it." He soon reached the outside. "I just need to escape this damn situation, and I will surely take my revenge on you." He spotted a small stone cave. That place is... Without hesitation, he immediately crawled inside. Shouts erupted from behind. "He can't escape. Search every nook and cranny for me." He placed his hand on his chest to suppress the trembling that overtook his body. I was so close to having all of Cairo in my hands, but because of that bastard, everything has been turned upside down. The Marquis gritted his teeth in endurance. "I will definitely take revenge. I will return to you all the humiliation I have suffered today." A voice echoed from outside. Marquis Benedict is truly done for. He immediately recognized it as Viscount Owen. The man continued, "You ran here to hide, yet you didn't notice anything unusual? What I mean is, from the very beginning, you and I had no way to escape." Sweat poured down the Marquis's face. "He's getting closer. Does he know I'm here?" Owen stared intently at the cave entrance. "You can come out now." He seemed furious. "You bastard! Did you think I didn't know you were in there?" The Marquis sat inside, covering his mouth with both hands, listening to every threatening word. 2 streams of tears rolled down Owen's cheek.
Having dealt with the person outside, he approached the cave entrance, placed a hand on it, and spoke in a steely voice. "Step out. Hurry up." The Marquis walked out unsteadily, wearing a shoe on one foot and barefoot on the other. A soldier led the way. He was handcuffed. Outside, there were many boos and shouts. "It's Marquis Benedict, that scoundrel. Why did you run away alone, huh? Go die." He knelt before Roman. Then he screamed miserably, "It's so unjust. I have dedicated so much to this kingdom, yet you treat me like this? While that useless king sits idly by, I am the talented leader who has protected Cairo until this very moment. If it were you, could you devote yourself wholeheartedly to such a king? The Kronos Empire has always been eyeing Cairo's borders, because right inside Cairo there were traitors. Tell me, where exactly did I go wrong?" Roman replied to him, "I am not saying your decision at that time was wrong. Perhaps thanks to relying on the empire, Cairo survived through that period. But look back at it now. What result have you achieved? Even though you are a high-ranking official, you realize that the hierarchy of power has not changed at all. So what you are doing now is not for the safety of this kingdom, but for your own greater ambition." Having his plot exposed, he
He emphasized, "To realize your ambition, how many more people do you want to sacrifice?" The man screamed in panic. "Please, please spare me. I am willing to do anything for the royal family. Ah, no, for the Dmitri family from now on." He looked at him one last time. "It's too late. This is the end for you." A spray of blood flew from his neck, the end of a man who was once a great hero of Cairo, a man who once possessed what was called absolute power. At the Cairo royal palace, news of victory echoed through the halls. "We have won." The soldier bowed respectfully and reported, "Roman Dmitri has destroyed Marquis Benedict." The emperor was overjoyed. He did it. However, the situation was urgent, and now was not the time to celebrate. The Chronos side was making strange moves. He ordered, "Report back to Roman Dmitri. I will certainly bestow the highest title for this feat, but he must protect the western border." At the third defense line of the Western Front, "By order of His Majesty, within 3 days, we must suppress the uprising on the Western Front. Roman Dmitri will bring troops over, so try to hold out." You guessed right, Flora. She is a well-known and famous figure on the Western Front. After meeting Roman, she left Lawrence and enrolled in the Royal Academy. She then studied tactics and volunteered as a member of the Western Front forces, becoming Cairo's first female officer. Although her opponents were not ordinary, with many unique ideas, she
We should prepare beforehand for a prolonged war. Even if we can suppress it, using the warp gate still takes 1 to 2 days to travel, so how can that be feasible? Count Vandenberg, commander of the Western Front, agreed. Everyone is right. With the current situation, it is impossible to annihilate the enemy forces. Flora disagreed with this, but I have a different thought. Someone doubtfully asked her, "A different thought?" She began to present her view. If Roman Dmitri has planned for 3 days, then the battle certainly won't last more than 5 days. Vandenberg retorted, "How can you be sure of that?" She immediately replied, "Based on my experience in judging people, he is not someone who evaluates things on a subjective basis." This statement was immediately opposed. "That's just a baseless remark." She added, "Moreover, the Chronos side is also under time pressure. They must secure Cairo before Marquis Benedict collapses completely. So now they only have one option." She spread a map on the table. "This is Kronos' attack plan. Initially, they will conduct close-quarters combat to intimidate the opponent. But during this time, if they want a quick victory, they must use combat mages. Our side needs to clearly understand."
Flora asserted that they needed to eliminate the magicians. Magicians usually leave openings and struggle to defend themselves, so they would choose a safe distance to cast their magic. "We must predict where the magicians will stand and set magic traps there." The commander immediately objected, stating that it was impossible. First, there was no way to know where they would stand. Second, the magicians would detect the magic traps using their mana. Flora remained steadfast in defending her viewpoint. For that very reason, they needed to find a master swordsman to participate. Her thought astonished the commander. "What?" "That's right. Once we have a master swordsman, we must have that person move with the army everywhere. By doing so, we will locate the enemy magicians." Count Vandenberg continued to ask her, "Then how will the trap not be revealed by mana?" She replied immediately that the role of the master swordsman was the key. That swordsman would release their aura at its maximum level, causing the surrounding mana environment to become turbulent so that even the magicians would not be able to detect the magic traps. By now, the commander understood the proposal Flora had put forward. It made sense. She touched her chin in contemplation. The problem was, who would agree to be the master swordsman and take the lead? Honestly speaking, the chance of survival was quite slim. These words truly frightened many people. Footsteps approached. "I will do it." Rodwell's voice was firm. "Someone has to do it, so please allow me to lead." Everyone looked towards Rodwell. Finally, Count Vandenberg agreed. "All right, in this battle, Rodwell Dmitri."
"Your combat shift ended a long time ago. Why are you still here?" She crossed her arms, looking serious. "I mean, you're really strange. Everyone calls you a patriot, but I see you as nothing more than a fool desperate because he can't die. You might become a commander in the future, so you're not allowed to die here. Got it?" He placed his hand on the railing and admitted, "This is a necessary mission for me." Suddenly, he called her name. "Flora, if it were Roman instead of me, how would you feel?" Hearing these words, a look of panic flashed across his face. Rodwell lowered his head. "He has changed. It's hard for me to accept that, but I can't deny it either. Now that I understand him, I will do whatever it takes to surpass him. That's why I'm staying. But why are you still here?" She turned away and confessed, "I just want to avoid repeating old mistakes. Let's not talk about this anymore. That question earlier really pulled me back to reality."
She clenched her fist and lightly punched his arm. Just one thing. Win at all costs. But I also hope you return alive. The moment had arrived. He raised his sword high and declared, I am Rodwell of Cairo. I wish to challenge the Kronos Empire. Today I might...
Unlike in Cairo, where reaching 3-star makes one a ranked warrior, the referee waved the flag and shouted, Start! In the Kronos Empire, to appear on the ranking board, one must reach at least 4-star. Both unleashed powerful moves towards each other. It seemed Rodwell was struggling to defend. How dare you! The world they lived in was completely different from Cairo. Soldiers outside were cheering for Osper. He laughed and shouted, End it! This made the other fighter even more excited for battle. He screamed, Die! He gritted his teeth to withstand the attack. As expected, I am not even fit to carry my brother's shoes, but I will definitely fight until the very last moment. The opponent enthusiastically thrust his sword directly at him. The sword's path was vicious. If he didn't dodge, he would lose his eyes, but dodging would be no different from defeat. Rodwell's shirt was stained with blood. At the same time, the opponent fell down. Although blood flowed from the corner of his eye, a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Get out of Cairo, you bastards! His steps were staggering, leaving a trail of blood wherever he went. Despite his heavy injuries, he tried to walk towards her. Has our plan succeeded yet? Flora affirmed. Certainly. She gave a gentle smile. On the enemy side, he walked in from outside. Magicians, get ready. It was the Kronos commander, Count Fabio. A group of people in blue cloaks advanced together at the fortress. Count Vandenberg stood with her.
We cannot kill all those mages at once. If they are more than 300 meters away from the trap, according to the plan, the margin of error is only 100 meters. Flora's eyes were sharp and cold. The more mana they summon, the higher the chance of success. Detonating the trap at that moment will render those mages unable to fight due to the mana disturbance. He frowned. I understand. You give the signal. Below, the battle mages began gathering mana in their hands. As they simultaneously channeled their magic, she saw the moment had come and shouted the order. Right now. Receiving her signal, he immediately acted. Detonate it. The mana in the mage's hands began to fluctuate violently. Where they stood, the uncontrolled source of mana showed signs of exploding. Fabio, seeing his troops about to be blown up from afar, could no longer sit still. You despicable tricksters. He furiously warned. Soldiers of Kronos, listen to me. Let those who delusionally dream of resisting our Kronos Empire know what the existence of an empire truly means. Another squad of Kronos troops trampled over the bodies of the mages and advanced toward the fortress, shouting, Attack! On the ramparts, the soldiers on her side continuously used spears to stab the Kronos soldiers, stopping them from climbing up the walls. Flora's soldiers shouted, Block them! Push the ladder away! One Kronos soldier had almost climbed to the top.
Flora held her bow in a majestic posture. Do not lose focus. The enemy has lost their magicians. We are the ones with the advantage in this battle. Do not let them push us back. Our families in Cairo will be in danger if this western front collapses. Flora thought to herself as the battle dragged on to the next day, with the enemy ceaselessly scaling the fortress. The Kronos Empire, which usually had the ability to capture a citadel immediately, was now being beaten into a pulp like this. The sun gradually emerged from behind the hills, and on the third day he led a troop standing atop the cliff. The royal army and Roman Dimitriev had arrived at the western front. Roman commanded the entire army. Fabio led his troops away, and he completely repelled the Kronos forces. In the conference room, the four of them, Count Vandenberg, Flora, him, and Noel, conferred together. It was amazing. In just one day they had quelled those rebels. Vandenberg clutched his chest and sighed in relief. Thanks to you, we can finally breathe easy. Now then, before he could finish, Roman interrupted. Not yet. Gather your forces again. He panicked, cold sweat pouring down ceaselessly. Huh? Is something wrong? The noble faction spies conspiring with Kronos have been caught, and their attack has failed, so they will retreat soon. May I ask the reason? Hearing him ask, Roman decisively pointed to a spot on the map. The enemy has occupied Cairo territory. We must show a different attitude. We cannot get too used to being oppressed by Kronos like this. His Majesty has given me full authority in this matter. Summon the soldiers and prepare to open the
He began to recall the past. The brother Roman, he remembered, was just a useless man living in alcohol, completely different from now. Back then he was often dragged away after fighting in pubs. But in such a short period of time, how could a person change so much? Roman's voice and face were not quite like before, yet it was definitely him. I lived on the Western Front, hoping to raise the family's reputation. Noticing brother Roman getting better and better, he felt inferior. But in a moment, everything I achieved became meaningless. Everyone calls me the future of Dimitri, but in reality, I am nothing. Why is it that until now... Roman looked towards his younger brother. Something seemed to appear in his eyes. Noel coughed tryly. If we kill the Kronos army, what benefit will Cairo gain? He spoke up worriedly, noting that the soldiers on the Western Front had been fighting hard for the past few days. Opening the city gates now would be like seeking death. He, Vandenberg, also stated that the Western Front is a strategic key point. Our mission is not to destroy the Kronos Empire's army, but to protect Cairo's safety. He turned to look at Roman and probed. Is it necessary to stir up that hornet's nest? Roman replied, Is that really the best solution everyone has come up with? You know the truth. Kronos has a dispute with the Southern Alliance. The map is divided into 3. Blue is Kronos, gray is Cairo, red is the Southern Alliance.
Vandenberg swallowed hard, having no choice but to listen to him. So what should we do now? The night is dark. Flora looked towards the castle. Remembering the time she met him, she thought to herself, Roman hasn't changed a bit, while I am now a bit different from when I was young. I can't be like that person. As if seeing something, her eyes widened. Oh, it turned out the 2 Dimitri brothers were standing on the castle wall talking to each other. Roman spoke up to ask about his younger brother. Rodwell, I heard you were injured in the eye during this battle. He replied, It's nothing to worry about. Hearing that, Roman continued, But thanks to that, our army was able to deal with the magicians of Kronos. If it weren't for you, the Western Front certainly couldn't have held out until I arrived. Rodwell Dimitri, his own flesh and blood, shyly turned his face away, stammering, Suddenly, what are you saying? Roman thought back on every process he had been through, every person he had known, and made a decision. He would get closer to Rodwell, just like how he built new relationships or his current connections. Roman looked at him and said, Although I'm still not quite satisfied, keep this one thing in mind. If you follow me tomorrow, I will show you the price to be paid for daring to touch a person of Dimitri. The aura around him became incredibly oppressive, his face radiating killing intent. The Kronos Empire will have to pay the price for taking one of your eyes.
Speaking to Fabio from the communication screen, Chalong said, The royal army is now marching to the Western Front to resist the Empire. You had better retreat, Count Fabio. Fabio cursed furiously. Marquis Benedict, that bastard. We have wasted too much time on this Western Front. Baron Chalong, are you telling me to just retreat like this? Although our recent siege failed, we can still continue the attack. With my honor as a soldier, I am not allowed to retreat in such disgrace. Chalong sighed. I cannot understand your thinking right now. But the Kronos Empire is currently concentrating a significant amount of military force to attack the south and neighboring kingdoms. Now, Count Fabio, if you lose the forces here in the west, it will affect the morale of the entire army on other battlefronts. Therefore, for the sake of the entire army, think carefully before making a decision. He gritted his teeth, swallowing his anger, and had to compromise. All right, I understand your point. Tomorrow morning I will assemble the army and have the entire unit retreat safely. The next day the troop groups began to move. Sir, I have left a small force behind as scouts in case the Cairo army attacks us. His face turned gloomy. That is not necessary. Jaden, riding behind, said. Yes, but... He gritted his teeth and declared, If... From afar, an army was approaching the Kronos forces. A soldier heard a noise behind him and turned to look. It was Flora and Vandenberg riding together towards them. The soldier quickly ran to report to him, Commander, the enemy troops have appeared and are chasing us. They have advanced from the rear and are closing in on our forces. He couldn't believe it and thought to himself, What? But very quickly he smiled a deadly smile. Are they coming to throw their lives away? You Cairo troops have made a grave mistake. My retreat doesn't mean I fear you. He shouted orders. All soldiers listen up. Everyone prepare to confront those damned Cairo troops. On the other side, Vandenberg ordered, Everyone. The armies of both sides rushed in and began to fight. Attack. The night before, Roman said, It seems I guessed correctly. The entire Kronos army on this western front has retreated. Now it is time for us to counterattack. The attack plan is quite simple.
Since their withdrawal preparation time was rushed, they won't be able to retreat quickly. We will split our forces into two sides, one attacking the rear and one striking straight at the enemy center, attacking the middle, attacking the rear. I and Rodwell will lead the troops to attack straight into the enemy center, while Count Vandenberg, you lead troops to attack them along with Flora, chase them from the rear to attract their attention. Noel spoke up. Your plan is quite good and simple, but if we split the army in two, won't we be weakened? Especially since the rear doesn't have you leading the soldiers. His eyes showed determination as he said, You have a point, but rest assured.
When we split into two like that, they will find it difficult to cope. At that moment, we will have the advantage in both tactics and morale. Our army will definitely win this battle. A soldier's head was chopped off. Seeing this scene, another soldier shouted loudly, You bastards, everyone calm down. Our opponent is the Cairo army. How can they possibly stand against the mighty Kronos Empire army like us? Calm yourselves and fight. The two sides fought to the death. Looking at the situation before him, Vandenberg gritted his teeth and thought, This doesn't look good. The Cairo army, after gathering their full forces, has made tactical progress. Now with the added cooperation from the newly arrived royal army, it seems I am in danger. He shouted, Everyone stand firm and fight. Show them our power. The situation was not just chaotic on Count Vandenberg's side. In the center, a massacre was taking place against the Kronos Empire army. 2 Cairo soldiers gathered strength in their swords and struck. The soldiers became terrified. Impossible. How can a bunch of their soldiers emit such strong killing intent? Those 2 also lost their lives under the sword. In the rear, Roman and his younger brother observed the battle situation. Rodwell looked on in bewilderment. What is going on? He thought to himself. Is the mighty Imperial army being completely overwhelmed by my family's army right now? The soldiers, supported
He glanced at his brother. Was all of this truly the result of his brother's training? He recalled the words his brother had spoken. Tomorrow, follow me into battle, and I will show you the price they must pay for daring to touch the people of the Dmitri family. Back in the present, he rode behind his brother. At that time, I thought he was just encouraging me, but now I know it was real. He approached Chris and called out, Chris! Chris responded, yes. He ordered, now is the time to execute the plan as intended. Lead your troops to the rear to support them, while I move forward to prevent their safe retreat. Rodwell froze upon hearing his brother say that. Chris accepted the order to join the battle. Yes, second formation, follow me. He widened his eyes, watching. Did he really intend to wipe out the entire Imperial army? A stray arrow shot straight into the face of a Kronos soldier, taking his life. She thought to herself, we are being suppressed by them. The situation doesn't look good. She shouted, Commander! He raised his hand and said, I know, just follow the prearranged plan. All units, raise your shields for defense. Shield wall! The soldiers received the order and used their shields to form a solid barrier. What are they doing? Why are they raising shields in the middle of a battle? Are they trying to defend or what? Try to block them. Don't let them advance. All we need to do is buy time. From a distance, a troop came running. Reinforcements have arrived. Lower the shields and fight. Let them see the power of the Dmitri family's army. Chris's eyes radiated an overwhelming.
A soldier walked up shouting loudly, You fools, get out of the way! The speaker was a 3-star swordsman of the Kronos Empire. He stepped forward and declared, Let me deal with them. Before he could finish speaking, his head and body were separated. Flash of Cairo, this is my moment. Chris took his head without any difficulty. This is the time for me to display my power on the battlefield. Right when the battle was intensifying amidst the Kronos Empire's army, Roman alone fought against every soldier rushing at him, sending enemies flying with each blow. Every slash of his sword cut down an enemy decisively. Roman's eyes were filled with coldness towards the enemy, exerting pressure on anyone who dared to approach. Witnessing this scene, Fabio could not believe his eyes. How can this be? Suddenly, someone called out to him, Commander! A soldier rushed up to report urgently. Our rear is also under attack. We are at a disadvantage. If we continue like this, our entire army will collapse. Fabio tensely shouted, urging them, All troops first deal with that bastard Roman. Once he is destroyed, their army will automatically crumble. At this moment, a smile of satisfaction mixed with contempt appeared on Roman's lips. With a movement as fast as tearing the wind, Roman glided past the crowd of soldiers and charged forward. Witnessing this, Fabio could not help but be astonished and slightly fearful, thinking to himself,
It was the 4-star swordsman of the Kronos Empire, Gustavo. He shouted furiously, Your opponent today will be me. Just like that, Gustavo and Roman rushed into a direct confrontation. Gustavo was ranked 78th on the continental ranking and 35th in the entire Kronos Empire.
Seeing Roman calm before him, he silently assessed. This guy is quite strong. His sword and Gustavo's collided, emitting ear-piercing sounds. Suddenly, Gustavo jumped into the air, creating a safe distance, intending to launch another move. Then he pointed his sharp sword tip straight at Roman's chest. At that very moment, 2 soldiers appeared behind him, intending to sneak attack, raising their swords high to strike Roman. With his quick reflexes, his cold eyes filled with killing intent glanced back at the enemies. With a graceful movement, Roman swung his sword in a circle, simultaneously eliminating both soldiers and injuring Gustavo. Facing this powerful attack from Roman, Gustavo couldn't believe his eyes, and thought in astonishment, unbelievable. He could attack and take down the soldiers on the outside with just a single sword imbued with aura. He looked towards Roman. At this moment, Roman's eyes were exuding an oppressive pressure. Gustavo muttered to himself, Roman, this guy is more dangerous than I knew. If I let him live, the Empire's war will surely fail. Gustavo began to focus all his strength as he sank into his thoughts. Now, even if I decide to sacrifice this life, I must determine to take down the Empire's future threat. Gustavo used a method to burn his life force. His entire body glowed as if about to erupt with great power. A shockwave formed around him.
Vitality, that is the root of all life. This is a finite resource. It is not a type of power that ordinary humans can accumulate on their own. Since birth, everyone possesses a vitality. This is the source of life for every human being, a heaven-sent ability that one possesses from the moment of birth. Recalling the past, Roman silently told himself, I have studied this issue on this continent before. I have never seen anyone burn their vitality to increase their strength like this, but after some research, I understood it. Returning to reality, right now in front of Roman, Gustav was truly burning his vitality. He was not afraid at all, but thought to himself, if I had encountered a situation like this in the past, it would have been very dangerous, because I wouldn't have had a way to counter it. Suddenly, Gustav attacked Roman with his explosive power. Roman's sword blocked his attack, creating a powerful burst of radiant energy. Roman's face was serious as he clashed with Gustav, standing firm without any fear. Seeing that Roman was unscathed after his attack, Gustav was panicked and asked himself, how could he block that move of mine? At this moment, Roman silently unleashed the finishing blow, Heavenly Demon Sword Art, 3rd form, delivering an absolute slash to end Gustav's life. He could not accept this reality and panicked, shouting, no! Just like that, Gustav was destroyed by Roman with a painful technique. And so the one-on-one duel ended. Gustav was destroyed by his hands. A large cloud of smoke rose, covering the combat area and obscuring the view of the surrounding soldiers. Terrified screams rang out. Oh no, Lord Gustav! Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. He was defeated. At this moment, Gustav was nothing more than a charred body lying motionless on the ground. Roman turned to leave. After that move,
His mouth growled in anger, but Fabio showed no fear and remained incredibly defiant. You cannot harm me. I am a noble of the Kronos Empire. Even on the battlefield, you cannot kill a noble like me. If you kill me, your entire family will be hunted down by the Empire and will never know peace. Roman pondered for a moment, then replied, You don't need to say it. I know what consequences my actions will lead to. He slowly approached, causing Fabio to retreat in terror and beg, Spare me, I surrender, please. Before he could finish his sentence, Roman shouted in annoyance, Enough! Killing intent flared in Roman's eyes as he coldly declared, Now let's end this. Fabio also realized his current situation. This guy intends to kill me. Immediately, Roman did not hesitate. He delivered a decisive slash to Fabio's neck. Elsewhere, behind the Imperial army, Vandenberg, who was fighting, suddenly looked up at the sky and exclaimed, Is that an explosion? He watched the thick smoke in the sky, unable to help wondering. From behind him, Chris spoke up to reassure him. There's no need to worry. The young master knows what needs to be done. We don't need to worry about him. Chris's words surprised Vandenberg greatly, making him wonder, how can he trust Lord Roman so much? Then a flare appeared against the sky like a signal. Someone exclaimed, That's the signal. It means Roman has succeeded. Elsewhere in the Cairo kingdom, King Daniel was sitting alone on his throne in the palace. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in from outside, hurriedly saying something to him.
It was Daniel and Vandenberg speaking with each other. Vandenberg excitedly announced, Your Majesty, regarding the battle on the Western Front, Lord Roman has defeated the Empire's army commander, Count Fabio. The remaining Imperial forces have surrendered. Daniel's expression turned serious as he asked, Then what are our casualties? Vandenberg, appearing on the screen, quickly replied,
Thanks to Lord Roman's leadership and brilliant strategy, our losses are very minimal, Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, Daniel thought to himself, so he commanded the troops excellently. He turned to leave, pondering in his heart, from now on there will be a period of time.
Arrange all matters related to the battle properly, and be ready to await my command. Everyone obeyed and responded in unison. We understand, Your Majesty. At the same time, on the western plains, the scene was submerged in a sea of fire, with black smoke billowing and covering the sky. Everything was drowned in the crimson red of burning. The bodies of soldiers, charred to ash, lay scattered on the ground. Things had been cleared. Someone standing nearby replied, "Understood." A soft call from behind caught his attention. "Lord Roman." From behind, Noel was slowly approaching. "May I disturb you for a moment?" Suddenly, Noel bowed deeply and spoke earnestly. "I apologize for always opposing you during the strategic conference earlier. I sincerely apologize and owe my gratitude to you, Lord Roman. Thanks to you, the Western Fortress is safe." Roman looked at Noel bowing in apology and thought to himself, "Baron Noel, you are a good man." Thinking this, Roman replied, "No, blind trust in a person is poison on the battlefield. Opposing opinions are needed to see many things clearly. Baron Noel only did what had to be done." Hearing these comforting words, Noel sighed in relief as if a burden had been lifted. "Thank you for your praise." He then turned to look at the soldiers being escorted away and wondered, "Now that we have captured prisoners, we will have an advantage in negotiating with the Empire." However, Roman quickly objected. "No." Roman looked ahead and said, "Negotiations will not go well." His eyes turned cold as he continued, "The Empire will never agree to negotiate with us. They are always the ones to violate the borders of other nations first, and then concentrate their army to
But even so, it is meaningless before absolute power. Roman continued, "Their problem is, the Cairo Kingdom, a small nation, was actually able to defeat them." After hearing those words, Noel's face went blank as he asked, "So what must we do?" Roman looked over and calmly replied, "For the Cairo Kingdom to continue, this is something we must resolve. Imagine you are playing a game of chess. The side that retreats first will be the one to suffer the most damage. We will start another battle on the negotiation table." One morning in the Cairo Kingdom, a voice rang out, "As the Emperor's representative, I will stand on Kronos' position." That was Baron Shalong of the Kronos Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He frowned and said, "The reason the Kronos Empire attacked Cairo this time was due to the request of Marquis Benedict. However, given that Marquis Benedict has been defeated, it is no longer necessary for us to follow that request. We have clarified our empire's stance by withdrawing our troops." Shalong adopted a tone as if trying to shift all the blame. "But what did your Cairo side do after that? Not only did you attack Kronos' retreating army, but that man Roman also killed Count Fabio and Commander Gustav of our empire. Those were our empire's talents." Daniel found it absurd when he said that, and immediately retorted, "We are at war, so what is wrong with killing the enemy?" Shalong bluntly replied, "You doing that is wrong." He looked straight into Daniel's eyes and said in a cold tone,
Then he angrily continued, saying if this kept up, Cairo would bring this issue to the community of nations across the continent. Hearing those threatening words, Chalong smiled contemptuously. "Do whatever you please. Kronos might become the target of others' attacks, but we will never accept negotiation." Suddenly, he changed his mind. "Instead, I give you a choice." Daniel heard this and didn't understand, so he asked back, "What choice?" Just like that, Chalong stated his condition, shocking the whole group. "Roman Dmitri, we want one of his arms." This startled Daniel. Chalong continued, "If he comes to the Empire alone, offers up an arm, and kneels to apologize to us, the Empire will no longer pursue the issue of compensation for damages. If you refuse, it will be total war with Kronos." Daniel was still confused, momentarily not knowing how to respond, anger and despair rising in his heart. Chalong's voice still rang out triumphantly, "You have 10 days to decide what to do." Daniel trembled, thinking to himself, "Weakness has caused us to suffer this humiliation." After the conversation ended, from behind Daniel came the loud voice of Bate calling out, "Your Majesty." Then he spoke with great worry. The Kronos Empire is aiming to destroy Roman Dmitri, fearing that he will become a threat later. Hearing this, Daniel pondered and replied, "Roman Dmitri is the hero of Cairo. Everyone knows that. All citizens of Cairo know that. If we discard him to save ourselves, no one will be loyal to the kingdom anymore. Call Roman Dmitri here." Daniel's eyes were determined. "We will discuss this directly with him." 2 days later, when Roman came to see Daniel, he was told the
Cairo will surely become a colony of Kronos. His gaze grew cold as he continued. I will go to the Empire myself and resolve this matter. Please, send me to the Empire as an envoy. Hearing Roman's proposal left Daniel somewhat stunned. Immediately, Daniel could not keep his calm and shouted loudly, I do not allow it. Kronos is seeking to punish you. Daniel was extremely worried about this grave matter, so he intended to warn him. Going to Kronos in this situation was the worst-case scenario, and he could lose his life. The great hall gradually fell into silence. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do, when suddenly a voice rang out. Your Majesty. Viscount Podius spoke respectfully. May I make a suggestion? Daniel quickly granted him permission. Speak. Podius immediately offered his opinion. Lord Roman clearly knows how to resolve this problem. Stepping closer, Podius continued. And your Majesty also believes it is very dangerous for Lord Roman to go to the Kronos Empire. Then shouldn't there be someone who can prove Cairo's stance to the Empire? Hearing these words, Daniel realized with surprise. Viscount Podius, are you saying you will be the envoy to Kronos? Podius smiled confidently and replied, Exactly. He bowed and added, I will represent Cairo and prove our stance to Kronos. Roman, listen.
Podius was one of the leading politicians in Cairo. He knew how to read situations quickly and make accurate decisions. That was his strength. Although he was a key figure within the nobles' faction, the fact that he spoke up for Roman's benefit demonstrated his decisiveness and subtlety. Thinking this over, Daniel asked once again, Going to the Kronos Empire could be life-threatening. Do you intend to accept this danger? Podius did not hesitate and quickly replied loudly and clearly, Your subject will do his best to complete the mission. Then Daniel gestured toward Roman and asked, What do you think, Roman Dmitri? Night had fallen in the deserted corridor, with not a soul passing by. Roman walked in front and
Podius stood solemnly and said, I cannot ask you to trust someone like me, but through this mission I want to tell you one thing. I, Podius, pledge to dedicate my life to you, Lord Roman. Please consider my volunteering for this diplomatic mission as a way to prove my loyalty. I do not expect to be treated like the swordsman under your command, Lord Roman. Please feel free to use me, Viscount Podius, as a stepping stone to advance. If I follow your side, Lord Roman, I might become a symbol of wealth and honor. I will do everything to achieve that. Roman focused on listening to every sentence from the person opposite him, thinking to himself that Viscount Podius's proposal was surprisingly frank. Podius suddenly shouted and knelt on one knee. Please accept me. His train of thought had not yet ended. No, on the contrary, being able to speak like that proved he had seen the essence of the relationship between a lord and a vassal. The more Roman looked, the more satisfied he became. He let out a content smile. Then he raised his voice, calling out, Viscount Podius, as one of my people, you shall have everything you desire. A few days later, soldiers in iron armor marched in a straight line under the command of Podius, who sat on horseback, the diplomatic delegation of Cairo. Roman stood above observing, his face clearly showing interest and satisfaction. On the way, someone asked, Viscount Podius, how are you able to betray the person you served and still survive? Honestly, I don't understand. Normally, a person like that would never be able to rise again, but you, in the end, are still living well on the side of power, aren't you? He replied, There is one thing people seem to misunderstand. Betrayal has its own romance. The person behind asked back in astonishment, Romance? Podius continued, To those with power, regarding those considered to be on their side, it only matters when those people dedicate themselves fully to them. That is why I always work with utmost loyalty to them. If someone is willing to sacrifice for you when others hesitate, what would you do? You would certainly keep them by your side and use them. It is precisely that, using them, that is the reason one can accept a traitor like me. Is that enough for today's lesson? He thought to himself, I am just like everyone else. I do not want to live as a traitor. The reason I betrayed was that there was no one worthy of my loyalty. He smiled faintly. But perhaps Roman Dmitri? The capital of the Kronos Empire, Alexander. He stood beneath the capital, thinking with a bit of anxiety. So this is the Empire. An armored person suddenly appeared and coldly said,
Just based on this aura, one could say this person is stronger than Count Nicholas. Arriving before the massive gate, the person opposite shouted loudly, Your Imperial Majesty, the diplomatic delegation has arrived. The doors slowly opened. Podius was astonished.
Am I stepping into another world right now? If I make a single slip of the tongue, I will die instantly. Facing another vast space, he looked at the majestic figure sitting on the throne and guessed, this man is the Emperor of the Kronos Empire. The Emperor on the throne frowned and asked, "Are you Roman?" Padius was stunned, thinking, the pressure is so immense I can't breathe. He hurriedly replied, "No, I am Padius of Cairo." Suddenly a hand pushed his face down. He was shoved forcefully onto the ground in pain. The Emperor coldly said, "Didn't my people already tell you? Roman Dmitri must come here himself and hand over an arm." Padius
Batias hurriedly shouted, "Your Imperial Majesty Kronos, Cairo does not want war with you. Please give me a chance to speak. Afterwards, you may behead me or cut off my limbs as you please." The Emperor agreed. "Remember the words you have spoken. If you failed to persuade me, you will die right here." Batias grew increasingly anxious and fearful, thinking, my words from now on must convey Cairo's stance and make it clear that the Empire cannot lightly invade Cairo in this situation. Carefully choosing his words without lowering his dignity too much, Batias continued to persuade the Emperor in tension. He persuaded Emperor Kairos that intervening in the civil war was unnecessary and that the 5 kingdoms, except for Valhalla, all agreed with Cairo, so the empire could not interfere in Cairo's internal war. He recalled Roman's words, even if one of the 6 kingdoms attacked first, the Kronos Empire could still achieve a total victory. However, the problem was that after the war ended, the Kronos Empire
Batias asserted, "If the Kronos Empire still desires war in this situation, then take my head." The Emperor asked, "Do you think that is clever? In exchange for the release of Kronos prisoners, we will consider this matter." Batias was surprised. Then the other interrupted and continued, "However, dealing with Roman Dmitri is a different matter. Every night, an assassin will be sent to find Roman Dmitri." Batias asked with a trembling voice, "What does that mean?" The Emperor said, "My people were killed, so as the Emperor of Kronos, blood must be paid with blood." Batias thought, could it be that the Kronos Emperor didn't want a full-scale war with Cairo from the start? Pushing Cairo to the brink was for the purpose of releasing the prisoners? Is sending assassins to kill Roman the plan to regain the Empire's honor? The Emperor made his decision. "From now on, the tricks you spoke of today will no longer be effective." Batias thought with guilt. "I wanted to prove my worth, but," he shouted, "I apologize." A voice praised. "Well done." He was surprised. "Yes. Did you predict this would happen?" Roman explained. "The Kronos Empire has never listened to anyone's wishes before. Their target has always been me from the start." Batias worriedly asked, "Will you really be okay?" He reassured. "That is my problem. No need to worry." He was amused. "The threat of assassination? That was always a part of my life as the heavenly demon in the past. Let's see who they send this time, Emperor Kronos." Daniel was furious. "Count Gregory, you are a spy for the Kronos Empire. What you have done has caused great damage to our kingdom. Do you admit to those acts of sabotage?" Gregory frankly replied, "I admit to those crimes, but I do not feel that what I did was wrong." Daniel could not believe what he was hearing. "What? Everyone knows I support the Kronos Empire, but that is also good for the kingdom under your..."
Gregory fearlessly retorted, "It is indisputable that what I did was for the good of this kingdom, but does your majesty think you can simply kill me? Do you think the Kronos Empire will sit idly by if you do that? When I die, the news will reach the Empire immediately. Emperor Kronos will surely send his army to conquer the kingdom. At that time, the Cairo kingdom will not be able to avoid a bloody war, eventually leading to defeat and surrender. If you spare me and let me return to the Kronos Empire, you can avoid that bloody war, my king." Daniel thought with some worry. He is not wrong. The Empire has always wanted an excuse to destroy this country. But if I release him back to the Empire, how can I convince the masses later? The traitors will take that as an example and stir up trouble, and the situation will only worsen. Roman, who had witnessed everything from the side, asked for permission. "May I..."
But these are two entirely different matters, unrelated to each other. It could be said that Viscount Padius and the swordsman Gustav, whom I defeated on that battlefield, were two important figures of the Empire. How can one compare those two figures with a dog of the Empire like this bastard Gregory? After I killed those two, the Empire certainly won't simply let me off the hook now. Whether we spare this traitor or not makes no difference. Therefore, your majesty can execute this bastard Gregory to make an example for the traitorous clique. That will not change Kronos' hostile attitude towards us. When we rose up to suppress the noble faction, the moment Marquis Benedict was finished off, the war between the two nations could no longer be stopped. Therefore, your majesty, please make your decision. Whether your decision leads Cairo to success or failure depends on you. Daniel seemed to have found the truth, slowly standing up and thinking to himself, Roman, you are very principled, I understand now. As he walked, Daniel said, as mentioned before, in this battle, the Dmitri family made a great contribution in repelling the imperial army, so the kingdom owes you a debt of gratitude. As for this traitor Gregory, I have made my decision. You are the one who colluded with the empire to cause chaos in the Cairo kingdom. Gregory lost his composure and screamed, Your Majesty, please reconsider, damn it. Daniel decisively delivered the verdict.
Count Denver, his face drained of life, said, A stubborn bastard like you, perhaps deciding to reconcile with you was my mistake. I probably should have killed you from the start. Roman, if you spare me, you could establish a friendly relationship with the Empire. Don't think defeating us makes you skilled. Your strength is nothing compared to the powerful swordsmen out on the continent. Do you think defeating the swordsman Gustav makes you invincible? He is skilled, but he only ranks 78th on this continent. Do you understand? Out there, or within the Valhalla Empire, there are many talents, many swordsmen far stronger than you. If you kill me, you will officially provoke Valhalla. Do you think you can be safe after becoming an enemy of both Valhalla and Kronos? Someone like you won't be able to survive. Therefore, think carefully while you can still change your mind, Roman. That is what I wanted to say. If I die, that will be the move that brings a death sentence to your family, Roman. Hearing this, he simply replied calmly, You speak well. That very thing, I am waiting for it to come. Denver was filled with hatred. You bastard, do you dare look down on Valhalla? Then you won't be able to live in peace. His feet were lifted off the ground. Finally, all the traitorous factions and spies planted in Cairo had been eliminated. Count Vandenberg, you have the merit of repelling the Imperial army on the Western Front, thereby helping our kingdom regain face, as well as gain an advantage at the negotiating table with the Kronos Empire. Daniel praised with satisfaction. I will remember your favor and reward your family generously. The heroes, the soldiers who shed blood for the country, I will always remember them. Baron Noel and Flora, Roman, as well as Rodwell, all of you have made great contributions to Cairo in this battle. Therefore, I will reward each person generously with 1,000 gold coins. In this war, if it weren't for the Dmitri family, we wouldn't have been able to repel the army of the Kronos Empire. I am very grateful to you all. People standing below shouted. In this war, Lord Roman had great merit. That is what he deserves to enjoy. But the power of the Dmitri family is now too great. They have surpassed the power of the former nobles faction. If we continue...
Do you gentlemen consider how we were oppressed by the traitorous factions in the past? If Roman hadn't stepped in to eliminate them, how could we have regained real power? Now, if we suppress and eliminate Roman's power, it will only cause chaos within Cairo. Daniel agreed. It is just as you all said. We can no longer decide the fate of Roman and the Dmitri family. In this war, we owe them too much credit. I also made a promise to let them separate into a small territory independent of Cairo, so eliminating their power is impossible. We can only treat them as allies developing together, or in other words, they are an independent duchy. This is also an opportunity for us. Through this event, I want to speak to the entire continent. The day the Dmitri family officially separates from Cairo to establish a new duchy. I, King Daniel of Cairo, rejoice in that. With my authority, I grant the title of Duke to Roman Dmitri and many other powers. From this moment on, the entire northeast region of Cairo will be the land of the Dmitri family. Previously, that land belonged to the Cairo kingdom, but now it is an independent territory.
So, Roman holds too much power now, but that is what His Majesty promised them. I wonder how strong the Dmitri family will become now. He is a swordsman who defeated the 78th ranker on the swordsman ranking. I wonder what kind of strength he possesses at such a young age. I wonder, with such development, what position he can reach in the swordsman ranking of the entire continent in the future. This is hard to guess, but everyone wants to know the result. This is indeed a strange phenomenon. All the citizens, those who are safe and peaceful throughout the country, are always mentioning Roman. Artists and bards are composing songs praising Roman for bringing peace to the country. With such immense influence, the Dmitri family is gaining even more support. Many rumors have appeared and spread further. Those rumors can be said to originate from the nobility in Cairo. Swordsmen across the continent have already taken notice of Roman. A person stood reporting the situation. Now, not only the people of Cairo, but many others outside the kingdom also know of Lord Roman. It seems your plan is on the right track. The person opposite said, that is not enough. It only took 2 short years to go from a family to an independent duchy. We need to continue spreading the news for the entire continent to know, to let everyone know the name Roman Dmitri, for him to
How has Henry Albert lived after his time on the battlefield? After returning from fighting alongside Roman, Roman had gained significant attention from the entire kingdom. Naturally, as a subordinate with a title, Henry Albert would benefit greatly from this. First, he received an invitation to lecture on war and peace at the Cairo Royal Academy. Previously, it would have been impossible for him to have any standing within the Royal Academy. Being invited was something he never imagined, and it gave him the opportunity to teach the children of noble families. After his lectures, everything exploded and his reputation soared. Henry Albert's family was very proud of him, and money was no longer an issue for his clan. Wealth and fame rose accordingly. Professor Hen of the Cairo Royal Academy, filled with pride, praised him ceaselessly. Young master, I didn't think someone as young as you would have such experience in war and peace. Listening to your lectures makes me feel excited and rejuvenated. Thanks to you, I have learned about
When praised by the professors like that, Henry Albert realized something he had never felt before. The reason everyone praised him was simply this. People could see his small figure through the things Roman had done. Roman, after all, was a hero very difficult to approach, whereas he was someone more accessible to the public. Henry thought with indignation, these people know nothing about what I did on the southern battlefield. They simply know me as someone who participated in the war and accompanied Roman, acting on Lord Roman's behalf to contact and report the war situation to the emperor. Just for that, they praised me to the skies. All of this, basically speaking, is human instinct. They always aim for beauty and goodness, always desiring to be praised and admired by others. They saw a glimpse of their own shadow and desires in me.
Holding a glass of wine, Henry spoke. Roman Dmitri, although we fought together, I honestly have no real talent. However, this comfortable, regal life I enjoy is a gift from you. For your sake, and indeed for my own, I will spread the most favorable news about you throughout the kingdom and the entire continent. This was what Henry Albert had to do to secure a better life. A person carrying a heavy bag stood before the Dmitri estate. Rodwell gazed at the scenery before him and exclaimed, "Oh, how many years has it been since I was here?" He stepped forward, presented his information to the guard, and entered the bustling street filled with passing people and carriages. Inside a pub, the sound of men laughing and talking filled the air. You know, working in the mines is quite miserable. There's no room for mistakes. One slip-up, and you could lose your life just like that. So it's not simple at all, is it? Of course not. But ever since Lord Roman reinforced the mines with various protective magic, things have improved significantly. Accidents rarely happen now. Let's raise a glass to Lord Roman's deeds. Cheers! Rodwell thought, everyone here praises Roman so wholeheartedly. There is no longer a place for someone like me in the family territory. Sitting in a corner of the pub, he pondered, how should I choose my path in life now? Stay in the family with an unknown future, or return to the old life I experienced on the western border of the kingdom? In Romero's study, a voice asked for permission. Father, may I come in?
You two already know that soon, with the Emperor's approval, our family will separate and become a duchy independent from Cairo. Therefore, I also need to decide who will be the future successor to lead the family. This is an urgent matter. The situation is clear, so I need to consult with both of you. Rodwell spoke up. Father, about this, I have something I want to say. I feel I should give up the position of successor. Of course, compared to what Big Brother has done, the position of family head leading the family must be his. I have thought about this a lot. This is what I need to do for the family to develop even further. Therefore, Father, please do as such. I also need some quiet time to reflect on my own actions as well as my future. After saying that, he decisively walked out of the room, leaving behind only an atmosphere of genuine astonishment. Romero spoke in a voice full of remorse. I have made Rodwell think too much because of that overly heavy responsibility.
Previously, our family was always looked down upon within the kingdom's nobility ranks. Consequently, he suffered a lot of pressure, having to live and do things he never wanted. To meet my demands for the future, I forced him to study and train from a very young age, so he could surpass others, hoping that one day he could master the family. I expected so much from him, that he would be the one to lead the family after me, so his pressure grew greater day by day. Thanks to his hard work in studying and training, he became an excellent child of his generation, just as I had always hoped he would achieve. But today, those pressures are no more. He proactively stated that he would give up being the family's successor. He wants to live a life as he once wished, no longer under pressure like before. I sincerely apologize to Rodwell for the expectations I placed on him, but I still think that my desire for him to study and train in the past was not a mistake. It has helped him mature a great deal. But now, for the future of the Dimitri family, it is logical that you will be the successor to lead the family. Romero said decisively to Roman, but there is one thing I wish of you. Roman focused on listening. Father, please speak. Romero placed his hand on his son's shoulder. Take care of and pay more attention to your brother, because he had
Rodwell looked like he was about to explode. No, his state of mind was unstable. He couldn't focus on doing anything at all. The sensation of swinging the sword held no strength whatsoever, as if he were slashing into the void. Roman approached from a distance, cutting through his train of thought. Swinging your sword like that, you won't be able to defeat any opponent. All your senses are in chaos, your movements are unstable, and since you've lost one eye, your vision is limited. But those distorted sensations don't stem from your limited vision, but rather from the turmoil in your heart, causing everything to go against your will. You must focus and erase those negative thoughts. You now have a new goal, new things that need to be done. Your past efforts and not be wasted like this. There is no point in
He laughed and asked back, "Why should I listen to you?" Rodwell sneered, asking Roman, "Why do I have to listen to you?" As he spoke, his voice clearly betrayed his resentment. "Now that you've become the successor, why do you even care about me?" Rodwell gritted his teeth and told him, "Leave me alone." Roman calmly replied, "Rodwell, Dimitri has now entered a new stage. We cannot know what tricks Kronos and Valhalla might pull if they are displeased, nor can we place all our trust in the alliance of kingdoms." He looked straight into the boy's eyes, his voice full of determination. "Therefore, we must enhance our own strength to protect ourselves." Roman's eyes revealed a hint of contemplation. "Currently, I can manage everything on my own, but in the near future, my strength will have its limits." He shared his upcoming plans with Rodwell. "If the Empire attacks, I will lead the troops into battle." Then Roman said seriously, "Rodwell Dimitri, you are my younger brother, and you share the same bloodline as me." Stepping closer to Rodwell, he continued, "If I am absent, Dimitri needs a leader."
The four kingdoms in the southwest of Salamander, Umberto, Redford, Odelia, and Frank. Geographically, these kingdoms all border each other, so they formed an alliance to protect one another. They united for survival, and they knew just how important Roman Dimitri was to them. A few days before the festival took place in the Dimitri Duchy, the Umberto royal family held a meeting. The man sitting in the first seat on the left spoke up first. "Your Majesty, the civil war in Cairo this time was an unprecedented rebellion." That person was Count Verdi of the Umberto kingdom. He continued, "But Roman Dimitri handled it neatly." Not stopping there, Verdi added regarding Roman's capabilities. "Furthermore, to deal with the Empire's wrath, force alone is not enough. He is roped in our alliance. This proves he is very skilled in strategy." Then he glanced slightly at the person next to him. "There is no guarantee how long the Southern Alliance will last." Then he shifted to a proposal. "I think Roman Dimitri is the answer to the kingdom's survival. He also does not have a fiancée yet. Should we have him enter a political marriage with the princess?" King Umberto heard Verdi say this and asked him in a solemn tone, "Doesn't the princess already have someone she loves?" Verdi angrily slammed the table and said, "Your Majesty, now is not the time to worry about the feelings of an individual. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Upon hearing this, King Umberto quickly agreed with Verdi's opinion. "I understand. Then you handle this matter. You must ensure that the princess's marriage to Roman Dimitri is successful." Time passed. The Dimitri Duchy was officially proclaimed, and everywhere in Dimitri was filled with a festive atmosphere. In the grand hall, someone spoke to the couple, Romero and Liana. "Lord Dimitri, I hear your son Roman Dimitri is almost 30 years old. You should consider finding him a wife." Verdi confidently introduced himself to them. "Coincidentally, there is someone I really want to introduce. Not to brag, but it is Princess
As he boasted, Verdi's face was practically parallel to the ceiling. If the most wonderful daughter of Umberto marries the most talented young man of Dimitri, what could be better? Verdi did not forget to add the benefits of a marriage alliance between the two kingdoms. Furthermore, this marriage would certainly bind the two kingdoms more tightly. Verdi was trying to persuade the Romero couple when someone interrupted from nowhere. Doesn't the princess already have someone in her heart? The person who just spoke was Count Ringo of the Redford Kingdom. He added, I heard rumors that the princess often meets the son of a certain baron. Verdi shouted angrily, What are you saying? Who is spreading such nonsense? Ringo replied calmly, Oh my, everyone knows that. Why so tense? Then he turned to Romero. Lord Duke, in the Redford Kingdom, we have many daughters from prestigious families. His words made Verdi jump up. Count Ringo. Before the two could say more, another voice rang out. You people, that's enough. Duke Martin of the Odelia Kingdom appeared and interrupted. Given the current state of Umberto or Redford, isn't a marriage alliance with the Dimitri Duchy too ambitious? Only Odelia is worthy. As soon as the words were spoken, the sides erupted into an argument. What did you say? Apologize to us immediately. The Duke and his wife stood frozen, watching the chaos unfolding before their eyes. Finally, Romero had to speak up to stop the quarrel. Everyone, please stop. We do not agree to political marriages. He smiled and told them, There is no need for such a fuss. If my son wants to marry someone, I will welcome that person with open arms.
Felix turned around upon hearing someone call him. Baron Larson, the representative of the Frank Kingdom, has come here? Larson asked him worriedly, saying the Phoenix Magic Tower suddenly disappeared. His Majesty has been very worried. Can you return to Frank? He hesitated not a bit to promise Felix, saying later on we will support the Phoenix Tower at all costs. I promise you on my honor. Felix showed signs of refusal, saying you know it too. Frank has broken promises with Phoenix before. Larson hurriedly replied, This time will be different. We will definitely take responsibility. Felix smiled lightly. No, it is
Back at the banquet, Roman stood in a corner on the upper floor, observing silently. As expected, the two empires had not sent anyone. He thought to himself it made sense, as Kronos had announced the assassination, and the Valhalla Empire likely had no intention of overlooking the death of Count Denver. Both empires harbored ambitions to conquer the continent. Eventually, a war would break out between the two empires and the Alliance of Kingdoms. However, the Alliance of Kingdoms was only a temporary measure. He had to find a way to stand against the empires on his own. At that moment, Hans walked over, interrupting his train of thought. Sir Roman, there is a guest waiting. Roman asked him coldly, Did anyone make an appointment? Hans stammered in response. About that. It is the Prince of the Hector Kingdom. The scene shifted to the study. Prince Edwin Hector of the Hector Kingdom bowed respectfully to Roman. Long time no see, Lord Roman Dimitri. Roman looked at him silently and coldly. Edwin, paying no mind, continued. Congratulations on the establishment of the Dimitri Duchy. Roman remained silent and turned to sit in his chair, while Edwin did not stop his praise for Roman. You ended the Cairo Civil War, and even more impressively, defeated the Kronos Empire. Roman finally spoke up indifferently. You flatter me too much. We do not have the kind of relationship to be exchanging compliments like this. If you have something to say it straight. Edwin sat down in the chair opposite him and replied, That is true.
Edwin began to recount, explaining that Hector had gone to war due to continuous crop failures, which he could not justify, but after the war ended, he investigated. It turned out that the crop failure was man-made. The land there turned black. Animal carcasses were scattered everywhere, very similar to a curse performed by a necromancer. Edwin's eyes were full of contemplation at this moment as he continued, stating that black magic is very dangerous, something humans should not get involved with. Through investigation, they discovered the truth. 10 years ago, in the Kronos Empire, a phenomenon similar to Hector's also occurred. They concealed that truth, and upon investigation, it was revealed to be a black magic experiment. They completely control the north, and will certainly conquer the entire continent soon. This is not just Hector's problem. Edwin reminded Roman that the future of the Dimitri Duchy might also be involved, so to stop Kronos' ambition, speaking up to this point, Edwin made a proposal to Roman. I propose that Dimitri and Hector join hands. After the proposal, Edwin fell silent, holding his breath as he waited for Roman's answer. Unexpectedly, Roman calmly said that he had already predicted that. Seeing him speak like that, Edwin couldn't help but feel tense inside. It seemed he had predicted his intentions through his intelligence network, and from there knew exactly what he needed. Roman continued calmly. We already knew about your plans through our information network.
If the two kingdoms continue to confront each other now without caring about the external dangers, both sides will only suffer losses. At that time, naturally, our enemies behind the scenes will be the ones to benefit. At this point, Roman suddenly changed direction. But the problem I wonder about here is, he looked seriously straight at Edwin and said, "Why must we participate in a plan led by the Hector Kingdom? That issue makes me need to reconsider whether to participate in it or not." Edwin anxiously asked him back, "So in the end, do you refuse the proposal for cooperation between the two sides?" Roman replied, "You need to reconsider your proposal to see if the Hector Kingdom has enough
Military power is weakened, crop failures cannot be recovered overnight, and the polluted land cannot be simply purified. Living dependent on the sponsorship from the sky magic tower of your master means the Hector Kingdom will only barely survive without any autonomy left. That is naturally something I have seen, along with many small problems that greatly affect your kingdom." As he spoke, Roman's eyes grew colder, and finally he concluded, "Now those things have made a kingdom increasingly weak and feeble. Tell me, why exactly do I need to shake hands with you people?" At this moment, down in the banquet hall, the sound of bustling laughter echoed everywhere. That laughter even reached the door of the study where the two men were sitting. Hearing Roman's words, Edwin remained silent for a long time. A moment later, he clenched his trembling hands and said, "As you know, I have nothing to deny that the Hector Kingdom is currently very unstable, but there is one thing I do not understand here." Edwin voiced his doubts to Roman. War is escalating with major powers now eyeing smaller kingdoms, most notably the expansion of the Kronos Empire. In a war where you will have to face such major forces, why don't the two of us cooperate to minimize damage and enhance our mutual strength? As he spoke, his voice showed increasing dissatisfaction. Furthermore, from what I know, isn't it true that now, after the Dmitri family has separated to become a duchy,
But then he spoke again, saying that, nevertheless, every kingdom has its own autonomy and way of operating. Prince Edwin, can you really trust the intentions of other nations towards you? And how long can this alliance of ragtag small nations survive against the threats and coercion from larger powers? Then Roman slowly stood up and continued. To put it simply, if I were in the position of the Kronos Empire, his majestic gaze fixed on Edwin, I would point out to you the reasons why this alliance of small countries would collapse rapidly with no way to resist. Roman explained to Edwin that when small countries ally with each other, it naturally affects their own safety. An alliance requires trust and concerted effort. But of course, each country has its own calculations. They cannot blindly trust others. The seeds of conflict always exist and are just waiting to explode. If you look at the map, the most obvious example is the tiny kingdom of Umberto, which lies right on the border with the Kronos Empire. Roman continued to show Edwin the consequences. Just a few sporadic attacks from the empire would simply cause Umberto to
This is a kingdom with a poorly developed economy. The king is addicted to gambling and debauchery. The national treasury is always empty. To obtain money to fund those habits, what they are doing is borrowing from other countries as well as the Central Continental Bank. Speaking of this, Roman's eyes turned dangerous. For a gambler, the best way to defeat him is, of course, to control him with money. Therefore, the Redford Kingdom will simply be pushed back with just a little money pumped in from the Kronos Empire. Once dependent on that financial source, they will listen to whatever the empire says. Not stopping there, Roman continued to speak about the situation of the remaining two kingdoms. There are two more unstable kingdoms, Frank and Odelia. What do you see from their instability? Simply put, their current situation is no different from the Cairo kingdom before. Internal enemies and external threats are always harassing those two kingdoms. Do you think they have enough strength to stand up, purge all those tumors, and rebuild a new country? That is impossible. It is just a delusion. For these two unstable kingdoms, simply a few words from Kronos would make them surrender.
So, how long will this tiny alliance survive against the attacks and threats of the Kronos Empire? He also didn't forget to add one last sentence. Of course, say what you will, the Hector Kingdom is no different. Edwin listened for a while and silently acknowledged what Roman said. Looking back, his words had a solid basis. How long could an alliance between these small, unstable kingdoms last against the Empire's assault? It was no different from a sandcastle, destined to collapse in an instant. Roman turned around and continued. Furthermore, I haven't fully seen the effort or determination of the Hector Kingdom in this matter. Unlike other countries, although they are threatened by the Empire, they still have a way out. We don't see it that way. We must stand up against the Kronos Empire at all costs, even if sacrifices must be made. Based on what I've said, the problems of your kingdom present too many insurmountable difficulties. So what value does a connection between our two sides have when you are completely dependent on us? Roman lowered his voice and asked Edwin again. I ask you once more, what is the reason for our Dmitri family to cooperate with you? What meaning does an alliance have here? Or is it just dependency? Edwin remained silent for a moment, then calmly replied, It is true as you analyzed. We are too weak, and I know that is obvious. But if I don't have a specific solution, the Hector kingdom will soon perish. We have been driven to a dead end with no way out. His voice was somewhat helpless but full of determination. We have no right to speak in this negotiation, but we cannot give up and just let things slide, allowing the Hector kingdom to collapse completely. At this moment, his voice gained a bit of confidence. Where are our reason and value in this alliance? Edwin stood up and took steps towards Roman. Although we are exhausted, we are still a kingdom after all. In such a bloody war that requires many sacrifices, we will be the ones paving the way as the vanguard in the alliance's battles. We will be the sacrificial pawns standing at the front, standing at the head of every battle. He seriously affirmed to him, That is our value. I promise you, in any battle, we will always pioneer ahead to open the path for the alliance. This is the value we bring to you. So I think our Hector kingdom will be useful to some extent in this alliance. Hearing these words,
Before leaving, Edwin turned back and said to Roman, Back when I faced you on the battlefield, I realized you were a talented person. It is you who will create variables that can change a war of this scale in the future. He expressed his praise and admiration for him. You are the role model I am pursuing. I have tried to learn from what you can do. In every dangerous situation, you always make precise decisions to turn the tide in your favor. Looking at that, I have learned many things I never knew before. For the final sentence, Edwin spoke with a firm voice, his eyes filled with determination. The Hector kingdom will definitely grow stronger to be more worthy in your eyes. Watching the fiery aura radiating from Edwin, Roman thought to himself, all the magical power seems to be exploding from within him. This is his determination, a determination never witnessed before. He smiled slightly. Although the current Hector kingdom had weakened, with Edwin's leadership like this, it still held value for him in the alliance against the Kronos Empire. Time rewound to a week prior. Flora sat talking with the old magician. Flora
continued with what she had learned. He had completely annihilated them. The offensive had quickly gained the upper hand. In this battle of internal enemies and external threats, every decision had to be precise. Her eyes were full of thought. If the battle within the Cairo kingdom had dragged on a little longer, the empire would have had enough time to intervene in that war. The old maid said to her, but thanks to Roman's quick and accurate decisions, specifically recruiting the Phoenix Magic Tower to increase military strength for his family, the war turned in their favor. He pushed up his glasses and asked her, So what about his decision to forcefully attack the stronghold in the west? Flora replied, Of course, that was the necessary thing to do. After suppressing the nobles, he had to push back the imperial troops stationed at the western border. That was essential to regain autonomy for Cairo. The old mage agreed. Correct, that was indeed a quick and rather risky decision. He added, Because that stronghold was under the command of a rather talented general of the empire named Gustav, that decision to attack was quite reckless. Only someone with talent and bravery would dare to do it. Then he instructed her, Flora, these are the lessons of war, and war cannot be learned simply from books. Every decision can lead to the downfall of a kingdom, but these decisions need to be made at the right time, right place, and right circumstances. However,
Having said that, the old man placed the chess piece down and shouted, Checkmate. Returning to the present, Flora was lost in thought when a voice called out to her. Flora. Her father stepped up from behind and said to her, I don't understand why you were so passionate about military tactics, but I also support your determination to learn. However, during the recent campaign on the Western Front, his voice was filled with worry. I am truly worried about you. Being a girl on the battlefield is too dangerous. If something were to happen, how could a father like me go on living? He asked her sadly, Can't you return to Lawrence with me? Flora spoke softly. Father, I have experienced the bloody war on the Western Front. Her eyes looked into the distance. There,
If there were no army holding the line, the people would not be able to live in peace.
War has now broken out across the continent, so I need to be more capable than before. I don't want to remain a useless young lady living in the family forever. I need to mature quickly. Flora's father, hearing his daughter say this, could only feel helpless. Father, Flora smiled gently and said to him, I have decided. I will join Roman Dimitri's army to participate in the fighting. Chris asked Roman, What do you mean, my liege? Is she going to follow us? Roman replied, Flora did indeed have some use on the battlefield, but that was only on the Western Front recently. As for her wanting to join the Dimitri family's army, that is hard to say. He told him, Convey this message to her. In the coming days, if she accepts, have her join the training of those reserve soldiers. If she can keep up with that training program and prove that her strength meets the standards, then I will accept her into the Dimitri family's army. Chris nodded and replied, Yes, I understand. However, in his heart, he thought that achieving that would not be simple at all, and she would likely give up. Early in the morning on the Dimitri family's training grounds, the sound of heavy breathing from ceaseless training echoed. A group of soldiers was running while gasping for air, and following behind them was another person panting just as hard. Flora ran while exclaiming, Running continuously like this from early morning until now without a single break? The Dimitri family's army is indeed very strict. Their training is very methodical. She looked at the distance between herself and the group of soldiers.
Flora was exhausted by now. Seeing them continue running like that, she felt a bit scared. Were they really going to keep running? Chris, running at the front, shouted loudly, Hurry up! The first 10 people to reach the top of the slope will get to rest a bit. Run faster! Hearing him say that, the group of soldiers became even more spirited. They were determined to run as fast as possible to get some rest, charging forward. Flora stood frozen, watching the group get further and further away. She stood with her hands on her knees, gasping for breath. This was bad. She didn't have any strength left at all. On the mountain peak, Chris was speaking clearly to the other soldiers. Do you find the training hard? But think about the battlefield. Don't even dream of resting while fighting, understand? You must always be in a state of readiness. Therefore, you must always train to guide yourselves toward perfection, to overcome every extreme challenge of your own limits. The soldiers also listened very attentively to his words. Stamina, strength, wisdom, those are things needed in combat. You must always keep that in mind and take it as a goal to strive for. Chris's voice became increasingly stern. Quickly observing the terrain and adapting is exactly what every soldier needs to have. To achieve that, you need to train ceaselessly. Do you understand? At this moment, from afar, Flora's silhouette appeared, staggering. She was so tired she collapsed to her knees, thinking, I already knew that through reading books and the experience of predecessors, but for a girl like me to want to do it, it's not necessarily something I can actually achieve. Waking up to go to the training ground for warm-ups for an hour, mountain climbing combined with running for physical conditioning for an hour. So the basic morning training was done. Chris shouted clearly, Rest is not in the dictionary of our army. Now it's time to practice. Chris walked around supervising and said to them, As I said before, having fought on the battlefield means you must always be ready. Now is the time when your stamina is weak. This is exactly when I can clearly see your limits. He reminded them, Sweat on the training ground so you won't have to bleed on the battlefield. Do you understand? This is something you must not forget. Flora was resting under a tree at this moment, silently sighing. This really is hellish training. She looked at the other soldiers training hard and thought that meeting the standards to join the Dimitri family's army was indeed harsh. In other corps, if subjected to such strict training, they would protest, but in the Dimitri family's army, absolutely nothing of the sort happened. She could also see the enthusiasm of the soldiers in their eyes. Through their seriousness, she saw their ceaseless effort. That was the enthusiastic loyalty within the Dimitri family's army. Then she sat up and regained her spirit. All right, I don't need to overthink it anymore. Hellish training? I may be a woman, but I can do it too. Her eyes showed clear determination. With difficulties anticipated like this, she would not give up because of them. Time passed to a few days later at the family training ground. Chris reported to Roman, My lord, although she seems to be having a very hard time keeping up with the training course, judging by her determination, it seems she won't give up. Roman, who is training, stopped to listen to him continue. At a glance, in terms of observing terrain as well as agile improvisation using tactics, she has quite a high perspective. But of course, in terms of physical strength and compact, being a girl, she is inferior in those aspects. If she wants to complete the course, she needs to try much harder. He also added, On the 4th day of the training course, the troops commanded by Flora achieved several convincing victories. Then he handed the report to Roman.
In a dangerous situation for her troops, Chris replied, "This works, my lord. The Dmitri family army is in dire need of a talent like her." Roman smiled, his eyes clearly showing satisfaction with that answer. Thus, Cairo had completely stabilized after the rebellion. The Dmitri Duchy was subsequently established with the king's approval. Peaceful times quietly passed by. One day, in an alleyway within the Dmitri family territory, a hurried voice rang out, "Hey, wait for me! The food is still there!" A man, running too fast, accidentally slammed hard into a cloaked figurehead. That person turned around, looking coldly at the man. "Where are you going with your eyes on your feet?" That cloaked figure was Sierra, the commander of the Kronos Empire's assassin squad. The man who had just bumped into him was a restaurant owner named Thomas. He hurriedly apologized. "Yes, I apologize, sir." But before he could finish his sentence, Sierra had turned into a nearby alley and vanished. As he walked, he spoke up. "The operation plan will go into effect tonight." A voice from the void rang out, reminding him, "Until the battle takes place, remain calm. Do not cause any commotion. Understood? Be sure to gather all available
Sierra observed silently. Indeed, the equipment of the soldiers here was not cheap at all. Watching the soldiers moving about, he calculated that not only was the equipment expensive, but the power radiating from these soldiers also possessed an immeasurable aura. It seemed their strength was on par with the reserve knights in our empire. If a battle were to break out, it would be difficult to deal with an army this strong and well equipped. The person accompanying Sierra spoke up. "The security situation over at the mines is also quite good, sir, and of course, inside the family estate, it goes without saying. Those are important resources of the Dmitri family. If anything happens, their army will respond immediately. I estimate it would only take a few minutes during the day for reinforcements to arrive, and regarding the estate, the army patrols it day and night." That person calculated. At night, it might be a bit slower, but not by much, so choosing a location to strike is also quite difficult. That person's eyes turned icy cold. It is just as the empire estimated regarding the situation here. Since the Dmitri family recently separated to become a duchy, they are quite guarded about everything, especially after the king declared he would send assassins to kill Roman. Sierra laughed. "That is true, because the king declared as much, so Roman has also raised his guard significantly." Then he revealed a sinister smile. "But it is only with difficulties like this that I can find interest. If I can overcome all these defensive lines and successfully assassinate Roman, my name will be renowned across the entire continent." After that, he told the other person, "All right, we know the situation here. Relay the orders to the other assassins. The proposed plan remains the same, but we should be a bit more careful." Evening arrived very quickly, and Sierra gathered the assassins and told them, "We have grasped the situation inside the Dmitri family estate. We will enter within 15 minutes as planned." He quickly volunteered to go first. "I will lead the way."
Having finished speaking, he immediately used his invisibility cloak to switch to stealth mode. Following that, he dashed into the night. His first target was 2 guards on patrol. He jumped above the 2 soldiers, thinking, the 2 soldiers in front need to be eliminated. He pointed his sword tip and lunged straight at the back of one soldier, but a second later that soldier raised his own sword to block his sneak attack. The soldier immediately turned around and knocked him back. Then that soldier quickly reported to the other soldiers, "There are assassins on the city wall." After reporting, the 2 soldiers quickly got into a stance to fight Sierra. At the same time, warning shouts quickly rang out all around. "The enemy has appeared. Alert the whole army to prepare for battle immediately." The warning shouts continued to
But before he and his accomplices could escape, a person slowly walked up. It is rare to welcome assassins from the Empire. "Greetings, leader of the Assassin Guild, Sierra." Sierra looked in amazement at Thomas standing before him. "You are—" Thomas reached up to remove the mask on his face, introducing himself. "I am the one who will make you submit today, the master of the Moongate Information Guild, Lucas." Sierra was even more astonished upon hearing this. Moongate? The organization trading intelligence of Cairo? He was still in disbelief. "How could you—" Lucas interrupted. "Of course it is possible. More than a week before you attacked here, we already had information about this assault." Lucas calmly recounted to him. "The restaurant owner you met outside the town, the snack vendor in the square, all of those people are members of our guild. Of course, our members are not limited to just those. Blacksmiths, miners, beggars, anyone you met on the road could be a person of our Moongate organization." Upon hearing this, Sierra's face showed both weariness and anxiety.
This is bad. If they detected us beforehand like this attack has lost its element of surprise. He waved his hand to order his subordinates. Carve a bloody path and escape from here. He told them, we must take down these guys to get out. As soon as he finished speaking, both sides immediately rushed into battle. Very quickly, the assassins were cut down by Roman soldiers. Sierra stood frozen on the spot, unable to react, his pupils constricting. They are too strong. Lucas coldly ordered him. I give you 10 seconds. Quickly reveal where your assassin comrades are right now, and you will have a chance to live. Sierra began to feel fear. Lucas's strength was something he could not touch. He frantically yelled, you are strong indeed, but do you think we will simply surrender like that? We, the assassin organization of the Empire, always have a contingency plan. If one person falls, many others will stand.
A second later, Lucas used light force to slam his head down onto the ground, causing stone fragments to fly up. Lucas looked at him with a murderous gaze. I don't care about things like that. My liege will know how to deal with it. I only care about how many members of your organization are currently left in this city and where they are. Sierra was astonished again. What? He didn't care at all about the assassin sent to assassinate Roman? Lucas coldly spoke his final words to him. If you still stubbornly refuse to speak, there is only one path to death left. After dealing with Sierra, Lucas turned to order the soldiers. All right, the assassins here are done for. Now split into two. One group search around the castle. The other group clean up the bodies of these assassins. Inside the estate, there's no need to pay attention. My liege can deal with that assassin himself. He smiled triumphantly. Just let them struggle in that despair. The scene shifted to inside the castle of the Dmitri family, where footsteps silently advanced inside. A girl secretly infiltrated the estate, a top-tier assassin nicknamed the Death God of the Assassin Guild, someone with extremely powerful assassination skills. Elena. All the top important figures across the continent, if targeted by her, could not escape. With 9 successful assassinations of key enemy figures, the reputation of the Death God had spread far and wide. No organization was unaware of it. To affirm her strength as well as her mark, every time she assassinated someone, she would skin the enemy as a trophy. This was her 10th assassination of an important member, Roman. Of course, she also knew this was an important figure, and above all, a powerful person, the person who was very famous after the victory in the West, crushing the army of the Kronos Empire. Elena gently used taming magic on a small mouse. Then she controlled the mouse to run and scout the situation. The mouse stopped in front of Roman's bed. Through the mouse, she easily observed the situation. Looking and sensing with her perception, it seemed he was fast asleep. She thought to herself,
The door slowly opened with utmost gentleness. Elena, having just entered, immediately used a hypnosis technique on Roman. Then, raising her sharp blade, she smiled viciously. This mission is being completed much more simply than I thought. Unfortunately, she celebrated too soon. Roman opened his eyes and looked at her calmly. It seems you are no longer controlling that rat, are you? Elena was startled by him, but she had no intention of stopping. She quickly raised her sword. It's too late for you to wake up now, Roman. This is the last time you will see anyone in front of you. What she did not expect was that Roman could easily flick the tip of her sword with his hand. It looked very gentle, but the force was so strong that she was flung backwards. Elena She froze, unable to comprehend what was happening. In the blink of an eye, she felt her entire body being sliced into pieces. Elena fell to the ground, screaming. Terrified, she touched her neck. Cold sweat poured down like rain. It was all just an illusion. Roman stepped down, facing her, and coldly warned, "This is as far as you go." Having said that, he swung his hand and struck Elena directly on the shoulder. With her remaining consciousness, Elena hurriedly took out a bomb, thinking, "This is bad. He's too strong. This mission is considered a failure. I need to escape from here right now." A blinding light exploded. Outside, a trail of blood stretched across the corridor. Elena clutched her wound, trying to escape. Thank goodness, his reputation is truly even greater than the rumors. Even if the entire assassin organization came to assassinate him, success wouldn't be guaranteed. She ran while thinking, just get out of here first, then figure out the rest. As long as I'm alive, there's still a chance. Suddenly she froze. Standing not far ahead was Chris. Why is there someone standing there? At that moment, she saw the remaining assassins being sent flying by a current of electricity running through them. In this assassination mission, several of Roman's retainers had been noted. Extreme caution was required when encountering them. First was Mad Sword Lucas, second was Demon Sword Kevin, and third was the Flash of Cairo, Roman's trusted subordinate, Chris. Alina couldn't help but feel afraid. It seems this guy has been waiting for me here all along. Did they predict I would escape the castle and position people to block my retreat? She didn't have time to think much and changed direction to flee. Then I have to retreat and find another way out. I need to get to the Assassin Guild's gathering point to report what happened here. Alina suddenly stopped, gasping for breath.
The distance between Alina and that person was getting closer and closer. Since I have taken the trouble to wait here, I will finally satisfy my wish to clash with the Empire's strongest assassin of the organization, alias Death God. That person was none other than Cairo's demon sword, Kevin. He looked at Alina with eyes full of killing intent. Seeing you running away so desperately, you must have confronted my liege inside the castle, haven't you? Facing demon sword Kevin, Alina certainly had no way to escape. She had no other choice but to fight him. Alina jumped up, swinging her sword and rushing towards Kevin. But Kevin, like a bolt of lightning, appeared behind her back. Let's see where you intend to run to, huh? Kevin swung 2 sword strikes upon Alina. She immediately knelt, clutching her wounds and screaming in pain. Kevin walked up to her and said coldly, "If my liege hadn't ordered not to kill you..."
The scene shifts to the dungeon, filled with various torture instruments and the echoing sounds of painful screams. Trembling, Elena spoke up. "I will confess everything." She begged Lucas, "Please stop. Please don't kill me." Lucas gave a cold laugh. "Rest assured, I have no intention of killing you yet." He told her that the wounds currently on her body were merely the price she had to pay for daring to come here to assassinate them. Then he approached and roughly grabbed her hair. Raising a vial of potion with an evil smile, he said, "Now, drink this." Elena looked at the potion in Lucas's hand, fear evident on her face. Was it poison? But no matter what she thought, she could not avoid being forced by him to drink the entire vial. After forcing Elena to drink, Lucas spoke again. "My liege sent people to the Kronos Empire a few days ago to investigate the situation, and then he personally visited your headquarters." Looking at Elena, who was coughing violently, he continued, "And he has already found the headquarters of your assassin guild within the Empire, so I can let you go now." At this point, Lucas's gaze suddenly changed as he warned Elena. "However, I'm telling you in advance, if you don't hurry back to report to your guildmaster, then your guildmaster is definitely dead meat." Sometime later, the scene shifts to the Assassin Guild headquarters. A voice rang out. "A week has passed since the assassination attempt began. So, the mission has failed, hasn't it?" The Assassin Guild leader, Braha, bowed his head and replied, "Please give us one more chance, my lord." He tried to persuade the other party, arguing that although they failed once, that was not everything, and hoping for patience, as they would succeed. The other party told him, "I understand, but the recent failure is not that simple. The price to pay will be quite high." Braha thought to himself that the assassins sent out had not replied yet. It seemed they had all failed and been killed. He began to calculate. If that were the case, all assassination missions of the guild across the entire continent would need to be postponed to gather the top assassins to complete the mission of assassinating Roman Dmitri, even if they had to suffer losses in manpower. But something felt wrong to him at this moment. A familiar figure suddenly appeared behind his back. Braha turned around in astonishment. Was it Roman? His hand immediately reached for the weapon carried on his person. Then he decisively threw those weapons toward Roman. However, Roman showed no reaction, even though the blades were right in front of his face. He calmly used the heavenly demon body protection art to create a protective shield, blocking those blades. Braha was utterly astonished, his mouth gaping, his hand clutching the table behind him, intending to do something. In the blink of an eye, Roman reached out and rushed toward him, grabbing his neck tightly. Roman asked him coldly, "It seems you are the leader of the Assassin Guild, aren't you?" Looking at the terrifying figure radiating killing intent before him, Braha wondered how he dared to set foot this deep into the Empire's territory. He was too arrogant, something Braha had never imagined. Roman asked him again, "It seems you intend to press the alarm button."
Braha gritted his teeth and threatened Roman. "Just you wait, all the assassins in this main headquarters will swarm here any moment. Do you really think you alone can take down our entire assassin guild?" Roman calmly replied to him, "I estimate there are 30 assassins left here. You calculate, subtracting those you dispatched on missions, the remaining number in this headquarters is exactly what I just said." Braha did not expect this. Had he already calculated the number of assassins remaining at the headquarters? Roman chuckled softly. Then why do you think I was able to get in here without them raising any alarm? Braha seemed unable to believe what he was hearing. Could it be? Indeed, the assassins outside had all kicked the bucket, their bodies scattered all over the hallway. After speaking, Roman threw him aside. Braha was flung violently against the adjacent wall. Due to the forceful impact, blood speared from his mouth, and then he collapsed, lying motionless on the spot. Roman paid him no further mind and shifted his attention to the items on the table. He casually picked up a scroll and thought, this assassin guild is a famous large-scale organization on the continent. Naturally, their biggest client
It was written there, Mission 1, assassinate Count Draken. Mission 2, assassinate High Count Rondon. He casually burned the list, smiling as he thought, the eldest son of the military commander, the leader of the Umberto army, is the legitimate successor of Redford. Through this, I have seen the intentions of the Kronos Empire. Right at that moment, at a branch of the Assassin Guild in Dante within Cairo territory, Elena urgently reported to her teammates, quickly contact the leader at the headquarters in the Empire. She was covered in injuries, leaning on a crutch as she ran in and urged, there is no time left, hurry up. After a while of trying to connect, her teammate reported, cannot connect to the headquarters. She worriedly said, this is not good. Elena composed herself. I need to be calm in this situation. If I can't contact that side, it's fine. I will contact via the client. Thinking so, she immediately ordered her teammate, contact the sub-branch that has the client in the Empire, quickly. Talong annoyedly asked Elena, it seems the mission in Cairo failed, didn't it? Elena urgently said, Roman, he guessed our intentions. He set a trap and took down all the assassins sent there. She continued, he didn't stop there. The bastard is continuing to advance to the headquarters in Kronos to eliminate our leader. Facing these announcements, Chalong coldly asked her, is that all you wanted to say? Elena froze, looking at him. Impossible. Chalong impatiently said, then can we end this conversation here? Elena seemed unable to believe what was happening. She asked Chalong, so you guys used us as bait for them? Chalong replied, don't put it so seriously. He calmly said to her, you have fulfilled the conditions.
If the assassination fails, where would the Empire's face be, huh? Therefore, we must have multiple plans. You all are just one of them. Not stopping there, Chalong arrogantly added, of course, thanks to you, we were able to achieve some of our goals, specifically making him leave the family to come to the Empire. Elena was so angry she coughed up blood. You bastard. But it wasn't a small amount. The amount of blood she spat out increased rapidly. Elena recalled the potion Lucas had made her drink. Is this the poison taking effect? She thought. It seems to take effect quite slowly. They planned this. It didn't activate immediately so that I could go tell the Empire that Roman had arrived in Kronos. Looking at Chalong's malicious smile in front of her, she also foresaw the outcome. Roman is truly a monster. Perhaps your Empire will have to pay the price for provoking him. Looking at that arrogant face, Elena calculated silently, staring back at his smug expression. There are many things I could reveal, but I won't let him know. Finally, Elena fell due to the poison taking effect.
Returning to the Assassin Guild headquarters, the entire colossal building was engulfed in a sea of fire. The corpses of the assassins were also being consumed by the flames. Roman stood coldly, watching the fruits of his labor for a long while, then quickly turned and left. The night returned to its initial silence. Roman, now standing in the middle of a forest, spoke up. Come out. Stop hiding. Immediately, rustling sounds surrounded him. Monsters gradually revealed themselves, their eyes glowing red and looking quite gruesome, slowly dragging themselves towards Roman. He assessed them. These were monsters that lurked in the dark, feeding on pain and draining human vitality to mature. Are you lackeys of that empire? Is this all you have sent here? Roman thought for a moment. It seemed the assassins were just bait. The Empire wanted to take him down, so they must have played their strongest cards. He needed to be careful this time. One monster lunged forward and said to him, You bastard, you're quite sharp. I didn't think you'd detect us following you. Roman smirked, calmly watching them rush in droves. I knew from the moment I left the Assassin Guild headquarters. His hand gripped the sword at his hip tightly, then he drew it and swung a light arc. The first monster was sliced in half, but very quickly the wound healed as if nothing had happened. Watching the monster regenerate, Roman thought, this isn't good. My sword has no effect on them. His gaze no longer held its calm. He needed to infuse more mana into the sword glare. Roman applied darkness to the sword and dashed towards the monster, but unexpectedly, the monster easily dodged his thrust.
Roman slammed his feet to a halt. They were indeed unpredictable. Observing the monsters, he thought, they are too fast and strong. Is this the power of the Empire? It seems to be dark magic. Seeing the monster's tentacle extending, Roman recalled that back in Murim, he had encountered similar opponents. They were puppets of the demonic sect. He didn't expect to encounter them again in this world. Creatures that absorb human vitality to develop their own power. This was a forbidden black magic technique. While fighting the monsters, he wondered if the Kronos Empire had used sacrificial offerings to summon them from hell. Roman paused for a moment, looking at the monsters rushing towards him. These demons. Suddenly, he smiled triumphantly. Meeting me here today marked
As expected, the monster was beaten to pieces. The defeated monsters returned to their original state like slime. Roman coldly raised his foot without mercy, then stomped hard on them. But Roman didn't expect them to revive again. He thought annoyedly, they keep recovering after being hit. How can I restrict this? He looked at the monster standing still in front of him. This black magic uses mana to exist. Usually to defeat them, one needs holy power to purify them. Suddenly he realized something. He thought, but even if they are monsters, they must have a weakness. First, when their bodies are attacked, they fragment and spread out like light.
Next, when they fragment into smoke, accompanied by small streams of red energy hovering around their bodies. After the light smoke escapes, it slowly recombines, centering on the light smoke hovering around that body. I will strike right at that moment to sever the link between the thin smoke and that red energy. That way they will not be able to regenerate as before. Thinking this, the monsters rushed together to attack Roman. Attacking all at once, Roman's eyes at this moment were filled with nothing but killing intent. He laughed coldly. Fine, I have already grasped your movement patterns, so don't even dream of doing anything to me. Roman explosively used the blood demon divine art, delivering a powerful punch to a monster's head. He confidently addressed them. How could a demon god sect leader like me fail before the likes of you? The martial arts of the demon god sect, true to its name, uses the user's berserk fury to allow the demonic art to maximize all the internal energy within the body.
He didn't think twice and quickly ran away. I need to retreat fast. He admitted one thing. This guy Roman was truly far more dangerous than what he had known. His past battles hadn't fully displayed the strength he currently possessed, so the strategy to deal with him was completely inaccurate. He told himself, so this failure is too humiliating. But it's okay. If I fail, I'll do it again next time. Thinking so, but while running, his legs felt a bit abnormal. He stared back in shock. His legs had separated from his body since when? He stared in astonishment at his legs lying scattered behind him. My legs? Since when did? The monster was still astonished when Roman slowly approached it. Instinctively, it backed away in fear. So my evil subordinates have all been taken down by him. Roman handed it a communication device and ordered, now it's just you left. Contact the Empire and report everything as I say. The monster trembled in fear due to his aura. A voice rang out from the other end. Have you finished dealing with that Roman guy? The monster trembled and replied, your subordinate has failed completely. The other end was shocked. You mean to say you failed and couldn't take him down? The monster answered under the pressure of the blade. That is correct, Baron Shalong. Everything you predicted about him was completely wrong. He recounted to Shalong, I summoned demons from hell. They were immortal demons, but all failed and were destroyed by him. I personally used curses on him, but couldn't successfully take him down either. Then he concluded with a sentence. Roman, he is a demon himself. His power is immeasurable. Upon hearing this, Shalong suddenly said, I understand. It seems you, Roman, are there controlling my subordinate, right? He continued, truly you are good. Not only did you come to the Empire to attack the Assassin Guild headquarters, but you also dealt with those demons summoned from hell. Shalong's voice grew angry. Our plan to assassinate you may have met with failure for now. The more he spoke, the tighter he clenched his fist. But of course, the Kronos Empire will not abandon the plan just because of this. Shalong declared to Roman, you are a thorn in our Empire's eye. If we fail the first time, there will be a second. Just like that, until we take your life, we won't stop. Our Empire swears not to give up. You may be able to resist us today, but tomorrow that is not certain. A tiny individual like you is bound to fail eventually. Shalong was so
Having said that, he grabbed the monster by the nape of its neck, then disposed of it right on the spot. Witnessing this scene through the communication device, Shalong also felt a chill run down his spine. Having finished off the remaining monster, Roman turned to speak to Shalong. In the near future, I will personally send a gift to your mansion.
Baron Shalong, since you sent people to assassinate me, you yourself will have to endure the threat from others. He continued arrogantly. Of course, speaking of which, assassination is not something only you people can do. I can do it too, and even better than you. Therefore, after this, I have officially declared war on you. Shalong's haste became increasingly unsightly with every word Roman spoke, so that later, when you die because of the things you have done, you won't be surprised by not knowing who did it. My gift will be sent to you soon enough. Hearing those warnings, Shalong hurriedly ordered, "Everyone, hurry and increase the mansion's defenses. Absolutely do not let even a single..."
Shalong looked at the jar placed neatly in front of him, thinking, so according to what he said, did he leave this gift, this jar containing poison, to harm me? Gritting his teeth in anger, he immediately ordered his subordinates, "Everyone, prepare the horses to take me to the Behemoth Magic Tower immediately." The Behemoth Magic Tower is an organization of magicians, who can also be called alchemists. They research poisons and various assassination methods. Naturally, having researched poisons, they could also discover effective detoxification methods that no other organization would know about. The Archmage of the Behemoth Magic Tower, Matthew, examined the jar of medicine Shalong ate and said, "Colorless and odorless poison. This is a type I have never known on this continent." Shalong lost his composure and urged Matthew, "Why are you still standing there dawdling? Hurry up and check what kind of poison is in that jar and whether it can be cured or not." Matthew replied, "All right, rest assured, Baron." Then Matthew proceeded to test the medicine on another person's body. Seeing Matthew approaching, the man struggled. Don't make me drink that." But Matthew didn't care and poured the medicine straight into the man's mouth. Next, he used mana to apply an antidote spell to his body. After the man's scream of pain, Matthew suddenly realized the problem. It's not good. Even such strong mana cannot neutralize this poison at all. He asked Shalong, "Baron, where did you find this deadly poison?" He said tremblingly, "As far as I can see, this is currently a poison for which no antidote can be created. Even healing magic is helpless." Hearing this, Shalong couldn't help but feel anxious in his heart. How did that bastard Roman get this terrible poison? The Behemoth Magic Tower, with its top pharmacists and alchemists, couldn't identify what this poison was and had no antidote for it. Elsewhere, Shalong knelt to report to the Emperor of Kronos, "Your Majesty, that is the entire account of what we did to assassinate Roman. Everything failed." The Emperor looked at him and asked, "All right, Baron, I understand." Hearing this, the Emperor ordered Shalong, "All right, recall our top assassins from the Abyss immediately." He continued, "This time we will use the best assassins, those with the alias Nameless. We will show that bastard Roman our power and make him terrified of opposing the Empire. This time he must die, and his death will serve as an example to all others, those who honor him as a hero and wish to follow in his footsteps. His death will ensure they no longer dare to dream or kindle any intention of rebelling against our mighty Kronos Empire." Shalong immediately accepted the order. "Your subject obeys." After dealing with the assassins, Roman returned to the estate. He thought to himself, "Do not think you can simply neutralize my poison. Even apothecaries or alchemists will be useless. In the Murim, that poison is the supreme poison among the 10 great poisons of the Sichuan Tong clan ancient poison scripture. Roman had intended this all along. I sent that poison to make the Empire fearful and wary." He calculated that they would have to be more cautious in every situation from now on, realizing that he could do what the Empire did, but even better. Consequently, they would slow down their assassination attempts, giving him more time to plan his next moves.
The next day, Chris handed Roman a letter. "Young master, a letter has arrived from Valhalla. It reads, To honor the warriors who have fallen on the bloody battlefield, we invite you to attend the memorial ceremony as an individual warrior representing the Dmitry Duchy. The letter has been sent to you. If you do not arrive within 100 days before the ceremony, it will be considered that you have declined our invitation." Chris waited for Roman to finish reading the letter, then spoke up. "Young master, the representative from Valhalla attending this ceremony is a powerful swordsman named Barbossa. It is said that he has won many battles and holds a high status on the continent. From this, we can see their intention is to invite you there to seek revenge for the death of Count Denver, whom you previously defeated. He is the swordsman ranked 6th in Valhalla's top swordsman ranking, also known as the Mad Sword, standing 11th in the Continental Swordsman ranking." Roman smiled faintly. "So we can see two contrasting approaches in the actions of Valhalla and Kronos. Chris worriedly said to him, "This is far too dangerous, young master. It is not necessary for you to participate. Now that the Dmitry Duchy has just been established, there are many things left to do, so your life must be the top priority." Roman put the letter down and replied, "I completely understand what you mean. I could refuse this invitation and not go, but..." He explained to him the unwanted consequences that would follow.
If I decline this invitation, Valhalla, a kingdom that values the honor of swordsmen, could use this to claim we are cowards. Consequently, our reputation and prestige on the continent would suffer a serious decline. Roman continued, there is one more thing. Since you have chosen to follow me, I must also demonstrate my value to you. Belief in a leech who possesses strength and wisdom to face any challenge. Hearing this, Chris seemed to look at Roman with different eyes. Roman went on to lecture him. If, just because of this Valhalla incident, knowing there is danger ahead, I actively retreat in fear and dare not face it, how will I be able to lead you in the future? Your words and faith would gradually crumble. Then he clenched his fist and affirmed, I have decided that in 100 days I will go there at Valhalla's invitation. His eyes were also filled with determination. This is the responsibility as well as the trust that I will show you in a leash you believe in. At that time, a rumor spread within the assassin world that the Empire's assassin squad had received orders to kill Roman Dmitri, but was massacred. Thanks to this, assassination commissions in the Northeast region decreased significantly, and especially no one dared to accept any mission related to Dmitri. An object lesson is worth more than 10,000 words. It had engraved fear into everyone's hearts. In another corner, Kevin sat by the window thinking worriedly. This time he had gone alone to the Assassin Guild's lair within the Empire's territory again, which was far too dangerous. His heart was troubled. He told himself, to confront the predators dominating the continent, we need to be even stronger. Suddenly, a voice came through. This time, I have developed a magic formation that can increase mana density in a specific area. Kevin silently observed and saw Felix speaking to the person next to him. It is not yet perfect, but within half a year, I can minimize the errors and complete it. This magic formation not only helps increase the power of magic, his voice grew more excited. Theoretically, it can also be used for the training purposes of swordsmen who have awakened aura. Felix and Chris were so engrossed in their discussion that they did not notice Kevin had been silently observing from behind all this time. In another turn of events, Felix's face showed extreme shock. He whispered, "How reckless," he said to Kevin, as well as the group standing in front of him. "How many times have I told you, this is a technique whose safety has not yet been verified?" Kevin calmly said to him, "Lord Felix, do you know why we came here? What is important to us is to be able to support him, even just a..."
Felix agreed with him and instructed, "I understand, but remember this, the most important thing is safety." He added, "If we become cripples before we can do anything for him, how could we face him?" Half a month passed. As the sun was setting behind the mountains, a loud noise suddenly rang out. Someone shouted urgently, "The passage is collapsing, watch out!" In that critical moment, a windshield was activated just in time to protect those present. They escaped, fortunately thanks to the artifact. Suddenly, a blond young man called out to his teammate, Morgan, look at this." Morgan approached to see what was happening, his face immediately showing astonishment. Before their eyes appeared a large hole caused by the earlier tunnel collapse. The blond young man wondered, who would build a passage like this underground? Inside were many strange things they had never seen before. Morgan hurriedly ordered, "Everyone step back. Magician, call Felix here."
Felix slowly closed his eyes, his mouth beginning to mutter a few incantations. After a while, the door finally opened. When the door opened, inside was a deep, pitch-black darkness. Something suddenly appeared within that darkness. They rushed straight towards Roman, who was standing calmly in front of the door. But his shield blocked those things. It turned out they were sharp arrows ceaselessly shooting towards Roman. Startled by this scene, Felix slumped into a corner. The arrows blocked by the shield fell all over the ground. Looking at the pile and arrows, Felix broke out in a cold sweat. It seemed like this was a dungeon filled with traps. Roman told him, "I will go inside to check." Felix hurriedly stopped him. "It's too dangerous. We don't know what traps are inside. Give me some time. I will figure them out." Roman replied, "No, if someone lives here, they have already detected us." Then, as he stepped inside, he instructed Felix, "The more we hesitate, the more dangerous it becomes. You stay here and wait." Roman took each step deeper into the tunnel. As he walked, he observed and assessed. These trap mechanisms, they
Seconds later, they simultaneously poured down on Roman. It didn't stop there. From the front, many more arrows appeared, flying straight towards Roman. However, they were all easily blocked by his shield. Roman continued to advance deeper inside along the path, when he suddenly discovered something. Deep within, a somewhat harsh voice rang out. "You there, stop! This is our land. If you take another step forward, I won't guarantee your life." Roman was not one to be outdone and shouted back, "I am Roman Dmitri, the eldest son of the Dmitri family. The Endless Mountains are the territory of Dmitri. It is you who must reveal yourselves and declare your identities." Hearing this, the opponent immediately retorted, "Nonsense. Clearly this place is—" But Roman did not let the person finish speaking. He drew his sword and said to them, "I did not come here to negotiate with you. The Endless Mountains are the territory of Cairo, and Dmitri has inherited the right to rule this place. If you maintain that attitude, I will consider you enemies." The person walked closer to Roman while cursing. "Damned humans." Carrying an axe on his shoulder, he raised his voice at Roman. "Do not impose human laws upon us." Roman looked at the person with some surprise. A dwarf? Something seemed amiss. The more the dwarf spoke, the more his voice trembled. "Since ancient times we have settled underground here." Even an ordinary person could see his hands holding the weapon shaking as he spoke, let alone Roman, who realized it at a glance. "You are trembling." Behind that dwarf, 4 others appeared. Roman thought, a race living in the Endless Mountains? How should I handle them? He looked at the group of dwarves and negotiated. "As you say, this place might be your land, but what I need is an assurance that you will not pose any threat." The dwarf spoke up to refute again. "Assurance? How can we—" Suddenly he stopped. The glittering hilt of Roman's sword had caught his attention. The dwarf pointed at the sword and asked him, "Hey, can you let me see that sword?" Roman looked at him in confusion. He continued to plead, 5 minutes, no, 3 minutes. Just let me see that sword and I will consider compromise."
The group of dwarves gathered around, discussing excitedly whether dwarves from elsewhere had created it. It carried the breath of nature within it. The dwarf turned back to ask Roman, "Who created this sword?" Roman calmly replied, "I created it." The dwarf was astonished. "What? Really?" He continued to observe the sword. He used memory after images to review the creation process of the sword in his hand. Sure enough, this sword was created by Roman's own hands. After watching that process, the dwarf suddenly shed tears looking at him, stammering, Perhaps you can." The dwarf immediately knelt down and begged Roman, "Please help us. Please take back our land." Roman asked him back, "Take back the land? What do you mean?"
This mountain range has a turning point, a place called Acadia, a harmonious world where different races live together. We come from there. A long time ago, when the human world was not yet developed, a mysterious cold spell occurred on the other side of the mountain range, freezing the land. Even the world tree, the foundation of this world, withered. That was truly the beginning of a disaster. Countless races living in Acadia fell to the cold and famine, and our dwarf ancestors had to leave their homeland to survive. Roman crossed his arms and looked at the dwarf with some impatience. "The story is too long, isn't it?" The dwarf replied, "Ah, yes, and so we settled in this endless mountain range." He continued, "Then, a few decades ago, we discovered a fire demon block deep underground. It is a dangerous power that could burn down the whole world, but if used in reverse, it is the only ray of hope that can melt the world tree. I saw you controlling fire freely in the memory of the sword. Perhaps our meeting is the will of heaven." The dwarf spoke sincerely. "We earnestly beg you to bring the fire demon block to us." He assured him, "If you grant our request, I, Namthak, the leader of the dwarf clan, swear to grant any of your requests." Roman closed his eyes and thought, living as Roman Dmitri, is meeting connections from the past a mere coincidence? The Dmitri family is a clan of master blacksmiths, and the endless mountain range stretching behind the territory is very similar to the 100,000 great mountains of the heavenly demon god sect. Although he is walking a different path from his previous life, experiences from the past have helped his current life greatly. Let's see what led me here. Roman decided to speak. "I accept your offer." Receiving consent, the dwarf looked at him with grateful eyes. Then he and the other dwarves led Roman to the place of the fire demon he had mentioned. "From here on, it is an area even we cannot enter. The fire demon is a dangerous creature. Please be careful." Roman told him, "No need to worry." He slowly set foot on the fire demon and walked gently on it. As he walked, he thought, whatever led me here.
Fire spread everywhere, affecting his body as well. Roman secretly assessed the situation. It was truly dangerous. He thought, a heat that far exceeded even the invulnerability to heat and cold. If so, the only way to resist this fire was to absorb it. Roman glared once and used the blaze divine art. He began to absorb the flames emitting from that object. He reached out towards it. Come here, fire demon. Roman told himself, if the path I walk and the purpose that destiny desires are one, then that is not the result of fate, but a life chosen by my own hands. Roman's eyes gradually shifted to astonishment as that fire demon slowly spoke. The one blessed by fire, accept it. My heavenly mandate has been bound to you by a sturdy thread of connection. Roman voiced his reply.
Moments later, a hand appeared, gripping the edge of the cliff tightly. Roman slowly stepped up, holding the fire demon. The dwarf looked at him in admiration, thinking he had actually succeeded. Roman looked at the orb in his hand for a moment, then handed it to the dwarf. Take it. The dwarf looked at the fire demon in surprise, thinking, from generation to generation, our ancestors taught us how disgusting human greed is, but this person is different. The dwarf reached out and took the fire demon from Roman. He and the other dwarfs knelt down to thank him. Thank you truly, my lord. From now on, the dwarf race will be loyal to Lord Roman Dimitri. Roman smiled and replied, that is enough. Dimitri will never be hostile to the dwarfs. Roman thought to himself, the flame of the fire demon, a part of it has already resided in my dantian. Watching the dwarves leave with the fire demon, he told himself, I need to think about how to use the fire demon in the future. Elsewhere, a subordinate spoke up. The Continental Bank has sent an ultimatum. He was the Archon of Redford, speaking to the person opposite him. In half a month, if we don't pay 100,000 gold, they will exercise the lender's rights. If that happens, Redford will collapse. Viscount London of Redford rested his chin on his hand and asked him, is there no room for negotiation? He replied, yes, the bank has stated it with absolute certainty. London rubbed his forehead and sighed softly. Over the years, Viscount London had worked tirelessly to save the country, but there were still too many problems to solve. London sighed again and asked, what did the king say? The Archon replied, it remains the same. His Majesty is no longer the man he used to be. Every day he drowns in alcohol.
His face clearly showed anxiety. So what should I do now? His gaze stopped at a photo of a father and son. The father in the photo was smiling brightly. People began to criticize Viscount London, the successor of the prestigious London family. Unlike his respected father, he was labeled a greedy piece of trash. After thinking for a while, London slowly stood up and said to the administrator, make a list of forces that can help us. His eyes were determined. First, we must settle the debt with the Continental Bank. 10 meetings and 10 rejections. They were all acquaintances, but most treated him coldly. Some even refused to see him. London's feet stopped in front of a large gate. He pondered, do I really have to beg even this young country? London clearly had no other choice, but right now, even if it's just a straw, I have to grasp it. At this moment, someone was running as if on urgent business. Hans panted. Today marks exactly one.
The door immediately opened and Roman stepped out, steam surrounding his body. He said to the old man, I was just about to go out. Looking at Roman before him, Hans silently exclaimed, he has changed again. He asked Roman, young master, how did the training go? Roman replied, thanks to that, I was able to focus on my training. Then he asked, so who wants to see me? The scene shifted to the living room, where Rondon greeted Roman. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Viscount Rondon of Redford. Roman recalled, Viscount Rondon, the name topping the assassination list of the Imperial Assassin Guild, a priority target of Kronos. Rondon sat down and proposed to Roman, I apologize for asking this of you upon our first meeting, but could you lend us 100,000 gold coins? If we cannot repay the debt to the Continental Bank, Redford will collapse. He hesitantly asked him, you are aware of Redford's importance, aren't you? Roman took a sip of tea and thought, smart to use importance rather than begging. Rondon continued to persuade, if Redford falls, the Kingdom Alliance will lose a solid shield against the Kronos Empire. He earnestly implored him, therefore please help us. Redford cannot withstand this without outside assistance. The tea was still warm when Roman finally spoke up. I have heard rumors about you, the richest man in Redford, the one who seized others' assets and amassed a huge fortune through ruthless business tactics. People call you trash or a cold-blooded miser, but the Viscount Rondon I meet today is far different from the rumors. Explain it to me. He asked Rondon, why do you strive so hard for Redford? He bowed his head and replied, I have always been monitored within the Empire. He opened his heart to him. I couldn't become a patriot and be wealthy like my father, so I chose to act contrary to my reputation. The people whose assets I seized and drove into bankruptcy were all those colluding with the Empire. He voiced his thoughts. I cannot continue to watch the country collapse and the people suffer, and I
If Redford can be restored to its former state, the London family and all of Redford will forever remember your grace. Having finished speaking, London bowed his head and waited, his expression seeming prepared for an imminent rejection. Unexpectedly, Roman agreed immediately. All right. London was astonished, unable to believe his ears. Really? Is that true? Roman smiled slightly and told him, so do your best. He advised London that just as Cairo had done, he must find every way for Redford to survive, and then the opportunity would come. London suddenly realized something. In his memory, his father had once said, "Son, if you don't give up, the opportunity will definitely come. Do not miss it." London stood up and bowed to thank Roman. "I will definitely repay the grace of the Dimitri Duchy." In a certain tavern, people were discussing incessantly. Have you heard? The festival commemorating the souls of Valhalla warriors is about to take place. Barbossa, one of the 12 swords of the continent, has explicitly named Roman Dimitri as his opponent. Will this be the first time the continent witnesses a top-tier powerhouse who does not belong to an empire? Another side chimed.
Even if they attacked all at once, they wouldn't be a match for Barbossa. Just as expected, in the end, Roman is just a frog in a well. Roman was reading a letter at this moment. He smiled. Valhalla is making very obvious moves, so we must respond appropriately. A voice echoed through the quiet space. Kevin! Kevin! Kevin hurriedly asked Roman, "Did you exclude me from the trip to Valhalla for this reason?" Roman calmly told him, "This trip isn't just dangerous for me." He continued, "Dimitri will be in great danger without me. I need the most trustworthy person to stay behind in Dimitri, and I've decided that person is you, Kevin." Kevin thought in surprise, "He trusts me, not Chris?" He immediately responded excitedly, "Thank you for your trust. I will do my best to protect Dimitri." Roman looked at him helplessly, so easy to fool. Then he looked into the distance and thought, "From now on I will have to fight in an impossible battle. That is why I need to set a precedent that the 12 swords of the Empire are not invincible." The wind blew gently, swaying the tree branches. Roman smiled brightly and asked London, "There are many ways to protect the country. Why don't you tell the truth?" He explained, "Redford's problem is not just the king's responsibility. Even if we depose him, a country without
He listened silently and attentively to what the man said. I don't care if they curse me. Looking at the person in front of him reminded him of an old friend, the demonic sect scholar Yoon Hyun. He was a very special person. He believed that humans were born inherently good, and although he was the heir to a prestigious family, he did not care for fame or profit. He and Yoon Hyun were two opposing extremes. Perhaps because he and Baek Jong-hyuk lived such different lives, they were drawn to each other and often spent time together. The two sat opposite each other playing chess, and he asked idly, "I heard you went to the remote mountain village and helped the people." He picked up a black piece. "You do good deeds out of kindness, but the people will forever wait for you because of those actions, and if you don't appear anymore, they will be angry and resent you." He looked up, his eyes gleaming with coldness. Because human nature is to desire double what they have given. Whether poor or rich, it makes no difference. Despite his warning, the person opposite him just smiled gently. Yoon Hyun spoke up. "Well, maybe people will curse me as you say, but I only do what my heart tells me." He picked up 2 chess pieces, one white and one black. "If there are people like you in this world, there must also be people like me." Then, a year later, Yoon Yan was discovered naked in that village. He said with a sullen face, "How stupid. The day Yoon Yan died, Baek Jong-hyuk burned down the entire village. He took the lives of countless people just to find the one who killed Yoon Yan." The man hurriedly admitted his mistake in fear. I was wrong. I just saw that the clothes were so beautiful, so I didn't intend to kill anyone." He reached out, grabbed the man's head tightly, and ripped it from his body. Whether poor or rich, humans are just humans. If you continue to sacrifice yourself, eventually you will be forced to do so. The image of Rondon and the scholar from the past seemed to overlap. Looking at him, I was reminded of Yoon Yan again. Early the next morning, the two bid each other farewell. He said sincerely, "Thank you for your help." He smiled brightly as if he saw hope. "I will return to Redford and pay off all this debt." He shook his hand and smiled, saying, "Take care." He watched the carriage move away into the distance. The wheels clattered on the road, and the moon hung in the night sky. In the center of Redford, the carriage carried chests of money. He looked at the chests of gold and remembered what he had said. Viscount
Sacrifice is not the only way to protect the people. He sighed and smiled slightly. Roman Dimitri, if only he were a person of Redford, how good that would be. Yes, the debt with the Golden Bank is just the beginning. Taking this opportunity, I will change Redford. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Attack! There is gold inside! A soldier shouted a warning. Protect the carriage! A group of civilians holding weapons rushed forward. He panicked, thinking, where did all these people come from? With no other choice, he gripped the hilt of his sword, releasing magic and releasing aura. The people attacked ceaselessly. He slashed a strike that was neither heavy nor light to block them. From out of nowhere, a child holding a knife moved towards him. Seeing that, he thought, a child? The boy threw sand into his face, causing him to lose his sense of direction. He fell to the ground. Cough. The crowd of civilians, with gloomy faces filled with killing intent, looked down at him. They used their weapons to continuously stab him. He gritted his teeth, worrying, they are not commoners. Who exactly are they? Out of nowhere, a needle pierced his neck. A bamboo tube was extended. A figure in a black cloak used the bamboo tube to blow the needle out. He began to feel dizzy. This thing? From behind him, a civilian holding a wooden stick launched a sneak attack. He could no longer sit still in the carriage, so he opened the door, stepped out, and shouted, Stop immediately. The assets on this carriage are to pay the country's debt. If you are people of Redford, you must not attack us. He shouted loudly. Please, please stop. If we don't have this money, Redford will have no future. Behind him, someone sneaked up and said, What nonsense are you spouting, Jacqueline, you lowly traitor? He was struck hard on the head. After taking everyone down, they started ransacking the place, checking the carriage. Oh my God, it's gold, he said painfully. Please. Then he completely lost consciousness. Elsewhere, Roman led his troops through the streets. The surrounding people cheered incessantly. Hurrah, Roman! Roman, teach those Valhalla bastards a lesson they'll remember. For the glory of the Dimitri Duchy, Kevin placed his hand on his chest and silently declared, I will
Lucas tried to ride his horse as fast as possible. He had to report this news to the young master immediately. In the pub, the owner spoke to the person sitting in front of him about the Rondon affair. Jacqueline, I just heard a rumor that the Rondon family is plotting to embezzle all the national assets, and tomorrow morning they will take that money and flee to the Dimitri Duchy. Hearing that, he angrily slammed his beer mug down on the table. What? Those traitorous bastards. He stomped his foot on the table and declared, I will never stand by and watch those traitors run rampant anymore. Everyone, let's join together to stop this Count Rondon. With him leading, everyone present responded, chanting, Jacqueline, Jacqueline. Back to the present moment, they opened the chests, and the sight inside overwhelmed them. What is this amount of money? It must be at least a few 100,000 gold. He looked at the 3 chests full of gold and thought to himself, this money is enough for the people of Redford to live prosperously for at least a year. He gritted his teeth in fury. Sure enough, Rondon is a traitor. Jacqueline shouted an announcement. All citizens of Redford, gather here. Now I will distribute the gold seized from the traitor Rondon. Jacqueline firmly believed that he was a chivalrous hero, doing a righteous deed.
He was an executor of the Golden Bank. However, up to now you haven't even been able to pay the interest, let alone the principal. The young administrator struggled to speak. I truly apologize. Viscount London is not someone who breaks his promises. Something must have happened on the way. He didn't bother listening to the explanation and shouted, Stop making excuses. You are representatives of Redford, yet you constantly delay payment. Today is the due date, and you didn't even bother to show up. His face twisted into a malicious smile. It seems Viscount London has abandoned Redford to save himself. The young administrator interrupted him in annoyance. Executor. From the entrance, a soldier walked over and opened the door for Roman to enter, the successor of the Dimitri Duchy. Lord Roman Dimitri has arrived. The two turned to look at him in surprise. He smiled friendly. I arrived late. Can we start talking about the main business now? Seeing him, the man asked with annoyance, What are you doing here? Holding a cup of tea, he calmly said, Viscount London ran into some trouble. I am here as his representative, so just say whatever you need to say to me. The man squinted, assessing him. As a representative, surely you understand the situation. Golden Bank has listed Redford as a bad debtor. To recover the debt, we will stop at nothing. Our time is money. He didn't let the man talk much and went straight to the point. Stop beating around the bush. Get straight to the point. The man pulled out a pocket watch from his clothes. We will charge extra interest for this 5-minute delay. He gave a sly smile. 10% of the total debt. In other words, if you pay 100
Seeing the two of them arguing back and forth without resolving the issue, he put down his teacup and spoke up to break this unpleasant deadlock. Is there no other way than paying 110,000 gold? He spread his arms and said, We have no obligation to sympathize with the debtor's circumstances. The important thing is that you promise to pay the debt today, so we are forced to charge additional interest for the delay. He coldly questioned, Then let me ask you a question. Is what you want?
His voice hardened. I don't quite understand Golden Bank's intentions. In this world, no lender would disregard war just to collect a debt. The man slammed the table and stood up to retort. Golden Bank is different from other lenders. Golden Bank's debt relationships are built on trust. The reason everyone must repay Golden Bank is that they have proven to everyone the consequences of defaulting. Unmoved by his words, he continued to press. I still don't understand. The Redford Kingdom is in financial dire straits due to the king's depravity, yet Golden Bank still lent them money. A debt relationship based on trust? That's absurd. Hit right where it hurt, he turned his shame into anger. Are you implying that we intentionally pushed Redford to its death by lending money? He slammed the table hard. You have gone too far. The deal ends here. Having said that, he stood up to leave. Seeing him walk away, he quickly returned to a placating demeanor. Hear me out first. I will pay Redford's debt. After the debt settlement papers were signed and the loan cleared, his mood did not improve, and he raised his voice to threaten him. The debt is settled, but the Dimitri family has made a grave mistake today. He left with evident displeasure. I look forward to meeting you again in the future. After everything was settled, the administrator wept with joy and repeatedly thanked him. Thank you, my lord. Thanks to you, the Redford Kingdom has overcome this crisis. He replied coldly, I don't need your thanks. I didn't help you without a reason. Let me see Viscount London. Inside the bedroom, London had regained consciousness. Are you awake? Hearing his voice, he started and sat up abruptly. Roman, what is going on? The gold on the carriage. He slowly recounted everything to him. By the time we received the news and arrived, the group that attacked you had already distributed all the gold to the people. Hearing this, his spirit collapsed completely. Impossible. Redford is truly finished. Seeing his thoughts, he said, I have resolved the matter with Golden Bank. He then narrated the whole event. Upon learning that the debt had been settled, he wept with relief. Redford owes Dimitri a great debt of gratitude. Truly, thank you, my lord. He remained unmoved by his gratitude. Viscount London, it seems you are misunderstanding something. He listened to him in confusion. Now is not the time for thanks. Each word he spoke cut deep into his heart.
Recalling that night, he felt extremely tormented. You are right. Perhaps it was I, with my naive thinking, who caused all of this. He turned to leave. Therefore, from now on, I will not do things your way anymore, but my way. Roman stopped near the door. I warned you. False mercy will only make the fear in the people's hearts disappear, and when that happens, no one can predict what will occur. His current situation reminded Roman of his old friend. But you chose to trust the people. Your choice was foolish. As a result, you broke your promise to me, and even 100,000 gold cannot solve the problem. If not for me, the Redford Kingdom would have been swept into the vortex of war. A sense of helpless guilt welled up in him. I apologize. I know well that any excuse right now is meaningless. His hand gripped his bedsheet tightly. The fact that Lord Dimitri did not abandon Redford and paid the debt on our behalf surely has a purpose.
210,000 gold. There is no deadline for repayment, but later you must pay back double. And I will let the people know the truth about what Viscount London has done. He thought of his rare friend from his past life. Perhaps this is what I wanted to do for you, Yoon Hyun. He continued, I will let everyone know that you are a patriot, not a traitor. Therefore, he smiled madly, Viscount London, launch a rebellion and usurp the throne of King Redford. The Viscount stared at him in fear. At a pub in Redford, everyone was happily raising their glasses to celebrate getting gold from London. Drink up for Redford. Jacqueline looked around and didn't see the owner, so he asked the person next to him, where's the owner anyway? That guy was drunk, so he didn't care much about the owner's absence. Who knows? He let us drink all this beer, so just enjoy it. Another guy boasted happily. Jacqueline, did you see those soldiers fall? It seems Aura swordsmen aren't that scary. If we work together, we can defeat them. Even if the Redford royal family sends troops, we will fight to the end. Suddenly, the pub door burst open. Chris led a troop in soft. He ordered the soldiers, "Find Jacqueline and bring him to me." Hearing his name, he was startled.
Die! Just as his sword was about to touch him, Chris gently swung his blade. His head was severed from his neck, rolling in front of a girl, causing her to scream in terror. The head, one of them realized. This insignia isn't from Redford. Who are they? He didn't care about anything, sheathing his sword and declaring, "From this moment on, anyone who dares to block the way will be executed on the spot." Suddenly, his gaze shifted to a person. Chris walked over, stood opposite him, and asked, "Are you Jacqueline?" He stammered in reply, "Yes, I am Jack." Before he could finish his sentence, Chris grabbed his head and slammed it hard onto the ground, then dragged him away. The people in the tavern, seeing their hero captured in such a humiliating way, angrily cursed. They took Jacqueline away. Those bastards! How dare they touch the hero of Redford? They grabbed all their weapons and shouted, "Jacqueline is the benefactor who saved us when we were abandoned by the royal family. This time it's our turn to save the hero." Saying that, they quickly chased after them. "Everyone, go to the square! Jacqueline! Jacqueline!" Roman stood on the platform, observing the fools who were protesting against him. The crowd was furious. The stage was set. He spoke up. "People of Redford, I am Roman Dimitri from the Dimitri Duchy, and I will punish this sinner." He began to list all of his crimes. Jacqueline's crime is inciting the people to cause the robbery of Viscount London's gold. The people below disagreed and continuously cursed. "Viscount London is a traitor who embezzled national wealth. So you represent him. We all know he is plotting something with the Dimitri family. The gold on the carriage is Redford's property. He intended to take that gold to Dimitri and flee. Redford's internal affairs are none of your business."
Jacqueline knelt at his feet, unwilling to accept it, and said, "Not just 10,000 gold, but 100,000 gold. Such a large amount. If it wasn't for running away, then what was it for?" He emotionlessly retorted, "You mean that is just your speculation?" Hearing him ask that, the man shouted in anger, "Don't change the subject. That is the truth. Viscount London is trash, and everyone in Redford knows it." He didn't say much, throwing a scroll of official documents onto the ground. "Read it." Jacqueline stared wide-eyed. He read every word in the document. Golden Bank confirms that Lord Roman Dimitri of the Dimitri family has, on behalf of the Redford Kingdom, paid off the 110,000 gold loan from Golden Bank. He explained that 100,000 gold was to pay off Redford's debt. After receiving the ultimatum from Golden Bank, Viscount London came to me and begged to borrow money. It was your foolish actions that caused Redford to pay an extra 10,000 gold in interest and lose another 100,000 gold. He looked at him coldly. "This is the truth that you people have denied." He couldn't believe it and angrily retorted, "Nonsense! It must be fake. Viscount London is trash who abandoned the country in times of difficulty. When the people were starving, he amassed wealth by competing unfairly with other merchant groups and lived a luxurious life that we couldn't even dream of.
You only believe in the malicious rumors spread by Baron Reed, the enemy of Viscount London. In truth, Baron Reed is the traitor. He trafficked citizens to the Kronos Empire, and Viscount London risked his life to destroy him. The people stood listening in bewilderment. The sounds of objection were gone. He continued, "What have you witnessed and experienced? Or do you only criticize others because they don't suffer hunger like you, or because they don't sacrifice themselves like you? If any of you can provide evidence that Viscount London is a traitor, I will release Jacqueline immediately." Jacqueline looked at him like a soul-lost person. He asked in a gritty voice, "Is the person you are accusing truly a traitor?" The people of Redford were confused. Is he telling the truth? Now that I think about it, my friend also went missing after going to apply for a job at Baron Reed's mansion. At that time, I just thought he went to the capital because of merchant guild work. Roman spoke up. "I asked Viscount London, why did he accept bearing the bad reputation and criticism to protect the truth? He said, in this era full of hatred, if the king, the ruler of Redford, became the object of criticism, it would not just be a riot like today, but an uprising that could overthrow the entire country." Roman looked down and asked, "Jacqueline, was this riot instigated by you alone?" He panicked. "What are you saying?" Roman immediately interrupted him.
Transporting gold by carriage to resolve issues with the Continental Bank is a secret known only to insiders. His eyes coldly exposed him. Who revealed that information to you? And is that person here? One of the people.
Don't you find it strange that you were able to defeat the Aura swordsman escorting the carriage? You had the chance to see the truth, but you turned a blind eye. You were manipulated by the traitors of the Empire and crossed a line of no return. That is why Viscount London, who was always devoted
His face darkened, his mood plunging into utter panic. The sickle in his hand dropped, and the weapons of the rioters fell along with it. Jacqueline felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. It was all a fabrication. What have I done? He recalled the time he gossiped with a friend. You must be suffering too, working for a traitor like London. Surely your wages are being exploited. His friend immediately retorted, Viscount London is not the bad person everyone thinks he is. He frowned. His friend forced a smile. I cannot tell you the truth, but please do not hate him too much. He sighed suspiciously, thinking London wasn't a bad person, but believing his friend had been brainwashed. Jacqueline sighed deeply, asking himself, I have committed an unforgivable mistake. His voice trembled. I'm sorry. He stopped resisting and kept muttering, I am truly sorry. He stammered. What should I do now? He grabbed Roman's cloak tightly. Please show me a way to live. I don't know anymore. Roman looked at him sternly as he tried to justify himself. Even knowing the truth, I still cannot accept it. Roman said solemnly, Jacqueline, you did not pocket the stolen gold, but shared it with the people. That proves your ideals. His voice hardened. However, what is done is done. Even if you cry and beg, those who died because of your misunderstanding cannot come back to life. He drew the sword from his waist to ensure this never happened again. Then, pointing the sword straight at him, I will judge you. Roman stood before everyone and declared, Citizens of Redford, listen well and remember this day. Jacqueline is not a hero of Redford, but he will be remembered as a benefactor who bore the sins for you. His voice was icy cold, raising the sword tip to the sky. And in the future, if you repeat similar mistakes, remember that there will be no one left to take the blame for you. Jacqueline looked at him, pale with fear, as the blade swung down, beheading him on the spot. At that moment, London led the army toward the palace. He looked down, thinking silently that the people's rage had reached its peak. If the root of the problem wasn't solved, the chaos would continue. Ultimately, to save Redford's future, someone had to overthrow the king. He bit his lip. I never expected that person to be me. London ordered, Knight Captain. He immediately responded, Please give the order. He turned back, speaking sternly. If the royal knights attack us, do not hesitate. Cut off their captain's head to intimidate them. This is a battle for Redford. Remember, if we do not
He gritted his teeth. So we have to confront the royal knights. The knight captain spoke up. The royal knights are the sword that protects the royal family. I know opposing the king is a capital offense, but we are forced to do so to save the country. The captain closed his eyes and uttered each word. We will close our eyes and cover our ears. Do what needs to be done. For Redford. For this country. The soldiers immediately stepped aside to both sides, forming a path leading straight into the palace. London was surprised. So it's not just me who wishes for Redford to change. He walked quickly towards the palace and threw open the doors. Viscount London requests an audience. His eyes widened. The scene before him shocked him deeply. Your Majesty! The King of Redford lay slumped beneath the throne. He screamed in panic. Your Majesty! Beside the corpse was a suicide note. He rushed over. The letter read, London, I heard about the attack on you, and I could not contain my anger at my own irresponsibility. I truly regret ignoring you. Although I know you have dedicated yourself to Redford, I have decided to reveal the truth and leave this letter for you. One day I received a letter. If I did not live a debauched life, they threatened to kill my children, and I ignored it.
He was suspicious. Who are you? The content of that letter had become reality. They not only murdered my eldest son, but also took the life of my little daughter, and now my second son is suffering agonizing pain from poisoning. To exchange for a temporary life, he has to secretly drink the antidote they give him. But even so, death is unavoidable. I am not a king, but just a father who always wanted to protect his children. I am an incompetent king. London fell to his knees reading the heartfelt letter of the monarch.
If I continue to greed for power, more people of Redford will die. I will abdicate and accept death so that no one else has to be bloodied. I entrust this ruined country to you, Viscount London." He clutched the letter tightly, sobbing, "Your Majesty." A knock echoed outside. London bowed and announced, "Not long ago, His Majesty the King passed away. The last successor of Redford, Prince Charles."
London screamed angrily. "Why did you know the truth but didn't speak up?" He said emotionlessly. "What good would speaking up do?" His body was extremely weak. He said sorrowfully, "It is shameful, but even when poisoned, I just wanted to live." London looked at him worriedly. "Do you want me to succeed the Redford throne?" Carlo smiled. He continued calmly, "For Redford to survive, our abdication is not enough. To transfer power completely, we need to eliminate the royal bloodline, the seed of conflict. I know you have dedicated a lot to Redford, so I will become the excuse for you, Viscount London." He looked at him with insecurity. "Prince, is there really no other way? The throne is empty." Carlo reassured him. "My father has made his decision, so I can also leave in peace." London clenched his trembling fists. "If not for these chaotic times, you would surely have become a good king." Carlo smiled with difficulty. "Thank you. I have one final request for Viscount London. Please, please do not let our deaths be in vain. Please revive Redford." Blood began to gush from his mouth. Carlo slumped motionless on the chair. 10 days later, the palace held a cremation for both the king and the prince. Looking at the two charred bodies, London muttered, "Your Majesty, Prince Carlo." He placed his hand on his chest to pay his respects. "Redford will definitely not collapse like this. I will always doubt what is happening before my eyes, listen to the voices of the people, and build a strong country, not succumbing to the conspiracies of the Kronos Empire." His eyes gleamed with determination. "And I will definitely avenge the two of you." London instructed the two.
He looked down and murmured to himself, "They are the people I will rule from now on." Rondon recalled Roman's instructions. Whether they are the ones who once called you a traitor or the ones who are cheering and praising you now, they are all just the people of Redford. What becomes of them in the future depends entirely on Viscount Rondon's reign. His gaze hardened. Redford will never repeat the mistakes of the past. Roman looked towards Rondon and thought, if the Redford kingdom stabilizes again, he smiled, Dimitri will have another solid ally. He ordered, "Prepare to depart for the Valhalla Empire, Chris." The boy immediately replied, "Yes." At the border city of Paolo in Valhalla, a guard named Paulo warned, "Permit me to search you." Roman silently resented. "This is too much, even though I received an invitation letter." Paulo patted him to check, then seriously warned, "Don't cause trouble here. Paolo is not a place that welcomes outsiders." Stepping inside, the daily life of the people was still cheerful and bustling. The Valhalla Empire
Chris looked around and exclaimed, "It is just as the rumors say." Roman continued, "People say that the toughest opponents on the continent are the people of Valhalla. They are always hostile to anyone not born in Valhalla, so they never welcome outsiders." Chris interjected, "Even so, you are an invited guest, my lord. At the very least, they should have sent someone to receive us. It is truly rude." His voice was cold. "It seems Valhalla wants to let us know that they do not acknowledge my existence, even though they sent an invitation." At an inn in Paolo, Chris and Roman were resting. A man slammed his beer mug down and shouted, "Damn it, I've lost all appetite for drinking." He approached them drunkenly. "I don't know where you bastards came from, but since you're outsiders, just shut up and go upstairs to sleep." He thrust his face close to Roman's and commented crudely, "Look at that fair, smooth skin. Surely you've never had to lift a finger in your life." He sneered, "And your voice is no different from a woman's." Roman remained silent and did not speak. The man got angrier. "Does this bastard dare to ignore me? Get the hell out of here." He calmly provoked back, "Take it easy, or you might wet your pants." The man refused to back down and yelled, "If you still dare to sit there, I'll grab you by the hair and drag you up." He calmly
Chris smashed his head against the table and replied, "Yes, sir." A tall, burly man was knocked down by Chris in an instant. He angrily sprang to his feet. "Pfft, this bastard dared to strike first." He shouted towards Chris, "Let me show you what Valhalla is."
Chris's eyes showed clear annoyance. He punched him hard in the stomach, making him vomit blood. Roman handed the shopkeeper a bag of gold coins and said cheerfully, "You will pay the price for this action with gold." The shopkeeper's eyes lit up at the sight of the pile of gold. He shrugged and ordered, "Now lead me to the most bustling place in Valhalla." The man replied warmly, "Yes, thank you, sir. I will lead you to the commercial district." He led Roman to the central area and introduced it. "This is Valhalla Square. This is the center of Valhalla. You can go anywhere from here, so it is very crowded." He whispered, "I'm warning you beforehand. You must not cause trouble here like you did at the inn." Roman looked around and thought to himself, "They call themselves an empire, yet they have no dignity whatsoever. How interesting." He observed the surroundings and assessed, "If Kronos could not restrain their greed, then Valhalla has not yet escaped barbarism." Roman smiled. "Then let's just play along with them." He stood in the middle of the square and shouted, "I am Roman Dmitri, the successor of the Dmitri Duchy." The shopkeeper jumped in fright. "Whoa!" He shouted clearly, "If anyone wants to fight me, step forward." Seeing the situation turn bad, the shopkeeper slipped away. They surrounded him suspicious. "Who is that guy? Is he crazy?" One person stepped out and shouted loudly, "Daring to cause trouble in Valhalla?" His body was twice the size of Roman's. "Let me deal with you." He swung his axe down, but Roman nimbly dodged. Seeing him dodge the move effortlessly, the man was endlessly surprised. His eyes flashing with killing intent, Roman stepped up in front of him. He slapped him hard right in the face. This was clearly an act of humiliating warriors. The man growled angrily and roared, "You bastard!" Another slap landed on his other cheek, and he stammered, You... Roman showed no mercy and kept slapping his face. He stammered, speechless. I surrender." He trembled, grabbing Roman's cloak and begging, spare me." People around pointed at him and screamed, "Don't disgrace Valhalla.
Seeing Roman had no intention of stopping, his brain quickly started working. If this continued, he would lose too much face. There was no other way. He had to pretend to faint. He immediately rolled onto the ground. Roman looked at him contemplatively. He didn't say much, and kicked him right in the groin. He smiled wickedly. "Get up. You aren't unconscious yet." Elsewhere, someone barged in screaming, "My lord, there is trouble. Roman Dmitri is challenging everyone right at the square." Paulo smiled smugly. "I anticipated this. That is why we didn't send anyone to welcome him." The guard stammered. But all the warriors couldn't withstand him and have surrendered." He stopped writing and repeated, "The proud warriors of Valhalla surrendered in disgrace?" His face turned gloomy as he growled, "I will personally show him what kind of place Valhalla..."
Paulo led an army to block his path. "You are just a guest of Valhalla. Why would you do this?" He shouted aggressively. "If you do not provide a valid reason, we will have to punish you." He repeated, "A valid reason? I don't understand your point. Valhalla is a place where strength determines everything, isn't it? Didn't you want me to prove that?" Paulo was worried. This man was even more warlike than those born in Valhalla. He spoke up. "Even so, we cannot overlook this matter. In Valhalla, combat is a sacred and noble act. No one is allowed to trample upon the defeated like that. First, follow the procedure and let us investigate. Afterwards, I will personally escort you to the capital." Roman coldly replied, "I refuse." Paulo roared in anger. "You have no right to refuse on Valhalla soil." He retorted sternly, "Valhalla soil? Then let's resolve this according to Valhalla's laws. I demand a trial by combat. If you want to investigate..."
The armor seemed torn open, revealing sharp claws. The beastmen roared, and Roman looked on in surprise. Are these barbarians? Barbarians, a minority tribe found in the southern jungles, possess top-tier combat power in Valhalla. They grew up on animal milk and underwent rituals to accept the form of beasts. Becoming the elite army of Valhalla, the barbarians surrounded him. Paulo snorted coldly. Roman, it is best not to underestimate Valhalla." He shouted the order. "What are you standing there for? Focus your attacks." A claw swiped at Roman, but he punched it hard in the face without holding back. Roman smiled to himself. After all, they are just a bunch of animals. The werewolf, punched mercilessly by Roman, collapsed at his feet. He pressed his foot on its head and spoke, "Surrender, and I will spare your life." His sharp gaze turned to the one sitting nearby. "Oh, can you not speak?" It growled softly, its massive body trembling as it begged, Spare me. I was wrong." Roman smiled maliciously. "What? So you can speak?" Paulo stood aside, thinking in fear. He easily defeated the barbarians, opponents that even an aura swordsman would find difficult to deal with. Roman Dmitri is perhaps stronger than I thought. He hesitated before speaking.
I accept defeat. As promised, I will send someone to guide you to the capital. Roman smirked triumphantly, calculating inwardly. According
He crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and composed himself. Valhalla had chosen to provoke him before he even stepped into the arena. This proved that they were different from before, no longer the southern barbarians of her past. If he defeated Barbossa, the conservatives who valued tradition would have to accept the result, but those currently in power in Valhalla were cunning progressives. Roman stood up from his chair, gritting his teeth. No matter the outcome, danger was inevitable. The next day, Sanchez stood before them and bowed. He raised his head and introduced himself. I am Sanchez, assigned by Baron Paolo to guide you to the capital. He chattered incessantly with Roman, who thought with annoyance, he talks too much. As night fell, they lit a campfire and sat together. Sanchez spoke up. I've heard a lot about Lord Roman. It's truly amazing. Even though you weren't born in Valhalla, you give off the feeling of a warrior stepping out of Valhalla's history books. In legends, those warriors could sever heaven and earth with a single sword strike. He let out a breath. But Lord Roman is the real deal, isn't he? As if suddenly remembering something, he asked, Is it true that you defeated Knight Commander Gustav? Rumors are always exaggerated after all. Chris was stunned by his question. He warned in a low voice, Watch your tongue. Roman interrupted him. It's fine. Your name is Sanchez, right? It seems you want to say something to me. Just get straight to the point. Sanchez said in a low voice, Since you ask, I'll speak frankly. What right do you have to be chosen as Barbossa's opponent? Barbossa, Valhalla's rank 6, and Morales rank 12. The few
Half a year ago, Morales was chosen as the warrior to participate in the festival he had always dreamed of. It is said that warriors who sacrifice themselves in the festival commemorating warrior souls, whether they win or lose, will ascend to Valhalla. Therefore, Morales was overjoyed. Moreover, his opponent was Barbossa. He truly believed that the god of war had arranged everything for him. And Sanchez was Morales' student. Sanchez was annoyed. The opportunity you stole is the desire of every Valhalla warrior. I don't believe the rumors. Isn't it too absurd? He looked at Roman suspiciously. Even the strongest swordsman on the continent couldn't reach that realm in his 20s. Do you really think you deserve to replace Morales? Roman smiled and asked back, Sanchez, what is your basis? He was confused. Do I need a basis? It's just that your reputation hasn't been proven yet. His eyes turned cold. Is that so? Then let me prove it myself. Sanchez was even more confused upon hearing that. Roman stood up and declared, Tell everyone that if they come to find me before the festival, I am willing to trade my spot with them. Roman smiled maliciously. How about it? You can also challenge me yourself. Sanchez gripped his sword tightly and growled, That's sacred position. How dare you? Sensing killing intent, Chris exuded an intense pressure. Looking at the aura surrounding his body, Sanchez suspected something. Could it be? He stood up in panic. Is he the Flash of Cairo? His hand tightened around the hilt of his sword. If his subordinate is this strong, then the rumors aren't false. Sanchez bit his lip. But even so, the Valhalla festival is only for recognized warriors. He turned away in annoyance and shouted, Remember what you just said. At the capital Marin, before the towering gates, Viscount Jonathan warmly shook Roman's hand. Pleasure to meet you. I am Viscount Jonathan, the one who will guide you. I heard Sanchez say that to prove you deserve to face Barbossa, you will accept challenges from Valhalla warriors. He looked doubtful. Are you sure? Roman calmly replied. That is my business. He laughed strangely and continued. If you have decided...
A total of 30 warriors will fight simultaneously in a vast arena, and surrender is not allowed. Only one will survive, or all will die. The surviving warrior will be personally granted the blessing of Valhalla by the Emperor. To add to the excitement of the festival eve, Lord Roman should also send a swordsman under his command to participate in this event. His eyes clearly revealed his calculations. Note that the 30 warriors participating in the battle must not be listed on the continental ranking.
Jonathan was beaming, truly refreshing. He stood up and said, Then please rest here until the festival. He suddenly scratched his head and added, Though with what you said to Sanchez, I doubt you'll get any rest. Walking away, he revealed his true calculating face, muttering,
2 days from now, on the eve of the festival, I hope to see you again with a smile on your lips." Roman grasped his scheme and smiled triumphantly. Bartolo kept banging on the villa gate, screaming, "Come out, Roman! I'm here to challenge you!" He grew even more aggressive. "Come out and taste my blade!" The locals gathered to watch the spectacle, whispering, "Is Roman Dimitri here? Ha! That's Bartolo, rank 89. The gate opened and Roman faced him without fear. He calmly walked past Bartolo, heading toward the crowd behind him. He announced, "From now until sunset, I will accept everyone's challenge." Roman glanced back and calmly said, "Come at me." Furious, Bartolo thought to himself, "Damn it, let's see how long you can be so arrogant." Aura instantly covered his body. He shouted, rushing toward Roman with full force, swinging his sword down powerfully. A purple flash flickered, and a single slash from Roman ended him. Roman muttered, "All talk, no bite." His head fell and rolled to the feet of those standing nearby. They panicked. Bartolo was taken down in a single blow. Looking at the bloodied sword on the pavement, they thought that if this weren't Valhalla, everyone would have retreated by now. But realizing Roman's strength was real only made them more bloodthirsty, their eyes gleaming strangely. One of them shouted, "Let me take you on." Saying so, he threw Before the sword could even touch him, he was slashed into 1,000 pieces. Roman said coldly, "Next." Another screamed in pain as he was cut in half. Next. Another had his stomach pierced. Next. Just like that, everyone else who rushed in met the same end. Next. The courtyard was now filled with corpses lying everywhere, blood flowing like a stream. He looked at them emotionally. "The sun hasn't set yet. Is there no one else who wants to challenge me?" The people of Valhalla, gathering their thoughts, suddenly stepped back. Roman's oppressive aura radiated out, his words seemingly wanting to kill. "There is still time. If you still want to challenge me, then just come." The evening glow gradually covered the Valhalla Empire, and the surrounding crowd gossiped with each other. Is it over? That's right. Since early morning many people came, but anyone who challenged Dimitri was beheaded. They were doubtful. Is Roman Dimitri really that strong? What are the guys in the Valhalla rankings doing? One person spoke up. "Hey friend, the one who was beheaded right at the start was Paulo, one of the ranked ones." The person wearing a cloak was stunned upon hearing that. He continued, "I wish the top-ranked guys would show up. We can't let Roman get on the festival stage. I wonder if Morales will show up. After all, Barbossa's opponent."
In the old forest, the flickering firelight warmed the space as Morales sat opposite Sanchez, calmly wiping a sword. He spoke up. "Sanchez, do you know why I want to face Barbossa?" Sanchez replied with a gaze full of doubt. "Because of the feud in the past?" He sighed. "That is part of the reason, but not the main one. Barbossa, one of the 12 swords of the continent that Valhalla takes pride in, is not a true warrior." Morales recalled the time he was heavily poisoned to the point of vomiting blood. Barbossa's silhouette peeked from behind the door, watching him. Still holding the vial of poison, he was proud of defeating Morales, smiling a cunning, triumphant smile. Morales growled, "That bastard Barbossa is disgusting. I loathe the leaders who know nothing of self-respect and honor. That is why I want to face him. I have honed my swordsmanship with the desire to defeat him." Morales shouted in anger. Yet someone suddenly appeared and stole my spot. He stood up and ordered, "Sanchez, gather everyone in Valhalla." Sanchez asked doubtfully, "You mean?" Morales replied steadfastly, "I must prove to everyone that the spot on the festival stage belongs to me." The monster of Valhalla, also known as the 12th ranked berserker, had finally appeared. The surrounding crowd cheered continuously. Morales raised the honor of Valhalla. That Roman Dimitri does not deserve to steal Morales' spot. He hoisted his massive sword onto his shoulder, stood before Roman, and spoke. "Roman Dimitri, I only ask you one thing. The Valhalla Empire invited you here to avenge the death of Count Denver. Why did you accept the invitation, knowing their intentions clearly?" The onlookers muttered in confusion. "What does he intend to do? What is he saying?" Roman confidently replied, "Valhalla cannot kill me." Morales asked doubtfully, "You mean you can defeat Barbossa?" Roman replied, "If not, I wouldn't have accepted the invitation." Morales laughed loudly, clutching his face as if hearing a joke. How arrogant! He burned with provocation. "I truly love warriors who cherish their pride. But you have gone too far. I will take back my spot." Roman was not outdone, a massive amount of aura enveloping him. "You speak interestingly." As aura like a scorching flame engulfed Morales, Roman did not yield to the intense momentum and mocked. Until now, no one thought they would win. He pointed his sword tip at Morales and growled,
Do you think you will be different? Morales shouted.
Striking a powerful blow towards Roman, he agilely dodged it. The man cursed angrily. Damn it! The blade seemed to extend several meters, covered in scorching aura, changing direction to attack Roman. He gently blocked it completely with his own sword, his eyes filled with killing intent, staring at his opponent. Morales was startled. He blocked it. Truly amazing to reach this realm in his 20s. Morales gathered strength and leaped up. Then try blocking this. The ground beneath him cracked and surged towards Roman, forcing him to jump up to avoid the blow. He silently assessed the man's move, planning to use the terrain, not just a big body.
Clang, clang. Before his eyes, only flashes of purple lightning could be seen. Roman's figure was nowhere to be found. He panicked. The man was moving by stepping on the fragments of stone. How could he do that? Roman changed direction and rushed towards Morales. He used his massive sword to block Roman's attack. His sword path was deflected, but Roman immediately lifted his leg and kicked him straight in the chin. Morales flew into the building behind him. His students watched this scene in utter stupor. Roman landed gently. The man laughed like a madman. Morales gritted his teeth. How interesting. From now on, I won't think about anything else. Wolf claws appearing from the rebel. I will use my full strength to defeat you. Morales now transformed into a giant bear, the true assimilation stage of a barbarian. His claws were covered in aura. Roman looked at him in suspicion. Coating aura on claws? He rushed towards him, swinging a powerful punch and shouting, "Let's end this."
His face darkened and the pressure gradually increased. Using the first form within a half step, a slashing strike tore across the bear's body. Blood gushed out like a waterfall, Morales crying out in disbelief. He finally managed to utter only one word. Magnificent. His massive body collapsed amidst the ruins. Roman sheathed his sword, thinking to himself, "You are a true warrior. This is the true spirit of Valhalla. I am also very glad to have met you, Morales." Blood welled up from Morales' mouth as he whispered to himself, "Today is my last day, but I have no regrets." He shouted heroically, "Warriors of Valhalla, remember this day." Amidst the shock of everyone present, he left his final words. Roman Dimitri, the heir of Dimitri, accepted Valhalla's invitation, even knowing it was a trap. Tears streamed down his face. He is a warrior who carries pride within him. How fortunate it is. The current Valhalla has lost its essence and become an era where power is manipulated by political conspiracies. Therefore, welcome the arrival of Roman Dimitri and enjoy his performance. Witness it all. Do not let anyone interfere in the battle between him and Barbossa, and be wary of him as well. Morales gradually reverted from his beast transformation back to human form. He knelt there, thinking, "Barbossa, the messenger of death will soon find you." Sanchez shed tears, his voice choking. "Master," he recalled what Morales had once said. "Sanchez, I may die in the battle against Barbossa."
He smiled. Isn't this a good idea? Sanchez stood there in silence, his mind in turmoil. But you are being too irresponsible. If you leave for the greater good like this, what will happen to those who have always watched over you? Whispers began to emerge from the onlookers. Roman. Then gradually those chants gained strength and echoed louder. They shouted more and more enthusiastically. Roman! Roman! He stood there, gloriously hailed by everyone. At the Marquise's estate, Belfier gently swirled the wineglass in his hand, looking smug. The situation is becoming interesting. Is he really strong enough to defeat Morales? Viscount Jonathan bowed respectfully before him. Just give the order, my lord, and I will deal with Roman Dimitri before he steps onto the stage. He interrupted the Viscount. No, that old man had already calculated this. Before he died, Morales created public opinion to prevent interference in the match. If we act rashly, we will be suspected. The Marquis asked with an underlying meaning, "Jonathan, what do you know about Barbossa?" He immediately replied, "He is one of the 12 swords of the continent representing Valhalla." He continued, "Barbossa is a cunning man. He will do anything to win. So let Barbossa deal with the match against Roman himself, just like with Morales." He smiled complacently. "No matter how much you struggle, you won't be able to return alive, Roman Dimitri." The twilight covered the temple of Valhalla, and Roman's voice echoed. "The match with Morales has ended." He looked at Sanchez suspiciously.
What business do you have with me? The man bowed. I am truly sorry for offending you, Lord Roman. The reason I came to find you is because of my master's dying wish. He immediately handed a scroll to Roman. Master wanted to expose the dark truth of Valhalla. Lord Roman, this is not simply about the match with Barbossa. He calmly untied the knot to open the testament.
The fact that you were invited to the festival is due to the interference of the Kronos Empire. Valhalla has no intention of letting you leave here alive. Sanchez, with a serious expression, warned. Therefore, leave Valhalla immediately. I will help you. Roman calmly replied to his surprise. I know, he said sternly. The relationship between Kronos and Valhalla is complicated. Everyone thinks Valhalla is ignoring Kronos' actions, but in reality, the relationship between Valhalla and Kronos is just a temporary alliance. Hearing Roman's words, Sanchez's mind felt like it was about to collapse. He calmly continued. If they join forces before suppressing the surrounding powers, both empires will minimize their losses. Based on that premise, it can be concluded that the two empires are colluding with each other. Sanchez shouted in shock. You knew that and still accepted the invitation? He trembled. Do you think you can handle it? I admit you are very strong, Lord Roman. His fists gradually clenched, but everyone has their limits. The warp gate to Dimitri will be blockaded, and escaping from Valhalla is nearly impossible. Yet Roman lightly touched his wineglass, interrupting him. Sanchez. He calmly swirled the wineglass in his hand. Even if the hidden truth is exposed, nothing will change. Kingdoms are like chess pieces on a board. If small nations like Dimitri want to protect their country, they must eventually face reality. Roman continued. Even if Valhalla sets a trap for me, and Kronos plots to kill me, if I can defeat the 12 swords and return alive, Roman crushed the wineglass in his hand, his voice hardening. Then the situation will change. In the upcoming war, my actions will become the reason to resist the Empire. Sanchez looked at him in deep shock, thinking to himself, You are truly reckless, but that is your true self. He recalled the words Morales had once instructed. Sanchez, if you meet a true warrior, learn from his life. He calmly sat on Sanchez's back, making him do push-ups. Even
At the arena, the host excitedly introduced. On the eve of the festival, 30 people will step onto the stage at the same time. Please welcome the Proud Warriors. The stands were packed with spectators. The host continued. Who will be the winner? Regardless, it is impossible to predict the outcome of the festival eve. A spectator asked skeptically. What about the flash of Dimitri? The person next to him was also hesitant. I'm looking forward to it too. But can he stand against the other warriors? Roman Dimitri, his master, has defeated Morales, so Chris isn't just anyone either. A person stepped onto the stage in glory, and the host shouted, The first warrior, Gonzalez of the Jonathan family. Next is Naravan of the Eisler family, Kagwin of the Linkfau family, Galaha of the Dagor family. Names were read out one after another. And finally, Chris of the Dimitri Duchy. Chris calmly walked onto the stage. He recalled Roman's reminder. Chris, this trip to Valhalla is fraught with danger. They will try to kill you on the stage, but you are the sword I trust. Chris froze in surprise. Roman's eyes were sharp and cold. Behead 29 people and prove your worth. He knelt down and shouted, My lord, I will obey and bring glory to Dimitri. Chris's eyes flashed blue with lightning. The host immediately shouted, Chris of the Dimitri Duchy has made his move. He rushed forward like a flash of lightning, heading straight for the warriors. An arrogant guy screamed, Dare to target me?
Chris moved as fast as a tornado, sweeping through every warrior in his sight. He had to maintain the flow of flash lightning, an extremely fast swordsmanship technique, without any interruption. The crowd in the stands cheered in excitement. Wow, that's insane! Go, Chris! The remaining fighters on the field panicked. Damn it, he's too fast! A strange figure suddenly rushed in and cut down an opponent, catching him off guard. Chris looked at the figure and cursed inwardly. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, realizing he couldn't handle all 29 opponents by himself. Chris was pushed back by his opponent's strength. He created a safe distance to face Gonzalez. The man screamed in anger. It makes me sick to see people like you, born in a tiny nation, competing with mediocrities. Chris stabilized his aura, and his figure suddenly vanished. Despite claiming to be the strongest, before he could even finish his sentence, he was slashed across the torso by Chris's sword. Blood spurted out like a waterfall. He staggered dazedly and fell. "You!" Roman looked down from above and did not spare his praise. "Well done." The stands grew even more excited and shouted louder. "The arena on the eve of the festival is stained with blood. Absolutely wonderful." They chanted his name in unison. "Chris! Chris!" The host excitedly announced, "It is over. Chris of the Dimitri Duchy is the final winner." Chris stood in the middle of the blood-soaked battlefield, the echoing cheers swirling around him. "Chris! Chris!" He knelt down wearily, clutching his wound and gasping for breath. Chris collapsed to the ground, bright red blood flowing from his abdomen. He breathed with difficulty, crying out in pain and inwardly annoyed. The cut is deeper than expected. Roman used sound transmission to guide him. "Chris, use aura to stop the bleeding." He immediately complied. "Yes, master." He used aura and quickly stanched the blood. The crowd shouted with excitement as he stood up again. "Oh, he's up!"
Chris knelt down, and the people of Valhalla were astonished. What on earth is that? Chris used both hands to offer his sword up to Roman, causing others to wonder, does he dare to be disrespectful to the Emperor? They whispered, can he do that? He is an outsider after all. Even so, that is still an act of insulting Valhalla. A hand was raised, and the king of Valhalla spoke. Your name is Chris, isn't it? He nodded and replied, Yes, my name is Chris. He continued, For an outsider like you to achieve victory in the festival night is no easy feat, truly praiseworthy. Thanks to you, I got to see an interesting performance. But what was the meaning of your action just now? He asked while wearing a not-so-friendly smile. He continued speaking. I do not mean to blame you. I have no intention of imposing the Empire's laws on an outsider. I'm simply curious. Rarely does anyone dare to act like you in front of me. Chris explained. Just like the Valhalla warriors who sacrificed themselves in the arena for your majesty the Emperor, I also stepped onto this arena for my master. He marveled. Oh, then commented while observing him. Young yet possessing outstanding talent, and even having absolute loyalty to your master. Truly a talent. The king of Valhalla continued with tempting words. Valhalla always welcomes talent, so this is a paradise for those with ability. He held out both hands and said frankly, I have a proposal for you. If you swear allegiance to me right now, I will reward you more generously than the reward of the festival night, far exceeding whatever Dimitri can give you. How about it? Chris was stunned by his proposal, but he
Chris bowed politely and declined. Thank you for the offer, but I must refuse. The king of Valhalla sighed and reluctantly agreed. If that is what you say, I will not force you. The banquet ended there. He declared, reward the winner with a generous sum. Meanwhile, Viscount Jonathan was taking a beating. The person hitting him was none other than Marquis Belfier, who was screaming curses. Because of a bastard like you, I lost face in front of his majesty, looking as if I had become incompetent. He stammered, I'm sorry. Belfier furiously stomped on his face. Shut up, you still dare to speak? Jonathan pleaded desperately as he was struck blow after blow by Belfier. Marquis, please give me a chance. I will find a way to deal with Roman. After beating him to his satisfaction, Belfier exhaled and replied, No, forget it. Barbossa has already made his move. It is best to pray for his success. We still have a chance to turn the situation around. Back at the place where the Dimitri group was staying, a Valhalla native pushed a food cart in and carefully poured tea. He whispered a warning to Roman, Don't eat anything here. Barbossa has taken action. Roman used sound transmission to speak directly to him. Who are you? The man was startled, thinking, a voice is ringing inside my head. He explained, We are admirers of Morales. We just hope that you won't be harmed by Barbossa through
His voice, though he tried to suppress it, became a few notches louder than before. My lord, what are you doing? How can you drink that without knowing what's inside? Roman replied via sound transmission. I know Barbossa is skilled in using poison, but poisons are useless against me. If you truly want to help me, use the remaining tea to prove there is poison in it. He replied while explaining, I can do it, but the problem is time. It's not a coincidence that Barbossa used poison on the eve of the festival. Even if we present evidence after the eve, no one will care, especially the words of a loser. Roman smiled. Don't worry about that. He looked at him and gave him a guarantee. If you bring the result I desire, you will also get what you want. First, find the mastermind. The guilty party was quickly found. A girl trembled in fear as the culprit screamed while being punished. No, it's not me. I have nothing to do with this. Roman slapped the guy without missing a beat while ordering, If you are truly innocent, call the person responsible for this here. The guy hurriedly replied, Then someone was rushing in from outside. Viscount Jonathan shouted, Stop right now! What the hell are you doing? Roman glanced at him and spoke coldly. The servant just now gave me poison tea, and the butler rewarded him with a bag of gold. It seems someone wants me to lose in the arena.
Jonathan turned pale, thinking, did Barbossa get discovered? He raised his voice to deny. No, impossible. Don't insult Valhalla. The festival is a sacred event. If that happened, we would strictly punish that person, but this is a baseless accusation. He pointed at Roman and continued, if you are so suspicious and afraid, then withdraw from the festival. We will find another warrior to replace Roman. Roman glanced at him and replied briefly, no, the festival will proceed as scheduled, but I won't let this slide. If poison is found in the tea, you will be held responsible for what you said, Viscount Jonathan. Jonathan quickly recounted this to his people and asked worriedly, he detected the poison. Will it be okay? Barbossa replied, Marquis Belfer, do you know why I prefer this poison? It is different from ordinary.
Belfier laughed. As always, just trust in me. Barbossa, the loyal dog of the radical faction. He is the perfect person to end this play. It is best not to expect too much from tomorrow's festival. What do you mean? People in the tavern were buzzing with discussion about the battle between Roman and Barbossa. I overheard it from some servants at work. They were talking about that name. It seems something related to poison happened where Roman is staying. The person next to him continued. Poison? So Roman has been poisoned? Could it be Barbossa playing dirty? Strange. Every time Barbossa competes, something happens. But since there is no evidence, the culprit is never found, and everything just dies down. If he's poisoned, how can he defeat Barbossa? Lucas, in a disguised appearance, cut into the conversation of those around him. Even so, Roman still declared he would participate in the festival for the honor of a warrior, truly an outsider, but worthy of respect. On the side of the King of Valhalla, there was also a commotion. A few vassals reported, Your Majesty, public opinion is very stirred up. Count Gomez presented, The people are suspicious about the use of poison. We need to investigate the matter clearly, even if we have to stop the festival. The King of Valhalla glanced. He sneered and replied with a hidden meaning, If you say so, then I'll wait and see. Belfier observed Roman while silently affirming that it was certainly the conservatives deliberately spreading false rumors. Everything depended on Barbossa. Barbossa proved the overwhelming power of the 12 swords. The battle arrived, and the host loudly announced, Please invite the two main characters of the festival to step onto the arena. He began the introduction. Barbossa, the proud warrior of Valhalla and one of the 12 swords of the continent. On the other side, and his opponent, the young warrior from Dimitri, Roman Dimitri. Barbossa spoke to him. I'm worried about your condition. He licked his lips and continued. The poison you drank takes some time to take effect. Roman drew his sword while calmly replying, When I first came to know this world, I was very curious about the 12 swords, those recognized by the world as the strongest, and now I decided to accept Valhalla's invitation because I thought the time had come. He sneered and warned him, I'll tell you beforehand, the poison won't work on me. Barbossa smiled inhumanly while replying, bragging. Roman observed his opponent and thought, Barbossa will be a prime example of my future enemies. If I have trouble facing him, then the war with the Empire is impossible. Roman looked at him with eyes full of killing intent and continued, If you can block all my attacks, I will admit that Valhalla is very strong. The signal was given, and the match began. Roman immediately rushed in, using the heavenly demon sword art towards Barbossa.
He smiled, his body surrounded by aura. Barbossa rushed in to attack again, and Roman blocked the blow with the second form, double half-step. Their power made it difficult for the observers in the stands to see. Roman also used his strength to stop himself, channeling power into his legs. In an instant, he pushed himself forward.
An explosion was created by Roman's power. Barbossa was completely overwhelmed by him. The supreme experts of Merim called the moves from the latter part of the Heavenly Demon's martial arts the realm of divinity. Heavenly Demon sword art, the first move of the latter part. He struck out and Barbossa was crushed to pieces. What remained was the ground plowed up by Roman. Barbossa had vanished. The spectators up there were completely astonished. Am I seeing things? Barbossa has disappeared without a trace. The host was also so shocked that he stuttered while announcing the result. The winner of the match is Roman Dimitri. A new member of the 12 swords of the continent has been born. A person from Valhalla slowly approached and stood before Roman. It was the food delivery man from before. He spoke up. I have bet my life on you. He held out the poison tea to him and continued. So please expose the truth and help Valhalla go in the right direction. The others were curious. Who are you? What is going on? Roman began to speak. Last night, someone put poison in my tea.
When I reported this, Viscount Jonathan blamed me for insulting Valhalla. The people of Valhalla were stunned by Roman's accusation. I don't care who used the poison. I am disappointed in Valhalla's attitude regarding this incident. He held up the poisoned teacup in front of the public. I have evidence proving there is poison in the tea.
I want to ask your majesty the emperor, is blaming me when I want to find the truth really what Valhalla, a place that values the pride of warriors, should be doing? The king of Valhalla's face darkened as he spoke. The empire has become a laughingstock. Viscount Jonathan, is what Roman Dmitri said true? Viscount Jonathan immediately spoke up. I apologize. The king of Valhalla declared. Let the guilty one step forward. The Viscount immediately knelt and pleaded desperately. All my life I have dedicated to the Valhalla Empire. Please spare my life. A sword stabbed straight into him. The one who struck was the king of Valhalla. He coldly spoke. Shut your mouth. You have defiled the honor of Valhalla. You have ruined the entire festival honoring the souls of the warriors. He himself killed Viscount Jonathan. He grinned awkwardly, looking towards Roman. Is that enough, Roman Dmitri? He answered bluntly. Not enough. He continued. Punishing Viscount Jonathan is just a personal punishment. I want you to implement systemic measures to prevent similar things from happening in the future. He scoffed. Ha! He left with his people, and after entering inside, his attitude immediately changed. Belfier walked behind him, thinking to himself, the plan has failed and Jonathan is dead. I also cannot avoid death. Just as the thought ended, the king of Valhalla spoke up. Marquis Belfier, what do you think of Roman Dmitri? He carefully replied, he is a dangerous man, capable of
The king of Valhalla angrily replied, That's right, he dared to question my punishment. The king of Valhalla decided to confront Roman Dmitri. Support Cronus's plan with all your might. Roman must absolutely not return alive. The next day at the Marin Warp Gate, I apologize, but the Valhalla gatekeeper refused to let Roman and his people pass with a ridiculous excuse. The Warp Gate was malfunctioning and would be unusable for a while. The man smiled and explained, It will probably take about half a month, so please stay in Marin during this time, my lord. Roman was not surprised, nor was he pleased about this. Just as predicted, they had blocked the Warp Gate. Then there was only one way, go to another commercial city a month's journey away from Marin. They surely blocked the Marin Warp Gate with that intention. They would try to kill him during the month-long journey. He turned to his people and said, Let's go. Belfier's subordinate reported to him, Roman Dmitri has left Marin and is on his way to the commercial city. Belfier asked, So when is the right time to attack? The man explained, The problem is, we've actually encountered a bit of trouble. Currently, there are too many eyes watching Dmitri. As you know, after the Valhalla festival, his reputation has skyrocketed, and the people of Valhalla are flocking to follow him like a pilgrimage. If we attack him now, civilian casualties will be unavoidable. Belfier replied, No need to care about the people. After all, the Kronos Empire will be the one killing Roman. Tell them they can do whatever they want, and we will not hold them accountable. On this side, Roman noticed something. The people of
From behind the bushes appeared those from Kronos, the ghosts of the Kronos Empire. A Dmitri soldier coated his sword with mana and attacked a ghost. Chris closed his eyes to sense the flow of mana. When he opened his eyes again, he had found a way to destroy those ghosts, severing the connection. Flash. They were annihilated after that strike. Roman pointed his hand and ordered, Vulcan, Baki, destroy them. The two immediately rushed forward while responding. Yes, they swept through the crowd, thinking ghosts were nothing special, and that they would cut them all down. They rampaged, destroying one after another. Vulcan reminded Baki when he saw his overexcitement. Don't get too excited, Baki. The ghosts maintain their distance and remain vigilant. Damn it, just with these small fries. But just as he finished that thought, a sword strike sliced through his head. Before dying, he thought to himself, Don't think everything is over. Roman was the one who swung the sword. He muttered, You talk too much. Roman turned to a magician under his command. Have you finished recording? Yes, sir. Saved successfully. He used a magic recording device, and Roman continued to give orders. Now spread this footage all over Valhalla. Roman smirked. I will make this play even more interesting. The footage was released and immediately received reactions from the citizens.
Isn't that the ghost of the Kronos Empire? Those bastards.
The people rose up in indignation. Lord Roman, the one who demonstrated the pride of Valhalla, if he is killed on our territory, what face do we have left to speak of warriors' pride? They called out and responded, O people of Valhalla, let us stand up and speak out together. The voice of the people was like a fever, directed straight at the Valhalla royal family. The royal family declared that they were furious at the Kronos Empire's attack and would investigate their motives, but subsequently took no action. They used the excuse of acting cautiously to avoid sending reinforcements. Meanwhile, Roman's army was constantly under attack by the ghosts. Morales' student Sanchez led a group of Valhalla people to join Roman. Lord Dimitri, we have come to protect you. He politely replied, I appreciate your sentiment, but with your strength, you won't be of any help. It will only make you die faster. Sanchez retorted, if we wanted to live, we wouldn't have come here. Roman let out a breath and laughed at his words. Truly foolish people. It seems it's too late to regret now. Sanchez asked back, Huh? Just as the words fell, other enemies appeared to attack them.
They rushed forward while planning to deal with the ghosts of Kronos. I have established an army consisting only of aura swordsmen. Suddenly, upon slashing down with aura, Sanchez realized something. Wait, they are not ghosts. They are creatures of a higher level than ghosts. Abyss devils. The Valhalla soldiers told each other to form a defensive formation. That Abyss devil used the dark lightning technique. The sky immediately fluctuated. Sanchez looked up in astonishment as a column of lightning struck down from above. Fortunately, he kept his life thanks to Dimitri's help. Roman Dimitri spoke. Fall back. Sanchez hesitated a bit, but two more Abyss devils appeared on the other side. They attacked with dark fire, and Roman's shield blocked the blow with difficulty. He immediately rushed forward and attacked the Abyss devils. In an instant, he took down 3 of them, and Roman walked on. But vines appeared around him, an attack from another enemy. Entrapment. Roman swung his sword and cleared the vines in just a few strokes. The Abyss devils were astonished and hurriedly told each other to block him. One of them used Dark Arrow to attack Roman. Creating an explosion, they retreated to a distance to vigilantly observe the situation. Roman rushed in from behind and beheaded them all. The Abyss devil let out a painful scream before dying, leaving only a few surrounding Roman. Behind him there was one casting magic, muttering, Roman Dimitri, struggling is useless. Open 6th circle. Blazing fire cannon. A blast of fire shot straight out. But Dimitri remained unexpectedly calm despite being surrounded by fire. They dared to openly use dark magicians? Were they that confident? Roman stepped through the fire while speaking coldly. Whatever the reason, the Kronos Empire is truly arrogant. Blaze divine art. He looked at them with
He was determined to use magic of a higher tier, opening the 7th circle and utilizing the firestorm technique. Billowing fire attacked Roman from his hands. Roman swung his sword, tearing apart that curtain of fire, dashing past it to deliver a decisive slash at the man, preventing him from reacting. His eyes glared at him as he spoke. Tell your emperor that the road to Dimitri is still long. If he wants to kill me, this is the best opportunity. Chris, after a moment of checking the troop numbers, turned back to report to him. Our forces didn't suffer many casualties, but nearly half of the Valhalla warriors have fallen. Roman ordered, clean up the battlefield, proceed with the cremation for the fallen, and then we will head to the commercial city immediately. A magician in his group hurriedly spoke up. Master, there is something you need to see. Some time ago, Felix had a chance to speak with Roman. To learn fire magic, one needs high adaptability to fire. My master acquired this ability after suffering severe burns in a fire when he was young.
The disappearance of the magicians raised questions about the connection between the incidents, but without concrete evidence, the disappearances gradually faded into oblivion. Bending down to examine the Abyss Devil, the man spoke up, noting that the appearance of this dark magician resembled the former Tower Master. Roman observed the body and thought to himself, the burn mark on half of his face might be a coincidence, but the magic system he used is very similar to the Phoenix Magic Tower, and his mana origin is of the fire attribute. For a Tower Master level magician to become a ghost, is there a dark magic method to force submission that I am unaware of? Roman turned to Chris and ordered, use a magic recording device to record the faces of these bodies. Afterwards, I will verify the identities of all of them. Chris replied,
We need to report this incident to the magician community of the entire continent. Even the Kronos Empire cannot evade responsibility. Roman spoke. The Kronos Empire exposed a dark magician, one of the ghosts operating in the shadows, despite knowing the risk of detection. He placed his hand on Chris's shoulder and instructed. From the beginning, our opponent has been a superpower, and the truth we tried to hide has been exposed. Roman walked away after giving his final instruction to Chris. We will depart for the commercial city in 1 hour. Prepare the army. Sanchez and the remaining Valhalla warriors lined up before Roman that night and spoke boldly. Lord Dimitri, please teach us how to deal with the ghosts. Roman looked at them and agreed immediately. All right, I will ask Chris to guide you. Sanchez asked skeptically, do you mean it? Roman smiled and explained. The Valhalla warriors have proven their determination. You deserve to learn this technique. Moved to tears, Sanchez and the others bowed and loudly responded to Roman. Thank you, my lord. The very next day they were taught by Chris how to destroy the ghosts. There are 2 ways to attack a ghost's weakness. The first is to attack at the moment they regenerate their bodies. The second is to recognize their mana flow and sever the connection between the bodies, preventing them from regenerating. Sanchez and his teammates did not understand these words at all. He stammered, but even I, a 3...
Chris scratched his head and sighed, thinking to himself, this is going to take a long time. At the trading city, Dimitri stopped when he saw a stranger. A man with blue hair smiled and spoke. Welcome, Lord Dimitri. He was the 7th-ranked strongest in Valhalla, Rodriguez, and he politely introduced himself to Roman. I am Rodriguez, commander of Valhalla's Shadow Division. We will escort your group from here. Roman bluntly replied, drop the formalities. I don't need your help. He calculated in his mind that dark forces could not rampage within Valhalla's territory without the Emperor's permission. I understand now. He sends soldiers out to save face in front of the people. Rodriguez laughed and replied with a hidden meaning. You are indeed as brave as the rumors say. He extended his hand with an invitation that held no goodwill. Don't make the situation more serious. Just spend some time in the city. The only way you can survive leaving Valhalla is to give us a reason to protect you.
So if you intend to kill me, act like a man instead of relying on dirty tricks. Rodriguez clenched his fists, suppressing his anger as he replied to Roman. It is a pity that you refuse to come with us. He turned to leave, not forgetting to add a veiled threat. Let's see how defiant you can be. We will meet again soon. Dimitri's troops arrived at the warp gate, and what they received was no different from when they were in Marine. I apologize, but the warp gate to Adelian cannot be used. The man gave a completely ridiculous excuse, claiming that because Kronos forces had infiltrated the area, Valhalla had declared a state of national emergency and had cut off all warp gates. He continued to suggest, but if you still insist on going to Dimitri, the only way is to walk across the border of the Palo territory. This met with fierce opposition from Sanchez. This is a trap. He raised his voice to warn Roman about what awaited them. It is obvious they are intentionally delaying Lord Dimitri's return. They are waiting for the moment Lord Dimitri crosses that border. Roman, on the contrary, calmly drank his tea and smiled as he replied, I know. When I cross the border, Kronos and Valhalla will collude to kill me. Sanchez, shocked and sweating, asked back, knowing that, you still want to cross? Roman explained to him, Sanchez, Valhalla is rotten.
Cooperating with them is no different from submitting to them. That is why I took the risk. Roman's words awakened Sanchez's emotions, causing him to bow his head and fervently declare, I will follow you too. I promise to be loyal to you, Lord Roman. Roman refused and gave him a separate arrangement. No, you will stay in Valhalla. Sanchez hurriedly wanted to object, but Roman explained immediately, if you cross the Valhalla border with me, you will become a witness to Valhalla's disgrace. Roman placed the teacup on the table and stood up. All those involved will be killed to cover up the incident. A duke named Vieto lives in seclusion in the south of Valhalla. Gather those who share his vision and build a force to resist the Valhalla Empire. He placed his hand on Sanchez's shoulder and spoke the final implied words. That is the only way to bring this country back to the righteous path. Roman ended the conversation with the declaration, from now on, all incidents are the responsibility of Dimitri. The next day, the Dimitri troops marched across the grass.
If you swore loyalty to Valhalla, you could have enjoyed glory and prosperity, but because you showed hostility, I cannot let you live. Roman crossed his arms, scoffed, and bluntly retorted to him.
The strong who think they are strong after being at the peak for too long fall into their own delusions. He drew his sword and continued, "You think you can always control everything with blind faith in yourselves. I've been waiting for you all this time." Rodriguez commanded, "Charge, warriors of the Shadow Division." The Dmitri troops engaged them. Roman, as usual, slaughtered the enemy with ease, while his opponent thought to himself, "People in Valhalla rumor that Roman is a great warrior. It would be truly amusing if I could end your reign." He laughed triumphantly and whipped his horse to command, "Charge." Rodriguez rushed forward with an attitude of certain victory. He leaped high with his horse, thinking, "I've witnessed your power before. Just struggle as you wish, Roman Dmitri." Rodriguez used his secret technique, long spring slash. Roman blocked it with his own swordsmanship. Rodriguez smiled confidently. Roman looked at him without blinking, and in the next second, blood gushed from the neck of the one who was grinning. Rodriguez's head rolled on the ground beside his horse. Back to the king of Valhalla, after listening to the situation, he gave a faint smile and commented, "Roman Dmitri, you are indeed an interesting fellow. The guerrilla tactics have gone down the drain. If Valhalla's top elite forces don't intervene, we have no way to stop him. Anyway, it is the Kronos Empire pulling the strings behind this. In the end, if this fails, they will take the responsibility." He scoffed and whirred, "Withdraw the soldiers one step back. Let's see Kronos' move from now on." As for Dmitri, since they crossed the border, Valhalla stopped attacking, but Kronos began an all-out assault. Even the soldiers who had undergone Dmitri's harsh training reached their limits after more than 2 weeks of forced marching. However, witnessing Roman fighting the enemy on the front line,
Chris tiredly gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Seriously? Do they not give us a single moment to rest?" That man, Edwin Hector, commanded the Hector army to come reinforce Dmitri, helping Dmitri attack the enemy. He used magic. A wall of fire immediately appeared, preventing the ghosts from attacking the Dmitri troops as he used the fire zone. The morale of the soldiers on this side was raised in an instant. They rushed forward without hesitation, determined to wipe out all the enemies. "Reinforcements have arrived. Hang in there. Die, you monsters." Roman was surprised by this assistance. Horse hooves pounded the ground at full speed. Hector came to his side in an instant and reported, "Lord Roman, you must return to Dmitri immediately." A look of surprise flashed in Roman's eyes as Hector continued, "Dmitri is being attacked by Kronos." However, that
The soldiers' faces became more serious as Roman explained, "Would you pass up this opportunity when my whereabouts have been exposed?" McBurney spoke up, "The assassination attempt has been made public, so I don't think they will sit idly by." Another person continued, "That is exactly why I am even more worried about my lord's safety." Roman interrupted them, "No, I think differently. The Kronos Empire does not care about other nations. They will both assassinate me and directly attack Dmitri. Just the magicians alone cannot protect the castle perfectly. Therefore, you all must stay at Dmitri." Roman gave them the order with a determined attitude. "And if Kronos attacks, make them pay the price." The Dmitri soldiers responded in unison, "As you command." At the same time, near Dmitri, a black flag was raised, and intruders stepped out from a warp gate. The leader spoke, "What is the situation at Dmitri?" Another one replied, "Nothing unusual. Moreover, Roman Dmitri is still at the Valhalla border. No matter how fast he is, he cannot return to Dmitri within 3 days." The leader of this group was Mystic. He sneered as he took off his hood and replied to the other guy, "Good." He looked at his soldiers and ordered, "Begin the attack." The gatekeepers on the
Lightning struck the city walls, automatically triggering the gray shield. The soldiers immediately blew the alarm horns. "Enemy! The enemy has appeared!" Torches were lit instantly, and the troops moved quickly. Mystic told in astonishment, "I heard Dmitri's defense system was unusual, but to this extent, the reaction was fast, indeed, but still within calculations." He muttered, "Just keep struggling. Your fate has been sealed anyway." The Kronos soldiers quickly headed toward the base of the walls to attack and wipe them out. Knight Captain Jonathan commanded the Dmitri troops. "Second platoon, load. First platoon, fire. Third platoon, load. Second platoon, fire." The soldiers executed the orders, drawing their bows and raining arrows down on the enemy. The magicians also joined the battle. Felix chanted a spell, wrapping himself in fire, and attacked the enemy with a rain of fire pouring down the walls. Mystic countered with sixth circle magic while thinking, "Now it's clear. Even though it is just a duchy, Dmitri possesses enough power to resist the empire." He calculated, "If we can crush them with this opportunity, it will be a lesson for other kingdoms on the Salamander continent." The ghosts had sneaked inside the city. They spoke to each other about the mission: destroy key facilities, and if any key figures are spotted, eliminate them immediately. However, they paused, and one spoke up. "Something is very strange." They moved while observing their surroundings. The city was dead silent.
Even so, the leaders simply reminded them, don't
McBurney, who accompanied him, spoke up. Just as the master said, they really intend to target Dimitri. I will make them regret it. Rodwell, in another location, shared the same thought. I will do everything for Dimitri. I have been thinking about what I can do. The intruders from Kronos climbed to the top of the city wall and shouted loudly when they saw him. Rodwell, Dimitri, he is on the list. They rushed up with a single purpose, to kill him and open the city gates. One of them charged. Die! Rodwell blocked the attack and calculated. While no one else is here, I am also a Dimitri. He controlled his aura with determination, and I will fulfill my duty and responsibility. Dimitri's soldiers moved quickly, blocking the advance of the Kronos men. The leader ordered, clear the way. Fernando drew his sword while speaking. Kronos, you dare to cross the line. Before leaving, Roman had instructed him, Fernando, live for my sake. Now he is the Royal Knight Captain Fernando. With a sword in hand, an aura blazing around him, he was more ready to fight than ever. You cannot take another step forward. That day, Fernando had poured his whole heart into expressing his gratitude to Roman Dimitri. From that moment on, he became a loyal sword protecting the Dimitri family. Currently, he leaped high, gathering momentum while swinging his sword to attack the opponent. A strike was unleashed, creating an explosion. The Kronos assassins thought to themselves, he is stronger than we imagined. One of them
Then, from a whisper, it turned into a command to intercept the enemy, and the Dimitri knights charged forward. The knights of the Dimitri family clashed with the assassins. A swordsman is only considered to truly exist when used as a sword. Fernando made short work of the assassins. My life until now has been nothing but that of a weak sword, he thought to himself, struggling to cross the threshold of survival. For Lord Roman, who helped me surpass my own limits, I will live as a sword of the Dimitri family until the very last moment of my life. Meanwhile, outside the city, Mystic was using his magic to connect. He observed and muttered, even the shadows failed. A subordinate approached him from behind and reported, Lord Mystic, the Northeast region has issued an emergency alert. He continued, the territories directly under the Dimitri Duchy have dispatched reinforcement troops. In the Cairo Kingdom is also mobilizing soldiers to the border. Within the next 12 hours, the enemy reinforcements will arrive. Mystic maintained his magic while replying to the man. Dimitri, the more I learn about his duchy, the more I realize he is indeed a formidable threat. He ordered, this battle must not fail. While Roman is not here, we must destroy his stronghold. Inside the fortress, a Dimitri soldier was startled by the enemy's intrusion. Huh? He was slammed headfirst into the wall by the intruder, who looked down on them with disdain. There are 3 branches of attack within the Shadows of Kronos. The assassins, also known as shadows, specialize in using dark chi to amplify their strength. Those who use dark magic are called Abyss Devils, and Sven is a powerful figure among them. He is known as the Abyss Knight. He walked slowly while observing the surroundings. His face was youthful, yet sharp like a wildcat. He saw another person with red hair standing in front of the door, someone who always radiated cruelty and madness. Rumor had it that Roman had such a subordinate under his command. It seems his name is Kevin, right? He is staring at him with a murderous gaze. Sven exclaimed in delight. Excellent. The opportunity to deal with all of Roman's top subordinates has appeared. Sven did not hold back his power at all. He burst out his aura and declared loudly, I will kill all of you right here. Previously, Roman had told Kevin, honestly, the only person I can trust to hold the fort right now is you. He smiled and continued, I think you are the most suitable person, Kevin. That assassin emitted an aura so strong that I thought it would be impossible to defeat him. He brandished his sword and slowly stepped closer to the other guy. But because his liege trusted him, he was left here. If so, what I need to do now is, he thought to himself, and even knowing he couldn't win, he was still determined, praying that everyone in the city would have enough time to escape, even if he had to.
He looked back in annoyance, thinking to himself, not enough damage? The guy smirked, thinking, that guy seems pretty good too. Then he said aloud, very well, struggle to the end and entertain me.
Kevin, clutching his neck in shock, thought, I almost lost my head there. Sven charged again, and his sword clashed with Kevin's, pushing the boy back. Kevin gritted his teeth in frustration as he admitted the truth. I can't possibly beat him. He is on par with, or perhaps even stronger than Count Nicholas, the #1 swordsman in Cairo. In a head-on confrontation like this, I have no chance of winning. He cried out and adjusted his stance. Kevin dashed forward, circling Sven, looking for an opening to attack. Just then, the man spoke with disdain. Ridiculous. In the blink of an eye, he placed his hand on Kevin's head and brutally slammed it into the ground, causing the earth around them to crack. He exclaimed in delight as he looked at the helpless boy under his hand. If this is truly the end, then you should just die right here. Kevin thought to himself, his eyes showing determination. No, I definitely can't win, but I must try. Sven swung his sword down, but Kevin skillfully dodged the blow. He smirked as the boy managed to retreat to a distance. Kevin thought to himself, his body was already battered. This was an impossible battle. The boy who once lived wandering the slums, struggling daily for food, understood by instinct that he could not let this opportunity slip away. Roman's words echoed in his head. From now on, you must live as a sword to replace me. If it was for Lord Roman, he believed that even death would make his life brilliant.
He screamed, "You cannot escape." Sven looked at him and sneered. "What are you muttering to yourself?" He struck down again, but Kevin moved gracefully. He was astonished. Many entities within Kevin had merged into a single desire. He unleashed his power, looking at the enemy and speaking. "My lord's command is absolute. You shall not pass." Sven thought to himself in astonishment, and his gaze changed. The chaotic killing intent had converged into a single point. He observed Kevin and remarked, "Like a single sword. That gaze, that concentration is truly amazing." He sneered and said, "It seems you have done quite well, but that alone is not enough." Sven rushed forward to attack. He left his original position by launching himself powerfully, rushing towards Kevin with a grin and determination to kill him. He concentrated intensely. Sven struck down, causing dust to fly blindly. He moved at high speed to Kevin's surprise, but he swung his sword to force him to keep his distance. Sven was surprised to see blood spurting from his leg, proof that Kevin had successfully wounded him. Sven laughed in delight and exclaimed, "Truly wonderful! Dimitri is indeed an interesting duchy." He fought more and more vigorously, forcing Kevin.
Kevin was astonished by the pressure. He was almost submerged in the guy's aura. His body was injured in many places as he thought to himself, so this is the power of a 6-star swordsman. Kevin collapsed to the ground, and Sven immediately turned his head in alert. A strike landed on him. It was Fernando coming to the rescue. He backed away to keep his distance, then glanced at Kevin and thought, Kevin, originally Duke Dimitri was not here. As soon as Kronos' attack began, they were taken to a secret space, and Kevin stayed behind to take his place and guard this location. If the enemies realize Duke Dimitri's absence, they will target the entire Dimitri family and everyone in this castle. Sven observed Fernando's determination and thought, trying to hold out to this extent, truly a stubborn one. He slowly approached, and Henderson, along with McBurney, arrived just in time, speaking in unison, "We are here to help." Fernando looked at them and announced briefly, "Henderson, McBurney, the opponent is a 6-star swordsman. From now on, concentrate all forces on the attack." They rushed forward, using all their strength, coordinating with each other to attack Sven. Henderson slashed a strike, and McBurney followed up with another sword strike. Sven smiled wickedly, witnessing their
Sven reached out his hand, using force to split Note's fire in two. He frowned in annoyance as he looked at the old man and thought, "It seems this is quite a powerful magician." "I will kill you all anyway," he muttered while clenching his fist. Then he pointed at one of them and continued, "You will be the first." Fernando was briefly startled. The pressure radiating from this guy made him uncomfortable. Strips of black shadow reached up from the ground to bind him. Henderson looked over and assessed the situation. If even Sir Fernando failed, then this would truly be the end. Because I was captivated and filled with admiration for Lord Roman's demeanor, I chose the path of a swordsman, which originally had nothing to do with my life. Over the past time, I have made extraordinary progress, but my limits when standing before a high-level expert are too clear. To dedicate myself to Lord Roman and this cause with my mediocre talent, I have never stopped thinking about what I can do. I have drawn my conclusion in this situation to be, Sven's blade was stained with blood. Fernando's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, Henderson! He had taken the fatal blow for him. Then, smiling, Henderson spoke, Come with me. We will go down together to take down this monster. So that others can take on my role as a guard, I will bet my entire life on this battle. Sven thought annoyedly as he tried to pull his sword out. You won't let go of the sword, you scum? Fernando grasped the opportunity he created. Henderson was sacrificing himself to buy time for them. A transformation of
But the one who attacked him first was McBurney. He stabbed Sven, joining forces with Henderson to pin him down for Fernando to strike. He swung a sword, cutting off Sven's head, but the guy quickly fled. I am a powerful assassin. I cannot simply fall here. They cried out when Henderson fell. Henderson! Fernando poured medicine onto the wound while speaking urgently. Hang in there. Don't die here like this. I will bring more healing potions, so stay conscious. Azunsel spoke up. Stop it. Henderson whispered to Azunsel and McBurney. The war isn't over yet, so do what you must do. Fernando's arm dropped. He made up his mind, stood up, and replied, All right, don't die. Wait for me. I will wipe out all the remnants of Kronos. Meanwhile, Mystic was surprised to notice something. A fire magic spell struck down right where he was. The attacker was Felix, shocking Mystic. Is this truly the power of the newly established Dimitri? He muttered, Dimitri, don't think this is the end. Just as he turned to leave, a pillar of light struck down right between them. The mysterious queen spoke. I told you, don't let me catch you off guard. Mystic gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it! She continued.
Finally, after Dimitri hurriedly completed the aftermath recovery, Roman, whom everyone had been anxiously waiting for, returned. The people of the Dimitri Duchy joyfully welcomed him. You are the pride of Dimitri. You have worked hard. They praised him and congratulated him on rising in the continental ranking. He went to meet his father, who spoke with satisfaction. You have returned. I wanted to ask about the situation, but given the urgency, I hope you understand. How do you think we should handle this matter? Setting aside Roman's achievements, this invasion by Kronos had shrouded all of Dimitri in insecurity and rage. He made a declaration. Do not worry. I will handle this. As he moved, he listened to his subordinate's report. Currently, the damage to Dimitri is not small. Lucas continued. Especially, the Kronos Empire seems to have been able to move troops without using warp gates. He frowned, thinking to himself. Not using warp gates? Lucas went on. We will investigate thoroughly and report in detail. Also, the condition of Kevin and Henderson is currently very bad. They were heavily injured by a 6-star aura swordsman. Both are in critical condition. Henderson's condition in particular is the most severe. Roman asked back. You mean they are still alive? Lead the way. The physician, sweating and exhausted, stated, Perhaps today is the deciding moment. With
Roman thought in annoyance. In the end, things turned out like this. The mad demon, who once followed the heavenly demon Baekjong-hyuk, always led the vanguard in battles against the 9 Great Schools Alliance, slaughtering countless enemies to bring victory to the demonic sect. The one who had received the greatest trust from the heavenly demon Baekjong-hyuk departed with his body pierced by numerous weapons. Baekjong-hyuk was furious, but he regarded the deaths of his followers in war as inevitable. That sacrifice would be a stepping stone to reach new heights in his life filled with battle. He looked at the 2 people lying on the bed and thought, their sacrifice is also the best choice for me and Dimitri, but for some reason I feel even angrier. I cannot let them die. He coldly ordered, From now on I will personally treat both of them. Everyone, leave. He quickly laid them on the ground and used his aura to heal their injuries. Roman thought, I will start observing the body from the origin of life. Innate vitality is the power available from birth, and its depletion means death. He placed his hands on them. A portion of his own innate power would be transferred into their bodies. Even if this shortened his lifespan, he was still willing to sacrifice a part of his life force for his subordinates. 1 day, 2 days. Time passed just like that. About a week later, Chris rushed to the room where Roman was treating Kevin and Henderson. I need to see my leech. Hans refused outright. No, he is focusing on the treatment. He won't be happy if disturbed. The young man replied, I know, but the kingdoms on the Salamander continent have convened an international conference regarding the Dimitri issue. We need to gather the alliance's opinion to punish Kronos. Step aside. Hans thought for a moment, then made way for him while advising, If you go in, please tell the young master to take care of himself. The door opened, and Roman immediately spoke. What is it? Chris entered while explaining. The international conference has been convened, since this is an important
If the liege does not attend the conference, the Alliance of Kingdoms will overlook this issue. He interrupted.
Even if Dmitri attends the conference this time and tries to persuade them, if we do not gain the trust of the Alliance, then taking revenge on the Kronos Empire is impossible. Chris wanted to retort, but Roman cut him off. Chris, I understand what you are worried about. He looked at him and smiled. Just as you have done your best for me, now I will also do my best for them, so trust me and wait. The Kronos Empire has shown that they have a way to move troops without using warp gates. The proof is the war with the Dmitri Duchy. That means they want to warn that no country on this continent is safe. That is something none of us want. Therefore, in the name of the Alliance of Kingdoms, we need to ensure that this will never happen again. But currently, all parties are still leaving open the possibility of compromise to achieve peace. King Redford interrupted. I cannot agree with your opinions. He repeated, I cannot agree with your opinions. A month ago, Redford's officials presented that Valhalla and the Kronos Empire joined forces to assassinate the hero who saved Redford. We must help him. Viscount London continued. I think so too. The Redford Kingdom went on the brink of collapse, had a chance to be revived thanks to his help. Therefore, the Redford Kingdom will not shy away.
Furthermore, Valhalla openly ignored the assassination plot taking place on their territory. King Redford slammed his hand on the table and raised his voice. Do you understand what that means? It means that if anyone dares to oppose Kronos, not a single one of you will be safe from the threat of the Empire. When we ignore reality, this problem will not disappear, but will become increasingly serious. Actually be those who fearfully side with the Empire. Sir, what are you saying? King Odalia interrupted him. It is your words that are arrogant and cowardly. Redford shouted even louder than the other man. If you were attacked by the Empire, could you sit here and utter those weak words? Then he continued speaking with a cold attitude. I will wait and see. When the Empire's blade points at you, will you still maintain this indifferent attitude as you do now? Finishing his words, he immediately left, the door closing with a heavy sound. Edwin Hector was the next to speak. When I heard news of the international meeting, I had hoped for a different situation, he presented. I do not know if you kings remember or not, but the first international meeting seemed to fail miserably. The image of the first international meeting I attended was that everyone only focused on resolving the issue peacefully, instead of appropriately punishing the brutal actions of the Kronos Empire. Of course, I know that at that time, the Alliance of Kingdoms did not have enough strength to resist the Empire. But now it is different. He listed the Ghost Army, high-ranking magicians, and even a 6-star swordsman, yet the Empire still could not defeat the Dmitri Duchy. The disappointing thing here is that even though a formidable opponent like Roman Dmitri has appeared to stand up against the Empire, the Alliance of Kingdoms still has not changed its fearful attitude towards the Empire. Hector originally did not belong to the Alliance, but from now on we will deal with this matter separately, he said while standing up, then left with words similar to the king.
Observing the two of them, he thought to himself, now I have done everything I can. From here on out, you must survive on your own. If you abandon your consciousness and accept death, there will be no way for you to recover. Why in the past did I not care for those close to me? Or perhaps I lived a fierce life, always struggling for survival, to the point where I had no time to mourn the comrades and subordinates who sacrificed themselves. In the end, all that remains with me now is regret. In this life, I do not want to leave behind any regrets like before. So you must survive. Chris and the soldiers were waiting outside when Roman stepped out. Looking at him, Chris spoke politely. You have worked hard, my lord. Roman put on his coat and issued an order. Summon all the vassals of the Dmitri Duchy to a meeting. As you command. The meeting was organized immediately. Hans announced, Young Master Roman, please enter. He walked in. Those present welcomed him in unison. We welcome your return, my lord. Roman spoke. I hear there are many conflicting opinions regarding how we should resolve our issue with the Empire. For those who have become accustomed to the brutality of the Kronos Empire, they have become too cowardly and forgotten the outrage caused by the Empire. He glared as he passed judgment. I am not satisfied with such conduct from them. We must make the Empire pay for the attack on the Dmitri Duchy.
Those who trusted and followed me have shed blood. He gave the order. Lords, declare a state of emergency, assemble the armies, and prepare for war. Roman declared, from this moment on, the Dmitri Duchy will declare total war on the Kronos Empire.
The Dimitri Duchy has declared war? Edwin Hector trembled as he read the news. His face showed disbelief as he thought to himself, why, without discussing it with us? Edwin stood up and hurriedly ordered, contact the Dimitri Duchy immediately. Yes, yes. Over here, Padius was contacting someone. This is Viscount Padius. Hector hurriedly asked, what exactly is Lord Roman's intention? You should have told us too, right? Padius replied, it is exactly as you heard. Excluding the Redford Kingdom and Hector, my master wants to declare total war on the Empire. A voice rang out. Therefore, please announce it immediately at the International Conference. He looked at the communication crystal and thought, this time I need to clearly understand Lord Roman's intentions, the reason he isn't attending the International Conference. The Kingdom Alliance will not agree to his act of revenge against the Empire. I can surmise as much. Edwin smiled and said, anyway, it seems I'll have to attend this international conference with a stronger stance. The King of Odelia angrily slammed his hand on the table and shouted, what are you saying? Does the Dimitri Duchy's declaration of war have nothing to do with our two kingdoms? Your attitude this time is different from the last meeting, isn't it? He spoke clearly. I also don't know the detailed situation, because the Dimitri Duchy has refused peace negotiations with the Empire. My attendance at the international conference this time also
King Odelia gritted his teeth and said, the Dimitri Duchy might be devastated by the Empire. The problem is that its collapse will directly affect our entire alliance. If the Kronos Empire captures the entire northeast region, they will hold the staging ground for an attack on this entire continent. Then they will pour all their strength into controlling the Kingdom Alliance. Therefore, right now, let us decisively abandon the Dimitri Duchy and strengthen the alliance even further. I refuse. As I said in the previous meeting, the Redford Kingdom will share the same fate as the Dimitri Duchy. King Redford Rondon spoke up. King Odelia frowned. Whatever you say is useless. Redford will prepare for war and await the summons from Dimitri. As predicted, the Kingdom Alliance had begun to crack, and when King Odelia departed, the Second International Conference also ended without achieving any positive results. King Odelia shouted in frustration, damn it, if this goes on, everything will end. Roman Dimitri is not only stupid, but also putting everyone in danger. Anyway, the strength of the Kingdom Alliance alone cannot contain the Kronos Empire. His steps faltered as he thought, the Odelia Kingdom cannot end like this, even if I have to bow to the great powers. But surviving to save the country from war is a duty that a king must fulfill. His face turned solemn. The image of a man appeared from the communication crystal, asking, why are you contacting me? King Odelia replied, from this moment on, the Kingdom Alliance is A few days later, at the eastern outpost of the Kronos Empire, Lasgo, I bet 1 gold coin that the Dimitri Duchy won't last a month. A month? Aren't you overestimating them? How could a tiny place like Dimitri last a month? I bet half a month for a gold coin. No matter how strong Roman is, how long can he last on his own? 2 soldiers chatted with each other. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind them and attacked the 2 soldiers. There's an intruder. Before he could finish his sentence, he was sent to meet the King of Hell by the stranger. It turned out that man was Chris. He said, my lord, I have secured the key target positions. The main force of the Kronos Empire will take about 6 hours to reach Lasgo. A voice echoed from the communication crystal. Until then, eliminate as many as possible. Yes, my lord, Chris replied. That night, while everyone was fast asleep, the Dimitri Duchy signaled the opening of the war. A small nation dares to arrogantly bare its fangs at the Empire? Gather all military forces right now. Cairo, Dimitri, and all forces supporting them must be wiped off the continental map. The commander of Lasgo, Count Pablo, read the contents of the letter. Anyway, if the main force reaches Lasgo, the Dimitri Duchy won't last long and will be destroyed. Since no nation
Pablo, what? He hurriedly rushed out of the room to check the situation. All of Rascal was on fire. He shouted loudly, all forces in Rascal, put out the fire immediately. He seemed to have realized something. This smell is oil? This is not an ordinary fire. This is a fire intentionally set by someone. The supply depot. Move to the depot immediately, he yelled. The fire just kept burning more intensely. Ah, no. All forces, proceed inside the supply depot and retrieve the magic scrolls immediately. But the fire is too big. Whoever dares to hesitate even a little, I will personally behead that person. Someone is inside the fire. That person is Roman Dimitri. What are you waiting for? Stop him immediately, a soldier shouted. The soldiers started rushing towards Roman, but those soldiers were nothing to him. He quickly dealt with them efficiently.
Notify the soldiers of Rascal. Issue a red alert, he ordered. On this side, a strange man was silently observing everything. Finally, it is our turn to act. The seventh sword of Kronos, the
along with the mages from the Water Magic Tower, a group specializing in controlling water element magic. This was the reason Count Paulo was confident in his victory. Paulo smiled savagely and said, "Your arrival here marks your end." Roman moved like the wind, gliding past each soldier and cutting them all down. He smiled in response to Paulo's words. "That sounds nice, but for now, I'll just fight you all like this." Paulo and his servants couldn't help but be surprised when, in an instant, Roman appeared right before them. Roman smiled, and flames burned intensely around him. In a flash, he disappeared. Paulo stammered. Disappeared into the sea of fire? Then he gritted his teeth in anger. That bastard ran away like a coward again. Having said that, Paulo ordered the soldiers. "Roman has stepped into a dangerous place himself. We must not miss this opportunity. We must find and destroy him." They replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Inside the sea of fire, they quickly spotted Roman. "There! Roman is there! Get him!" A second later, Paulo was attacked, and the group fell to the ground, soaked in fresh blood. A soldier hiding behind a rock immediately reported through the communication crystal, "This is Sector 1. Sector 1, we absolutely cannot stop Roman." A second later, he was discovered by Roman, his face turning dark with fear. A screaming sound rang out. Roman had fled into the sea of fire, making it impossible to chase him. Benedict looked at the signal-emitting device, frowning without saying a word. The sound rang out again. "Roman Dimitri, this is Sector 1.
Suddenly, a cry rang out, attracting his attention. He approached. "You are still alive? Where has Roman gone?" Pablo, dying, spoke with difficulty. "I don't know clearly. He single-handedly wiped out all the pursuing forces here, then vanished into the sea of fire." Hearing this, Bento paused for a beat. "Alone? First, we must control this fire." Then, regaining his composure, he shouted, "Request support from the mages of the water tower." A mage from the water tower, Burge, quickly arrived. He used his power to create a tsunami to extinguish the fire. But immediately after, the water was evaporated by the flames. Burge, not anticipating this situation, stood there stunned. Even fifth circle magic can't put out the fire? What on earth is going on? This is no ordinary fire. This terrible flame originates from a special spell. Unless the entity that caused this inferno is destroyed, there is no way to extinguish the fire. Then Bento asked himself, is that entity Roman? The north gate was blocked, the west gate as well, and the east gate was engulfed by the demonic fire. Seeing they were surrounded on all sides, Bento seemed paralyzed, asking himself, could it be? The entire space was submerged in a vast sea of fire, burning down all the houses. Bento looked up at the sky in despair and said, "We have no way to escape this place now. 10,000 soldiers are trapped in Lasgo."
Bento coldly replied, "There is no normal escape route. However, at the north gate, the wall seems more deteriorated than in other places, so the only way is to destroy the wall and escape." Pablo reached out and shouted loudly, "Understood. For now, give up chasing Roman. Order the entire army to retreat to preserve our forces." Bento took the lead and ran. "We will withdraw from Lasgo through the north gate. All troops gather at the north gate." As he ran, Pablo clearly showed his fear. Roman Dimitri is truly a monster. Even if we have to use the power of the Empire, we must destroy him. The army suddenly stopped. Pablo stepped forward in confusion and shouted, "What is happening?" Stepping out from the fire was a powerful Roman. Pablo looked at him and roared, "Roman Dimitri, you have been hiding cowardly for so long. Are you finally willing to show your face? If you are truly a warrior, fight me fair and square." Seeing this, he smiled contemptuously. "You think a battle between 10,000 soldiers and me is fair, but this fire is cowardly?" He sweated profusely out of fear, but still gritted his teeth to hide it. Of course, if not for this despicable fire, you would have been defeated long ago. Roman's eyes became more terrifying than ever. He coldly said, "If that's what you think, then." Saying that, he waved his hand, parting the fire to create a path. "I promise, if you can defeat me, you will be able to survive and escape this sea of fire." Pablo roared in indignation, "How arrogant, you brat! All troops, attack!" Bento also rushed forward, shouting, "Seventh Night Order, follow me." He rushed towards Roman.
But Roman still stood sternly there. The sword tip almost touched him, but he stood still evaluating. Heavenly demon sword art. Then a strike was unleashed. Second form, double half-step. An explosion erupted, smoke blowing everywhere. There was no cowardly scheme here at all. The fire was only used to block the enemy's retreat. From the very beginning, my purpose was to
Pablo turned his head and shouted in Berge's face, "You, hurry up and attack Roman with offensive magic." He replied worriedly, "Doing so will cause great casualties to our side." He shouted back, "So what? If we continue like this, we will lose all our soldiers to Roman. If they must die at the hands of the enemy, tell them it is better to sacrifice themselves for the empire." Berge frowned in annoyance as he replied, "As you command." Berge commanded his subordinates, "Everyone, prepare to cast spells. Water ball." He controlled the attack, directing it toward the wall of fire on the other side. The soldiers of Kronos were stunned to see their own ally attacking them. They were wiped out by the water pressure, and the sky cleared up. A pillar of light appeared, and Roman Dmitri rushed up to attack this mage Berge. He hurriedly tried to use defensive magic, Ice Shield. Roman was hit, but he was astonished to see him easily escape his spell. Roman stabbed his sword, and Berge cried out in pain. His sword stained with blood, Roman walked forward, advancing toward the soldiers of Kronos. The tip of his sword pointed at Pablo's throat. He fell to his knees on the ground and tremblingly spoke. "Why?" He screamed out his dying words. "In any case, the Dmitri Duchy will surely lose this war. Why are you pushing us to this extent? The military force of Lascaux was only a very small part of the empire. No matter how much you struggle, you cannot cope with an all-out war with the empire. That is the price for the crimes you have committed," he screamed. But Roman's face showed no emotion. After the death of the mad demon, Baekjong-hyuk had headed alone towards Henan, Mount Song, where the Shaolin Temple was located, the head of the 9 sects in the region. The sudden appearance of the heavenly demon caused chaos throughout Shaolin. Blood stained the Shaolin Temple everywhere, a place considered sacred by the Orthodox Murim. Standing atop that mountain of corpses was Baekjong-hyuk. The abbot of the Shaolin Temple asked him, "Why?" Jong-hyuk simply said, "My people died." The old monk looked up and asked again, "What?" Baekjong-hyuk looked at him with eyes full of killing intent. "Even if you are the leading power of the 9 sects, you must not touch my subordinates." In the present, Roman gripped Pablo's mouth tightly. He tremblingly raised his hand with the intention of stopping him. Roman Dmitri then spoke. "Do you know why I decided to go to war with the empire? Because you stepped on the land of the Dmitri Duchy. You threatened my family and my subjects." "Because of you, the people of Dmitri have to plunge into a sea of blood. Did you not think that they would die?" Roman sneered. The fire was still blazing around them, but he did not care in the slightest. The Kronos soldiers ran while screaming, "Save me!" Roman responded to him, "Accept death due to your failure in this sea of fire, or die after reporting the failure that occurred at Rascal to the Empire." He smiled a savage smile as he engraved the man's failure into his brain. "That is the choice you have because you opposed me." The flames swallowed the people of Kronos, from soldiers to magicians. The only thing remaining was the shield protecting the city wall. Elsewhere, someone was hurriedly reporting. "Marquis Memphis, a report has come in stating that all soldiers at Rascal and Count Pablo have been annihilated." Memphis exclaimed in astonishment. "What?" Immediately mobilize support forces to Rascal to verify this at once. After the verification process, the soldiers reported back. "According to what has been verified, it seems that the destruction of Rascal is the truth." Memphis continued to relay this information to Emperor Kronos. "Currently, Rascal has been burned to ashes, and our army is forming a perimeter to pursue Roman's forces. I did not expect an army of 10,000 to be destroyed so easily. I beg for your forgiveness." Emperor Kronos responded to him, "Marquis Memphis." He interrupted his king. "Please give us direction in this situation."
Since he appeared, our history, which was filled only with victories, has now been stained. He ordered, "Mystic, them, where is that force currently?" Mystic immediately appeared and reported, "It seems they have been monitoring our every move while confronting the Dmitri Duchy, just like before. It must be a warning that they will not stand by and watch our plan to conquer this continent." Emperor Kronos replied to him, "Very well, I will seize this opportunity to wipe them out along with the Dmitri Duchy." He smirked and replied, "As you command." The emperor ordered, "Order a focused attack, starting with the Dmitri Duchy. I command that all kingdoms on this continent be seized into the hands of the Kronos Empire."
When the monster of the continent awakened, the beginning of a bloody war had begun. Since primordial times, the heavenly gate opened, cold air froze the world, and calamity wandered the earth forever. The gods said that one representing the will of heaven would appear to solve the world's problems. If that moment is missed, the world will never escape the abyss of despair. The king of Kronos read that paper. He thought to himself, for a long time, those who received the divine oracle could not fulfill the ambition of conquering a continent. But from this moment, the second door opens. I have obtained the power to oppose them. He put it At Rascal, an outpost of the Kronos Empire, 100,000 soldiers had been slaughtered. The king of Odelia was terrified. It's over. He paced hurriedly towards the communication crystal, while thinking to himself, the moment the Dimitri alliance fails, the Kronos Empire's conquest of the continent will begin. Grating his teeth, he made a decision. I must seize the opportunity before that happens. Baron Chalong laughed mockingly when the king of Odelia contacted him. Your Majesty's worries were misplaced from the start. King Odelia replied, What? And Chalong continued, Because of the incident at Rascal, His Imperial Majesty is furious. Even if the entire Kingdom Alliance supports Dimitri, once the order to mobilize the army is issued across the Empire, they will all be completely wiped off the map of the continent. Right now, the Odelia Kingdom has a mission to fulfill. A few days later, at the first defense line, Baron Barras, the person in charge of the line, warmly welcomed the new arrival. Thank you for your hard work in coming all this way. This seasoned veteran, who had led countless battles to victory, spoke up. Are we the first ones to arrive? A figure known as the symbol of the Kronos army had arrived at the first defense line with about 30,000 soldiers, the commander of the Kronos Empire, Duke Bamford. He frowned and asked, So, what is the current situation? Barras quickly reported, Currently, Dimitri has allied with Cairo and concentrated their forces on the Western Front. Although their specific intentions are unclear, it seems they are preparing for a defensive battle. Redford, Hector, and Frank have risen up and issued orders to
This war is the beginning of the conquest of the continent. I need an overwhelming victory, he declared. 10 days from now we will launch an all-out attack on Cairo and Dimitri. The soldiers responded in unison, Yes, sir, but then they vomited blood. The Kronos camp was being ravaged by poison from the outside. Deaths were countless as the medics reported that since early morning, the soldiers' condition had been very strange. Old Bamford and Boris walked together while inspecting the situation. The number of soldiers collapsing with symptoms of vomiting and fever had reached 100,000. Among them, about 300 had lost their lives. He furrowed his brows and thought to himself, Roman has used a potent poison. Bamford stopped. He ordered, Immediately check the wells and water sources to identify where the poison is spreading from and request support from the Behemoth Magic Tower. He followed the people from Behemoth to the poisoned soldiers, wondering if they could be treated. Boris explained, Currently, from the first defense line to the other 8 defense lines, poisoning incidents are occurring everywhere. If this continues, the damage will be uncontrollable. The tower master of the Behemoth Magic Tower signaled for him to be quiet. Bamford thought to himself while observing him, still a bunch of arrogant fools. The tower master said to his subordinates, From now on I will start detoxifying. We must cure this poison at all costs. Including the tower master, a total of 32 magicians from Behemoth began to neutralize the poison. He used a poison detection spell, but was so astonished that he exclaimed, Impossible! This is a poison never seen before. Developing a new poison takes many years. Wait, he thought, then hurriedly went to the side of a poisoned soldier, pushing his subordinates aside.
Belfier impatiently spoke up. Explain to me what on earth is happening. The Behemoth Tower Master replied, Please give me a moment, my lord. I need to check a few things. Old Man Belfier was shocked. 32 types of poison had been detected across the 8 defense lines. The problem was that all 32 types were new poisons, never before known on the Salamander continent. The Tower Master gritted his teeth as he spoke. With war imminent, there was no way to create antidotes for all these poisons in such a short time. Cannot cure it? Old Man Belfier was astonished by these words. The Behemoth Tower Master, a man of strong pride, actually admitted defeat. The old man issued an order. Isolate all poisoned soldiers and incinerate all corpses without exception. Act discreetly to avoid causing panic among the other soldiers. Furthermore, we will hold them accountable for the use of poison based on the continental law on war. Vandenberg presented the situation to everyone. Kronos had sent an envoy to negotiate. All this time, they had Flora continued. The reaction of the Kronos Empire is faster than expected. If we want to buy time, we must accept negotiations with them. Vandenberg frowned. Fine. If we want to proceed with a dialogue with them, we need him. A few days later at the Cairo border, Old Man Vanford stepped forward. Padius welcomed him. Welcome, everyone, he smiled. I am Viscount Padius. The two said nothing more, but the atmosphere was tense enough to snap a string. Banford spoke with animosity. No need to beat around the bush. Let's get straight to the point. According to continental law, the use of poison causing indiscriminate massacres is absolutely prohibited. So why did Dimitri use poison? Padius sneered and replied slowly. Continental law? I understand your point, but that is merely a recommendation, not a mandatory obligation. He laughed while scratching his head and continued to present his case. You people have crossed the border multiple times without any notification, so I didn't think you would be concerned about the use of poison. Banford gritted his teeth in retort. Viscount Padius, from now on, you'd best think very carefully about every word you speak. Has Dimitri forgotten the reason why the Salamander continent banned poison? That was because of a very famous historical event from ancient times, before Kronos became an empire, when the continent was divided into many more kingdoms than now. To fight for territory, they used contagious poisons. The result was that 30% of the population of 3 nations died, leading to a horrifying tragedy. Padius replied with disdain. Yes, I know that story well, but excuse me, those 3 perished nations were later annexed by the Kronos Empire, and thanks to that, Kronos achieved immense benefits. To put it bluntly, if it were another nation, I wouldn't say anything, but I truly didn't expect an empire that uses
Bamford retorted, Do you have any proof that the Kronos Empire is using black magic? Padius smiled. Just as I thought. Mobilizing assassins in the dark, using black magicians to attack Dimitri, and you still need evidence? Bamford was furious. How dare you? Padius stepped closer as he continued. Moreover, if we truly wanted to kill indiscriminately, we would have spread poison right in the middle of the Kronos capital. We are still maintaining our limits, so it is best to let things pass comfortably. Neither side has the right to talk about conscience. On the city wall, the barracks on the other side were ready for battle at any moment. Old Bamford stood alone, pausing to think. He spoke up. Do you know why I left the battlefield? Because I know the true power of the Kronos Empire. Whether I am here or not, Kronos will eventually rule this continent. Roman Dimitri is indeed a formidable man. What he has shown so far is truly impressive, but that is all. Before the power of Kronos, all those achievements become meaningless. So just keep struggling to the end, so I can feel that I am still alive, he said while turning to leave. Not forgetting to add a few threats. I really
Kevin was astonished. He raised his head, and in front of him only one person remained. Kevin muttered, Young master. Roman reminded him, Are you planning to give up like this? What did I tell you? Live for my sake. He repeated it, and at the same time he opened his eyes and muttered, How long has it been? Hans hurriedly ran over and spoke anxiously. Kevin, you're awake. He struggled to sit up, even though his body was still trembling. Tell me everything that happened. Hans slowly recounted the events, and Kevin clenched his fists tight. He hurriedly ran off while shouting back, I must go to the Western Front immediately. Hans called out after Kevin. Upon reaching the outside, he froze. Fernando was guarding the door, preventing him from leaving. Go back to your hospital bed and rest, Kevin. I understand how you feel, but even if you go right now, you won't be able to do anything, the man advised him. It would be better for you to focus on recovering. Kevin refused bluntly. I apologize, but I cannot do that. He reaffirmed, The reason for my existence is solely for my liege. He moved instantly, slipping past Fernando. If he is on the battlefield, I must be there too. Kevin ran straight off. Fernando sighed. How am I
It was thought that time could be bought with poison, but it seems they have abandoned detoxification and chosen to attack instead. The enemy is Duke Bamford. Vandenberg continued. As an old general with seasoned battlefield experience, he would naturally follow his instincts and not give the opponent a chance to rest. The Kronos side brought out a mage, and the people of the Dimitri side wondered, Who is that old man? They commented, No, if he were truly an envoy, he would have raised a white flag to indicate no intention to fight. Could he be a mage? Vandenberg thought to himself, and then spoke up. Prepare the ballista. The Dimitri soldiers immediately prepared the ballista. If the opponent was truly a mage, they could use the bolt launcher to interrupt the spellcasting. His eyes widened as he witnessed that old mage chanting an incantation. Vandenberg ordered, Fire! A giant arrow was shot out, heading straight for the old mage's location.
Sepher glared at it while muttering, "Contemptible, arrogant fools." The arrow nearly touched him, but it stopped in midair. The Dmitri soldiers gaped, and Vandenberg himself did the same. The 5-star realm is equivalent to the 6th circle, and the 6-star realm is equivalent to the 7th circle. The 12 swords of the continent reach the 6-star realm, and mages at the Tower Master level mostly belong to the 7th circle. Higher than that is a realm beyond heaven and earth. Although there are rumors of its existence, no one has ever witnessed it with their own eyes, until now. 8th circle magic, 9 heaven's wrath. A gigantic lightning bolt struck down on the Dmitri walls. The magic shield tried to hold up, but very quickly cracks appeared on it, causing Vandenberg to worry. The magic shield was created by the mages of the Phoenix.
We must stall for time at all costs, understood? The mages gradually showed signs of exhaustion as they cried out in pain and began vomiting blood, causing Vandenberg to worry and think to himself, that silver-haired old mage's magic is definitely above the 7th circle. Even if the Kronos Empire hid such combat power, they are still the continent's strongest power. Just how much more strength are they hiding? The magic shield cracked further and finally shattered. Safer's lightning struck directly into the city wall. The Kronos soldiers were just waiting for this. They shouted orders to each other. The ramparts have collapsed. Attack! Vandenberg commanded his troops. The enemy is flooded in. Block them. Bamford shouted loudly. All forces, charge! A magic spell struck down from above. It was teleportation magic, and an imposing voice rang out. As long as I stand firm, no one shall pass this place. Nicholas spoke up. The Kronos soldiers hurriedly backed away, because standing before them was the man who once bore the title of Cairo's first swordsman. Nicholas shouted, "Soldiers of Cairo and Dmitri, do not give up. The Western Front will not easily collapse." Count Nicholas had appeared on the battlefield. The Kronos commander screamed, "He's only one man. Kill him!" Nicholas channeled his aura and began a slaughter on the battlefield, pushing back the enemy forces.
Chris exclaimed, bowing his head. He immediately jumped over Nicholas's head and joined the battle with him. Chris blocked the attacks of the Night Order to Nicholas's astonishment. Chris, the one once known as the Flash of Cairo, the Night Order was pushed back. Nicholas could hardly believe it. Was he really this strong? Chris turned his head, worriedly asking Nicholas, "Are you all right, Lord Nicholas?" He smiled faintly, then suggested to the boy, "Chris, fight beside me." "Understood," he replied briefly. On the city wall, Flora was observing the situation and calculating. "To execute Lord Roman's plan, we need a minimum of 3 days. I was sure we could hold out, but the wall collapsing on the very first day, our entire tactic has become meaningless. If that's the case," she spoke to Vandenberg, "Commander, we cannot win this way. We must proceed with Plan B immediately." He was annoyed at having to face reality. "Damn it, it's come to this. We have to retreat." Vandenberg ordered, "Everyone retreat. Detonate the explosives in the fortress after the enemy floods in from the wall to wipe them all out." Chris heard the signal and understood, so Plan B had been activated. He turned to Count Nicholas beside him and stated, "Lord Nicholas, we must ensure our forces retreat safely." Another person spoke up while approaching them. "So you are the one called Chris."
Both Chris and Nicholas widened their eyes when they saw that person. It was quite an impression. The man muttered, "Capture him alive. I will tear his flesh apart piece by piece." This man was ranked 2nd in Kronos and 3rd in all of Pena, nicknamed the Devil Hannibal. The pressure he exuded made both Chris and Nicholas wary. Chris thought to himself, if Hannibal appears here, it means the 2nd Night Order of Kronos has officially joined the war. If I fight him, I will die here. He looked up at the sky, remembering Roman, believing that today would be his death anniversary. What a pity. It seems my dream of surpassing my liege will never be achieved. He gripped his sword tightly, his eyes serious, ready to fight that man. However, Nicholas stood in front of him and spoke. "I will hold this place." He continued, "In future battles, you and Roman will be the keys to victory. I will defeat Hannibal and follow right after." Chris hurriedly spoke up to stop him. "Count Nicholas," but he cut him off. "Hurry up!" Chris gritted his teeth and reluctantly left as instructed. "I won't forget what happened today." He immediately ran off. Nicholas watched him, thinking to himself, "The future of Cairo, I entrusted to you." Hannibal cut in. "Who gave you permission?" Nicholas burst. Hannibal licked his blade and asked mockingly, "What is your rank in the Cairo ranking?" He answered clearly, "My name is Richard Nicholas. I am Cairo's first sword." Hannibal sneered, "Truly a brat who doesn't know his place." As soon as he finished speaking, Nicholas rushed in. He swung a slash, but Hannibal dodged it easily.
He swung another strike, and he dodged again. Nicholas gritted his teeth in annoyance, thinking, all my life I have yearned to reach the 6-star realm, and through the battle with Roman I have stepped over that wall, the transcendent realm I have always dreamed of, the 6-star wall. He concentrated his power, unleashing an ultimate technique called demolition. Nicholas slashed down, brilliant light appearing around his sword. However, his eyes widened when Hannibal easily blocked his killing move with just the tip of his sword. Hannibal asked again mockingly, is the number 1 on the Cairo ranking only worth this much? He countered, continuously unleashing slashes that pierced through Nicholas. He cried out in pain and collapsed to the ground. He slowly approached the dying Nicholas lying on the ground while sneering. Kaha, I have some interesting things to tell you. First, I am ranked 2nd in name, but in Chronos there are still many who are stronger than me. So if you can't even handle this level, then you never had a chance of winning from the start. And second, your plan to blow up the castle? I anticipated that from the very beginning. Nicholas was horrified as
Flora signaled a mate. Now was the moment. This person immediately activated the formation, causing the pile of explosives within the citadel to catch fire and detonate. However, the 8th Circle mage Sefer used his magic to control the explosion. Flora was astonished witnessing this scene. Did the explosion stop? The old man compressed the explosion into a circle, then slowly shrank it down. Finally, it disappeared completely, and he muttered, "The weak always make obvious choices." Bamford approached the old man and spoke, "Sefford, you've worked hard." The old man replied, "It was nothing." Seizing the moment, Bamford immediately ordered the assault. "Soldiers of the Chronos Empire, the enemy is now cornered. Use this momentum to turn Cairo into a sea of fire." The morale of the Chronos army soared. Old Bamford thought with satisfaction, "Everything is going smoothly, which is exactly why I feel strangely uneasy. Why? Why would they accept abandoning the stronghold just to buy time? Even though the Western Front has fallen, Roman has yet to show himself." He calculated, wondering if their stalling tactic had anything to do with Roman's absence. Meanwhile, in the east of Chronos, at Kota Slux City, Nelson and Roman were observing from the outside when the boy remarked, "The security is too strict." He replied, "From now on, I will open the path." Finish.
The soldiers were still standing, but they were already motionless. Nelson thought to himself, "Do the guards die standing up?" Roman reminded him, "Stay close to me." Nelson replied, "Ah, yes." He walked ahead, and the boy followed. Roman cleared the path, scattering the corpses of the Chronos troops along their way. Soon enough, they reached their destination. "There it is." He looked at Nelson. "From here on, it's your turn, Nelson." The boy replied with determination, "Leave it to me." "The warp gate," he exclaimed upon seeing the alarm item. "Ah, the alarm siren." Roman coldly cut him off. "Just focus on your task. Leave the enemies to me." Earlier, at the high-level meeting of the Cairo-Dimitri Alliance, Roman and 4 others sat at the table discussing strategies for the confrontation with Chronos. The squinty-eyed man spoke up in astonishment. "You mean we need to seize our own warp gate?" The black-haired man added, "That plan is too reckless." The former continued, "Even if we succeed, the power gap was too large from the start. Just that alone won't be able to turn the tide in our favor." After listening, Roman calmly spoke, "I understand your concerns, but I view it from a different angle." He fell silent, his whole body radiating killing intent, and said firmly, "Even if we have to shed blood, we must tear apart Chronos' flesh and make them tremble in fear." The blond man was tense, but didn't speak. The squinty-eyed man spoke again. "It's not that we don't trust Lord Roman, but the real issue is that they teleported from Dimitri without using a warp gate, right?" Roman recalled Mystic and his troops, then tried to offer a conjecture. "Naturally, we must be cautious of Chronos' unknown teleportation ability, but as I see it, that
He continued in a stern voice, stating that their choice to declare war on the Western Front was proof of their limitations. To the empire that dared to call itself the hegemon of this continent, they had to show them that they were not their dogs. Just then someone spoke up. "May I speak?" Roman looked over. "Speak." The inquirer was Marquis Valentino, a supporter of Dimitri. "When this war ends, can you promise to forge me a new sword?" He was bewildered. "What?" Valentino, feeling a bit guilty, explained. "No, it's just, waiting for Lord Dimitri's collection is the greatest torture." He excitedly added, "As long as you forge me a new sword, I will pour all the power of the Valentino family and fully support Lord Dimitri's bold campaign." His glistening, expectant eyes left Roman speechless, thinking that even when national security was threatened, Marquis Valentino's obsession with weapon collecting still shone brightly. Back in the present, Chronos soldiers rushed towards him, shouting, "Roman, Dimitri, charge!" Roman swung his sword horizontally, blood splattering everywhere. Behind him was the warp gate engineer, Nelson, whom he was protecting with all his might. The moment the crystal glowed intensely, Nelson shouted, "It's a success!" Roman looked at him with satisfaction and thought,
As the sentence ended, a powerful light emitted from the warp gate. A man stepped out from the gate. It was Valentino, leading a group of knights marching proudly forward. He approached Roman and knelt on one knee. "I humbly greet you, my lord." Roman smiled and said, "You have overcome your inner demons, Kevin." The person he mentioned knelt on one knee and replied, "It is all thanks to your guidance." Roman spoke with a cold expression. "From now on, using Kotes as a stepping stone, we will crush the eastern territory of Kronos." Standing before the knights, he declared loudly, "Wipe out all enemies of Kotes." Valentino drew his sword, which was embedded with a yellow crystal, and shouted an order. "Proud warriors of Cairo, execute Lord Dimitri's command." As soon as he finished speaking, the morale of the knights soared. The strategic fortress Kotes in eastern Kronos had fallen in less than a day. After the call to arms, Valentino looked at Roman's second sword with sparkling eyes. He thought emotionally, "Finally, I can wield you again, Blaze." Elsewhere, Bamford shouted in dissatisfaction, "What? Kotes has fallen?" He was so angry he clenched his fists, thinking, "Dimitri, so this..."
Hannibal yawned as he listened to the old man continue. "If we recklessly march straight to the capital of Cairo like this with 300,000 soldiers, our supplies will surely run out. Assuming reinforcements arrive within a month, we must hold out until then to ruin the enemy's plan." "A faster option," a voice interjected. "Why don't we..." He offered an opinion. "Defend right here. Only the outer wall is damaged, and thanks to Sefer, the explosion has been contained, so the remaining supplies from Cairo are intact, and we have also completed the poison check." Bamford found it reasonable and spoke softly. "All right, we will hold this place until reinforcements arrive and destroy the enemy step by step." Having said that, the old man thought smugly, "Roman Dimitri, I don't know what you are planning, but things won't go your way." At Tesla, the eastern frontline base of Kronos, a message appeared. "If Dimitri's army appears, defend the fortress at all costs. Duke Bamford." The green-haired man standing on the city wall held the order in confusion and said, "Why did he order us to garrison instead of summoning reinforcements?" He was the commander of Tesla, Baron Jackman, secretly guessing. Does he think Tesla will fall to 30,000 troops? Does he really believe we will be defeated? Just then, in the distance outside the city wall, a figure appeared amidst the dust and smoke, making him suspicious. Huh? That's not a messenger. Who is he? He's not carrying a white flag. And that person was none other than Roman Dimitri. He was walking up alone. Jackman shouted in panic, "Prepare to attack. Do not let him approach the fortress." He was a considerable distance away from his night order, causing Jackman to doubt. He dares to approach alone without any fear, even though there's an entire army behind him? Are you arrogant just because you captured Kotus Lux? That foolish dream of defeating the Kronos Empire. I will crush it with my own hands, Dimitri.
Arrows were deflected before they could even touch him, bouncing off the black curtains surrounding him. Zegman, stunned, continuously shouted orders. "Block him! I said block him!" A powerful pillar of magic was launched at him, but Roman dissipated it by simply raising his sword. Exuding a murderous aura, he said, "Since there is no warp gate here, I can unleash my full power without holding back." As soon as he finished speaking, a colossal pillar of power erupted from his body. Seeing this, Zegman stood atop the city wall and mocked him triumphantly. "You fool! Our city wall is covered by multiple layers of defensive magic." True to his words, numerous magic circles surrounded the wall. Relying on that, he sneered. "How could that attack of yours possibly break through?" Roman ignored him and continued to channel his power. The dark purple energy radiating from him grew so large it could almost rival the height of the castle. His eyes flashed with purple light as he softly chanted, "Heavenly Demon Sword Art." Zegman looked up in bewilderment. That's just a nonsensical attack. First form, Heavenly Demon Dissolution. Roman immediately swung his sword down with
In just the blink of an eye, they were completely defeated. Roman stood amidst the ruins of the city wall, where dust and smoke filled the air. Zekman knelt abjectly, bowing his head. "I surrender." He said this, but internally he was smug. Guarding prisoners required a massive amount of manpower, equivalent to an army. Prisoners of war could only serve as bargaining chips between the two sides, so he reasoned Roman surely couldn't kill him right away, as he was valuable. Roman stood towering before him, stomping Zekman's head into the ground. Zekman shouted in dissatisfaction, "What are you doing?" Roman, his face full of murderous intent, growled, "Are you the commander of the defense army here, Baron Zekman?" He immediately raised his voice, posturing. "Yes. Wait. Why are you treating me like this? If you treat a prisoner this way, how can you negotiate with our army?" Roman looked at him with contempt, as if hearing a joke. "Prisoner? I don't need anything from a prisoner like you." Zekman trembled. "What?" Roman coldly raised his sword. Could it be? At this moment, Zekman realized the gravity of the situation and screamed, begging, "Please spare my life. If I die, the Dmitri Duchy won't be safe." Roman spoke softly. "You are gravely mistaken. On the battlefield, I have no mercy for the enemy." Roman held the sword with both hands, poised to strike down, ensuring Zekman would lose his life. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a meeting was taking place between representatives of the three nations. A brown-haired man spoke first. "Lord Roman has captured Rascal and Kotez. These are all illustrious feats. Do we need to send reinforcements?"
At this moment, King Redford spoke up. "Duke Bamford is not simple or easy to deal with," Edwin continued. "Actually, the moment I heard Lord Roman had captured the warp-gated Kotes, I truly felt immense fear. Because of his excellent offensive tactics, it was also the strategy he had used before." His hands trembling and clasped together, he went on. "The war on the southern front was a complete defeat for us, Hector. When facing him, all my schemes failed. That was the first time I tasted such a bitter defeat. The cause of that failure was having to face Lord Roman. If not for him, there surely would have been a victory for the Hector kingdom. Compared to the threat of the Kronos Empire, I am even more apprehensive about the ceaseless rise of the Dmitri Duchy, or more precisely, the growing power of Lord Roman." Sweating from the tension, he concluded, "Therefore, for our future, we need to ally with him." Elsewhere, Kevin emitted a stream of dark red evil power. He exhaled a breath, resolving to confront Hannibal, who was radiating raging killing intent, accompanied by immense power. He laughed maniacally, and then charged forward. Kevin, not wanting to be outdone,
A moment later, Kevin, still alive and breathing heavily, thought to himself, "This time I couldn't do anything either. If I made a strong opponent like Sven again, what can I do in that situation?" Fear gripped his throat. If he fell on this battlefield, the person who would have to deal with all the consequences was his liege. "So far, I have hardly been of any help to him." Roman's back appeared in his mind. "I will not repeat that mistake ever again," Kevin thought with a tense face full of determination. Suddenly, Roman appeared from behind and called out, "Kevin." He turned around nervously. "My liege." Roman spoke Kedley. "I have something to tell you. While analyzing the aura of swordsmen, I realized how to operate power effectively in this world. I used to think that whenever I fought, I should unleash all my power to bring destruction upon the opponent. But when I faced powerful swordsmen like Barbossa, I realized that the path I was taking was wrong." He looked at his hand and continued, "Swordsmanship in Morim does not rely solely on strength to determine victory or defeat, because flexibility can sometimes overcome rigidity. Each sword move has its own path, creating the diversity of martial arts. But in Mistworld, the usage of Aura Blade is quite strange. Compared to my level, the way each swordsman here uses Aura Blade differs, but in general, they only know how to use all their strength to make the sword strike powerful. There is almost no variation. Therefore, I have concluded one thing. My swordsmanship, which changes However, if each person can grasp the power of their aura blade and utilize it effectively, they can achieve the desired victory." These words made Kevin feel as if he had been enlightened. Roman continued, "Even if a swordsman has a lower level than their opponent, if they utilize their power proficiently and know how to adapt to the conditions, they can defeat an opponent with greater strength." Kevin stared at him in astonishment. Roman turned his head and announced, "From now on, I will teach you a sword technique called the Heavenly Demon Sword Art." That day, Kevin was not the only one who could not sleep. Late at night, at the Western Defense Base, Chris did not rest, but stood alone amidst the night sky. He held his sharp sword in front of his face. Chris's face was reflected sharply on the blade, and he remembered Nicholas's last words before he left. "If we want to win the upcoming battle, it is indispensable to have both you and Roman. After taking down Hannibal, I will quickly follow behind." And the news Chris heard afterward was not good news. 2 soldiers covered in injuries supported each other as they returned and announced, "Count Nicholas, he has fallen in battle." Chris fell into deep regret. I was cowardly and believed Count Nicholas's words, but perhaps the truth here is that I was terrified of the enemy and shirked my duty. He recalled Hannibal's cold, deadly gaze, then associated it with Nicholas's smiling face and blamed himself. If I had been strong enough back then to follow and support him, perhaps his outcome would have been different. In the end, it's just because I was too weak. How can I become stronger than I am now? Seeing other teammates developing day by day, I also want to be strong and be personally instructed by the master like that. He pondered the sentence Roman had said, "Chris, you are someone who can find the answer for yourself." But at this moment he lost confidence. I no longer believe in myself, yet my liege still places his trust in me. He felt helpless due to his own uselessness.
Chris screamed inwardly. Just how exactly? Right then, Roman's instructions echoed behind him. Don't just focus on the explosive power of the aura blade during combat. Grasping the essence of the aura blade and applying it well is enough. Chris was startled and quickly turned around, but naturally there was no one but himself. Chris seemed to grasp something. The essence of the aura blade? The aura blade isn't just about explosive brutality in a fight. It is simply the power that creates explosive mobility within a person, and it also exists latent within all things. When he realized this, a light flashed in Chris's subconscious. His body began to awaken something new. That power had always existed within his body from the start. Chris dropped his sword, and a pillar of light struck him from nowhere. The state of selflessness. His hair suddenly glowed.
He closed his eyes, his body emitting a soft yellow aura as the sun rose. Baki came out of the tent, rubbing his eyes and asking, "Chris, what are you doing this early in the morning?" Chris, appearing to be radiating sparkling rays of light at that moment, surprised him. "Your face looks like it's glowing." Chris replied coldly, "Don't talk nonsense. Go prepare for the morning training." Baki rubbed his chin, thinking to himself, "It seems like something has happened to him." After giving orders, Chris clenched his fist, watching the aura circulating, and analyzed silently. "What I realize today is not the martial arts taught by my liege, nor is it the secret technique of Captain Jonathan." He smirked, "But this is a power that belongs only to me." At the Kronos military base, a soldier reported loudly, "Roman is marching towards this place." Diego mocked loudly, "Does he dare to face 100,000 troops head-on? Is he crazy?" Another person spoke up, "Everyone, do not jump to conclusions. This time he might just be making a move to confuse our army, so keep calm, do not get swept up in those actions, and hold your positions." Then the whole meeting room began to argue until the person sitting in the main seat, Bamford, raised his voice. "Everyone, calm down." He analyzed. "Regardless of what Roman does, do not be too quick to speculate. That is just a tiny nation, so how can the Dmitri Duchy stand against the Empire? Don't you think it's laughable? But if we don't break this fierce attacking momentum of Roman and make him bow in submission,
He thought with a grim face. From this moment on, the battle had entered a new phase. Only strength and quick adaptation could win this battle. On the great battlefield, where the armies of the two countries confronted each other, Roman spoke up. "I am Roman. I challenge the Kronos Empire to a great battle." Hannibal volunteered first. "Let me face him." Bamford raised his hand to stop him. "No, calm down." He calculated silently. Did he really want to decide the outcome through the strength of the commanders? He must have some other scheme. Roman smiled provocatively. "If you are afraid to fight me one-on-one, I will change the conditions. I will withdraw from this battle. I propose a 2-on-2 fight without me. If you do not accept, consider this battle cancelled." These words made Bamford furious. He was truly arrogant. The old man postured. "Do you know why the Kronos Empire is the strongest kingdom on this continent? Because this place gathers all the talents of the continent. Fine. I accept this battle." Then Roman turned and called, "Chris, Kevin, you two step forward. From now on, you two will represent the Dmitri Duchy in battle. If you are not confident, you may withdraw." Chris spoke up. "Thank you for giving your subordinate the opportunity to fight." Kevin also added, "Your subordinate will definitely win." Bamford observed him, then suddenly shouted, "Diego, bring me that guy's head." Ranked 6th in the Kronos Empire. I'm also curious to see if he'll remember you after you die today, Chris retorted, not backing down. Is this a life and death battle, or are you just sitting there running your mouth? He snorted softly, then immediately rushed towards Chris. He jumped up and swung his sword. Let's see how long you can keep that mouth running. And the boy gently blocked Diego's strike, leaving him somewhat surprised. The two began exchanging slashes. Roman stood watching, thinking arrogantly. Chris was once praised as the #1 genius of the Dimitri Duchy, but that assessment is still incorrect. I am certain that in this entire salamander continent, no one possesses talent that surpasses yours. Chris and Diego continued to exchange sword strokes. At the final clash, the massive impact force pushed both of them apart. Diego was cautious, but the first to regain stability was Chris. He quickly dashed forward, brushing past him and adding a long slash. Diego coughed up blood. He couldn't believe it, stammering, "This." Meanwhile, Chris, after landing a blow on his opponent, thought to himself, "Was I too hasty? I still can't control it yet." However, Diego wasn't so easily defeated. He channeled his power and cursed, "Bastard," his aura radiating in all directions. Chris calmly observed, "Before, I couldn't understand my lord's actions and words. They were completely meaningless to me." Then he rushed in while thinking, "But now I understand."
The nickname Flash of Dimitri was not an exaggeration. Chris also began to mobilize his power, aura flowing freely. Then all I need to do is let the flow of aura run from the core of the body to the sword. I will show you this new enlightenment. The aura took the form of a current of electricity flowing all over Chris, including the sword he held in his hand. A technique that surpassed limits. This technique is my own. Chris entered a stance, pointing his sword tip at the opponent to execute the move, lightning slash. With a speed surpassing human limits, he dealt Diego a fatal blow. Even though he was wearing full-body armor, his blood still splattered out. He realized in astonishment, "I didn't see anything at all. How could that be?" And then Diego fell straight to the ground. Bamford was stunned. Chris calmly walked over to where he lay, raised his sword high with both hands, then stabbed straight down, ending Diego's life. Afterwards, he turned his head, his gaze boring deeply into Hannibal, who was standing in the front row. Hannibal was also very excited. "Wow, look at that." The Dimitri soldiers cheered loudly. "Chris! Chris!" Bamford hadn't calculated for the scenario and thought in shock. Diego, one of the 12 swords of the continent, lost to an aura swordsman who only reached 4-star? Damn it, do those Dimitri bastards not follow any rules? If by chance we have to face Roman, then the force known as Hannibal must be preserved at all costs. After a moment of wandering thoughts, he raised his voice. "Blanco!" A silver-armored knight responded. "Yes." He glanced at that person threateningly. "The next opponent is only a 3-star swordsman. I warn you in advance, if you lose, your entire family will be wiped out." Kronos rank 7, Blanca replied. "Understood."
Kevin said nothing, simply beginning to channel his power. He didn't drag things out either, immediately entering a combat stance. So there was no need for words, right? Blanco thought to himself, "This match concerns the lives of my entire family. I will end it with just one strike." He pushed off the ground and jumped up, confronting Kevin head on. The two sides began to exchange sword techniques. Suddenly, Kevin's face was cut, leaving a small wound. The spectators outside were also shaken. The collision just now was truly intense. Blanco saw that Kevin hadn't collapsed yet and wondered, "A swordsman who is only 3-star can block my sword?" At this moment, Kevin revealed an opening at his chest. Blanco quickly seized the opportunity from the opening and focused his slash there. Kevin didn't dodge either, continuing to swing his sword at Blanco's head. He realized, mutually assured destruction, then keenly tilted his head back, successfully avoiding having his head severed from his neck. Blanco retreated to keep his distance. Kevin had now entered a state of being both enjoyable and frenzied. Blanco began to analyze his opponent. He must have known for sure his neck would be slashed, yet he still rushed in. This guy, does he have multiple lives? Kevin stuck out his tongue to lick the blood flowing down his face. A demon. Suddenly he spoke up with some dissatisfaction. "Not someone like you. I want to fight someone like that 6-star swordsman from before."
He softly chanted, "Heavenly Demon Sword Art, First Form." Kevin emitted an aura of evil energy, affecting even the sky. Blanco was stunned.
What the hell is that? Second form, bizarre and evil slashing paths appeared. Roman once said, because his sword moves are based on the primordial demonic art, he possesses incredibly powerful combat strength, unmatched by many, although currently he has not yet mastered the techniques. But right now, just that much is enough. And Blanco successfully took all those bizarre slashes. He screamed in pain, blood splashing everywhere. Kevin's move left a deep X-shaped mark on the ground. This is my master's swordsmanship. Kevin seemed to lose control, his face becoming frantic as he growled. I told you, didn't I? I would teach you a lesson. Bamford was bewildered, thinking to himself, after Diego, now even Blanco has failed? And what is that terrifying black aura emanating from him? He gritted his teeth. It's dark magic. That bastard defiled a sacred warrior's duel with magic. I cannot accept this result, he shouted indignantly. All soldiers of the Empire, hear my command. Crush those fools. They know nothing of a warrior's honor. Receiving the order, Chronos soldiers charged forward. The Empire will always be victorious. Attack. Kevin.
He suddenly turned his head, confused. My lord, what do you intend to do? Roman's face revealed a cruel expression. In Roman's previous life, 10 years after the death of the heavenly demon Baekjeong-yuk, late at night under a full moon, a small boat carrying 2 people appeared on the sea. The young man spoke up. Master, I want to hear the truth about the heavenly demon. When I first stepped into the Jianghu, I heard of the heavenly demon's reputation. At that time, the Jianghu was dominated by the demonic sect. There were also many stories about the heavenly demon's cruelty, but I couldn't believe them all. The legends about the heavenly demon Baekjeong-yuk, the ruler of the Jianghu, whom everyone feared upon hearing his name, are they real? The man fishing, whom the boy called master, replied, yes. He began to recount. That day, when the 108 Arhats of the Shaolin Temple were slaughtered by that devil, we had to admit that we had no chance to fight back. Just one person alone, the heavenly demon completely destroyed Shaolin. It can be said that it was a terror that later, whenever anyone mentioned it, they would tremble with fear. The young man raised a question again. Then I want to ask this, master. In the history of the demonic sect, I heard that only Baekjeong-yuk reached the heavenly realm, and that the heavenly demon divine art that the devil comprehended was the invincible martial art of the Jianghu. Is that true? He replied, it could be true, but it could also not. This is hard to say. The boy was puzzled. What do you mean? Beneath the water's surface, 2 fish swam around the bait.
The heavenly demon divine art consists of 3 realms, heaven, earth, and human. The human realm is the most basic level, building the foundation, honing the senses, and harmonizing with nature. The earth realm surpasses ordinary physical development, where the body possesses power that achieves complete harmony with nature. And finally, the heaven realm. True to its name, it is a realm that transcends humanity, reaching towards the high heavens. He hesitated. So that means... The old man immediately gave him the answer. It was very simple. Baekjeong-yuk simply had no equal in the Jianghu. Speaking of which, a fish had taken the bait. Returning to the present, Roman's eyes flashed with cruelty. I have finally reached the earth realm. It has been a long time since I used this martial art. He lifted one foot and gently set it down. Heavenly demon supreme step, first step. The ground immediately cracked open. It was rumored in the Murum that the invincible heavenly demon possessed 9 sword techniques and 9 corresponding footwork steps under these heavens. The cracks in the ground continued to spread, separating the soldiers. Second step, heavenly demon dissolution. Hannibal, feeling a twinge of fear, thought to himself, the ground feels like it's shaking. I can't withstand this pressure. Not stopping there, Roman unleashed the next move, heavenly demon sword art, second form. He slashed horizontally. Massive chi tossed the Chronos soldiers into the sky. The entire space was filled with screams. Hannibal could not help but be wary, but unafraid of death, he gathered momentum and lunged forward. I must kill him right now. He closed in on Roman. He stomped one foot on the ground, executing, third step, heavenly demon earth suppression, combined with coating his sword in aura. Sword art third form, heavenly demon world slash. This move of Roman's was like a tsunami, but the water was pitch black, engulfing Hannibal. He was trapped in the center of the black vortex, and then a terrifying explosion occurred. Bamford raised his hand to cover himself, trying not to be blown away by the shockwave.
Hannibal thought in terror. Impossible! I am the second-ranked swordsman in Chronos. I, Hannibal, rank 3rd on the entire continent, defeated so easily like this? He stood before him and spoke. Hannibal, I have heard many rumors about you, that every night you torture prisoners of war to satisfy your beastly nature and bloodlust. I do not care about what happens on the battlefield, but if the people you torment are my subordinates, then I will grant you pain tenfold." Hannibal turned pale, looking at Roman's blood-stained sword. He showed no mercy, raising his sword high. "That is my nature. That is how I, Roman Dimitri, live and act." Then he swung down, severing Hannibal's remaining hand and leg, making him scream in agony. Hannibal, now stripped of even half the madness he showed when killing, crawled groveling and begged, "Please, sir."
Breaking his teeth one by one, Bamford could not watch anymore and shouted, "Stop!" He pointed straight at Roman's face and criticized, "How can you act so brutally? What you just did has crossed the line." He calmly replied, "Why are you speaking such meaningless words? If you have chosen to face me, you must be prepared to bear all the consequences you have caused." Roman, filled with killing intent and a darkened expression, gently declared, for he was the heavenly demon reincarnated in this life. Roman spoke, "You should have been ready to die for this." The pressure radiating from him was unreserved. The soldiers of Kronos watched him without taking their eyes off. Roman used lightning slash, and a bolt of lightning instantly appeared. The whole area lit up as it clashed with the opponent's defense. The Kronos soldiers exclaimed, "That is Lord Seifer!" The old man scoffed coldly. Then he thought to himself while observing Roman, "Now everything is clear. Roman Dimitri is the strongest swordsman on the continent." Old Seifer spoke, "At first I was simply curious about you, about which fool would dare to oppose the Empire. But now I understand. To defeat a monster like you, those weak, insignificant ones are not at the level. I will fight you myself." As soon as he finished speaking, he created a magic sphere, an eighth circle magician, a realm so high that people doubted the existence of such individuals. Seifer continued, "From now on, I acknowledge your strength, and I will fight with all my might. Let's see how long you can hold out. Arise!" His magic quickly covered the entire battlefield. The undead slowly rose, growling threateningly. Roman showed no emotion. He just thought to himself, corpse standing up? Forbidden black magic? Even the soldiers who just died are being devoured by that magic. Roman Dimitri
From above, a gigantic pillar of lightning struck down. The technique, Wrath of the Sky, crashed straight onto Roman's head. The knight's sword in his hand was wrapped in dark magic. Roman remained completely unscathed after the strike, and was countering with the first form, Sword Wind. He slashed upwards, aiming at the pillar of lightning. Old Man Suffer began to tremble. Did he just cut the eighth circle magic thunder god in half with a single sword strike? Roman quickly approached him, and the old man shouted loudly, "Stop him! Rise up, my warrior souls!" The horde of undead rose once again, charging at Roman to attack. Roman counterattacked using the heavenly demon descent step in the Tramlian sword art. He cut through them like straw, his gaze not wavering in the slightest. Even though a massive dark hand appeared before him, Seifer using the death hand of the demon god, Roman dodged it with ease. He continued using the heavenly demon sword art, first form, slashing the demon god. Old Man Seifer grew even more fearful, witnessing his true strength. For the first time in hundreds
The old man activated it. "Now perhaps the time has come to use this forbidden technique," Seifer exclaimed. "You should feel honored that I cast this forbidden magic to confront you, Roman." He opened his eyes wide in astonishment. Seifer surrounded himself with a black sphere. It grew larger, surrounded by flowing currents of mana. When that circle vanished, it was also when the figures of both Roman and old Seifer disappeared. Kevin and Chris thought in astonishment, "Liege!" In front of the two sides, only a giant crater remained. He had disappeared. Duke Bamford paused for a moment. He gritted his teeth, considering the situation. The battle with Roman is decided. Our army has the advantage. He immediately issued orders. Lord Seifer has defeated Roman Dimitri. All units attack. Kill all those people of the Dimitri Duchy. They rushed forward with soaring morale, all attacking. On this side, the soldiers stomped their feet in confusion. What must we do without Lord Roman? Can we hold out against the Kronos soldiers? Chris looked around with concern at this situation. When our master disappeared, the soldiers' fighting spirit began to collapse. They seemed quite panicked. He quickly made a decision. "I must replace the liege to lead the army through this difficult situation." Chris spoke up. "Soldiers of the Dimitri family, I am Chris, a subordinate of Lord Roman. Follow me and trust in me in this battle." Having finished speaking, the flash of Dimitri quickly took the vanguard. Carrying a determined gaze, he rushed towards the Kronos soldiers. Chris struck them down. The soldiers cried out in pain. The morale of the Dmitri army was raised in an instant. They shouted, "We are the undefeated warriors of the Dmitri family. Follow."
The commander ordered, "Unleash the full power of the magicians. Use every method, use up all your magic to take them down." However, a voice from a third party spoke up. Enough. Light shone down on both sides before they could engage. A brilliant pillar of light descended to the ground, and within it was a silhouette. She spoke, "You bastards will have to die here." Isabel looked down coldly. "I warned you clearly, but in the end, to carry out the conquest of the continent, you accepted the darkness that should not have been touched. In the name of the gods, I will punish evil." An aura radiated from her due to the summoning of a blessing spell. Suddenly, everyone became bewildered. Chris was utterly astonished. "My body is recovering. Is this holy power?" Isabel proudly shouted, "Oh, soldiers, follow me!" The soldiers she led charged forward aggressively, and Isabel staunchly decimated the Chronos forces. Bamford could not help but be shocked. He did not expect them to appear like this. If this continued, the entire army would be wiped out. He quickly ordered, "All forces retreat. Return and defend the stronghold." Bamford did not expect that at this moment an arrow would pierce straight through his heart. An arrow shot from the direction of the Chronos stronghold. The people of the Dmitri alliance had quickly surrounded the place. Bamford absent-mindedly realized, "Our defensive stronghold. Since when has it—" He coughed up blood, cursing ceaselessly. "Damn it." Then collapsed to the ground. "We fell into a trap." Magicians from the Chronos stronghold summoned a rain of fire. The Chronos Empire's army in the
Kevin seized this opportunity, raising his sword and shouting, "The momentum of victory has tilted in our favor. Wipe out all the remaining enemies." Allies on the walls also shouted in unison, "The enemy commander has been destroyed. Attack the retreating enemy." The war, which everyone believed would be a victory for Kronos, ultimately ended in the total defeat of the Empire. The soldiers rejoiced jubilantly. "We have won! Long live Dmitri!" Kevin bowed respectfully, full of gratitude. "Thank you for your help." He asked with a hint of caution, "But who exactly are you?" Isabel slowly introduced herself. "Ah, from beyond the endless mountains, the only human kingdom remaining in Arcadia. I am Isabel, Queen of Luna." Elsewhere, in a dark otherworld filled with a disgusting aura, "Everything here is under my control. Even the shadows of the death god are strong enough that many swordsmen out there could not possibly withstand them. Yet, why am I being overwhelmed?" Terrifying streams of Roman's mana suddenly crashed down, and he couldn't help but chuckle. "Interesting." Sefer clutched his chest in pain, coughing. "Just what is that powerful aura you are using? How can this be possible?" Roman said nothing and used the heavenly demon descent step. He slowly approached the old man. "Sefer, this..."
The lightning-fast technique caused Sefer to collapse. The old man lay amidst a crater full of cracks, his face still filled with utter astonishment. "I lost to a power that isn't holy power? Impossible!" Roman stepped closer and mocked, "Don't die just yet." He then interrogated Sefer. "The Chronos Empire possesses enough power to conquer the continent, yet until now it has never revealed its true nature. I need to know the reason." His hand, imbued with mana, grabbed the old man. It was a demonic art that once struck terror into the Jianghu. Once these dark arts enter another's mind, their consciousness can become disordered and confused, potentially turning them into a cripple. Because it is a secret technique akin to a double-edged sword, even Roman feels the burden when using it. Roman's eyes were full of determination. 3 seconds. In that moment, he had to grasp every piece of information available. Sven, mystic, and... He suddenly stopped, his face filled with fear. Who is this person? A moment later, Roman stood before a majestic mountain range, completely overwhelmed. Is this the entrance to the endless mountains? Since Sefer is dead, shouldn't the dark magic of the other world be broken? But why have I appeared in this place? First, I must return to the Dmitri Duchy. Roman's attendant was extremely surprised to see him. "Young master, aren't you supposed to be on the battlefield?" He calmly replied, "I have some private matters. Tomorrow, I will leave for Cairo." Roman had his own calculations in mind. Through communication magic, Roman confirmed Isabel's existence and her victory, promising to meet her in Cairo. "Before I meet her, I have one thing to verify." In the Dmitri library, he gently took out a book and flipped through it. Roman suddenly realized, found it. A great man, the swordsman Lambert, once caused an uproar across the Salamander continent. That swordsman Lambert caught Bamford's eye and began a path of rapid promotion, soon being titled a
Mystic was a mysterious existence who developed space manipulation magic, causing a new shockwave across the continent. But then, at some point, he suddenly vanished without a trace. Ellington was a genius magician, the eldest son of the Ellington family from ancient times. Up to the present, he has been mentioned under many names, such as Sarani and Sophie. The more he researched, the more perplexed he became. It was not enough. One more name needed to be confirmed within Sephir's memories. Alexander the Great, the founder of the Aura system. Late at night in the castle of the Kronos Empire, Emperor Kronos suddenly woke up from a nightmare, exhausted and gasping for breath. He then called out weakly, "Is anyone there?" The voice grew increasingly desperate. I asked, "Is anyone there?" The emperor clutched his head in agony. Day had broken, and the emperor's
His Majesty the Emperor must be extremely furious. Damn Duke Bamford, he dared to be so confident about victory, so what the hell is this result? The throne was still empty, and the entire room fell into a breathless silence. A moment later a call rang out. His Majesty the Emperor has arrived. The Emperor walked in with a determined gaze, decisively flicked his robe, and sat upon the throne. The Emperor loudly declared, "I have deeply felt the responsibility for this war, which began from unjust reasons. Therefore, I declare an armistice." These words immediately caused a courtier to panic. "Your Majesty, what does that mean?" Another courtier hurriedly voiced his objection. "Your Majesty, although we failed in the battle with Dimitri, a portion of our military forces has been sent to carry out the campaign and is heading towards the Umberto Kingdom and Odelia Kingdom. Yet now you suddenly declare a truce?" The Emperor simply replied coldly, "If not, are you planning to rebel?" The courtiers were startled and terrified upon hearing this. That courtier quickly bowed to explain, "Absolutely not, Your Majesty. We will obey your command and proceed with the armistice." The unexpected turn of events was decided by the imperial order of Emperor Kronos. At the same time, with news of victory from the Western Front, the capital of Cairo was in a festive atmosphere. On the other side, Roman introduced himself, "I am Roman Dimitri of the Dimitri Duchy." Isabel replied, "I am Isabel, Queen of the Luna Kingdom."
They are blatantly existing in Kronos, even though they shouldn't exist in this era. I will ask you directly, what is the truth that Kronos is hiding? Isabel bowed her head slightly and replied, "To understand the truth, you need to know about Luna's oracle. Long ago, the door to the world opened. A freezing cold froze the entire world, and the calamity left on the world has lasted eternally. In fact, not long after the oracle was handed down, the world tree of Acadia was also frozen." Hearing this, Roman was a bit suspicious. Does she mean the world tree that Brazo once mentioned? Isabel honestly continued, "That calamity was not just cold or death. What it truly implied through the door of the world was a human who fell onto the Salamander continent." He was extremely shocked. A human fell onto the Salamander continent? She did not hide anything and continued. That person brought with him greedy ambition, accepted the power of darkness, and swallowed up the Kronos Empire. Our ancestors have taken on the role of guardians for generations. They tried to contain that calamity, but now they have reached their final limit. Roman asked curiously, "Who is that person?" Isabel looked straight into his eyes and said, "He is Alexander, the emperor who pioneered the aura of the
Emperor Alexander was actually a soul from another dimension who had possessed a body, an entity from another world who knew how to use aura from the very beginning. When he first appeared in this world, records state that he called himself by a very difficult-to-pronounce name. That name was Kim Pon Sak, a martial artist from the Central Plains. While he was gathering herbs on the Shiwandashan, the sky suddenly turned dark with clouds, as if the gods were angry. The sky frantically sucked something in. Kim Pon Sak, who was staring blankly at the scene, was sucked into the sky along with that thing. The fact that Kim Pon Sak, an ordinary commoner, was chosen was merely a coincidence. When he woke up, he had transmigrated into another dimension. "Lord Alexander, are you all right?" This surprised Pon Sak greatly. "My name is Kim Pon Sak." Before the eyes of a poor man who always worried about his daily meals, a dazzlingly luxurious life in a new world opened up, accompanied by the noble status of a prince. He secretly enjoyed everything and wished, Ah, this is truly happiness. I wish all of this could last forever. But over time, that happiness began to crack. Alexander was not the legitimate eldest son. He realized that if the heir to the throne was designated, he might be purged. He held his head in pain and thought, what can a stupid poor guy who knows nothing like me do? I must find a way for me to survive. Memories of the era he had lived in immediately surfaced. Heavenly demon reincarnation. 10,000 demons prosper. Heavenly demon reincarnation. 10,000 demons prosper. Heavenly demon reincarnation. Ponsok's eyes suddenly became cunning. There is a way. In this salamander continent, although magic exists, there are absolutely no martial arts. If I can use martial arts, the throne will belong to me. From then on, Kim Ponsok locked himself in his room every day, trying to recall memories of his past life.
A boastful remark that anyone would realize was just empty talk. But to survive, Kim Ponsok clung to that memory. After countless failures, he began capturing slaves and conducting experiments directly on their bodies, piling their corpses as high as a mountain. Finally, he witnessed mana gathering in the Dantian, and the flow of aura began to form. Thus, the legend of Alexander began. Swordsmen, who previously only knew how to sacrifice themselves at the hands of magicians, could once again dream of wielding their swords, thanks to the great revolution named aura. Alexander, who had been pushed to the bottom of the succession line, quickly seized the position of true power. But Ponsok was still not satisfied. The aura I invented is merely the result of learning martial arts superficially. When reaching higher realms, those flaws will naturally reveal themselves. The desire not to lose power gradually turned into obsession and madness. Eventually, he faced a new future. Ponsok gave himself to the devil. If you follow me, I will grant you power, whispered the demon. He let go of the sword. That day, Alexander abandoned the sword and accepted dark magic. This is the truth behind what everyone believed to be the truth about aura. Alexander asked suspiciously,
He exclaimed, "This guy is really tough. His ancestors have always controlled the emperors of the Chronos Empire, yet this emperor did not lose his consciousness." Mystic asked in confusion, "Lord Alexander, how should we deal with Roman Dmitri?" He thought to himself, "Roman Dmitri, his power has exceeded expectations. Moreover, that power resembles martial arts. If so, it's highly likely he is a transmigrator like me. Unlike me, he is a Murim expert who knows real martial arts. If that's the case, perhaps he didn't need to accept dark power like I did to shake the entire continent. I want to witness that power with my own eyes." Mystic suddenly spoke up. "Lord Alexander." He spoke calmly. "No need to rush. I admit his existence is a threat, but in the end he is just an aura swordsman with limited power." He thought to himself, "There's no need to reveal too much to this guy." Alexander's voice deepened. "Do you think he can become an opponent for me?" He panicked. I absolutely do not think so. Lord Alexander is an immortal magician who has reached the realm of a god. I have never imagined a scenario where Lord Alexander fails." He left the towering throne. Withdrawing the divine mandate was not an easy task, so for now he would let the situation flow naturally. But, Isabel, the war with that cursed thing.
On Raman's side, Isabel sat before him, whispering, "The reason I revealed the truth to Lord Dmitri is because you defeated Sefer even without the power of the gods. Please lend me your strength to save the Salamander continent." He bluntly replied, "I don't want to." She hesitated. "Do you mean to abandon humanity?" He spoke sternly. "That is a completely different matter. Dmitri's enemy is the Chronos Empire. I will drive them to extinction. However, I am not someone who can easily talk about sacrificing for the continent." She raised her voice. "We have the same goal, so there is no reason to refuse, right?" He remained firm. "Our goals are not the same." She clenched her hands, thinking to herself, "Roman, aren't you the warrior sent down by the gods according to the prophecy?" He looked at her seriously and raised his voice. "I want to destroy Chronos for my own personal purposes. If Chronos uses the lives of countless people as leverage, can you abandon all of them to take Alexander's head?" Isabel faltered. He continued immediately, "That is the difference between you and me. If it were me, when that moment comes, I wouldn't
Since you have devoted yourself to Salamander for so long, that is the only promise I can make to you. Isabel was panicked inside. What on earth was this guy thinking? The situation had changed due to the ceasefire order from Emperor Kronos. Memphis walked ahead and raised his voice. What is the situation? The attendant panicked and replied, We are still proceeding with the campaign as planned. The army has teleported to the capitals of the Umberto and Odelia kingdoms. Currently, Odelia is on the verge of complete destruction, and the royal army is still holding out inside the city. At most, in a few days, both kingdoms will announce their surrender. He raised his voice. It is too late to stop now. Duke Bamford's 300,000 troops are attacking Dimitri. We use the name of the alliance to deceive Umberto and Odelia. A perfect campaign, with a plan to seize the cities without bloodshed, yet even that partial success is being hindered by His Majesty's ceasefire order. The servant was panicked. What should we do now? He said sternly, For now, continue the campaign. First, seize Umberto and Odelia, then use them as hostages to force Dimitri to agree to terms favorable to us in the armistice negotiations. The servant was confused. But what about the divine mandate? Memphis raised his voice. Leave that for me to report privately to His Majesty. You say nothing, and relay the order to the commanders. Within 3 days, they must gain full control of Umberto and Odelia. Things will not go your way, Roman Dimitri. The Odelia capital was engulfed in a sea of fire. A scream rang out, Your Majesty! The captain panicked. 2 of the kingdom's great battalions have been completely wiped out.
Even the retreat path is blocked. We cannot escape. The king of Odelia held his face in panic. Everything was over. When I discussed the future with Kronos, I believed it was the right choice, however humiliating, for the future of the kingdom. Yet the reality before my eyes is desperate beyond belief. The room door was constantly being banged on. He panicked. Do not open the city gates. The communication device suddenly glowed. A servant panicked. Your Majesty, Dimitri has single-handedly won the battle against Kronos. He was confused. Dimitri won? Where did it all go wrong? Was it because I failed to see Dimitri's true potential? He clenched his fists, telling himself, No, stay focused. Dimitri is opposing Kronos. If they haven't abandoned Odelia in the Alliance of Kingdoms, this might actually be an opportunity. He screamed, Immediately connect the communication magic with Dimitri. Hurry up. The attendant looked at Roman's image with joy. The connection with Dimitri was established. The king of Odelia raised his voice. The Kronos Empire is attacking Odelia. There is no time left. Please save Odelia from the claws of the Empire. He spoke sternly. Why should Dimitri help you? The king was shocked. He calmly continued. The fact that the Kronos Empire is attacking the Odelia capital directly, doesn't it mean that you allowed them to use the warp gate? He panicked. That is our fault. But if Odelia and the Umberto kingdom fall into the hands of the Empire, the balance of the Alliance of Kingdoms will collapse. Do you truly wish for that to happen? He smiled lightly. It seems you are misunderstanding something. You have already crossed a bridge of no return. Except for the Odelia kingdom, the other 4 kingdoms have already entered my protection.
Drake raised his voice. So what brings you here to see me? Lucas replied bluntly. Since you are being direct, I won't beat around the bush either. During Lord Roman Dimitri's counterattack against the assassination forces, he seized a document listing Tier 1 assassination targets. He asked suspiciously, Do you mean I am on that list? He shook his head. No, my lord, not you, Marquis. He glanced at the person beside him. Calderon froze upon being looked at. He continued, It is your son, Calderon Drake, a swordsmanship genius who awakened 3-star aura after turning 30. The Drake father and son are iconic figures, destined to lead the future of Umberto. Drake furiously slammed the table. Those bastards deserve to be torn apart. How dare they target the heir of the Drake family? Lucas continued. That's right. After a
I came here under orders to convey this warning. He was confused. Is that all? That alone was enough to be grateful for, but he wouldn't have come personally just for that. Lucas smiled, speaking gently. Now I will tell you what is about to happen. My master has completed his visit to Redford and will go to Valhalla next. After that, war with the Kronos Empire is highly likely to become a reality. When that time comes, the Umberto kingdom will have to choose. If you continue to avoid conflict as you always have, the opportunity to reshape the continent will never return. Drake was puzzled. Are you saying that you will launch an all-out war with Kronos? Lucas immediately affirmed. Dimitri will not back down. A voice echoed from the communication device. There is no place for your Adelia in the new alliance of kingdoms. The king of Adelia panicked and shouted, "Hey, connect me to Umberto immediately." The servant replied urgently, "Yes, your majesty." He shouted in alarm, "King of Umberto, you are—" Blood dripped onto the floor. He screamed in terror. "Calderon Drake, what is happening? The symbol of the Umberto army, the heir of the Drake family, has killed the king?" Calderon's voice was cold. "Looking at your expression, it seems you have been betrayed by the Kronos Empire. You should not have trusted them. The king of Umberto only believed in Kronos' sweet words and opened the warp gate for them. But the Drake family received information from Dimitri and knew in advance about Kronos' surprise raid. We secretly deployed forces at the royal capital's warp gate and crushed Kronos' armed assault unit, preventing the collapse of Umberto." He panicked. "Since when did you abandon us and side with Dimitri?" Calderon spoke softly. "Let's make this clear. The Drake family and those loyal to Umberto never intended to side with Kronos from the beginning. On the very day Dimitri declared war, we pledged our loyalty to Lord Roman." The king of Adelia's spirit collapsed.
The sound of soldiers attacking outside echoed. He clutched his head in panic, having made such a foolish judgment without knowing anything. "I am not worthy to be a king. Father, why did you raise me to be so weak?" Father, the king of Odelia was being taken away. His close associates were beheaded and hung up, while soldiers shouted, "The city gate! The gate has been breached!" He held his face in deep sorrow. In the Cairo capital, Sharon stood smugly before Daniel. "This war started from a small conflict. I fully understand why you declared war, but wouldn't it be better to declare a ceasefire right now? My Majesty no longer desires meaningless sacrifices, and thus has made this benevolent decision." Daniel looked stern. "It is truly brazen to make such a ceasefire proposal." He continued, "Do you really think you can withstand going to the end with Kronos? It was just one battle. Do not think that a single victory means you have won the war. If you accept the ceasefire as a gesture of peace, we will spare the king of Odelia and ensure his safety. Please make a wise decision." Daniel was alarmed. This was not a request from a defeated side. He looked at Roman inquiringly. "What do you think of Kronos' proposal, Lord Roman Dimitri?" Roman stepped down from the high platform, speaking clearly. "Let me ask you one thing. What right do you have to stand here?" He immediately shouted, "I'd come here as an envoy. Show some respect." Roman looked straight at Sharon challengingly. "Continental law stipulates an obligation to protect envoys, but did you follow the proper procedures of an envoy? You did not ask for permission beforehand, nor did you raise a white flag from the start. You even arrogantly claimed to teleport here in the name of an envoy. You ignored the entire process and legal procedures prescribed, yet you still call..."
His pressure intensified as he continued. "If you wish to stand here as an envoy in enemy territory, then kneel like a true bearer of the white flag." Chalong panicked. "I act according to His Majesty's will and came here by his command. Do you really want to ruin relations with Kronos?" Roman spoke with heavy sarcasm. "Is your ceasefire order so fragile that it depends on your knees?" The man gasped in panic. "What?" he said softly. "If you want to negotiate a ceasefire, show the proper attitude. Otherwise, we will behead you to demonstrate our resolve."
With the sound of mana shattering, Chaolong knelt down pleadingly. "Please forgive me. I should have strictly followed the regulations regarding envoys. I forgot that our two countries are in a brutal war, and thus I acted in haste. Please forgive me, I beg of you." Daniel was panicked. No one expected a representative of the Empire, an envoy like him, to kneel and apologize like this. This had never happened before. Roman raised his voice. "I do not trust your ceasefire agreement. I do not care about the contents of the agreement, for power cannot be bound by mere illusory words. If the Kronos Empire truly wants a ceasefire with us, then prove your sincerity." He stammered. "What do you mean?" He said sternly. "I propose that you pay us 500,000 gold coins as war reparations, and only then will I accept your ceasefire agreement." Chaolong panicked. "That is an unreasonable demand, my lord." His eyes swept over him coldly. "Many innocent civilians and countless soldiers have died in this war. Our nation must prove to its people that the sacrifice of their loved ones was not in vain. If you do not accept this condition, the war between the two sides will continue." Chaolong was confused. "So, do you mean the Odelia kingdom will be excluded from this agreement?" At the Kronos Empire, Chalong returned and immediately reported, "That is the current situation of the negotiation, Your Majesty. If Your Majesty commands, I will disregard this meaningless negotiation and show the entire continent the true terror of our empire." Alexander raised his voice. "Baron Chalong, I clearly ordered you to succeed in bringing advantages to us in this negotiation, did I not? What angers me here is not just Roman Dimitri's arrogant demand for 500,000 gold coins, but the fact that you knelt and begged before them. Your pathetic weakness is the real cause that drives me mad." He waved his hand slightly, and the surrounding soldiers immediately restrained Chalong. He panicked and begged, "I have committed an unforgivable crime. Please, just this once, forgive me." Alexander spoke sternly. "However, regarding this ceasefire, I will use it as the final stage in the conquest of the entire continent. In my envisioned future of the Kronos Empire, there is no place for anyone who dares to humiliate the Empire's honor like you. Someone like you deserves to face the most painful death." Chalong screamed helplessly. "I dedicated everything to Kronos. I crawled on my knees and did everything like a dog at your command. But why do you kill me just for kneeling once? If I die, I will haunt you and curse you from the grave."
"Why did I abandon martial arts and choose magic as my power? Capital Odelia," Alexander chanted continuously, a beam of light shooting up into the sky. Giant meteorites fell one after another. He looked at everything with a satisfied expression. The meteorites devastated an entire kingdom. The capital of Odelia was destroyed by a single high-level spell. He looked at the desolate scene before him. Alexander raised his voice. "Roman Dimitri, how long would it take you to reduce this entire capital to ashes like this?" The Kronos Empire officially announced a ceasefire with the Dimitri Duchy. Shouts echoed, stirring up the entire square. Crazy! Did the Kronos Empire really propose a ceasefire and agree to pay 500,000 gold in war reparations? The Dimitri Duchy was the one who declared war first, yet the Kronos Empire is the one paying reparations. Unbelievable! This is no different from the Kronos Empire admitting defeat. However, the joy across the continent did not last even a day. News of the destruction of the Odelia kingdom spread across the continent, striking fear into everyone. Lucas looked around in panic. A massive city destroyed in an instant. Our spies didn't even have time to send intelligence reports back to the organization. This couldn't happen so quickly, unless it was due to extremely powerful magic. The magician beside him spoke in panic. "That cannot be." He asked frantically, "What is it?" The man raised his voice. "This goes against all principles of magic. Even the mana scanner checking the remnants of the battle in the capital caused the device to overload and explode. Eighth circle magic is nothing compared to the magic used here." Lucas was shocked upon hearing this. Eighth circle magic is nothing? Dimitri, Cairo, Hector, Redford, Frank, Umberto, representatives from the 6 kingdoms gathered, excluding the Odelia kingdom which had been annihilated. The king said in confusion. According to witnesses, a giant object fell from the sky and destroyed the capital in a split second. Edwin raised his voice. "No one in this world possesses such power. Through Odelia, their empire has proven that it was not their weakness that led them to the current ceasefire. The destruction of the Odelia kingdom is a warning that the Kronos Empire sends to all of us. Do not be deceived."
Edwin looked at him doubtfully. "Lord Roman, do you think we have a chance of beating Kronos?" Roman smiled triumphantly. "Good question. Although we gather under the name of the Kingdom Alliance, I do not force anyone to sacrifice themselves in this war. Regardless, this war will recur sooner or later, and when that happens, you will all face danger. However, if you choose to stand with Dimitri, the Dimitri Duchy will never betray that trust." Ninth circle magic. Theoretically, the human body cannot withstand the mana circulation required to execute it. Once more than 9 magic circles are formed around the heart will explode due to the pressure of natural magic elements, compressing the mana circuits. Roman step.
However, preventing this war of destruction is the reason I regress to this continent. This is truly something to look forward to. Isabel knelt in the forest, praying with all her heart. Light shone upon her, and a voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Queen." Leo stood there solemnly and raised his voice. "You should have returned to Arcadia sooner. Now that Kronos has declared a ceasefire, there is no reason for you to stay here anymore." She remained firm. "No, I cannot do that. Alexander has deployed 9th circle magic at the Odelia capital. This means the barrier has been broken. He will launch a continental war without caring about us. Light and darkness, 2 opposing forces that coexist. Just as his power is increasing, I also possess corresponding power. The problem is to stop the emergence of the one who gave him that power. Because that is my mission," Leo said softly. As the captain of the Royal Knights, I will stay by the Queen's side until the very end. Isabel smiled gently and replied, I thank you. Roman led the army back amidst the cheers of the people. Dimitri's army had retreated to the Dimitri Duchy. Hans looked at him with teary eyes. Young master, Henderson has fallen. Roman entered the room where Henderson's body lay. He spoke sternly. From now on, start arranging memorial services for those who sacrificed themselves. The bodies of the fallen soldiers are all to be cremated. Roman stood before Henderson's body in deep thought. Heart-wrenching cries rang out. Chloe collapsed, sobbing breathlessly. Henderson's body had now turned to ashes. Roman fell into deep thought again. He remembered his past life. The conquest of Morim was very close. The person who had accompanied him through so many years. Are you really satisfied living only for others? Lord Heavenly Demon, please do not use the word others. From the moment my liege reached out to me, my liege became my entire life, my only dream. He spoke softly. Don't speak such meaningless words. That's a
The rain poured down incessantly. Chris looked at Roman standing in the rain and spoke softly. My lord, it is time to return. All this time the constant marches have exhausted your strength. He spoke with a tinge of sadness. Chris, I once told you that when I am absent, you will be the leader. The young man immediately replied, Yes, your subordinate still engraves that in his heart. He calmly continued, A single command from a commander can decide the lives of countless people. That is the burden of leadership. If you are too friendly, they will want to get closer, but if you treat them merely as tools, you will never gain their loyalty. Etch this into your mind. If you wish to live as a commander, you must both show respect for the deaths of your subordinates and ensure there is worthy compensation for their losses. Roman sternly ordered, Summon the entire leadership of Dimitri. I will organize a meeting regarding compensation for those who fell in the war. An elder spoke up in confusion. Is my lord serious? Although we have considered war compensation, 1 million gold is too large a figure. Redford nearly collapsed just because of a debt of 100,000 gold before. Or should we use the 500,000 gold compensation from the Kronos Empire? He spoke sternly. If we use the very money they compensated us with to pay for the rewards, what will the people think? Of course they will be incredibly grateful. I want the people to have absolute faith that those who sacrifice for Dimitri will always be rewarded worthily. This compensation is just the beginning. From now on, Dimitri will apply the National Meritorious Service System, not only for those who have fallen, but also
Cairo has agreed. They even committed to shouldering the remaining 500,000 gold. This is what the soldiers deserve to enjoy. We have lost too much because of the war. But for those loyal to Dimitri, we must prove that the common people are always the ones who suffer the most. Since we have won this battle, no place is allowed to sink into sorrow without enjoying the joy of victory. I will focus on taking care of the people's lives. They raised their voices in unison. We obey your command. In Henderson's small house, Chloe had been washing her face with tears for the past few days. You really are a cruel person. Henderson and Chloe were just a simple couple of farmers. My husband once spoke of a distant wish, that he did not want to be a farmer, but wanted to become a warrior. Henderson raised his voice. Chloe, I truly admire
Chris's voice echoed from outside. Madam Chloe, are you there? He handed Chloe a medal. This is the reward for the meritorious contributor Henderson. She asked tremblingly. He really contributed to Dimitri, didn't he? He said sternly. Of course. If it weren't for Henderson, many more people would have fallen. And this is the reward for a national contributor. Please take a look. Inside, the chest was filled with gold. She panicked. Lord Chris, it seems you brought the wrong chest. Just a glance and I see hundreds of gold coins. Could you have mistaken such a large sum of money? Chris immediately affred. It is not a mistake. Chloe gasped. What? He continued. My liege has decreed that Henderson deserves such honor and treatment. So please, take pride and live a happy life. Chloe's heart felt like it shattered. She knelt down and wailed. My husband. At the Dimitri Tavern, the sound of discussion rang out continuously. Have you guys heard? Dimitri has allocated up to 1 million gold for that compensation. It's unbelievable. On top of the amount received from the Kronos Empire, they added another 500,000 gold. It's true that Dimitri is wealthy thanks to the iron mines, but such a large amount of gold is truly unexpected. Have you guys heard about the Chloe family? That family was recognized thanks to Henderson's achievements. Dimitri not only proclaimed him a hero of the country, but also rewarded them with 300 gold. This is a state system where the families of those who have served the country will be taken care of by the government for life.
He was firm. Henderson was just a farmer too. In the beginning, he couldn't even swing a sword properly. But under the guidance of Lord Dimitri, he has now become a great swordsman. There is no reason why I can't do the same. I want to become like Henderson. Later, people would call the social phenomenon happening at that time the Henderson syndrome. Farewells echoed everywhere. Mom, I will definitely return with success. I will definitely become a soldier of Dimitri, no matter what. In the Hector kingdom, Edwin asked softly, has everyone heard about Dimitri's war reparations? The man calmly replied, yes, Dimitri finally defeated Kronos and forced them to accept an armistice. He is truly an extraordinary man. Edwin looked with sharp eyes. Hector can no longer turn back. Hector cannot coexist under the same sky as Kronos. Therefore, let us cooperate with Dimitri to achieve great things. The man said softly, I understand. From this moment on, Hector will prepare for war against Kronos. The king of Redford raised his voice. Our Redford kingdom owes a great debt to Lord Roman and Dimitri. Without him, our Redford would have walked the path of destruction. Let everyone remember this. The moment Dimitri orders war, we will swing our swords for them. For a mighty Redford, may the gods bless Dimitri. The Cairo kingdom, the Umberto and Frank kingdoms, the situation in other kingdoms was similar. In the First Continental War, Kronos tasted defeat for the first time, and Valhalla continued to stand by and observe. The old alliance of kingdoms had transformed into a new alliance, all centered around Dimitri. About half a month later, a recruitment notice for Roman Dimitri's private soldiers was issued. Only those not currently part of the Dimitri estate's establishment were eligible to apply. However, those already in the Dimitri establishment could apply, but with a special condition. They had to change their affiliation by passing examinations. The boy cheered happily. Finally, a chance to become a private soldier of Lord Dimitri. Even the soldiers currently in the Dimitri army would be applying, so the competition would be fierce.
Logan spoke in a serious tone. As you can see, this is my letter of resignation. I feel that I can no longer realize my ideals here. Kliss tore up the resignation letter and shouted, No, absolutely not. Where is that person? Who dares to steal a great swordsman from our family? Is it the Hanton family or the Marco family? The man replied softly, I am not transferring to another family within Valhalla. The other man panicked. Then why? Logan spoke softly. My lord,
no matter what conditions you offer, you cannot sway my decision. My warrior's dream now belongs to Dimitri. Thank you for everything from the beginning until this moment. Klee shouted in panic. Logan! Inside the tavern, whispers constantly echoed. I used to be a knight for a well-off family in Umberto, but after hearing about how Henderson was treated, it all seemed meaningless. I come from Cairo. Deucin slammed his beer mug onto the table, raising his voice. You look like someone who has experienced the battlefield, don't you? Where are you from? Themsy immediately replied. From Frank. He was confused. You traveled all the way from there? Themsy boasted. When I heard the hero of Dimitri started recruiting private soldiers, I dropped everything I was doing and rushed here immediately. Since I have to live by the sword anyway, isn't it best to serve someone who doesn't treat lives like grass? Deucin responded enthusiastically. Well said. He looked over and spoke softly. I come from Hector, and my heart is also burning with this enlistment opportunity. Hey, you there. Where are you from? Fred immediately answered. I don't want to talk about Frank. Let's stop here. Deucin approached with a slight smile. Come on, stop lying. People from Frank don't speak with that tone. Based on my experience, I'm certain. You come from the Kronos Empire, don't you? I understand why you reacted that way. After all,
So we fled with our family right in the night. Whispers echoed again. Wow, those bastards really are ruthless. I heard Baron Shalong is dead too. Deucin sighed inwardly. Oh my god, even people from the Kronos Empire are flocking here like this. The competition for recruitment is going to be fierce. The attendant walking beside Jonathan whispered, Captain Jonathan, how many applicants do you think there will be this time? He immediately replied, even when Lord Roman wasn't as famous as he is now, there were already quite a few applicants. Now that he is so renowned, the number could reach 10,000. He gasped, 10,000? That's unbelievable. Jonathan continued, the document screening round has only just begun, but just today, thousands of people have probably arrived to apply. Inside the meeting room, it was total chaos. Move, move. You guys knocked over the papers over there. You crazy bastard. Wake up. Captain Jonathan, please give us a hand. The two were stunned. Over 10,000? Good heavens. Jonathan looked at the list and froze. Favia, 39 years old this year, formerly a member of the Knights of the famous Albert family, currently capable of using 3-star aura. He wondered suspiciously,
Why would such an excellent swordsman not be in a knight order, but instead register as a common mercenary? The attendant beside him was equally confused. I didn't expect the soldier recruitment notice to attract characters like this. Vice commanders of large-scale mercenary corps, high-ranking mercenaries, knights, and aura swordsmen.
He slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, "What? Why is this person here?" Fred, the former commander of the Knight Order belonging to the Memphis family, Kronos Empire. At the Memphis family estate, Kronos Empire, Memphis raised his voice sarcastically. Idiots. Just because they won one battle, they hurriedly ran after Dimitri. Wait, what did you just say? The servant was confused. Commander Fred hasn't appeared at the barracks for a whole week. He was suspicious. Then why didn't you go check what was happening? The servant immediately replied. I went to his house but saw no one, and today we confirmed that Commander Fred and his family used the warp gate. He panicked. What? The servant continued. The destination of the warp gate is Kotes. Memphis was skeptical. Kotes is the area controlled by Roman. Using the warp gate there, don't tell me that the commander of the Memphis family Knight Order, Fred, has fled to Dimitri? Memphis knelt down in panic before the emperor. The current situation is exactly like that. If things continue like this, we won't be able to stop the flow of talent leaving the empire. Alexander sat on his high throne, ordering the royal knights. Traitors of Kronos, whoever they are, must be completely destroyed. They do not deserve to be the future of Kronos. He immediately replied.
I, Alexander, am the one who created Aura. Although I later abandoned it and switched to becoming a magician, I still want to know how powerful Roman's martial arts are. If the clone I sent passes this exam, I will personally experience that martial art through soul possession. This recruitment drive of the Dimitri family attracted 100,000 registrants. After the first screening round, there were still tens of thousands of people who met the requirements. The entire personnel of the Hal Moon was mobilized to conduct quality assessments and preliminary background checks. If there were any errors in the declared information, they would be eliminated immediately. After 15 days of testing, the list for the third round was announced. Out of the 5,000 who passed, only 500 would be chosen as private soldiers. The remaining people would be given the opportunity to join the Dimitri army. Chris stood on the podium and raised his voice. Now I will explain the rules of the third round. The test method is very simple. Behind me are your seniors, those who have achieved many glorious feats for Dimitri. You just need to choose one of the seniors, including myself, to spar with. You don't need to win to be considered as passing. You just need to demonstrate sufficient ability. Even if you lose, it will still be accepted. The first candidate, Favia, stepped forward. He walked up smugly. In his heart, Favia muttered, "The test is truly simple. The issue is whether to choose an unknown opponent or a famous one with real strength. But I have already made my choice. That is McBurney, hailing from the Southern Training Center, who uses a sword with his left hand and has a strange fighting style. But for a left-handed person like me, he is not a problem." He raised his voice. "I choose McBurney." Chris immediately announced, "The time limit is 3 minutes. The results will be evaluated based on performance during the match. Then let the sparring begin." His figure
Moving according to the tip of Favier's sword, as soon as the blade swung towards him, McBurney leaned sideways to dodge. He was flustered, all right, the balance was broken. The older man looked at him with a sharp gaze. McBurney turned his body, his sword strikes gradually closing the distance between them. Favier desperately fought back. He was panicked. Was he moving strangely to control the spatial advantage? But using only one arm, he would surely reveal an opening. The older man swung his sword up. He thought to himself, now is the time. But before Favier could counterattack, he was struck by a return blow. The arena erupted in a thunderous roar. As the smoke cleared, Favier panicked. "I lost." Chris raised his voice. "Next person, Themsy." He felt smug. With his strength, the only way was to pick an easy opponent. Who would be a good choice? Found one. He pointed at Hunt triumphantly. "I choose that person." Chris announced loudly. "Hunt, step forward." He looked Hunt over, assessing him. Jackpot, that name sounds really strange. Fred and Doosan looked at each other suspiciously. He would surely be eliminated. Chris shouted, declaring the start of the match. Hunt quickly rushed in to take the advantage. Fred silently evaluated that everyone still did not fully grasp the meaning of this test. If they only focused on their opponent without properly assessing their own capabilities, they would not be able to pass the third round. Themsy fell heavily to the ground, and the soldier immediately raised his voice. "Themsy has been eliminated."
People around exclaimed in admiration. It was amazing that with such a small stature, he had defeated Themsy. Hunt looked over with annoyance and growled, "Is there any other fool who wants to challenge me next?" Everyone shouted in anger. "What is this? That arrogant brat again." A burly man stepped forward and spoke. "I will be the one to fight you." The man stood firm and towering before him. Hunt smiled with delight. Sword strikes rained down, followed by terrified screams. Fred silently exclaimed that, as predicted, those who overestimated themselves and constantly underestimated their opponents would obviously be eliminated. The soldier's high-pitched voice called the next turn. He immediately stepped forward, knowing that to pass this round, they needed to prove their worth. In that case, Fred raised his voice. "I choose Lord Chris." He smiled and replied, "Understood." He told himself that as a knight commander of the Memphis family, he had walked an elite path. He was ranked 10th in the Kronos Empire, but to shed the label of the empire and create a certain influence to
His footsteps were steady as if this were a real battle. Chris also rushed in, his sword point aimed straight at a vital spot. Fred panicked and used his sword to block, swinging horizontally to knock away the boy's aim, aura radiating around like a shockwave. Fred screamed frantically, his aura also exploding along with his momentum. He rushed towards Chris. The boy smiled excitedly and smugly, their conflicting auras causing the ground and rocks to explode. Fred watched in panic. Chris's aura was definitely not at the 5-star level, so why could he generate destructive power equal to his own? Dimitri was truly an incomprehensible place, he told himself, but he couldn't give up for the sake of his family. His sword tip aimed at Chris's face, but the boy's figure suddenly vanished. Chris raised his voice as he closed in on him. "Fred, you're done." Chris landed a punch to the stomach that forced Fred to retreat, leaving him in a panic. The boy sheathed his sword. Since when? The pain seemed to overwhelm Fred's body all at once. He woke up in the infirmary, constantly asking himself, "Did I lose?" My judgment was correct. Dimitri is the only duchy capable of resisting the Kronos Empire. He walked out to the arena, where the noise was ceaseless. He was confused. Kevin and Chris? A simultaneous match? Kevin stood in the center of the field with blazing aura. Logan's shield was raised high, ranked 19th in Valhalla. Logan the iron armor.
The only person in the top 12, holding a spot among the 12 swords of the continent with only 5-star aura. The strongest genius swordsman on the continent, the wandering swordsman Geras, let out a long yawn and whispered, "I almost fell asleep there." Born in Valhalla, he broke many records and became the youngest person ever to be ranked. A genius on a different level. The reason he is called the top sword genius of the continent is that even when facing aura users of a higher level, he can still defeat them. He is even better at defeating them using the very swordsmanship he created. Even the king of Valhalla spent a lot of time trying to recruit him, but he swore not to pledge loyalty to anyone. Jonathan stood to the side, full of anxiety. Ares came from Valhalla. He was a wandering swordsman, unbound to anyone. Yet Ares applied for the position of Roman's private soldier. No matter how you look at it, this breaks the balance. Ares pointed his sword and rushed forward, the sword chi looking like it wanted to claim a life as it struck directly at Chris. He was panicked. This was completely different from Diego, who only knew how to use brute force to fight. This swordsmanship even surpassed the Ashura sword art. The aura knocked both of them back. Chris looked at him steadily. Seeing an opening, Chris quickly rushed in with a single move. Ares looked at the sword tip indifferently and quickly swung his sword up. Chris was knocked back in panic. He caught up with the speed of my flash.
Chris panicked. In the moment his sword move deviated just slightly. Had he not dodged, he would have been the loser. On Kevin's side, the battle between him and Logan was equally explosive. Onlookers watched in panic as the mighty power and destructive force of aura were displayed. As expected of Logan, he truly lived up to his reputation as a tenacious man of steel. Perhaps today, Chris and Kevin, the two pillars of Dimitri, might fall. Logan thought triumphantly to himself, "Of course, the winner of this round is definitely me." The pressure weighed heavily on Kevin. Suddenly, a large shield loomed before his eyes. Logan used the shield to knock him away, leaving Kevin staring in shock. Logan seized the opportunity to rush in, his aura radiating across the arena. Kevin hunched over, telling himself, "The symbolic sword of my liege. It is not Chris, nor is it Vulcan, but I am the one worthy of wielding the sword on behalf of my liege in this territory."
Kevin shouted through gritted teeth, smiling smugly as he thought. Therefore, Logan, I will defeat you, so that the whole world must recognize my existence as the best. The man was startled. What are you laughing at? Let me see if you still have time to laugh. Aura erupted from the ground. Kevin immediately launched an attack. First form, demon-breaking sword. 2 streams of aura crashed into each other. Logan snorted coldly. Let's see if you can withstand this blow. Kevin agilely approached him. He spoke boldly. Then this time, try receiving this.
Logan panicked and defended, continuously launching deadly sword strikes as if wanting to perish together with his opponent. Is this guy really a demon? He was gradually pushed back by Kevin. Seeing an opportunity, Kevin leaped up and executed the third form, the demon sword slash. The sword chi crashed down on Logan like a raging wave. He was defeated at the last moment, his heavy shield falling to the ground. Logan was flustered. I have lost. The soldiers watching from the outside were stunned. Kevin quietly breathed a sigh of relief, then turned and shouted, Sir Chris! Chris looked over in confusion. Kevin? Kevin picked up his sword, smugly provoking Chris. If Sir Chris loses the battle, I will be the next one to face him. Madness was clearly visible in his eyes. Chris was skeptical. You want to take my place in battle? Do you dare to speak such bold words now? People still consider me and Kevin to be evenly matched rivals, which is truly an insult to me. I am a swordsman born with aura, while Kevin is just a brat from the slums. The second in command beside Lord Dimitri must be me, Chris. Ares looked at the powerful lightning aura surrounding Chris. His figure disappeared right before his eyes. Chris was suddenly high above, pointing his sword downward. Ares smiled at him. New technique, combined with explosive aura and a powerful close combat style.
Chris looked at Ares right before his eyes, panic rising in his heart. Was this guy's speed nearly on par with his own? The sword tip swung straight down to Chris's neck. He quickly leaned to dodge, and 2 streams of sword energy clashed with a thunderous roar. Ares easily neutralized each wave, and the two fought continuously without rest. Chris was alarmed. Aside from his liege, he had never witnessed anyone wield swordsmanship to this level. The title of sword genius was indeed not a baseless rumor. Ares suddenly raised his voice, declaring he had seen enough of Chris's power and that the battle ended there. The pressure made Chris feel as if he were being suffocated. Roman called out from afar, ordering them to stop, declaring the test concluded. The two froze and looked towards him. Ares exclaimed in shock, Roman Dimitri! Roman also looked at him, silently assessing. He is the warrior Ares, not following the standard aura system of common swordsmen, but carving out a unique path for himself. Ares suddenly spoke up, saying it was a great honor to meet Lord Roman Dimitri. His eyes lighting up, he proposed that even though it was their first meeting, he presumptuously asked if Roman could teach him a move, as the blood in his body was still boiling ceaselessly. The sword demon, one of the 4 heavenly kings who had guided Baekjung-hyuk, lived a very unique life. Every time he encountered a new martial art, he would hone himself, opening a path no one had ever explored, a knife creating everything from zero. Roman looked at Ares, silently assessing that he reminded people of the sword demon. If he continued to develop his martial arts, this man would surpass even our wildest expectations. Roman raised his voice, stating he had no time for fools who didn't know their own limits. If Ares insisted, he would accept the challenge, but Ares had to know that doing so would mean automatic disqualification from the
And that aura of killing intent, even though he hadn't drawn his sword yet, the rumors were not exaggerated at all. Roman Dimitri was truly like that. The young man bowed his head and spoke softly. I don't want to be eliminated. I apologize. I went a bit too far. Roman smiled with satisfaction. A few days ago, the 3rd test was held, and about 600 candidates passed. They gathered at the announced location to prepare for the 4th test. Whispers and discussions broke out. I wonder what the 4th test will be like. I don't know, but I think it won't be easy. Looks of satisfaction were clear on their faces. Some were endlessly worried, while others were strangely confident. Roman stepped onto the podium. He raised his voice. Congratulations on passing the 3rd test. You have proven your self-worth. Now, the 4th test begins. I know that among you there are a few spies from other nations. You have 10 minutes. If you step forward and confess truthfully within those 10 minutes, I swear in the name of the Dimitri family, I will spare your lives. Everyone.
Scott clenched his hands in panic. Damn it, was he exposed?
The war demon Roman would never spare an enemy. He shut his eyes tight and prayed to himself. Oh God. Deucin raised his hand and spoke. Will you really spare us? I participated in this competition to carry out a mission given by the Valhalla Empire. Please spare my life, just this once. He said softly, Smart choice, Deucin. He panicked immediately. He knew his name. Roman calmly continued, I will keep my word. He immediately knelt down in gratitude. Thank you. Seeing Deucin set an example, others also spoke up. I am also a spy. Please spare me. I am also a spy for Kronos. Chris looked on in horror. Were there so many spies in Dimitri? Roman stepped down from the podium and continued. All right, this is the last chance. 1 minute left. His cold gaze glanced over at Scott. He panicked. I can't confess. My family is being held hostage. So, will I die? He suddenly spoke. The 4th test has ended. The soldiers looked up in surprise. He softly declared, Those who confessed are eliminated. The rest have passed. I know very well that there are still spies among you, but the reason I haven't killed you yet is because you haven't harmed Dimitri yet. From now on, you will have to choose. Either you abandon your past and follow me, or betray Dimitri. Roman raised his voice in praise. Congratulations. For now, you belong to me. Back in the office, Chris asked suspiciously, Why did you spare the spies? With all due respect.
If it were you, could you detect all the Empire's spies without missing a single one? He calmly replied, No, my lord. Roman stood up from his chair, walking over to the window composedly. Instead of trying to control them, I will show them how Dimitri operates. If you were a Kronos agent and were forced to confront me directly, would you still dare to betray me? Chris looked at him in astonishment, then replied firmly, I would never betray you, my lord. Then prepare for the next stage. Alexander stood on a cliff. A large sphere appeared in his hand. Lightning punishment. A powerful beam of light shot out, blasting the land before him into pieces. He raised his voice triumphantly. Roman Dimitri, let's see if you can withstand this power. My people have successfully infiltrated Dimitri. Before long, they will discover your martial arts and bring them back to me. I am the creator of Aura. I will expose the inferiority of your techniques. I will wipe out your very existence to prove that choosing magic was the right path. Behind him, a warp gate appeared. Mystic knelt respectfully. My lord Alexander, I have just received news from Dimitri. He raised an eyebrow. Dimitri. Alexander opened the letter in shock. You are invited to attend the swordsmanship tournament in Dimitri. The swordsmanship tournament? He roared in anger.
Starting from a foundation that was completely flawed, this seminar is organized to reshape the entire Aura system, while simultaneously introducing a completely new path for the art of swordsmanship. We respectfully invite you to attend and witness this historic moment together. He gritted his teeth and roared, Roman Dimitri. Aura was both the weakness and the greatest strength of Alexander. If only he had been a true martial arts master, not a mediocrity. No, if only he had access to orthodox martial arts, Alexander's fate would have been completely different. He gritted his teeth and growled, Roman, is my life's achievement so cheap and worthless in your eyes, to the point that you dare declare it flawed from the very roots? Inferiority, rage, jealousy, nameless emotions surged within him. Alexander raised his voice. Fine then, I will keep my eyes wide open to see what trick you are planning. At the Salamander Continent Swordsmanship Academy, Sago raised the invitation high and shouted, Look at this! Roman Dimitri dares to deny the contributions of His Majesty Emperor Alexander? He even sent invitations to a swordsmanship seminar. It's no different from a slap in our faces. Waves of objection rose up. What the hell is that guy thinking to organize this seminar? That's right. This is clearly a provocation sent to all Aura swordsmen. The president of the Swordsmanship Academy, Sago, raised his voice. Roman Dimitri has completely rejected the existence of Aura. If we just stand by and watch this happen, sooner or later the Swordsmanship Academy will lose its position.
Not only the Swordsmanship Academy, but every nation, except Dimitri, was half believing and half doubting. The entire continent was abuzz with news of the swordsmanship seminar. Conrad asked in confusion, is it really necessary to persuade everyone? If the reconstruction of Aura is presented through the seminar, revealing the technique could lead to unforeseen consequences. Jonathan also chimed in, I agree as well.
I believe it is unnecessary to reveal Dimitri's exclusive techniques to the outside world. Each rising opinion made Roman recall his past life. That voice echoed in his head. Why did you make the demonic sex martial arts public? The man praised as the most outstanding genius in the history of the Namgung family, Namgung Jinchen, had to witness with his own eyes the collapse of the orthodox Miram. The sword of the Namgung family, which he had always taken pride in as invincible, was mercilessly broken by Baekjung Hyuk. The image of that day was etched deep into Namgung Jinchen's mind. Know the enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles with no danger of defeat. He wanted to thoroughly understand the demonic sect and believed that if he just practiced the demonic sex martial arts, the foundation of the heavenly demon Baekjung Hyuk, he could reach a similar realm. Jin Chen told himself, just you wait, Baekjung Hyuk.
It was simply that the heavenly demon Baekjung Hyuk was too extraordinary. Jintian screamed in front of Baekjung Hyuk. Why? Why did you make your martial arts public? For 10 years I frantically studied demonic arts, yet I still cannot reach your threshold. Do you intend for people like me to taste despair, only to realize the immense gap between us? Baekjung Hyuk spoke calmly. Correct, that is exactly what I want. Memories of defeat will fade over time. Those who have forgotten the humiliation of that day will eventually rekindle their hatred for the heavenly demon sect. I want them to research the sex martial arts themselves, so they can feel just how great our achievements are. Etch that despair into your hearts. If you lack the confidence to overcome it, then obediently kneel, bow your heads, and accept that the Morim belongs to the demonic sect, as well as the truth that Baekjung Hyuk is the number one. From then until the day he passed away, the Morim never dared to rise up again. Roman calmly interrupted them. What I intend to announce at this swordsmanship seminar is merely fundamental knowledge. I will reshape the aura system and claim the reputation that Alexander painstakingly built. This is to inscribing the name Dimitri into a completely new page of history. Those who come after will never be able to surpass us. They will only know the tip of the iceberg, while the core essence will still belong to Dimitri. Do not fear displaying power. By showing it off, we will create a new situation. A few days later, in a luxurious hall, Drake raised his voice. I truly cannot understand what Lord Dimitri is planning. If you have developed a technique that far surpasses the old system,
He calmly explained, a person born with the demeanor of an emperor, that is the nature of Lord Roman. If through this seminar he captures the fame of Alexander, the one praised as the pioneer, then from now on Dimitri will no longer be just a border region of Cairo, but will be known as the cradle that gave birth to the one who reshaped the aura system. The shout of a soldier echoed, Lord Roman Dimitri is entering. Roman stepped onto the large podium. He arrived majestically before everyone's eyes. He raised his voice. Alexander, his technique of releasing aura is a mistake. He assumed that by releasing mana, its explosive power could create a powerful aura, but this is an extremely wasteful and useless method. Releasing mana chaotically is synonymous with losing control, and once control is lost, how can it be effective? Why have you never doubted his method? Because he is the pioneer, or because it is the system that everyone views as the truth? Students from the academies discussed continuously. Sergio also could not keep a good expression. He was publicly bringing down Lord Alexander. He calmly continued. Aura and magic are essentially no different. Just like magic accumulates mana into circles, then refines it to cast spells. So why don't you think about accumulating aura in something called a circle? Edwin was stunned. Utilizing aura?
Thanks to that, depending on the situation, we can utilize mana more delicately. Sego looked at the aura on his sword, secretly shocked. The aura was gathering on the sword in such a quiet manner. To release aura so gently like this? Roman walked to the pillar in front of him, raised his sword high, and slashed down in a straight line. The stone pillar instantly broke in two. He spoke softly, just like how we call releasing mana from the storage space using magic. Roman's eyes flashed purple, and the broken pillar was split into many small pieces. Sego gaped in disbelief, and everyone in the room also stared at him in stunned silence. Roman raised his voice triumphantly. This method of releasing mana from the Dantian, I collectively call martial arts. The origin of all martial arts stems from the Dantian. No matter how much they deny or deliberately turn a blind eye to the truth, the swordsmanship revolution to break the old system has officially begun. Roman calmly spoke in front of the onlookers. All right, from now on I will start answering questions. As soon as the words fell, a hand immediately went up. With a fake smile on his face, Sego began. I am Sego, the president of the Swordsmanship Association. I listened attentively to the theory you just presented. Using the Dantian to accumulate mana, like magicians, is truly a bold idea, but a very practical problem exists here.
How do you intend to attract and control mana, an energy source that is inherently free and unbound? Even the circle, which lies within the living heart, takes a lot of time to activate, so how can it be suitable for swordsmanship? He concluded with a firm statement. If these problems cannot be resolved, then your theory is just an unrealistic.
When mana circulates within the body, there are points where it stops for a certain period. 1 is the upper dantian, which is the brain. 2 is the middle dantian, which is the heart. And 3 is the lower dantian, located below the navel. The upper dantian and middle dantian are generally unsuitable for storing mana, but the lower dantian is a completely different story. I will share the research results regarding stability when accumulating mana in the lower dantian. Realizing that he was being pressured by Roman's logic, Sago gradually lost his composure. Then, instead of insisting that it is completely wrong, why don't we try combining it with Sir Alexander's method of utilizing aura to enhance explosive power first? If we can blend both methods, we will surely achieve good results. Unexpectedly, as soon as the words left his mouth, Roman bluntly declared, no. That premise is wrong from the very foundation. Once the dantian is formed, mana will be completely under control. There is no need to release it in a disorganized manner to still use aura with terrifying power. Unlike magicians who
Sergio's eyebrows nearly touched as he roared. Then why did you make this theory public to the world, and even involve Kronos, who is opposing Dimitri? Are you plotting something? The more he spoke, the more he succeeded in making Roman laugh. A Dimitri plot? It's nothing major. It's just that the nation of Kronos keeps sending spies to dig up Dimitri's techniques, so I conveniently organized today's session to save everyone the effort. I only hope that through this event, all nations outside of Dimitri will accept and develop according to this new system. At this moment, Chris's heart was overflowing with admiration for him. His heart had been moved. Initially it was just a vague feeling, but from a certain moment it beat so strongly that it could not be suppressed. He recalled his previous conversation with Roman, where he had received a question. I only ask one thing. Throughout the journey to reach that realm, have you ever, even once, doubted the path you chose? Chris pondered silently. An existence that leads an entire era, regardless of the flow of the world. An existence that acts according to his own beliefs. That is the liege lord I serve.
He pondered what he had just learned there. Internal energy stored in the dantian? If aura could truly be used like circles, its potential would be infinite. Memories of days past were evoked. Martial arts were simple, chi circulating within the body. Thinking back, it was strange. That guy claiming to be from Murim looked sloppy and disheveled, boasting with his mouth but never mentioning the word dantian. Yet I dove into researching aura based on those empty words? What a waste of time. Looking at how Roman confidently declared the words dantian in martial arts, he must be a top martial artist from the Murim world. But among countless sects, which one does he belong to? The 9 sects, one gang, the unorthodox alliance, or the heavenly demon god sect? How could someone clueless about Murim like me figure out Roman's identity? With a heavy heart full of thoughts, Alexander walked slowly, his hand clenching tight. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Whatever you were in your past life, here on the Salamander continent, you are nothing. I am the one who built this empire from scratch. With just the little knowledge you revealed, I will show you what great achievements I can create. Then Alexander summoned Mystic. He appeared almost instantly. Yes, Lord Alexander. An order was given. Transmit the order to the spies hiding in Dimitri. At all costs, extract all of Dimitri's martial arts. Mystic's face couldn't hide his excitement upon hearing that. Elsewhere, shocking news had spread. An aura revolution had exploded. The entire continent was shaken by Roman's announcement. So what will become of the current aura swordsmen? What else? Those who adapt will survive.
Why share such a powerful thing for free? Lucas slammed his glass down on the table as he declared that those things no longer mattered. One thing was certain. The balance of power was tipping heavily towards Dimitri. If one didn't want to be left behind by the times, they had to go to Dimitri. The Dimitri Duchy was no longer a remote border nation, but had become a holy land for swordsmen. 2 great powers, 2 towering mountains of the continent, for the first time in history, were forming a 3-way balance. And the cracks began to show. A figure slowly entered a hidden alley. Scott took out a communication device.
He sighed deeply and muttered dejectedly about receiving another order to steal Dimitri's secret martial arts techniques. The spy of the Kronos Empire, Scott. In this situation, was blindly obeying Kronos' orders a wise choice? Roman Dimitri was indeed a strange man, not only turning a blind eye to the existence of spies, but also making public the information that they were risking their lives to extract. With that thought, Scott sighed. However, he quickly decided to stay in Dimitri for the time being to observe the situation. If Dimitri really was a nation with enough potential to overthrow Kronos, perhaps he should find
From this moment on, after a few simple procedures, you will be enrolled as official soldiers. Scott carefully observed the ticket he was issued. My number is 98, right? The Kronos spy, Scott? The procedure went quickly. Number 97, number 98. The clerk politely requested Scott, "Please sit down. You are 38 years old this year, correct? You are Scott from the Umberto Kingdom, right?" He replied briefly, "That's correct." The clerk continued, "As you know, serving as a soldier directly under Lord Roman is a very special position. Every month you will receive a salary of 30 silver coins, and in special situations like war, we will add hazard pay. And you have a family, correct?" Scott hurriedly admitted, "Yes, I do." The clerk asked further, "Who is in your family, and where are they living?" Scott quickly explained, "I have a wife and a son. They are staying in the Kronos Empire." Hearing this, the clerk calmly replied, "This information matches what we have verified." However, this simple sentence was enough to make his face turn pale. Only then did the clerk continue to explain, "We are not asking for this information for any special reason." Meanwhile, inside, Scott was incessantly praying, "Please don't," hoping nothing would happen. The following words immediately soothed his anxiety. "The reason is that if you, Scott, sacrifice yourself while on duty, we will compensate your family as a meritorious contributor to the country." Scott was momentarily confused and let out a
Scott left, his mind filled with thoughts. As long as he didn't cause trouble, his past didn't matter. He continued moving to the smithy, and the person who personally welcomed him was none other than Hendrik. "I heard you were a seasoned mercenary. Your body is indeed very strong," Master Blacksmith Hendrik remarked. "However, your legs have slightly different lengths, leading to a slightly uneven gait, and your fingers are quite short, so it will be difficult to hold a long sword hilt." These remarks, made despite just meeting, surprised Scott. How did you notice those details? Yet the reason the old man gave was very ordinary. Because you are young Master Roman soldier, of course you must have specialized weapons made. These words astonished him. Specialized weapons? Does every soldier get a custom-made set of weapons? The cost must be significant. Hendrik continued to explain. Here in Dimitri, young Master Roman's direct forces are very special. The young master is always the one leading at the front lines, and right behind him is his direct army. Therefore, wouldn't this little effort of ours help increase your chances of survival? Scott was stunned and silently exclaimed, "Just because I am Roman soldier, they treat me with such sincerity?" Old Hendrik pointed at himself and declared with certainty, "I, Hendrik, pledge on my honor to bring you the most perfect set of weapons." Following that was another physical training session.
"It's better to faint from exhaustion. We will take responsibility if you guys can't keep up." Scott struggled to hold on to a rock ledge. This crazy exercise is what they call basic training, and yet Lord Roman is still leading at the front. Why? Hunter, standing next to him, smiled and spoke. "You're probably used to seeing commanders who just stand around with their arms crossed, barking orders without moving a muscle, right?" The rookie nodded in admission. "Yes, that's right." Hunt continued to explain. "Our liege is different. He always spearheads the fiercest battlefields. If you can't even keep up with this speed, then we aren't qualified to go into battle alongside him." He was so astonished that he had to reflect. Could it be that he is slowing down to wait for us? So run with all your might. The training is only just truly beginning. Scott went pale upon hearing these words. They struggled until late afternoon. Everyone's face looked pale and drenched in sweat from exhaustion. So dizzy, it's really over. Someone even suddenly collapsed. Scott looked at him with concern. Another person had fallen. Vulcan, seeing this, acted quickly. "I'll carry him. Hunt, you take the gear." Then came the sight of one man carrying another while walking beside a man carrying two backpacks weighing 4.
Today we will move on to the next stage of basic training, which is mental cultivation training. First, the Dantian is, Scott was overjoyed inside when he heard the content of the training exercise. He was finally being taught the secret of Dimitri's power. After a moment, Chris smiled and continued. The basic theory ends here. From now on, you will practice a martial art called the Ashura mental cultivation method.
The soldiers were even more excited upon hearing this. A Shora mental cultivation method. The soldiers sat cross-legged in the lotus position and began the session to practice sensing, the most basic condition of mental cultivation. Scott pondered after meditating for a while, still feeling no mana at all. I really am useless. 1 hour, then 2 hours passed. When I was a mercenary, I tried everything to become an Aura swordsman, but in a field where talent doesn't allow it, effort is useless. However, when 3 hours had passed, Scott's face suddenly filled with surprise. Wait, what is this? Did I just sense mana? Sometimes warm, sometimes freezing cold. A stream of energy is lightly skimming over my skin. If a useless person like me can sense mana in just 3 hours, then calling Roman the founding master of Aura wouldn't be an exaggeration. A Shora mental cultivation method, huh? If I offer this secret technique to the Chronos Empire, I will be guaranteed a lifetime of wealth and my family's safety. I have fulfilled my role. But is doing this really okay? Chris observed the soldier's situation and continued instructing. For the time being, we will conduct training based on the foundation of the Ashura mental cultivation method. If anyone shows superior progress speed or achieves merit, that person will be taught a new martial art suitable for their characteristics. Hearing this, Soldier couldn't curb his curiosity and spoke up. What is the new martial art? The Ashura mental cultivation method is already so powerful. Why would... He received a glare like a bullet from Chris. The premise of your question is wrong. At Dimitri, the Ashura mental cultivation method is just a starter martial art for new recruits. Night fell in the room reserved for recruits. Scott struggled with his thoughts. Should I report this or not? Should I carry out my espionage mission or continue working as a private guard for Dimitri? Many Aura swordsmen said that I had no aptitude for Aura, but with Dimitri's training method, I sensed Aura in less than a day. In the future, Dimitri will have thousands, no, tens of thousands of Aura.
I want to be a comrade among those people. The communication device lit up at that moment, and Scott called out to Pike, "Secretly get my family out and help them run to the Dimitri territory. I will bet my life on the future of Dimitri that I have seen with my own eyes while being here. When the job is done, come here too. Let's start over in Dimitri." Unexpectedly at that moment, he heard a familiar sound ringing from the other end of the line. Chris smiled and declared, "Congratulations on officially becoming a member of Dimitri." He was startled to realize that the person he was talking to through the communication device was actually a person of Dimitri. That voice, it was Commander Chris. Inside, Chris was secretly calculating. Today was the turning point. The spies who had learned the Asura divine art would choose their future at this crossroads.
Chris feigned ignorance and asked, "What's the matter?" Fred frankly stated, "If it's not too late now, can I follow Dimitri?" Fred's story was complicated. Originally, he was a man of Emperor Kronos, and under Kronos' orders, he swore loyalty to Marquis Memphis, and now he was sent to recruit Dimitri's personal guards under orders. Fred seriously explained, "During my stay here, I have witnessed Dimitri's power with my own eyes and seen how he sincerely treats everyone. I want to live for him." His hands clenched tight. "For this choice, I could die, with no regrets." Chris carefully considered what he had just heard. Fred continued to explain, "The people who came to Dimitri with me are not my real family. My family is being held hostage in Kronos. If my betrayal is discovered, my family will be brutally tortured and killed." Saying this, he knelt down to show his sincerity. "Therefore, I implore you like this. Either accept my family and me, or send us back to Kronos. Even if I return to Kronos, I will never reveal Dimitri's secrets." At this moment, Chris finally spoke up, calling Fred, "If you truly want to become one of Dimitri's people, answer honestly the questions I will ask you from now on." He quickly said yes. Chris explained, "Recently, there is information that Emperor Kronos is using mind-binding to control people. Have you ever had part of your memory erased, or felt something strange or alien in your mind? Memory loss?" This question suddenly made him recall his wife's words. "Darling, don't you think your memory has been getting worse lately?" The Fred of that time just asked back in surprise, "Me? It's probably just because I'm a bit tired." Following that was a confirmation. I
Fred seemed unable to believe his eyes. Where was this place? Chris calmly explained, "This is Halmoon, Dimitri's information organization." He asked suspiciously, "Is it really all right for me to be brought to a place like this even though I am suspected of being under mind control?" The young man smiled and replied, "This place isn't so careless. First, let's address the most important issue. If you swear loyalty to Dimitri, how Moon will act to rescue your family. We have bribed those around them and discovered your family's location, and we are fully prepared to respond according to your decision. And people like you who are mind-bound will live here for a month and undergo an anti-evil training course to break the connection of the binding." Hearing this, Fred couldn't help but ask, "Why would you accept me with such a great risk?" The answer he received was strangely simple. Because anyone who says they will follow Dimitri deserves as much. From the moment you swear loyalty, Dimitri will not abandon you. This time, Fred was completely convinced. I will serve Dimitri with all my heart from now on. On the other side, Ares was training diligently, his eyes wide with astonishment. The Ashura divine art is an ideal solution to the difficult problem of mana control. The hand holding the sword could clearly feel the flow of energy circulating.
People question the motive behind revealing the concept of the Dantian, but for Dimitri, where the Ashura divine art is used as a fundamental technique, that was not an issue. Roman Dimitri, what kind of being are you really? With that question raised, Ares smiled. He silently resolved that as long as he still had things to learn, he should stay in Dimitri. Back at the Kronos Empire, Marquis Memphis was kneeling to report. All spies we sent to Dimitri have lost contact. Marquis Memphis of the Kronos Empire. It seems likely they want to defect, Alexander muttered with annoyance. Those insets have all chosen Dimitri. Dispose of all spies sent into Dimitri. He received the order and replied briefly with an acknowledgement. Alexander turned to leave. Since the connections between the pawns had been severed, there was no reason to expect anything from them anymore. In the next year, the grand plan will be completed.
At that time, 3 guests visited Dimitri. The first guest was Hoffman, the owner of the Golden Bank. Hoffman opened with a series of flattering words, noting that even Valhalla avoided causing friction with Kronos. Yet Dimitri had even received war reparations. Dimitri's moves were truly astonishing. Now Dimitri might become a new trend. On that path, wouldn't it be easier if our Golden Bank cooperated with you? Let the Golden Bank be a lifeline, and we hope you cooperate with us. In return, we only ask for one thing, that we will not be excluded from Dimitri's future. Only on that condition, we can provide something that small nations dare not dream of, 1 million gold coins interest-free. Roman's face showed not a single trace of emotion throughout that presentation of advantages. When he finished speaking, Roman asked back in a cold voice, "So you mean you will walk the tightrope between Kronos and Dimitri?" The Golden Bank publicly tried to help Kronos during the Redford Kingdom event. They clearly attempted to support Kronos. All those plans came from you, Hoffman, the banker, conceived by your own head, didn't they? And now you come to cooperate with me? This statement made him ponder for a while before his face darkened as he replied, "I am a bit disappointed. Instead of shady
Look towards the future. With the promise of cooperation with the Golden Bank, you can guarantee 1 million gold. Unexpectedly, what he received after that long speech was a cold face, and the answer, I refuse. Hoffman was stunned. His whole body stiffened. He jumped up and could not hide the agitation in his voice. The Golden Bank is a neutral force and a kingmaker. With just a small agreement, you can gain huge benefits. Why ruin everything? Roman, on the contrary, calmly replied, "We don't need a relationship with you. You are a faction that I have hated from the start." Hoffman's face became increasingly unsightly. He decided to leave, but did not forget to leave a warning. "I will remember today. The Golden Bank never forgets a grudge." However, these words exceeded his tolerance, and Roman coldly ordered Hoffman to stop. "You must have misunderstood something. You dare to express hostility towards me and think you can leave here alive?" Killing intent radiated from Roman, making Hoffman so scared that his face turned pale. "Do you intend to kill me right now? I am the owner of the Golden Bank. If you kill me, the Golden Bank will not stand idly by." But he just asked back, "Do I look like I care about that? Does the Golden Bank not know my nickname on the continent? Don't you know what it is? The heavenly demon of the battlefield?" He trembled as he replied.
Black ash falling to the ground was akin to Homerus' courage when standing before him. "I accept, I agree." A few hours later, the second guest arrived. Just as he sat down, Edwin went straight to the main topic. "Lord Roman, can you tell me about the Upper Dantian?"
Master Roman called the brain the upper dantian. The middle dantian was the heart, forming the magician's magic circle. In the area below the navel was the lower dantian, described as the place to store mana. If the lower dantian is optimized for aura swordsmen to use, and is the best place to accumulate mana, then what about the remaining upper dantian? If we can decode that secret, it could be a clue for a magic revolution. Roman looked at him with satisfaction. It was surprising that he stated his purpose so frankly. Dimitri and Hector are allied nations within the same kingdom alliance, but that relationship is not enough reason for me to reveal the upper dantian. Edwin replied politely, I admit this is a reckless request. Sharing information without compensation would force Dimitri to make a one-sided sacrifice. The reward we offer is a practical result, combining the upper dantian with magic, a tangible achievement. The Sky Magic Tower and I will try to decode that secret. Didn't you see the magician of the Kronos Empire, Sephir? The Kingdom Alliance needs a force that can stand against him. A strong statement was made. Hector would try to become that counterweight force. Roman kept a calm face as he replied, The Phoenix Magic Tower and Dimitri. Do you think it cannot discover the secret of the upper dantian? Edwin looked at him cautiously. No, if the Phoenix Magic Tower participates in the research on the upper dantian, we welcome it. We want a result that satisfies everyone, not a monopoly. At this moment, Roman suddenly invited, Let's change location.
I heard that Edwin gained enlightenment after entering the Sky Magic Tower Celesto and reached the 5th circle. Congratulations. Edwin shyly accepted the praise. You praise me too much. Roman pondered for a moment and then spoke. If he has reached the 5th circle, summon note. We will also use the magic training ground. Felix quickly replied. Yes, understood. They continued moving outside. Edwin looked at the surrounding space and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why come here all of a sudden? Roman suddenly called out to Edwin. This place has been set up with multiple layers of protective barriers, so please show your strongest high-level magic. His eyes couldn't hide the astonishment at this request. Edwin looked towards the training target over there, unsure of what he was thinking. But I will prove that I am qualified. When he used was a 5th circle magic. Edwin's face showed intense concentration, and that powerful magic strike was fired. The target in the distance was hit to the point where not even a small fragment could be seen. Edwin silently commented, Good, this much power is enough. Roman then leisurely requested, Note, it's your turn. You replied briefly, Yes, master, and immediately cast 2 giant fireballs at once, making Edwin exclaim, Using 2 high-level 5th circle magic spells simultaneously, without even memorizing beforehand? It's impossible to cast 5th circle magic this quickly. What on earth is this? 5th circle fire cannon and fire cannon. Roman only then explained, Sir Edwin, Dimitri has applied the
and the speed of magic processing became so fast that it seemed to skip the casting phase entirely. This revolution of using the upper dantian allowed magic to be cast 2 or 3 times faster. Even with spells of the same circle, the difference was immense. Edwin could not hide the astonishment on his face after witnessing the power of that attack. So this was how magic evolved when combined with the upper dantian. If the secret of the upper dantian were revealed, mages thirsty for knowledge from all the magic towers across the continent would flock to Dimitri. Roman then calmly presented, As you can see, we have no reason to share the upper dantian with Hector. Edwin could only think bitterly. It is truly bitter. I have no arguments left to persuade him. Unexpectedly, hope found him again at that moment. But there is one condition. If the Hector kingdom swears an oath of allegiance, we will not only share the upper dantian, but Dimitri will also take responsibility for Hector's future. This proposal was enough to astonish the other party. An oath of allegiance. Roman was now smiling brightly as he pondered. Edwin Hector had been an outstanding talent from the start. Surprise attacks, bold judgments, and the capability of a battle mage using magic. A commander who charged.
Edwin closed his eyes, lost in deep thought. He recalled memories from his childhood, never having known a single day of true peace. From childhood until I bore the title Star of Hector, I have endured many things to protect this small kingdom. I only hope that at the end of this hateful reality, Hector will find peace. That gradually became the meaning of my existence back then. With that mindset, Edwin spoke firmly. If you promise to protect Hector's future, I am willing to offer my life to you, Roman. That day, Dimitri had subdued the Hector kingdom. No, he had subdued the person named Edwin Hector. And now they received an unannounced third guest. Valentino raised his voice and remarked,
That's too much, Lord Dimitri. I'm trying to hold back so I don't look like a fool here. But when on earth are you going to forge a new sword? I didn't want to look pathetic, so I waited for you to speak up, Lord Dimitri. I've been so stressed lately I can't sleep. Do you understand how I feel? Witness.
There are a few details I want to verify myself. Please wait just 1 month. Valentino's attitude changed immediately upon receiving the assurance. Excellent thinking. Thank you very much. Then the notification arrived. The young master of the Golden Bank had sent 1 million gold taels. Roman crossed his arms and silently remarked, I had my doubts, but they kept their promise. It makes sense. If they didn't keep a signed oath, all commitments of the Golden Bank up to now would become meaningless. Now that everything is temporarily settled, it's my turn to act. Chris was still instructing the soldiers as usual. The newly joined members were all training enthusiastically. Roman, on the other side, was instructing his subordinate. Hans, I plan not to leave the smithy for about a month. Unless it is an emergency, handle it according to your authority. He replied briefly with, as you command, and the door to the smithy opened once again. Roman took off his outer coat while pondering. Sword forging is the essence of repetition until the very last breath. This action shows the level I have reached and reflects what I am pursuing. With the power I have gained in this life, what would happen if I forged a sword using the flame of the fire demon? Each hammer blow struck powerfully down onto the glowing red iron block. Elsewhere, this time, a furious Hoffman slammed the table. Roman Dimitri, you dare threaten me? You chose the wrong opponent. I will show you what it's like to go against the Golden Demon, starting now. How are the materials I requested last time? His subordinate quickly reported, yes, currently there are 4 major
These tycoons control the trade of these nations, distributing 70% of Dimitri's iron. Right now, Zenith of Kronos has cut off transactions after the war. Hoffman pondered silently. If all your partners leave, let's see if you come apologizing to me, Roman Dimitri. The first target is Valentino. Right now, book a teleportation to Cairo immediately. The beginning of this revenge will not be Kronos or Valhalla, but the betrayal from the most trusted confidant. Hoffman arrived at Valentino's residence in Cairo very quickly. A voice from inside promptly greeted him. Hoffman spoke warmly. Long time no see, Marquis Valentino. And who is this gentleman? Valentino explained simply. He is Viscount Padius. I thought I should introduce him to you, Lord Hoffman, during our conversation, so I invited him to join. If you feel uncomfortable, Viscount Padius can leave first. Hoffman immediately refused that offer. No need for that. This remark pleased Valentino. Thanking him for his thoughtfulness, as soon as they sat down to discuss, Hoffman went straight to the main topic. The reason I requested to see you, Marquis Valentino, is regarding an issue related to Dimitri. He cautiously asked back, What do you mean? He began to shed crocodile tears. I ran into big trouble with Roman.
Hoffman continued to call out to the Marquis, but the next words spoken made him feel uncomfortable. Cut off transactions with Dimitri. If you accept my request, I will waive the interest on the loan you borrowed for the next 10 years. But if you refuse, you must repay the debt immediately. Valentino interrupted his presentation. I apologize, but I cannot betray Dimitri. I will repay the debt to the Golden Bank as soon as possible. Hoffman almost screamed when rejected. Marquis Valentino. However, Valentino declared even more firmly with a louder voice, If you refuse, not only Dimitri, but Valentino will also be destroyed. Leave now. If Lord Dimitri marks me and I cannot buy swords, will you take responsibility? That guest over there, please leave. I am asking you to leave politely. The door was slammed shut in a very rude manner. Hoffman left in a rage. You dare treat me like this. Was it a mistake to meet Marquis Valentino first? After the rebellion in Cairo and the Kronos War, his connection with Dimitri must have become very deep. Even Valentino has become softer with age, entrusting the future of his family to such fools. But that doesn't matter anymore. My next goal is the headquarters of the Golden Bank, so failure is unacceptable. We will return to the Valhalla.
An explanation was voiced. The schedule was earlier than expected. Please come this way. I will take you to another reception room. Hoffman opened the conversation with an inquiry, asking how his father was doing these days. Muriel politely replied, He is still healthy enough to return to service. He spends his retirement days tending to his garden. And he sends his thanks for your gift, Lord Hoffman. Those rare plant varieties back then, where did you find them? He adjusted his glasses and smiled as he continued. There is nothing that cannot be bought with money. I did a lot to acquire them, for people like you. The reason I came to the Muriel family today is because of Roman Dmitri. Muriel hesitated slightly and replied, I understand. Hoffman began to berate Roman, saying that guy has completely lost his mind. Ever since defeating Kronos, he has become arrogant. He even threatened my life during a trade negotiation. That is why the Golden Bank plans to isolate Dmitri economically. I hear that you are currently trading steel with Dmitri, Count Muriel. I request that you cut off relations with them. In return, we will supply steel at a low price and waive the interest on your large debt. Unexpectedly, he hesitated for a long time before making a statement. I apologize.
First, Dmitri steel is irreplaceable. Its quality is the highest on the entire continent, and the warriors of Valhalla will not settle for anything else. If we cannot supply Dmitri steel, dominating the market is impossible. That is the first reason. Hoffman annoyedly pushed up his glasses while thinking to himself, I understand, but is that worth you turning your back on the Golden Bank? As if hearing his inner thoughts, Muriel continued to present. The real reason is the second one. The Dmitri family has brought about a revolution in swordsmanship, and they do not hide it at all. Our family exists thanks to the strength of warriors. If we oppose the orthodox path that Dmitri currently holds, what do you think will happen next? Muriel even stood up and bowed as he continued. Mr. Hoffman, please think about the long history between us. Please consider the position of the Muriel family. He could only sigh helplessly. Now I understand why Roman was so confident. And then he left with a miserable defeat. There was only one character left, the financial tycoon of the Kingdom Alliance, Viscount Vincent. He was the type of person similar to himself. He would not be swayed by loyalty. He always put profit first. Roman, the situation won't always go your way. The first meeting was a coincidence, the second was fate, and the third was inevitable. Hoffman tremblingly pointed forward while crying out, Why are you here again, Viscount Patius? Patius just smiled. We meet again. Vincent gently explained. Both of you scheduled appointments at the same time, so I arranged a joint meeting. Since it seems you are both here for the same reason, would you mind handling this together? Hoffman quickly got to the main point. I am sure Vice
Cease all business transactions with Dmitri. In return, the Vincent family will be welcomed as a member of the Golden Line. Golden Bank is a lending company. Golden Line members can borrow money based solely on their reputation. This is a rare opportunity. We will purchase your products at a low rate and introduce you to the existing Golden Line members. Vincent sneered, his mind already calculating the benefits, mutual profit, or perhaps even more. It was an excellent offer. But since his family had deep roots in the Kingdom Alliance, they could not ignore the political implications. Hoffman hurriedly retorted, Viscount, how much longer do you intend to confine yourself in this tiny well of the Frank Kingdom? We can help you establish a base in Kronos or Valhalla. Vincent suddenly turned to ask the other person at the table, Viscount Patius, what do you think of this proposal? Patius pondered for a moment, then smiled and voiced his full support. Even I have to admit it is an attractive deal, Viscount Vincent. His attitude made both men opposite him suspicious. Wait, what?
And we also cannot match the terms of the Golden Bank. Vincent was slightly annoyed to hear Patius explain honestly. I see. If you are playing this game, then... Unexpectedly, at this moment, Patius suddenly went on the offensive. But tell me one thing. Are all members of the Golden Line truly treated fairly? Vincent asked suspiciously. What do you mean? Patius did not hesitate to state an ugly reality. Face reality. Do you really think they will consider you a long-term partner? The Golden Bank is the type to swallow the sweet and spit out the bitter. These insults made Hoffman furious enough to slam the table and stand up. Nonsense! The Golden Bank is built on trust. Patius did not care about his attitude. Dmitri will never betray anyone who has established a relationship with them. That is the only promise I can offer to the Vincent family. Hoffman raised his voice, trying to hold on. Viscount Vincent, do not be swayed by those meaningless words. Do you not realize how rare the opportunity to join the Golden Line is? Vincent himself was extremely hesitant. 2 offers, one from the Golden Bank and one from Viscount Patius. The Golden Bank brought prestige, but was also full of risks regarding biased betrayal. On the other hand, Dmitri had proven that they would keep their word. And what I strictly need right now is... After making up his mind, he slowly stood up and then bowed to Patius. I will accept Viscount
This decision made Hoffman explode. Vincent, you dare refuse my offer, you dirty, accursed piece of trash. Mark my words, the Golden Bank, no, I myself will drown you in destruction, along with Dimitri. Those thoughtless words forced Patius to bare his fangs at this four-eyed name. Lower your voice, unless you are ready to die. Hoffman was panicked. Just a few years ago, you were crazy about me, and now you dare? He slammed the table and screamed. Have you lost your mind, Patius? The man replied calmly. No, it is you who does not understand the situation, Hoffman. Dimitri does not bow down, even before the Kronos Empire. No matter how many gold coins you have, there are things in this world that money cannot solve. Dimitri knows how to keep within limits and behave like a noble. But if you insist, we have no choice but to make our own decision. What gives you the courage to act like this? If Dimitri decides to kill you, do you think your gold and silver can save you? His stern words made Hoffman freeze. He was terrified at the thought of being assassinated. Patius said sternly, unless you intend to declare war on us, lower your eyes. He slammed the door and left the room. The room immediately fell into silence. He continued, now that the nuisance is gone, shall we, the main players, talk properly? Vincent was panicked. You intend... Patius said calmly, cutting ties with the Golden Bank will certainly directly affect the Vincent family. Of course,
Hoffman left with a belly full of anger. Even the great Kronos Empire, the strongest power on the continent, acknowledged my value. Yet Dimitri dared to humiliate me like this. He slammed his hand down on the table, unwilling to accept it. If I encounter something that cannot be solved with money, the ancestor taught me to find the secret hidden deep within the Golden Bank. I never expected such a thing to happen in my era. He picked up a dagger. Hoffman quickly pierced his own palm, pressing his bloodied hand against the secret mechanism. One of the greatest mysteries of the continent was the origin of the Golden Bank. No one knew where they came from or how they accumulated such massive wealth. But one thing was certain. The first bank chairman was no ordinary person. Hoffman was captivated by the armor before him. He knelt down and pleaded, Lord Alexander, this servant has come to pay his respects. And finally, Hoffman discovered the true meaning behind the Golden Bank's existence. A month later, Valentino inquired, has Lord Dimitri left the workshop yet? Hans looked troubled. Not yet, my lord. I will inform you as soon as he comes out. He said sternly, make sure I am the first to know. Watching his retreating figure, Valentino sought him out again, confused. Still not out? Hans replied, yes. He panicked. Is it possible? I can't wait in the guest room anymore. I will wait right outside the workshop. Please lead the way. Hans shook his head. I'm afraid that's not possible. He panicked. What? I only asked to wait outside? Hans remained firm. I apologize, my lord. He really needs his privacy. He wondered suspiciously. What on earth is happening inside? Hans led Felix to the smithy and whispered, Lord Felix, could you use...
Inside, Roman continued to forge the sword without rest. The power of the fire demon obtained beneath the endless mountains. Even though it is bound to me, it still completely refuses to submit to me. If what you say is true, that my destiny is bound by the heavenly mandate, then obey my will obediently, Flame. Fire King form. He swung the hammer down powerfully, recalling Nam Tok's advice. The fire demon is a power that cannot be completely controlled. When the gods granted the world the power of fire, it brought light and warmth, but along with that, it became a disaster that burned the world. Do not try to control it. Accept that power. That is the nature of the fire demon. Cannot be controlled? Is that how it is? Each powerful hammer blow came down. Roman smiled triumphantly. Mana, up until now, everything I wanted, I have obtained. You are mine. The voice of Valentino's servant rang out with doubt. It's been half a month. Shouldn't we return to Cairo soon? You have neglected the family affairs and stayed here for too long. He spoke sternly. No, I cannot return like this. I have waited for this moment. I cannot miss this sacred moment when the sword is. The servant quickly ran over to announce, Marquis, Lord Roman has left the workshop. He immediately stood up and ordered, we will go to the Dimitri castle immediately. In the training ground of the Dimitri estate, Roman held the sword in his hand.
The swords forged by Lord Roman became increasingly perfect over time. That difference had exceeded the realm of mere performance. I wonder how miraculous this work will be. It's hard to even imagine. He excitedly ran to the Dimitri estate. Hans cleared his throat. Forgive me. The young master just left the workshop and went straight to the training grounds. Valentino immediately collapsed on the spot. In the middle of the training grounds, Roman silently recalled. Even in my past life, I never created a sword comparable to this one. It must be thanks to obtaining the flame of the fire demon. Looking at this sword, a new martial art immediately appeared in my mind, worthy of the blaze divine art. He opened his eyes wide, the flames within them burning furiously. Welcoming the blazing fire, he swung his sword. First form, fire. The frenzied flame rushed forward, flames surging, sweeping away the enemy. Second form, fire wind. Gathering the power of the flames, piercing a fatal point, the sword path flew straight ahead, destroying everything. Third form, blazing fire. An extreme explosion. He pointed the sword tip.
The swordsmanship that mimics the flames of the fire demon, born in the barren lands of Dimitri, is the martial art most suitable for a lineage of blacksmiths who live with fire all their lives. The name of this martial art is the flame of the fire demon, and it is the soul of the heavenly demon, the one who created life from the void. In the reception room, Valentino excitedly asked, "So, have you completed the sword?" Roman replied softly, "I have achieved a result that satisfies me." The Marquis exclaimed happily, "As expected, Lord Roman is truly invincible." Roman continued, "As promised to Marquis Valentino, I intend to give you the opportunity to view the sword before the auction. If you pay a sufficient price, you may become the owner of this sword. In this auction, I am offering only a single blade." Valentino looked at the dazzling sword before his eyes and secretly admired it. "Is this the new sword created by Lord Roman? It is truly magnificent." He scratched his head awkwardly. "Apologies for the rudeness, but may I use a measuring device?" Roman replied calmly. "Please, go ahead." The Marquis was overjoyed. "Thank you immensely." Valentino took out the measuring device. As soon as he brought it close to the sword, the device shone blindingly bright. He secretly exclaimed, "Just like Blaze, the mana reaction easily exceeds level 10. For a sword this good, I wonder how much I must pay to win it. Since Blaze was priced at 1,200 gold, does that mean this is worth double? 2,400 gold? No, that amount is far from enough." He put away the device and asked softly, "Can you tell me the name of the sword?" Roman replied calmly, "Its name is Third No Name." Valentino was stunned upon hearing this. He panicked. A sword not at all inferior to Blaze? A sword of such class, yet its name is Third No Name?
I place meaning on the process, so I find it even more valuable. Upon hearing this, he froze. 4 swords? Valentino stammered. You mean, among those 4 swords, First No Name is the lowest quality one? Roman looked at him skeptically. Among the 4, it is true that it has slightly lower perfection, but even so, it is not to the point of being called a low-grade product anywhere on the continent. Compared to Blaze, the No Name series has clearly advanced several steps. It is a superior refinement. Valentino sweated profusely, whispering, "May I be allowed to see the final sword?" He narrowed his eyes in approval. "I will show you." Holding up the perfect sword, Valentino continuously exclaimed, "Good heavens, can such a sword really exist? Now I understand why Lord Roman called the No Name series an experiment. To create such a treasure, even the process itself is an art. Now, to possess the No Name series, collectors will not hesitate to pay extra premiums and rush into a bidding war. Just its symbolic value alone, proving a journey to create a supreme sword, has made First No Name incredibly valuable."
Even if disaster cannot belong to me, I must definitely obtain thirst. He suddenly paused in confusion. But why was darkness not put up for auction? Rodwell looked at the sword in confusion. "Why are you giving it to me, brother?" Roman replied calmly, "Because I believe you are the only one who can replace my position. I want you to use darkness to continue that meaning. Inherit the flame that symbolizes the honor of the Dimitri line." He asked doubtfully, "Your position, brother?" He continued calmly, "Rodwell Dimitri is now standing on the precipice. If we take just one step back in the confrontation with Kronos, we will suffer a tragic end. Even without me, as long as you are there, the people will feel safe. Become a true powerhouse, someone everyone can trust." Rodwell was confused. "You know that is impossible. No matter how hard I try, I cannot completely replace you." He held out a small flame to reassure him. "From now on, I will pass on to you the flame of the fire demon. The Blaze divine art can share the passion through bloodline. If we share the same blood,
you will be able to comprehend it. It is just a tiny seed, but if nurtured well, you will be much stronger than you are now. The decision is yours. Rodwell quickly agreed. All right, as long as I can get stronger, I will do anything, he said sternly. The martial art I am about to pass to you is called the Blaze Sword Art. A huge stream of fire chi gradually entered Rodwell's body. Roman gritted his teeth, trying to support himself as the two sat cross-legged,
Without my support infusing the blaze demonic fire mana into the sword, Rodwell's frail body would have certainly turned to ash. Rodwell groaned in pain incessantly. He silently exclaimed as the pain finally began to subside, and the stream of fire internal energy slowly stabilized within Rodwell's dantian. It was the heavenly demon sword art that activated the dark flame, and the wielder of the blaze sword art was none other than Rodwell Dimitri. As soon as Marquis Valentina returned, an emergency meeting was convened. The noise of the servants echoed in the meeting room. We imported a large amount of uncut gemstones, hoping that the demand for luxury goods would surge after the war. There should have been a guaranteed profit, so why suddenly stop investment and withdraw capital? Although this isn't our main business sector, the potential loss will be immense. Is there something we haven't realized? Valentino raised his voice. To pay for the new sword that Lord Roman forged, even 3,000 to 4,000 gold coins wouldn't be enough. The servants immediately fell silent and looked at him. He shouted loudly, "Forget about the gemstones. That is no longer important right now. We cannot miss this golden opportunity." They were confused. But to pour such a huge amount of money just for a single sword? Valentino spoke triumphantly. Soon this entire continent will revolve around the Dimitri family.
To surpass the current top merchants and penetrate the 4 largest kingdoms on the continent. As the first noble family to sponsor the Dimitri Duchy, if we win the auction for the third no-name, and thereby expand our reputation, naturally the entire continent will have to acknowledge that he is under our influence, and from there we will have a greater voice in the market. As for me, merely being the richest person in Cairo no longer satisfies me. Are you all satisfied with that title? Upon hearing this, the servants were persuaded and shouted, "We shall obey your every command, master." On Roman's side, he brought out 2 no-name swords and raised his voice. "Take these, consider them my reward. Their names are first no-name and second no-name. Together with your understanding of martial arts and proficiency in swordsmanship, these swords will help your intentions be fully realized." Chris spoke happily. "We thank you, master." Roman suddenly noticed Kevin being silent. He whispered, "Master, please forgive this lack of respect, but can I receive the first no-name?" He asked doubtfully, "For what reason?" Kevin gritted his teeth. "I simply cannot accept the thought of someone else being granted the title of first by you." Chris immediately glanced at him. He smiled slightly to himself. Someone had once said the same thing to him in the past. Recalling old memories, that person knelt before him determinedly. "I always want to become the sword you place the most trust in. Whether it is the blood demon or the sword demon, they are just opponents I must surpass in the future." Roman spoke with satisfaction. "I only grant ownership of the sword to the strongest. If you want the first one, prove that you have the ability to wield it." Kevin turned, looking at Chris and signaling, "Can we start yet, Sir Chris? I will
Chris looked at Kevin's burning will and sighed inwardly. This reminded him of one thing. "I always knew what you thought of me, but a mature person wouldn't waste time on a serious confrontation. To a child blushing from wounded pride, they might call you the demon of the Dimitri family now. But to me, you remain the same brat as in the old days, someone who is absolutely no threat to me. Attack me with all your might, Kevin. I will prove it to you with my own strength alone. My great ambition is not something a person like you can compare with." Kevin's figure quickly rushed forward as he shouted, "How long do you intend to keep talking big?" Seeing the sword tip right before his eyes, the light in Chris's eyes suddenly flashed, lightning flash. His figure moved like a bolt of lightning past Kevin's sword tip, and Chris quickly appeared behind him. He swung a sword strike, but Kevin quickly turned around to block.
Two swords clashed violently against each other. Chris raised his voice. "Once again, I admit that you have definitely changed, but that alone isn't enough to take me down." His aura erupted, leaving Kevin overwhelmed by it. "No one understands your power better than I do." Chris attacked Kevin like a whirlwind. Suddenly, he turned around in alarm. Kevin smiled triumphantly. "I know you even better than you know yourself.
Your swordsmanship, your movement habits, the way you execute your moves. I haven't missed a single detail. Right at this moment, I will pour out everything I have painstakingly practiced to surpass you." Roman, standing on the sidelines, was full of praise. "You have trained your senses quite well using the demonic soul art. To even be able to predict the movement trajectory of the lightning flash is truly extraordinary. The right arm, the shoulder, I have seen it all clearly, Chris." Kevin gently dodged each swinging strike. He flipped his body, pointing the sword tip downward. "First form of the heavenly demon sword art, activate. This is the end of this battle." The power of the sword rose like a towering column of resentful blood. Chris told himself, "Let's end this here." Two streams of sword chi collided. Kevin was swallowed whole by Chris's oppressive power. A streak of light flashed in the sky, and Kevin's body plummeted heavily, dust obscuring the arena. Amidst the devastated arena, Kevin knelt, coughing violently. Chris's sword point was aimed downwards. He looked up at Chris standing before him. Chris panted heavily, thinking to himself, "I can no longer..."
Is that the reason why I chose this path? A battlefield filled with corpses, little Chris hugging his mother's body tight, unable to do anything but cry. That was the moment Knight Captain Jonathan reached out a hand to help him. Chris swore an oath that he would never suffer such a defeat again, that he would become the best swordsman. Kevin bowed his head and spoke softly. "I lost. Becoming the strongest swordsman is perhaps an aspiration I will never reach." He lay sprawled on the training ground, full of dejection. Chris sheathed his sword, thinking to himself, "Even though I have strived for decades, this might be too delusional a goal for me. However, I refuse to submit to the wall of reality. I will continue to rise stronger." Roman stood watching them from afar with satisfaction. The physician in the room looked at Kevin with confusion. "Why do you always treat yourself so harshly, sir? Even so, I must admit Sir Chris has truly excellent swordsmanship, capable of cutting through flesh without touching any of the opponent's internal organs. That requires a sharp agility in his swordsmanship, and it almost reaches the level of art." Kevin bowed his head in thought. The man sighed and continued, "Sir Kevin, you may not know, but Sir Chris's reputation is actually huge in the army, hidden beneath that."
Meeting young Master Roman seemed to simply add to his strength, but even without that, he could completely soar high on his own efforts, and besides, Sir Kevin was not inferior at all. Normally, Sir Chris always avoided inflicting injuries on opponents, but this time he certainly judged that there was no way to win without shedding blood. Kevin stared intently at the floor, chaotic thoughts overlapping in his mind, a genius and a child from the slums. From now on, Lord Roman would be surrounded by talents like Chris, Fernando, Ares, and Fred, those who were early recognized as masters of swordsmanship and would only become stronger under his guidance. As for me, am I gradually being left behind? He repeatedly denied it. No, a humble origin cannot determine my future. Kevin's body trembled, the stream of thought making him more determined. Whether it takes 1 year or 10 years, I refuse to live a failed life. I must become stronger. Kevin seemed to snap out of it, reaching the stage of self-control and mastery. I must master the ghost soul art. Only then can I surpass my limits and rise strongly. Adelian Auction House. People gathered in crowds. It was extremely crowded here, with not even standing room left. News that a new sword forged by Roman would be displayed for auction here had stirred up the whole city. This auction was a private one, only for those invited, and the starting price was already at 100 gold coins. Commoners were banned from attending. The auctioneer on the podium raised his voice. "Thank you for your patience. As you all know, the item up for auction today at Adelian is the latest masterpiece of Lord Roman Dimitri, the one who caused a sensation with the blazed sword. This is his latest creation, the third no-name. We will start the auction right now. Starting price, 100 gold coins." Valentino raised the bidding paddle calmly. 10,000 gold coins.
He raised his voice. "Just let them comfortably try their luck in this auction, but I will use money to overwhelm all of them." The auditorium immediately fell silent. The auctioneer then shouted, "The third no-name sword is sold for 10,000 gold coins, the highest opening price in the history of auctions." Valentino stepped out of the auction, proclaiming loudly, "Arrange a meeting with the neighboring noble families immediately. Split the schedule into morning and afternoon. I need at least 2 meetings per day." The attendant quickly responded, "Yes." He was confused,
But my lord, may I ask what the purpose of this is? He replied smugly. What else could it be? When you acquire a treasure like this, don't you have to show it off to everyone immediately? The servant was speechless. Is he really doing this for the benefit of the family? In the spacious room, the communication crystal sat quietly in the center. Resentful voices continuously rang out. Help me, please save us. We are wrongly accused prisoners. The light of the crystal gradually faded. Over at the mine,
daring to try smuggling a magic communication device to connect with the Dimitri family, huh? You guys really have some nerve. Tell me, I'm genuinely curious. Do you really think you can survive this way? Roman Dimitri didn't even consider a prisoner exchange. He executed every single soldier he captured from the Kronos forces. That is the true nature of your master. The ceasefire negotiations have come to an end. That guy Dimitri will not appear here to save you. Karen immediately retorted, Impossible. He immediately slapped him right in the face. Jason raised his voice. You'll find out soon enough. Take him to the interrogation room. Use him as a lesson for a disobedient rat. Show everyone what happens to a traitor. When the Kronos Empire launched its attack on the Western Front, the fortress collapsed and a large number of soldiers were captured. The mine at Kitton was in need of slave labor, and the prisoners detained by Hannibal were secretly transferred to Kitton, located in eastern Kronos, where they became prisoners forgotten by the world in this hellish place. Karen was thrown heavily to the ground by them, and the soldiers panicked and rushed over to ask, Karen, are you okay? One person
Soldiers were reported missing in action while on duty and were considered KIA in Dimitri's records. Because Dimitri had accepted the armistice, they would be hesitant to discuss their existence here. This is cruel, but it is a reality that everyone must accept. In the Dimitri family meeting room, an elder looked at the report, his face pale, and muttered, the situation is truly difficult. If we provoke Kronos about the prisoners of war right now, just when Dimitri has stabilized, there is a possibility we will sink back into the chaos of war. But if we act hastily without evidence, they will simply kill all the prisoners and destroy all remaining evidence. Roman slammed the document onto the table and raised his voice. Look at this. The elders picked it up, their faces panic-stricken. This is, one person asked in confusion. Could it be that you have grasped the location of the prisoners? He spoke sternly. I ask you all one thing. Why do you think I refused the prisoner exchange and pressured the enemy without mercy? The room fell into silence. No one dared to utter a word. He continued calmly. The reason I sought victory, even at a great cost, is because only the winner has the right to decide everything here. We stood upon loss to seize victory. Because we won this war, we have the right to demand the return of our soldiers. That is the privilege of the winner. Gather the army and prepare to march, to bring back my soldiers trapped in those mines. I am ready to accept the risk of a new war if I must. Hearing this, everyone raised their voices in unison. We obey your command, my lord. At the same time, in the conference room, Chiton panicked. Is there a possibility they discovered the prisoners are still alive? Jason replied smugly. No way. How could they know? The message the prisoners tried to send out was too brief. They probably couldn't even send a complete message. So how could the other side know of their existence here? Chiton nodded in agreement. This whole affair stems from the fact that Roman Dimitri
Jason added, to be more precise, since the armistice agreement has been ratified, readjusting the entire agreement between the two sides is not a simple matter. A guard panicked and pushed the door open. My lord, an urgent report. The Dimitri army has crossed the border and is heading this way. Triton's face turned pale immediately. What? The Kronos Empire? The frontline defense post? Muniz stood on the city wall and shouted, The enemy! They have crossed the border! Memphis's voice transmitted from the communication device. It seems Roman has learned the truth about the prisoners of war. Try negotiating first. If that fails, dispose of all prisoners and destroy all remaining traces. He gritted his teeth and cursed silently. Damn it, I anticipated things would turn out like this. Immediately send a messenger with a white flag to Dimitri. The messenger's head was immediately severed. Roman spoke sternly. There will be no more negotiations. If you want to resolve this matter,
Muniz stared at him, stunned. Roman's killing intent was blazing as he declared boldly, I already have all the evidence in hand. If anything is missing in this prisoner exchange, I will consider it a declaration of war against Dimitri. Seeing his stern expression, Muniz had no choice but to compromise. He went down to the bunker to report to Memphis. The current situation is as such. If he acts just like he did before, the armistice agreement will very likely be completely torn apart. He thought to himself in anger, crossing the border without any notification. I really want to crush that guy for this insolent behavior. His Majesty the Emperor has entrusted me with full diplomatic authority, instructing that all foreign affairs must be resolved with a defensive peace policy, and His Majesty has begun a year-long recuperation period. I cannot ruin our plans just because of a moment of anger. Memphis raised his voice. Count Munez, if you cause trouble with Dimitri and disturb His Majesty's recuperation, can you foresee the consequences? Munez bowed his head submissively. I sincerely apologize. He raised his voice as if bestowing a favor. No need to apologize. I will resolve this matter satisfactorily. Because Dimitri's prisoners were used as forced labor by the nobles in the East, we will declare that this is their own mistake. Munez was panicked. You plan to sacrifice a pawn to let this pass? Memphis continued. Count Munez, that is the rule of how this world operates. The big
Just for the Emperor's peace of mind, you want me to blame the entire prisoner issue on the mistakes of the Eastern nobles? In short, are you telling me to sit back and wait to die at Roman's hands? Jason, do you have any better plan for this situation? He also had a headache. No, my lord, because the Empire has already abandoned the Eastern nobles. Roman's mercy is our last ray of hope. If we hand over all the prisoners as he demanded, maybe... Chiton slammed the table and cursed. Damn it! He shouted loudly. Bring all the prisoners out here immediately. Not a single one is allowed to be missing. The captured soldiers were brought before them. Jason wondered, should we hide those who are brutally tortured? Chiton panicked, but Count Munez said that he had evidence. He raised his voice triumphantly. We have completely isolated these prisoners from the outside world. There's no way they can identify all the prisoners on the exchange list. Chiton immediately ordered. Any guy with severe injuries like this one, remove their names from the prisoner exchange list immediately. 2 hours later, he stood before Roman and bowed. We have gathered all the prisoners of the Dimitri Duchy here. We are extremely sorry for hiding their presence. The armistice agreement was signed too hastily, which messed everything up, and in the confusion, we lost the opportunity to inform you of this. You may punish us.
I warned you that not a single person was allowed to be missing. Chaitin's head was instantly crushed. Roman looked at them once over, his killing intent flaring up as he raised his voice. What are you waiting for? Bring my people out here. He stood before Roman in panic. I have brought all the prisoners of war to you, my lord. Lucas looked at the list and spoke softly. My lord, the numbers do not match the list from the intelligence department. Roman calmly spoke. Is that so? His voice turned stern. There are still prisoners missing who are not here. He panicked. No, that's not it. We really brought them all out here. I don't know on what basis that list was made, but if they are not here, they surely died in battle. As you know, most prisoners were in terrible condition when captured. It is not our fault if they died after being captured. He secretly gloated. They can't possibly know that I disposed of the severely wounded prisoners. Roman glanced at the soldiers and spoke softly. At a glance, it seems they were subjected to torture. He walked towards them calmly. We will soon clarify the truth. A flow of power was transmitted into the soldier, and his whole body seemed to be
Carol trembled as he recounted. My lord, I am still haunted by the terrified faces of my comrades buried under the rubble when they died in battle. What was even harder to bear than the pain of having my fingernails and flesh torn apart was the lies of those bastards. Dimitri is not a kingdom that abandons its subjects, but the cruel Kronos Empire covered up the truth and forced us to sign an armistice. Roman's eyes coldly interrogated. Who did these things to you? Carol raised a trembling arm and pointed straight at Jason standing in the crowd. He panicked and ran. Damn it, everyone, get out of the way! Chris appeared from nowhere to block him. Jason couldn't react in time and was grabbed by the face. Chris threw him down to the ground. Jason panicked and clutched his head. Roman, radiating gloomy killing intent, stood before him as he collapsed. Please, my lord, please spare my life. He swung his sword, cutting off his legs. Jason screamed in agony, panicking. My legs, my legs! The noble questioned him in fear. Didn't we do as you asked and bring all the prisoners here? Why are you... Roman gritted his teeth. These scums tortured my people, so I am just returning the favor. No, I will make them wish they were dead. He was startled and panicked. This is bad. We need a high-ranking commander to intervene directly in this matter. A voice came from the communication device. Roman Dimitri. Memphis looked at the communication device and raised his voice. Not only did he blatantly cross...
Accusing me, he threatened in a cold voice. If you accept your sins, I will give you a chance to prove your sincerity and repentance.
To pay for the lives of my people who were tortured to death, I will kill every soldier standing on your front lines. And if you still desire peace after that, I will end this by burning down every base and village in your territory." Memphis swore angrily. This madman. A flash of light flared up, and the communication device was sliced in half. The noble's body was also severed and fell. Roman ordered sternly, "Kill them all." Dimitri's soldiers charged forward, with Chris and Kevin following behind. Ares suddenly called out, "Senior," excitedly suggesting, "How about letting a rookie like me handle this?" Screams rang out incessantly within the city. Munis on the city wall shouted hoarsely, "Damn it! Magicians, stop the Dimitri army!" The magicians immediately chanted spells. Hellfire, fire cannons, and lightning spears quickly attacked Ares. Flashes of light exploded in the dark night. Ares jumped up agilely to dodge them, pulling out a dagger and staring at the city wall. He threw the daggers toward the wall, and they firmly embedded themselves into it. A magician gloated. "Is that all you've got?" Wearing a mocking smile, Ares sprinted forward, using the daggers as footholds to scale their fortifications. The magician stared in bewilderment. Ares was indeed a natural-born genius. In just a short time under Roman's guidance, he had improved by leaps and bounds, and now that growth was being displayed. He looked at the man triumphantly and shouted, "Peekaboo!" As his sword descended, a section of the city wall was destroyed. Munis fled in panic. "It's over. We can't stop the Dimitri army anymore. If I stay here, I'm dead meat. I have to escape immediately." He mounted his horse to leave, but his path was suddenly engulfed in blazing red light.